Chapter 1, She was actually pregnant. Lena stared at the pregnancy test stick with 2 lines, feeling dizzy. What? She was actually pregnant? She sat dumbly on the chair, her mind a blank. What could she do now? If her parents found out she was pregnant before marriage, they would definitely be furious. This all started over a month ago. After graduating from high school, Lena worked part-time at a tutoring center run by a relative of one of her classmates. Working diligently for 2.5 months while living frugally, Lena finally saved up 10,000 yuan. When she received her acceptance letter from Jingdu Law and Politics University, all the hardship seemed worthwhile. However, when Lena returned home and saw her future sister-in-law, her nightmare began again. Mariah's future sister-in-law turned out to be Bernadette, who had bullied her in middle school. Mariah's father, Ricky, was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing her standing there motionless, Ricky snapped, "What are you standing there for? Are you mute? Can't you greet people? This is your brother's girlfriend, Bernadette. Call her sister-in-law." Lena's face turned pale. She bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. Bernadette smiled at her and said, "So this is Xiangyang's little sister, Lena?" Mariah's brother, Alexei, added, "Lena, can't you hear me talking to you? Are you deaf? Call her sister-in-law." Lena endured it but finally called out softly, "Sister-in-law." Beside her, her younger brother Marvin said with a smile, "Sis, wash my Nike sportswear tonight, I need it tomorrow." At that moment, her mother Gwen's voice came from the kitchen. "Lena, come help in the kitchen. I can't manage everything alone." Lena put down her bag and said to her brother, "I'll wash it after dinner." Then she went to the kitchen to help. After much deliberation, Lena decided to tell her mother about Bernadette's bullying. As she washed the vegetables, she said, "Mom, do you remember when I was bullied in 7th grade? Eva who bullied me is now my brother's girlfriend, Bernadette." Gwen turned and glared at her. "What nonsense are you spouting? Eileen has been dating your brother for 2 years. She's obedient and well-mannered. How could she bully you?" Indeed, Bernadette had been with Alexei for 2 years. This wasn't the first time she met the family. The previous meetings were held at restaurants. Each time, Lena was left behind to watch the store. So this was the first time Lena met Alexei's girlfriend. "Mom, it's true. How could I lie about something like this? They intercepted me on my way to school, tore up my textbooks and homework, and beat me up after school, pulling my hair and slapping me. They even stripped me." Tears welled up in Lena's eyes as she spoke. The ringleader was Bernadette. I would recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Gwen put down the plate in her hands and barked angrily, "Enough." So what if it was Eileen? How old were you back then? Just a bunch of junior high school students fooling around. Don't hold grudges over it. Lena couldn't hold back her tears anymore. What do you mean holding grudges? Gwen's face darkened. I warn you, don't mention this to your brother or sister-in-law. If it's because of you that your brother and Eileen's wedding falls through, and he vents his anger on you, I won't stand up for you. Lena felt as if her chest was about to explode. I understand. Whenever it came to matters concerning her brother or her younger brother, her parents always favored them. The bully from the past was now her brother's girlfriend, soon to be a daughter-in-law. Mariah's mother blindly sided with the bully just because of this. At the dinner table, Gwen tactfully asked how much dowry the Zhang family expected. Bernadette smiled. "Xiangyang and I have been together for 2 years, and we get along very well. My parents said everything depends on my wishes. Dowries are just formalities." Mariah hearing this, Gwen smiled broadly, thinking the Zhang family wouldn't ask for much. That's right. What your parents say makes sense." Bernadette continued, "But, uncle and aunt, I'm an only daughter, my parents' treasure. Though the dowry is just a formality, it shouldn't be too low, or it would seem like you're not valuing me. So our family expects a dowry of 131,400 yuan, which symbolizes eternal love. Uncle and aunt, what do you think?" Gwen's smile froze. She glanced at Alexei, then at Ricky. Alexei looked resolute and confessed deeply. "Eileen, you're the woman I love most in this life. No matter what, I will marry you. We have no objections to the dowry, right, Mom and Dad?" Ricky and his wife exchanged uncertain looks. Not long after the couple got married, they came to Vernancheng to work as migrant workers. Later, the couple saved some money and opened a store selling spicy hot pot. They lived frugally and saved enough to buy this house in the city. Over these years, they spent quite a lot on their 3 children's tuition fees and living expenses. To prepare for Xiangyang's wedding, they recently bought him a car as well. Where could they possibly come up with 130,000 yuan for the dowry now? But with Bernadette pressing the issue and their precious son being so resolute, the couple was now in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, Gwen signaled Ricky. Ricky immediately understood. Eileen, regarding your and Xiangyang's wedding, both his mother and I wholeheartedly agree. As for the 130,000 yuan dowry, it's not too much. We can afford it as long as you two are happy." Throughout this entire conversation, Lena remained silent. In this family that favored boys over girls, she had suffered too many injustices. Not long ago, she asked her parents to buy her a laptop for university studies. Mariah's parents refused, saying an old computer that her brother used to have would suffice. But soon after, they happily bought a car for her brother. Now they readily agreed to pay 130,000 yuan as dowry for Bernadette. How loving indeed. The next day, when Lena tried to buy a train ticket online, the payment failed due to insufficient funds. The 10,000 yuan she had saved was gone without a trace. She froze, feeling her mind explode. With the help of a bank staff member reviewing the surveillance footage, Lena trembled with anger. The footage showed the person using her card to withdraw money was none other than her mother, Lin Wiru. Mariah's mother had taken her money without consulting her first. In other words, Lin Wiru had stolen her money. Unable to bear it any longer, Lena called Gwen. Mom, why did you take the money from my card? That's my hard-earned tuition. School starts in a few days. Where am I supposed to get the tuition from now? Gwen paused for a moment, then said angrily, your money? Isn't your money mine? I gave birth to you and raised you, what's wrong with using 10,000 yuan? You heard it last night, the Zhang family wants 130,000 yuan as dowry. We just bought a car, where else could we get the money? Your brother needs the money for his wedding. You can't let him lose this chance at marriage, right? Lena, unable to contain her fury, shouted, Mariah's your beloved son, but am I not your daughter? For his dowry, you use my tuition. What about me? I worked so hard to get accepted into Jingdu Law and Politics University. How am I supposed to go to school now? I've already provided for your high school education. Do you think you'll still go to college? Your younger brother needs money for school too. You should forget about college and start working to support him. Lena clutched the phone tightly, speechless with rage. Gwen continued nagging. Why does a girl need so much education? Some people didn't even finish junior high and still make money by working. Anyway, you'll get married sooner or later, going to university is not that important. Crying, Lena said, that's Jingdu Law and Politics University, the school I've dreamed of attending. You know how hard it is to get in. I scored 640 points, and you won't let me study? Gwen replied, we've already used your money, there's no way we can give it back. If you want to go to college, figure it out yourself. Don't expect a penny from us. With that, Gwen hung up abruptly. Lena sat on a roadside flower bed, sobbing uncontrollably. That day, she went to a bar. She was in such pain that only alcohol could numb her. Several drinks later, Lena began to feel dizzy. Strangely, she felt an unbearable heat all over her body, and an intense emptiness in her heart. Chapter 2, Meeting that Catherine again. A punk with dyed yellow hair and tattoos came over to help her up. Pretty girl, you're drunk. I'll take you out to rest, follow me. The punk said lewdly. Don't touch me. Lena slapped his hand away with a smack and pushed him off. The punk lost his balance and fell to the ground, immediately swearing. Fuck. At this moment, a middle-aged woman came over to help. Young lady, are you okay? The middle-aged woman had people drive the punk away. Lena felt extremely uncomfortable all over, a raging fire stirring inside her body. My body feels strange, Lena tugged at her school uniform collar. The middle-aged woman smiled and asked, young lady, are you still a virgin? What's a virgin? I'm a Sagittarius. Lena thought this auntie was so strange asking about her zodiac in such a situation. The auntie patiently asked again. Not that kind of virgin, I mean, have you ever been to bed with a man? Lena's head was pounding as if it would burst. She didn't know how bad her alcohol tolerance was until she drank. She collapsed on the middle-aged woman, mumbling. To bed with whom? I'm only 19 and haven't even held a boy's hand. She couldn't remember what happened after that. When she woke up the next day, she found herself stark naked lying next to a man on the same bed. Lena was stunned. How could this happen? She lifted the blanket and quietly got out of bed, dressed up. Turning back, she saw a trace of red on the white sheets and felt a jolt in her heart. Though she hadn't experienced sex before, she heard from classmates that first times often involve bleeding. She gave away her virginity like this, confusedly. She hesitantly glanced at the sleeping man on the bed. Once she looked, she couldn't tear her eyes away. Mariah was really handsome, with a chiseled face and delicate features. His looks were not inferior to top male stars. But no matter how handsome he was still a stranger. How could she give her first time to a stranger? What a soap opera-like plot. Recalling last night getting drunk and harassed by a punk, then being saved by a middle-aged woman who asked her peculiar questions, and then passing out. Lena's mind was in chaos. Could it be that the auntie delivered her to this man's bed? Be on your guard against others. She thought the auntie was rescuing her, but turned out to be leading her into a fiery pit. However, since things have already happened, regretting won't do any good. Before the man woke up, Lena hurriedly ran home. More than a month passed. Mariah's period this month was overdue. Thinking about that night, she went online to check. It said that pregnancy wouldn't bring menstruation. Could she be pregnant? Afraid of running into neighbors at local pharmacies, she bought a pregnancy test online. The result confirmed she was indeed pregnant. Terrified, Lena turned pale as a sheet. Mariah's phone rang, startling her. Gwen's voice sounded over the phone. Come to the store right now and help. After tidying up, Lena threw the pregnancy test into a trash bin downstairs. The Cheen couple's spicy hot pot shop was located in the university town. Every day, many nearby college students come for meals, and business is booming. They even created a delivery WeChat group. Earlier, when Lena said she was going to part-time at a tutoring center outside campus, Gwen was quite critical. Saying it would affect the delivery service of the hot pot shop, she forbade Lena from going. Later, when she ran out of tuition and dropped out of college, she could only work at the shop. Upon arrival at the shop, Gwen showed her displeasure. Why did you come so late? How long does it take to do housework? You're supposed to be here by 10, but you dragged it till 11. Are you just slacking off at home again, Lena? Mom, I didn't. I washed dishes, mopped floors, and washed everyone's clothes. Because Mom Gwen insisted the washing machine uses too much electricity and isn't as clean as hand washing, the Cheens never bought one. Everyone's clothes were hand washed by Lena. Gwen impatiently ordered, hurry up and go deliver food, relieve your father. Lena instinctively glanced at her belly. Delivery wasn't strenuous work, it probably wouldn't hurt the baby. She was conflicted. On one hand, she couldn't afford to raise the child and didn't want it. On the other hand, it was her own flesh and blood, and she couldn't bear to abort it. With complicated feelings, she collected the meal and set out on her electric bike. The first delivery was to South University. The student ordering wanted the food outside the auditorium. As she arrived, students were trickling out from the auditorium. That person just now is so handsome. Yeah, he's so different from what I imagined a big businessman to be like. I thought they all had bald heads and beer guts. True, such a handsome, wealthy, and young domineering CEO, wow, fiction becomes reality. I've never seen anyone so handsome in my life. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Sigh, even if he doesn't have one, it's not our turn. These top-tier people are out of our reach, like high mountain flowers. You're right. A few girls walked past Lena, excitedly gossiping. Their voices gradually faded away. At this moment, a student approached her. Moriallo, Cheen's spicy hot pot? Moriallo, yes, Lena handed the spicy hot pot to the student. As she looked up, she saw a man surrounded by a crowd not far away. Lena was instantly stunned on the spot. The scene from that morning flashed through her mind. Although she had only met him once, his appearance was too striking to forget. This was the man who spent that one night with her. The father of the baby in her belly. She thought she would never see him again in her life. Never did she expect to meet him here. Jalmer came out of the auditorium and glanced over to see a girl standing by the roadside staring at him in a daze. Wasn't this the girl who had been with him that night? This girl was his first and only woman. So, she was a student at this school. Eva had her hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans, looking innocent and pure like a little white rabbit. Jalmer thought of how she had moaned and panted under him that night, full of allure. The stark contrast made his breath hitch. For 30 years, he had been chaste and restrained, but he lost control that night. Now seeing her again and recalling that night, Jalmer cursed himself for being an animal. Mariah walked over and stopped in front of her. Are you looking for me? Lena regained her senses and quickly lowered her eyes. In a low voice, she said, No, not really, I just happened to run into you here. Thinking of the baby in her belly. Lena thought that since he was the father of the baby, he should also take responsibility for the abortion. Lena dared not tell her parents, but she could ask this man for help. A few thousand yuan for the surgery fee wouldn't be much to him, right? With this thought, Lena raised her head and said to the man in front of her, Sir, there's something I need your help with. Chapter 3, Luxury Car for Food Delivery. Cannon nodded and said, Let's talk in the car. Lena followed the man to a black sedan parked at the parking space. Getting into the car, the man spoke in a calm tone. What is it? Lena exhaled. I'm pregnant. Jalmer was taken aback. Some women among their circle of friends often used this trick. They just wanted to marry into a wealthy family. Some were really pregnant, some lied. Jalmer had never messed around, nor had he ever been in a relationship. Never thought that one day he would also be deceived by this trick. Jalmer looked at this girl with a somewhat mocking expression. Why? Wasn't the money you got that night enough? You want to fake a pregnancy to get more? Lena was stunned, her eyes reddening instantly. This man was humiliating her. Did he think she was a prostitute? Lena was so angry that her chest heaved slightly. After calming down for a while, she finally spoke. Sir, that night was my first time going to a bar. I got drunk and was taken away by an elderly aunt. When I woke up, I was lying on the same bed as you. Lena looked straight into the man's eyes, earnestly saying, I don't do that kind of work. That night, I was deceived too. Jalmar paused. That night, she clung to him and kissed him wildly, looking flirtatious. Mariah's warm and soft body pressed against him breathlessly. Mariah was drunk too, not to mention he was a normal man. How could he hold back in such a situation? Mariah thought the girl was willing and only took money for the service, selling herself for money. Never did he imagine she was a victim. Jalmar's look toward the girl shifted from disdain to pity and guilt. What's your name? Lena was still upset and huffed. My name is Lena. Cannon said, Lena, my name is Jalmar. The Gachin means sincere, and the E means standing firm. I'm very sorry about what happened that night. I'll have someone investigate, and I will take responsibility for your pregnancy. Tell me, how much money do you need? Actually, although he believed that the girl was indeed deceived, he didn't believe that she was really pregnant. After all, it was difficult for the Pedro family to conceive children. Mr. Pedro, you misunderstood. I'm not here for money. I hadn't planned to keep this child because I can't afford to raise him. But now I can't gather enough for the surgery fee, and I dare not tell my parents. So, I can only ask for your help. I hope you can take me to the hospital for an abortion. Jalmar looked at Lena with complex emotions in his eyes, unsure if he heard right. She didn't want money or the child but wanted an abortion? Abortion? Are you sure you're pregnant? Lena nodded. Have you checked? No, I bought a pregnancy test stick online and tested it myself. It showed 2 lines. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup first. Jalmar immediately started the engine. Lena hurriedly said, Mariah, wait, Mr. Pedro, I still need to deliver food. There are 2 orders on my electric bike. Can't you deliver them later? Lena shook her head. She thought, hasn't Mr. Pedro ever ordered food delivery? How could it be delayed? People were waiting for their meals. If it wasn't delivered on time, they would complain. Lena hesitantly said, yes, I must deliver them now. If you're busy, please go ahead. We can set another time to discuss the surgery. Jalmar frowned. This girl talked about surgery constantly. Did she really not want his child? Where do you need to deliver them? Though confused about why Mr. Pedro asked this question, Lena obediently answered. To Vernancheng Music College next door. Go get the food. Lena was shocked. Bring it up. What did Mr. Pedro mean? Was he asking her to bring those hot pot noodles into his car? Lena glanced at Jalmar's car discreetly. She noticed the logo on the steering wheel earlier, which she had seen in some idol dramas. At that time, not knowing what the logo was, she searched it on Baidu and found out it was a Bentley, worth a few million. Such an expensive car, bringing hot pot noodles inside might dirty it. She couldn't afford the cleaning cost. Lena shook her head vigorously. There's no need to trouble you, Mr. Pedro. My deliveries are hot pot noodles. If they spill in your car, it would be a disaster. Cannon replied indifferently, it's so hot today. A young girl riding an electric bike to deliver food is quite exhausting. Aren't you in a hurry? Since I'm on the way, I can give you a ride. Go get the food. Lena checked the time on her phone. Talking with Mr. Pedro delayed her a bit. If she rode there now, she'd be late. She did not refuse again. Lena opened the car door to get the hot pot noodles. Jalmar's phone screen lit up, a call from his childhood friend Isidore. Mariah picked up the call. Jean, are you still stuck in traffic? The rest of us have all arrived. You guys don't need to wait for me, I have something today. What is it that's more important than gathering with us? Can't it be postponed? You workaholic, remember to balance work and life, don't just think about work all day. Delivering food. Isidore on the other end dropped his jaw in surprise, shouting out loudly in disbelief. What? Delivering food? Are you kidding me? Not kidding. By the way, help me look into the girl who had relations with me at Kongyue Hotel over a month ago. Mariah's name is Lena. Also, check what really happened that night. Oh. You really did? Not easy. I thought you weren't interested in women. Bye. Jalmar hung up without saying much more. Lena got into the car with the hot pot noodles. This was her first time sitting in such a top-of-the-line luxury car. It was also her first time using a luxury car to deliver food. Lena felt somewhat awkward and embarrassed, blushing. Jalmar noticed her discomfort, his heart softened. After all, she was still an inexperienced young girl. She was tricked into being sold and ended up carrying his child, but she didn't use this fact to threaten him, neither demanding money nor fantasizing about marrying into wealth. Looking at her innocent face, Jalmar felt a pang of guilt, his tone softening a bit. Don't be nervous, everything will be fine. Which specific location in the music college should I deliver the food to? Under building A of the girls' dormitory. All right. Jalmar started the car. A few minutes later, they arrived at Vernancheng Music College. The car stopped. Jalmar said, we're here. Lena checked her phone, it was 12:05 p.m. Not only did she not go over time, but she even arrived 5 to 6 minutes earlier than originally planned. She opened WeChat, intending to message the girl who ordered the food, but her phone kept freezing and wouldn't load properly. Lena muttered to herself, "Come on, why is it frozen again?" Jalmer glanced at her silently. Mariah's phone screen was shattered. How could it even work? Wasn't she afraid of hurting herself? After 2 or 3 minutes of freezing, her phone finally worked. Lena sent a message to the girl who ordered the food. "I'm at the bottom of the building, you can come down and pick up your meal." After sending the message, she carefully inspected the hot pot noodles. At least it didn't leak. "Thank you, Mr. Pedro." Eva smiled sweetly, her clear eyes making Jalmer feel moved. "You're welcome." Lena got out of the car with the hot pot noodles. These 2 orders were placed by the same girl, likely for 2 girls living in the same dorm room. So this was the last stop of her delivery for the day. The parking spot was still a short distance from the dormitory building. Watching the slender and frail girl walk under the scorching midday sun, Jalmer felt a strange sourness well up in his heart. Mariah's family situation didn't seem to be very good. Such a flower-like young girl should be staying in a greenhouse, being carefully taken care of, but instead, she had to deliver food on such a hot day. Jalmer watched the girl's back, dazed for a moment. What was he thinking? Was he actually feeling sympathy? This was a new emotion for him. Caring for the delicate and fair, what a nice term. This girl seemed like a little white rabbit, looking at him timidly, indeed needing careful protection. After delivering the food and returning to the car, Lena sighed in comfort. The car is so cool. Thanks for the air conditioning, Mr. Pedro. Jalmer's lips curled up in satisfaction. This girl was quite interesting. She even thanked him for the air conditioning. Have you finished delivering now? Yes, I have. In that case, let's go to the hospital. Chapter 4, Would an abortion for twins be more expensive? Lena said, the doctors should be off duty by now. In her previous experiences at the hospital, doctors didn't start work until after 2 in the afternoon. It was only a little past noon now, going there would mean waiting for almost 2 hours. Jalmer said, you don't need to worry about that. The car was driving along the wide Riverside Avenue, and neither of them spoke. Lena felt somewhat uneasy, unsure what to say, so she turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window. After a while, Jalmer broke the silence. Are you a student at Vernanjing University? Jalmer was from Beijing, and these few days he had come to Vernanjing to inspect the branch company. Vernanjing University was a famous domestic university, renowned for its business administration program. The president of Vernanjing University was close friends with Jalmer's father and could be considered his elder. This time when he came to Vernanjing, the president of Vernanjing University specially invited him to give a lecture to the students, and he unexpectedly encountered her at the university. Lena replied, no, I just graduated from high school. Jalmer was surprised, she was so young. Have you turned 18 yet? I have, I'm 19 this year. Thankfully she wasn't a minor, Jalmer breathed a sigh of relief. Still, 19 years old was pretty young, 11 years younger than him. Such a young girl, how could she have lost control like that back then? Jalmer hesitated for a moment before asking, were you upset about something that day? Why did you drink so much and get drunk like that? Lena pursed her lips, looking down dejectedly. Yes, I argued with my mom that day. Jalmer noticed her melancholy and wanted to console her. So, how is it now? Is everything okay? Lena thought that since it was a family matter, one shouldn't air their dirty laundry in public. Besides, she wasn't close to Mr. Pedro, and after having the abortion, they probably wouldn't see each other again. There was no need to tell him too much. Talking too much might make her seem petty. Lena forced a smile and said, yes, everything's fine now. While waiting at a traffic light, Jalmer thought that since this girl was the mother of his child, he should understand her better. After all, they would be family in the future. So he found another topic. How did your exams go? Mariah didn't realize that mentioning this made her appear even sadder. Seeing this small rabbit's eyes welling up red as if she was about to cry, Jalmer suddenly regretted it. Really, why did he ask about her grades? His cousin's kids also disliked being asked about their grades. Catherine this young girl didn't do well, and his casual question touched on her sore spot. Seeing Lena not responding, Jalmer tried to ease the atmosphere. In fact, grades aren't everything, nor are they the standard for evaluating a person. Not doing well isn't such a big deal either. Lena shook her head and sighed softly. It's okay, Mr. Pedro, I'm not upset because of my exam results. Thinking about it, she decided that since he had asked, she might as well tell him. I scored 604 points. Jalmer was surprised and couldn't help but take a second look at the girl beside him, never expecting her grades to be so good. So you did really well. What university are you applying to? Well, asking this way should be fine, he would find out eventually anyway. Beijing Law University. Unexpectedly, it was a university in Beijing. This school ranked among the top 10 in the country and was in the city where he lived. It would be convenient for them to meet in the future. Jalmer wanted to say more but heard the girl whisper very quietly, but even if I did well, what use is it? Instinct told Jalmer that this girl had worries. Was it because of the baby in her belly? Was she worried that pregnancy would affect her studies? Indeed, she was still quite young herself. Being pregnant might not be a good thing for her. Also, it was already mid-September. Shouldn't she be going to school instead of staying in Vernancheng? Could it be that she was afraid to go to school because of her pregnancy? Jalmer said, "Don't worry about the child. I said I would take responsibility for it." Upon arriving, Jalmer parked the car, walked over to Lena's side, and opened the door for her. Then he took an umbrella out of the car and opened it. "The sun outside is fierce, don't get sunburnt." Lena felt warmth in her heart. Mr. Pedro was so considerate. After getting out of the car, Lena looked around at the building in front of her. She was a bit confused. "Aren't we supposed to go to the hospital? Why are we here?" Jalmer replied, "This is the hospital." From the outside, it didn't look like a hospital at all. In front of her was a villa-like building, with a fountain in the center of the front yard and gardens on both sides filled with all sorts of blooming flowers, beautiful beyond description. Calling it a hospital was less accurate than calling it a garden mansion. Entering the hall, the interior decoration was luxurious, completely different from the ordinary public hospitals. The hall was very quiet, unlike ordinary hospitals which were usually noisy. Occasionally, a few people would walk by, dressed exquisitely and luxuriously. They clearly belonged to the upper class. This kind of hospital was not only one she had never been to, but it was something she couldn't even imagine existed. The medical fees here must be very expensive, right? Lena turned her eyes to see the staff at the front desk and felt even more amazed. She is so beautiful. Are all the receptionists at private hospitals this level of beauty? The front desk staff greeted Jalmer with a warm smile when they saw him. "President Pedro, good afternoon." Jalmer nodded. "Call Christina Ming and tell him I'm waiting for him in the lounge on the 3rd floor." "Yes, President Pedro." "President Pedro?" It seemed Mr. Pedro was quite familiar with the hospital staff. Did he come here often? Indeed, Mr. Pedro's aura was different from an ordinary person. Mariah was that precious and elegant type, with a powerful presence. Visiting this kind of hospital matched his status. The decoration in the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor was low-key yet dignified, and all the furniture was made of rosewood. Lena had seen on TV that this kind of furniture was extremely valuable. Just as they entered the lounge, a middle-aged man named Christina Ming arrived. "President Pedro, you asked for me?" Jalmer said, "Take her for a checkup to see if she's pregnant." Christina Ming froze, struggling to react. President Pedro personally brought this girl for a pregnancy test? Wow. This is big news. Knowing President Pedro never had a female companion around, and he hadn't even had any gossip over the years, today he comes with a girl saying she needs a pregnancy test. Christina Ming was extremely shocked but didn't show it. Mariah calmly said, "Yes, President Pedro." "Miss, please follow me." Lena looked up at Jalmer. Jalmer nodded reassuringly. After finishing the checkup, Lena returned to the lounge. Jalmer handed her a bottle of water and asked, "Are you tired? Have some water." "Thank you." Lena took the water, a brand she didn't recognize. She glanced at the empty chair beside Jalmer, then decided to sit opposite him. "Not tired, Mr. Pedro. When will the results be ready?" "In a few minutes." "Okay." While sipping the water, Lena glanced at Jalmer on the other side. His long legs crossed, he sat reading a newspaper, looking incredibly attractive. Lena blushed secretly. A man like Mr. Pedro must have many women admiring him. Were those gossiping girls outside Vernanda Auditorium talking about him? Suddenly, Lena felt a bit down. Mr. Pedro and her, they were worlds apart. If not for the baby in her belly, she would never have met him. After just a few minutes, Christina Ming came back with the test report. "President Pedro, this young lady is indeed pregnant, and it's twins. Moriar's the report, please take a look." Cough. 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 "What? Twins?" Startled by the news, Lena choked on her water and coughed continuously. Jalmer was also extremely shocked. Their family had only single children for 5 generations, and it was always difficult for Pedro women to conceive. According to his mother, his grandmother nearly 40 years old when she conceived his father. His mother wanted more children after giving birth to him, but despite trying for several years, she never got pregnant again. How did he manage to make this young girl pregnant with twins on their first time? What a rare occurrence. If his parents knew, they'd be overjoyed, wouldn't they? Despite being shocked, Jalmer felt much better. Mariah smiled, took the report, and read it attentively. At this moment, Lena stammered, Doctor, would the abortion be more expensive for twins?" Chapter 5 Giving Birth to the Child. Christina Ming almost lost his balance and fell when he heard this. What did this girl mean? She wanted to have an abortion? Mr. Pedro personally brought her here for the examination, which meant that the child in her belly was very likely Mr. Pedro's. She didn't want Mr. Pedro's child? And they were twins. Oh my, did this young girl even know what she was talking about? This was Jalmar, the sole heir of the #1 tycoon family in Jingdu, the crown prince of the entire Jingdu circle. How many women dreamt of marrying him, and now that she was carrying his child, she was thinking of having an abortion. Mariah really couldn't understand today's young people anymore. In front of Jalmar, Christina Ming naturally didn't dare to answer this question. After all, this hospital was a small business under the Pedro group. Mariah would lose his job if he spoke rashly. Upon hearing this, Jalmar immediately raised his eyes to look at Lena. Seeing the girl's serious expression, Jalmar frowned slightly, displeased. Mariah stared into the girl's eyes and said sternly, "The children can't be aborted." Lena was bewildered. This wasn't what was initially discussed. But I don't have the ability to raise them, and I'm scared to let my parents know. Jalmar didn't reply immediately but turned to Christina Ming, who was standing nearby. "You may go now." "Sure, Mr. Pedro. If you need anything, just call me." Christina Ming left the room, thoughtfully closing the door. Jalmar beckoned to the girl opposite him. "Come over here." Lena kept her head lowered and didn't move. He looked unhappy, and she dared not approach. Jalmar twitched the corners of his mouth, looking at Lena amusedly. "Why are you standing so far away? I won't eat you." Only then did Lena slowly walk up to Jalmar. Looking at the timid girl, Jalmar softened his attitude. "Lena, don't be afraid. This child is the bloodline of my Pedro family. You should take good care of yourself during pregnancy, give birth to the child, and our Pedro family will not treat you unfairly. After the child is born, our Pedro family will take good care of it. You don't need to worry. As for your studies, don't worry about that either. I will help you with leave of absence procedures. You can continue studying after a year. What do you think?" Lena suddenly raised her head, full of disbelief. "Mr. Pedro, are you saying I should keep the baby?" "Yes, exactly. But I can't let my parents know I'm pregnant, they'll kill me." Mariah hearing this, Jalmar's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Kill her? What kind of parents could make her fear them so much? She mustn't be living well at home. However, being pregnant before marriage would indeed harm her reputation. "Rest assured, since you're carrying my Jalmar's child, I won't wrong you. If you're afraid your parents will find out, just don't tell them. Move out for now, I have a villa nearby. I will hire someone to take care of you. When things settle down on my end, I'll bring you back to Jingdu to get married. This will also give you some security. After giving birth, you can go back to school without anyone knowing you had a child out of wedlock. No one will gossip about you." Jalmar's words left Lena dazed. Did she hear correctly? Jalmar said she could attend university and he even wanted to marry her? "But Mr. Pedro, we barely know each other. It's too hasty to get married." Jalmar raised an eyebrow. That was true. Moreover, he just remembered she was only 19 years old, not yet of legal marriage age, so they couldn't get married immediately. Jalmar nodded. "You're right, and you're only 19 this year, below the legal marriage age. Focus on nurturing the fetus and having the children first. During this period, we can get to know each other better. In a year, when you turn 20, we can get married. This year will give us enough time to understand each other." Lena felt a bit troubled. So there was no other choice? She had to give birth to the child and couldn't abort? If her parents found out, she didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. So maybe it was safer to abort the child. "Mr. Pedro, is there really no other choice? Must I only give birth to the child?" Jalmar nodded seriously. "Regarding the child, you have no other options. After the child is born, you can choose whether you want to get married or receive financial compensation." His tone was resolute, allowing no rebuttal. Lena fell silent, her heart torn. Actually, she didn't want to abort her own child either. After all, it was her baby. At first, she thought of aborting because she had no money or capability to raise the child, and more importantly, she feared severe beatings from her parents. Now that the father of the child had appeared and promised to take good care of her and raise the child properly, it seemed not so bad to give birth to the baby. After all, they were her own flesh and blood. If she had a choice, as the mother, she wouldn't want to abort them. After some thought, Lena said, "All right, I agree to have the babies. Do you want to move in today or wait a few more days?" Lena replied, "Not today, I need to go home and discuss it with my parents first." In fact, Lena didn't feel confident about this discussion. Could she really talk to her parents? She couldn't tell them the truth. She needed to find an excuse to get past this. If she said she was going out to work and earn money, there might be a slight chance they would agree. But if that happened, her parents would definitely ask her to send money home every month. If she couldn't provide the money later on, it would expose her lie. This reason didn't seem feasible either. Unaware of the girl's internal struggle, Jalmar stood up and said to Lena, "All right, then let me take you home first." "No. That's not possible. Lena thought it was absolutely crucial that her parents didn't see Mr. Pedro drop her off in his luxury car. It would be too hard to explain. Plus, her electric scooter was still parked outside the auditorium at Vernanjing University. Mr. Pedro, I need to go back to Vernanjing University first. My electric scooter is still there. Right, I forgot about that. Let's go, I'll drive you to Vernanjing University. Jalmer drove Lena to Vernanjing University. Mr. Pedro, I'll go back now. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl reached for the car door to get out. Jalmer stopped her. Hold on, don't rush to leave. Jalmer took out his phone and opened his WeChat QR code. Add me for contact details so I can find you next time. What's your phone number? I'll call you and save my number in your phone as well, just in case you need anything. She had forgotten about this. How could she contact Mr. Pedro next time without these details? Oh, okay. Lena pulled out her phone and scanned the QR code to add Jalmer's contact. When we meet next time, bring your admission notice and ID card with you. I'll help you with the leave of absence procedures here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Pedro. See you later. Yes, go ahead. Chapter 6 Outbreak. Lena rode her electric scooter away under the scorching sun. Jalmer watched Lena's retreating figure and frowned. Why didn't her electric bike even have a sunshade? In such hot weather, what would happen if she got sunburned? Mariah didn't know how far her home was from here. But it was fine, soon she wouldn't need to work so hard delivering takeout. Mariah would nurture her in his greenhouse, making her his own greenhouse flower. When Lena returned home and just parked her electric scooter, Gwen began to scold her harshly. Dead girl. I asked you to deliver some takeout, and you return after such a long time. Where did you go to slack off? Lena said helplessly, Mom, I wasn't slacking off. After delivering the takeout, I felt unwell and went to see a doctor. Gwen kept scolding as saliva flew everywhere. Unwell, this is just laziness. Are you pretending to be sick to slack off? Lena felt very upset hearing this. Mom, how can you say that about me? Don't you know clearly whether I'm lazy or not? I do all the housework, and at the store, I've been working diligently. On such a hot day, I had to ride an electric scooter in the sun to deliver takeout. When I said I felt unwell, instead of worrying about my heatstroke, you immediately think I'm slacking off. Gwen rolled her eyes. She coldly snorted, how would I know if you're slacking off or really unwell? Fine, enough, don't talk anymore. Your sister-in-law Eileen is here, she hasn't eaten yet. Your brother is busy at work and won't be back anytime soon. Catherine, some food for your sister-in-law. Lena turned around and indeed saw Bernadette sitting at a table nearby. Bernadette turned her head and smiled at her. Lena's face immediately fell. I don't want to cook for her. Gwen started scolding again. What are you crazy about now? Go make the food when I ask you to. Mom, I haven't had lunch either. So why not cook together? Hurry up. Lena angrily said, Mom, my patience has limits. I told you, Bernadette once bullied me. You took the money I earned from working and gave it as her dowry, and now you ask me to cook for her? Gwen nudged Lena with her elbow. Lower your voice. If Eileen hears, she'll be unhappy. Then she lowered her voice. What nonsense are you talking? It was just petty conflicts among kids in junior high school. Eileen is about to be your sister-in-law, we're all family now. What's there to not get over? Lena twitched her lips, emitting a bitter laugh. Haha, petty conflicts. If someone beat your precious son, would you still say that? I won't cook for her. If you want, you go cook for her. Gwen cursed, you dead girl. You think you're grown wings now, huh? How dare you not listen to me? Humph. Lena lifted her head, defying once. I'm not listening today. Thinking more and more, she felt wronged and raised her voice to question. You only care about your beloved son. Have you ever cared about me, your daughter? Am I really your biological child? Slap. Gwen slapped her. Lena's head snapped to the side, and the palm print on her face became clear immediately. Getting too cocky, huh? If I don't beat you every 3 days, you'll tear the roof off. Tears streamed down Lena's face instantly. Crying, she shouted, I'd rather never have been born, and ran out. Gwen yelled from behind, do you think I wanted to give birth to you? Lena's heart ached. Without looking back, she ran away. She truly didn't want to stay in this home another day. If only she could choose where to be born, but unfortunately, there's no such thing. The afternoon sun scorched her. She ran for a while, slowed down, and wandered aimlessly on the street. No matter how many times she wiped her tears, they wouldn't stop. She simply stopped wiping. Lena squatted down, hugging her knees and burying her head in them, crying loudly. Since you don't like daughters, why did you raise me? She would rather have been abandoned at birth. Years of grievances burst forth, unstoppable. Jalmer was driving back to the villa to rest. At a traffic light, he glanced and saw Lena squatting by the roadside, crying. Did she argue with her family again? Jalmer found a place to park, took out a sun umbrella, got out of the car, and walked to Lena's side. Being tall, he cast a shadow in front of her, blocking the sunlight. Lena buried her face deep in her arms, unaware of anyone standing before her. Lost in her sorrow, Hjalmar didn't disturb her. Mariah stood quietly before her, holding the umbrella. After about 10 minutes, Lena looked up and saw the man standing there, startled. Mr. Pedro, why are you here? She didn't know how long he had been standing there. Mariah was still dressed in formal attire, and the scorching summer afternoon must have made Mr. Pedro feel stifling. Why hadn't he called her? Lena felt a bit embarrassed. She wiped her tears and stood up. As soon as she stood up, her low blood sugar kicked in, and her vision went black. She was about to fall. Hjalmar, with quick reflexes, caught her and pulled her close. Due to the sudden shift of her center of gravity, Lena fell into Hjalmar's arms. Mariah's vision was still dark, and she felt dizzy and disoriented. Hjalmar gently held her in one arm, not minding the heat and not letting go. After a while, Lena felt much better. She quickly put some distance between them. Sorry, Mr. Pedro, I didn't mean to. I have low blood sugar. It's fine. Hjalmar looked at the girl before him with a hint of tenderness. It's hot outside. Let's talk in the car. The air conditioning in the car made Lena feel more comfortable. She sniffed. Hjalmar handed her a tissue. What happened? Lena took 2 tissues and blew her nose. I had an argument with my mom. Why? Lena pouted. Our family situation is a bit complicated, hard to explain in a few words. In short, it's favoring boys over girls. Hjalmar reached out and gently ruffled Lena's hair, comforting her like a child. It's okay, I'm here for you. Lena froze, staring blankly at the man in front of her. No one had ever comforted her so tenderly before, and her nose tingled again as tears welled up in her eyes. Strangely enough, Hjalmar usually detested women crying in front of him. Whenever those heavily made-up, strikingly beautiful women cried in front of him, he found it annoying. But this girl in front of him had red, tearful eyes that looked so fragile and pitiful, like a little white rabbit. Seeing her tears, his heart melted. Just now, he had instinctively reached out to stroke her head, comforting her so gently, without even realizing it himself. It was as if it were a natural response. I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 7, Can it be owed for now? Hjalmar took Lena to a private dessert shop. This dessert shop was located in an upscale villa area, a 2-story villa painted light pink with a garden outside filled with blooming pink roses. The interior of the shop was also predominantly pink. Decorations and trinkets were girlish lace bows and pearls, while fresh pink roses adorned the vases on tables, filling the whole room with fragrance. Lena was captivated. Melvin, her dream princess castle, could not be more enchanting. Hjalmar gently led her forward by her wrist. Eva's wrist was slender, and he dared not apply too much force, fearing that he might hurt her, so he only lightly held it. This is my cousin's dessert shop. She said desserts make people happy, and all girls love desserts. Inside the room, glass display cabinets were lined with various delicate desserts. Good afternoon, Mr. Pedro. A maid in a maid costume greeted them politely. Feel free to choose whatever you like. There are also various milk teas over there. Go take a look if you want to drink something. As he spoke, Hjalmar still held on to Lena's wrist. The maid couldn't help but glance at their intertwined hands. It was quite rare to see the usually aloof Mr. Pedro bring a girl to have desserts. If the young miss found out, how shocked would she be? And those paparazzi, if they managed to capture this scene and post such explosive news, the heat and traffic would surely skyrocket. One good scoop could set them up for the whole year. However, even if they had the guts to take pictures, they wouldn't dare to release them. The Pedro family was not someone they could mess with. Noticing the maid's odd expression, Lena followed her covert gaze and saw Hjalmar's hand still gripping her wrist. A blush spread across her snow-white face, and she gently withdrew her hand. Hjalmar finally realized what he was doing. Why did he still hold her hand? To mask his awkwardness, young Mr. Pedro casually said, "Take your time choosing, I'll wait for you over there." The maid widened her eyes in surprise. When did Mr. Pedro become so gentle? From his tone, their relationship must be extraordinary. Ignoring the maid's gossip-filled gaze, Lena focused on picking her desserts. She loved desserts just as Hjalmar had said, eating them really did improve one's mood. She often stood outside cake shops for long periods, gazing at the exquisite cakes in the display windows, but she never had the means to go inside because she had no money. Throughout her 19 years of life, she had eaten desserts on only a few occasions. Thinking about this, her mind wandered again. After recalling carefully, she remembered that she only got to eat cake during her brother's and younger brother's birthdays. Gwen never gave her any pocket money, saying that living expenses were covered at home, so why would she need any extra money? But Alexei and Marvin received daily pocket money. They could freely buy snacks and toys they liked. Melvin, when they spent their pocket money at internet cafes playing games, Gwen would defend them, saying it was normal for children to be playful. On the day Lena had her first period, she didn't have money for sanitary pads and had to borrow from her desk mate, Imelda. From then on, the sanitary pads provided by Gwen were cheap and low quality, often unbranded. She endured 19 years like this, working hard after high school graduation to earn 10,000 yuan. Just as she thought she could be independent, Gwen secretly took the money away. Sitting not far away on the sofa, Jalmer couldn't help but gaze at Lena. That girl stood in front of the display window, lost in thought for a long time. From his angle, he could only see her profile. Mariah's front was beautiful, but her side view was even more stunning. Mariah's slim face, pointed chin, high nose bridge, and long eyelashes that fluttered slightly. A faint aura of sadness surrounded the girl. The term, shattered feeling, his cousin often used online came to life in this moment. She must have endured many hardships at home. In the future, he would make sure she wouldn't suffer even the slightest bit of pain. Lena chose a tiramisu, a small matcha cake, and a cup of pearl milk tea. The maid attentively brought her selected desserts to the table. Lena politely asked Jalmer, "Mr. Pedro, would you like to have some?" Eva extended her slender hand, handing him a spoon. "No, you go ahead." In that case, I won't be polite." Eva scooped the matcha cake with a spoon, savoring it happily. Jalmer quietly watched her. Just now, her eyes were red from crying, looking like a little rabbit. Now, with the dessert in her mouth, laughter filled her eyes. She was still a child, easily satisfied. While eating, Lena noticed Jalmer watching her. "What's wrong, Mr. Pedro? Is there something on my face?" Jalmer, realizing her question, gave an awkward dry cough. "Nothing, is it tasty?" Lena's lips curled upward into a sweet smile, revealing 2 small dimples. "Yes. It's very tasty. If it's good, have more. You're too skinny." Lena picked up the milk tea and gulped down a big mouthful. So, this is what bubble milk tea tastes like. This was her first time drinking milk tea. During school, because she had no pocket money, Lena never bought milk tea. Mariah's desk mate, Imelda, loved drinking milk tea. Knowing Lena's family situation, Imelda offered to treat her. But Lena just shook her head, saying she didn't like sweet drinks. Actually, she really wanted to try it, but she was afraid that once she fell in love with it and couldn't afford it, it would be better not to start at all. This way, not knowing what milk tea tasted like made it easier to resist. Cannon in front of her changed his gaze upon hearing her words. His eyes seemed filled with both sympathy and tenderness. Lena hadn't eaten much for breakfast and skipped lunch while busy delivering food, so she was already very hungry. She quickly finished the desserts in front of her. Seeing how happy she was eating, Jalmer felt his mood lift as well, his work worries vanished, and he felt much happier. "Thank you, Mr. Pedro." Lena felt somewhat embarrassed. "How much do these desserts cost? Can I owe it for now, and pay you back after I earn money from my job?" Actually, she wanted to say it earlier, she had no money on her and should not have eaten anything. But thinking about how she had never dared to enter a dessert shop, she wanted to be brave this time. Melvin, if the desserts here were expensive, she wanted to try them, treating herself who had endured so much hardship and... Jalmer looked at her as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Oh it?" For a woman like him, Jalmer's woman would never need to pay for anything. Forget about a few desserts, even if she asked for luxury cars, villas, or high-end items, he wouldn't blink an eye. This girl actually said she had no money to pay and wanted to owe it, then repay him by working? This was truly the funniest joke he had heard in 30 years. If his old friends knew, they would definitely mock him endlessly. Lena felt extremely embarrassed, her face turning red. Can't I?" Jalmer smiled helplessly. "Following me, you'll never have to pay for anything." Lena waved her hands. No, that wouldn't be right, Mr. Pedro. We've only met twice and don't know each other well. How could I let you spend money on me? You're carrying my child now, how can we not know each other?" Saying this, Jalmer got up to pay. "Well, look who's here today." A clear female voice sounded. Lena turned around to see a girl standing at the door, dressed in a pink-white Lolita dress. Chapter 8, the Pedro family has Mariah here. Eva had an attractive bun and wore a bow hair clip. Mariah's skin was fair and smooth, her large eyes sparkled like stars, and she looked as exquisite as a Barbie doll. Jalmer glanced at her. "Dawn." Shaking her head, the girl walked over to Jalmer. TSK, it's not easy. How did you, the busy bee, find time to come here?" Ignoring her, Jalmer paid and then walked towards Lena. Only then did Dawn notice there was another person in the room. She was shocked speechless. Did I see right? Jalmer. Have you finally changed your mind?" Lena couldn't help but laugh. This girl is so beautiful, like a princess in a fairy tale when she's quiet, but when she speaks, she's mischievous, quite different from her obedient appearance, and interesting to talk to. Jalmer introduced Lena. "This is Dawn, my cousin. And this is Lena." Dawn hurried over in a few steps and shook Lena's hand enthusiastically. "Moriallo, hello." Lena got a good first impression of Dawn and wasn't annoyed by her enthusiasm. "Moriallo, Shinya." Dawn looked at Lena and nodded sagely. Jalmer, your taste is pretty good. This big sister looks really beautiful, with a great figure, thin waist, and long legs. I'm so envious." Turning her head to Jalmer, she asked. "And then? That's all?" You're not going to introduce what relation she is to you? Is this my new cousin-in-law? Yes. No. Lena and Jalmer answered simultaneously, but their answers were completely opposite. Pfft, Dawn laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Jalmer, are you just having a crush on her? Lena's face flushed with embarrassment. Jalmer didn't care and turned his head toward Dawn. How do I remember today being Thursday? Are you skipping class again? I know all those courses already. Attending them is just wasting time. It's better to do something else. After saying that, Dawn blinked her bright eyes eagerly at Lena. Did you try my sweets here, Lena's sister? How did they taste? Great. Lena praised. Dawn proudly looked at Jalmer. You see, Lena's sister praised me. You should tell my mom that her daughter is very capable. Jalmer ignored her. Dawn really liked Lena, so she pulled her hand and said excitedly, Sister, come with me, let me show you some pretty dresses. Your figure would be wasted if you don't wear nice dresses. Before Lena could react, Dawn had already pulled her into a quick walk. Wait, Shinya. Lena didn't know what to do for a moment. With a few strides, Jalmer blocked Dawn. Dawn, don't be disrespectful. Let go immediately. Mariah rarely spoke so sternly to Dawn. Dawn, overwhelmed by his presence, dared not act improperly anymore. She sounded a little aggrieved. Why are you so harsh on me? Lena is pregnant, don't pull her around like that. If anything happens to the baby, can you take the responsibility? Dawn suddenly turned her head, staring at Lena's belly. Baby? Sister is pregnant? Moria Haven. Am I going to be a cousin auntie soon? She was so surprised that she stuttered. This is too rare. For the man who never falls in love, how does that saying go? Oh yeah, silence speaks volumes. I must inform my aunt about this news right away. The Pedro family has an heir. Saying that, she took out her phone to call. Jalmer snatched her phone. I'll tell them myself. You don't need to worry about it. Just focus on your studies. Speaking of which, he dialed a number on Dawn's phone. Uncle Chen, come to Aubrey-Jiang-1 to pick up Shinya and take her to school. Jalmer, I don't want to go to school. I have other arrangements later. It's not up to you. Go to class properly. Dawn pouted, like a deflated balloon, losing her energy instantly. Jalmer handed her back the phone. Wait for Uncle Chen to pick you up. Done talking, he took Lena's hand and walked away. The action was so natural that Lena forgot to resist, letting him hold her hand. In the car, Jalmer talked about Dawn. Shinya is my uncle's only daughter. The whole family spoils her, making her somewhat disrespectful sometimes. Did she scare you just now? His voice was deep and magnetic, and when he spoke, it was full of gentleness. Lena's heart trembled. Mr. Pedro is truly gentle and courteous. No one has ever cared about her feelings and emotions like him. Seeing her crying, he stood silently under the blazing sun with an umbrella, accompanying her without a word. To cheer her up, he brought her to have some desserts. Mariah even worried that she would be frightened by the stranger girl's enthusiasm. Lena was deeply touched. She smiled and said, No, how could I be scared? Shinya is very cute. I really like such lively girls. Jalmer glanced at her. You look very beautiful when you smile. Why did he suddenly say this? Lena's ears turned red instantly. Jalmer noticed this and chuckled silently. This girl was easily shy. Why don't you come to my place today? Rest assured, there are plenty of rooms there. I mean no other intentions. I'm just worried about where you will go. It's unsafe for a girl to be outside. Thinking of how on their first meeting, he had taken advantage of her until she got pregnant, Jalmer still felt the need to explain himself a bit, in case the young lady misunderstood his intentions. Lena thought for a moment. She didn't want to go home for now and indeed had nowhere else to go. All right, thank you, Mr. Pedro. After driving for more than half an hour, they arrived at the wealthy area in the north of Renanchang district. Most buildings in the community were standalone villas, which Lena had never been to before. The style of these villas was mostly the same, two-story duplexes with blue and white exteriors, each having a garden and a swimming pool. Jalmer drove into one of the villas and parked the car in the garage. You can stay here temporarily. Once I finish my business, I'll take you back to Jingdu. Okay. Lena followed Jalmer into the villa. An auntie in her 40s, with a kind and benevolent face, came forward. Young Catherinester, you're back. This is Lena. She will be staying here for some time. Take good care of her. Yes, young Catherinester. Jalmer introduced, this is Maud, the housekeeper here. If you need anything, call her. Okay. Maud, prepare a meal. She is pregnant, so make something nutritious for expectant mothers. Anything suitable for me is fine. Originally, he had a dinner appointment with Lucio and others today. However, right after the lecture ended, he met Lena, so he cancelled the dinner, helped her deliver the food, and then on the way to have his own meal, he saw this little unfortunate again. Because of these incidents, he hadn't eaten lunch yet. Maud was shocked. She had worked in this villa in Renanchang for 7 or 8 years. Every time the young Catherinester came to work in Renanchang, he stayed here. But he had never brought any woman back, let alone someone who was pregnant. This was quite unexpected. However, Maud was also a shrewd person. Having seen all kinds of things in her years, she quickly recovered from her shock and immediately beamed. Sure. Young Catherinester, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Miss Cheen. Lena said, it's not necessary to trouble you. I just had some sweets and am not hungry now. You can prepare the meal for Mr. Pedro. Jalmer's tone left no room for refusal. Sweets cannot replace meals. Now that you're pregnant, it's even more important to eat regular healthy meals. If you're not hungry, just eat a little. Oh yes, she was carrying a baby. She could skip eating, but the baby needed nutrition. Lena nodded obediently. Jalmer told Maud, I still have some things to handle. Please take her upstairs to rest. Okay, Miss Cheen, please follow me. Maud led Lena upstairs. Jalmer took out his phone and called his mother, Krista. Upon answering, Krista sounded clearly surprised. What's up, Aiken? Why did you call Mom? Mom, I have something to tell you. Krista, who was playing mahjong, stopped immediately. Hold on. Is it good news or bad news? Jalmer paused for a moment and said, it should be good news. Krista's voice became more joyful, that's great. At my age, I can't take surprises. Tell me what happened. The Pedro family will have an heir. Jalmer spoke lightly as if discussing what to eat tonight. But Krista couldn't sit still. What do you mean by having an heir? What does that mean? I mean, you're going to have a grandchild. Aiken, are you joking with Mom? You haven't even been in a relationship. How suddenly do I have to hold a grandchild? Krista couldn't stop laughing. Which family's girl caught our Aiken's eye? The corners of Jalmer's mouth lifted slightly, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. I'll bring her back to Jingdu in a while. You'll know then. Great news. This is wonderful news. Let me know before you return to Jingdu. I want to properly prepare a welcome banquet for both of you and give my future daughter-in-law a warm reception. All right. Hanging up the phone, Jalmer stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, smiling silently. Chapter 9, Taking Them All Down. Isidore was highly efficient and quickly investigated the incident from that night. Eva is a student from Vernancheng No. 1 High School. She just graduated and was an exemplary student with excellent character and academic performance. Rest assured, she's very clean. Isidore reported over the phone. As for Kongwe Hotel, the manager there has only recently taken up the post and hasn't collaborated with you before, so they don't understand your style or habits. They thought you were like those other carefree young masters, so they took the initiative to have subordinates find some young girls for you. Upon hearing this, Jalmer's face darkened. Isidore continued, the bar Lena went to is under Kongwe. That day, she was drugged by a small-time thug but was stopped by the bar manager. Seeing how this girl looked pure and was wearing a school uniform, and upon learning she was still a virgin, the manager brought her to Kongwe to earn money. The hotel manager picked out Lena from among the girls and delivered her to your bed. Jalmer's eyes were ice cold. Understood, thank you. Since you're so concerned, are you going to? Before Isidore could finish his sentence, Jalmer hung up the phone. Mariah immediately called his assistant, Eliam. Kongwe Hotel is involved in monetary sexual transactions. Report it to the police and have Liang's legal team assist fully in collecting evidence to take them all down. A fleeting cold light flashed in Jalmer's eyes, adding a chilling tone to his voice. Additionally, terminate all cooperation with a new group. The assistant was stunned, not quite understanding. Kongwe Hotel belonged to a new group, and it had been well known in circles for its long-term involvement in monetary and power-based sexual transactions. Some executives would also send people there for entertainment. It seemed unnecessary for the boss to be so thorough. A new group had cooperated for several years. Why terminate suddenly and target Kongwe Hotel? Did something happen that night when the boss stayed there? After dropping off the boss, he went home and knew nothing about what happened next. However, it's better not to pry into the boss's private life. Eliam secretly worried about a new group. With the boss personally dealing with this issue so thoroughly, who would dare do business with a new group afterward? Once he came to his senses, Eliam answered promptly, all right, boss, I'll handle it. After hanging up, Jalmer thought for a moment, concerned that Lena might not be accustomed to living here yet. Mariah walked upstairs and knocked on the door. Who's it? Lena asked from inside. It's me. Eva opened the door with a bright smile. Mr. Pedro. Jalmer's gaze swept past her to check the room behind her. Are you getting used to this place? The young girl's face showed deep gratitude. Yes, it's wonderful here. The room is much better than mine at home. In fact, Lena didn't even have her own bedroom at home. A tiny storage room with a bed served as her bedroom. Earlier, Lynn had shown her around the villa, which had many rooms, bedrooms, study, gym, and even a screening room. The bedroom she stayed in was larger than her living room and bedroom combined at home. She wasn't really accustomed yet, since she had never lived in such a nice house. But given Mr. Pedro's kindness, saying she wasn't accustomed would seem ungrateful. Good to hear you're comfortable. After dinner, I'll take you out to buy some clothes and daily necessities. Lena shook her head, declining. There's no need to trouble you, Mr. Pedro. I can get those things from home later. She didn't want to be too much of a bother. You've already had a falling out with your family. Are you sure you can go back to get things? Lena lowered her eyes. Indeed, she had instinctively refused and mentioned fetching items from home without thinking. Given the current situation, how could she return home? Jalmer gently rubbed her head, saying softly, don't worry about being a bother. I promise to take good care of you. Miss Cheen, come downstairs for dinner. Lin called her from the bottom of the stairs. Go ahead, I'll change clothes first. Jalmer said, turning into the opposite room. Lin had mentioned earlier that this was Jalmer's bedroom. Mariah was still wearing the suit from the lecture, which was indeed inconvenient. Lena descended the stairs and entered the dining area. The table was laden with a sumptuous spread. Lin had prepared cucumber stir-fried shrimp, salted pepper ribs, beef scrambled eggs, sautéed water spinach, and a carp tofu soup. Miss Cheen, I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't ask about your food preferences beforehand. These dishes are made from whatever was available in the fridge. Try these first to see if they suit your taste, and if not, I can make something else for you. Lena hurriedly shook her head. No, Lin, I'm not picky. I love everything you've made. Lin smiled warmly. This girl that the young master brought back is so well-mannered, she doesn't put on any airs and is very polite. The old lady liked her very much. Miss Cheen, have you eaten yet? Why don't you sit down and eat with us? But Lin waved her hand. It wasn't proper for a servant to dine with the masters. Since Miss Cheen was brought by the young master and carried his child, she would be the mistress of this villa, so Lin did not dare overstep her boundaries. Although she hadn't had time to eat either. Lin, since Lena invited you, please sit and eat. Jalmer appeared at the stairway after changing clothes. Lena looked up and was again captivated by this man's appearance. Jalmer wore a light beige casual shirt. With his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, he was like a walking hanger. Plain clothes looked extraordinarily good on him. Lena believed without doubt that even in a burlap sack, Jalmer would look incredibly handsome. Jalmer walked over to the dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, motioning for Lin to sit as well. From now on, Lena is the lady of the house here. Mariah wishes are mine. Surprised, Lena raised her head, looking at Jalmer with confusion. She didn't dare think of herself as the lady of the house. However, the man's tone was very serious, with a resolute attitude, leaving Lena unable to question. Lin hastily replied, yes, young Catherinester. This was her first time eating at the same table as the young master, and indeed, she felt somewhat nervous. She hadn't expected that this girl held such weight in the young master's heart. A casual invitation from her led to him allowing Lin to join them at the table and explicitly stating her status as the lady of the house. It seemed she must serve this young lady wholeheartedly from now on. Lena wasn't very hungry and only ate a little before putting down her chopsticks. I'm finished. Jalmer also put down his chopsticks. Mariah looked at Lena and asked, was the food to your liking? Yes, everything was delicious. I really enjoyed it. Good. After you tidy up, I'll take you shopping for clothes. Lena said, I don't have much to tidy up. That's fine. Jalmer nodded. Follow me. Lena obediently followed Jalmer to the underground garage. Lin mentioned that this villa was just a temporary residence for Jalmer in Vernancheng. But even as a temporary place, the underground garage was packed with a row of luxury cars. Some were models she could name from TV, while others she had never even seen. Some cars looked conventional and understated, while others were extravagant and cool, which didn't quite match Mr. Pedro's style. The driver stood beside one of the cars, bowing respectfully to greet Jalmer, young Catherinester Pedro. Seeing Lena staring at the cars in a daze, Jalmer casually asked, have you gotten your driving license yet? Lena snapped out of her thoughts. Not yet. How could she find time for that? She had spent the 2-month summer break after graduating high school working. Moreover, even if she got her license, her family wouldn't let her drive or buy a car for her, so there was no point. Unexpectedly, Jalmer said, after you give birth, you can learn how to drive and get a license. You can pick whichever of these cars you like. There are more in Jingdu. Or if you prefer new models suitable for women, you can choose those too. Lena was shocked. Good heavens, having lots of money shouldn't mean doing things like this. Offering a luxury car like it was nothing, Mr. Pedro sure was generous. She was just temporarily staying at Mr. Pedro's home. After giving birth, they would each return to their own lives. How could she accept such a gift? No need, Mr. Pedro. It won't be necessary. Jalmer nodded and led her towards a low-key black Catherinserati. Driver Uncle Christina opened the car door for them, and Lena and Jalmer sat in the back seat. Jalmer said, I wanted you to learn another skill. But it's fine if you don't. When the time comes, I'll assign a driver to you for convenience. What? That wasn't what she meant at all. I'll rest my eyes for a bit. Before she could explain, Jalmer leaned against the seat and rested. She stopped interrupting, not wanting to disturb him further. Chapter 10, The Snobbish Sales Clerk. In a bustling commercial district, skyscrapers stood tall. A black Catherinserati drove into the underground garage. When Lena saw the sign that read 50 yuan per hour for parking, she couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It seemed she had to finish her selection and leave as soon as possible, otherwise, just paying the parking fee would be a heavy financial hit. Inside the mall, people came and went, and huge posters of international celebrities were seen everywhere. The elevators here could even turn corners, something Lena had never heard of before. Jalmar extended his hand, and after some hesitation, Lena opted for modesty and clutched the sleeve of his shirt. Jalmar slightly frowned imperceptibly but said nothing. These cosmetics counters on the first floor are not suitable for you since you're pregnant. I'll take you directly to the clothing stores on the third floor. Okay. Lena nodded eagerly, following closely behind him. The two rode the elevator to the third floor where various luxury brands had their boutiques, all exquisitely decorated, most of which Lena couldn't name. Jalmar lifted his finger and pointed to a store ahead. That store has a style that suits young girls, you should like it. Let's go there first. All right. Lena replied obediently. Just as they were about to enter the store, Jalmar's phone rang. Please wait a moment while I take this call. You go inside and look around. If you find anything you like, ask the clerk to bring it to you for a try-on. I'll pay later. Okay. Jalmar answered the call and walked a few steps in the opposite direction. Lena looked at her, somewhat hesitant. Actually, she didn't quite want to go in alone for a try-on. She was wearing a cheap short-sleeved top and faded jeans that cost only tens of yuan each. She didn't want to endure the strange looks from the sales staff. But Mr. Pedro had asked her to go in and try things on. Thinking about the expensive parking fees, Lena decided to get it done quickly so she could help save some money for Mr. Pedro. If she waited for him here, it would take more time later when he accompanied her to pick out clothes and try them on, wasting a lot of time. She already felt she had troubled him enough and didn't want to add more burden. With this thought, Lena took a deep breath and bravely entered the high-end clothing store named Schwavernei. Meanwhile, Jalmar answered the call. Mr. Pedro, I've heard about what happened that night from my subordinates. That inexperienced guy at the hotel didn't know any better, and I've fired him. I sincerely apologize. Additionally, our board has collectively agreed to transfer 20% of a new group's shares to you as compensation. Would you please reconsider and withdraw the complaint? The caller was the heir to a new group, the CEO of the company. What he feared wasn't the complaint or the police and judiciary. It was the complainant, Jalmar. For Jalmar to destroy and you would be effortless. Mariah was genuinely terrified this time. Mariah promised 20% of the entire NU Group, not just Kongyu Hotel. NU Group had numerous businesses, and 20% of its shares would be a tantalizing prize for most people. Unfortunately, Jalmar wasn't just anyone. He wasn't interested in this tempting offer. Jalmar firmly stated, there's no room for negotiation. Mr. Pedro, please give us some face. NU is my father's lifelong effort. If you do this, NU will be ruined. Although only one hotel is sealed, the damage to our reputation will devastate the entire enterprise. My father would suffer a heart attack due to the plummeting market value and stock price. Please, show some mercy. Humph. Jalmar's tone was cold. When your people bullied a helpless girl and defiled an innocent girl, did they think about today? You dare to morally blackmail me? Melvin, if my father ends up in the hospital, it's because of you. Instead of resorting to underhanded tactics, why don't you focus on running NU properly? You're right, Mr. Pedro. I will make changes afterward, but this time, could you show some leniency? 30%, how about 30% of the shares? No deal. 40%. Before the man finished speaking, Jalmar ruthlessly hung up the phone. F***K. On the other end, the heir of a new group roared in anger and smashed his phone against the wall. The phone fell to the ground, its screen shattered. Still unsatisfied, he kicked a man kneeling beside him with rage. Why did you have to provoke Jalmar? It's over, all over. Meanwhile, Lena walked into the luxurious clothing store. The staff wore uniform white shirts and black suits paired with pencil skirts and impeccable makeup. The store smelled faintly of perfume. After she entered, 2 staff members glanced at her but did not come forward to serve her. Lena didn't take it to heart, she just looked around casually and found a white dress that she really liked. Excuse me, may I try this on? Lena asked politely. A clerk glanced over, rolled her eyes, and replied rudely. I'm sorry, Mississippi. We only have one left of this style. You can't try it on unless you're going to buy it because the white dress gets dirty easily and we can't sell a dirty dress. Oh. Lena felt somewhat embarrassed and stood there, at a loss for what to do. Young lady, which dress caught your eye? At this moment, another clerk emerged from the back room with a smile and approached. Well. I like this white one, but the sister just told me that I can't try it on. The clerk smiled politely and said softly, don't worry, young lady. You can try this one on. I'll take you to the fitting room. As she spoke, this clerk's sister took down the white dress from the rack and led Lena to the fitting room, passing by the rude clerk who shot her another disdainful look. Lena carefully changed into the dress. She was incredibly grateful that the mall had air conditioning so she wasn't sweating. If the dress got dirty as the other clerk mentioned, making it unsellable, that would be a real problem. Wearing the dress, Lena came out to check herself in the mirror. Looking at her reflection, she brightened up immediately. Wow, little sister, you look amazing in this dress. With your slim waist and long legs, it's like it was made for you. The clerk who brought her to try on the dress couldn't stop praising her. Lena gazed at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. She had never worn such a beautiful dress before. Sonia, when you serve customers, you should also know when to cut your losses. Some people aren't worth the effort if they can't afford our items. The previously rude clerk remarked offhandedly. Lena lowered her head in embarrassment. It's all right, the clerk's sister beside her comforted softly. Tina, I believe we should treat every customer warmly and thoroughly. There's no wasted effort in serving anyone. Humph. The clerk named Tina sneered, full of disdain and contempt. Interns are interns. To get a permanent position, they'll serve anyone, regardless of whether they can afford it or not, Tina continued to mock. What did you just say? A familiar male voice sounded behind her, and Lena turned to see Jalmer standing at the door with a grim expression. Tina immediately noticed the multi-million-dollar luxury watch on the man's wrist. She transformed her attitude instantly upon seeing Jalmer, faster than any Beijing opera face change. Tina plastered a smile on her face and walked forward. Sir, is there anything I can assist you with? Mariah's voice even turned high-pitched. In stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, it was a world of difference. Jalmer was unimpressed, his face still dark, and his eyes filled with shadows. What were you just saying? His low voice carried an ominous tone, making the atmosphere suddenly heavy. Facing this well-dressed, distinguished handsome man, she was momentarily speechless. I didn't say anything. Cannon slightly tilted his head, looking impatient. What do you mean, serve anyone? Mariah pointed to Lena. Is she the kind of person you referred to? The clerk named Tina couldn't keep smiling now. The store was cool, but beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Mariah's instincts told her this man wasn't someone to provoke. She never imagined that the poorly dressed girl was with this man. It was all because of her loose tongue, annoying this kind of customer. Without further ado, Jalmer took out his phone and made a call. 2 minutes later, the store manager hurriedly rushed out from the inner office. Sir, I apologize for the poor service from our staff. I'm very sorry to have caused you displeasure. Our service recipient is her. Jalmer held Lena's hand and said coldly. The store manager immediately bowed deeply to Lena. Miss, I sincerely apologize for not providing you with a good shopping experience. How about this, everything you like today will be offered at a 20% discount. Jalmer laughed bitterly, looking extremely impatient, almost ready to explode. The store manager frowned, his bitter laugh puzzled her. Wasn't an 80% price still unacceptable? Their clothes never went on sale, this was already their utmost sincerity. Just as she wondered, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she sucked in a breath of cold air and answered immediately. Chapter 11, The First Gift. What happened? Selling clothes can actually offend the Crown Prince of Pedro Corporation? My goodness. She had just received a call from the department manager, knowing only that the store staff had offended a major client. Cannanager asked her to come and deal with it but didn't specify that the person they had offended was the Crown Prince of Pedro Corporation. Ghostly Pedro Corporation, its name resonates like thunder. The power of Pedro Corporation is such that if the Crown Prince moves his finger, all of them would lose their jobs. If we can't satisfy the Crown Prince today, forget you, even I will lose my job. Keep him calm, I'm rushing over now. On the other end of the phone was the president of the company's South China region. The store manager was sweating, as someone of her level usually never sees the president. Today, not only did the president berate her over the phone but was also coming personally to mediate, showing how much influence the Crown Prince of Pedro Corporation has on the president. Okay, President Zhang. The store manager hung up and couldn't help but tremble. Only now did she realize how absurd that the 20% discount offer she had proposed earlier was. No wonder the man in front of her sneered. Seeing that the normally unperturbed store manager turned pale after the call, Tina became scared too. What's wrong, Sister Christina? Who is this person? Tina asked in a low voice. Don't talk, we're doomed, the store manager muttered through clenched teeth, never daring to raise her head to look at the man again. Mr. Pedro, that sister didn't really go too far just now. I'm okay, please don't make things difficult for them. Lena had no idea these two people were so anxious, she only knew that Jalmer was angry because he heard the store clerk mocking her. But what the store clerk said wasn't entirely wrong, she indeed couldn't afford the clothes here. Just now she glanced at the price tag, the dress cost 40,000 yuan. The words of the store clerk made some sense. Why are you pleading for her after being humiliated like that? In front of Lena, Jalmer's tone softened slightly. Tina immediately clung to Lena as her last hope. I am truly sorry, I was wrong. Miss, please try on any clothes you like. She bowed deeply at 90 degrees. I will improve my service attitude and serve every customer warmly in the future. I am very sorry. Lena had never seen such a scene before and stood dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. Store Catherinager Christina interjected, Sir, Miss, please follow me to the VIP lounge. We have prepared afternoon tea to apologize, and our president will be here shortly to personally apologize to both of you. Upon hearing that the president would come to apologize in person, Tina and Sonia were shocked speechless. Before Lena could respond, Jalmer took her hand and followed the store manager to the lounge. Store Kathrinajur Christina served pastries and coffee. Mr. Pedro, please enjoy. Jalmer nodded without saying a word. Thank you, Lena whispered. Christina left the VIP lounge and gently closed the door behind her. Tina hurriedly asked, how did it go, Sister Christina? Why is the president coming in person? Who is that man inside? Christina gave her an exasperated glare. Mariah is the sole heir of the capital's first aristocratic family, the Crown Prince of Pedro Corporation, Jalmer. Tina gasped, her voice trembling with shock. Christina patted Tina on the shoulder and sighed. This time, Kathrinajur Christina probably can't protect you anymore after the president comes to apologize. Tina was the lover of their department manager, who shielded her. Normally, Tina had high standards and only served major clients. As store manager, Christina could only turn a blind eye. Usually, when customers complained about Tina, the manager would handle it. This time, however, she'd met her match. Actually, Christina had been waiting for this day for a long time, secretly hoping Tina would leave. Yet she was also afraid that this incident might implicate her. Everyone in the store had their own thoughts. Before long, the South China region president arrived. Cannon, with neatly combed shiny hair and dressed in a silver gray suit, looked like a typical business elite. Mariah rushed into the VIP lounge, bowing obsequiously to Jalmer. Mr. Pedro, I am Denny, president of husband1-189 in South China. I sincerely apologize for the poor service provided by our staff, causing you an unpleasant experience. Jalmer gestured for him to sit down. Cannon glanced at Lena sitting beside Jalmer, then cautiously sat opposite him. Mr. Pedro, how should we resolve this matter to your satisfaction? We will show the utmost sincerity. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, Lena, Jalmer said, ignoring the man's question and introducing Lena instead. At the word fiancé, not only was Denny shocked, but Lena's eyes widened in surprise as well. Recovering from his surprise, Denny quickly greeted Lena politely. Moriallo, Miss Chin. Jalmer said coolly, President Zhang, this brand under your group is very popular among young girls in the country. This, very popular among young girls, was actually mentioned by Tenli. She had strongly recommended this brand, saying that Lena would look great in it. My fiancé really likes husband1-189's clothes, so I want to acquire husband1-189 and give it to her as a gift, making it the first present I send her. Sure, young Kathrinajur Pedro, no problem. What? Acquisition. Denny nodded with a smile, but suddenly realized what Jalmer meant. Jalmer calmly repeated, yes, acquisition. Lena was also stunned. President Zhang, this is currently the only way I can think of that will satisfy me. Your group also needs time for internal decision-making. Let me put it this way, give me a reply by tomorrow night. As Jalmer spoke, he picked up his coffee cup and took a sip, speaking casually as if discussing something trivial. This. Denny frowned deeply. I will have my team prepare the acquisition plan as soon as possible. We are still in negotiations, and I still hope to resolve this matter amicably. Jalmer smiled gracefully, while Denny felt a chill run down his spine. Regaining his composure, Denny suggested, young Kathrinajur Pedro, how about this, we appoint Miss Chin as the vice president of our South China region. She will receive 30% of all profits from husband1-189. Denny looked troubled. With an acquisition, indeed, I alone cannot make the final decision. Jalmer glanced at his watch. You can call an emergency shareholders meeting now. If your group disagrees, I will resort to other means. Young Kathrinajur Pedro, is there any other way we can resolve this? I said, this is the only way that will satisfy me. Jalmer's tone left no room for argument. If you don't agree, I will use other methods, and then we won't be having such calm discussions anymore. Mariah hearing this, cold sweat poured down Denny's forehead. He knew there was no room for negotiation. Mariah closed his eyes, his face ashen. After a long pause, Denny opened his eyes, appearing utterly defeated. Then I'll go handle it now, young Kathrinajur Pedro. Please contact me if you have any further questions. Jalmer merely hummed in response. Denny hurried out of the VIP lounge in a panic. As he walked, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Notify all shareholders immediately. We'll have an emergency shareholder meeting in 1 hour. Those who can't make it in person can join via video conference. All shareholders must attend. Chapter 12, Not Wanting the Little White Rabbit to be Bullied. After Denny left, Jalmer sat on the sofa, his leg crossed, and his arms resting on the armrests. Mariah looked at Lena leisurely. In a week, you'll be the little boss of this brand. What do you want to do with that employee just now? Everything happened too quickly, and Lena was still sitting on the sofa in a daze. At this moment, facing Jalmer's question, her mind couldn't catch up. Little boss? Lena raised her head to look at Jalmer, full of confusion in her eyes. Jalmer found it adorable how she wrinkled her brow, looking puzzled. Yes. After acquiring husband1-189, you will be the boss, and I will hire professional managers to help you manage the business. Jalmar's tone was as calm as if acquiring a luxury brand were as simple as buying vegetables. The sister who was a shop assistant made a mistake, but she said she can change. Besides, it must be quite difficult to work in such a store, so You want to give her a chance to stay? Jalmar raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lena, kindness isn't wrong, but excessive kindness often backfires. Have you heard the term, Catherine Rissu? She humiliated you just now, there's no need to be lenient. Jalmar spoke gently, guiding her patiently. Mariah rarely had time to surf the internet, and he had learned the term, Catherine Rissu, from his young cousin Tenley. Lena was about the same age as she, so speaking like this should make her understand. It's indeed not easy to be a salesperson in such a luxury brand store, but precisely because it's not easy, she should work hard and serve every customer wholeheartedly, shouldn't she? Moreover, as a service staff, mocking and humiliating customers indicates poor character and upbringing. You shouldn't show kindness to such people. Mariah rarely showed such patience, he wouldn't waste words on anyone else. But Lena wasn't just anyone, she was his fiancée. Seeing this innocent and kind-hearted girl being bullied, he felt pained. Mariah wanted her to become strong, brave, and confident, not timid, insecure, and easily bullied. A good person being bullied by others, there was some truth to that saying. Today, he could help her and protect her on the scene. But if he wasn't around someday, wouldn't she just be a little white rabbit for others to bully? Lena, I don't want you to be troubled and bullied by others. Understand? You need to be brave and confident, not be so insecure and timid. Show your confidence and don't be the little white rabbit that gets bullied. These words benefited Lena greatly. Mr. Pedro always thought of her and supported her, yet she was flooded with sympathy and pleaded for those who bullied her, acting far too Catherine Rissu. Lena realized her mistake and nodded firmly when she looked at Jalmar again. Thank you, Mr. Pedro. I know what to do now. Jalmar dialed a number and handed the phone to Lena. Talk to him. Lena took the phone. Moriallo, young Catherine Mr. Pedro, what can I do for you? It was the man named Denny. Lena took a breath and calmed herself down. I'm Lena. Miss Cheen, is there anything I can assist you with? The employee named Tina, I want to fire her. Jalmar smiled with satisfaction. Don't worry, Miss Cheen. We won't keep an employee like that. I'll have her leave immediately. Thank you for your trouble. You're welcome, Miss Cheen. Is there anything else you need assistance with? No, thank you. Lena returned the phone to Jalmar. Cannon received the phone and gently rubbed her hair. Well done. On the other end, Denny personally called Kathrineger Christina of the store to inform him that Tina had been fired. After hanging up, Jalmar took Lena out of the lounge. Kathrineger Christina approached them. Young Catherine Mr. Pedro, is there anything I can help you with? Christina was nervous. President Zhang had apologized in person, would young Catherine Mr. Pedro calm down? However, President Zhang didn't look very happy when he left earlier. She wondered what they talked about inside. Please, Miss Cheen, don't fire me. I promise to change. Please believe me, I really know my mistakes and will change. Please. Tina ran over crying, trying to grab Lena. Jalmar moved faster, shielding her and preventing Tina from touching her. Tina sobbed pitifully, continuously apologizing and pleading for forgiveness. Jalmar said coldly, you've been fired. Pack your things and leave now. If you continue crying and shouting, I will have security remove you. Intimidated by his presence, Tina stopped crying and wiping her tears, turned around, and went to pack her belongings. Turning back to look at Lena, Jalmar's tone became indulgently gentle. All right, you haven't chosen any clothes yet. Go take a look and see if there's anything you like. Try them on. Okay. Lena took a walk around the store and spotted several dresses she liked. That one. Jalmar pointed to the dresses she had just eyed and said to the intern store clerk Sonia beside him, that one, and that row over there, bring them all over for her to try on. Also, bring out this season's new arrivals for her to try as well. No, Mr. Pedro, it won't need so many, 2 or 3 will be enough. How could 2 or 3 be enough? Lena, this is something I should do for you. Consider it compensation from me. Eva lowered her head without saying anything. Cannon knew she had a kind heart and always thought of others, fearing she would trouble them. So he changed his tone and said, you are my Jalmar's woman. If you don't dress well, it reflects badly on me. So, for the sake of my reputation, accept it calmly. Lena thought it made sense. If she continued dressing as shabbily as before while being with Mr. Pedro, others would surely mock her like Tina did, ultimately losing face for Mr. Pedro. After Lena understood, she obediently followed Sonia to try on clothes. Every time she changed into a new outfit, Jalmar's eyes lit up. Mariah patiently accompanied her for hours as she tried on clothes. By the time she finished trying on the last outfit, Lena was completely exhausted. She slumped onto the sofa, breathing heavily. Phew, I'm so tired. Jalmar looked at Lena in the sky blue strapless dress she was wearing and nodded, yes, you look good in this. Just pack all the ones she tried on earlier. This comment was directed at the clerk, Sonia. Sonia immediately broke into a smile. boosting sales. This deal not only secured her position but also earned her a significant commission. Yes, young Catherine Pedro. Sonia cheerfully gathered the clothes to package them up. The store manager, Catherine Christina, watched in amazement from the side. Everything that happened today was more dramatic than a TV drama. Mariah's least favorite colleague was fired, and a wealthy godsend came to boost the store's sales. Today's sales equaled an entire month's worth of sales from the past. This Miss Cheen was truly her living bodhisattva. I'll go change back into my old clothes. She meant the shabby clothes she wore when she arrived. Hold on. Jalmer stopped Lena. This one looks very nice, you don't need to change. Just wear it. Catherine Christina explained with a smile from the side, don't worry, Miss Cheen. Our brand uses the most comfortable fabrics, and our manufacturing environment is very clean. All garments are professionally sanitized and can be worn directly. Oh, okay, thank you. Lena continued to slump on the sofa. What about the clothes I was wearing earlier? You don't need them anymore, Jalmer said. Thinking about how Jalmer mentioned earlier that wearing shabby clothes would embarrass him, Lena decided to discard those clothes. Sonia busily packed up 40 bags at the front counter. When she was done, she gulped, looking at the total on the display. Goodness, the money spent on clothes would take her 20 or 30 years of hard work to earn. And this was just for buying clothes once. Sonia announced, young Catherine Pedro, the total is 28.76 million yuan. Jalmer took out a black card and swiped it without batting an eye. Mariah gave the address of the villa in Vernancheng. Deliver these clothes to this address. Yes, young Catherine Pedro. Chapter 13 Confrontation with Alexei. After leaving Schwevernai, Jalmer took Lena to buy a large number of shoes, bags, and daily necessities. Mariah also got her the latest model of an iPhone on the side. Looking at the pile of packaging bags and boxes, Lena silently apologized to Lin in her heart. With so many things, she didn't know how long it would take for Lin to help her organize everything. On the 65th floor of a 5-star hotel, in the Air Garden Western Restaurant. Jalmer had reserved the entire venue. The spacious restaurant had only him and Lena. The dim lighting was faint, with violin music accompanied by piano notes flowing softly. The fragrance of champagne roses lingered around them. Jalmer considerately cut the steak and pushed the plate towards Lena. Try their signature steak. It was Lena's first time eating Western food. When the dish was served, she was nervous because she didn't know how to use a knife and fork to cut the steak. Mr. Pedro seemed to understand her very well. Without asking, he cut the steak for her. Thank you. Lena used her fork to pick up a piece of steak, put it in her mouth, and her eyes lit up. Delicious. The pan-seared foie gras and black truffle pasta are pretty good too. Jalmer elegantly swirled his wine glass, a smile in his eyes as he gazed at Lena with affection and tenderness. This wine is also exquisite, French Romani-Conti. But you're still a child, so you can't drink alcohol. His voice was gentle and deep, almost enchanting. Lena thought it must be the romantic ambience here causing her to have feelings mistakenly. She mustn't fall for Mr. Pedro. Although they had intersected because of the baby, Lena knew that she and Mr. Pedro belonged to different worlds. Lena lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting shadows. Why do you look unhappy? Jalmer said with amusement in his voice, saying you're a child really seems to make you act like one. Not letting you taste it made you upset, okay, fine, you can try a sip. As he spoke, he handed her the wine glass. Just one sip, alright? You're still pregnant and can't drink too much. Lena looked at Jalmer with a peculiar expression. Did he think she was upset because she wanted that sip of red wine? And his tone really treated her like a child. Lena frowned, seriously telling Jalmer, Mr. Pedro, I'm not upset because I want this wine, and also, I'm 19 years old, not a child. Jalmer smiled indulgently. Got it, our Lena is 19, not a child. TCH, what a thing, Yang was still talking to her in that tone as if she were a kid. Do you still want to try the wine? Thinking about what happened last time she got drunk, Lena shook her head quickly, as if the wine were some kind of flood beast. No, I don't want to. Jalmer retracted his hand, laughing softly. Lena was puzzled. Was it really that funny? In the afternoon when he was angry, his face darkened, and his gaze was like he wanted to kill someone. That saleswoman named Tina was almost crying from fear. Why did his mood suddenly improve now? But his laughter was much better than his stern face. Although his stern face was also handsome. What Lena didn't know was that in Jalmer's eyes, every move she made was adorable. Eating was cute, blushing was cute, and even solemnly saying she wasn't a child was cute. Eva sat across quietly eating her steak and foie gras. How does it taste? Eva swallowed the food and nodded, It's delicious, completely different from what I've eaten before. If you like it, I'll bring you here again next time. After dinner, back at the villa, Lena stood face to face with Jalmer at the bedroom door. Thank you for today, Mr. Pedro, see you tomorrow. Standing together, her head barely reached his chest. Jalmer casually ruffled her hair. You don't need to thank me in the future. Rest well, see you tomorrow. Lena's bedroom came with a bathroom and a walk-in closet. When she walked into the walk-in closet, she saw that the empty space from earlier was now filled. A whole wall of transparent cabinets was neatly arranged with various shoes and bags. Opening the wardrobe, it was also fully packed. Lena couldn't help but marvel at how efficient Lynn was. After taking a shower, Lena lay in bed playing with her phone. This bed was too comfortable, large and soft. Lena turned over, took out the new phone she bought that day, and planned to import her contacts and photos. Opening the old phone, there were several missed calls displayed. Flipping through them, she saw calls from her parents and Alexei, and several calls from her best friend Imelda. Opening WeChat. Mom, where have you been? You've been slacking off all afternoon, get home now. Still not coming back? Do you think you're grown up enough now? If you don't come back, never come back again. Dad, still not coming back? What kind of disobedience is this? If you don't come back this late, I think you are asking for a beating. Wait at home for your punishment. Still not coming back? Which boy are you fooling around with? If you dare to stay out all night, I'll break your legs. Lena looked at the messages from her parents and sneered. She had long guessed they wouldn't care about her, but seeing these messages still made her sad. The last time she stayed out all night after getting drunk at a bar, she thought she would be beaten when she got home. However, it turned out that they had gone on a trip the afternoon before. When she called Gwen at the bank, asking why Gwen had used her money, they had just landed. At that time, she secretly rejoiced at dodging a bullet. This time, her father indeed said he would beat her for not coming home. Haha, she wasn't that foolish to go back and get beaten. Lena replied to Ricky, since you don't like your daughter, just pretend I don't exist. She opened the chat window with her brother Alexei. Alexei, Eileen said you quarreled with Mom and ran out today. What did you argue about? Mom works so hard, you should understand her. You're too immature. You're an adult now, yet you still run away from home like a child. Come back quickly and cook dinner. Lena twitched the corner of her mouth. How could he have the nerve to say such things? Did she owe him something? Thinking of what Mr. Pedro said today, telling her to learn to be brave and not be a timid little rabbit, Lena decided not to endure it any longer. Enduring any further, she'd almost become a turtle. Mariah's fingers flew over the screen as she typed out a string of messages. Haha, you're mature, how mature can you be not to understand her? The only thing you do is sponge off our parents. Have you ever done housework or helped in the store? After working for years, you can't even afford a car, and then ask our parents for $13,000 for dowry, even using my part-time earnings for it. Aren't you ashamed? Cook dinner, don't you have hands? Just talking without action, always scolding me, do you deserve to scold me? After sending the message, Lena sighed deeply, feeling the grievances in her heart dissipate. So satisfying. Really satisfying. Not long after sending the message, Alexei's call came in. Lena hung up immediately. Alexei continued calling, but she ignored him, leading to a barrage of calls. Seeing Alexei panic, Lena felt a twisted pleasure. Pfft, Catherine's boy only knows how to exploit me. After Alexei made over a dozen calls, Lena had her fill of satisfaction and promptly blocked his WeChat and phone number. Chapter 14 Classmate Group Storm. Looking at her best friend Imelda's messages. Ray, where did you go? Your father called me. Where are you? I'm worried sick. It's getting dark, do you have a place to stay? Ray, I just saw the message in our high school classmates group. Someone said they saw you delivering food today. Didn't you get accepted into Kyoto Law University? Why aren't you in school? What's up with your parents again? They don't want you to study? That's outrageous. How can they do this? Ray, please reply. I'm really worried about you. Chin Ray felt warmth in her heart, only Imelda cared for her. Mariah's family, what kind of family were they, not even as good as a classmate who shared no blood ties. She typed back to Imelda. I have a place to stay, don't worry about me. Imelda immediately called her on WeChat voice call. Ray, where are you? What happened? Chin Ray replied softly, Shin, don't worry about me. I'm fine, just had a fight with my family. Now I'm staying outside. Didn't you go to school? I saw in the classmates group that someone saw you delivering food, helping out at a store. Yeah, I didn't go. Imelda was shocked, what happened? My mom took the tuition I saved. What? Why would she do that? That's the money you worked hard for, how could she do that? My brother is getting married, and they can't afford the dowry, so they took my money to make up for it. That's too much. Is your mom crazy? Your brother should save up his own dowry. He has hands and feet, marrying a wife by spending your money is shameless. Imelda vented over the phone. Chin Ray held the phone quietly listening. After a while, when Imelda calmed down, she asked caringly, do you still have money? I have some left from my summer job, I can transfer you $500 first. Don't transfer me any money, I'm okay now, eating and living well. Imelda was half disbelieving. Really? Take care of yourself outside then, call me if anything happens, tell me if you're short on money. I'll come see you in Vernanchang during Vernational Day holiday. Chin Ray felt a lump in her throat, almost moved to tears. Thank you, Shin, you're so nice. Stupid Ray, we're best friends, what's with saying thanks? You rest well, it's time to turn off the lights in the dormitory. Good night, you Eshin. Good night. She hung up the call and opened the high school classmates group. 99 plus unread messages. Someone at D her. She scrolled directly to the top. Gracie, at Coral, guess who I saw at school today? Coral, who? Gracie, Chin Ray. I saw her riding an electric bike to deliver food right outside our school auditorium. Coral, huh? She didn't go to university? Aubrey Vernana, at Chin Ray, Coral is asking you, why didn't you go to university? Annalise, didn't she get accepted into Kyoto Law University? There's even a photo of her on the honor wall. With such good grades, she definitely would have gone. Must be a mistake. Gracie, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Moriar's a picture I took. Gracie sent a sneaky snapshot. In the photo, Chin Ray handed a delivery to a boy. It was the photo taken before she met Jalmer at noon, outside Vernanda Auditorium while delivering spicy hot pot. Annalise, it's really her. Why didn't she go to Kyoto? As soon as the photo appeared, several high school classmates started commenting, all astonished by why Chin Ray wasn't in university. Coral, because she's poor. Look at her cheap look, how could her poor family afford university for her? With Kyoto's high expenses, she probably couldn't even eat there, ha ha ha. Aubrey Vernana, if she can't afford meals, she could sell spicy hot pot in Kyoto, ha ha ha. Coral, you know, every time I passed by, I could always smell spicy hot pot. Gracie, that must be the poor smell, ha ha ha. Aubrey Vernana, Feifei, are you coming back for Vernational Day? Let's go to Chin Ray's house for spicy hot pot and have her serve us, ha ha ha. Gracie, great idea. Coral, sure, must go. At Chin Ray you'll be serving us, sisters will send some money to your family. Imelda, at Coral, at Gracie, at Aubrey Vernana, 3 troublemakers. Coral, who are you calling? Imelda, calling you, blind? Isn't this because the campus grass you love, Egan, confessed to Chin Ray and got rejected? Being a clingy dog but getting ignored. Then he turned around and confessed to Chin Ray, thus you've been excluding Chin Ray for 2 years over this petty thing. Coral, don't give up, keep clinging, I see a show for you, circus clown. Annalise, too good at insulting. These few words from Imelda enraged Coral. The next dozen messages were of Imelda fighting against the 3, engaging in a fierce battle with Coral's small clique. Chin Ray was quite popular at school, occasionally there were a few classmates who stood up to say that the members of Coral's small clique had indeed gone too far. As she scrolled down, besides the exchanges between Imelda and Coral's clique, Chin Ray also noticed the comments from one person. Kane, their class heartthrob. Kane actually spoke up for her, more than once. Kane wasn't particularly close to her, they barely exchanged a few words normally. Why would he speak up for her? Could it be that Kane has a warm heart and a strong sense of justice, unwilling to see her bullied by Coral's clique? Chin Ray didn't dwell on this. As she kept reading, she felt increasingly angry. Mariah's best friend Imelda had been insulted by Coral and her followers. Chin Ray couldn't sit still anymore. It was okay to insult her, but not Imelda. Chin Ray retaliated in the group chat. At Coral, at Gracie, at Aubrey Vernana, you lot have gone too far. I usually don't bother paying attention to you, now you dare to insult my best friend? If you got rabies, go get treated at the hospital instead of biting anyone who comes near. Your academic performance is terrible, yet all you think about is excluding this person and that person like some little delinquents. Coral, oh, the poor girl dares to speak up now? If you're so great, why don't you even go to college? Chin Ray, sure, I am better than you, at least I got accepted into Kyoto Law University, unlike you who can't even get into college. Coral, so what if I can't get into college? My family has money, and I can find a way without going to college, unlike you poor thing, who can't afford to study even if you got accepted. Chin Ray, with that kind of money, you should hurry up and get your head treated. Coral was visibly furious, starting another round of arguments. Chin Ray did not back down, taking over from Imelda, fighting tooth and nail against the 3 of them. In the past, when Coral and her clique made minor moves, she just ignored them. She didn't want to waste time on trivial matters, she wanted to focus on studying and getting into her ideal university. Only then could she find a good job, become independent and strong, and distance herself from her original family. Not responding before didn't mean she was easy to bully. Don't treat me like a weak cat when the tiger doesn't show its claws. Chin Ray continued arguing with them until her eyes started to feel heavy. Only when she was too sleepy to keep her eyes open did she put down her phone. She was neither a weak cat nor an easily bullied rabbit. With this thought, she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 15. I usually don't like sweet food. Lena was living a leisurely life at Jalmer's villa. She would sleep until she naturally woke up every day, and there would be steaming hot nutritious breakfast waiting for her upon waking. Fruits were always washed, peeled, and cut well for her, and many high-end ingredients she hadn't even tasted before were flown in from abroad. This life was indeed too luxurious. Lena did not take all this for granted. She went to help Lynn with housework, but Lynn was so nervous that she hurriedly asked Lena to sit down and rest, afraid that she might get tired or hurt herself. Jalmer had a very busy job and came home late every day after leaving early. Occasionally he would come home to have dinner with her, and then rush back to the company to handle work after dinner. Seeing how hard he worked, Lena wanted to do something for him. One day, while scrolling through short videos on the sofa, she came across a video teaching how to make desserts, which seemed not too difficult. After watching it for a while, Lena got up and wandered into the kitchen. Lynn, being observant, immediately put down the mop in her hand and ran into the kitchen. "Miss Cheen, if you need anything, just let me know." Lena showed Lynn the list of ingredients needed for the dessert from the short video. "Lynn, do we have these things at home?" "I'll check, some are here, some aren't." "Miss Cheen, are you going to make a cake?" "Yes." Lena nodded. "We do have an oven, but these ingredients aren't all available. I'll have to go out and buy them." "I'm troubling you." Lynn wiped her hands and smiled, "No trouble at all. I'll change clothes and head out now." Lena continued browsing more dessert-making videos, becoming increasingly interested. She didn't have the means before and couldn't afford those coveted little cakes, but now, she could make them herself. Lynn quickly bought all the ingredients. "Lynn, I want to follow the steps in the video and make it myself. Mr. Pedro works so hard every day, and I want to cook something for him to try." Speaking of which, she knew how to cook, but she had never cooked for Jalmer. Lynn didn't let her do chores usually, and Lena wasn't even allowed into the kitchen. But making desserts didn't count as work, right? She found the process quite interesting and thought it should be satisfying to succeed. Lynn couldn't stop smiling when she heard this. The girl wanted to make food for young master. What a good and thoughtful girl. Drinking a dessert should be fine, especially since it was a romantic gesture between lovers, and she couldn't prevent it. "Sure, Miss Cheen, you can do it. Just let me know if you need any help." "Thank you, Lynn." Lena followed the method in the video step by step seriously. Lynn watched for a while, seeing that the young girl was doing well, then found something else to do. After over an hour of hard work, Lena finally finished a 4-inch strawberry cake. Lena sighed with relief, mission accomplished. She took a picture with her phone and sent it to Imelda to share her daily life. "Yueshine, look at my strawberry cake, what do you think?" Before long, Imelda replied. "Did you make this?" Lena, "Yes," following the short video. Imelda, "You're awesome, my darling. I want to eat it." Lena, "When you come back during the National Day holiday, I'll make one for you." Imelda, "Yay." Lena carefully put the strawberry cake in the refrigerator, waiting for Jalmer to come back and eat it. The sun set, and the sky was filled with evening glow. After the twilight faded away, Jalmer's black Bentley parked in the yard. "Mr. Pedro is back." Lena jumped up from the sofa, excitedly shouting. Lynn saw this and smiled knowingly at Lena. Just as Jalmer walked in the door, he collided full-on with a girl who couldn't stop in time. Lena held her forehead, thinking Mr. Pedro's chest felt so solid, hurting her head. Startled, Jalmer looked worried and gently moved Lena's hand off her forehead, wanting to check her forehead. "Are you okay?" His tone was full of concern, without a hint of blame. Lena looked up at him, her eyes filled with smiles. "I'm fine, Mr. Pedro." Jalmer's gaze deepened. "Wait a minute." Lena didn't understand why. Jalmer leaned down, gently brushing away the stray hairs from Lena's forehead, looking at it, "It's red." Mariah blew softly. "Does it still hurt?" Lena stood there, her heart pounding violently. Mr. Pedro was so close, his breath within reach, she could even smell the faint sandalwood scent on him. Mariah's attention had already been captured by Jalmer's sudden action, unable to hear what he said clearly. Seeing she didn't answer, Jalmer thought she was still in pain and picked her up directly. "Ah." Lena was startled reflexively. Realizing what happened, her small face turned completely red. "What?" "Mr. Pedro. To put some medicine on you." Jalmer walked a few steps to the sofa, gently placed her on it, fetched the first aid kit, and took out Yunnan and a cotton swab. "No need to be so troublesome, I just bumped into you. It doesn't hurt anymore. But it would still be better to apply some medicine. It looks quite serious, there's already a red mark." "Ah. Just a red mark? What's the big deal, it will fade in a while." "She's not a porcelain doll that breaks at a touch, why is Mr. Pedro so nervous?" Jalmer sprayed 2 puffs of Yunnan on Lena's forehead, then used a cotton swab to spread it out, wiped off the excess medicine with a tissue, and finally blew softly on it. Lena felt a refreshing coolness on her forehead, indeed making her feel much more comfortable. Mr. Pedro is really too gentle, who could resist such kindness? At this rate, she really would fall in love with him. "Catherinester, Miss Cheen, dinner is ready." Lynn set up the dishes and called from the dining room towards the living room. "Coming, Lynn." Lena responded and turned to look at Jalmer. "Let's have dinner, Mr. Pedro." "Okay." Jalmer ate a little casually, glancing down at his watch. Lena noticed his action. "Mr. Pedro, are you going back to the company after dinner?" "Yes." Jalmer stood up. "Take your time eating. I still have some work unfinished." Seeing this, Lena also stood up. "Wait a moment, Mr. Pedro. I have something for you." Jalmer stopped and looked at Lena. Lena went to the refrigerator and took out the strawberry cake she made in the afternoon. Not knowing when Mr. Pedro would come back late at night, if left too long, the texture of the cake wouldn't be good. It would be better to give it to him now. Mr. Pedro, would you like some dessert after dinner? There's no need. I usually don't like sweet things. You eat it. Lena's smile faded slightly as she softly, Ed, her expression somewhat disappointed. Seeing that she seemed unhappy, Jalmer paused. What's wrong? Lynn interjected at the right moment. Catherinester, please try it. Miss Cheen made this specially for you because you work so hard. She learned how to make it by watching videos all afternoon. Lena blushed slightly. Moved by her effort, Jalmer replied, okay. Mariah sat back down at the dining table. Lena turned and gave Lynn a grateful glance, both of them sharing a smile. Just as Jalmer sat down, his phone rang, and he answered it. Lena cut the cake and picked up a fork, intending to pass it to Jalmer, but seeing that he was busy, she waited nearby. Jalmer glanced at the girl and pointed to his mouth. What does this mean? Is Mr. Pedro asking me to feed him? She tentatively scooped up a small piece and offered it to him. Jalmer opened his mouth, took the bite, and swallowed it smoothly. Lena froze for a moment, but Jalmer's demeanor remained natural, even nodding in approval. She scooped another piece, and Jalmer obediently ate it. Isidore spoke incessantly over the phone about a new project. Noticing that Jalmer wasn't responding, he asked, Zichuan, what do you think? With cake still in his mouth, Jalmer could only reply with a vague Do you mean yes or no? Isidore questioned curiously. Kehi. Because his mouth was full of cake, K sounded like Kehi. Lena couldn't help giggling beside him, holding the cake plate. Isidore suspiciously asked, what's Kehi? Are you eating something? Jalmer swallowed, keep talking, I'm listening. Isidore continued discussing his new project as Lena kept feeding Jalmer the cake. Jalmer concentrated on eating without interrupting Isidore. After Isidore finished speaking, Jalmer had also finished his cake. I'll invest in your project. We'll discuss the details tomorrow, you choose the place. Great. Jalmer hung up the phone and looked at Lena, it tastes very good. Lena's eyes lit up, if you like it, Mr. Pedro, I'll make more next time. Jalmer affectionately ruffled her hair with a warm smile, okay. Lynn, standing nearby, fervently supported the couple while maintaining a serious expression but laughing inwardly. Who said they didn't like sweets earlier? Chapter 16, Did she sleepwalk? After Jalmer left, Lena sat on the sofa eating fruit and watching TV. Since she blocked Alexei and replied fiercely to Ricky on WeChat, Lena hadn't received any messages from home these past few days, leaving her life quite peaceful. Opening WeChat, she saw a message from Imelda. Imelda asked if she wanted to attend the class reunion during Ver National Day. Lena, I don't want to go. Let's just meet up by ourselves. Imelda, I don't want to go either. Seeing Coral and them is such a pain. I'll tell the class president. Lena, okay. After replying to Imelda, Lena opened the classmate group on WeChat and saw the class president tagging everyone, saying that for the Ver National Day class reunion, each person should pay 200 yuan first for meals and singing, with refunds or top-ups after the event. The group started a sign-up list, and those who were going signed up. Lena glanced at the list, noticing Coral's little clique had all signed up. Coral, why hasn't Lena signed up? Could it be she can't even afford 200 yuan? Gracie, maybe so. Aubrey Vernana, Lena, do you really not have 200 yuan? Do you need the sisters to help raise funds in the group? At Lena. Lena sneered and retaliated without hesitation. Yes, I can't come up with 200 yuan. Do you know why? Because I used it to buy paper money for your ancestors during Qingming festival. No need to thank me. At Coral at Gracie smiling face with smiling eyes. Catherine, we can crowdsource the medical fees for your brain checkup. At Aubrey Vernana. Imelda, speak nicely, please. Seeing an argument brewing, the class president immediately intervened, asking everyone not to argue. At the end, he pointedly mentioned that anyone intentionally provoking others and disrupting the group's harmony would be kicked out. At this moment, Lena's WeChat showed an unread message. She clicked into it. It was from Kane. Kane, Lena, aren't you going to the class reunion? Lena politely replied with Kane, I can pay for you. What? Lena was puzzled by his strange statement. Before she could reply, Kane sent another message. I'll cover the cost. Go there, I want to see you. Lena. Kane, Lena, go. I have something to say to you. Lena, can't you say it over WeChat? Kane, WeChat isn't formal enough. Lena, I don't want to go, and I don't need you to pay for me. Kane, alright then. Are you staying in Vernancheng during the Ver National Day holiday? Want to hang out together? Lena, Lee classmate, as far as I remember, we aren't close. After sending this message, Kane didn't reply. 5 minutes later, Lena scrolled through her moments and saw that Kane had updated his status. Seems like I misunderstood. She frowned slightly. What was he doing? Was this post for her to see? Lena lost interest and swiped away. After taking a bath and having nothing to do, Lena turned on the online lectures of famous universities on her video app, lying on the sofa watching it, and eventually fell asleep. Lynn finished her work and walked into the living room, seeing Lena sleeping. She increased the air conditioner temperature by 1 degree, took a thin blanket to cover her, then returned to her room to rest. When Jalmer came back, the lights in the living room were still on. Eva was sound asleep on the sofa, breathing steadily. The thin blanket only covered her from chest to thighs, leaving her slender legs exposed. Jalmer's eyes darkened. Mariah walked over and gently picked her up. In her sleep, Lena felt warmth and instinctively leaned toward it, letting out a comfortable moan. Jalmer watched as the girl rubbed against him like a kitten, making enticing sounds, which stirred a reaction within him. What was happening? Why did he lose control whenever he met Lena? His expression changed, and he carried her upstairs, placing her on her bed, covering her well, adjusting the air conditioner to a comfortable temperature, then turned and went back to his own room. There was a burning sensation in his body, so he went straight to the bathroom for a cold shower. This little girl was too tempting. Lena didn't sleep well and woke up shortly after falling asleep. She opened her eyes, adapting to the darkness for a while, using the faint moonlight outside the window to recognize her surroundings. Wasn't she watching an online lecture on the sofa? How did she end up in bed? Could she have been sleepwalking? Thinking of this possibility, Lena was shocked and covered her mouth. Sleepwalking. That's terrifying. She had seen some news reports about sleepwalking before, like sleepwalking and committing murder, sleepwalking to balconies and accidentally falling off, or even walking onto busy streets and getting hit by cars. Why hadn't she noticed this earlier? After some thought, Lena believed it was probably because she used to live in a small house where, even if she had sleepwalked, being locked in would have prevented her from going anywhere. Tonight, sleeping on the sofa in the living room downstairs in the villa with so much space, she could easily wander around and discover that she had been sleepwalking. Yes, it must be like that. Fortunately, she didn't run around aimlessly or do anything terrible during her sleepwalking. She managed to find her way back to the bedroom and obediently lay down in bed. But what if something happened next time? There's a swimming pool behind the house, and she can't swim. What if one day she falls into the pool and drowns? With these thoughts, Lena couldn't fall asleep anymore. She felt around near her pillow but didn't find her phone. It must have been left on the sofa upstairs. She got out of bed and walked downstairs barefoot since she couldn't find her slippers. Sure enough, her phone was on the sofa downstairs, and her slippers were beside it. She put on her slippers, picked up her phone, and searched online for causes and treatments of sleepwalking. The internet said there are mainly 4 causes for sleepwalking. 1 is psychological reasons, long-term anxiety and stress, which can be relieved through psychological counseling. 2 is social factors, such as high pressure from life and studies. In this case, balancing work and rest appropriately can reduce stress. 3 is medication-related, long-term use of certain drugs might lead to sleepwalking. She could rule this out. 4 is genetic. No one in her family had ever mentioned sleepwalking, so this could also be ruled out. The first 2 points fit her situation quite well. During her senior year of high school, she had immense study pressure, and her family pushed her hard. Every day, she did housework while squeezing in study time. After graduation, she worked tirelessly to earn money. Just when she finally saved enough, she unexpectedly became pregnant, causing her immense stress and anxiety. It seems she should see a psychologist soon. Chapter 17, Another Billion Investment. How did you wake up? Jalmer stood upstairs, looking at Lena in the living room. Mariah had just taken a shower, wearing a bathrobe. Should I tell Mr. Pedro that I sleepwalked? Would he be afraid of me? Lena fell into a dilemma. What's wrong? Jalmer walked down the stairs. Didn't you sleep well? Did you have a nightmare? No. I sleepwalked. Jalmer raised an eyebrow. Sleepwalked? Yes, it seems so. I fell asleep watching videos on the sofa and woke up in the bed upstairs, Lena explained, but don't worry, Mr. Pedro. I read online that this might be due to stress. I'll see a psychologist tomorrow, it won't affect you. Jalmer couldn't help but chuckle at her serious expression. You didn't sleepwalk. I carried you upstairs. Lena was stunned. Jalmer glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 2 in the morning. Go back to sleep. You didn't sleepwalk, so don't worry or scare yourself. Following his gaze, Lena looked at the clock as well. Mr. Pedro, it's already 2 o'clock, aren't you going to sleep yet? I was busy today and finished my work past 1. Even if work is tiring, you should also take care of your health and try not to stay up late. Jalmer was touched. Was she actually concerned about him? Okay. Do you often wake up in the middle of the night? Lena nodded. Yes, my sleep has always been poor. I can wake up 2 or 3 times a night. At home, she used to do housework and study continuously every day, never getting enough sleep. Their house had poor sound insulation, and occasionally, she could hear dogs barking and drunkards shouting late at night. During the period before the college entrance exam, she mentioned to her mother that she wasn't feeling well and wanted to go to the hospital for a checkup and some medication. Mariah's mother refused without a second thought, saying she looked healthy and there was nothing wrong with her, and that she couldn't sleep because she didn't do enough work. She'd sleep better if she did more chores until she was tired. I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup. She had always wanted to get checked to see how she could alleviate her insomnia, so she didn't refuse. Alright, then I'll go back to sleep. You should rest early too. Good night, Mr. Pedro. Good night. The next day, Jalmer called his assistant Eliam early in the morning. Cancel all appointments this morning. Yes, boss. Sitting at the dining table, he glanced at his watch. It was 8 in the morning, and the person upstairs hadn't woken up yet. Lynn set the breakfast on the table. Young Catherinester, should I go wake Miss Cheen? No need, she didn't sleep well last night. Let her sleep in. Sure. Lynn's eyes twinkled mischievously, thinking to herself that young people were energetic. Melvin, though Miss Cheen was pregnant, young Catherinester still didn't know when to stop. After finishing his breakfast, Jalmer sat on the living room sofa, reviewing reports from several branches in Vernanchang. An hour later, Lena descended the stairs in her loungewear, looking drowsy. Good morning, Lynn. She yawned lazily. Good morning, Miss Cheen. After greeting Lynn, Lena suddenly noticed someone sitting on the sofa. Mr. Pedro, why are you at home? Don't you need to go to the company today? I said last night I'd take you to the hospital today. Have breakfast first. So he was at home waiting to take her to the hospital. She didn't expect that after mentioning her poor sleep casually last night, he would remember it and specifically make time to accompany her to the hospital today. Lena felt warm inside. It was nice to be cared about by someone. After breakfast, Uncle Christina drove Jalmer and Lena to the same private hospital they visited before. The doctor said there was nothing seriously wrong with Lena, just insomnia caused by anxiety, which could be improved by relaxing more. Lena asked, Doctor, is it okay to play games while pregnant? Jalmer looked at her with slight surprise. The doctor replied, yes, playing games moderately can also relax and relieve stress, but pay attention to the duration. Don't play for too long, and take breaks to move around periodically. Though he wasn't an obstetrician, he knew these common sense things. The doctor added half-jokingly, however, there are many trolls in games now. Be careful not to get upset if someone insults you. Just block them and avoid letting those trolls ruin your mood, as it's not good for the baby. Lena didn't expect this middle-aged doctor, who looked to be in his 40s, to know about such gaming matters and couldn't help but smile. Doctor, you even know about these things? The doctor smiled kindly. My nephew is in high school and stays at my place for convenience. Mariah loves playing games so much. Sometimes when I watch him play, he curses a lot, saying there are many trolls online. Mariah usually blocks them, but sometimes when he's in a bad mood, he gets into arguments with them. That's why I reminded you not to get into arguments with trolls while pregnant. It's not good for your mood or the baby. Sure, I understand. Thank you, doctor. After leaving the clinic, Jalmer asked, you still play games? Yes, I do. She only knew how to play one competitive game, League of Legends, LOL, which was introduced to her by Imelda. During previous winter and summer vacations, she had been left alone at home while her family went on trips. She would go to Imelda's house, who had a computer and taught her how to play LOL step by step. Being intelligent and quick-witted, she picked up the game quickly. Playing ADC with Imelda as support was among her rare happy times. What games do you play? Jalmer asked casually. It was necessary to know his wife's preferences. LOL, its Chinese name is Honor of Kings. This name sounded familiar to him. It was mentioned last time Isidore called about a project related to this game. Isidore had formed an LOL club that had funding difficulties recently, and he invited Jalmer to invest. Mariah elaborated on its market potential, international competitions, and top-tier players they had chosen, essentially guaranteeing that the project would be profitable. Jalmer knew nothing was ever guaranteed, but he still invested 50 million. This amount wasn't significant to him, and even if he lost it, it wouldn't matter. Mariah didn't expect Lena to like this game too. Do you follow the competitions for this game? Yes. Lena was delighted that Jalmer initiated a conversation about her favorite game. I really like the ZY team. They just won the national championship, and their ADC is only 17, winning MVP in every match. Mariah's a gaming prodigy. The overall strength of ZY is also top-notch. They have a great chance of winning the world championships this year. The ZY team? Isn't that the team from Isidore's club? When Lena talked about these things, she was passionate and radiant, clearly loving the game. I thought someone like you wouldn't play games. Jalmer teased. Lena's eyes dimmed. I only play occasionally. I don't have a computer. In the past, I played using my classmate's computer. At home, she never had the privilege of using a computer. It was a right reserved for Alexei and Marvin, each having their own computer. Not only that, she used her brother Alexei's old phone. Jalmer noticed her disappointment and instructed the driver Uncle Christina, go to the computer market. Lena looked up in disbelief. Jalmer smiled indulgently, want to play games, right? I've been busy lately, so we haven't spent much time together. Once I'm done with work, we can go out for some fun. You can play games at home during this period, but our current setup isn't suitable. Let's pick one now. Lena knew nothing about computer configurations, neither did Jalmer care much about them. So they followed the salesperson throughout the process. The salesperson, noting Jalmer's luxury attire and expensive watch, enthusiastically recommended the most expensive configuration. This is the latest RTX 4090D graphics card, which I highly recommend. With this card, you'll enjoy gaming smoothly. Paired with this 27-inch 4K 144Hz monitor for the best visual experience. For memory and storage, I recommend these latest models. And the CPU should be the latest i7-14700KF. It's currently on sale for 15,000 yuan, and we offer free installation and a 1-year warranty. How does that sound? Jalmer asked Lena. Lena was bewildered, having no clue about computer configurations. The salesperson's words were incomprehensible to her. Furrowing her brows, she asked the salesperson, will this configuration work well for League of Legends? The salesperson paused, then immediately smiled broadly, absolutely no problem, miss. In his heart, he rejoiced. Although League of Legends doesn't require high configurations, what he said was technically correct. This configuration would indeed handle the game perfectly. Mariah hearing it was fine, Lena nodded, then let's go with what you suggested. She had no idea about graphics cards, CPUs, or monitors. If the salesperson said there was no problem, then it should be fine. Jalmer took out his phone and typed a line of text in the notes, showing it to the salesperson. Package everything you just recommended and deliver it to this address, fully assembled. Yes, sir. Mariah glanced at the address, memorized it, and whistled softly. It was a top-tier villa district. Then, the salesperson led Jalmer to the front desk to pay by card. Seeing the man pull out a black card, he quickly processed the payment, feeling elated inside. His smile was hard to suppress. A god of wealth. Such generosity, almost 10,000 for a computer configuration, this month's commission is secured. After returning home, Jalmer and Lena had lunch together before he hurried off to the company again. Isidore called again to update him on the recent competition results of the team. The ZY team fought their way through and won the national championship. This must be the national champion that Lena mentioned earlier. She really paid close attention to this team. After listening, Jalmer responded calmly, I'll invest another 1 billion. Ah. Really? Why are you suddenly increasing your investment? With another billion, you'll be the largest shareholder of the ZY club, and I'll have to step down as the top boss. What? Don't want it? Isidore replied excitedly, want it. Of course, I want it. Isidore's grandfather did not approve of him getting into esports, so he didn't provide much working capital. There were financial difficulties recently, which is why he pulled Jalmer in for investment. Initially, Jalmer only invested 50 million, but now he suddenly increased it by 1 billion. Isidore's face lit up with joy. So what if he has to step down? With this investment, ZY can go further and earn more. Jalmer, you're my hero. Jalmer simply said, and hung up the phone. TCH, still so aloof, even after investing 1 billion. Melvin, if you're aloof, I love you so much, Jalmer. Isidore jumped around excitedly. The accompanying female celebrity, Annabelle, accurately heard phrases like 1 billion and Jalmer. She curled her lips slightly. No wonder she was in the presence of the #1 tycoon's son from the capital, so generous. If she could get closer to him, she could become the top, celebrity in the entertainment industry. Chapter 18 A Distant Cousin. Jalmer set up a separate esports room for Lena. She eagerly called Imelda. Mariah, Yueshin, I've got a computer to play on. Hurry up and log in, let's do OQ. Imelda was also excited, so cool. Did your parents finally get you a computer? Or are you using your brother's PC? Lena knew it was just a casual question, without any ill intent. No, they would never buy me one. There's a long story behind this, I'll explain later. Now it's gaming time. Coming, I don't have classes this afternoon anyway. Lena had already downloaded the game and waited for Imelda to log in. Mariah's in-game name was, a lump of meep sheep. At first, she wanted to call herself, a meep sheep, but someone had already taken that nickname. Thinking of lazy sheep from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf with that lump on his head, she had a flash of inspiration and changed it to, a lump of meep sheep. Admittedly, it was quite cute, and she loved lazy sheep as well as this username. 5 minutes later, her best friend, Vent Cat, came online, and the two started their sweet duos. Lena hadn't played much before, focusing on normal games to level up. Now she was starting ranked matches. Imelda wasn't very good at the game. After 2 years, she was still in bronze. She could duo queue with Lena, who had never played ranked before. That afternoon, they won all 5 games. Lena got over 10 kills per game, earning MVP every match. Imelda enjoyed the free wins all afternoon and successfully promoted from Bronze 4 to Bronze 3. My dear, you're really too strong. You must be a natural gamer. To be so good after playing for only so long. From what I've observed, getting to Emerald should be no problem for you. League of Legends ranks from bottom to top, Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Catherinester, Waverlister, and Challenger. Lena didn't just want Emerald, her goal was the highest rank, Challenger. However, she was still far from that and didn't want to boast to Imelda. She wanted to surprise her by quietly climbing to Challenger. Mariah, not really, Lena modestly replied. By the way, Yueshin, when is your flight? Arriving at Vernancheng Airport at 10:30 a.m. on the 1st. Are you going to pick me up, honey? Sure thing. Vernancheng Airport, see you there. Lena glanced at the computer clock. It was dinner time. Yueshin, I have to go eat dinner now. Let's play again next time. Bye. Bye. Over the next few days, Lena enjoyed playing games. When Imelda wasn't around, she solo queued, quickly advancing from Bronze 3 to Silver I. Soon after, it was the Vernational Day holiday. Lena woke up early, having promised to pick Imelda up from the airport. As she went downstairs, Jalmer hadn't left yet. Mariah handed her a cup of warm milk. Up so early? Why not sleep a little more? It's Vernational Day, I'm taking the day off. Want to go anywhere? I can take you. Lena took the milk and paused. She had plans with Imelda today, so she couldn't hang out with Mr. Pedro. Oh, Mr. Pedro offered to spend time with her, but she had to refuse him. Although extremely reluctant, Lena opened her mouth to decline. She felt a bit embarrassed. I made plans with a classmate today, so... Jalmer didn't expect Lena to refuse, looking visibly surprised. I'm sorry, Mr. Pedro. Don't worry, no need to apologize to me. I should have told you earlier. After a moment's thought, Jalmer asked, boy or girl? Girl, Lena answered after a sip of milk. I barely know any boys. Mariah hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Jalmer's lips. Alright, where are you going? Need a ride? I'll go pick her up at Vernancheng Airport, then we'll grab lunch and play together. Don't trouble yourself, Mr. Pedro, I'll take a cab. Jalmer frowned slightly. We have a car right here, why take a cab? But Lena hadn't figured out how to introduce him to her best friend. What exactly was their relationship? Though she was carrying his child, living under the same roof, and he introduced her as his fiancée to others, he hadn't officially confessed or clarified their relationship. The last time Mr. Pedro mentioned her as his fiancée to Denny, it was probably just a casual remark. She couldn't climb the ladder so easily. How could she presume to reach a high-ranking young master like Mr. Pedro? Thinking this, Lena said, no need to trouble you, Mr. Pedro. Uncle Christina can drive me. Fine, turned down by the young lady. Jalmer awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking she probably wanted to spend time alone with her friend, and he might interrupt. Alright, be careful. After breakfast, Lena went upstairs to change. She picked out a new sky blue dress, paired it with white leather shoes, and tied her hair into a bun. Looking at herself in the mirror, she nodded. She was fairly satisfied. After changing, she walked to the staircase and encountered Jalmer. Mariah stood at the bottom of the stairs, gazing at her with eyes full of admiration. Lena undoubtedly deserved the title of natural beauty goddess, as she was an unadulterated, pure beauty. Very beautiful, Jalmer praised after a moment. Lena smiled gratefully. Thank you. This smile made her even more beautiful, causing Jalmer's heart to stir, but he felt a pang when realizing that she had dressed up beautifully for someone else, not for him. Why did this feeling of jealousy creep in? Was he now even jealous of her best friend? Jalmer pushed down the sour feeling. I'll call Uncle Christina to bring out the car. Which one do you want to ride in today? Lena thought for a moment, the cheapest and lowest profile one. She didn't want to be too conspicuous. Alright. Jalmer dialed the number. Uncle Christina, drive the BMW to take Lena to Vernancheng Airport today. 40 minutes later, Lena arrived at Vernancheng Airport. The moment Imelda came out, she rushed forward for a bear hug. Lena dodged, her expression somewhat unnatural. Yueshin, slow down. Imelda looked suspicious. What's wrong? Haven't seen you for so long, darling, you don't miss me? Not even a hug? Lena shook her head. It's not that, I got my period today and I feel a bit uncomfortable. Sorry Yueshin, I'm not lying on purpose. It's just that I really don't know how to tell you about the baby. Darling, if you're on your period, you should have rested well. If you're uncomfortable, you shouldn't have come to pick me up. I could have gone back by myself. It's fine, it's not serious. Are you sure? I'm sure, let's go, I called a car. Imelda carried nothing but a crossbody bag, as she already had everything she needed at home. They agreed to have hot pot for lunch, so they headed straight to the hot pot restaurant. They would arrive right on time for lunch. Lena led her to the underground parking lot. Why are we going to the underground parking lot? Shouldn't a cab be waiting at the designated exit? Cough. Lena cleared her throat. Well, I called my relative's car. She led Imelda to the BMW. Imelda exclaimed, wow, your relatives have such a nice car. Which relative is this? I never heard you mention them before. Imelda was always so carefree and easily surprised. Lena pulled her into the car, just, a distant uncle. Mariah hearing this, Uncle Christina couldn't help but chuckle. This young lady was too amusing, calling the young master a distant uncle. Haha, was the young master really that old? Lena sneaked a glance at Uncle Christina, feeling guilty. Would he tell Mr. Pedro? Uncle Christina, please take us to the Lao Wu Hot Pot in Yushio District. You can use navigation. Yes, Chin. Uncle Christina nearly called Miss Chin, but promptly corrected himself, Lena. Imelda leaned close and whispered, what was he laughing about? Lena lied earnestly. I don't know, maybe he saw something funny on his phone and couldn't hold back. Back at the villa, Jalmer called his childhood friend Isidore. Where did you say we were supposed to meet today? Isidore said exaggeratedly, didn't you say you had to stay home with the little girl and wouldn't have time to join us? How come you suddenly have time now? Oh, Isidore dragged out his voice mockingly. I get it, you were turned down, weren't you? Ha ha ha, who would have thought, Catherinester Pedro, you would also be refused. Cut it out. Jalmer was not pleased to be guessed correctly. Isidore giggled. Bayun Mountain Scenic Resort. Chapter 19, A Chance Encounter with Jiang Wei. Uncle Christina dropped Lena and Imelda off at the hot pot restaurant. Lena got out of the car. Thank you, Uncle Christina. I'll leave first. Call me when you're done playing, I'll come to pick you up. Alright, thank you for your trouble, Uncle Christina. The BMW drove away gracefully. Imelda said, your uncle is quite a nice person. Mariah's even coming back to pick you up in the evening. Lena changed the subject. I'm so hungry, let's go in and eat quickly. It was National Day today, and there were many people in the hot pot restaurant. Luckily, she had booked a table in advance. A waiter led them to their seats. Moriallo, you can scan the code on the table to order food. Thank you, Lena politely replied. Imelda scanned the code to order dishes. As usual, start with an extremely spicy broth. Wait, Yueshin, I can't handle the extremely spicy one. Let's get a pot instead. Imelda slapped her forehead. Oh right. You don't feel well today. Look at my memory. Then I'll order a pot. After all the dishes arrived, Lena watched Imelda dip food into the spicy pot eagerly, almost drooling. But she had to endure it. Online it said that pregnant women shouldn't eat too much spicy food as it might not be good for the baby. Though she loved spicy food very much, she could bear it for the sake of her baby. Darling, are you really not going to try any spiciness? Your clear soup looks so tasteless, making me lose my appetite too. Eating spicy during menstruation doesn't seem to matter much, just don't eat too much. Imelda tempted Lena with a slice of tripe. Lena couldn't bear to look. Yueshin, please don't tempt me anymore. It's hard for me to hold on. Ha ha ha, it's okay, honey. After your period ends, we can eat together then. No, I'd better not. My stomach isn't very good either. Though I love spicy food, I always get stomachaches after eating too much of it. I need to change my dietary habits. This was true. In the past, she almost ate leftover lunch for dinner every night, which damaged her stomach eventually. Gwen never paid for her to see a doctor for her stomach issues, so she often suffered from stomachaches now. She had already controlled her diet, trying not to eat spicy foods. Is it so uncomfortable? Imelda showed sympathy. Not being able to eat spicy food means losing so much joy. Yes, but for health reasons, there's nothing I can do about it. I really sympathize with you, honey. As she spoke, Imelda took another bite of the spicy beef. Lena swallowed and forced herself to eat a piece of boiled beef from the clear soup, her face twisted in bitterness. Actually, the clear soup wasn't that bad, it made the ingredients taste fresh and delicious. Lena tried to comfort herself. After the meal, they strolled around the mall for digestion. Suddenly, Imelda nudged Lena lightly with her elbow. Isn't that someone? Egan. Following her gaze, Lena saw it was indeed him. The universally acknowledged school heartthrob, who was exactly why Coral treated her like a thorn in her side. Look, he has a girlfriend, Imelda gossiped. Egan held hands with a girl in a white dress with long straight black hair. Eva was quite pretty. Lena remained calm. His girlfriend is quite beautiful. Imelda said, indeed, but she's still not as beautiful as you. The leading Egan looked up and saw Lena and Imelda. Startled, he suddenly let go of the girl's hand. Eva seemed puzzled and followed his gaze. Mariah walked over to greet them. Lena, what a coincidence. Are you two also shopping here? Mariah completely ignored the feelings of his girlfriend behind him. Lena felt disdainful inside. Oh, what a downer man. Imelda complained. Egan, why do you only greet Lena? Can't you see I'm here? Egan felt awkward. Moriallo, you are? In high school, Egan wasn't in the same class as them, so it was normal he didn't know them. Imelda teased, I'm Lena's best friend. How can you not know her best friend since you liked her so much before? No wonder you couldn't get her. Meanwhile, Egan's girlfriend Meredith had already walked over. Yusin, who are they? Eva's voice was soft and pleasant. Schoolmates, not familiar, Lena answered coldly. Although Egan was both a school heartthrob and a top student, she didn't have a good impression of him. Because in high school, it was due to him that she was ostracized by Coral. To Lena, Egan was a hassle. Now he had even let go of his girlfriend's hand upon seeing her, indicating that he wasn't a decent person either. Lena disliked him even more. Egan looked hurt, gazing at Lena deeply. His girlfriend Meredith had actually heard Imelda say, no wonder you couldn't get her, earlier. She felt somewhat unhappy but didn't dare to show it. She had pursued Egan for a long time to finally get him, and she didn't want to upset him. Meredith timidly said, Yusin, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Let's go, Lena said, not speaking to Egan again as she pulled Imelda away without looking back. Imelda glanced back and saw Egan still standing there with a sad look on his face, staring at Lena. Tsk tisk, he's still looking at you. It seems he still likes you after all this time. What a big romantic. Imelda sighed. Lena rolled her eyes disdainfully. Big romantic? I think he's more of a big scumbag. With a girlfriend, he still gives such a loving gaze to other girls right in front of her, even letting go of her hand. That girl must be blind to like him. What's so great about a scumbag like him? Imelda nodded. That's true, but his face gives him the capital to act that way. Look at that girl. Even though Egan treated her like that, she still looks at him carefully, eyes full of love for him. Tsk. Just because he's handsome, does that make it okay to act like a scumbag? Lena countered inwardly. Mr. Pedro is hundreds of times better looking than Egan, yet he isn't a scumbag at all. She had once searched for information about Mr. Pedro online and found a dedicated Baidu entry for him. Despite the vastness of the internet, there was not a single piece of gossip about him. The internet claimed he hadn't dated or been involved in any scandals. She also stumbled upon a forum specifically discussing wealthy family heirs, where many girls dreamed of marrying Jalmer. One day, a voice of reason joined the forum, saying Jalmer had no women around him for 30 years and might be gay or asexual. Lena, who was drinking water at the moment, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She knew Mr. Pedro wasn't gay or asexual, he was perfectly normal. Seeing Lena unresponsive, Imelda nudged her. What are you daydreaming about? Lena snapped back to reality and continued from where Imelda left off, gravely. She has a love-struck brain. People with love-struck brains don't have good outcomes. Speaking of love, sweetie, I think I've developed feelings for a guy. Imelda suddenly changed the topic and whispered mysteriously. Lena was surprised and looked at her. Ah? Who is he? Imelda opened her phone album. His name is Augustine, my senior in university. We were in the same department in the student union. I saved his pictures. Look. Lena glanced at the photo and pursed her lips. Mariah looks pretty average. What do you like about him? Imelda immediately retorted, average? I think he's quite handsome. After seeing someone like Mr. Pedro, Lena's standards had significantly improved. In her eyes, the bar for a handsome man was set very high now. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You just have a filter on him. Imelda didn't give in. No, he really is handsome. A lot of girls in school like him. And he can play the guitar and sing. He's pretty excellent. Be careful then. Watch out for scumbags. Mariah won't be, honey. Mariah's very kind to girls and always gentle. Privately, Lena thought this boy wasn't worthy of her good friend Imelda. Lena commented sharply, oh, like a central air conditioning system. Imelda looked dejected. Baby, why are you saying things like that about him? After all, he's the boy I like. Can't you say something nice? Lena sighed. Honest advice may be unpleasant to hear. As they were talking, Lena's phone rang. She took out her phone, and her heart tightened when she saw the caller ID. Chapter 20, Should Call Mariah's Sister-in-Law. Jalmer arrived at Jingxiu Mountain Villa. All his childhood friends had brought their girlfriends except him who came alone. Isidore, hugging a new entertainment industry sensation, teased, Jean, why did you come alone? Jalmer was too lazy to respond. At the dinner table, he was absent-minded and checked his phone several times. Lena didn't send a single message. Jalmer felt inexplicably irritable. The girls seemed to have forgotten all about him while having fun outside. Storm noticed Jalmer's behavior and teased with a smile, Jean, why do you keep looking at your phone? Isidore laughed, waiting for someone's message, I suppose. Young Catherine's Pedro isn't alone anymore, he's got himself a girl. That was quite surprising news, so everyone became curious and tried to dig for more information. This time, Jalmer didn't tell them off as he usually would. Next time, I'll bring her along for you to meet. Charles was shocked. What? You really have a woman? This is the first time you've said you'd introduce a woman to us. Jalmer frowned slightly, not liking the term woman. The child was still young and should be called girl. Isidore couldn't believe it either. Jean, are you serious about that girl? Mariah had helped Jalmer check the girl's background before. She came from a poor family, worlds apart from Jalmer. Mariah thought Jalmer was just interested in her temporarily. Jalmer remained expressionless, speaking disdainfully, of course. Do you think I'm like you, enjoying playing with girls' feelings? Isidore rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. What does playing with feelings mean? They also approach us with certain intentions. Everyone gets what they want. Charles agreed. Right, this isn't playing with feelings. They know exactly what they're doing. Jalmer didn't reply but glanced at his phone again. Isidore teased, Jean, I didn't realize you're so clingy. This time, Jalmer's face darkened, truly annoyed, get lost. Just as he spoke, Jalmer's phone vibrated. Mariah picked it up excitedly, but the light in his eyes dimmed as soon as he saw the caller display. The call was from Denny. Regarding the acquisition of Shuanai, their shareholders had approved it. 3 days ago, Jalmer's subordinate had already sent them the contract. Mariah thought it was Lena, only to be disappointed once more. Jalmer answered the call irritably, what? Mariah hearing Pedro's extremely unhappy tone, Denny softened his voice, afraid of displeasing this lord further. Young Catherinester Pedro, there's no issue with the contract provided by your company last time. I'm calling to inform you that we've signed the contract and completed all the procedures on our side. From today onwards, the husband1-189 brand is officially separated from our group, and according to the contract, Miss Lena is now the actual controller of husband1-189. Got it. After hanging up, Jalmer immediately called Lena. At least this call gave him another reason to find Lena. Unable to suppress his joy, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Lena picked up the call, and suddenly, Imelda beside her screamed, "Holy cow. Baby, you've got a new phone, and it's the latest iPhone 15 Pro Catherinks." The sudden shout startled Lena, making her flinch reflexively. "Oh my god, you scared me, you Eshin." After calming down, Lena asked Jalmer on the phone, "Mr. Pedro, what's the matter?" Jalmer was in a good mood. "From now on, you're the boss of husband1-189. Lena froze. "Ah?" Last time, when he said he'd buy husband1-189 as a gift for her, he was serious? She replied, "I can't handle it. I have no idea about management." Jalmer's tone was gentle and indulgent. "You don't need to worry about that. I'll send people to manage it. You just wait for the profits." Unable to resist teasing her, he added, "Now you're a little rich woman, Boss Chin." It was indeed too much for Lena to digest right away. With a blank look, she responded, "Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. Pedro." Besides thanking him, she didn't know what else to say. After hanging up, Jalmer looked up to see his childhood friend staring at him with gossip-filled eyes. Isidore grinned slyly. "Oh, Jean, sending people to manage it, waiting for profits, and even calling her a little rich woman, you gave her a company?" Jalmer played with his phone, replying nonchalantly, "Acquired a teenage clothing brand and gave it to her." Isidore shook his head in disbelief. Charles sighed, "You're really serious about this? Who is she to get you so smitten?" Jalmer shot a cold glance at them, his eyes dark and chilly. "Watch your words. What do you mean by that woman? From now on, call her sister-in-law. She's my fiancée." As soon as these words were out, the room fell into complete silence. Jalmer was very satisfied with this effect. After a long pause, Isidore finally broke the silence. "Will your family agree?" "Miss Fu has already agreed, and besides, my grandfather made it clear that as long as I like her, he supports us wholeheartedly." Jalmer's one sentence brought everyone back to silence. Among their group, only young Catherinester Pedro had marital freedom. The Pedro family's influence was so powerful that even other aristocratic families found it hard to match. Not just in South City, but even in the capital, young heiresses from prestigious families queued up for a chance to marry into the Pedro family. But the Pedro family didn't need any marriage alliances. However, it wasn't the case for them. No matter how much they played around, they would eventually have to submit to arranged marriages. They neither had the option or the courage to love someone like Jalmer did. For them, love was truly a luxury. Lena hung up the phone and had no choice but to face Imelda's interrogation. "Baby, something's going on, spill it." Well. Lena didn't know where to start. Imelda sized her up. "I was about to ask you, this dress looks expensive, right? The fabric and craftsmanship are definitely high-end." The BMW earlier was also not ordinary. Suspecting something, Imelda covered her mouth. "Baby, did an old man trick you?" Oh no, it's all my fault for not being there to protect you." "Baby, I know you're not a superficial person, but those old men can be sly and deceitful. You must have been fooled by their sweet talk. Is it the man who drove the BMW?" Imelda spoke indignantly. "That old bastard dared to deceive our little butterfly. I'll fight him." "Mariah, don't exaggerate. You're thinking too much. How could I be so easily deceived?" Lena hurriedly replied. Imelda nodded seriously. "Yes. Very easily." Lena sighed helplessly. "No one has tricked me. Mr. Pedro is a good person, gentle, thoughtful, and courteous." "Who is Mr. Pedro?" Lena explained patiently. "Mariah bought my clothes and phone, and the BMW belongs to him too. The driver was his chauffeur. His full name is Jalmer, from the capital. We met by chance, and after I quarreled with my family, he kindly took me in and helped me. I'm very grateful to him. Don't think of him as a bad person." Imelda sensed something unusual. "Do you like him?" Lena's ears turned red. "How did you know?" "When you talk about him, your eyes light up, just like when you talked about Augustine." "Oh no, butterfly, you've fallen in love." Imelda wore a pained expression. "It's all my fault for not taking care of you recently. My precious butterfly has been lured away." "How far along are things between you two?" "Ah." Lena stammered. "This. Don't want to say." Imelda pressed. "Have you held hands? Hugged? Kissed?" Lena hesitated to mention that they had already had a relationship and she was carrying his child. She changed the subject. "Stop asking. Let's go play games. I'll carry you." Imelda suddenly realized. "Did he buy the computer for you too? You live with him now? Seriously? Are you cohabiting?" "Yes, kind of, not really. How should I put it?" Lena frowned. "I do live with him, but it's not quite cohabiting. We sleep in separate rooms." Moria Haven. Imelda cried dramatically. "Our cabbage has been eaten by a pig. It hurts." She turned to Lena, speaking seriously, introduce me to him. Let me ask if he agrees first. You call him now. Under Imelda's watchful eye, Lena dialed Jalmer's number with trepidation. Isidore noticed Jalmer's incoming call display and smirked. TSK, this little girlfriend of yours is quite clingy, huh? She's calling again so soon. Jalmer ignored him and answered the call with a smile. Isidore teased, I must be seeing things, cold-faced Jalmer actually smiling. Not only did the cold-hearted demon smile, but he also spoke gently, Lena, what's wrong? Mr. Pedro, are you busy? The little girl sounded hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. Jalmer was very patient, no, what's on your mind? My friend, she wants to come over to keep me company. Is it okay? Home. Jalmer felt a stir in his heart. The smile deepened in his eyes. She referred to his place as home. Sure, bring her over, he said warmly. Thank you, Mr. Pedro. After hanging up the phone, Lena said, Mr. Pedro agreed. Imelda asked again, by the way, what did you mean by business management just now? Chapter 21, as long as she likes it, I will provide. Mariah recently acquired a fashion brand from me and just told me that I'm now the boss of that brand. Imelda was greatly astonished, what? So generous. Is he very wealthy? A man driving a BMW can afford to give a fashion brand as a gift? That BMW is merely the least remarkable car in his garage. Mariah even has a Baidu entry, you can search for him by typing in his name. Imelda immediately pulled out her phone. What did you say his name was again? Let me search for it. Jalmer, the H in sincerity, and the E in standing firm. Imelda opened Baidu and searched. His S, she gasped. Mariah's the sole heir of the first top family in Kyoto, owning assets worth hundreds of millions, CEO of Pedro Corporation, unmarried. The more Imelda read, the wider her eyes became, feeling overwhelmed with astonishment. My goodness. We'd probably never get to meet such a man in our entire lives, right? No wonder I hadn't heard of him before. We're not even from the same world, are we? Are you sure this guy is the one you're talking about? Absolutely certain. Imelda patted her chest, still shaken up. Give me a moment to take this in. So, does that mean you're a rich woman now? Lena frowned. Mariah said so, but wouldn't it be inappropriate to accept all this? Imelda was confused, what's wrong with it? Well, the truth is, I haven't known him for long. I can't accept these gifts guilt-free, Lena explained. Not known each other for long? Why would he be so generous then? Suddenly, Imelda smacked her thigh, coming to a realization. I get it, he fell in love with you at first sight, yes, it must be like that. As she spoke, she circled Lena twice, looking at her with admiration. Baby, do you know how beautiful you really are? In high school, you were everyone's recognized school beauty queen, and your grades were exceptional too. You're literally a goddess-like figure. Imelda firmly added, Mariah definitely fell in love with you at first sight. Lena wasn't entirely convinced. How could Mr. Pedro, who's met countless beauties, fall in love with me at first sight? She thought it might only be because of the baby. But even if she was carrying his child, didn't he go overboard? Don't worry about that now. His kindness towards you is a good thing. Baby, you deserve it, Imelda excitedly encouraged. Come on, let's see the young girl brand your CEO boyfriend gave you. I'm eager to broaden my horizons. Lena inputted Shuanai into her phone map. 13 kilometers, let me take a taxi. Throughout the journey, Imelda was exhilarated. Mariah's best friend had become a rich woman, something she always dreamed of. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Shuanai. The moment Lena walked into the store, Sonia and Kathrineger Christina came forward to greet her. Both chorused, President Sheen, welcome. The employees remained the same although the owner had changed, except for the annoying Tina who was gone. Due to last time's incident, Sonia also transitioned from being an intern to a full-time employee. The title, President Sheen, was unfamiliar to Lena, and she couldn't adapt to it yet. Just call me Lena. Okay, President Sheen. Lena. Lena introduced, this is my friend Imelda. I brought her here to have a look around. Kathrineger Christina was extremely enthusiastic, thanks to Lena boosting sales last month. Her branch surged to the top of the sales chart in the South China region, resulting in a hefty bonus. Now that Lena was their boss, they showed not only enthusiasm but also respect. Kathrineger Christina respectfully asked, okay, President Sheen. Do you need us to recommend or introduce anything? This month's new arrivals just arrived today. No need, please continue your work. We'll just wander around. Okay, President Sheen, feel free to call me if you need anything. The corner of Lena's mouth twitched. Wasn't Kathrineger Christina intentionally calling her President Sheen? The title made her sound like some middle-aged, greasy man with a receding hairline. However, since they were technically subordinates, asking them to address her by her first name might cause them discomfort. Sonia, noticing Lena saying no service was needed, smiled and withdrew with the manager. After those two left, Imelda leaned closer to Lena and whispered. Wow, the brand your man gave you is husband1-189, a luxury brand. Sister Rich, remember me when you're successful. Lena patted her shoulder jokingly. Boy, self-reliance is the way to go. Immediately, Imelda put on an exaggerated act, playing a pitiful role. Sister, can you bear to watch me live such a hard life? Lena played along. Mariah, hey, stop exaggerating. I didn't buy any tea today, remember? Humph. You're so mean. They often joked around like this, never taking things seriously. Imelda was genuinely happy for Lena. In her eyes, Lena had endured 19 years of a bitter life with the Chin family. Now it was her turn to enjoy life. Though she felt a tiny bit jealous deep down, that was only human nature and did not affect her happiness for her best friend. Mariah, isn't this our spicy hot pot Princess Lena? Just as they were having fun acting, an annoying voice sounded from behind them. Coral walked in arm with a middle-aged man. If it came to being sarcastic, Imelda would not back down to Coral. She shot back without hesitation. Mariah, isn't this Coral who chased after Egan? You even offered yourself to him. Egan is in love now, do you know? My Laverne rejected him while you pined for him. Sister, you've been chasing after him for so long, how come he didn't think about you when he fell in love? Coral was fuming, her face flushing red and then white. TSK, I don't care. I have a boyfriend too now. She leaned closer to the man beside her as she spoke. Lena glanced at the man. Well, what could be said about this man's looks? Mariah looked exactly like the image of President Chin that appeared in her mind just now. A greasy balding man. Coral filled with disdain. Princess Spicy Hot Pot dares to shop at husband1-189? Look at your shabby appearance, do you even deserve it? Imelda was about to hurl insults, but Lena stopped her with a meaningful glance. Lena turned to Coral and lifted her chin, her tone full of arrogance. I'm not only shopping, I bought this dress. Isn't this skirt pretty on me? It's last month's new style. Can you afford it? Only then did Coral notice the dress on her. It was indeed from husband1-189. Mariah's expression wasn't pleasant. Coral snorted coldly, full of disdain. Can your family afford to buy you dresses? Who knows where your money comes from? Lena smiled sweetly, her eyes curved into crescents. Of course, my boyfriend bought it for me. She gave a meaningful look at the middle-aged man next to Coral, insinuating, what? Your boyfriend can't afford it? These words concerned a man's pride, prompting the man to speak up. Honey, whatever you like today, just pick it, I'll pay. Imelda got it, it was a reverse psychology strategy. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Lena ignored them and walked towards the manager, deliberately speaking in a high-pitched voice. Sister, please show me the October collection. After saying this, she whispered inaudibly to Imelda, bring out all the ugly unsold items. Christina instantly understood and went to the warehouse to fetch a pile of unsold items. Lena started her performance. She acted amazed, exclaiming, wow. This is so beautiful. I like this one, I'll take it. Coral stepped over to her side and haughtily told the manager, I want this one. Manager played along perfectly, but miss, this lady chose it first. No, I want this one. As she spoke, she pulled out some bills from her wallet and tossed them to Christina. Moriar's a tip, take it. I want this dress. Christina took the money and cast a difficult look at Lena. Lena showed annoyance and sighed. Oh well, fine, then I'll choose this one. Coral immediately added, this one too, wrap it for me. Lena glared at Coral, are you insane, Coral? Targeting everything I like. Coral behaved arrogantly, nodding her head tauntingly, yeah, see if you can stop me. In mere moments, Lena imagined every heartbreaking scene from dramas she had seen before, barely holding back laughter. She grumbled angrily, you win. Then I want that red one. That red one was way too tacky, she wouldn't accept it even if given for free. Coral smiled smugly, I want that red one too, wrap it. I want that black one. I'll take that. Wrap it. Every time Lena made a statement, Coral followed suit. She competed with Lena for the dresses while tossing money to the manager, whose mouth couldn't stop smiling. Coral laid down her ultimatum, whatever she likes, I'll take it. After arguing for a while, the store sold off all its unsold dresses that hadn't moved for half a year. The employees stared wide-eyed, suddenly gaining immense respect for Lena. Lena watched as the balding old man swiped his card and picked up the bags, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Inside, she was thrilled but outwardly still furious. What's wrong with you guys? Why did you give all the styles I like to her? I came here first. Lena sternly reprimanded the staff, pulling Imelda away. This is outrageous. Let's go, Yushin, we won't come back here. Inside the store, the employees bent their heads, trying hard not to laugh, nearly stifling themselves. The balding, middle-aged man checked his phone message and was shocked. 200,000 had been deducted. His heart bled. Mariah had agreed to spend no more than 100,000 on gifts for this woman he kept in a month, but he had just lost face by showing off, resulting in massive spending. Coral, feeling triumphant, mocked Lena and Imelda's retreating backs. You don't deserve to compete with me. The balding man thought, this money cannot be wasted, he needed to get it back from this little enchantress. Later, he would buy some blue pills to boost his vigor. Today, she wouldn't get out of bed unless they did it 10 times. Cannon leered, "Honey, I'm tired after all this shopping. Let's go back to the hotel and rest." Coral wriggled her hips and nestled into the man's arms, contentedly leaving. After the two were gone, the store clerks could no longer hold back their laughter and burst into sharp giggles. They were strictly trained never to laugh, no matter how funny something was, unless they couldn't help it. Chapter 22, Annabelle's Scheme. At the picturesque Shoshio Villa in Bayan Mountain, lush trees shaded the sky, and a babbling brook meandered through the grounds. Inside the villa, several young gentlemen were enjoying themselves by playing cards with their beauties in their arms. Jalmer didn't like playing cards. Mariah pulled a chair under the shade of a tree, closed his eyes to rest, with the sounds of cicadas and wind accompanying him. Mariah hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. Annabelle wore a tasteful moon-white high-slit cheapao that accentuated her graceful figure. Every step she took revealed her slender, fair legs. 2 hours ago, she saw a photo posted by Isidore on WeChat Moments and learned that Jalmer and Isidore were at the Shoshio Villa today. She hurried over immediately. Annabelle swayed her hips and gracefully approached Jalmer. Today, Jalmer was dressed in a black shirt, which made him appear even more aloof. When she reached near Jalmer, Annabelle deliberately stumbled, pretending to lose balance and fall toward him. Not far from Jalmer, behind a grove of small trees, a person was lying on a tree branch secretly taking photos. Just as Annabelle was about to fall into Jalmer's arms, a bodyguard appeared out of nowhere and caught her. Jalmer slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her once, then closed them again. Mariah didn't say a single word to her. Annabelle felt a bit embarrassed but wasn't willing to give up. After steadying herself, she pinched her voice and thanked the bodyguard in black suit and sunglasses. Meanwhile, she observed Pedro's reaction with the corner of her eye. However, Jalmer kept his eyes closed, feigning sleep, with no reaction at all. The bodyguard finally spoke. "Miss, please leave immediately. Do not disturb Catherinester's rest." Unwilling to give up, Annabelle continued in what she thought was a sweet tone, "Young Catherinester Pedro, it's Annabelle. We've met before." Without opening his eyes, Jalmer coldly told her to get lost. Annabelle's face turned pale, biting her lower lip gently, looking like she had suffered an immense injustice. The bodyguard was unkind in urging her to leave. "Miss, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite." Annabelle stomped her feet and had to leave. "Use a fan to get rid of the smell." Jalmer commanded the bodyguard while still keeping his eyes closed. Initially, the bodyguard didn't understand what he meant. Only after sniffing did he realize President Pedro referred to the woman's perfume. "Isn't this scent pleasant?" However, he only dared to think this in his mind. Having been with the president for so long, he knew the president disliked women getting too close. The bodyguard quickly found a fan and fanned Jalmer. Annabelle entered the grove of small trees and joined the man she had arranged beforehand to take covert photos. "Did you get the shots?" "All captured, sis, check this out." Cannon handed the camera to her. Annabelle browsed through the photos and smiled. Not bad. With these photos, she would surely top the hot search list. As long as she associated with Jalmer, her fame would skyrocket, doubling or even tripling her fees. Then she would have unlimited resources and opportunities for good roles in variety shows. If she attracted Jalmer's attention, there might be a chance for real romance, becoming his woman. If she could win him over, her status as the queen of entertainment would be secured. Holding the camera, the man started giggling foolishly, which made the bystander feel uneasy. Annabelle asked him to take covert photos of Jalmer. Initially, he refused. Everyone knew Jalmer wasn't someone to mess with, but Annabelle offered a significant amount. They say fortune lies in risk-taking. Getting paid 10,000 yuan for a few photos, he gritted his teeth and took the job. Now the photos were taken, but he hadn't received payment yet, fearing Annabelle might change her mind. "Sis, the photos are ready, can you settle the payment?" Annabelle rolled her eyes. "Why the rush? Am I the type to go back on my word? Give me the camera first, and I'll have my assistant transfer the money later." Cannon still doubted her. "Sis, I haven't backed up these photos, nor have I received the payment. How can I hand over the camera? Cash on delivery is more reassuring." Annabelle scoffed, "You act like you've never seen money." "Fine, I'll call my assistant now to send you the money, okay?" Cannon rejoiced, "Great, thank you, sis." Imelda and Lena left Shuanai, holding their stomachs from laughing. Imelda laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, darling, you're truly amazing. This provocation tactic worked perfectly. Amazing, right? Knowing Coral's character, she would definitely compete with me, buying all the unsold dresses. Ha ha ha. I couldn't bear to look at those dresses. Thankfully, she bought them all. Coral isn't that bad after all, specifically buying unsold items. You know it. I almost burst out laughing just now in the store." Imelda was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Who would disagree? After leaving the mall, Imelda couldn't wait to have Lena take her to see Jalmer. Lena called Uncle Christina to come pick them up. While waiting for the car, Gwen called. Lena held the phone, debating whether or not to answer. Imelda glanced at the caller ID. "It's your mom calling you. Have they ever cared about you when you haven't been home for such a long time?" Lena shook her head. She sent me a few messages, all scolding me. Enraged, Imelda said, then don't answer. It can't be anything good. Yeah. Lena rejected the call. Moments later, the phone rang again. Imelda clicked her tongue. Isn't there an end to this? You should answer and hear what she wants. On the call, Lena braced herself for a scolding. Unexpectedly, Gwen sounded unusually gentle. Lena, where are you now? Your mom has been worried about you these past few days since you didn't come back. Although this wasn't typical of Gwen's character, she was still Lena's mother, which softened Lena's heart. Mom, I'm shopping with Rebecca outside. In the past, upon hearing that, Gwen would start lecturing. But today, Gwen just responded with an, oh, without saying anything more. Lena, Mom was wrong before. Mom shouldn't have hit you. Mom apologizes. Your brother is getting married on the 3rd, come home. Lena thought for a moment. After all, this was the woman who gave birth to and raised her, and her family members were her closest relatives. No matter how many quarrels had happened, they were all part of the past. She felt she should go back to see them. Though she really disliked Bernadette, she could just ignore her. Anyway, after Alexi's wedding, they would move out. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. After hanging up, Imelda asked, what did your mom say? She didn't scold you, did she? No, she said my brother is getting married on the 3rd, and she wants me to come home. Imelda pouted. Pfft, sounds like she's bringing you back to work for free. If it were up to me, I wouldn't go back. Lena felt that her mother was acting very oddly today. Over the years, Gwen had almost never spoken to her so gently. There must be something going on. She needed to go back and find out what it was. Chapter 23, Is young Catherinester Pedro a playboy? Gwen put down his phone. Ricky hurriedly asked, how did it go? What did she say? She said she'll be back tomorrow. Upon hearing Gwen's reply, Ricky breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she comes back, the worst-case scenario is if she doesn't return at all. In the living room of the Cheen family residence, a middle-aged couple unfamiliar to them sat on the sofa, roughly the same age as Ricky and Gwen. That's good, that's good. Once your second daughter returns, keep a close eye on her. Try not to quarrel with her, you don't want her running away again. Gwen replied, rest assured, I will take good care of her. At Jalmer's villa. Imelda's eyes were wide open like copper bells. Ever since entering the villa, her exclamations of surprise hadn't ceased. Damn. This villa is too luxurious. It's no wonder you're a CEO, living in such an incredible house. Lynn had cut up some fruit and served snacks to Imelda. Imelda patted Lena, saying, honey, don't go back to the Cheen family. Just stay here and enjoy this place. Lena was deep in thought, pondering over Gwen's unusual behavior and didn't respond. Imelda skewered a piece of mango with a toothpick and popped it into her mouth. Come on, let's check out your computer. Lena led Imelda upstairs to the gaming room. The moment they opened the door, Imelda was once again taken aback. The room was primarily pink-themed. The gaming desk, gaming chair, headphones, keyboard, mouse, and even the carpet under the table were all pink. Did he specially set up this gaming room for you? Uh-huh. It's so pink, he must see you as a princess. TSK, it seems your CEO really adores you. With that, she approached the computer desk and began inspecting Lena's computer. Wow, this screen is massive. What kind of specs does your computer have? Imelda had consulted her cousin when buying her own computer, so she knew a bit about configurations. Lena said, I'm not too sure either. Mr. Pedro and I went to the computer store, and the salesperson configured it for me. Something about an RTX 4090D graphics card and a 14th generation i7 CPU. I didn't understand anything. Imelda. To configure such a high-end machine just to play League of Legends. Using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Honey, now I know you're really not familiar with computers. For League of Legends, you don't need such high specs. You've been scammed by the salesperson, but your computer is indeed top-notch. In the future, you can play other games too. Let's turn it on and see. Lena powered on the computer. Jalmer had messaged that he would come home in about 2 hours to have dinner with her. Looking at the WeChat message on her phone, Lena said, Mr. Pedro will be home in 2 hours. Let's play in the meantime. Do you want to play a game? I'll let you try out this top-of-the-line computer. Imelda couldn't ask for more. Sure, I'll play a few rounds. Lena opened the game client, and Imelda logged into her account. Imelda was deeply engrossed in the game, while Lena watched from the side for a while. After several subpar plays, Imelda turned around and said sheepishly, Mariah, the screen is so big, I'm still getting used to it. Lena gave her an understanding look, yeah, no need to explain, girls get it. Worried that watching might affect Imelda's performance, she moved to the sofa by the wall. You play. Watching from the side might distract you. I'll play on my phone a bit. Wearing headphones, Imelda didn't hear Lena speak. She was in the middle of a team fight, muttering to herself. Damn, how could the jungler lose Baron Vernisher? This jungler is so bad, what a critical mistake. They've been wiped out. It's over. Lena shook her head and chuckled softly. She opened Weibo and checked the trending topics as usual. But what she saw next was startling. At the top of the trending list was, Jalmer and Annabelle. Second trending, Jalmer romance. Third trending, young Catherine Pedro's first love. All three were related to Jalmer. Lena frowned and clicked on the first trending topic. A series of photos appeared before her eyes. In the photos, Jalmer leaned against a rattan chair, with a well-figured woman standing beside him. Some of the photos were taken from the side, showing Jalmer's profile clearly. Others were taken from behind Jalmer, revealing the woman's face opposite him. Francesca wearing a moon-white cheaphouse standing beside Jalmer was none other than actress Annabelle. From the side view, her figure was indeed impressive, with curves in all the right places and slender, fair thighs revealed by the high slit of her cheaphouse. The Weibo post read, CEO of Pedro Corporation, Jalmer, appears to be dating actress Annabelle. The two were seen vacationing together at Bayan Mountain Scenic Villa, displaying intimate behavior. It had been posted half an hour ago. Within half an hour, there were already hundreds of thousands of comments and retweets. Lena opened the comments section. Ah, Sister Xiao is so amazing, managing to snag young Catherine Pedro. That's the CEO of Pedro Corporation, Jalmer. Sis Annabelle, you're the one who really makes it. Sis Annabelle deserves it. I remember young Catherine Pedro had 0 scandals before. So, Sis is his first love. This ship is sweet to death. Previously there were some haters saying young Catherine Pedro doesn't like women. Well? Haters come out and speak up. Sis Annabelle is so blessed. Wish Sis and young Catherine Pedro a long and lasting relationship. Most of the top comments were from Annabelle's fans, filled with blessings and pride. Of course, if you scrolled down further, you would find some dissenting voices at the bottom. Tisk, fake right? How could young Catherine Pedro possibly fancy her? Then this floor was cursed by over 500 replies. How is it impossible? With my sis being so beautiful, young Catherine Pedro has good taste. Mariah wouldn't fancy someone like you instead of my sis. Stop dreaming. Do you dare post a photo? I'd like to see how pretty you are, daring to speak about my sis this way. Some extreme brainless fans even attacked the original poster personally, insulting their ancestors for 18 generations. So scary, are these what crazy fans do? Lena originally wanted to comment, it should be fake, young Catherine Pedro seems to have a fiancé already, but she was afraid of being cyberbullied. She repeatedly looked at those few photos, feeling suffocated. Having spent these days with Mr. Pedro, she felt that he was not that kind of playboy. This morning he said he would accompany her, but it was she who refused, saying she had an appointment with her classmate. So did Mr. Pedro go to look for a female celebrity because he was upset at being rejected? No, it must not be so. Mr. Pedro is not that kind of person. But the photos and the caption on Weibo hurt her eyes. Mariah's heart felt like being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making her feel short of breath. The blessing comments seemed like sharp knives stabbing into her heart. It turned out she liked him so much already. Lena masochistically read each comment. 2 whole hours passed, yet she was still in the comment section. Imelda finished the game and took off her headphones. Honey, playing games on this computer is really smooth, no wonder it's top-notch configuration. She received no response. Imelda turned around, her face drastically changed. Honey, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Imelda hurried to Lena's side with great concern. Lena sniffled, I'm fine. You say you're fine, yet your voice is hoarse. Imelda glanced at Lena's phone screen. Taking Lena's phone, her face grew uglier as she went through it. Pisses me off. These rich young masters are all playboys indeed, he already has you but still plays around with a female celebrity. What a scumbag. Absolutely a scumbag. A deep, magnetic male voice sounded at the door, who did you call a scumbag? Chapter 24, Jalmer's Declaration. Jalmer stood at the doorway, his face overcast. Lena looked up at him for a moment, then quickly lowered her head. She didn't want Mr. Pedro to see that she had been crying. Imelda, upon getting caught spreading gossip, first felt embarrassingly mortified as if she wished to find a crevice to hide in. But then she thought it over and realized that she wasn't the one who was wrong. It was this scumbag man who did something against Laverne, why should she be embarrassed? Imelda abruptly turned her head, intending to reclaim justice for her little sister by verbally thrashing this big scumbag. However, when Imelda turned her head and saw Jalmer, she froze as if struck by paralysis. Cannon was tall with an estimated height of over 185 centimeters, standing beside the door, nearly as tall as the door itself. His facial features were sharply defined, his looks incomparably handsome. At that moment, his brows knitted tightly, his deep eyes glowing with a cold light. The air around seemed frozen, and an invisible pressure spread out, making anyone dare not approach. Jalmer's presence was too overpowering. Imelda stood in front of him, speechless under the impact of his aura. With a step, Jalmer took long strides toward the sofa. In that brief instant of eye contact, he seemed to have seen little white rabbit cry. Mariah squatted down before the sofa, using his hand to lift Lena's chin so that the girl could look directly into his eyes. Lena was forced to raise her head. Their eyes met. Jalmer clearly saw the red-rimmed eyes and tear-streaked face of the crying little white rabbit. His heart suddenly tightened. Why are you crying? Lena diverted her gaze, avoiding his eyes. Jalmer wasn't angry. He gently caressed Lena's face, wiping away her tears tenderly with his thumb. Little Rabbit's eyes were all red from crying, which pained him. Cannon spoke softly. What happened? Lena remained silent. Imelda couldn't stand it any longer. Realizing what was happening, she walked to Lena's side and snatched her phone before Lena could react. Imelda opened Weibo's trending topics and handed the phone to Jalmer. Mr. President, don't think I'm accusing you. You already have Laverne. Why would you go on a romantic vacation with a female celebrity? Look at these comments on Weibo. People suspect that you two are dating and even say that the female celebrity is your first love. Our Laverne has been crying all afternoon after scrolling through these Weibos. Jalmer took the phone, casually flipped through it, and his expression grew increasingly grim. The temperature around instantly dropped to freezing point. This isn't how things are. Give me some time, and I'll take care of it, Jalmer said in a low voice. Seeing that Lena still didn't speak, Jalmer sighed. Mariah kneeled half before the girl, extending a hand to gently stroke her head. All of this is fake. Someone is deliberately hyping it up. Don't take it seriously. His tone was gentle, as if comforting a child. Okay, the girl finally responded. Seeing that the president had explained personally, Imelda's anger diminished significantly. Let's believe him for now, she thought, waiting for the president to give Lena an explanation. Seeing that Lena was listening, Jalmer finally stood up and glanced at Imelda. You're her classmate, right? Please stay with her for a while. I need to handle this matter. Cannon turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, he turned back to Lena. There has never been any other woman in my life. Jalmer stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his study, making a call. What's going on with the Weibo trending topic? The person on the other end of the line almost choked. Sir Pedro, wasn't the trending topic at your request? Jalmer sneered. Do you think I would allow such a post on Weibo? If you don't like your job, I wouldn't mind breaking your bowl. Sweat trickled down the man's face. Sir Pedro, I'm sorry, I apologize, I must have overlooked something. We assumed you knew about it before we dared to post it. I'll get it removed immediately. Please calm down. Who gave you these photos? The person on the other end was so nervous they stammered. They came from one of your company's staff. She said it was your idea. Have someone investigate the whole story. If you can't figure it out, none of you will sleep tonight. Yes, I'll get people on it right away. After hanging up, Jalmer called Isidore. Do you know the woman on the trending topic? Isidore was a typical playboy who changed girlfriends faster than he changed clothes. There wasn't a single type of woman he didn't fancy, internet celebrities, models, actresses. Mariah also ran a media company with countless signed artists. No one understood the entertainment industry better than him. Isidore was lazily lying on a deck chair by the pool, surrounded by 3 stunning beauties massaging and feeding him fruit, thoroughly enjoying himself. When he received Jalmer's call, Isidore was confused. What trending topic? What woman? After leaving Jingxiu Mountain Villa, he went straight to his friend's pool party. How could he have time to look at Weibo trending topics? Wait a moment, let me check. Isidore patted the woman lying in his arms. Open Weibo and check the trending topics. Francesca, dressed in a sexy black bikini, picked up the phone from the small table beside her and opened Weibo. Jalmer had just finished his call, and Weibo hadn't taken down the post yet, so the trending topic still showed him with Annabelle. Ouch, Isidore heard the woman gasp. Mr. Liu, take a look. Francesca handed the phone to Isidore. Isidore's eyes widened as he sat up abruptly from the lounge chair. Damn, who dared to spread your scandal? I know this woman, she's a rising star born after 1995, with a fiery body and top-notch looks. She just started her career and hasn't been exploited yet, still a virgin. She accompanied me for drinks before, and I gave her a female supporting role. Why would she be at Jingxiu Mountain Villa? Who took these photos? You should ask yourself. What did you post on social media earlier? Jalmer said coldly. This. Isidore suddenly remembered that it was him who posted a group photo. Sorry, really sorry, Atlas. I didn't think she'd see the photo and come running. Isidore quite liked Annabelle and wanted to speak up for her. I think this girl is pretty decent. She probably came to you out of admiration. Melvin, if you gave her 100 reasons, she wouldn't dare to deliberately create a scandal with you. This shouldn't be her doing. It's probably those paparazzi taking risks for clicks and money. Jalmer knew Isidore was pleading for the woman. In the past, he might have given his brother some face, turning a blind eye and letting the woman off. But things were different now. Just thinking about someone crying with red eyes, the anger inside him couldn't be suppressed. No problem. Do you think I'm stupid? Cut the nonsense, blacklist her directly. Since Jalmer had spoken, Isidore didn't dare disobey. Although they were peers and childhood friends, Jalmer held too high a status in the industry, and everyone listened to him. Besides, he didn't need to risk his relationship with his brother over an up-and-coming star. Mariah wasn't foolish and knew what was important. Alright, I'll instruct them to blacklist her. After discussing business, Isidore couldn't help but tease. Are you being so thorough because you're afraid your little wife will get jealous? What do you think? To Isidore's surprise, Jalmar admitted it openly. Jalmar hung up after saying that. Isidore shook his head in admiration. Tsk tisk, men in love are indeed different. Melvin icebergs can melt one day. Lena intended to keep Imelda for dinner, but Imelda's mother called to hurry her home. Sweetie, call me if anything happens. Don't cry alone. As Imelda spoke, she glanced at Jalmar, clearly dissatisfied that he had made Lena cry. Lena nodded. I'm fine. Jalmar politely offered, I'll have my driver take you home. It's okay, I'll take a cab. Jalmar insisted, you're Laverne's friend, and you came here to accompany her. It's only right to ensure you get home safely. Imelda appreciated his demeanor. Despite hearing her call him a scumbag, he remained courteous. And it was all for Lena. Looking at him, he seemed genuinely serious about her. From the way he looked at Lena, it seemed the online scandal might indeed be false. Thank you then. Imelda didn't refuse again and got into the car. Jalmar turned to Lena, still feeling upset. Lena lowered her gaze to her toes, not answering. Jalmar sighed softly, pulling her into his embrace. His chin rested atop her head, his voice tender. In my heart, there's only you, now and always. Chapter 25, the Chin family wants to sell their daughter. Lena's heart pounded as she was held in Jalmar's arms. This was the first time Mr. Pedro had directly expressed his feelings to her. Over the past dozen or so years, there had been many of the opposite sex who had confessed to Lena. Back in high school, she would almost receive a new love letter every week. But never before had her heartbeat been this fast. Little Di, you are my fiancé. Apart from you, there could never be anyone else. Lena felt at a loss for what to do. Mr. Pedro, Before she could finish, Jalmar interrupted her. Mariah indulgently rubbed his face against Lena's head and whispered gently, don't move, let me hold you for a while. There was a hint of weariness in Jalmar's voice. Lena obediently leaned into his embrace, with the woody fragrance from him enveloping her. Lynn finished preparing the meal and didn't see anyone inside the house. Thinking that young Catherinester and Miss Chin were still in the yard seeing off Miss Mariah, she came out to call them for dinner. Young Catherinester, Miss Chin, come to eat. Just as Lynn stepped out, she saw the two embracing. Young Catherinester, I didn't see anything, you carry on. Lena awkwardly pulled away. Let's go eat. Jalmar naturally took Lena's hand, saying, let's go. Lena followed behind him, looking at their intertwined hands, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. A man like Jalmar releasing his charm towards her, she had long since fallen under his spell. She thought it was just one-sided love, but she never expected Mr. Pedro to suddenly confess. Was it because of today's scandal? Mariah was giving her a sense of security. After dinner, they sat on the living room sofa, and Lena told Jalmar about going home the next day. Jalmar frowned after hearing her words. Though he had no good impression of the Chin family, they were Lena's relatives, and he couldn't stop Lena from returning home. Then you must take care of yourself. With the baby, try not to argue with them, I'll come get you after the wedding. Lena nodded obediently, I will be careful. Call me if anything happens. Jalmar kissed Lena's forehead, go to sleep early. Lena returned to her room. At the same time, Weibo called. Catherinester Pedro, we have found out. Annabelle hired someone to secretly photograph and handed them over to an employee named Kaylee in your Vernancheng company's PR department. That employee informed our staff beforehand, saying you agreed to release these photos, so the staff approved it. The Weibo operations manager was sweating nervously. Our staff made a mistake, and they've been dismissed. The marketing accounts that posted the tweets have also been shut down, and the trending topic has been removed. We sincerely apologize, Catherinester Pedro. I will personally visit to apologize when I can, please calm down. No need. Jalmar hung up the phone and called his assistant Eliam. There's an employee named Kaylee in the PR department of Vernancheng branch. This trending topic is related to her. Find her for a talk. Yes, Mr. Pedro. The next morning after breakfast, Lena returned to the Chin residence. Normally at this time, no one would be home. Mr. and Mrs. Ricky would be busy at the spicy hot pot store, Alexei would be at work, and Marvin would be at school. But tomorrow was Alexei's wedding, and her parents were both at home. Mariah's mother had messaged her early to return home directly. Lena knocked on the door. Gwen opened the door with a smile. Welcome back, little Di. Come in quickly, Mom is waiting for you. The term little Di sent shivers down her spine. Lena entered the house. Sitting on the living room sofa were an unfamiliar middle-aged couple. Gwen closed the door and introduced them. These are Aunt Catherine and Uncle Zhang. Say hello. Assuming they were distant relatives coming for Alexei's wedding, Lena politely greeted them. Morialo Aunt Catherine, Morialo Uncle Zhang. Oh, Muyu, your second daughter looks so lively. Aunt Catherine laughed, wrinkles forming on her face, staring at Lena without any disguise. Lena frowned, feeling uncomfortable. Something was odd about Aunt Catherine's gaze, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Uncle Zhang also stared intently. Just a bit too thin, needs to eat more to build up strength for bearing children. Aunt Catherine nodded in agreement. Indeed, being too thin might make childbirth difficult for a woman. Giving birth? They were talking about having children? Lena felt a strong aversion towards these boundaryless relatives. What did it matter to them whether she was fat or thin? And why should they care if she had children? In an unfriendly tone, she said, "Uncle, Aunt, there are fruits and nuts on the table, help yourselves. Just stuff your mouths already and stop jabbering." Of course, she didn't dare say this outright. Uncle Jean continued, "All right then, this matter is settled. I'll ask a fortune teller for a good date." What good day? Lena was puzzled. Gwen ignored her and nodded to the couple with a servile smile. Yes, let's set the date as soon as possible. It was Aunt Catherine who answered her question. She smiled at Lena. Look at this child, pretending not to understand. Girls have thin skins and are shy to speak about it. What good day, of course, is the wedding day between you and our Emerson Jew. Lena was momentarily stunned. Wedding? She turned to look at Gwen. Mom, what's going on? Seeing she couldn't hide it anymore, Gwen told her the truth. You're not young anymore. I've arranged a match for you. Uncle Zhang's son, Bao Zhu, is 5 years older than you and hasn't married yet. Your father and I agree to marry you off to him. A surge of anger rushed to Lena's head, and her face turned red instantly. Mom, Dad, did you bring me back just for this? She glared at Gwen. So ironic, Mom. For the first time in 19 years, you were gentle with me, just to trick me into coming home. I'm only 19, and you can't wait to marry me off? I will not get married. As soon as Aunt Catherine saw Lena opposing, all her smiles vanished, and her temper flared up. Mariah, you little brat, you still don't agree? We paid a dowry of 20,000, and all the wedding expenses are on us. Your parents have agreed. What right do you have to refuse? Lena laughed bitterly from extreme anger. She angrily asked Gwen and Ricky, so that's why you're in such a hurry to marry me off, it's for the 20,000? So you sold me for 20,000? To you, am I worth only 20,000? Ricky glared at her and bellowed, how do you speak to your parents? Men should marry when they grow up, and so should women. Don't you want to continue freeloading here eating and drinking for free? Aunt Catherine, angered by Lena, spoke acidly. What? You look down on 20,000? Complimenting you a bit and you think you're something now. If it weren't for the fact that my son Emerson Zhu has some mental issues, I wouldn't have wanted to pay those 20,000. Given your family's conditions, you should kneel and thank heaven and earth that someone is willing to spend 20,000 to marry you, yet you dare to throw a tantrum. Gwen held Aunt Catherine's hand to comfort her. Mother-in-law, don't be upset, this girl is talking nonsense. Mariah's marriage will be decided by her father and me, and her words don't count. Lena sneered sarcastically, mental issues? That means he's a fool. You sold me to a fool for 20,000? You? Who are you calling a fool? Aunt Catherine pointed at Lena, her chest heaving dramatically. Mariah's son was indeed a fool, always dumbly laughing and drooling. Despite this, she could not tolerate others saying he was a fool. Shut up. Ricky shouted, you must get married. There's no choice. Lena didn't want to waste her breath arguing with them. She took out her phone, ready to call Jalmarg and ask him to come pick her up. Gwen snatched her phone. Who are you calling? Let me tell you, we've already taken the money. Whether you like it or not, you'll have to get married. Stop causing trouble. Your phone will be kept by me until after the wedding feast. Chapter 26, Young Catherine's Pedro is affectionate. Missing after just 1 day apart. In the conference room of the Southern City branch of the Pedro Corporation. The general manager gave a passionate work report. Since he took over management, the company had been thriving, and the general manager was especially proud of it. However, their big boss listened absent-mindedly, his mind wandering while seated in his chair. Ahem. The general manager cleared his throat. Mr. President, the report is complete. Jalmar nodded. Good. Meeting adjourned. Not a single extra word was spoken. Jalmar picked up his coat and left the meeting room, leaving behind a defeated-looking general manager. At the top floor of the building, in the president's office. Jalmar lounged on a black leather sofa, checked his phone, not a single message or missed call from her. Silently, the president lit a cigarette. That girl, once home, she forgot all about him, no word for such a long time. Actually, he and Lena had only been apart for half a day. Isidore said that one shouldn't be too clingy with women as it came off as controlling, which women generally disliked. Mariah thought girls and women wouldn't differ much in this regard. After some consideration, Jalmar put down his phone. Mariah should give her more personal space. Before finishing his cigarette, the intercom buzzed. Mariah stood up, stubbed out the cigarette, and answered the call. President Pedro, Kaylee from the Public Relations Department insists on seeing you, Secretary Violet said with a headache. I won't see her. Violet, looking at the sobbing Kaylee, replied, shall I have security escort her out? Wait, let her come in. There were some details he wanted to clarify. Sure, Mr. President. Violet hung up the phone and told the sobbing Kaylee, Miss Bai, the president will see you. As soon as Kaylee entered, her weeping drew a frown from Jalmar. Mr. Pedro, please don't fire me. I didn't mean to do what I did. Kaylee cried, my mother is hospitalized with expensive medical bills that I can't afford. It was Miss Phoebe who approached me, giving me a large sum of money. She told me you two were dating, and without your permission, it would be impossible to get those photos taken. She also said announcing the relationship was a surprise she prepared for you, telling me not to inform you. It's all my fault, being blinded by money, losing my judgment. Miss Phoebe's story had obvious flaws. If I'd thought carefully, I'd have seen through them. It's my stupidity, my weakness against temptation. But I really didn't have bad intentions. Mr. Pedro, please don't fire me. Consider my 5 years of service here, and don't fire me. I'm willing to accept any punishment except being fired. You can deduct my salary or demote me. Kaylee wiped her tears as she spoke. The doctor said my mom needs a lot more money for her follow-up treatments. Miss Phoebe's money only solved the immediate problem. If I lose my job, I won't be able to pay for my mom's medical bills. My mom might. Francesca couldn't continue, covering her mouth as she sobbed uncontrollably. Jalmer looked at Kaylee expressionlessly. Is she really this upset? Are all women so emotional, resorting to tears when they encounter problems? Mariah thought of a certain red-eyed girl and felt a stir within him. With her character, she would surely want to keep this employee. After a moment of reflection, Jalmer made a decision. I understand the situation. An employee like you, easily bought, cannot be kept in the company. Mariah hearing this, Kaylee's face turned pale. Unexpectedly, Jalmer continued, regarding your mother's medical expenses, considering your 5 years of hard work here, out of humanitarian concern, I will have HR provide you with a recommendation letter. With this letter, you'll find it easier to get a new job and afford the medical fees. Kaylee's mood swung like a roller coaster. Hearing this, she found hope amidst despair. A recommendation letter from the Pedro Corporation wasn't easy to obtain. With this letter, finding a new job would be much easier. Wiping away her tears, Kaylee composed herself. Thank you, Mr. Pedro, thank you. I will remember your kindness forever. You can leave now. Jalmer lowered his head to read documents, ignoring her. After expressing gratitude a few more times, Kaylee turned and left. Reflecting on his own words, Jalmer paused. Since when had he become so helpful? Was this proximity rubbing off on him? Spending more time with that little rabbit had made him softer-hearted. The Ricky and Gwen couple were busy preparing for Alexi's wedding tomorrow, locking Lena at home before rushing off to the hotel. Lena paced back and forth in the room, thinking of ways to escape. The windows had anti-theft grills, and the bedroom with a balcony had been locked by Gwen. There were small windows in the bathroom and kitchen, but alas, they were too high for her to reach. And even if she could climb up, the opening was too small for a person to fit through. Escaping through there was not an option. Mariah's phone had been confiscated, and there was no landline at home. There was no way to contact the outside world. Lena thought about it and decided that perhaps shouting for help might alert the neighbors who could then call the police for her. She walked to the door and started banging on it with all her strength, shouting for help loudly. She called out for about 20 minutes, but there was no response from outside. At this time, the neighbors probably weren't even at home. Lena sat slumped on the sofa, feeling somewhat dejected. Now, all she could do was wait for Mr. Pedro to notice her disappearance and come looking for her. But Mr. Pedro was so busy, he might not even notice if she went missing for a day or two. What if Mr. Pedro didn't find out in time? By the time Alexi's wedding was over tomorrow and her parents moved her to Uncle Zhang's house, what would happen then? Would Mr. Pedro be unable to find her? Thinking of this, Lena felt a chill down her back, and a sense of despair arose. As night fell, Jalmer returned to the villa. Mariah checked his phone again, still finding no message from Lena. Suddenly, he felt a bit restless. They had been apart for 1 day, and she hadn't thought of him even a little bit. Jalmer couldn't resist any longer and dialed Lena's number. However, only the cold voice of an automated response came through. Sorry, the number you have dialed is powered off. Powered off? Jalmer was taken aback. Why was her phone turned off? Had the battery run out? Mariah glanced at the time, 8 p.m. Mariah would wait until her phone was charged and try calling her again. Jalmer put down his phone and took a shower. After coming out of the bathroom, he tried calling Lena again. Still, it was powered off. Jalmer sensed something was amiss and called his assistant Eliam. Help me find out where Lena's brother is holding the wedding. Yes, Mr. President. Jalmer, wearing a loose dark blue bathrobe, stood in front of the bedroom's floor-to-ceiling window, cigarette flickering between his fingers. A slight frown creased his brow, unease spreading through him. Lena, you must be all right. 10 minutes later, Eliam called back. I found it, Mr. President. Lena's brother Alexei and Bernadette's wedding is being held tomorrow at Jiyuan Hotel in Linjiang District. I've sent you the address on WeChat. The next day, in the banquet hall of Jiyuan Hotel, festive decorations filled the air. Guests smiled as they sat around round tables, clinking glasses in celebration. Colorful balloons and faux flowers adorned the venue, soft lighting creating a romantic atmosphere. A red carpet extended from the entrance to the center stage. On the stage, the newlyweds looked deeply into each other's eyes as they exchanged rings. At this moment, the main doors of the banquet hall opened. A group of burly bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses entered first, forming orderly rows along both sides of the red carpet, drawing everyone's attention. Melvin the wedding officiant froze, staring blankly at the entrance. A handsome man in a suit walked into the banquet hall at a leisurely pace. Wow, quite lively here, isn't it? Chapter 27, young Catherinester Pedro dominantly protects his wife. Causing a ruckus at Alexi's wedding. The arrival of this uninvited guest instantly silenced the originally festive and lively hall. His presence was too overwhelming. The previously gossip-loving relatives now remained as silent as cicadas in winter, glancing at each other uneasily. Alexei looked at the man and knew he came with no good intentions. It was his joyous day, and he didn't want any trouble. Moreover, he knew he couldn't afford to provoke this man in front of him. Alexei stepped down from the stage and approached him with a stiff smile. Sir, may I ask what brings you here? Jalmar smiled, scanning the room but not seeing Lena. I've come to drink to your happiness, he replied nonchalantly. Alexei gave a forced laugh, wondering who this person was to arrive with such pomp when he didn't even know him. How could this person just show up for a wedding uninvited? Mariah cast a puzzled look at Ricky and Gwen, seeking an explanation. The couple shook their heads, indicating they didn't know him either. Alexei realized this person likely came to cause trouble, yet he still managed to smile. Guests are always welcome. Please, take a seat and join us for a toast. Jalmar didn't hesitate, striding toward a table with long strides. Two bodyguards moved ahead to clear the way. As he approached, guests at the table hastily stood up and moved aside. Without ceremony, Jalmar sat down, crossing his legs casually. Mariah took out a cigarette case and pulled out a cigarette, which one of the bodyguards promptly lit for him. Alexei? Cannon exhaled slowly, a cloud of smoke forming before him as he spoke leisurely. Alexei froze, startled. How did he know his name? Approaching him with a bow, Alexei asked with a forced smile, Sir, do you know me? Jalmar sized him up, then said, You're Lena's brother, Alexei. Why is your own sister not present at your wedding? Didn't she come back for it? Alexei thought Lena must have offended someone, leading this man to seek her out. Mariah quickly distanced himself from her. Brother, whatever Lena has done is none of my business. If you want to settle a score, go after her. I'm innocent. Mariah hearing this, Jalmar laughed, settle a score? Where is she? Alexei glanced again at the Chin couple. They vigorously shook their heads, unwilling to reveal Lena's whereabouts. They still hoped to exchange her for the 200,000 yuan. Alexei shook his head, feigning ignorance. I don't know where she is either. She didn't return yesterday. Yesterday? I didn't say when she returned, so how did you know it was yesterday? Realizing his slip of tongue, Alexei broke into a cold sweat and remained silent. Tell me, where is Lena? Thinking on his feet, Alexei decided that if this man sought revenge, pretending to be at odds with Lena might help him escape punishment. Stammering, he said, I really don't know. But whatever that little slut did has nothing to do with me. Ah. Before he could finish, a bodyguard kicked him hard. Alexei screamed in pain, kneeling on the ground as the bodyguard restrained his hands behind his back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother, I really don't know. Please let me go. Seeing this, the guests quickly rose and left, afraid they'd be next. In minutes, only the Chins and the Zhangs remained in the banquet hall. When Bernadette saw her husband being attacked, she rushed forward but was held back by her father, who shook his head at her. Jalmar tilted his head, looking at Alexei with eyes that seemed murderous. She's your own sister, yet you speak of her like that? Morial down by the bodyguard, Alexei was forced to keep his head low, unable to see Jalmar's expression. Dull as he was, Alexei continued cursing without realizing the danger. What sister? She brought trouble to me, damn her. She's a short-lived bitch, a bringer of misfortune. With a snap, the bodyguard twisted Alexei's arm. A heart-wrenching cry escaped Alexei as he collapsed in agony. Bernadette sobbed, heartbroken. Gwen couldn't hold back any longer and charged forward, only to be stopped by the bodyguards. Whatever you have against me, don't touch my son. Ignoring her, Jalmar's face darkened as he glanced at Gwen. Leaning down, he pressed the still-lit cigarette against the back of Alexei's neck. Aya, Alexei screamed again. Struggling, Gwen tried to rush over but was firmly held back. Jalmar spoke coldly, Why have you hidden Lena? What do you plan to do? Believing Lena had caused trouble and led to this attack, Gwen wept and cursed. Catherine, she die 1,000 deaths, she's just a slut. If you want to find her, I'll give her to you. Why bully my son? Oh, my poor Xiangyang. Wah. Jalmar was infuriated. Was this how they treated Lena? Calling her a little slut and a bringer of misfortune, no wonder Lena said her parents would beat her to death if they found out she was pregnant. Were there really such mothers and brothers in the world? Since this woman didn't consider Lena her daughter, he had no reason to treat her as his mother-in-law either. With a dark expression, Jalmar said coldly, I don't lay hands on women, but if you dare to curse her again, you'll regret it. Confronted by his chilling gaze, Gwen turned pale with fear. In the corner, Ricky secretly tried to call the police, but was caught red-handed by a bodyguard. The bodyguard took away his phone and respectfully handed it over to Jalmer. Jalmer glanced at the undialed 110 and curled his lips. Call the police? Cannon looked amusedly at Ricky in the corner. Go ahead, you hid Lena and shut off her phone, which is illegal detention. Beating and cursing her counts as domestic violence and abuse. I'd like to see how the police will handle this. Finished speaking, he tossed the phone back to Ricky, shrugging indifferently. Feel free to report us. Ricky's face went white. How did this person know they locked up Lena? And that they beat and cursed her? Who exactly was this man? Gwen finally realized this person wasn't here to cause trouble for Lena. Annoyance showed in Jalmer's eyes. I'll ask you one last time, where is Lena? Gwen trembled, too afraid to speak. Seeing this, Ricky weighed the 20,000 yuan against his wife and son's safety, and chose the latter. Mariah stepped forward and answered, she's at home. Jalmer stood up and said coldly, take me to her. Let me lead you, just don't hurt my wife and son. Jalmer gave him a glance. So concerned about his wife and son, what about his daughter? Lead the way. As Jalmer walked to the entrance of the banquet hall, Bernadette hurried over to check on Alexei. Xiangyang, are you okay? Meeting his arm in pain, Alexei grimaced, call 120, my arm is broken. Okay. Wiping her tears, Bernadette fumbled with her phone and dialed 120. Stopping at the entrance, Jalmer turned his head and smiled sarcastically. Oh, right, congratulations on your marriage, may you have a happy 100 years together. Chapter 28, I've come to take you home. Jalmer sat in a black Bentley, with several Mercedes-Benz cars escorting him. The scene left Ricky stunned. Luxury cars were parked in a row at the entrance of the community. People got off the cars one after another and gathered at the entrance. The security guard held his teacup and summoned up his courage to ask, what are you guys doing here? Jalmer stood there with his hands in his pockets, waiting for Ricky's response. The small old man Ricky, who was less than 1.7 meters tall, stood among a group of sturdy men who were mostly 1.8 to 1.9 meters tall, looking just like Guang Tuqiang, a character from a cartoon, surrounded by a bunch of big bears. As soon as he came out, the security guard was dumbfounded. Ricky laughed awkwardly. Elderly Uncle Christina, they are all my relatives here to attend Xiangyang's wedding. The security uncle glanced at this group of burly men in black suits and dark glasses. My, Lao Qin, why are your relatives all dressed like this? I thought it was the mafia. Okay then, lead them in. Ricky led the way. Passing by the neighborhood's intelligence center, he walked quickly without daring to look at the women chatting while cracking sunflower seeds. But their words still floated into his ears. Isn't that Lao Qin? His son is getting married today, why is he back now? I'm not sure either. Look at those people behind him, they resemble the Black Gang. Has Lao Qin taken high-interest loans, so they are collecting debts? Yes, Lao Qin's family has been borrowing money everywhere for the son's wedding. Taking high-interest loans isn't impossible. Haven't you heard? The Qin family is going to marry off their daughter to a fool. Right. I've heard that too. What? Catherine marry her to a fool? Lena is such a pretty girl, and she studies well. Why would her family marry her to a fool? Sounds made up. No kidding. It's true. I know that family, it's in the same village as my second uncle's cousin's aunt. They offered 20,000 yuan as a dowry, Gwen and Ricky agreed. TSK, how can someone do such a thing? Selling off a daughter for 20,000 yuan to a fool? Not to mention, did you know Lena got admitted to a prestigious university, but her parents wouldn't let her go? My daughter is in the same class as Lena, and all the kids in the study group talk about this. TSK, I didn't think Lao Qin, who looks so honest, could do something like this. Well, isn't it normal? They've always favored boys over girls. In his heart, Ricky pleaded for mercy. Oh great aunties, please say less. Of course, these words also reached Jalmer's ears verbatim. Mariah stopped, wait. Then he turned towards the nearby intelligence center. Ricky panicked, don't believe them. They're just gossiping busybodies who never tell the truth. But Jalmer ignored him. Ricky wasn't stupid. His son had his arm broken just for insulting Lena a few times. This man might be someone Lena had hooked up with outside, someone he couldn't afford to offend. If he knew they took 20,000 yuan to sell Lena to a fool, the whole family might be squashed like chickens by these strong men. Ricky tried to stop him, but was held back by the bodyguards. Jalmer approached the group of middle-aged women. The chattering women suddenly fell silent. Do you just now said that the Qins accepted 20,000 yuan to marry their daughter to a fool? The women looked at each other. After a moment, a woman in a dark blue floral short-sleeve shirt asked, young man, who are you? Why are you asking about the Qins' affairs? I'm Lena's fiancé. The flowered shirt auntie was stunned, her sunflower seeds scattered on the ground. What? You're the fool. She widened her eyes and turned to another auntie. Are you sure your second uncle's cousin's aunt didn't get it wrong? Mariah doesn't look like a fool to me. Jalmer? Before he could respond, another woman in a white short-sleeve shirt chuckled foolishly. Mariah, even if he's a fool, he's such a handsome young man. It's not a bad deal. Jalmer's face turned completely dark. They would rather believe he was a fool than think they recognized him incorrectly. I'm not the fool you mentioned. I'm Lena's boyfriend. I only want to confirm what you just said. The women finally realized it. No fool could be that handsome. The flowered shirt auntie opened a new pack of sunflower seeds and kept talking. It's true, of course. This morning I even heard her banging on the door inside the house, begging for help. Jalmer was shocked. Begging for help? Yes, her parents locked her in, afraid she'd run away. Probably planning to send her to the fool's home after her brother's wedding. Jalmer asked coldly, then why didn't you help her call the police when you heard that? The auntie looked at him as if he were crazy. Are you nuts? It's none of my business. Better safe than sorry. It's just marrying off a girl. Her parents can marry her to whoever they want. Why should I interfere? Mariah hearing this, Jalmer stopped talking with them and turned towards Ricky. Ricky had heard everything clearly just now. Now facing this man's murderous glare, he was drenched in cold sweat. Let's go. After saying this to Ricky, Jalmer turned around and instructed the bodyguards, wait downstairs. Sure, Mr. Pedro. The hallway was narrow and shabby, plastered with all sorts of advertisements for repairing air conditioners and unclogging drains. Occasionally, several cockroaches crawled across the ground. Jalmer frowned. How could anyone live in such a place? Arriving at the door, Ricky took out his keys and opened it. Lena was sitting at the dining table eating when she heard the sound of the door opening. She hurried to the door. Quick, let me out. In her haste, she suddenly bumped into a familiar embrace, surrounded by a pleasant woody fragrance. Without looking up at this person's face, she knew it was Jalmer. Take it easy, don't fall. Jalmer held her steady. Once standing firmly, Lena lifted her head. Mr. Pedro, why are you here? Eva's eyes were wet. Seeing her unharmed, Jalmer felt his heart, which had been on edge, finally settle down, and his features relaxed. I've come to take you home. His words made all Lena's grievances vanish. Okay, the girl sniffled. Good girl, don't cry. I know what happened. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Jalmer scanned the room. In the small living room stood an old sofa that had started to lose its color and shape. The already limited space was cluttered with various furniture and junk, making the small house look even more crowded. Jalmer found it hard to imagine how 5 people lived in this tiny space, which was smaller than his bathroom. Did you eat well during the day and a half you were away from me? Jalmer was concerned about Lena. Knew he cared about her health and their baby. She nodded obediently and replied, yes, I was eating before you came. See, Lena pointed to the nearby dining table. Following her finger, Jalmer's eyebrows furrowed again. On the table were only a bowl of mung bean porridge and a plate of pickled mustard. You only ate this? Lena belatedly realized that while this meal was ordinary by her family's standards, for Mr. Pedro, it might not even be fit for his dog. Don't eat this. I'll have Lynn prepare some good dishes. We'll eat when we get back. They talked back and forth, completely forgetting there was a third person in the room. What's your relationship with my daughter? Ricky had observed long enough and probably confirmed his guess. This man indeed had a special relationship with Lena, and he mentioned taking her home. It seemed this little slut had been staying with this man these few days. This man seemed incredibly wealthy. With such a son-in-law coming to him, why should he care about that fool? Jalmer sneered, you also know she is your daughter? Chapter 29, Dowry of 50 million, don't bother Mariah again. Ricky, for the sake of money, put on a tough front, nonsense. Of course, she is my daughter. What? Do you want to marry her too? If you wish to marry her, it must be with my and her mother's approval. Our Chin family doesn't give away our daughters so casually. Jalmer understood now, this was about money. And he had no shortage of it. How much do you ask for as dowry? Ricky was stunned. Really, would it be that easy? Had he known this person was so agreeable, wouldn't it have been better to directly say it at Xiangyang's wedding scene? A misunderstanding led to his Xiangyang's arm being twisted off. Ricky thought that if the fool family could offer 20,000, this man wanting to marry Lena should at least double that amount. Mariah held up 5 fingers, this number, we want 500,000. No negotiation. The determined tone seemed like he feared Jalmer would bargain. Seeing Ricky's behavior, Lena felt humiliated beyond imagination. She knew well the true nature of the Chin family, not wanting Mr. Pedro to get entangled with them, which is why she never intended for him to meet her family. Unfortunately, they still encountered each other. Dad, what are you saying? How can you raise the price like this? 500,000 as an exorbitant dowry, aren't you really selling your daughter? Lena grew anxious. Shut up. Ricky scolded, turning to look at Jalmer, 500,000, no less, just tell us if you can afford it or not. Jalmer curled his lips in mockery, asking if 50 million could be afforded. This was really a huge joke. Mr. Pedro, ignore him. I don't need dowry, don't let him extort you. Lena was afraid that Jalmer might really give her father money. If he did once, there would be a second time. The Chins were insatiable, a bottomless pit. Jalmer took hold of Lena, speaking softly, it's fine. Mariah pulled out his wallet, took out a card, and handed it to Ricky, dowry of 50 million, as gratitude for these years' upbringing. 19 years, you haven't spent much on her, right? 50 million is more than enough. Listen carefully, this isn't selling a daughter, but me willingly spending 50 million to marry Lena. How much? You said how much? 50 million. Ricky looked incredulous. What kind of joke is this? That's 50 million. Who are you trying to fool? Are you playing tricks on me? Jalmer casually placed the bank card on the table. I'll leave the card here. My assistant will transfer 50 million shortly. The password is 351208. 351208, 351208, 351208. Initially skeptical about Jalmer paying 50 million, Ricky now repeatedly murmured the series of digits, fearing he would forget. Muttering them, he also took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent 351208 to Gwen. Gwen, what's this code? Is that man troubling you again? Should I call the police? Ricky, no, absolutely not. This is a god of wealth. What god of wealth? What do you mean? Ricky didn't reply further, lifting his head to look at Jalmer. How do I know your assistant will really transfer the money? If you're tricking me, you can't take her away like this. Show the payment QR code. Ecstatic, Ricky quickly displayed his WeChat payment QR code. The next second, his eyes widened. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The zeros trailing the number were so many he counted them one by one. Looking up, Ricky's eyes stared at Jalmer with a fervor surpassing his dream lover. 300,000. You transferred me 300,000. Ricky's face was aglow with excitement. Jalmer remained expressionless. I'm not so petty as to default on 50 million. These 300,000 are for medical expenses for your son. If 300,000 could be transferred so easily, the 50 million likely wouldn't be defaulted on either. Alright, then, you can take her away. Ricky had no mind for Lena anymore. Originally, he nervously asked for 500,000, fearful the other party might refuse, yet unexpectedly received 50 million and an extra 300,000 in medical fees. This was truly a golden match. Lena was dumbfounded. 50 million. That's 50 million. Oh, no, it's 53 million. Such a large sum, what couldn't this money do? Why should it go to her father? Not necessary, Mr. Pedro. So much money, can't it be used for better things? Don't say it's unnecessary, little Di. You deserve it. Jalmer's gaze was full of affection. Little Di, are you willing to sever ties with the Chin family for this money? Since they don't treat you as family, there's no reason for you to stay here and suffer. After marrying me, you'll have your own home. Lena's nose tingled, and her eyes reddened. Ever since her parents sold her to a fool for money, she had completely lost hope in them and felt no attachment to this family anymore. I'm willing, the girl replied with a hoarse voice. Good. Go get your admission notice, ID card, and household registration book. You'll need them later. Okay. Lena obediently went to fetch those items. Ricky was still grinning foolishly at the additional 300,000 on his phone. Mariah didn't care that his daughter was cutting ties with the family. After all, keeping her would only mean more financial loss. 50 million and 300,000. Lena will have nothing to do with your family from now on. Don't bother her anymore. Yes, sure. A married daughter is like spilt water. Boss, rest assured, I promise not to interfere with her again. Ricky couldn't be happier. Having sold spicy hot pot for over 10 years, Ricky was used to calling anyone who spent money boss. Jalmer said nothing more. A few minutes later, Lena came out of the room with a backpack. Mr. Pedro, I've packed everything. Besides the admission notice, ID card, and household registration book, she also packed the birthday gifts from Imelda and some books she liked to read. She didn't have many belongings, so there wasn't much to pack. Good. Jalmer took her hand. Let's go. As they walked out the door, Lena looked back at the place where she had lived for nearly 20 years, feeling mixed emotions. Ricky was still staring at his phone, smiling foolishly, without even glancing at his daughter as she left. Lena paused. Although this man hadn't treated her well, he was still the father she had called for 19 years. Dad, I'm leaving, Lena whispered softly. Ricky still didn't look up. Jalmer gently squeezed her hand to comfort her. Lena didn't hesitate any longer and turned to leave. Jalmer followed closely behind her, watching her frail figure with a heartache. She must have endured much hardship over these years, but she never mentioned it to him, never seeking sympathy. After walking out of the narrow hallway, he stood beside her and held her hand again. The bodyguards had been waiting for some time. They walked toward the entrance of the community, passing by the intelligence center once more. Look, that handsome young man just brought Lena out. That young man is really Lena's boyfriend. That's how it should be. Lena is such a pretty girl, she deserves a handsome boyfriend. If she had married that fool, it would have been terrible. Do you know why old Sheen let her go? Didn't he want the 20,000? Well, obviously this young man paid more than that fool. Just look at his clothes and the group of bodyguards behind him. Mariah must be rich. You're right. I wonder how much he paid. Who knows, but definitely more than the fool, maybe even 6 or 70,000. Lena must be marrying into a wealthy family. She'll live a life of luxury. For almost 20 years, Lena had never been the topic of discussion at the community's intelligence center for so long. Feeling embarrassed, she quickened her pace. After passing the intelligence center, they encountered a few young people. These young people had never seen someone leave with so many bodyguards, especially with a man who was incredibly handsome and a girl who was exceptionally beautiful. They were new tenants in the neighborhood and didn't know Lena, but they were excited by the scene and began to comment. Aren't they like those, dominant CEO, and petite wife from novels and short dramas? Oh, they are so sweet together. Yeah, he's a perfect match for her. Some even pulled out their phones to take photos and videos. The bodyguards politely asked them to delete the photos and videos. Lillian had been browsing Weibo joyfully last night when she saw her and Jalmar's gossip trend on the hot search. She kept scrolling until her phone died before she went to sleep. She had already planned which outfit and makeup she would wear if Jalmar invited her out. However, when she woke up, her world crumbled. The hot search was taken down, and the marketing accounts that posted about her and Jalmar were shut down. Mariah's phone showed dozens of missed calls and unread messages. She hurriedly called her assistant, Moriallo. What happened? Where is the trending post about me and young Catherine Sir Pedro? The assistant sounded almost in tears. Oh my sister, don't worry about Weibo anymore. Something big has happened. Chapter 30, the secretary with a wealth of inner monologues. Sis, you annoyed young Catherine Sir Pedro because of those photos you posted yesterday that stirred up gossip. I heard from the upper management that young Catherine Sir Pedro wants to blacklist you. The company has already terminated your contract, and the brands you previously collaborated with have also backed out. What? Blacklist? How is that possible? Annabelle's voice suddenly rose. Ouch, the assistant's eardrums nearly burst. She held the phone far away. Yes, sis, why did you have to provoke young Catherine Sir Pedro? I knew something would happen. Now that young Catherine Sir Pedro has announced your blacklist, no one can help you. Not possible, this cannot be true. How could young Catherine Sir Pedro do this to me? The assistant sighed heavily. Sis, you should come back to the company and see what can be done. Inside Jalmar's villa. Lena looked at the large table full of dishes and was momentarily stunned. Today's spread was more sumptuous than usual, even including Australian lobsters and sea cucumbers. It was just a family meal, why make it like a state banquet? Jalmar peeled the shrimp for Lena, placed it in her bowl, and then served her black chicken yum soup in another bowl. Eat more, you've lost weight. Lena touched her face. Really? It's been less than 2 days, how could it show? That was a bit exaggerated. Recalling her bowl of mung bean porridge and pickled vegetables, Jalmar added some lobster and sea cucumber to her plate. You only eat those at home, so you must have lost weight. It's not obvious yet, but not only you, the baby inside you isn't getting enough nutrition either. So you need to eat more to make up for it. Okay. Jalmar was too busy peeling shrimp for her and hadn't moved his own chopsticks. Mr. Pedro, you should eat too. I'm not hungry yet, let you eat first. Mariah was wearing a black shirt today, with the top 2 buttons of the collar undone and sleeves rolled up, carefully peeling shrimp for Lena. This was the first time Lena saw someone peel shrimp so elegantly and gracefully. Your school records have been transferred to Kyoto Law University, and the suspension procedures are completed. So fast. Jalmar peeled another shrimp and put it in her bowl. I said I would take you out for relaxation. Where do you want to go? Lena thought for a moment. She had never traveled before and there were so many places she wanted to visit. But what she most wanted was the seaside. Sunshine, beaches, and sunset over the sea were all her aspirations. I want to go to the seaside. Okay, I'll arrange it. But it's Ver National Day holiday now, won't there be a lot of people? No problem, we will go somewhere less crowded. Alright. In a while, I'll have someone send over some suitable clothes for a seaside vacation. 3 hours later, Lena looked at the shopping bags and gift boxes filling the living room and fell into deep thought. These were the few sets of clothes Mr. Pedro mentioned for a seaside vacation. Was he sure this was just a few sets? Secretary Miss Violet, dressed in a standard professional suit, wore gold-rimmed glasses with her hair neatly tied up, exuding the aura of an efficient career woman. Moriallo Miss Cheen, these are the clothes the CEO asked me to deliver. Is there anything missing? Shall I buy more? Enough, this is too much. The secretary gave her signature smile and handed over a business card. Okay Miss Cheen, I'll take my leave. Please contact me if you need anything, here's my contact information. Okay, thank you for your trouble. Violet's eyes flashed with surprise. She thought the CEO's fiancé would be arrogant and rude, given his favoritism, but this young girl was not only charmingly gentle but also very polite. You're welcome, Miss Cheen. The CEO has instructed us to follow your wishes as they are his. It's my duty. Still, thank you very much. There's nothing else here, please go ahead with your work. Alright, Miss Cheen. As Violet sat in the car, her mind was still unsettled. Today, she found out the CEO actually had a fiancé. She had been the CEO's secretary for almost 6 years, often dealing with his fans and enthusiastic pursuers. From top-tier female celebrities in the entertainment industry to wealthy heiresses, to ordinary girls dreaming of marrying into a rich family, She and Otto handled them all as instructed by the CEO. If any of them broke through their defenses and bothered the CEO, her year-end bonus would be gone. Yesterday's trending topic on social media had terrified her. Just when she was worried, the CEO personally handled it. Normally, she and Otto would handle such matters, but never had the CEO himself intervened. This was unprecedented. No matter how long she pondered, she couldn't figure it out. Then, in the afternoon, the CEO gave her a chance to redeem herself by asking her to buy some beachwear and send it to his residence. And then, the CEO sent her a girl's measurements. That was the strangest part. Given his lifelong single experience, these measurements couldn't possibly belong to any of his girlfriends or female companions, right? Could it be that Miss Fu, the CEO's cousin, sent her own measurements and asked the CEO to buy clothes for her? This guess seemed more plausible. But then, the CEO's next sentence completely threw her off guard. My fiancé likes sweet and cute styles. Buy some suitable for young girls, don't get anything too mature or revealing. What? Fiancé. When did the CEO sneakily, no, when did he even have a fiancé? How could she, as the CEO's chief secretary, not know about it? Did Otto know? She called him immediately, and Otto coldly informed her that he had known long ago. Mariah's heart was shattered. Without her knowing, Otto had secretly surpassed her. No way, she had to become the most capable assistant by the CEO's side and couldn't let Otto overshadow her. From her observations, the CEO valued this fiancé greatly. It seemed that if she took good care of this little goddess, she could win the CEO's favor. After sorting out her thoughts, Violet clenched her right hand into a fist. Yeah. Let's go. Then, she started the car with full confidence. However, she didn't notice that not far behind her car, there was a white Porsche parked. This Porsche followed her car to this villa, and the person in the car wore sunglasses, acting suspiciously. Chapter 31 Lena dominantly defends why Yueshine needs to vent Mariah's frustration. Annabelle followed Jalmer's secretary and came to this villa. According to her observations, this should be Jalmer's residence in South City. After some contemplation, an idea popped into her mind. Lena spent the entire afternoon in the living room unpacking bags and gift boxes. Admittedly, the secretary did a really meticulous job. All the clothes were of the sweet and cute style she liked. Moreover, the thoughtful secretary had bought everything for her from innerwear to outerwear. Even the underwear was pink or white with lace edges. Mr. Pedro sent a WeChat message. Do you like the clothes? Lena thought that since the secretary worked so diligently, she should give positive feedback. Yes. I love them, the secretary really understands me. That's good. I might come back late tonight, go to sleep early if you're sleepy. Okay, Mr. Pedro. After dinner, Lena stretched and went upstairs to the esports room. She was about to start practicing. Imelda, known as Venting Kitten, sent an invitation for duo queuing, and Lena clicked to enter. Imelda cried plaintively in the game team voice chat. Wow, babe, you're already silver 1. I'm still bronze, woo woo woo. I'll carry you up to silver tonight. Charge, charge, charge. Let me tell you, I've recently mastered Lulu, the core support for ADCs. With my Lulu King protecting you, babe, you can play freely. Really? That bold? Sure thing, you'll see soon. Then. The opponent's Lucian killed their Jinx. How did my E skill hit a minion? Sorry babe, my bad. Imelda apologized frantically. It's okay, Yueshine, it's not your fault. The enemy Lucian and Vernami are a strong combo, we couldn't have won early anyway. Next time when Lucian rushes up, just transform him into a sheep and we'll run. Got it. Then, the opponent's Lucian killed their Lulu. Double kill. Lucian killed Jinx again. Why didn't my W skill transform him into a sheep? I used my W. Lena put her hand on her forehead. Babe, because your W accelerated me. Imelda gave a dry laugh. My bad, they stood too close, I made a mistake. Lena comforted patiently. It's fine, it's only 0-2. We still have chances. Let's be cautious and farm under the turret. Lena asked the jungler for help. Jungler, please help us down. Wait till I finish clearing this camp, be careful. Then, before the jungler finished, the enemy card Catherinester ulted directly under the turret, stunned Jinx with his yellow card, and Vernami gave Lucian the E buff. Lucian rushed up and took down Jinx with 2 shots. Little Lulu panicked and died under the turret as well. The jungle Rengar, ? Rengar, didn't I tell you to wait for me? Lulu, are you blind? Didn't you see card Catherinester ulted over the turret? How could this be our fault? Our mid laner is camping like Voldemort, not moving an inch in the mid lane. Mid lane Cathrinelzahar, ? Cathrinelzahar, how am I supposed to compare with card Catherinester in terms of ganks? Lulu, what use is it choosing you? You stand there in mid lane, all 4 teammates suffer. Cathrinelzahar, don't feed, wait for me to take action. Then, the enemy card Catherinester kept assisting everywhere with the jungler, while our mid laner farmed lines and turrets all the time. By the 20th minute, his record was still 0-0-0. Before he could act, the game was already over. Defeat. As the cold female system voice announced, defeat, two big red words appeared on the screen. Imelda slammed the table in anger. This stupid mid laner and jungler pissed me off. How do you expect us to play a 2 versus 4 fight at bottom lane? Lina consoled, it's okay, just a game. Bad luck, let's continue the next one. When picking champions, Imelda cursed, damn it, I'm going to ban Lucian. This hero is too disgusting. Lina agreed, okay. I'll ban Thresh then. Imelda picked Kale, in this match, I'll stay with you. Won't make wrong moves anymore, can follow you around to protect you. Good, good. Lina locked in Ziri. Then, they encountered Draven and Thresh. Originally, Lina managed to dodge several hooks from Thresh by positioning well, so they could still cautiously farm at bottom lane. Later, with damage output increased, and with the strong combo of Kale and Ziri in team fights, things looked promising. But who would have thought that the jungler came with both buffs and a 3-0-1 score, supposedly to help them gank but got hooked by Thresh immediately. Mariah ended up giving both buffs and bounty to the enemy Draven. Bottom lane became impossible to lane after that, what else could they do? The jungler, mine, sorry. Kitty? Isn't there something wrong with you? We were doing well down here, and you come to give away buffs? The jungler, sorry. Then the jungler directly left them alone and focused on the top half of the map, giving up their previous advantage without coming to countergank. Their opponent's jungler took this opportunity to help Draven gain more advantage in the bottom lane, and Draven snowballed throughout the game. Mariah, Hyjia and Ziri were trapped under the second tower, not daring to go up to take any creeps. Kitty kept spamming messages to complain about the jungler while sticking with Ziri. The jungler blocked the bottom lane members and leisurely gathered spirit mushrooms in the jungle area, completely unperturbed. Finally, the match ended as Draven and Thresh stood guard at the fountain. After 2 failures, Lina's Silver 1 rating had just cooled off before it dropped again to Silver 2. Imelda cursed the jungler's ancestors for a few generations in the voice chat, then suddenly changed her tone. Mariah? My senior invited me, I'll go check. Venting Kitten left the team. A few minutes later, she sent a private message. Baby, my senior has spots, join us. Okay. Lina joined, making it a full 5 black team, and they started the match. When choosing positions, a player named Tasha instantly locked in Lucian, snatching Lina's role. Imelda asked in the small team voice chat, I can only play support, which one do you want? The AD, Tasha, ignored her. Mariah's senior Augustine said in the voice chat, it's fine, choose whichever you like. Afraid that if the enemy had another hooking support, she might get hooked and die frequently due to poor positioning, she locked in a Karma. Mariah's senior picked Camille as the top laner, leaving mid and jungle open. Lina had played mid before, so she locked in Ahri. However, the opposing team still picked the strong combination of Draven and Thresh in the bot lane. Lucian didn't have any proper positioning and got hooked twice, unable to fight back. Draven started the game with a 4-0 record, completely dominating the bottom lane. Tasha opened her microphone. What use is your Karma? She was also a girl. Imelda felt it was indeed her fault, especially since the AD was also a girl, so she didn't argue. Sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have picked Karma. Lina couldn't stand listening anymore. It wasn't Imelda's fault, why should she be blamed? You instantly locked in your hero without even replying when she asked what support you wanted. The top told her to pick anything, and you blame her for losing lane because you couldn't avoid hooks? Your Lucian could barely play. Put some rice on a keyboard, a chicken would perform better than you. Lucian saw the mid laner speak up and realized she was also a girl. Originally planning to insult her, she noticed the mid laner's record was 2-0-1, so she couldn't call her bad. Instead, she accused Lina of bullying her. Are you both in a duo queue to bully me? How good are you if you don't help her bot lane? She plays like a cripple. Lina sneered, oh, you instantly locked in my position and now have the nerve to ask why we don't help her? Tasha, feeling guilty, switched tactics and latched onto Lina's comment about putting rice on a keyboard. You think you play better than me? I don't believe it. Let's solo after the game. Sure, who's afraid of whom? Camille tried to mediate in the voice chat, stop fighting, we're all playing together. Don't quarrel. The jungler echoed, yes, arguing while playing isn't fun. Imelda kept apologizing, since her crush had invited her to play, she didn't want to leave a bad impression. Sorry, it's my problem, I'm too bad. Tasha huffed, at least you know it. Lina retorted sharply, some people don't know they're bad and love to blame others. Tasha went AFK out of spite, Vernanjing, I'm not playing. This makes me so angry. Vernanjing was the Camille top laner, the senior Imelda had a crush on. Augustine replied with an exasperated tone, alright then, we'll surrender soon. Catch you in solo after the game ends. Lina scoffed, don't cry when you lose. After the surrender, Lina and Tasha started their solo match, with the other 3 watching. Both chose Lucian, with the rule being whoever gets the first kill wins. At 6 minutes and 20 seconds, Lina single-handedly killed Tasha. Tasha claimed Lucian wasn't her main hero and wanted to switch to Jinx for the solo. They started another round with Jinx. This time, it was even faster. Lena solo killed Tasha within 5 minutes. Tasha quit the match and messaged Augustine. Don't invite me if these two are playing. Chapter 32, young Catherine Pedro got exposed. Imelda immediately called. You're amazing, bow. From today onward, I'm your little fan. Lena hummed and said, I won't stand for anyone bullying you right in front of me. Lena was somewhat frustrated. Yueshin, you were usually so bold. Why did you suddenly turn into a pushover today? It's not your fault about Yang. Why did you apologize? Imelda stammered, because Senior was there, I didn't want him to be caught in the middle and be torn apart. Lena sighed, this Senior of yours is not on good terms with that adorable V. Look how intimate she sounds when she calls him during hangouts. I don't want to play Vernanjiang anymore, Lena mocked in a falsetto, imitating that woman. Your Senior also indulges her. Mariah even lets her surrender despite her atrocious behavior. If you ask me, they are definitely flirting with each other. Be careful and don't become a part of their game. What are you saying, Ray? They are just friends. Senior has explained to me that Iof just has a bad temper but is a nice person otherwise. Lena gave a scornful laugh, huh? Well, gotta go, Ray, I'm going to take a shower. Okay, bye. After hanging up, she heard a car pull up downstairs. A beam of light passed by the glass window from far away. It was Jalmer returning home. Lena ran downstairs to greet him. She stepped out the door. Before she could call out, Mr. Pedro, she saw a woman clad in a black sexy tight strapless dress, wearing wavy hair run past her. Francesca, despite wearing heels, could move like the wind, swift as lightning. Lena was dumbstruck. Just as Jalmer got out of the car, the woman threw herself into his arms fearlessly. Mariah sidestepped, causing her to lose balance and fall face first. Oh dear, my ankle hurts, ouch, ouch, ouch. Jalmer stood aside, his voice cold, are you trying to kill yourself? Francesca sat on the ground rubbing her ankle, then looked up, her beautiful eyes sending flirtatious glances, softly pleading, oh young Catherine Pedro, I twisted my ankle, can you help me up? Who else could this woman be but Annabelle? Wearing a tight low-cut strapless mini dress, this pose exposed much of her cleavage and almost all of her long slender legs. With her deliberately designed seductive expression and her falsetto sultry tone, she didn't believe young Catherine Pedro could hold himself back. But the man didn't even look at her, he simply dropped the word, get lost, and walked past her. Annabelle panicked, quickly standing up, forgetting about her foot. She hugged him from behind, using her proud chest to rub against him. Ah, young Catherine Pedro, don't leave, Before she finished, Jalmer roughly pulled her away. Finally, he looked at her straight. There was darkness in Jalmer's eyes, if you don't get lost now, I will have you thrown out. Annabelle cooed, young Catherine Pedro, don't be so heartless. I've been waiting for you for so long. Let me stay with you tonight, I'm very clean, I can give you my virginity. Throw this woman out. Upon Jalmer's command, a burly bodyguard emerged from nowhere in the previously empty courtyard. A 6'3" muscle-bound guard picked up Annabelle like a chicken, walked out of the villa gate, and tossed her onto the grass outside. Oh dear, my butt, it hurts so much. Don't you know how to respect women? Annabelle rubbed her buttocks, tremblingly standing up, brushing off the grass. The bodyguard blocked her way, leave immediately. Annabelle had no choice, her beauty trap failed against Jalmer. Was he really like the rumor said, he liked men or was unable to perform? Lena was stunned by what happened before her eyes, frozen in place. Seeing Lena dazed at the doorway, Jalmer subconsciously explained, some lunatic popped up out of nowhere. Lena finally reacted, that woman, seems to be the actress Annabelle who was rumored to have dated you. She has already been blacklisted, ignore her. Blacklisted? Yes. Why? She dug her own grave. Jalmer held Lena's hand, don't stare, let's go back inside. Back in the living room, Lena asked, Mr. Pedro, have you had dinner yet? Not yet. Lynn is resting now, let me make you a bowl of noodles. Jalmer raised an eyebrow, you know how to cook? Yes, since childhood. How many hardships those 3 words, since childhood, contained, Jalmer understood. No need to trouble, these hands should not be used for housework. Mr. Pedro, it's not good not eating on time. Wait a moment, I'll have it ready soon. The gloom between Jalmer's eyebrows dissipated, and his heart softened. All right then. Dirty to death, I'm going to take a shower. With that, he walked upstairs. Lena wondered why he would say he was so dirty when he took showers every day. There were still some ingredients in the fridge, lettuce, eggs, and braised beef. Lena made do with what she had and prepared a bowl of beef noodles. 5 minutes later, the fragrant beef noodles were ready. Lena carefully placed it on the table. Jalmer hadn't come down yet. She walked upstairs and knocked on the door. Mr. Pedro, the noodles are ready. Come and eat quickly before they become mushy. No response. She called out a few more times, still no response. Had something happened to him? She suffered from hypoglycemia once and fainted while standing too long in the bathroom. She worried that Mr. Pedro might have experienced the same. Lena turned the doorknob, finding it unlocked. Concerned, she opened the door and went in. Jalmar's bedroom was spacious, primarily decorated in dark tones. The austere design and understated luxury matched his temperament perfectly. Upon entering, one would immediately see a large bed over 2 meters wide. The sheets and duvet cover were all dark gray, with matching carpets by the bedside. Finding no one in the room, Lena kept calling as she moved further inside. "Mr. Pedro, are you in here?" A shirt that he wore today was stuffed into the trash can beside the wall. Why did he discard such an expensive shirt like this? Recalling what Mr. Pedro said about being dirty to death, Lena realized he didn't mean he hadn't showered for days but that he felt unclean after being embraced by Annabelle. So, he even discarded this shirt. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Lena passed through the black grid design partition and approached the bathroom. "Mr. Pedro, are you alright?" Mariah's question remained stuck in her throat. She never expected that the bathroom in Jalmar's bedroom used transparent glass design. Not even frosted. Standing outside the bathroom, Lena could see Jalmar completely exposed through the glass. Jalmar paused, then a playful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Lena's face turned bright red as if blood would drip out. She quickly turned around to face away from Jalmar. I didn't see anything." Denying what just happened only made it worse. Blushing furiously, she ran out. Jalmar chuckled, turned off the shower, and dried himself with a towel. How could Lena care about whether the noodles were mushy now? She rushed back to her room, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, breathing heavily. How did this happen? It was too embarrassing. Mariah hearing the door opposite open, she knew it was Jalmar who had finished his shower. Don't come over, don't come over," Lena chanted in her mind. Knocking sounded at the door, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Ray, is there something you need?" Jalmar asked from the other side of the door. "No. Nothing. I just didn't get any response when I knocked earlier and thought you had fainted, so I checked. I really didn't mean to disturb." "Mr. Pedro, the noodles are ready, go downstairs and eat before they become mushy." Indeed, when people are very embarrassed, they pretend to be busy. Kicking out everything in a rush, Lena heard Jalmar chuckle softly outside the door. His footsteps gradually faded as he went downstairs. Lena slowly calmed down her heartbeat. That scene kept replaying in her mind. Under the shower head, the man was completely naked. Water trickled down his neck and chest, past his perfect 8-pack abs, then. Lena gasped for breath. Mr. Pedro's certain part was impressively large. Oh my, what was she thinking? Lena's heart raced almost out of her chest, tingling sensations coursed through her body. Chapter 33, Flushed and Moria heart racing. "Mr. Pedro, I feel uncomfortable." Jalmar sometimes admired himself for being able to act as if nothing had happened after a certain part of him reacted when he was seen by the little girl earlier. Mariah dressed himself properly and came down to eat noodles without any fuss. Mariah didn't know how good the beef noodles were, but he really felt uncomfortable. That area throbbed painfully, and the fire inside his body wouldn't cool down no matter what. Melvin, though it was a fragrant bowl of beef noodles, he couldn't taste it. After the meal, he cleaned up the dishes and brushed his teeth again. Passing by Lena's room, he remembered he had to tell her about the beach resort trip tomorrow. Jalmar knocked gently on the door. Lena, wrapped in a bath towel, opened the door with one hand while drying her hair with the other. After the shower, the hollow feeling inside her finally disappeared. Eva smiled brightly. "Mr. Pedro, how was the beef noodles?" Mariah's hair was still dripping water, and her eyes looked moist and clear. Her skin appeared even more white and smooth after bathing. She exuded an allure that was captivating yet innocent. Jalmar's Adam's apple moved slightly, desire flickering in his eyes. Mariah abruptly embraced the girl, lifted her chin with one hand, and kissed her fiercely. Lena instinctively dodged once, but Jalmar pinched her chin with one hand and held the back of her head with the other, not allowing her to resist. His tongue pried open her lips, claiming territory relentlessly. Lena soon surrendered in this passionate and intimate kiss. The towel in her hand fell to the floor, and the water from her hair wetted the man's chest. Both of their breaths grew heavier gradually. Jalmar picked her up horizontally and carried her further into the bedroom, Lena wrapping her arms around his neck voluntarily. Their kiss continued along the way, filled with entanglement and tenderness. Eva's body was so delicate it seemed to have turned into a puddle of water. Jalmar gently placed her on the bed, and the towel wrapped around her slipped off at some point. Breathing hitched, he breathed heavily and kissed her again. Eva beneath him let out a soft whimper. At the peak of passion, Jalmar stopped. "You are pregnant, we can't continue." Lena looked coquettish on the bed, wriggling a bit. "Mr. Pedro, I feel uncomfortable." Jalmar's emotions were unclear. Wasn't he feeling the same? Mariah moved the girl further in, got on the bed and leaned against the headboard. "Sit up, rubbing might make you feel better." With hazy eyes, Lena did as she was told and sat on him. She wriggled her body, trying to find the right position, and involuntarily let out a sigh when she hit a certain spot. Jalmar slowly exhaled, looking contented. The moonlight softly illuminated the room, adding a touch of spring scenery. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the glass windows. The person in bed drowsily opened her eyes, seeing a handsome face before her. Recalling what happened last night, Lena blushed. Mr. Pedro was really handsome, his face was perfect from every angle. Melvin when sleeping, he was incredibly attractive. This scene reminded her of their first meeting. Back then, she had been drugged and taken to his bed, and just like now, this was the scene she woke up to the next day. Actually, she developed feelings for him at that moment, but under those circumstances, she didn't have time to think about anything else. Later, when they met again, despite herself, she inevitably fell in love with him. Looking at him, Lena impulsively leaned forward and kissed Jalmer's brows and eyes. Opening his eyes, Jalmer made Lena jump. Mr. Pedro, you're awake? Caught in the act of doing something wrong, Lena felt a bit guilty and her gaze darted around. Amused by her reaction, Jalmer pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately again. After a long bout of intimacy, Jalmer reluctantly released her. I'm sleepy, stay with me a little longer. The two snuggled together for another nap. When they woke up, it was already afternoon. Well, get up. We're going to the island today and can't sleep in anymore. Lena looked confused. Huh? Today? Why didn't you tell me earlier, Mr. Pedro? Jalmer laughed. I meant to tell you last night, but I got busy and forgot. Naturally, Lena knew what got busy and forgot implied. When he came to her last night, they ended up unable to control themselves, which led to them staying up all night. Okay, let me get dressed. Lena climbed out of bed. What time is our flight? Jalmer lazily watched her. Don't worry about timing, my private plane will take us there. Lena gaped in surprise. Private plane, how unfamiliar. How many days are we going? I need to pack. Jalmer looked at her adoringly, his eyes filled with affection. I've already had Lynn pack your bags yesterday. Stay as long as you want. If you enjoy it, we'll stay longer. If not, we can go somewhere else. Okay, then I don't have much to pack. I'll just freshen up and change clothes. Jalmer also got up to freshen up. Mariah did not return to his own room but squeezed into Lena's bathroom to freshen up with her. There were new toothbrushes and rinsing cups in the bathroom, which Jalmer opened and used. After last night, their relationship had taken a significant leap forward. Unexpectedly, this high-cold and abstemious-looking Mr. Pedro was so affectionate, filling Lena's heart with sweetness like honey. What are you grinning about? Jalmer asked with a mouth full of white foam from brushing his teeth, looking at Lena who was smiling foolishly in the mirror. Lena put on a mysterious face and smiled mischievously. Guess. The interior of Jalmer's private plane was spacious, with 6 seats and a double bed, as well as a bathroom and a small screening room. The table was filled with fruits, drinks, and snacks. Lena, inexperienced with luxury, was speechless with astonishment. Is this how the rich live? Jalmer pulled Lena to sit beside him. We will be flying for about 5 hours. Eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're tired, and if you get bored, there's a screening room over there where you can watch movies. Mr. Pedro. Did I save the galaxy in my previous life? Jalmer looked at her, puzzled. Lena sighed. I must have saved the galaxy in my previous life to meet you. Jalmer affectionately patted her head. Silly. After 5 long hours of flying, the plane landed on an island. Lena stepped off the plane and was stunned by the scene before her. Chapter 34, Pedro Xiao can handle both the hall and the kitchen. The sky was ablaze with tangerine hues as dusk enveloped the sea. In the distance, a cruise ship whistled past, its wake rippling out in layers. The setting sun hung at the horizon, its glow slowly fading. Seabirds flew gracefully across the sky. The sunset and solitary bird flying together, the autumn waters sharing the same color as the vast sky. Lena was captivated by the scenery before her, speechless for quite some time. Beautiful, isn't it? Jalmer wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on the nape of her neck. The wind stirred her hair, snapping Lena out of her reverie. Yeah, it's beautiful, she murmured. Jalmer inhaled the sweet scent unique to her, gently kissing her ear and neck. As long as you like it. Mariah held her in his embrace, appreciating the view together until the last rays of twilight faded and dusk settled in. The sea breeze carried a faint briny scent. Jalmer took Lena's hand and strolled along the beach. Mr. Pedro, where are we? Such a beautiful beach, yet they hadn't encountered a single soul since they arrived. My private island, I haven't named it yet. A private island? So not only does he own a private jet, but also a private island. Well, the power of the wealthy is something she knew little about. Once again, Mr. Pedro surpassed her expectations. Laverne. Why don't you name it? Lena turned, looking bewildered. Name it? Jalmer gazed at her with tenderness in his eyes. Sure, I've owned this island for 2 or 3 years now, but I've been too busy to come here. This is my first time vacationing here. If you name it, then this island will be our special place. Lena remained silent. She looked down at her feet, stepping one after another on the sand, the gentle waves washing back and forth. After a while, she whispered softly, Jalmer. It was the first time she had called him by his full name, and the man was momentarily stunned. Yeah? Why are you so good to me? Is it just because I'm carrying your baby? Mariah stopped walking, turning her to face him. Mariah looked deeply into her eyes, answering seriously, I think it's not just because of that. Confusion filled her gaze. Mariah kissed her forehead tenderly. Because I love you, and I want to do my best to be good to you. A tremor ran through Lena's heart. She leaned against him, her arms circling his waist. Jalmer, you're so kind. Mariah's voice was soft, making the man feel a tickle in his heart. Moved by her words, Jalmer leaned down and kissed her. The island's infrastructure was relatively complete, with water, electricity, and internet access all set up. Jalmer had built a small villa on the island, with a fresh and charming decor style perfect for vacations. The villa was fully equipped with appliances, and the fridge was already stocked with fresh ingredients and various foods. What would you like for dinner? Jalmer put on an apron, adopting the demeanor of a devoted house husband. Lena chuckled at his appearance. You can cook too, Jalmer. Of course. What would you like? Your personal chef Jalmer is ready for service. Lena smiled. Can I order whatever I want? Jalmer opened the fridge. We have fresh beef, pig trotters, pork ribs, small carp, and frozen steaks and chicken wings. Oh, and there are 2 ponds in the backyard stocked with freshly air-shipped seafood. Feel free to choose. For vegetables, I've got carrots, lettuce, potatoes, celery, broccoli, eggplants, tofu, and bean sprouts, all your favorites. Isn't this too much? Afraid we won't finish it all and let it spoil? Jalmer raised an eyebrow. Let's start with what spoils easily. Tofu can't be kept for too long, so let's make carp and tofu soup tonight. And stir-fried beef with celery sounds good. Lena nodded. Sounds nice. All my favorites. Let's add sautéed bean sprouts and sweet and sour spare ribs. Yes, my princess. Jalmer looked at her adoringly. Lena felt that his personality had changed significantly from when they first met. Wasn't he supposed to be aloof and domineering? Why did he now seem like a lovesick, clingy perfectionist who could handle both high society and home cooking? In the open kitchen, Jalmer laid out all the ingredients needed for dinner, turned on the faucet, and began washing them. Lena sat at a chair nearby, watching him work. Why do you call me princess? Jalmer smiled. Because in my heart, you are my little princess. Haven't you started calling me by my full name? Lena explained, is it okay to call you by your full name? I read somewhere that if you truly like someone, you're more likely to call them by their full name. I agree with that completely. Sure, you can call me anything you want. Really, anything? Lena tentatively asked, Uncle. Jalmer paused mid-wash, looking up at Lena. Am I really that old? Mariah was 11 years older than Lena, so the age gap between them was indeed quite large. Mariah didn't mind it, but he cared about Lena's thoughts. Mr. Pedro, don't you usually watch Korean dramas? In those shows, when there's an age difference between the main characters, the female lead always calls the male lead uncle. Don't you think that term is very endearing? I don't watch them. Korean dramas are for little girls. Jalmer pondered seriously for a moment. So, do you like calling me uncle? If you like it, we can go with that. Well, I'm okay with it. I prefer calling your full name, Jalmer. Your name sounds great and unique. Unlike me, my parents just picked my name casually. They named me Lena because I was born on the day of the minor butterfly solar term. Jalmer had finished washing the vegetables and started cutting them. Your name also sounds beautiful and is one of a kind. Lena knew he was trying to comfort her, so she pouted and changed the subject. Do you need any help? No need, you can just stay there and play. Wait obediently for dinner. Lena watched Jalmer busily cooking in the kitchen. Jalmer, why can you cook? Shouldn't someone like you, born with a silver spoon, have others do the cooking for you? In fact, I'm not that precious. Cooking is a life skill for me. It's better to know how than not to. Plus, sometimes cooking can be fun. Fun? Lena disagreed entirely. She had been cooking for her family since childhood in that tiny kitchen, enduring irritating smoke every day, washing, chopping, and cooking. There was no fun at all. Now Lena understood, when Jalmer cooked, it was out of interest. When he felt like it, he would cook, if not, he wouldn't. Enjoying cooking and making delicious food for him was living life to the fullest. But it was different for her. For her, cooking was a daily chore, and she had been criticized by her family if she didn't do well, making it a torturous process. Lena sighed softly. Sigh, people's joys and sorrows do not resonate. Jalmer looked at her humorously. What are you musing about this time? Just some reflections. Lena chatted casually with Jalmer as she waited for dinner to be served. About an hour later, 3 dishes and a soup were ready on the table. Come try my cooking. This is the first time I've cooked for anyone else. Lena picked up her chopsticks with glee. My honor. How wonderful to have food come to mouth. Especially when a billionaire president cooks for me personally, it feels even more amazing. Try it. If you like it, I can cook for you whenever you want in the future. Lena put a piece of sweet and sour spare rib in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. Really good. Your cooking skills are impressive. She then tasted a piece of beef, and after chewing, commented, this beef is also excellent and tender. Have some soup, it's good for the baby. Jalmer thoughtfully scooped her a bowl of carp and tofu soup. Not bad at all. Got myself a treasure. Lena grinned. Well, remember this, since you got this treasure, you're not allowed to throw me away, Jalmer teased. Listen, would a cold, domineering president worth over $1 billion say something like that? Lena smiled, but don't worry, I'm a principled person, how could I possibly abandon you? Lena didn't know that her casual joke would soon come true in an unexpected way. Chapter 35, Kath rinking a call. After dinner, Jalmer washed dishes in the kitchen while Lena sat on the balcony of the second floor watching stars. Away from the light pollution and air pollution of the city, the night sky here was clear and bright with dazzling stars. Moonlight cascaded like water, as if laying a soft silver veil over the earth. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Lena closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, letting the sea breeze caress her cheeks, savoring this rare tranquility and beauty. Footsteps approached from behind as Jalmer walked over. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight, the man said as he leaned down, his hands bracing against the arms of the chair, encircling the girl. His deep, captivating voice breathed upon the girl's ear, sending shivers down her spine. Yep, the starry sky here is so beautiful, Lena gazed up at the stars. I haven't seen such a beautiful sky for a long time. Jalmer's voice seemed to blend into the night, low and pleasing, you can come anytime you want in the future. Really? Eva turned back to look at him, her eyes bright and sparkling like stars. Jalmer felt a stir in his heart and smiled tenderly, of course it's real. That's great then. Lena grinned sweetly, revealing 2 dimples. Jalmer toyed with a lock of Lena's long hair, intentionally or unintentionally kissing her ear lightly. The night is enchanting. His voice tinged with desire, sounding a bit hoarse, but you are even more enchanting. So sensitive? Cannon chuckled softly, picking her up and setting her on the balcony. Jalmer held her wrists, his scorching fingertips gently stroking, you're still so thin, I have to fatten you up. I've gained quite a lot already. Lena raised her arm, pinching it with her other hand, see, chubby and all. Jalmer was amused by the girl's appearance and gently flicked her nose, so cute. Lena gazed at him with her moist eyes, almost irresistibly enticing under the moonlight. Moved by desire, Jalmer leaned in for a kiss. Mariah's sweet scent filled his nostrils. Mariah pulled down the straps of her white spaghetti strap dress, exposing her fair, smooth shoulders. Jalmer's kisses slowly descended from her lips to her neck, collarbone, and shoulders, lingering passionately. Lena spread her fingers, threading them through his hair. Just then, Lena's phone rang. I'll take this call. It was Imelda calling. Lena adjusted her dress strap, as if worried Imelda would see. She answered the call. Imelda eagerly shouted, Mariah, honey, let's team up. I can't play today, I'm out. Imelda didn't notice anything odd about her tone. Out? It's so late, aren't you going home? There was concern in Imelda's voice, a girl alone outside at night, how dangerous. Get home quickly. Jalmer came closer, lifting her up. Lena gasped softly out of instinct. What's wrong? What happened? Imelda heard Lena's exclamation and became anxious, fearing something might have happened to her. Jalmer placed Lena back on the balcony. Lena steadied her breathing and replied, I'm fine, you Eshin. When I said I'm out, I meant I'm on vacation. You're on vacation? Where are you? At the seaside. Why didn't you invite me? Aren't we best friends? As Jalmer continued his mischief, Lena endured, only managing a Why do I feel something's off? Are you really okay? Imelda continued, oblivious, did you go with your CEO? Yeah. In that case, there should be no problem. That Weibo trend last time was just a misunderstanding, it was taken down that night. It seems you're important to him. To me, your CEO is reliable, he'll take good care of you. No need to worry. Why didn't you tell me? It turns out you were having a sweet honeymoon together. At this moment, Imelda could never imagine that the reliable CEO she mentioned was actually doing improper things to Lena. Jalmer had chosen his position well, and Lena was almost at her limit. Imelda, being dense, didn't realize what Lena was enduring and showed no sign of hanging up. Listen, Ray, I went out with my senior today, so happy. It was the first time I was alone with him, I was nervous, couldn't even speak properly, felt so silly. We watched a movie, had bubble tea, then had hot pot together. My senior paid the bill and dropped me off at the dormitory entrance, he's so gentlemanly and caring. If it was just admiration before, now I think I might already love him. Imelda continued to chatter on, that Yvonne from before, you know, lovely way sauce, she and the senior are just ordinary friends. We go to the same school, this morning I even saw her having breakfast with another boy. The senior said she's already in a relationship. I told you they were nothing more than friends, but you didn't believe me. The senior is not that kind of guy at all. Mariah's very nice and always gentle to me. Ray, I really like him so much. Cannon's tall stature made Lena look even more petite. Jalmer hugged the slender body tightly into his arms. As long as you like him. Are you two dating yet? Imelda replied coyly, not yet, but it should be soon, right? Give it some time. If the senior doesn't confess, I'll make the first move. Lena replied intermittently, that's great too. I'm happy for you. Mariah heard something strange in your voice, Ray. Are you feeling unwell? Jalmer rested his chin on Lena's neck, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Lena really had no strength left to talk to Imelda. Jalmer's deep voice chuckled wickedly, why aren't you answering her anymore? Lena bit her lip and didn't reply. Seeing that Lena didn't respond, Imelda asked, Mariah, are you still there, Ray? Mariah hearing the voice from the phone, Jalmer chuckled softly. Worried that Imelda would notice something off, Lena quickly hung up the call without even saying goodbye. Tomorrow, she could only lie to Imelda, saying that she fell asleep while talking and accidentally ended the call. Under the starry sky, everything was charming. Chapter 36, Come back to Kyoto with me. Regarding the name of this island, Lena finally decided to call it Starry Moon Island. Not for any other reason, but because this island is truly perfect for stargazing and moon viewing. Since it's their exclusive dating paradise, nothing could be more fitting or romantic. This island is really beautiful. On sunny days, the seawater reflects the sky in a clear blue hue, flocks of seabirds fly by, adding a sense of freedom and tranquility. Jalmer took on the role of photographer, taking many photos of Lena. Admittedly, his photography skills were excellent, every photo turned out great. Jalmer, how can you take such amazing photos? Lena marveled while flipping through the camera. Isn't it usually said that boyfriends take terrible photos before being scolded? Why isn't her boyfriend like that? I played around with photography for some time in the past. On the surface, Jalmer appeared expressionless, only replying casually. In reality, he was secretly delighted. Mariah hadn't expected that playing with photography would serve such a purpose, helping him take photos for his wife and make her happy. Lena returned the camera to Jalmer. Send me these photos when we get back. Mariah planned to print all these photos, make an album, and select a few favorites to frame, placing them both in the office and bedroom. Yeah, and he should change his phone wallpaper too. His phone had always used the default wallpaper, which he saw somewhere saying that couples nowadays tend to use photos of themselves together as wallpaper. Speaking of which, he and Lena didn't have any photos together yet. Let's take some couple photos. Jalmer hugged Lena, their heads close together, smiling at the camera. Click. Their first couple photo was born. In the photo, Lena's eyebrows curved gracefully, her lips slightly upturned, two dimples appearing on her cheeks. Jalmer's eyes smiled, full of light. Behind them stretched endless orange-pink twilight. Yeah, we match, Jalmer nodded, his smile deepening. Let's take a few more. Lena was pulled by Jalmer to take many more couple photos. Over these days, they shared the same bed, yet most of the time Jalmer managed to restrain himself from misbehaving, holding Lena and sleeping through the night. The couple spent 5 days on the island. For those 5 days, Jalmer turned off his phone, ignored work, and enjoyed a secluded, peaceful getaway without disturbance. After 5 days, the food in the fridge ran out, and they had toured the entire island. Jalmer then moved them to another location. It was almost Lena's birthday. Mariah planned a unique birthday celebration for her. Mariah spent a month traveling with Lena, visiting all the places she wanted to go, creating a birthday trip. Mostly famous domestic scenic spots, including cultural and natural attractions. Lena led him to try many new things. They enjoyed night views at 5-star hotels, soaked in hot springs, and strolled hand in hand at dusk. They dined at high-end Western restaurants that cost thousands per person and drank seafood porridge at midnight street stalls. After being with Lena, Jalmer learned about things like starch sausages sold for 3 yuan each or 5 yuan for 2. Mariah discovered that breakfast could cost 5 yuan, clothing could be bargained for, fruits sold by roadside elders were cheap and delicious, and a box of octopus balls for 15 yuan could make Lena happy for a whole day. Every time he admitted he hadn't eaten, recognized, or known something, Lena looked surprised, shaking her head in amazement. Ah? You don't know this? Rich people and poor people really live in different worlds. Mariah felt fortunate to enter her world. It seemed that as long as he was with her, everything felt blissful. After returning from vacation, Lena noticed her sleep quality significantly improved, making her feel more energetic and hungry. The month-long trip had made her gain weight. Lena stayed in Jalmer's villa, watching online courses, watering flowers, playing games, occasionally making sweets for Jalmer, living a life like a retired official, even bringing gold jewelry for Imelda. Jalmer, however, wasn't so leisurely. Mariah returned to his busy schedule, leaving home early and coming back late. When he was busy, he seldom had time to accompany her, sometimes asking his secretary to shop with Lena. More than a month passed, and one evening, Jalmer held her in his arms, speaking softly, "Little Dai, come back to Kyoto with me." Lena paused. Are all matters here in Vernancheng settled? Yes. Lena's brows furrowed slightly, feeling a pang of melancholy. Mariah's world exploration was complete, and he was about to take her into his Kyoto, a foreign city filled with his family, friends, and social circle. Actually, she didn't really want to go because she knew she wouldn't fit in. She was afraid of bearing the disdainful looks from those high and mighty tycoons and celebrities. They would definitely say that she wasn't good enough for him, that they came from different worlds. Would there be women who were in love with him who would provoke her? And his family, would they agree with their relationship? Would they make things difficult for her? If his family knew about her being pregnant before marriage, would they think of her as a frivolous and promiscuous woman? Lena tossed and turned, unable to sleep, as two little voices inside her head constantly argued. After a restless night, when dawn broke, she finally made up her mind. Snow had already begun to fall in Kyoto in December, covering the ground with a blanket of white. As soon as they got off the plane, the bitter cold wind howled, making Lena shiver. Jalmer took off his scarf and put it around Lena's neck. I told you it was cold here, you should have worn a scarf, listen carefully, don't catch a cold. The gray cashmere scarf wrapped snugly around Lena's neck, Jalmer then handed her a pair of pink gloves to wear. His fingers were long and fair, clearly defined, while the girl's nose was red from the cold, her clear eyes smiling, looking at the man's hands. Your hands are so beautiful. With the gloves on, Jalmer held her right hand, tucking it into his pocket. Lena obediently followed beside him, escorted by a group of people through the VIP passage of the airport. Assistant Eliam said as they walked, Mr. Pedro, the dinner is set at the old house at 7 tonight, Catherine wants you to arrive early. There's also a meeting at 4:30 this afternoon. Understood. After leaving the airport, Jalmer took Lena into a black Rolls-Royce Phantom that had been waiting for some time. To Guiyun Road first. Jalmer said to the driver. Yes, young Catherinester. Guiyun Road was a bustling area, every inch of land worth its weight in gold. Jalmer owned a luxurious fully furnished apartment there with an excellent view of the night scene, close to the headquarters of the Pedro Group. You'll stay here for now. An auntie will come every day to clean and cook for you. Jalmer opened the door, and his assistant handed the luggage to the auntie. The auntie was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, kind-looking. This is Miss Chin, take good care of her during this period. She's pregnant, so you must be extra careful. Jalmer gave detailed instructions to the auntie, which made Lena chuckle softly. Why do you nag like an old maid? The auntie looked shocked at Lena, how dare she speak to the young master like that? And the young master even smiled indulgently at her, showing no displeasure. Did the young master find true love? Then what about Miss Aubrey? Jalmer pinched Lena's nose, tired of my nagging? Eva smiled playfully. Jalmer laughed, wait for me at home, I'll pick you up after the meeting to go for dinner. Okay. The Pedro family residence was located in the outskirts of Kyoto. The Rolls-Royce entered a long avenue lined with trees, driving all the way to the end. A private estate dominated by white tones appeared before them, with uniformed guards standing on both sides of the entrance. The black iron gate with hollow carvings slowly opened, and the car entered the estate, circling around a fountain before gently stopping in front of the main villa. Brother Atlas, you're back. As soon as they got out of the car, a girl with short chestnut hair, wearing the latest high-end Chanel outfit and carrying a limited edition Moriarty's bag, stood by the door, smiling at Jalmer. Chapter 37, She is different, Lena is my fiancée. Eva's smile froze when she saw Jalmer holding Lena's hand. Jalmer nodded in acknowledgement as a greeting. Mariah turned to introduce Kala to Lena, this is Kala, my uncle's daughter. Kala frowned slightly upon hearing Jalmer's introduction, that's not right, big brother Jean. Young and you grew up together. Then, Jalmer introduced Lena to Kala, this is Lena, my fiancée. What? Fiancé? Kala looked shocked, when did you have a fiancé, big brother Jean? Why didn't I know about this? Now you know. Jalmer spoke calmly. Lena smiled at Kala, Moriallo, Kala. Kala glanced at her coldly with disdain and superiority, ignoring Lena's greeting as she turned and went into the house. Lena furrowed her brow, this girl seemed to really dislike her. Jalmer put his arm around Lena's shoulder, don't take it to heart, she's spoiled and has a bad temper. It's okay, I don't mind. Inside the house, it was warmly heated. Lena took off her down jacket, and Jalmer took it from her to hang alongside his wool coat. Mariah wore a beige shirt underneath, matching Lena's base layer shirt in color. Lena noticed this. Beige? It doesn't seem like your style. Most of his clothes were dark-colored. Jalmer leaned over and whispered in her ear with a soft laugh, couple's outfit, I picked it on purpose. Lena felt like her heart had fallen into a honey jar. Seeing Jalmer back, the servant hurriedly greeted, young Catherinester is back. I'll go call Catherine. Just then, an excited female voice rang out, it's best you really brought my future daughter-in-law back. Lifting her head, Lena saw a beautifully dressed woman in a light pink dress, with an elaborate hairstyle walking towards them. Francesca ignored Jalmer and grabbed Lena's hand warmly, you must be my future daughter-in-law Lena? Oh, how wonderful, young and beautiful, I'm very satisfied. Jalmer smiled and introduced her, my mom, Krista. Today's family dinner is specially prepared for you as a welcome feast. She's been urging me to bring you back for a long time. Thinking of Lena carrying twins, Clara became increasingly pleased. Little Di must be tired from the trip. Sit down and rest a bit, it's not dinner time yet. Clara led Lena to sit on the sofa in the living room. Lena had been a little nervous but felt relieved by the warm reception from her future mother-in-law. Just as they sat down and exchanged a few words, Kala helped an elderly lady walk over. Waverly, take your time. Kala now appeared gentle and obedient, completely different from her earlier demeanor. The elderly lady wore a dark green cheapao, adorned with high-quality jade necklace and earrings. Mariah's white hair and wrinkles couldn't hide her noble and elegant demeanor. Waverly, Jalmer called from afar. You finally remembered to come back. The elderly lady glanced at Jalmer. I thought you would settle down in Vernanchang. Is it so hard to handle things there? She had heard rumors that her beloved grandson was traveling with a girl for more than a month. Discontentedly, she purposely said this. Mariah's main grievance lay with that girl. Her good grandson was never a carefree playboy who stayed out for such long periods. Jalmer spoke gently. Waverly, please don't be upset. As soon as I finished dealing with matters there, I came back to Beijing immediately to see you. Though Jalmer seemed distant and aloof to outsiders, he was always patient and kind to his family. Mariah guided the elderly lady to sit on the sofa. Waverly, I didn't come alone this time. I've brought you a granddaughter-in-law. Jalmer held Lena's hand and introduced her to the old lady. Mariah's name is Lena, the granddaughter-in-law I found for you. Only then did the old lady give Lena a proper look. Jean, which family does Lena come from? How have I never heard of her? The old lady subconsciously assumed Lena was from a prominent family. Waverly, Lena is from Vernanchang, born in an ordinary family. But she's a great girl. Once you get to know her, you will definitely like her. Upon hearing that Lena came from an ordinary family, a flash of triumph crossed Kala's face before it turned to contempt again. What sort of nobody dares compete for her dear big brother Jean? Old Lady Karina came from a prestigious family and had lived a life of luxury since childhood. Though she treated people kindly on the surface, she inherently carried pride and looked down upon ordinary people. Although Karina did not particularly like this girl, she still had to give some respect to her grandson and would not embarrass the girl in public. The old lady started chatting with Lena. Lena, how old are you this year? Waverly, I'm 19 this year. The old lady was somewhat surprised. So young? You're the same age as Justine. Kala was also 19 this year. She was 11 years younger than Jalmer. Mariah's brother Eduardo had grown up with Jalmer, and since childhood, Kala had been infatuated with Jalmer. As a child, to see Jalmer, she would follow behind Eduardo everywhere, like a little shadow. Jalmer rarely paid attention to her. Usually, it was she who would take the initiative to cling to him. It was because of his childhood friend Eduardo that Jalmer treated her politely and did not make her leave. Due to this, Kala felt that Jalmer treated her differently from others. He would shoo away other women trying to get close to him but never her. So she believed she was an exception to him and told everyone they were childhood sweethearts. Kala pouted and coaxed the old lady. Waverly, that's different. Brother Jean and I grew up together, not anyone can compare. Mariah hearing this, Lena felt a pang of jealousy. You are different. Lena is my fiancée, while you are the daughter of my uncle and the sister of my childhood friend. Jalmer's words left Kala speechless, her expression vividly reflecting her emotions. A moment ago, Lena was sad because of Kala's words, but the next moment, she was comforted by Jalmer's overt favoritism. Privately, the old lady was biased towards Kala, so hearing Jalmer say this made her somewhat uncomfortable. Initially, Clara hadn't planned to invite Kala to today's family dinner, as she wasn't part of the Pedro family. However, after returning to the country, Kala visited the old residence every now and then to accompany the old lady, and she was specifically invited today by the old lady. The old lady liked Kala partly because of her prestigious family background and partly moved by her sincerity. Elders most needed companionship. Melvin, though she knew that Kala often stayed with her for the sake of her grandson, she could overlook this. No matter what her intentions were, the company she provided was genuine, and that was enough. It was different for Krista. Krista saw clearly that Kala liked Jalmer, but she disliked arranged marriages. She herself had been a victim of one. She only wanted her son to be with someone he truly loved. Kala had clung to Jalmer for so many years without any change from him, which meant he had no interest in her. Therefore, Krista would not consider matchmaking between Kala and her son. As they chatted about everyday matters, it soon turned to dinner time. Mr. Pedro Ting Dong, just came out from the study. Everyone is here, let's have dinner then. Chapter 38. Kala wants to Catherinery into the Pedro family. This year, Patriarch Pedro turned 85, yet he remained in robust health, his voice resonant and commanding, exuding an air of authority. After he took his seat at the head of the long table, the others followed suit. Patriarch Pedro sat in the main seat, while the matriarch sat beside him. Next to her was Catherine Dam Pedro, Clara. Opposite were the young couple, Jalmer and Lena, along with Kala. Kala thought bitterly that if not for Lena, she would be sitting next to her beloved cousin Jean. Are matters in the southern city settled? Patriarch Pedro glanced up at Jalmer, asking calmly. Jalmer replied respectfully, yes, everything is taken care of. Patriarch Pedro acknowledged this with a mild grunt, then looked over at Lena. Seizing the moment, Jalmer introduced her. Grandfather, this is your granddaughter-in-law, Lena. Patriarch Pedro sized up Lena and chuckled approvingly, nodding his head. You've finally found a wife. I thought you'd end up alone. This young lady is quite nice. Treat her well, don't bully her. His daughter-in-law Clara had spoken highly of this girl, mentioning she was carrying their family's grandchildren, 2 of them. The Pedro family had long struggled with thin lineage, but now this young lady was pregnant with twins, much to his delight. Mariah had reviewed Lena's background. Although her origins weren't grand, her character was solid. His grandson didn't need a marriage alliance with a prominent family to prosper. Mariah valued integrity most. Choose a date for the wedding, Patriarch Pedro instructed his daughter-in-law. Clara, you'll oversee Jin's wedding. In our Pedro family, we treat weddings with great importance. We want Lena to have a splendid entry into our family. You must take extra care. Catherine Damfu smiled and agreed readily. Dad, it's no trouble at all. Now that Jin's future is secured, I can rest easy as a mother. Kala clenched her fists tightly. She felt furious and helpless but dared not speak. The elderly matriarch noticed Kala's unusual expression and sighed inwardly, knowing full well of her dissatisfaction. Although she liked Kala, there was nothing she could do. After all, who could fault Lena for being pregnant with Jin's child? The old matriarch felt sorrowful. Poor Kala would suffer greatly from this unfulfilled desire. She had been excited to see Jin when she heard he was returning, even requesting to visit him. When reminded that he might bring a girl home, Kala had quickly assured her it wasn't a problem. So the matriarch invited Kala for dinner through her daughter-in-law, Clara. Perhaps it was better for her to witness this firsthand. If she was destined not to enter the Pedro family, it would be best to accept this reality early and find a good match elsewhere. Still, they couldn't neglect their guest. The Pedro family always showed respect to visitors. Eat up, Justine, is the food to your liking? The elderly matriarch asked warmly. Kala paused, suppressing her frustration and offered a dignified smile. It's delicious, grandmother. These are my favorite dishes. Then enjoy more. Having you around these past few days has made me very happy. You've always been a good, sensible child. Patriarch Pedro added some pleasantries. Miss Aubrey, I heard your brother recently returned from abroad. Why doesn't he come visit? It's been years since I last saw him. Kala replied cheerfully. Oh yes, grandfather. My brother came back just a short time ago. Mariah said he wanted to visit once cousin Jean returns. Jalma remarked coolly, it has been a while since I've seen Eduardo. Kala's face lit up, quickly responding, indeed, cousin Jean. You two used to be such close friends, spending so much time together. There must be so many things to catch up on. We should get together sometime. I know a new ski resort opened, let's go play there. And speaking of which, you learned skiing from me back in the day. As a child, I was clumsy, but luckily, you didn't mind and taught me patiently. As she spoke, Kala shot a glance at Lena, clearly boasting with satisfaction. Sitting beside her, Lena lowered her head and continued eating, her chopsticks clenching slightly, fingers widening at the knuckles. Melvin, she, usually oblivious, understood Kala's intention, to provoke jealousy by flaunting her past. Mariah hearing this, Jalmer felt a flicker of annoyance. Though he hadn't dated before and avoided women generally, he wasn't naive enough to miss her attempts at manipulation. Kala was merely the sister of his childhood friend, a clingy and bothersome presence. Mariah wouldn't allow her to create tension between him and his wife. You weren't taught how to ski, you insisted on joining us and fell down. I just happened to pass by and helped you up. Jalmer retorted. Jalmer naturally picked up a pair of chopsticks and placed a dish in Lena's bowl. We won't go skiing, Lena can't ski and it wouldn't be convenient for her. After we finish the wedding in a few days, I'll have a good reunion with your brother. Lena slightly relaxed her grip on her chopsticks, her lips curling into a slight smile. The smile instantly vanished from Kala's face, looking quite displeased. Mariah hearing this, Clara was delighted, smiling at Jalmer. Mariah's son had finally come around, even defending his wife against manipulative women. Mariah was indeed teachable. Grandfather Pedro knew well that Kala had feelings for his grandson. Mariah ate a piece of four-joy meatball without speaking but listened intently. Clara shifted the topic. Jean, why don't you move Lena's luggage over here and let her stay at the old residence? It will be more convenient to take care of her with so many housekeepers around. No need, Mom. Lena will stay temporarily in the apartment on Guayin Road, which is closer to the company and convenient for me to commute. I've also bought a 2-bedroom apartment downstairs and converted it into a nanny suite. I hired an auntie to take care of her. If you're not reassured, we can add one more person, so 2 can take turns caring for her. Clara thought for a moment. The young couple wanted their own world together, staying at the old residence might not be convenient after all. She nodded understandingly. All right, I'll arrange another auntie to go there. 2 people can take better care of her. Kala, unaware that Lena was pregnant, sneered inwardly. TCH, arranging 2 nannies to take turns caring for a girl from the countryside? She's not some precious lady, is it really necessary? After the meal, Grandfather Pedro called Jalmer to his study. I heard you investigated and use hotels. Yes. This wasn't quite appropriate. And you is Kong family's business. Old Mr. Kong and I still have some connections. Why were you so merciless? Besides, large businesses usually involve some gray areas. By leaving no room, you risk future retaliation. Jalmer smiled nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Let them come if they dare. Grandfather Pedro sighed deeply, speaking earnestly, young man, don't push things too far. Leaving room for others is also leaving room for yourself. Grandfather, don't worry. I know my limits. You are such a contrast to your father. Your father was indecisive, always dragging things out, valuing human relationships. But you, decisive and ruthless, leave no room. Well, I just give some advice. After your father left, the family responsibilities fell on you. Those board members are ruthless people. It's been tough for you to bring the group to this point. Kala stormed back home, throwing her bag onto the sofa angrily. I'm so angry, absolutely furious. Eduardo, sitting on the sofa, nearly got hit by the bag. What happened? Didn't you go to the Pedro family for dinner today? Not happy after seeing your beloved Jean brother? Kala plopped onto the sofa, venting her anger. Jean brother actually brought a woman back and said she's his fiancée. Eduardo froze. What? Mariah hadn't returned to the country for a while and had been busy, hardly keeping in touch with Jalmer. His fiancée? Mariah didn't even know. Don't get upset, your heart condition can't handle it. Kala had congenital heart disease, so everyone in the Aubrey family treated her like a treasure, not daring to say a harsh word. Brother, you wouldn't believe what Grandfather Pedro said. Mariah actually told Jean brother to marry that woman quickly and specifically instructed Lila Fu to make the wedding grand. They knew I liked Jean brother but still invited me to dinner and talked about his marriage in front of me. Isn't that intentional? Eduardo frowned, displeased. They really did that? Yes. I'm almost driven mad. I can't let that woman marry Jean brother. Jean brother can only be mine. Kala looked at Eduardo. Brother, you have to think of a way. It's not impossible. If you insist on marrying only Jalmer, I can try. Kala beamed with joy, moving closer to ask, what way? Chapter 39. Good night, wife. A black Bentley parked outside a nightclub named Moria Haven on Earth. A tall man in a black tweed overcoat got out of the car, followed by two men who looked like bodyguards. Cannon walked straight into the nightclub. It was 11 at night, the busiest time. In the hall, lights were flashing wildly, and scantily clad women were dancing fervently on the central stage. The air was filled with perfume and cigarette smoke, as well as some indescribable scents. The room was warm with sufficient heating but stuffy due to poor ventilation. Cannon took off his coat and handed it to the bodyguard behind him, then hastened his steps through the hall towards the private room at the farthest end. At the door of the private room, a guard smiled and greeted, Mr. Pedro, you're here. Mr. Liang is inside. Cannon opened the door. Before Jalmer entered, he heard a series of rapid moans. A pot-bellied man wearing glasses and looking greasy was embracing a woman in a black tight skirt, engaging in something unspeakable, producing peculiar sounds. Jalmer frowned in disgust. Mr. Pedro, you're here, said the guard at the door. The strange sounds abruptly stopped. Mr. Pedro, please come in and sit down. Geary reluctantly let go of the woman, wiped his hands with a tissue, and adjusted his clothes. Francesca, who had just been released, looked dazedly at the newly arrived man, still in the throes of passion. Mariah's gaze wandered over his superior height, perfect physique, impeccable face, and those clean, slender fingers. She fantasized about being caressed by those hands just now and felt weak in the knees. Jalmer glanced at the woman, his face showing displeasure. Geary, skilled at reading people's expressions, immediately understood. Mariah stuffed a wad of cash between the woman's cleavage. Go downstairs, there's nothing for you here. Francesca stood up and gave Jalmer a covert glance as she passed by him. She wished to stay and serve this man, but his presence exuded an aura that warned everyone to stay away or face death. With a touch of regret, the woman left the private room and closed the door behind her. Jalmer sat opposite Geary, with the two bodyguards standing by the door. Mariah came straight to the point. What's the matter? Ichabod has been formally arrested on charges of illegal business operations, running a casino, and other offenses. Mariah's fled, and the police have issued a warrant. NU Group's market value has plummeted, and its stock prices have fallen drastically. Jessup suffered a cerebral hemorrhage from anger and didn't survive hospitalization. Mariah passed away 2 hours ago. NU has kept his death quiet internally, the public doesn't know yet. Jalmer paused, somewhat surprised. Jessup is dead? Yes, he was so enraged by his beloved son. Geary glanced at Jalmer. Mr. Pedro, last time you instructed the raid on one of NU Group's hotels, leading the police to uncover Ichabod's criminal evidence. Mariah will blame you for this and may seek revenge. You should be cautious. Revenge? With what strength? Jalmer sneered. Mariah dares not. Geary shook his head. Ichabod is a desperate fugitive now. There's nothing he won't do. Jalmer checked his watch. It was getting late. Lena would be going to bed soon, and he needed to return home quickly. Going back too late might disturb her sleep. Jalmer spoke calmly. Don't schedule meetings this late again. Geary was taken aback by Jalmer's reaction. Aren't you afraid, Mr. Pedro? Afraid? Of whom am I afraid? Jalmer stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hold on, Mr. Pedro, there's one more thing. Geary hurried to stop him. When we set up the factory in Contria together, all initial profits went to you. Now, with the market downturn, losses are severe. Can you help cover part of the losses? How much is part? 30%. If you agree to cover 30% of the loss, the factory can continue operating, and I'll give you 60% of the future profits. What do you think? Jalmer chuckled and looked at Geary. I don't do charity here. Find someone else. But Mr. Pedro, we've cooperated many times. Can't you help me this time? Geary, are you joking? According to Country A's situation, so many factories lose millions daily. Do you really think I don't know? If I foolishly covered your losses, and you ran away with the money, where would I turn for justice? Mr. Pedro, well, Geary was thoroughly exposed by Jalmer's penetrating gaze and ruthlessly unmasked. His guilt made him stammer. Mariah had just told Jalmer about Jessup's death and Ichabod's intention to seek revenge, all as a pretext to coax Jalmer into funding. Mariah never expected the kid wouldn't fall for it. Geary knew he couldn't provoke Jalmer. Mariah kept silent for a moment, steadied his emotions, then looked up again. Young Catherine's Pedro, calm down. If it's too much trouble, I can just shut down the factory. Let's not let this little matter hurt our relationship. How about this? I'll close the factory, and I won't ask you to share the previous losses. But during the good market years, you took 80% of the profits. Could you, out of consideration for my current difficulties, give me 10% of that? No. Jalmer didn't hesitate, delivering two light but firm words. Geary's face turned dark, but he dared not show any anger. Frustrated, he said, Young Catherine's Pedro, doing this seems a bit heartless. After all, we are business partners. In business, there are only interests, no partners. Besides, it was you who begged me to invest and voluntarily gave up 80% of the profit, agreeing to bear the risk yourself. It's all in black and white in the contract. Are you that forgetful? Do you want to see it again? Geary's face flushed alternately red and pale, unable to say another word for a long time. Jalmer lost patience and turned to leave. By the time he returned to the apartment, it was almost midnight. Jalmer tiptoed into the bathroom, taking a quick shower. The person on the bed curled up under the blanket, creating a slender bulge like a cocoon. Jalmer walked over, lifted the blanket, and slid in. In her sleep, Lena mumbled something unintelligible. Jalmer couldn't hear clearly. What are you saying? Eva spoke another string of words he couldn't understand. Jalmer smiled, gently hugging her with one arm and planting a kiss on her forehead. Good night. Listening to her steady breathing, he added a moment later, wife. It was the first time he loved someone, loving cautiously because he was afraid she would think it presumptuous if he called her wife casually. Only at night, when everything was quiet and she was asleep, did he dare whisper it secretly. This feeling of being secretive wasn't bad, it was actually quite sweet. Holding his beloved in his arms, Jalmer slept soundly through the night. Chapter 40, The Pedro Family's Savior. In the capital, winter days dawned late. When Lena woke up, it was still dark outside. Through the glass window, she could see the snow falling heavily. Jalmer stood by the bed tying his tie. Seeing her awake, he leaned down to kiss her forehead. It's still early, go back to sleep for a bit, Jalmer said gently. Lena, half asleep, asked groggily, when did you come back last night? I didn't know. Around midnight. I was held up with something and you were already asleep when I got back. Lena sniffed, no alcohol smell, you've been good. Jalmer smiled, I promised you I'd try not to drink, so I definitely will. Besides, even if I had drunk, after taking a shower and changing clothes, you wouldn't be able to smell it. Jalmer used to smoke and drink, but after living with Lena, he quit smoking for the baby. Later, since Lena disliked the smell of alcohol, he rarely drank. Humph, I believe you didn't drink. Jalmer tousled her hair, I'll come home early tonight to have dinner with you. Stay good at home. His tone was like he was coaxing a child. Have I ever been bad? Jalmer's eyes were full of indulgence, you're good every day. Reward is another kiss. Then he leaned down again to kiss Lena, this time on the lips, a light touch. After Jalmer left, Lena lingered in bed for a while before slowly getting up. After breakfast, she sat on the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through her phone. The League of Legends World Championship had just ended not long ago. Mariah's favorite team ZY lost to a Korean team with a score of 2-3, narrowly missing the championship. She and Jalmer were on vacation at that time, and she felt upset about this result for 2 days. Unexpectedly, after more than half a month, the topic was still hot on Weibo, with many people still discussing it. At the final BO5, Lena noticed significant problems with ZY's jungler Xian. In the last 2 matches, he played as if in a daze, leading to poor plays and losing the Baron Vernisher. Mariah's favorite ADC player Melvin gave his best effort but couldn't turn the tide. Fans of League of Legends teams or players often act like crazy fans from the entertainment world, loving to instigate fights or blindly praise or criticize players. Lena was a rational fan. Melvin, though it was the jungler's fault, she wouldn't personally attack him like those trolls. She scrolled through Weibo's super topics, which were mostly filled with harsh criticisms of the jungler. The online environment was too toxic for Lena to bear, so she logged out of Weibo and opened the game. She had reached Gold Eye, one step closer to her goal. Lena started a rank match playing as Vayne. A random support chose Thresh. Although he played clumsily, he didn't make any big mistakes. Lena performed excellently with Vayne, achieving a stylish pentakill. The chat was filled with 666. After the game, Lena won the MVP. The jungler sent a friend request. After accepting, he privately messaged her. Bro, you played really well. Want a duo? This jungler obviously was male and quite inexperienced. Mariah kept getting ambushed by the opposing team, resulting in several deaths, which nearly made them lose the game. They only won thanks to Lena's excellent performance. Lena politely declined the duo request. No, I prefer solo queue. Alright, let's add friends first, maybe we can play normals together in the future. Sure, okay. Fine, keep him as a friend. After all, it's just a friend slot. They might quietly stay in each other's friend lists without much interaction. At the headquarters of Pedro Group, in the president's office. Jalmer, having just finished a meeting, received a call from Clara. The voice on the other end was anxious. Jean, your grandmother fainted and was sent to the hospital. She's still under emergency care. The doctor has issued a critical notice. Come over quickly. Jalmer tensed up. How could this happen so suddenly? I'll come right over. Inside the best hospital in the capital. Old Lady Karina was being treated in the ICU, with a crowd gathered in the corridor, including the elderly patriarch Pedro Ting-dong. Why did she suddenly faint? Jalmer asked worriedly. Clara sighed. She mentioned feeling unwell recently and went for a checkup. It turned out she had this illness. She didn't want you to worry, so she asked us not to tell you. There are currently no special treatments available, and the medication she received previously only alleviated pain, not inhibiting the progression of the disease. Therefore, her condition has worsened. Mom, how could you not inform me of such serious matters? Pedro Ting-dong said, your grandmother didn't want to tell you, and I agreed. She only had your best interests at heart, not wanting you to worry. Now is not the time to talk about this. Melvin, if you knew, what could be done when even doctors have no solution? Jalmer remained silent. The corridor was filled with a heavy atmosphere, and no one spoke again. Everyone waited anxiously in tension and concern. An hour later, the door opened, and the doctor walked out. The old madam is out of immediate danger, but her condition remains very serious. The doctor looked troubled and hesitated before continuing. She is advanced in age. Without a specific treatment, given her current condition, she has at most half a year left. This statement fell like a stone into still water, creating an even deeper silence in the corridor. Feeling the immense pressure, the doctor's forehead glistened with sweat. But there seems to be a medical team abroad that has been researching this illness. Perhaps they've made some breakthroughs. Mr. Pedro, you might try contacting them. If they've developed a specific treatment, we can treat the old madam. Thank you, doctor. Relying on his connections, Pedro Ting-dong quickly found the overseas medical team. To his pleasant surprise, the company behind the research team turned out to be owned by the Aubrey family, and its top manager was none other than Eduardo. This wasn't surprising. Eduardo had been a top student at a prestigious medical university in China before furthering his studies abroad for several years and then staying there to conduct medical research. Pedro Ting-dong personally called Eduardo. Little Aubrey, do you have time today? Your grandpa would like to see you. I'm busy right now, Yovan. Is there something specific you need? Jin's grandmother is in the hospital with a complicated illness. The doctors say there's no specific treatment available domestically. Since you're involved in medical research abroad, I thought maybe your team has some insights. What is the illness? Stammering, Pedro Ting-dong repeated the medical terms the doctor had used. Actually, Eduardo had already guessed the illness from the moment Pedro Ting-dong called. Mariah knew it was likely related to old lady Pedro's condition. Kala, who had previously accompanied old lady Pedro for a health checkup, had asked him if there were any treatments available. At that time, his team hadn't made any breakthroughs yet. However, just a week ago, they had successfully developed a specific treatment. Mariah originally planned to inform the Pedro family after the first batch of medication proved effective. Before he could announce the news, Jalmer returned home with his fiancée, and Kala, upset, asked him to find a way to help. It was then that he came up with the idea of using the specific treatment as leverage for Kala to marry into the Pedro family. Eduardo replied, oh, that illness. Don't worry, Yovan. Our team has already developed a specific treatment. Pedro Ting-dong's worried heart finally relaxed. That's wonderful news. Little Aubrey, come over to our house when you have time. We can discuss this face to face. Yes, Yovan. Let me check my schedule. I'm free tomorrow. How about tomorrow evening? Great, great. I'll have the house prepared with fine wine and food. Little Aubrey, this time you're truly a savior for our Pedro family. You're too kind, Yovan. Our families are old friends, and I'm happy to help. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. See you tomorrow evening. All right. After hanging up, Eduardo smiled faintly. Savior? Let the Pedro family repay this great kindness by giving them a place for their future daughter-in-law. Not too much to ask, right? Chapter 41, Eduardo's Conditions. On Guiyun Road, in a luxuriously renovated apartment. Jalmer said he would come back for dinner tonight, so the housekeeper prepared a large table of dishes. Dinner time arrived, but there was still no sign of him. Lena sent him a message, asking when he would be home. After about 10 minutes, Jalmar called back. Ray, you eat first, no need to wait for me. Is something holding you up again? Yeah, Grandma has been hospitalized, I'm staying here with her. What happened? Waverly was in good health before, why did she suddenly get hospitalized? Jalmar rubbed his temples, she's old, and her body can't handle it anymore. But now she's fine, don't worry. Okay, then take good care of Grandma. Jalmar came back very late. When he got into bed, he woke up the person lying there. Lena, still half asleep, leaned over, you're back, how is Grandma? Mariah's voice was soft and gentle, like a little cat, making him feel ticklish inside. She's out of danger now. Rux and Enuel said they found the right medicine for Grandma, she should be fine. That's good. Jalmar pulled her into his arms and kissed her. A light kiss gradually deepened, their breathing became more rapid. The fetus was not stable yet during early pregnancy, so Jalmar dared not take risks. The previous intimate sessions were just kissing and caressing without going all the way, this time was no exception. Do you like it, Eva lightly bit her lower lip and didn't say anything. Mariah leaned down close to her ear and breathed hotly, asking again in a hoarse voice. Do you like it, darling? At the same time, he sped up. Yes, I like it. Eva's voice, laced with panting, became an aphrodisiac for the man. In the room, the atmosphere was filled with intimacy. The next afternoon, Grandfather Pedro invited Jalmar home for dinner. This time it was for grandmother's matter, so he didn't bring Lena. At the Pedro family mansion. Eduardo and Carla walked in together, and Eduardo casually handed the gifts he brought to the servant. Jean, long time no see. Eduardo greeted. Jalmar replied, you guy, went abroad for so many years and never came back. Isn't this coming back? Grandfather Pedro chuckled, welcoming them, little Aubrey is here, sit down quickly. Waverly was still in the hospital, leaving only Grandfather Pedro, Clara, and Jalmar at home. Grandfather Pedro sat in the main seat and gestured for Eduardo to sit in the honored position beside him. Carla sat next to Eduardo, while opposite them were Clara and Jalmar. After sitting down, Eduardo and Jalmar began chatting. They were childhood friends after all, their relationship hadn't become distant despite several years apart. They laughed and talked as usual upon meeting again. The servants served the dishes. Grandfather Pedro formally asked, little Aubrey, how are your parents doing lately? Jovan, my parents are both fine, they asked me to send greetings to you. Grandfather Pedro narrowed his eyes and smiled, your parents are outstanding figures in their field. I heard your company went public a few days ago, congratulations. Jovan, our company is just small potatoes compared to Pedro Corporation. Recently, we have 2 projects hoping for a chance to collaborate with you. Don't talk like that, about whether I'll give face or not, that sounds too formal. If you want to collaborate, I'll approve it. You talk to Jean about the specifics, the company affairs are all handled by him now. I, the old grandpa, have already retired to enjoy life. You two grew up together. Since you're back in the country, you should spend more time together and catch up. Grandfather Pedro chatted with Eduardo for a while, laying the groundwork before getting to the point. Little Aubrey, when will the special drug developed by your foreign medical team be put into use? What is the price? Eduardo replied, indeed, a lot of funds were spent on preliminary research. This is an injectable drug, currently in use. Our market price here is 1 million per injection. Although expensive, the demand is huge and still cannot meet the supply. I've understood Grandma's condition. She needs an injection every week, continuously without interruption. This wasn't a big deal for the Pedro family. Grandfather Pedro said seriously, we can't delay Grandma's treatment. We need you to arrange it as soon as possible. Your help this time has been a great favor to our Pedro family. If you have any requirements, just let us know. Mariah was a shrewd man and naturally knew what Eduardo meant by the insufficient supply. Although it was a business transaction, their positions were not equal. The Pedro family was seeking help, so they had to lower their attitude. Grandfather Pedro took the initiative to speak and allowed Eduardo to make any demands. Carla couldn't help but smile widely, her eyes filled with joy. Clara noticed her expression and felt an ominous premonition. Eduardo glanced at Jalmar intentionally or unintentionally and said, Jovan, our 2 families are old acquaintances. Since Waverly needs this medicine now, we will definitely give priority to you. You don't need to worry about the supply. Then he changed the subject, however, I do have one condition. Justine has congenital heart disease and can't handle any stimulation, our whole family treats her as a treasure. Jalmar sensed something unusual in Eduardo's words and looked over with confusion. Eduardo continued, Justine is a stubborn girl, she doesn't easily change her mind once she makes up her mind. When she loves someone, it's all in, no turning back. Justine likes Jean, and you must have noticed that. So, my condition is for Justine to marry Jean. No way. Jalmar got agitated, bracing his hands on the table and standing up. His voice raised an octave, Eduardo, only this matter I cannot agree to because I already have a fiancé, and Carla knows this too. The joy on Carla's face vanished. Eduardo calmly replied, yes, you do have a fiancé, but you haven't married yet, right? Catherine-Reid couples even get divorced sometimes, let alone those who aren't married yet. What do you mean by that? Jalmer was burning with anger, glaring hatefully at Eduardo. My meaning is clear, break up with that girl and marry Justine. Jalmer glared at him fiercely, gritting his teeth, impossible. Clara wore a difficult expression and looked at Eduardo. Little Aubrey, if you do this, won't Jean become a heartless man who abandons someone after seduction? That is indeed too much to ask. If you have any other conditions, feel free to name them. Melvin grandfather Pedro felt this was improper and hesitantly spoke up. Yes, little Aubrey, anything but this, we will agree. Or perhaps you'd like us to pay 10 times the price for this medicine. Eduardo remained calm and said, this is my only condition. Jalmer's handsome face was clouded with fury. I won't agree. Jean, calm down and let's talk this through. Grandfather Pedro commanded without raising his voice. Jalmer's chest heaved violently. Mariah suppressed his emotions again out of respect for Grandfather Pedro, sat back down. Grandfather Pedro addressed Eduardo, little Aubrey, we need to discuss this with Jean. Give us some time. 3 days. Waverly's illness cannot be delayed, Jovan, so please make your decision as soon as possible. At this point, everyone lost their appetite. This transaction ultimately ended in discord. Chapter 42, No Perfect Solution. After Aubrey Gia's siblings left, Jovan called Jalmer to his study. Jean, Roxanne knows you have feelings for Lena. She is a good girl, and I like her too. But, your grandma's illness. Jovan was also troubled. Mariah liked Lena very much, but if he had to choose, he would definitely choose to save his wife's life. Jovan glanced at Jalmer's expression and spoke tentatively. You can keep her in another place, providing her with the best living conditions. I promise that any child of hers will still be the little master of the Pedro family and will inherit the Pedro family's assets. With our Pedro family's lineage in her womb, the Pedro family definitely won't let her down. Jalmer laughed coldly. Kept anonymously outside as an unacknowledged mistress, labeled as an unpopular third party, never able to hold her head high in front of the world, is this what you mean by not letting her down? Jovan's face was grim as well. How could he not know that this would wrong Lena, but human lives were at stake, and Waverly Karina's life mattered more than romantic affairs. Jovan said earnestly. Jean, this is out of necessity. Besides, which man from a prominent family doesn't keep mistresses? Don't say it's disgraceful, do you know how many women dream of being Jalmer's mistress? Jalmer replied sarcastically, so I should be proud? Jovan thought for a moment and said, if you feel she has been wronged, then break up with her completely. It's better for everyone involved. It seemed like there was no other way. With Lena's character, she would certainly not agree to being a mistress. So in the end, I still don't get to decide my own marriage. Jovan sighed deeply. If this hadn't happened, you could make your own decisions. Our family doesn't need to rely on marriage alliances to secure our status. But now, we are asking for help, and before you stands your grandmother's life. Is your marital freedom more important or your grandmother's life? Jalmer lowered his eyes, emotions swirling within them. After a long while, he softly said, I'll do everything I can to find another solution. You only have 3 days. If after 3 days you still haven't agreed, and Eduardo refuses to provide the medicine, and you cannot find another source, your grandmother will. Jalmer didn't sleep all night. Mariah looked up a lot of information online about his grandmother's illness. When dawn came, he made calls one by one, trying to use his connections to find someone outside the Aubrey family who could provide the medicine. If they had told him earlier about his grandmother's condition, he wouldn't have been so passive now. Trying to catch up at the last minute, the chances were slim. When Lena woke up, no one was beside her. She thought Jalmer had gone to work, but when she stepped out of the bedroom, she saw him sitting in the living room. Why aren't you going out today? Lena walked over and sat beside him. No, I'm staying in today. I have some things to take care of. Jalmer focused on reading documents. Lena glanced at the computer screen. It was a full paper in English with many professional terms she couldn't understand. What is this? Jalmer replied, an academic paper about Waverly's illness. Weren't you saying yesterday that Waverly was fine already? Jalmer did not explain the details to her and just vaguely said, there's a problem with the drug supplier, and there's no medicine temporarily. Lena gave a light exclamation. Is Waverly's illness very serious? Yeah. Lena watched for a bit but couldn't offer any help. Thinking about it, she asked the maid to buy some ingredients and personally went into the kitchen to prepare nourishing soup for Jalmer. Lena busied herself in the kitchen for a while, put the soup on to simmer, and when she came out again, she found Jalmer had fallen asleep on the table. Seeing his weary sleeping face, Lena realized he had been up all night looking through documents. How could one sleep well on a table? Lena gently woke him. Jean, go sleep in bed. Jalmer opened his eyes, red-shot from exhaustion. A little tired, must have dozed off. Lena asked with concern, you didn't sleep all night? Yeah. Go rest in the room for a bit. I've made some soup for you, drink it when you wake up. Cannon looked at her, his gaze deep. Such a good girl, how could he bear to make her a mistress? Mariah got up from the table and pulled the girl into his arms, holding her greedily. So tired, let me hold you for a bit. Eva obediently leaned against his chest, her arms circling around his waist. Ray. Yep, I'm here. Ray. I'm here. Mariah hearing the girl's response, Jalmer felt a bitter ache in his heart. Ray. Mariah called her name again, very softly, as if from another world. What's wrong? Lena felt that Mr. Pedro was acting very strangely today. Will you always be here? Although the girl found it strange, she answered gently, yes, I'll always be here. 3 days later, at the Pedro family mansion. The Aubrey siblings sat face to face with Jalmer, while Jovan sat at the head of the table. In just 3 days, Jalmer failed to find any other sources for the special medicine. The day before returning to the mansion, Jovan took him to visit Waverly Pedro in the hospital. The elderly lady lay on the hospital bed, her deeply lined face showing much hardship and age. In just a few short days, she had noticeably lost weight and appeared much more frail. Seeing him come in, her eyes lit up and she smiled happily. But as she smiled, tears welled up in her eyes again. Jean, Grandma's health is deteriorating every day. I'm afraid my time is running out. The one I worry about the most is you. The large group and all those responsibilities fall on your shoulders, with a pack of greedy directors watching closely behind you. Waverly really can't bear to let you down. You should sometimes think more about yourself. Tears welled in her eyes, and her voice choked up. Waverly might not live to see you get married and have children. Lena is a good girl, Grandma hopes you will have a happy family and a blissful life. Everyone fears death, and when faced with it, they become vulnerable. Catherine Dam Pedro was usually open-minded and calm in handling affairs. However, after narrowly escaping death, she had become more pessimistic, speaking as if she were settling final matters. Waverly, nothing will happen to you. Jalmer held the elderly lady's hand, his eyes filled with sorrow. After leaving the hospital room, Jovan sighed heavily, looking grim. Your grandma doesn't know that the Aubrey siblings are forcing you to marry Kala by withholding the medicine. Mariah looked at Jalmer. If she knew this, she would rather give up treatment than put you in such a difficult situation. She does like Kala, but the person she loves the most is you. You are her only beloved grandson, she wouldn't want to see you suffer like this. Pedro Ting Dong spoke deeply, but you must understand, love isn't a necessity, and everyone has regrets in life. I believe you'll make the right choice. Jalmer felt his heart tightening, unable to breathe. His temples throbbed painfully as he struggled desperately to think of a perfect solution but came up empty. Suffocation, pressure, and despair enveloped him tightly. Given the uncertain effects of this medicine, we're unsure if it will work on Waverly Pedro, Jovan said calmly. Therefore, our family suggests an engagement first. If it proves effective, we can proceed with the marriage in a year. Of course, we won't withhold any payment. Eduardo looked at Jalmer and asked, do you agree? Jalmer remained silent, his face tense. Jovan answered for him, since I've said this, Jean naturally agrees. Kala, fearing the Pedro family might change their minds, quickly agreed, Roxannual, what you say makes sense. Let's have the engagement now and discuss the wedding after Grandma gets better. Eduardo stared intently at Jalmer, waiting for his response. Yet, Jalmer remained silent. Jovan continued, all right, let's start preparing for the engagement ceremony. Eduardo smirked, I'll send the medicine to Grandma right away and also dispatch a professional medical team specializing in her illness to assist in her treatment. Jalmer stood up and walked out without looking back. Kala rushed after him, Big Brother Jean, wait for me. Chapter 43 Kala confronts Lena. Brother Atlas. Kala chased after him. Jalmer ignored her and continued walking straight ahead. Taking a few quick steps, Kala grabbed Jalmer's arm. Brother Atlas, Before she could finish speaking, Jalmer turned to look at her with a chilling gaze. Let go. Jalmer shook off Kala's hand forcefully and got into the car. Kala ran up, but the man had already locked the door. Kala pounded on the window beside the car. Brother Atlas, open the door. Brother Atlas, where are you going? Let me come with you. Jalmer ignored her, started the car, stepped hard on the gas, and the black Bentley drove off, leaving Kala off balance and falling to the ground. Just then, Eduardo came out and saw this scene. Mariah hurriedly went over to help Kala up. Ying, are you okay? Kala looked aggrieved. Brother Atlas seems very unhappy. Eduardo understood Jalmer well. He used to be indifferent and distant to all women. Previously, a celebrity in their social circle cried and threatened to jump off a building to marry him, but Jalmer remained unmoved, even casually saying, what has that got to do with me? Ying, your love for him is too overwhelming. You'll get hurt deeply if this continues. Jalmer is too cold and ruthless. No woman can get into his heart. Melvin, if you marry him, you need to control your feelings or else you'll be the only one getting hurt. Thinking of this, jealousy filled Kala's eyes. No, it's not like that. There's someone who has entered his heart. Though reluctant to admit it, she saw with her own eyes that day how tender and caring her brother Atlas was towards that woman. That Lena, hatred flashed across Kala's face. He looks at her differently, speaks to her gently. It's all because of that Lena. She stole my brother Atlas from me. I don't know what that pauper has that brother Atlas would fall for her. Eduardo smiled faintly. In that case, let her leave on her own. Mariah took out his phone and sent a voice clip to Kala. Kala opened it curiously, then suddenly looked up with surprise in her eyes. At the most exclusive membership-only nightclub in Jingdu. Inside a private room. Jalmer sat drinking cup after cup of alcohol silently, not saying a word. Isidore, Charles, Ned, and a few others exchanged glances. Charles leaned over to whisper to Isidore, "What's wrong with him?" "Isidore, I have no idea." "Charles, ask him." "Isidore, look at how frightening he is right now." "I'm scared to ask." "If you want to know, you ask him." "Charles, funny, I'm also afraid to ask." After Jalmer finished his 10th drink, Ned, unafraid, bravely stopped Jalmer by holding his hand. Enough, Atlas. Didn't you say you wanted to quit drinking? What happened?" Mariah almost never acted like this, so everyone was worried. Seeing someone break the silence, Isidore spoke up, "Yeah, Atlas, what's going on? Talk to us, we'll try to figure something out. Drinking alone won't solve anything." Though he said that, he wasn't sure they could actually help with something even Jalmer couldn't resolve. Jalmer lifted his head, his dark eyes profound. "My grandmother fell critically ill recently and was hospitalized. The medicine needed for her treatment is hard to find. Without it, the doctor said she might not last more than half a year. Right now, only Eduardo has that medicine." Isidore asked puzzled, "Eduardo? Didn't he just return to the country? We've grown up together, isn't it good news that he has the medicine?" Seeing Jalmer's expressionless face, Charles frowned and asked, "Did he put conditions on it?" "Yes," Jalmer's tone carried endless exhaustion. "Mariah wants me to marry Kala." Those around him couldn't help but take a collective sharp breath. Isidore widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? Eduardo is really using Grandma's life-saving medicine to force you to marry Kala?" Jalmer nodded. Isidore swore. "Damn. Mariah really did it." Charles was equally shocked. This guy went too far. "We grew up together, how could he do this?" Ned sighed, You all know Eduardo is obsessed with his sister. If Ying ranks second in his heart, no one ranks first. After chasing Atlas for so many years without success, seeing this opportunity, he surely wouldn't let it slip easily." Isidore added, "That's true. That guy is a typical siscon, but what he did this time is immoral." Charles asked, "So, what are you planning to do now?" "I have already agreed to become engaged to Kala." "What about the girl who has been with you? What do you plan to do?" Jalmer finished another cup of alcohol. "I don't know." Isidore tentatively suggested, raise her outside?" "That won't work, it would be too unfair to her." "Then, break up." "I can't bear to." The group exchanged puzzled looks again. Just now they said they would help him think of a solution, but now they were at a loss and could only drink with Jalmer. After a while, Jalmer spoke up, "In recent days, I've been using all available resources to find other research teams that could produce this medicine, but to no avail." Mariah rubbed his brow wearily. "At present, the production method of this drug is monopolized by Eduardo's company. I also thought about buying it from patients at a high price, but unfortunately, their confidentiality measures are very tight, and patient information cannot be traced. Given the current situation, investigating the patients would be easier than directly approaching Eduardo. Later, I will send you those documents, please help me find out the patient information." "All right," they replied in unison. Lena did not expect Kala to invite her for a meeting proactively. At a roadside cafe, Lena sat face to face with Kala. She did not want to come at first, but Kala said she had something important to tell her, and it concerned Jalmer, so she came. "Miss Aubrey, what do you need me for?" Kala leisurely stirred the coffee in front of her, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips, her expression blissful and serene. "Moriar's the thing, Miss Cheen. Your brother Atlas and I are getting engaged soon. I'll personally send you an invitation. You must come to the engagement party." Lena was taken aback. She looked at Kala, confusion evident in her eyes. "Miss Aubrey, are you joking with me? As far as I remember, just a few days ago, we had dinner together at the Pedro family estate. Pedro, Roxanenuel and Dot said they wanted to hold my wedding with Atlas as soon as possible. Did you forget?" Kala lifted her head and pretended to be surprised. "Oh, really? Did that happen? How come I don't remember?" Lena frowned slightly. Kala smiled radiantly. "Miss Cheen, you must be mistaken. Brother Atlas is my fiancé. How could he marry you? Miss Aubrey, are you living in a dream? There's no need to drag me into your self-deception." Kala giggled into her hand. "Miss Cheen, the one living in a dream is you. The Cinderella and Prince Charming story should end now. I have something good for you to listen to." Kala grinned and opened her phone, playing a piece of recording. Chapter 44, Kala wants to completely eliminate. "So, our family's idea is to have a betrothal first. If it indeed proves useful, they can get married a year later." Since I said that, Jean naturally agreed. "Grandfather, you make sense. Let's arrange the betrothal as soon as possible. We'll discuss the marriage after Grandma gets better. That's settled, then let's start preparing for the betrothal ceremony. I'll immediately send people to deliver the medicine to Grandma and dispatch a professional medical team to assist in her treatment." Kala played the recording, watching Lena's face turn paler and paler across from her. Mariah's smile grew more smug. "As you heard, Brother Jean has already agreed to be betrothed to me. So, the one living in a dream is you, Miss Cheen. Lena's back stiffened slightly, revealing pain in her eyes as she sat there with her lips tightly pressed together, silent. My brother is not only an outstanding medical student but also the president of a public company. Mariah has many top-tier medical and research teams under his command who possess cutting-edge medical technology. Do you know how serious Waverly Pedro's illness was? If it weren't for my brother's team developing a special drug, Waverly Pedro wouldn't have been saved. Only our Aubrey family can provide Waverly with life-saving medicine, so of course, Brother Gene would choose me over you. Do you really think you could marry into the Pedro family? Look at your useless self, what help could you offer when Waverly fell ill? In the end, we still relied on our Aubrey family. People need to know their place. Lena didn't know how she walked out of the cafe. She only knew that she must have looked miserable. Dusk approached, and the dim yellow streetlights lit up. Sometime unknown, small snowflakes started floating down from the sky. Lena wandered along the road aimlessly. The snow fell heavier and heavier, covering the trees and rooftops with a layer of white. The city lights illuminated the bustling traffic, presenting a lively scene. Standing amidst the swirling snow, Lena suddenly felt incredibly lonely. In this unfamiliar city, not a single light was lit for her. Kala returned home in high spirits. Mariah's parents were rarely home. Mom, Dad, you're back. Kala ran over with a smile and threw herself into Cassie Chaning's arms. Mom, it's been so long since I saw you, I missed you so much. Slade pretended to be upset. You biased girl, Dad hasn't been home for a long time too. You just miss Mom and not Dad? Kala cooed in her mother's arms. Of course, I miss Dad too. Eduardo, sitting nearby, teased, Justine is all grown up now, yet she's still clinging to Mommy and Daddy. I cling to brother too. Eduardo smiled affectionately. All right, such a sweet mouth. Cassie Channing pinched Kala's cheek. Justine will always be the little princess of the family. Mom and Dad will always pamper you. Eduardo added with a smile, and big brother too. Slade asked, what did the Pedro family say? Kala replied happily, Brother Gene agreed to be betrothed to me. A betrothal? Wasn't it supposed to be a marriage? Slade frowned. Eduardo answered, the Pedro family isn't sure if the medicine will work, so they want Justine and Gene to be betrothed first. If the medicine works on Waverly Pedro's illness, they will marry a year later. Slade nodded, that's fine too, a betrothal first. The Aubrey and Pedro families were old acquaintances. Slade and Jalmer's father were childhood friends. Initially, he didn't agree with Eduardo using medicine to force Jalmer to marry Kala, as it would damage the friendship between the two families. But upon further thought, marrying his daughter into the Pedro family and becoming in-laws would deepen their emotional ties and mutual interests. Hurt feelings are temporary, there's plenty of time to mend them later. Becoming in-laws with the Pedro family is something many people dream of. So he tacitly approved of what Eduardo and Kala did. Mrs. Channing's thoughts were simpler. Kala was her precious treasure. She knew her daughter liked Jalmer and only cared that she could marry him as she wished, regardless of the means. By the way, Mom and Dad, there's a woman constantly sticking to Brother Gene, even living in his house. I'm almost engaged to him, but she won't leave. I feel so wronged. Slade responded disapprovingly, Jalmer allows her to live in his house? Kala pouted, yes, she must have used some despicable means. Eduardo knew the woman was Jalmer's original fiancée, but Mr. and Cassie didn't know this. Eduardo glanced at Kala without showing any emotion. It seemed that after getting the recording today, she still wasn't reassured and wanted her parents to intervene to deal with the woman. At this moment, he did not expose Kala's lies but tacitly approved of her twisting the facts. After all, his sister was the one he cherished the most. Adeline said angrily, that boy from the Pedro family is going to get engaged to our Justine, yet he's still entangled with another woman. Mariah even lets her live in his house. This shows he doesn't respect us Aubrey family at all. Slade asked, does old Catherine's Pedro know about this? Kala lied, Jovan probably doesn't know yet. Mom and Dad, maybe you can go with me to the Pedro family tomorrow and talk to Roxanne about it. Get Jovan to personally kick that woman out. Slade shook his head, Justine, do you think old Catherine's Pedro is someone who would handle such matters himself? Let your mother and Dot take care of it. Alright, I'll let Mom find Dot to deal with it. Adeline looked at her husband and said, Haran, give Jovan a call first. Ask when Dot will be available so we can set a time. Okay. Slade dialed the Pedro family's number. At the Pedro family mansion. Clara had an unhappy expression. I won't go. She looked at the old master angrily, Father, I'm not disobeying you, but the Aubrey family is simply bullying us too much. They took advantage of our situation, forcing Jean to marry Kala. And now they even know Lena is Jin's fiancée, yet they are trying to eliminate her completely. Lena came to Beijing alone, carrying the child of the Pedro family. If she leaves Jean, how can a pregnant girl survive in Beijing on her own? Clara became angrier and more emotional as she spoke. Moreover, I heard from Jean that Lena's parents favor boys over girls, treating her very poorly, almost selling her for 200,000 yuan to a fool as a wife. Father, just imagine, could I bear to drive Lena away under these circumstances? The old master of the Pedro family looked grave. I didn't know Lena's parents were planning to sell her as a bride. I didn't realize this child was so pitiful. I originally thought of breaking up Lena and Jean, giving her a large apartment, a sum of money, and hiring several nannies to take turns caring for her, as compensation. Alas, that girl is indeed pitiful, homeless and alone. Directly sending Adeline to drive her away would be inhumane. But how should we explain this to the Aubrey family? Clara sniffed coldly. In my opinion, we should just tell them Lena is carrying our Pedro family's child and be firm about it. Since the Aubrey family disregards our friendship and uses life-saving medicine as a threat to force Jean to marry Kala, why should we still consider friendship and yield step by step? The old master frowned deeply. Let me think about it. You go out first. It was too cold outside. Lena feared walking for too long might harm the baby, so she sighed and decided to go back. Right now, apart from returning to Jalmer's place, she had nowhere else to go. Regardless of whether Jalmer and Kala were really getting engaged, she needed to return and ask him what was happening. Lena stood by the roadside, taking out her phone to hail a cab. She had walked through several streets since leaving the cafe. The area was quite remote with hardly anyone around. The app showed that the driver would arrive in 5 minutes. She stood waiting by the roadside. Suddenly, a hand holding a handkerchief reached out from behind and covered her mouth. Lena's eyes widened in shock. There was anesthesia on the handkerchief. Mariah's consciousness gradually faded, and she fainted. Chapter 45, A Call from a Stranger. Ellie returned to the apartment, opened the door, and found the living room dark. Mariah glanced at the time. It was only 9 in the evening. Did she go to bed this early today? After drinking several extra cups earlier, he felt a bit dizzy now. The housekeeper had already finished work for the day, so Ellie went to the kitchen and cooked himself a bowl of sobering soup. After finishing the bowl, he rested for a moment and finally regained his composure. After showering, Ellie quietly walked toward the bedside as usual. The lights were off in the room, and he didn't notice anything different yet. Ellie lifted the blanket and lay on the bed, habitually feeling around only to realize no one was there. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned on the light, only to confirm that the bed was indeed empty. In an instant, it felt like his blood had stopped flowing. Ellie had never been this anxious before. Mariah shook his head, then immediately called the housekeepers. The housekeepers' quarters were downstairs, and the two ladies were sitting in the living room chatting and watching TV. Upon seeing the boss calling, they hurriedly answered the phone. Where is Starla? Ellie tried to keep calm, but his voice trembled slightly. Catherinester, Miss Jean isn't at home? When I left an hour ago, she was still playing with her phone on the sofa. How could she not be here? Didn't she mention going out to you? No, when I left, Miss Jean didn't say anything. Ellie hung up and immediately called the property management to check the surveillance footage, while also questioning all the drivers at home. None of them had seen Miss Jean. His anxiety grew stronger, and his temples started throbbing. Have you noticed any change in her behavior recently? Ellie asked the housekeeper while reviewing the surveillance footage at the property management office. Worried and guilt-ridden, he hadn't taken good care of Starla recently due to family matters, the grandmother's hospitalization and troubles from the Aubrey family. Could it be that she found out about his engagement to Rue and ran away heartbroken? But in Kyoto, besides him, she didn't know anyone else. Where could she have gone? And it was late at night. A pregnant young girl, if. Cold sweat dripped down Ellie's back as he dared not think further. Mariah suddenly regretted not being honest with Starla. Mariah just didn't want her to worry too much, but he never expected this would happen. Actually, he had never considered marrying Rue seriously. How dare a mere Aubrey family threaten him? They will learn the consequences of threatening him. Lately, he had been sending people to look for patients with similar illnesses, trying to buy the medicine from them at high prices, while also preparing to acquire the Aubrey family's pharmaceutical company. As a public company, acquiring the Aubrey family's business required a complicated process, needing sufficient preparation to avoid alarming them prematurely. Mariah had originally planned to start acquiring the Aubrey family's company after finding the medicine for his grandmother, believing that it wouldn't take long and everything would remain under control. Mariah had calculated everything perfectly, except he overlooked Starla. Ellie tried calling Starla's phone again, but it remained off. Mariah stared intently at the surveillance screen, where an hour ago, Starla was shown leaving the building alone and taking a taxi at the gate. The plate number couldn't be clearly seen because the vehicle was too far from the camera. Mariah contacted the taxi company CEO directly, asking him to find all the drivers who picked up orders at the complex during that time. After filtering, they identified the driver who picked up Starla. The taxi company CEO personally questioned the driver, who revealed all the details without hesitation. The young girl's destination was First Encounter Cafe on Minchio Road. She was very quiet in the car. I focused on driving and didn't chat with her. She didn't make any calls either. Anyway, she looked fine when she got into the car, calm and collected, no signs of distress or sadness. Ellie reported to the police and went directly to the cafe with them. The cafe was still open, and after explaining the situation, the owner cooperatively showed them the surveillance footage. I remember this girl. She was just sitting there, having coffee with another young lady. The owner pointed to a seat by the window. What did the other young lady look like? Ellie asked. The other lady looked about her age, dressed in luxury brands. She must be a rich girl. Let me find the surveillance video for you. Mariah hearing the cafe owner's description, Ellie knew immediately it must be Rue. The boss found the surveillance footage from that time, and the girl sitting opposite Lena in the video was indeed Kala. Just as Pedro Jitsuan was about to interrogate further, his phone rang. The caller ID showed a virtual number. His intuition told him that the caller was related to Lena's disappearance. Mariah made a gesture, and everyone around him immediately fell silent. Pedro Jitsuan, your girl is in my hands. If you want her to live, come and see me alone. Who are you? The person on the other end sneered, you'll know when you get here. I warn you, only you can come alone. If you dare to bring anyone or call the police, I guarantee your girl will disappear from this world. Pedro Jitsuan clenched his fists, his eyes dark with an ominous aura, radiating a chilling killing intent. Catherine her disappear from this world? Right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear this reckless man to pieces. Where are you? Mariah almost ground out the words through gritted teeth. I'll send you the location on your phone. The person hung up, and Pedro Jitsuan received the location sent by Lena on WeChat. Lena was indeed in his hands. The location was an abandoned factory near the 3rd Ring Road in the northern part of the city. Melvin, if you call the police, it won't help. She's hidden away. If you want to see her, do exactly as I say. Come alone. Try any tricks, and I'll kill her. Chapter 46 Ichabod's Foolish Attempt. In the narrow and cramped room, the light was dim and yellow. Lena had her hands and feet tied, and her mouth stuffed with rags. Cannon in front of her was tall and thin with a scruffy beard and dirty clothes. At first glance, he looked like a beggar, but upon closer inspection, one could see that his clothes were actually all designer brands. Lena did not recognize this man. She tried to speak but only managed to make muffled sounds since her mouth was blocked. Cannon leered at her, lifting her chin with one hand. No wonder Jalmer fell for you, your face does have some charm. Lena glared at him. Mariah. The little girl's got some attitude. Don't look at me like that or I might not be able to control myself and do you right here. If it weren't for your usefulness, I'd let you know what it means to go 7 rounds in one night, he said with a lecherous grin. Cannon tightened his grip, causing Lena's jaw to ache as if it would break. All this happened because of your man. How glorious Jalmer is, he just needed to say a word and my hotel was investigated. Because of his orders, those cops dared to come after me, turning over every stone for past misdeeds. Mariah even made my old man die from anger. This is a patricidal revenge. Tell me, how should I torment you to settle this score? Lena had been kidnapped for more than 3 hours. She hadn't eaten dinner yet, and her empty stomach started to hurt. Mariah's stomach pain was unbearable, sweat trickled down her forehead, and her face turned pale. TSK, look at you, so scared. Cannon released her chin and stepped back. Old man died? Well, my life still has many years left. I'm not stupid enough to kill you, it wouldn't benefit me. Keeping you alive can give me a way out. If Jalmer comes tonight and agrees to my demands, you'll be safe. But if he doesn't? Cannon paused, you'll have no value then. I'll enjoy you thoroughly first, then torture you until you wish you were dead. Lena was confused by his talk about the hotel and his father, but she understood one thing, this man was an enemy of Jalmer, seeking revenge by kidnapping her as a hostage. Fear made her tremble uncontrollably. She shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. No, this can't happen. She didn't want to die. She was just an ordinary, law-abiding, polite girl. Why did this happen to her? It was her fault for getting involved with Jalmer and harboring unrealistic fantasies. If she could choose again, she'd stay ordinary. Jalmer stopped his car and walked alone into the abandoned factory. It was pitch black inside. Mariah took out his phone and used its flashlight to illuminate as he cautiously moved forward. I've come out. Jalmer shouted into the darkness, but there was no response. Mariah continued walking. Mariah, you came. Mariah hearing the voice, Jalmer stopped and shone the flashlight towards the source. A man appeared before him with a sinister expression. The scene was eerily similar to a horror movie. Fortunately, Jalmer had strong nerves. Mariah merely frowned slightly. Ichabod? Despite the man's ragged appearance, Jalmer recognized him immediately. Mariah had been warned that Ichabod might seek revenge, but he never expected Kong to kidnap Lena. Lena was kidnapped because of him. Mariah had been too busy recently, neglecting her and putting her in danger. Jalmer felt a pang of pain and deep remorse. Well, Catherine's Pedro, nice to see you still remember me. Why don't you leave Lena out of this? Haha. You care? Ichabod laughed lecherously. Seems like I chose the right person to kidnap. What do you want? Jalmer asked coldly. Ichabod took 2 steps forward. $50 million, plus safe passage out of the country. Once I'm abroad and safe, I'll tell you where the girl is. Agreed. Jalmer replied without hesitation. So quick to agree? Catherine I asked for too little. As long as you promise not to harm Lena, I'll agree to anything. TSK, who would have thought Catherine's Pedro is such a romantic? But I heard you're going to be engaged to Aubrey family's little girl. Earlier, He had followed Lena to a cafe and eavesdropped on their conversation from the table behind them. Mariah heard everything Kala said. At first, he hesitated about which one to kidnap. After some deliberation, he figured kidnapping this woman would only offend Jalmer. One Jalmer was trouble enough already. There was no need to provoke the Aubrey family as well. If he had kidnapped the Aubrey family girl, it would be much harder for him to escape. Now he wanted to spite Jalmer and taunted him deliberately. Jalmer turned off his phone's flashlight and concealed himself in the darkness. If you want to keep your tongue intact, I suggest you stop talking. Mariah spoke slowly, his voice chilling and terrifying, as if coming from hell. Ichabod immediately shut his mouth and swallowed hard. I'll prepare what you asked for right away. Jalmer made a call. Moments later, after hanging up, he said to Ichabod, everything is arranged. I happen to have a cargo plane flying to Country A that takes off in 2 hours, and I'll arrange for you to be put on board. $5 million will be handed over to you upon landing. Ichabod looked suspicious. So fast? How can I trust you? You have the person I care most about. I have no choice but to comply with your demands. Also, you now have no choice but to trust me. Ichabod paused. Take me there now. The car will be here soon. 20 minutes later, a black Range Rover stopped at the factory gate. Ichabod got into the passenger seat, turned around, and was about to say something when he felt something hard pressing against his back. Ichabod turned his head and met a pair of icy eyes. Cannon was tall and imposing, staring at him expressionlessly. In his hand, he held a gun, its muzzle pressed firmly against Ichabod's back. Ichabod froze, shivering down his spine. His mouth opened, teeth chattering, unable to utter a word. Jalmer, hands in his pockets, approached slowly. What? Do you have anything to say? Jalmer stood by the car, half smiling as he looked down at him. Please, don't kill me. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. I'm sorry. Young Catherine Pedro. Ichabod trembled uncontrollably, barely able to form complete sentences. Where is Lena? Ichabod clenched his teeth and took a risk. You, let me go, and I'll tell you. Lawrence, did you hear that? It seems our young Master Kong isn't satisfied with your service. Lawrence, let's show him our hospitality. Just then, a silenced shot rang out, hitting Ichabod's lower back. Ichabod screamed, blood gushing from the wound. Mariah clutched it tightly, sweat dripping profusely. Jalmer patiently asked again, where is Lena? Jalmer, you're insane. Jalmer raised an eyebrow, not talking? Want to join your father? Cool. I'll talk. Ichabod panted heavily and managed to say, she's in the basement, go from where we just were, walk all the way to the end and turn right. The entrance to the basement is under a wooden box in the first room. Please save me, I've told you everything. Young Catherine Pedro, please save me, I'm going to die. Ichabod lost his arrogance, begging pitifully with his hands covering the wound. Don't worry, a little injury won't kill you. Jalmer nodded slightly, go find her. As he spoke, several bodyguards dressed in black jumped down from the factory rooftop, opening their flashlights and rushing inside. You came prepared, aren't you afraid I might do something to your girl? Cowardly scum like you, with your pig brain, dared to kidnap my people to threaten me? I despise being threatened. Looking down at Ichabod, Jalmer's face was cold and ruthless under the pale moonlight, emanating a murderous aura. Chapter 47, Rescued. The basement had no heating, and the midnight temperature was very low. Lena was extremely cold, her limbs numb and her head dizzy from the chill. There were no windows here, and the dim yellow light had also been turned off. The darkness made time seem to stretch endlessly, magnifying her suffering. For these few hours, she hadn't had a drop of water, her mouth was parched, her tongue dry, stomach acid refluxing painfully in spasms. She sat curled up in the corner, her body involuntarily trembling slightly. Why was she kidnapped by that man? She didn't even know him, let alone have any enmity with him. What did he mean by using her to find a way out? Mariah kept saying Jalmer was the one who wronged him. Wrong has its source, dead its due, so why didn't he go after Jalmer directly instead of kidnapping her? Lena couldn't understand what use it would be to kidnap her. To Jalmer, she simply meant nothing. Lena curled her lips into a self-mocking smile. Jalmer was going to get engaged to Kala, they would become strangers after that. Thinking of this, the girl felt a sharp pain in her heart, tears silently streaming down her face. If Jalmer didn't come tonight, would she never see the sun again? How would that man torture her? And for how long? That person said he would make her wish she were dead. Images from movies involuntarily surfaced in Lena's mind, girls imprisoned in basements, chained by their hands and feet by psychopaths, living worse than animals and dogs every day, having to meet various demands of the psychopaths, both physically and mentally tortured, wishing they were dead but unable to die. Starving and freezing, Lena imagined the possible tortures she might face. Melvin, though those torments hadn't yet arrived, the fear of being subjected to inhuman sufferings was enough to break her psychological defense. Time passed bit by bit, she didn't know how long she had been locked up. Lena really couldn't hold on much longer. Cold, hungry, and in excruciating stomach pain. At this moment, noise came from above as the entrance to the basement suddenly opened, glaring flashlight beams shining in. Lena instinctively closed her eyes. The flashlight beam scanned around and shone on her face. Found her. Moriar. It was a stranger's voice. Lena was almost at her limit. Her consciousness was gradually fading. Young Catherine Ster. It seemed there were more than just one person. Lena heard several people call out, "Young Catherine Ster," in unison. She tried her best to open her eyes to see who it was. The person quickly walked down the steps from the entrance. Lena saw a pair of black leather shoes and a pair of long legs. Looking up with difficulty, she saw a familiar face. Seeing the girl bound and gagged in the corner, Jalmer felt a sudden pain in his heart. Mariah quickly went over. "Sorry Laverne, I'm late." Mariah squatted down to untie the ropes and removed the rag from her mouth. "Pedro." "Jalmer, you came to save me?" Eva stared at him in a daze. "It's me, Laverne, sorry." Jalmer leaned down to embrace her, his eyes getting moist. "Is this a dream? Has Jalmer really come to save her?" Eva cried, wrapping her arms around his neck, hot tears rolling down in large drops, soaking the man's clothes. "Jalmer, I thought you wouldn't care about me anymore." Cannon picked up the girl, feeling unbearable heartache. "How could I not? Catherine Ibe, it's a dream." Lena's consciousness was blurred, murmuring to herself. Jalmer wouldn't care about her. Mariah had already agreed to be engaged to Kala. He was someone else's fiancé now. Just before, she had thought if given the choice, she would distance herself from Jalmer, living humbly as an ordinary person. But now, even in this dream, she still couldn't resist hugging him, crying out of grievance. Jalmer touched the girl's face, which was astonishingly burning hot. When he called her name again, she didn't respond. Lena fainted from a fever in his arms. Jalmer took off his coat and wrapped it around the girl, carrying her out of the factory. Outside, the wind howled and snow fell heavily. Ichabod, with his hands tied, knelt on the snowy ground, blood pooling beneath him. "Catherine Ster, Pedro, look, she's fine, I didn't touch her, please spare my life." Ichabod shivered as he pleaded. Upon hearing this, Jalmer froze, stopping in his tracks. Fine? She had fainted, and he called her fine? His precious one, whom he feared breaking if held too tightly or melting if kissed too tenderly, was reduced to this, and he calls her fine? Jalmer wanted to kick him to death right then and there. But he couldn't. Deal with his wounds, keep him alive, Jalmer told the bodyguards beside him. "Thank you, Catherine Ster, Pedro." "Thank you, Catherine Ster, Pedro." Ichabod saw a glimmer of hope, his expression improving slightly. "I want him to wish he were dead." Ichabod's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Chapter 48, She Wants to Draw a Clear Line. 2 a.m., VIP room at the private hospital. "Sir, Miss Cheen is not injured. She has just fainted from lack of food and catching a chill, which led to her fever. The preliminary check on her fetus shows no issues. Miss Cheen has now broken her fever. We can conduct further tests once she wakes up." "When will she wake?" "Miss Cheen is now asleep. She should naturally awaken in a few hours when she's slept enough. Over the next days, she needs to eat light meals frequently and rest in bed. There shouldn't be any problems then." "All right." Lena had a restless sleep. In her dream, she was pursued, hiding here and there, fleeing for her life while it started to rain heavily. She ran desperately through the rain but slipped and fell hard. Sharp pain came from her belly. Clutching her stomach and looking down, she saw the rainwater beneath her turned red. Lena gasped for breath, her heart racing wildly. "The baby. Mariah baby. My baby." Lena suddenly shouted in her sleep, startling Jalmer who was dozing off beside her bed with his head in his hands. "My baby's gone." Lena frowned deeply, talking in her sleep. Jalmer's heart ached painfully. Mariah gently stroked Lena's eyebrows, full of pity in his eyes. "Don't worry, the baby is safe." Lena's brow remained furrowed. Jalmer bent down and kissed her forehead. After kissing, he glanced at his wristwatch. 6 a.m. She should wake up after some more sleep. When awake, she'll be hungry. The doctor said she needs to eat lightly. Jalmer straightened his clothes and walked out of the ward. "Take good care of Miss Cheen. Don't let anyone approach." "Yes, sir." Two bodyguards answered in unison. Lena seemed to smell the scent of food. She slowly opened her eyes. Covered by a soft blanket, she felt warm. A bowl of steaming hot congee sat on the bedside table. Mariah's body felt sore and weak as she moved. Lena tried to sit up slowly, quietly observing the place she was in. A large and luxurious unfamiliar room, mainly in champagne color. There were two sofas nearby, seemingly very expensive. A vase with fresh light yellow roses stood on the table, and an oil painting hung on the wall. "All right, noted. Handle him as soon as possible. No matter what he asks for, try to meet his demands." "Awake?" Jalmer asked while making a phone call, pushing the door open and entering the room. Seeing Lena sitting up, he told the person on the other end, "Report any new developments to me anytime." "That's all for now." Jalmer hung up the phone and sat down by the bed. Mariah reached out to touch Lena's forehead, but the girl turned her head away. His hand froze midair. "Are you mad?" Lena avoided his gaze and said softly, Mr. Pedro, thank you for saving me. Jalmer frowned. Such polite talk meant she was trying to draw a line between them. Mariah retracted his hand. This time, you indeed encountered danger because of me. I failed to protect you. I promise that this will never happen again. I'll find a female bodyguard to protect you closely. No need, Mr. Pedro. I won't become engaged to Kala. You are my fiancée, and my future wife. Lena, from the beginning to the end, my heart has only ever belonged to you. Mr. Pedro, there's no need to explain so much to me. Aren't we strangers? Lena's eyes were red, tears welling up. Strangers? We can never be strangers. Lena lowered her head without replying. Well, ignoring him. Jalmer sighed softly, hungry, right? The doctor said you should eat light meals frequently over the next few days. I made shrimp congee for you. Have some to warm your stomach. Lena still ignored him. What did Kala tell you? Jalmer patiently explained, Mariah's brother did develop a special medicine that could save Grandma's life. Mariah used the medicine to force me into marrying Kala. Roxanne Annual thought Grandma's life was the priority, so he agreed first. For the past few days, I have been seeking solutions. Now there's progress. The Aubreys went too far this time. Since they disregard our old friendship, there's no need for me to be courteous either. Butterfly, I promise I won't become engaged to or marry anyone but you. Lena looked up at him, moved. It's unnecessary, Mr. Pedro. Through this incident, I've seen clearly. We don't fit. If you marry Miss Aubrey, it would be beneficial to you. In critical moments, she might even help you out of trouble. I have no family background, marrying me offers no help to you and might sometimes become a stumbling block. Tears filled the girl's eyes, her voice a little nasal. Jalmer felt his heart ache as he saw her. Mariah was very determined. I don't need someone to add flowers to brocade, nor do I need someone to bring coal in a snowstorm. I just want you. Mr. Pedro, you should think it over carefully before making any decision. Life-changing events can't be taken lightly. Because this is no trifling matter, that's why I must marry you. Because I am crystal clear about who I love and who I wish to marry. Mariah picked up the bowl of shrimp congee from the bedside table. Have some congee now. It will get cold soon. Mariah scooped a spoonful of congee and brought it to Lena's lips. Eva pouted, stubbornly keeping her mouth shut. Facing Lena, Jalmer showed exceptional patience. Despite all his explanations, Lena was still giving him a hard time, yet he did not feel the slightest bit impatient. Come on, open your mouth. Taste how my congee tastes. Eva remained unmoved. Lena, please believe me, okay? I, Jalmer, will never marry anyone but you. I mean what I say. Lena raised her eyes, her eyelids red. Thank you, Mr. Pedro. Please leave the congee here. I'll eat it later. Now, I would like to be alone. Please go out. Jalmer placed down the congee patiently, then rest well. I'll have a meeting at the company first and visit you again in the afternoon. There are bodyguards at the door. Soon, the female bodyguard will come to guard you closely. You two may meet each other first. In the future, I will arrange for her to live opposite your apartment for convenience in protecting you anytime. And in the future, when you go out, she will also follow you closely. Lena said, thank you for your good intentions, Mr. Pedro, but I don't think I need that. For the sake of the baby. Lena froze. She recalled the nightmare she had just now, being hunted in the rain, falling, losing the baby, crying hysterically in her dream. Okay, but she mustn't interfere with my normal life. Also, I want to move out from the Guayun Road apartment. Move out? Where are you going to move to? Do you know anyone in Jingdu? No, but I don't want to live together with you anymore. Why? Just because what Kala said to you? Jalmer frowned deeply. These few days, I can stay away. Give me some time, until I settle things down and then visit you. Is that okay? Lena didn't say yes or no. Be a good girl and listen to me. In Jingdu, you have no family or relatives. Where could you move to? Besides, you are carrying my baby. If you move out, I won't be able to rest assured. Lena furrowed her brows, thinking about what he said, which made sense. She had been too eager to separate herself from him that she hadn't even thought through what her next step would be after saying she wanted to move out. Now, without money, home, or family, where could she go? But having declared so firmly that she wanted to move out, she couldn't retract it so quickly and embarrass herself, so she chose silence. Jalmer seemed to see through her thoughts and sighed helplessly, rest here and get better. Once you're recovered, I will send someone to take you back home. Before resolving that issue, if you don't want to see me, I will keep out of your sight. But promise me, eat regularly and take your medicine on time, follow the doctor's advice, okay? Again, he spoke to her as if to a child, gentle and loving, endlessly patient. After a long pause, Lena responded quietly, but Jalmer heard her. Good girl. After hearing her answer, he left with reassurance. After Jalmer left, Lena picked up the bowl of shrimp congee. Mariah's eyes lit up after tasting it. No wonder it was cooked by Jalmer himself, it really tasted amazing. She couldn't resist taking a few more bites, and before she knew it, she had finished the whole bowl of congee. After finishing her meal, she played with her phone on the bed for a while. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. A nurse dressed in a pink uniform walked in. The nurse took out a thermometer and checked Lena's forehead. 36.5 degrees Celsius. Good, no fever again, the nurse sighed with relief after seeing the temperature reading. Word had spread around the hospital that this VIP room housed the CEO's fiancée, whom the CEO carried here himself late last night. At that time, this lady was unconscious, and the CEO's face was icy cold. Mariah called the dean over at midnight to personally examine her. Today, he arranged for the best obstetrician to conduct an examination. The nurse dared not slack off. Miss Cheen, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body? Lena shook her head, no. The nurse smiled professionally, that's good. Dr. Christina from obstetrics will come for your prenatal checkup shortly. Okay, thank you, Miss Nurse. You're too kind, Miss Cheen. It's my duty. If you need anything, press the call button beside your bed. Have a nice rest. Okay. The nurse left. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after the nurse left, there was another knock on the door. Could it be that the nurse still had something left unsaid? Please come in. However, this time, the person who walked in was not the nurse. Chapter 49, You Are His First Love. The door opened, and a young girl walked in. Eva had a short bob that suited her well. Mariah's black tight top and leather pants outlined her slim figure. She had large eyes, a high nose bridge, and tan skin, giving off a wild and free-spirited beauty. Moriallo Miss Cheen, I'm the bodyguard assigned by young Catherinster to protect you. My name is Amy. My father is the chief bodyguard of the Pedro family. I've received professional training since childhood and have undergone strict assessments. Young Catherinster carefully selected me from many candidates as your personal bodyguard, which is an acknowledgement of my skills. So please rest assured, I will definitely protect you well. Phew, finally finished speaking. Amy let out a long breath, she hadn't said this much all at once before. Young Catherinster had personally instructed her not to wear her usual cold face when meeting Miss Cheen for the first time. Mariah advised her to talk more, leave a good impression, and avoid making Miss Cheen think she was hard to get along with, thereby resisting her presence. This was extremely difficult for someone who was usually quiet and socially anxious. She prepared her speech overnight, practicing in front of the mirror dozens of times. Was her performance just now okay? Amy sneakily glanced at Lena, trying to read any clues about Lena's first impression of her. However, Lena wasn't thinking about whether this girl could protect her or not. Looking at the girl in front of her, she swallowed, admiring the girl's curvaceous figure, busty and shapely, with a slim waist and long legs. She really had the perfect build. Mariah's beauty wasn't the typical white, youthful, and skinny type but rather a healthy and powerful kind. Amy was unlike any beautiful woman Lena had met before. So this was the bodyguard Jalmer had found for her? If someone didn't know better, they might think Amy was a Hollywood action star. Seeing Lena staring blankly, Amy asked, puzzled, Miss Cheen, is there anything you need me to do? No, nothing. Then why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Amy habitually frowned but suddenly remembered what young Catherinster had said about not doing this in front of Miss Cheen. She forced the corners of her mouth into an awkward smile. Lena watched Amy, unable to help but twitch her own lips. That smile looked so fake and strained, it almost looked like a comedic expression. This girl must usually be very aloof, not fond of talking or smiling. Although Lena didn't understand why she was forcing a fake smile, her overall first impression of her was quite good. Lena greeted her with a smile, Moriallo, Amy. Moriallo, Miss Cheen. Amy stood straight, looking serious. For a moment, they stared at each other, unsure of what to say next. After a while, Lena said, well, sit down. You don't have to stand. Yes, Miss Cheen. Amy walked to the sofa and sat down. You can just call me Ray. No need to call me Miss Cheen or use you in such a formal way. It feels strange. Amy lowered her head in thought. Young Catherinster had said to get along well with Miss Cheen and at least not make her dislike her. Changing the way of addressing should be part of getting along well too, right? Amy nodded and said, okay, then I'll call you Ray from now on. Okay. Amy sat upright, her back ramrod straight and her expression solemn. Lena glanced at her. You can relax a bit, you don't have to be so stiff. It's okay, Ray. I'm used to it. All right. After that, the conversation died down, and the room became quiet. Lena still wasn't used to having a personal bodyguard and didn't know how to interact with her. Ignoring her and going about her own business seemed impolite. And besides, she didn't have much else to do at the moment. The nurse had mentioned that a doctor would come to give her a prenatal checkup later but hadn't specified when. Before the doctor arrived, she was quite idle. Sitting on the hospital bed, she felt a bit bored. Thinking back to last night's kidnapping, she was still scared and couldn't focus on playing with her phone. She just sat there daydreaming. Although she tried to ignore Amy, Amy's intense gaze made it impossible for her to truly ignore her. Since ignoring wasn't working, chatting might be better. Amy, have you protected others like this before? Amy asked in confusion. Others? Yes, I mean, apart from Jalmer. Yes, I have. As a bodyguard for the Pedro family, I follow their arrangements. Sometimes I protect young Catherine Ster, sometimes Mrs. Pedro, and sometimes the elderly members of the family. The schedule changes, so does the person I protect. Do bodyguards even have schedules? Seemingly noticing Lena's confusion, Amy explained, non-personal bodyguards work on shifts. Personal bodyguards like myself don't, they only need to protect one person every day. Oh, then did your young master ever assign you to protect other girls before? Amy remembered that young Catherine Ster had told her Miss Lena was the young mistress of the Pedro family, and she should answer truthfully without any concealment. So Amy answered honestly, no, as far as I know, there has never been a woman by young Catherine Ster's side all these years. No women? Lena was somewhat surprised. Mariah's never been in a relationship? No, you are his first love. Oh. This was something she really didn't know. Lena rested her chin on her right fist, lost in thought. Previously, she couldn't find any information about Jalmer's dating history online, only now realizing it was because he simply hadn't been in any relationships, she had thought they were deliberately covered up. Jalmer was already 30 years old, and not having been in a relationship was quite unusual. She had assumed that a wealthy heir like him would have a rich romantic history. Then do you know if your young master planned to become engaged to Kala? Amy replied, no, I haven't heard anything about that. Why would you ask that, Ray? That's highly unlikely. You are the one who is engaged to young Catherine Ster, he told me so himself. Besides, Miss Aubrey has been pursuing young Catherine Ster for years, but he barely acknowledges her. There's no way he would suddenly get engaged to her. Lena paused for a moment before asking, is your matriarch very ill? Amy nodded and answered, yes, I was previously assigned to protect the matriarch. She is being treated in this hospital. She was in the ICU and was just transferred to a regular ward yesterday. The ICU? It was that serious? Yes. But now the matriarch is doing much better and is staying in a regular ward to recuperate. I see. Could it be that Jalmer really doesn't plan to marry Kala? Chapter 50, Amy's Ideological Awareness. However, as just a bodyguard, Amy might not fully understand these matters. Lena asked again, do the Pedro family people often encounter kidnapping and revenge incidents? Not exactly frequently, but occasionally. Once when young Catherine Ster was little, someone attempted to kidnap him, but failed because the Pedro family's bodyguards are not incompetent. Then after the death of Mr. Pedro before young Catherine Ster took over the group, several groups tried to assassinate young Catherine Ster, but none of them succeeded either. Assassinations? Lena's mouth opened wide in surprise. So intense? Yes, some people on the board didn't want young Catherine Ster to take over the company. I see, it's so dangerous being part of the Pedro family, Lena murmured. Amy immediately reassured her, don't worry, little Di. With us bodyguards around, nothing will happen. Amy knew that Lena had been kidnapped last night, and because of this incident, young Catherine Ster specially assigned her to protect Lena. Little Di, I promise that what happened last night will never happen again. In the future, with me protecting you, you won't be in any danger, said Amy firmly. Lena looked down. If she were an ordinary person, she wouldn't have such dangers, but she was carrying baby Jalmer and couldn't sever ties with him yet. Seeing Lena fall silent again, Amy didn't say anything more, and the room became quiet once more. After a while, Lena got out of bed and walked 2 steps before Amy immediately jumped up from the sofa. She stared at Lena, on high alert. Lena felt awkward and turned to look at her, saying embarrassedly, well, it's nothing. Just sit down, I just need to go to the bathroom. Amy had a serious expression. Little Di, please wait a moment. Lena was confused. Amy quickly rushed into the bathroom, checking up, down, left, right, and even lifted the trash can for inspection. She meticulously examined the entire bathroom, confirming there were no suspicious individuals who might harm Lena before coming out. Inspection complete. No suspicious characters. Little Di, feel free to go, I'll stand by the door on duty to watch your back. What? Watch my back. Lena was puzzled. No. It's just a trip to the bathroom. Nothing will happen. You don't need to watch my back. Just relax on the sofa and play with your phone. Besides, the word watch your back sounded odd, as if they were up to something bad. Lena thought Amy was overdoing it a bit. No way. Amy shook her head vehemently. Young Catherine Ster pays me a high salary. How could I play with my phone during work hours? Lena rubbed her forehead. Aren't employees supposed to slack off whenever they can? Isn't Amy's awareness a bit too high? High salary. How much? Amy thought for a moment. Since young Catherine Ster was her boss, Miss Lena was like her boss lady. Mariah boss asking about wages was fine. 10,000 yuan a day. How much? 10,000 yuan a day? Lena couldn't believe it. 10,000 yuan per day. However, personal bodyguards work year-round without rest, which is pretty tiring. Lena thought that for 10,000 yuan a day, she'd gladly work without rest. Lena recalled working a summer job after high school, toiling for more than 2 months to earn just 10,000 yuan, while Amy made that in one day. The bodyguard industry is so lucrative. Lena marveled. Amy said calmly, it's a high-risk job after all. This is relatively low. Being a new close protection bodyguard, the ones for the patriarch, matriarch, and young Catherinester make at least 4 to 500,000 a day. The chief bodyguard earns over $1 million a day. Ah, I see. Chief bodyguard? Isn't that Amy's father? So, Amy was actually a rich second generation. So your dad makes over $1 million a day. Why don't you just live off his wealth? Why come out to do such a dangerous job? Amy's eyes shone brightly, looking very serious, because of passion. Ever since I was young, I admired my father and wanted to be as skilled as him. My goal is to become the Pedro family's chief bodyguard. Lena admired Amy for having such ambitions and courage at a young age. Keep it up. You can definitely make it. Little Di, do you really think so? Amy was moved. Lena nodded seriously, yes. Where there's a will, there's a way. I believe in you. Thank you. Well, I'll go to the bathroom now. Okay, go ahead. I'll keep watch for you. Lena walked into the bathroom, and Amy stood steadfastly at the door. In the conference room of the Pedro Group headquarters. This man is Horst. Mariah entered the Aubrey Corporation 5 years ago and is now part of the research team under Eduardo. Mariah is married and has a daughter. Horst's wife is a full-time housewife, and the entire family relies on Horst's salary. Recently, Horst's father was diagnosed with liver cancer, and the medical expenses have been huge. Currently, their financial situation is very tight, and Horst's wife has started looking for work. We can start with Horst to obtain the patient's information. Assistant Eliam stood in front of the president's desk reporting. Jalmer looked at the information of this man named Horst on his computer and said, go ahead with it. Okay, President. Also, try to recruit him to our side and offer him double the salary from Aubrey Corporation. Yes. After Eliam left, Jalmer leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. The internal line of the president rang. Jalmer pressed the answer button. President, the hospital called, saying Miss Cheen needs a prenatal checkup and asking if you want to go over. I'll be there right away. Okay, I'll inform the hospital. Secretary Violet hung up the phone. Jalmer got up, picked up his coat, and headed out. Chapter 51 accompanying Lena for prenatal checkup. At the same time, at the Pedro family mansion, Clara also received a call from the hospital. Prenatal checkup, huh? I'll go and see for myself. Yes, madam. Young Catherinester will come too, so we'll prepare beforehand and start when you arrive. All right. After hanging up the phone, Clara ladled out the old hen soup she had been simmering on low heat for 3 hours, stir-fried shrimp with cucumber, and put some rice in the thermal pot. She had heard early this morning that Lena had been kidnapped last night, which broke her heart. Originally, Clara wanted to visit Lena this morning, but at that time, Lena was still in a deep sleep, and her son did not allow anyone to approach her. Mariah's son said he would select a bodyguard for Lena, and she immediately arranged for all the female bodyguards of the Pedro family to be evaluated. In the end, her son chose Amy, the daughter of the chief bodyguard. Clara had some impression of this girl. She was very capable and trustworthy. Clara felt reassured sending her to protect Lena. Clara missed her daughter-in-law and was worried about the food getting cold if she went any later. She picked a Ferrari supercar, stepped on the gas pedal, and sped straight to the Pedro family private hospital. Inside Lena's ward. The doctor came over personally to inform her about the preparations needed. Miss Cheen, today we will mainly perform an ultrasound and progesterone test. You need to have a full bladder and get blood drawn. Oh. I just went to the bathroom. Lena felt a little embarrassed. The doctor was a woman in her 40s with a kind smile. It's okay, Miss Cheen. Just drink plenty of water. When you feel like going to the bathroom again, hold it in. Okay, and about drawing blood, does having breakfast this morning matter? Do I not need to fast? The doctor patiently replied, that's fine. For the progesterone test, fasting is not required. Okay, thank you, doctor. Miss Cheen, these are the containers you'll need shortly. After you finish the ultrasound, use this large one to collect your urine and then pour it into this small container. The doctor handed her 2 containers. Okay. Lena took the containers and inwardly sighed with relief, thankful that Amy was a girl, making her less awkward. She gulped down 2 big mouthfuls of water from the glass on the table, rested a bit, and drank a few more sips. After about 10 minutes, she finally felt the urge to urinate. She pressed the call button, and soon a nurse came over. Miss Cheen, what do you need? Nurse, I now feel the urge to urinate, so I can go for the ultrasound. Okay, Miss Cheen, please follow me to the ultrasound room. Just as Lena followed the nurse into the ultrasound room, Jalmer arrived. Why are you here? Lena asked. I told you this morning I would come after the meeting. Lena responded with an oh. At that moment, the doctor also entered and greeted, young Catherinester, Miss Cheen, can we start? Lena answered, we can. Miss Cheen, please lie down and lift up your clothes. Okay. Lena obediently lay on the small bed beside her and lifted her shirt. Since this was the Pedro family's private hospital, Jalmer didn't have to leave during the ultrasound. The doctor applied something cool and refreshing on Lena's abdomen, then picked up the ultrasound machine and gently moved it back and forth. At this point, Clara also walked in. "Mom, why are you here?" Jalmer was slightly surprised. Clara explained, "I must come to see my dear daughter-in-law for her prenatal checkup. I came to see my beloved grandson." Lena didn't expect Catherine to come, so she looked a bit embarrassed. Clara smiled and said, "Don't worry, little Di. Ignore me and relax. Think of me as heir." When the image of Lena's uterus appeared on the medical screen, both Jalmer and Clara held their breath and watched carefully. The female doctor, while doing the ultrasound, explained to them. "Look, young Catherine. There are 2 gestational sacs here, indicating that Miss Cheen is carrying twins." Although they already knew Lena was carrying twins, seeing the 2 sacs on the screen made Jalmer feel a slight excitement. Those were his and Lena's babies inside those sacs. The doctor continued, "This is the heart, and this is the brain." Pointing at the screen, the doctor showed Jalmer and Clara different parts of the babies, causing both of them to watch with excitement. Lying there, Lena couldn't see anything and, hearing the doctor's explanation, she anxiously said, "Doctor, I want to see too. Can I?" The doctor smiled, "Sure, Miss Cheen. After the ultrasound is completed, you will receive a report, where you can see everything." "Alright," Lena pouted, unable to see it right away. After completing the ultrasound and drawing blood, the doctor instructed Lena to collect her urine. Lena took the 2 containers and walked into the bathroom. When she finished, Lena came out and saw Jalmer and Clara facing her. Lena instinctively hid the items in her hands behind her back. Jalmer took a few steps closer to her. Stop, don't come over here," Lena said with a nervous expression. "What's wrong?" Jalmer asked, puzzled. I. Lena felt too embarrassed to say it. She didn't want Jalmer to see what was in her hands. "Just don't come over here. Go sit on the sofa." "Laverne, it's fine, no need to be shy," Jalmer said calmly, trying to reassure her. "I'm not an outsider, there's no need to hide anything from me." Mariah hearing this, Lena blushed all the way to the roots of her neck. Clara also tried to soothe her, "Yes, Laverne, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. If you feel uncomfortable, just give the sample to Mom, and I'll hand it over to the nurse." This was the first time Clara had called herself Mom in front of her. Lena bit her lower lip slightly, still feeling a little shy. Jalmer gently patted her head and said softly, "It's okay, I'll call the nurse in, and you can give it to her." "Okay," the girl replied in a small voice. Jalmer pressed the call button, and soon a nurse walked in. After handing over the sample to the nurse, Lena heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that everything was done, Clara opened the thermal pot and smiled, "Laverne, wash your hands and let's eat. I made chicken soup and stir-fried cucumber shrimp today. Come and try my cooking." Lena was pleasantly surprised. "You made this yourself?" "Yes." As soon as she opened the thermal pot, the fragrance wafted toward them. Lena obediently sat down at the table. Clara ladled out a bowl of soup. "Moriar, try this slow-cooked old hen soup first." Lena scooped up a spoonful, gently blew on it, and put it in her mouth. "How does it taste?" Clara's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lena expectantly. "It tastes very good, thank you, Dot." Mariah hearing Lena call her, Dot, Clara's eyes filled with hurt, looking at Lena pitifully. Thinking she hadn't impressed enough, Lena took another bite of the stir-fried shrimp and exclaimed with surprise, "Wow. This stir-fried shrimp is so delicious, Dot, your cooking is amazing." Without saying anything, it might have been better. Mariah's words added another stab to Clara's heart. But Clara quickly consoled herself. Laverne was still blushing and embarrassed to call her mom because they weren't married yet. She would surely change the way she addressed her after the wedding. There was no rush for now. Deep down, Clara never considered letting Kala join the family. She probed her son's thoughts and learned that he was planning other solutions and intended to acquire the pharmaceutical company owned by the Aubrey family. Only then did her heart settle. In her heart, she only recognized Lena as her daughter-in-law. Chapter 52, Morning Sickness. Not on purpose. Eat more if it tastes good. Tell me what else you like, and I'll make it for you every day in different styles, Clara said lovingly with a pampering tone. Lena shook her head. No need to trouble you so much, Dot. It's fine for the housekeeper to cook. Oh, how could home-cooked meals by the housekeeper compare to a mother's cooking? Clara's eyes curved into a smile as she looked at Lena. This child was truly well-mannered and considerate, even worrying about troubling her. She liked Lena more and more. Jalmer's phone buzzed, and he glanced at the message. Horst has been taken care of, Dot. It was from his assistant Eliam. Jalmer's frown eased up, and the days of irritations finally dissipated. Mariah discreetly put his phone away and continued watching Lena eat intently. Mariah's cheeks puffed out while eating, making her small face look even rounder and cuter. How could someone be so adorable even while eating? Jalmer couldn't help but want to pinch her cheeks. Lena didn't notice Pedro Jean's eager gaze. Mariah's big eyes blinked warmly at Clara, feeling the warmth in her heart. Having never experienced maternal love, Clara had only met her twice but treated her so kindly, far better than her biological mother Gwen. Lena felt deeply touched. Thank you. I'm not picky, I like everything you cook. Lena accepted Clara's care without reservation. Clara smiled even deeper. That's right. Suddenly, Jalmar interjected from the side, she likes sweet and sour spare ribs and spicy beef stir-fry. She also likes shrimp and fish but dislikes garlic sprouts, onions, and bitter melon. Lena choked on her food hearing this. You really don't hold back, she thought. Clara nodded seriously, okay. I'll remember that. Not bad, you know what Ray likes. That's obvious. With just 3 words, Lena saw an endless pride on Jalmar's face. Lena. Knock, knock. The door sounded. It must be the nurse with the test results. Let me check. Clara went to open the door. Instead of a nurse, Kala entered. Brother Jean, I heard you were here. When Kala first came in, her eyes were only on Jalmar, not noticing Lena. But before she finished speaking, she spotted Lena sitting by the table, eating. Lena, why are you here? Kala's smile faded, thinking how Lena hadn't left yet, still having the audacity to cling to Brother Jean. Why can't I be here? I'm sick and resting here, is that not allowed? Lena's tone wasn't friendly either. If it weren't for Kala meeting her at the cafe last night, saying those provocative words, she wouldn't have wandered alone and given Ichabod the chance to kidnap her. Jalmar, impatient, told Kala, get out. Don't disturb Lena's rest. Clara stood aside, silent. As an elder, she had to maintain propriety and found such confrontations unsuitable. She let Jean handle it. Kala was taken aback by Jalmar's rudeness, her face turning pale. Brother Jean, I have something to discuss with you. Talk outside. Jalmar responded coolly. Kala glanced at Lena and deliberately boasted, of course, it's about our engagement ceremony. I've picked out several dresses, Brother Jean, will you accompany me to try them on? Lena calmly drank 2 sips of chicken soup, her expression unchanged. Clara couldn't stand it any longer and was about to speak when Jalmar beat her to it, there's no need, the engagement ceremony is cancelled. Kala froze, woodenly asking, why? Didn't you already agree? When did I say I agreed? Jalmar's tone was unfriendly. During the discussion at the old house about the engagement, he indeed hadn't uttered a single word. Kala panicked, but Roxanne Yang said you agreed. I didn't agree. Kala glared viciously at Lena and stormed over to her side. Did you say something to Brother Jean, making him change his mind? Ugh. Just as Lena wanted to say something, she suddenly felt nauseous and couldn't control herself, vomiting all over Kala. Clara and Amy were stunned, and Jalmar also paused momentarily. You. Kala screamed, then quickly pinched her nose in disgust. Disgusting. I'm sorry, ugh. Lena hurriedly apologized, but before she could finish, she couldn't stop vomiting again. This time, the look on Kala's face was not just disgust, she was absolutely livid. Where's the bathroom? Where is it? Kala nearly went mad. Amy pointed a direction with her finger. At this moment, she felt a little sympathy for Miss Aubrey. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. Lena swore she did not do it on purpose. She had no idea what happened either. Mariah's stomach suddenly felt queasy, and she couldn't help but vomit. Kala didn't bother to say anything more and rushed to the bathroom in a frenzy of high heels clicking. Ray, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Jalmar paid no attention to Kala. Seeing Lena vomiting like that, his heart tightened. Without any disgust towards Lena's state, he walked over to gently pat her back. Clara was also worried. Oh dear, Ray seems to be experiencing morning sickness. I'll call someone to clean up and send over some clothes for Ray. Jean, take Ray to another room. We can't stay here anymore. Saying that, she hurriedly left the room. Jalmar handed Lena a bottle of mineral water. Rinse your mouth first. Mariah then held a basin in front of Lena to catch the rinse water. Lena took the water, rinsed her mouth twice, and spat into the basin. Ugh, she couldn't hold back and vomited again. After spitting at Kala earlier, which emptied her meal, all that came out now was acidic liquid. Jalmar still stood in front of her holding the basin, without any sign of disgust. His expression was filled with concern. Why is it so severe? Everything was fine before, wasn't it? I don't know either. It feels terrible, and I can't stop wanting to throw up. Lena rinsed her mouth a few more times, and when she put down the bottle, she was almost exhausted from the discomfort in her stomach. Jalmar put down the basin and scooped Lena into his arms like a princess. I'll take you to another room and call a doctor to check on you. Lena didn't refuse Jalmar carrying her because she was really too weak and her stomach was very uncomfortable. Amy followed them out. Kala was in the bathroom cleaning off the mess, while calling the housekeeper. Bring me a set of clothes. The address is room 309, 3rd floor, Jerry Hospital, hurry up. This is driving me crazy. Kala muttered fiercely to herself, Lena. Just wait. Chapter 53 will get engaged after you're discharged. Jalmar took Lena to change rooms. 3 authoritative obstetricians, along with 7 or 8 nurses, marched into the ward in a grand procession. Lena was lying on the bed with a pale face. Jalmar, heart-stricken, sat beside her, holding her hand. The scene the doctors and nurses witnessed as they entered was quite revealing. Oh my. What were they seeing? The cold and dominant young Catherine Pedro, who never smiled, actually had this side. It seemed that this Miss Chin was indeed extraordinary. They had better take good care of this little ancestor. Sir, here is today's examination report for you to look over. One doctor handed over several sheets of paper. Based on the examination results, the embryo has high vitality, and currently, the pregnancy is stable, with the fetus developing well. Jalmar carefully examined the sheets he had been handed. Let me see too, I didn't get to see anything during the ultrasound. Lena reached out her small hand for the papers. Jalmar gave her the examination report and then turned to ask the doctor. She has been vomiting several times, very seriously. Why is this happening? The doctor explained, morning sickness occurs due to the influence of human chorionic gonadotropin, HCG, and estrogen on the smooth muscles within the gastrointestinal tract during pregnancy, causing a vomiting response, which is associated with increased levels of these hormones. The development of morning sickness parallels changes in blood HCG levels. Blood HCG begins to rise significantly around the 6th to 7th week of pregnancy, peaking at the 8th to 10th week, and starts to decrease after the 12th to 14th week. Morning sickness follows a similar pattern. Miss Chin is 9 weeks pregnant, right at the peak of blood HCG levels, so her morning sickness is most severe. It will gradually ease after the 12th to 14th week. Jalmar couldn't understand all the medical jargon, but he grasped that Lena's morning sickness would last another 3 to 5 weeks. Lena frowned, unhappy, murmuring softly, "Oh, it's going to be that long." Jalmar asked, "She vomits everything she eats. What should we do?" The doctor replied, "When morning sickness is severe, it's necessary to administer intravenous nutrition. Additionally, lying down can alleviate nausea. Use a maternity pillow to support your back and stomach, ensuring sufficient sleep. In terms of diet, eating smaller meals more frequently is recommended. Foods rich in carbohydrates, such as soda water, bananas, and white rice, can help. Lemon water and watermelon can also relieve nausea. Drinking aged tangerine peel ginger tea daily can warm the stomach. Also, keep your hands and feet warm." Jalmar listened intently, committing every word to memory. "All right. Thank you, doctor." Lena thanked him politely. The doctor said, "Miss Chin, we will now start the intravenous infusion for you." After the doctor spoke, a nurse approached with the nutrition solution and needle. Seeing the needle, Lena instinctively shivered. She had always been afraid of injections, not because of the pain but due to a deep-seated fear left by the scene in Empresses in the Palace, where Lady Mo tortured Ziwei. This made her dread needles and the sensation of them piercing her skin. "Can we not use the needle? I'm scared." Lena tugged at Jalmar's sleeve, whispering. Jalmar looked down at her. Her big eyes were moist and pleading, staring at him with a heartbreaking expression. Jalmar raised an eyebrow, surprised that his little rabbit was afraid of needles. Mariah couldn't bear to see his delicate little rabbit endure a needle either, but there was no choice in this situation. Jalmar stroked her head gently, saying softly, "No, sweetie. If you keep vomiting everything you eat without the baby won't get enough nutrients, and you'll weaken yourself. Be brave, it won't hurt. Just bear with it." His words stunned the doctors and nurses in the room. Oh my God, was this really the aloof, ruthless, unfeeling young Catherine Pedro? Lena glanced at the embryos on the report, her 2 babies. "Okay, can the nurse be gentle when inserting the needle?" The young nurse smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Miss Chin. My technique is top-notch. I promise it won't hurt." "Yes, Miss Chin, don't worry. We specifically chose the nurse with the least painful technique to handle your injection." Lena stretched out her hand, closing her eyes as if preparing for the worst. Jalmar chuckled, covering her eyes lightly with his hand and leaning close to whisper in her ear, "Don't be scared. I'm here." The nurse heard the soft words and marveled inwardly. The public must have misunderstood young Catherine Pedro. Mariah wasn't a cold-faced llama, he was a super-loving, incredibly gentle sweetheart. The nurse inserted the needle and hung the foredrip. Jalmar removed his hand, and Lena first peeked with one eye to see that everything was finished before fully opening her eyes. Seeing her mischievous little face, Jalmar chuckled softly, "Not painful, right?" Lena smiled a bit shyly. She felt a bit embarrassed being so afraid of injections as an adult. "No, not painful." The young nurse felt very accomplished and laughed. "I told you, my needle insertion isn't painful." Jalmar said, "Give this nurse 5 months' salary as a bonus all at once. Have her handle any injections or infusions Miss Chin needs in the future." The young nurse was taken aback and immediately bowed deeply, thanking them repeatedly. "Thank you, young Catherine Pedro. Thank you, Miss Chin. Thank you, thank you." If it weren't for the presence of so many people in the room, the young nurse would have jumped with joy. Who knew that just because she inserted a needle painlessly into young Catherine Pedro's beloved wife, she would directly receive 5 months' salary as a bonus? Such activities should happen more often. The doctors and nurses nearby were envious, wondering why they couldn't be part of such a good deal. It seemed they needed to practice their needle insertion techniques. The leading doctor said, "Young Catherinester, it seems there's nothing else we need to do for Miss Chin. We'll leave now and we'll respond immediately if you call us." Jalmer hummed in agreement, and the crowd of medical staff exited the room, leaving it vast and quiet. Jalmer looked down at Lena, feeling better? Eva whispered, "Yes, much better." "Good." Jalmer's gaze was calm, and his voice gentle. "Regarding grandmother's illness, I have found a way to treat her. We don't need to rely on the Aubrey family anymore, so we don't need to engage Justine either. You heard me tell Justine that we are canceling the engagement." Lena didn't know what to say and simply nodded slightly. "Not angry anymore?" Jalmer coaxed gently. Lena pressed her lips together but remained silent. "Still not talking?" Jalmer wasn't surprised and smiled. "Then I'll take it as you've cooled down." Jalmer. "Yes? I want candy." Jalmer raised an eyebrow. "What kind of candy?" Eva thought seriously. "Lychee-flavored and peach-flavored fruit candies." "All right." Lena had taken the initiative to talk to him, which made Jalmer very happy. Mariah called Clara. "Mom, ask the lady delivering the clothes to buy some lychee-flavored and peach-flavored fruit candies on the way over. Laverne wants to eat them." After hanging up, Jalmer turned to Amy, who was trying hard to remain unnoticed. "Amy." "Yes, young Catherinester. Go stand guard by the door and make sure no one disturbs Laverne, especially Justine. No one is to enter this floor, not just this room." Mariah was worried Justine would shout outside the door and disturb Lena. "Yes, young Catherinester." After Amy left, Jalmer lowered his head and kissed Lena's forehead. "After you recover and are discharged, we'll get engaged." Lena's brow furrowed slightly. "I don't want too much publicity. Let's skip the engagement ceremony." Given Ichabod's revenge, she didn't want to draw attention by announcing herself as the future young mistress of the Pedro family. At least not now. She just wanted a peaceful life and for the baby in her belly to be born safely. Jalmer seemed to understand her thoughts. "Okay, whatever you say." Chapter 54. Feeding Mariah. Betsy. The housekeeper auntie delivered brand new sets of clothing that were tailor-made to her measurements from inside out. Lena looked at the adorable underwear and bras, and blushed deeply when she thought about how Jalmer had told Dot the sizes personally, and Dot had then instructed the housekeeper auntie to purchase them. Jalmer saw the girl's face turn red as if blood was about to drip down and was a bit confused. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" "No problem. Lila, please put them away. There's a wardrobe over there." "All right. Miss Chin, these are the lychee-flavored and peach-flavored candies that the lady specially asked for you." The housekeeper auntie took out an exquisite pink gift bag. Jalmer took the bag and picked out a handful of candies. "Do you want to try the lychee-flavored or peach-flavored one first?" Let's go with the lychee-flavored." Jalmer peeled off the candy wrapper and brought it to Lena's mouth. Lena opened her mouth and ate the candy from his hand, accidentally licking his fingertips with her tongue. Jalmer felt a shiver in his heart, experiencing an instant tingle all over his body. Eva was unaware, enjoying the candy. Delicious. Jalmer's Adam's apple moved up and down, and his eyes darkened slightly. Seeing the girl lying in bed pitifully while receiving nutrients through and for, he couldn't bear to do anything improper. Sighing helplessly, Jalmer affectionately stroked Lena's head. This girl didn't even realize what she had ignited. "Do you feel better in your stomach now? Are you still feeling nauseous?" Lena shook her head. "Much better, I'm not feeling as sick anymore." "You still need to eat something tonight. The doctor said to eat small meals frequently." "What would you like for dinner?" "My mom said she will cook for you herself and bring it over." Lena thought for a moment and said, "I want congee with century eggs and lean meat." "Okay." After placing the clothes properly, the housekeeper auntie tactfully left the room. Jalmer sat by the bed, watching over Lena. After Lena finished the lychee-flavored candy, he peeled another peach-flavored one to feed her. As Lena ate only a few pieces, drowsiness came over her, and she soon fell asleep. Jalmer watched her sleeping face nearly indulgently and obsessively. Eva's sleeping face was peaceful and beautiful, like a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. This time, she didn't mumble in her sleep or frown. It seemed she was having a pleasant dream, with a faint smile on her lips. Jalmer leaned forward and kissed her lightly on the lips. Mariah feared leaving once the four was finished might lead to complications with blood flow, so he stayed by Lena's bedside the entire time. When the nutrient solution was almost done, Lena was still sound asleep. Jalmer called the nurse, who removed the needle. Mariah then tucked Lena under the blanket. "Have a good night's sleep." His phone vibrated. Jalmer checked it. Afraid to disturb Lena's sleep, he went to the corridor outside to take the call. "President, we have currently purchased 5% of Aubrey Group's Yixing Pharmaceutical Company. According to the legal requirements for listed company acquisitions, investors must report in writing to relevant authorities within 3 days after holding 5% of a listed company's voting shares and notify the listed company, making an announcement during which trading of its stocks is prohibited. This is known as the early warning system for acquiring a listed company. In other words, acquiring a listed company cannot be completed instantly but has to proceed gradually. Only at this point did the Aubrey family become aware of Jalmer's intention to acquire their company. Good, follow the procedure. If anyone from Aubrey Group contacts me recently, tell them I'm unavailable. Yes, President. Meanwhile, in the bathroom. Kala took a shower and changed into clean clothes, but she still felt unclean, as if she hadn't washed herself thoroughly. You dare to vomit on me, Lena. Just wait. Kala took out her phone and called Eduardo. Brother, they bullied me. Brother Jean said he wants to cancel the engagement. What's going on? Didn't you say you have the life-saving medicine for grandmother Pedro? They will definitely give in. Now what? Will they not save grandmother? Eduardo was too preoccupied with his own troubles. Just now, he received a notification that Jalmer's company was massively buying shares of Yisheng, planning to acquire it. Sorry, Justine, your wish seems unlikely to come true. Jalmer is acquiring Yisheng. He must have found the life-saving medicine for grandmother Pedro. Although he was extremely busy, he still spoke to Kala in a gentle and patient tone. Kala turned pale. What? Acquisition. Brother Jean wants to acquire our company? Why? Justine, this is my fault. I underestimated him. How could Jalmer be content being threatened? Mariah is seeking revenge on us. Lena had a very comfortable sleep and woke up when it was already dark. Clara made congee with century eggs and lean meat, placed it in a thermos, and brought it over. Laverne, smell it, this congee smells really good. Clara smiled as she ladled the congee into a bowl, wanting to feed her daughter-in-law herself. Just as she was about to start feeding, her son took the bowl from her hands. I'll feed her, Jalmer said casually. Clara wasn't happy. Mariah, you young man, what are you doing? I cooked this congee myself, of course I should be the one to feed it. You've already worked hard cooking the congee. How can I let you go through the trouble of feeding her again? Let me do it, you go sit and rest for a while. It's not hard work. I just want to feed my daughter-in-law. Clara tried to grab the bowl back. Jalmer wouldn't give it up. My wife, of course, I should feed her myself. Although Clara really wanted to show affection in front of her daughter-in-law, she eventually gave in. After all, they were newlyweds who had just had a disagreement, so she should give more chances for Jean to make it up to Laverne. After all, she would have plenty of time to take care of Laverne later. Alright, here, you take it. Krista walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Lena felt a bit overwhelmed. Why did they fight over feeding her congee? Actually, she could drink it by herself. But seeing the proud look on his face, she suddenly didn't want to disappoint him. Forget it, it's more convenient if someone else feeds her. She was sick now, being served hand and foot was normal enough. Now he could feed his wife congee. Jalmer was pleased. If he pampered her a little more, she probably wouldn't be upset anymore. Mariah adjusted Lena's bed to help her sit up against the headboard. Then he sat down by the bed with the bowl of congee, scooped a spoonful, gently blew on it, and brought it to Lena's mouth. Be careful, it's hot. Lena ate slowly. It's delicious, thank you, . Sitting on the sofa with a broad smile throughout, Clara quickly responded when her daughter-in-law called her. Dear, don't be so formal with your mom, no need to say thank you. Lena only managed a few bites before feeling the urge to vomit again. She really wanted to finish the congee that had made, but her body couldn't handle it. If she continued drinking, she might throw it all up soon. I'm sorry, I feel like vomiting again. I can't eat any more of the congee, Lena said apologetically. Clara smiled. It's okay, it's fine. Jean, come out. Lena faintly heard this, seemingly shouted by Kala. But after that one sentence, there was nothing more. Lena was puzzled. Jean, did you hear any sound? No, Jalmer replied. Chapter 55 Fitting the Gown. Outside, Kala had just climbed upstairs and shouted a sentence when she was covered mouth and dragged away by Amy. Lena stayed in Jarome Hospital for a few days on intravenous nutrition, and after resting up, she was discharged. Kala hadn't come to disturb her peace in these past few days. On the day of discharge, Clara came to pick her up in a flashy red Ferrari sports car. Son, you drive back by yourself. Little Di will go with me. Looking at this ostentatious sports car, Lena twitched the corner of her mouth. Jalmer noticed that she wasn't really keen on riding in this car and said, Mom, Little Di will ride back with me. Clara frowned. No. Little Di must ride back with me. Mom, your speed is too fast. Little Di can't take it. She has severe morning sickness already. Don't let her vomit all over your car. Clara thought about it, and indeed, that was true. She hadn't considered this carefully. She only thought that this car looked stylish and handsome and drove it over here to give Little Di some face. She didn't think about her morning sickness at all. She didn't mind if Little Di dirted the car, she was only afraid that Little Di would be uncomfortable. Well then, I did lack consideration. Drive slowly. I'll head back first. Your engagement party is the day after tomorrow. Keep it low-key as you wish, inviting only close relatives and friends. Buy an outfit these 2 days. Alright, I know. Clara pressed down on the gas pedal, and the sports car roared off. Watching the sports car leave, Lena thought Fu Lila was really cool. She was someone who was nearing 60 but still exuded such carefree charm. She also wanted to become that kind of person. Let's go. Jalmar held her hand and led her towards his black Rolls-Royce Phantom. On the way, Lena noticed a black Porsche following them from behind. It seems like there's a car that's been following us. It's Amy. Oh. Now where are we going? Lena asked. To choose a gown. We need to wear formal attire for the engagement ceremony the day after tomorrow. Lena heard what Dot said earlier. This time, Dot invited only the closest relatives and friends of the Pedro family. Don't worry, no media or journalists will be allowed in. No one will dare to take photos or videos without our permission, so even after the engagement, the outside world won't know that you're the young mistress of the Pedro family. Your private life won't be affected. Okay. Soon, the car stopped in front of a mall filled with luxury boutiques. Jalmar led Lena into a store. This time, he didn't let her enter alone and face strange looks from the shop staff. The salesgirl was very enthusiastic. She knew Jalmar not because he often shopped here but because, as a luxury goods salesperson, she frequently interacted with heiresses and rich young masters and kept up with news from affluent families. Young Catherinester Pedro had never been seen with any girl before, but rumors spread recently about him and the celebrity Annabelle. At that time, she assumed young Catherinester Pedro and Annabelle were together. But that night, the trending topic was taken down, and afterward, Annabelle faded into obscurity. It had been more than a month since she appeared on screen. Some marketing accounts and influencers said Annabelle was censored. At the time, many people claimed Annabelle was censored for initiating the scandal with young Catherinester Pedro. Deep down, she agreed. After all, who had the qualifications to stand beside young Catherinester Pedro? But she never expected that one day she would personally see young Catherinester Pedro holding a girl's hand while shopping in her store. Young Catherinester Pedro, welcome. Bring out all the new season evening gowns for this lady to try. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl's eyes lit up. Yes, young Catherinester Pedro. Please follow me, young Catherinester Pedro, Mississippi. The salesgirl led them to a VIP dressing room. It was large, decorated primarily in pink and white tones, with carpeting, a sofa, and a round table laden with fruits and snacks. The salesgirl pushed in a rack full of evening gowns. These are our latest seasonal evening gowns, the salesgirl said to young Catherinester Pedro. Good, have her try them all. Trying on clothes was something Lena actually enjoyed. Girls love beauty and pretty dresses naturally. There was a changing area partitioned by curtains inside the room. Lena followed the salesgirl in and put on the first dress with the salesgirl's help. It was a strapless black gown with a puffy skirt design, the hem reaching mid-thigh, leaving Lena's slender and fair legs exposed. Wow! The salesgirl's eyes were full of amazement. Miss, your legs are so slim and long, this dress suits you perfectly. Lena looked in the mirror and was indeed amazed. She liked it too. But wouldn't wearing black at an engagement ceremony be inappropriate? When she came out, Jalmar shook his head. This color is too dull. It might not be appropriate for tomorrow. Mariah thought the same thing as her. But you look beautiful in it. Wrap it up, we can wear it for dinner next time. The salesgirl secretly rejoiced. Catherinester Pedro was indeed generous, and this young lady was truly fortunate. The second gown was a long light pink dress with an off-the-shoulder design, featuring a sheer chiffon layer on top and the hem reaching to the ankles. This set looked very dignified and elegant, and Jalmar's eyes lit up with admiration. This one looks good. Wrap it up. There were several more dresses, all quite beautiful. Initially, Lena thought they would buy 2 or 3 at most, but unexpectedly, Jalmar bought all of them. The salesgirl felt like fireworks were going off in her heart. Catherinester Pedro, you are my god. Lena was a bit confused. Aren't these all evening gowns? We can't wear them every day. Why buy so many? My little princess, these dresses seem to be tailor-made for you. You look beautiful in all of them. Buy them so you can wear them for me. Some simpler styles can also be worn as casual wear. Jalmar sat on the sofa, pulling her into his lap and kissed her passionately. The salesgirl happily pushed the rack of dresses out. Happiness came too suddenly, making her steps almost floaty. With this one order, she could slack off for the entire quarter. Only the two of them remained in the room. Lena sat facing Jalmar on his lap, her legs straddling him, hugging his neck while they kissed deeply. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and their breathing became more rapid. After a long, passionate kiss, he finally parted from her lips. Jalmar's Adam's apple bobbed as he whispered in her ear, do you like it? His voice was hoarse, his breath fanning against her ear and neck, making Lena feel limp and weak. She buried her face in his neck. Jalmar was overwhelmed with emotion. Just kiss a little longer, Lena didn't speak, lifting her head to kiss him again. Jalmar shivered inwardly, feeling as if all his blood was surging out. Mariah held the back of Lena's neck, deepening the kiss. When the salesgirl finished packing the clothes, the couple hadn't emerged from the room yet. Before leaving, they were still kissing intensely. The salesgirl blushed, guessing what was happening inside but didn't disturb them. They came out half an hour later. Cannon looked thoroughly sated, while the girl still had a blush on her cheeks, her eyes dazed. Catherinester Pedro, that will be 13 million. Jalmar swiped his card. Leave them here, someone will come to pick them up shortly. Sure thing, Catherine Pedro. Then he wrapped an arm around Lena and walked out. Goodbye, Catherine Pedro. Hope to see you again. At the parking lot, Jalmer kissed Lena's forehead. I need to go back to the company for a while. Go home with Amy, okay? For matters like this, he didn't need to ask her, he could just make the arrangements. But Jalmer pampered her greatly, habitually asking for her input. If Lena said no and wanted to go to the company with him, he wouldn't hesitate to take her along, letting her sit in his presidential office to play until he finished his work and could cozy up with her. Okay. Lena was obedient, and Jalmer gently pinched her nose. See you tonight. Amy, protect little Di well. Yes, Catherine. Jalmer got into the Rolls-Royce, and Lena followed Amy into the Porsche. Amy, do you want some bubble tea? On the road, Lena suddenly asked this question. Amy, who was driving, swallowed. Yes. Lena blinked. There's a bubble tea shop ahead. Pull over and park. Chapter 56, a hooligan encountered at the bubble tea shop. Amy found a parking space on the street and parked her car. The two of them walked into the bubble tea shop. This bubble tea shop was very popular, with a large storefront. There were also several tables and chairs inside for dine-in customers. A young female staff member greeted them politely, welcome. You can scan the QR code on the table to order. Lena found a seat and sat down, with Amy sitting opposite her. Erilyn, what kind of bubble tea do you like? I'll order it for you, it's on me. Let me check. Amy scanned the QR code as well and looked at the drinks menu. This signature taro pearl milk tea looks good. Let's get this one. 7 parts sweet, hot. Okay. Lena added the taro pearl milk tea to the shopping cart. At this moment, a woman in her 30s came in with 2 children, a boy and a girl. Herschel looked around 7 or 8 years old, and the girl seemed about 4 or 5. Play around while I order you some bubble tea. Without paying any attention to the kids, she stood by the counter ordering on her phone. After Lena finished paying for her order, she returned to her seat and waited. She heard the woman speaking rudely to the young staff member, Mariah, why can't I use this coupon? The young staff member looked at the phone the woman handed over and said, Catherine, your coupon is only valid for takeout orders, not dine-in. How could it not work? It clearly says all stores when I bought it. The young staff member explained patiently, it is valid for all stores, but only for takeout orders. This is a special promotion with Mate1, so it can only be used for takeout. You're cheating your customers. Francesca was being unreasonable. The lady can get a refund. I won't get a refund, there would be no discount then. Why should I order takeout if I'm already here? If it's supposed to be usable, just validate it for me. The young staff member was getting impatient. I've explained that it cannot be used for dine-in, only for takeout orders. Francesca yelled, can't you understand simple instructions? I'm already here, why should I order takeout? Just validate it. Lena inwardly sighed, who exactly doesn't understand the situation? This woman was incredibly noisy and unreasonable. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Amy, they both felt the same way. Sorry, I don't have the authority, the young staff member replied calmly. While the woman continued arguing with the staff member, her 2 kids were running around the store, disturbing other customers. The little boy accidentally stepped on a girl's foot while playing. Eva grumbled but didn't say anything. Suddenly, the 4 or 5-year-old girl started shrieking loudly, using all her might. Some customers had already gotten up and left out of frustration. Lena felt her eardrums almost burst from the noise. She frowned and glanced at the woman, who was still arguing with the staff member without trying to stop her unruly children. Lena said to the child, stop making a fuss, be quiet. The kid stuck out her tongue at her and then intentionally screamed even louder, this time louder and lasting nearly 10 seconds. Lena couldn't take it anymore. She snapped irritably, stop making noise, it's so annoying. Mariah's voice wasn't soft, and it was heard by the girl's mother. Francesca stopped arguing with the staff member and walked over to Lena in a few strides, glaring at her, she's just a child, how can you talk to a child like that? Lena was shocked, was this parent really this unreasonable? She's a child, yes, but shouldn't you, as her parent, manage her behavior? Francesca said boldly, why should I? This is a public place, not your backyard. You can't control what others do. And I don't want to either. Children shouting is just for fun, it's not wrong. Instead, you should stay home if you can't handle it. Lena hadn't expected such unreasonable and nonsensical statements. It was hard to imagine this woman was a sane person. Lena's temper flared up, standing up quickly, she angrily retorted, you know this is a public place? Are you letting your child make such a racket? Catherine, you shouldn't bring her out. Francesca sneered, little brat, don't get too cocky. Wait until you have kids yourself, then you'll understand. Lena retorted disdainfully, I won't. If I had a child, I would educate him properly, not raise such an uncivilized and low-quality kid. Francesca flew into a rage, raising her voice suddenly and roaring angrily, who did you say was uncivilized and low-quality? Huh? You try saying it again. Seeing the situation escalating, the staff member hurriedly intervened to mediate. Okay, stop arguing, everyone calm down a bit. But the woman wouldn't let it go, shouting, you little bitch, try saying that again. Amy was about to take action but was held back by Lena. She shot back without any politeness, I said your kid is uncivilized and low quality, and so are you. Lady, you sure have a lot of nerve talking like that while cursing at me. Wait until you have kids yourself. Francesca snapped, furious, then called her husband. Mariah, honey, I'm at the bubble tea shop, and I met a psycho. Come over here quickly. This crazy bitch insulted our angel, making me so mad. Lena couldn't help but laugh. What was this woman planning? Did she think calling her husband over would intimidate her? The both of you calm down, don't fight, the staff member kept trying to mediate. Actually, the young female staff member found this woman and her two unruly kids extremely annoying too, but as an employee, she didn't dare confront the customer directly and could only seethe inwardly. After hanging up, the woman yelled triumphantly at Lena, don't you dare leave. My husband will be here soon. I want to see if you're still brave then. Lena smiled, sure, I'd love to see if you always act this unreasonable. Moriar you go, your taro pearl milk tea and 4 Seasons milk green tea are ready. The staff member handed Lena and Amy their drinks. When Lena took her drink, the young staff member kept giving her meaningful looks, urging her to leave quickly. She had heard what the woman said on the phone and was afraid these two girls would be bullied by the woman's husband later. Lena gave her a reassuring smile, gently shaking her head to show that she wasn't worried. However, fighting in someone else's store wasn't good for business, so Lena didn't want to affect the store. Let's take this outside, Lena said to the rude woman, holding her drink. Fine, let's go. Francesca followed Lena outside, still muttering curses under her breath and rolling her eyes. Lena put in the straw and took a couple of sips. A few minutes later, the woman's husband arrived. What happened, honey? Who insulted our precious angel? Cannon was short, about 160 centimeters tall, slightly overweight, with dyed yellow hair, wearing loafers, and flashing big yellow teeth. His appearance alone didn't bode well. Francesca pointed at Lena and said, this bitch. With her husband there, she became even more arrogant, her nose pointing skyward. Lena wasn't scared at all. She took a slow sip of her drink and calmly replied, I didn't curse anyone. I just said your kid is uncivilized and low quality, which is true, and you cursed me first. Francesca spat and shouted, that's right. Mind your own business, you crazy bitch. How dare you call our precious angel uncivilized and low quality? You're the one who's uncivilized and low quality. The yellow-haired man had a quick temper. Seeing Lena admit to insulting his child, he thought she was picking a fight and slapped her across the face. But Amy reacted quickly, grabbing the man's wrist. There was a loud crack, and the man's arm dislocated. Lena swallowed some of her milk tea. Was Amy really that fierce? It was a bit brutal, but it felt great. Seeing this petite girl next to him actually break his arm, the man flew into a rage and kicked at Amy. Amy lifted her leg high, kicking the man's legs out from under him. Mariah lost balance and fell to the ground with a scream. Seeing him sprawled out on the ground, Amy felt disappointed. She thought they were going to have a proper fight, but the man turned out to be a complete amateur. She wondered where he got the courage to act so arrogantly. Francesca, seeing her husband taken down easily by a girl, went ballistic. She cursed loudly and dialed 110. Officer, I need to report a case. Someone assaulted my husband on the street. Chapter 57, Those who bully Mariah won't end well. When Jalmer received Lena's call, the meeting hadn't concluded yet. Mariah rose and walked out of the conference room. What's wrong, Ray? Jalmer, can you come to the police station? I have something here. Police station? Jalmer felt tense inside. Are you okay, Ray? Why are you at the police station? I'm fine, it's just that the police said a family member needs to come over. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Jalmer rushed out without caring about the ongoing meeting. Mariah grabbed his coat from the office and was ready to leave. Secretary Violet glanced up briefly, wondering what was going on with the president. Mariah seemed so anxious and left before the meeting ended. Could something happen in the Pedro family? However, she dared not ask about the president's matters. Arriving at the police station, even before Jalmer got out of the car, a junior leader named Christina Guangming had already come out to welcome him. Oh, young Catherine Pedro. What wind brought you here today? It was also coincidental. Just as Christina Guangming was about to go out to do some errands, he saw an extraordinary black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside when he hadn't gotten into his own car yet, far away. Mariah hurried over and found out that the person getting off the car was Jalmer, the Crown Prince of Pedro Group. His heart immediately rang with alarm bells. Jalmer got out of the car and rushed inside. I came to see someone. Christina Guangming was startled. Did they detain someone related to young Catherine Pedro? But he hadn't heard of such news. You could have called us if you needed something, there was no need for you to come in person. Jalmer ignored him and only asked, where is Lena? Who? Christina Guangming had never heard of this name. Just as Jalmer was about to make another call, he received a message from Lena. Room 105 on the first floor. Jalmer asked, where is room 105? Christina Guangming was surprised again. They really did detain someone related to young Catherine Pedro? When Jalmer arrived at room 105, he overheard a yellow-haired thug cursing at Lena. The police were about to stop him when Jalmer spoke up first. What did you say? Jalmer stared down at the thug. The thug looked up and was intimidated by the imposing man in front of him. Mariah moved his mouth but didn't dare to speak. Jalmer's face was eerily grim. Mariah coldly glanced at the thug and then walked over to Lena in a few steps. Ray, what happened? The junior leader Christina Guangming, who followed closely behind, quickly went over to review the record and understand the situation from his subordinates. Lena pouted and pointed at the woman opposite her, saying, Amy and I were buying bubble tea at the shop. Mariah child was screaming, so I told him to quiet down, and this woman started cursing at me. The shop has surveillance. I truly didn't provoke anything intentionally. Yang, her child, was making noise. She became unreasonable and cursed at me. I couldn't hold back and replied a few times. Then this woman called her husband, who tried to hit me. Mariah's husband attacked first, and Amy was just defending herself. Melvin, though she wasn't officially enrolled, Lena, who had been accepted into the law school of Kyoto University of Political Science and Law, often watched legal public lectures and knew basic laws. Upon hearing about the attack, Jalmer turned and gave the couple a chilling glance. They stood stiffly, their hairs on end, hardly daring to breathe. All previous arrogance vanished. What about the surveillance footage? When the police arrived, they had already reviewed the footage in the store. They knew what happened but still claimed I was partly responsible. They want a fine and bail from a family member for my release. Mariah hearing this, Christina Guangming wished he could die. The underhanded tactics of the station were now exposed by this young lady in front of young Catherine Pedro. Mariah felt a chill down his spine. If she was innocent, their actions would not only abuse power but also offend young Catherine Pedro. Christina Guangming was extremely uneasy. There must be a misunderstanding, young Catherine Pedro. There must have been some misunderstanding. Let's review the video again. My colleague might have missed something. His colleague, understanding the gravity, quickly agreed, yes. I didn't look carefully enough last time. Let's check again. They had the backup of the surveillance video. Right then, in front of everyone, they replayed the video at the station. As Jalmer watched, his expression grew darker. The atmosphere around him felt heavy and intimidating. The video clearly showed that it began with the woman's child shouting loudly. Lena only said, stop making noise, it's annoying. This set off the woman, who then started cursing at Lena. Outside the store, the woman called her husband, who indeed made the first move, while Amy defended herself correctly. With solid evidence, the couple had no argument. Jalmer raised his eyes to look at Christina Guangming, the corners of his mouth twitching as he said in a chilling tone, does she still need to pay a fine? And what about her bail? Christina Guangming was genuinely frightened, even stuttering as he spoke. Misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. This young lady indeed did nothing wrong, it was our oversight earlier. Handle it as appropriate, Jalmer said indifferently. Yes, Christina Guangming replied hurriedly. In the end, the police station decided to detain the couple for 15 days on charges of hooliganism and ordered them to properly discipline their child. After leaving the police station, Jalmer gently hugged Lena, looking at her with concern. Are you hurt anywhere? Not at all. With Amy around, how could they possibly harm me? That's good. If you were injured, I would never let them off. Speaking of this, Lena suddenly remembered someone. What about Ichabod? What did you do with him? The name Ichabod was one Lena had heard from Jalmer. Jalmer had explained to her the details of Ichabod kidnapping her. Only then did Lena learn that Jalmer had sealed off that hotel long ago for her sake, and the bar where she encountered trouble had also been closed down. Mariah had never told her any of this before. After learning the truth behind her abduction, Lena had already forgiven Jalmer halfway. When he clearly announced the cancellation of his engagement with Kala, she forgave him completely. Upon hearing this, Jalmer paused mid-step. Of course, he has been handed over to the police. Mariah faces several serious charges. He won't be out in less than 20 years. Lena nodded but did not press further. Jalmer only told half the story. Indeed, he planned to hand Ichabod over to the police. However, before that, Ichabod would not escape his due torment. In the basement where he had confined Lena, Ichabod was living through the most desperate, painful, and agonizing days of his life. The most desperate part was that he had no idea when this torment would end. Chapter 58, A Reward of a Kiss. Speaking of the engagement party, Imelda happened to be studying at university in the capital, and Lena really wanted to invite her. Can I invite my best friend Imelda to attend our engagement party the day after tomorrow? She's very close to me, she's like family. On the way back, Lena mentioned this to Jalmer. Jalmer smiled teasingly, wasn't she the one who called me a scoundrel at the Vernanchang villa last time? That was a misunderstanding. Lena hurried to explain. Didn't we clear everything up afterward? I know, just joking around with you. Jalmer and Lena were sitting in the back seat of the car, with him draping an arm around her shoulders, his eyes filled with affection. Of course, you can invite whoever you want. The guest list is being handled by my mom. Just let her know. Okay. Lena thought for a moment and then asked, there's another thing. Jalmer raised an eyebrow. What is it? Yueshin and I are from ordinary families, so she doesn't have money for a fancy dress. Can she wear one of mine? We're about the same size. His little butterfly had always been kind-hearted, cherishing those who treated her well. Jalmer said gently, of course, it's your decision. Thank you. Jalmer affectionately pinched her little cheek. Don't be so formal with me. Imelda didn't know that Lena was already in the capital. Lena couldn't help it. As soon as she arrived in the capital, Jalmer took her home to meet the parents. Not long after, she was kidnapped, stayed in the hospital for a few days, and just got out today. As soon as she got home, she called Imelda. Mirai, Yueshin, I'm in the capital now. When do you have time to come over and play? What? Baby, how did you get to the capital? Are you here to study? No, I came back with Jalmer. Oh, you're CEO, great. Where are you staying? At Bayue Residences on Guiyun Road. Wow. That place is prime real estate, crazy expensive. Your CEO must really love you. Right, Yueshin, Jalmer and I are getting engaged, and the engagement party is the day after tomorrow, which happens to be Sunday. Do you have time to come? Engaged. So fast. Imelda exclaimed, sure, of course I'll come. But, these high society parties, don't you need to dress super formally? Imelda stammered. Lena knew what she was thinking. Don't worry, Yueshin. I have a few dresses here. You can pick one you like. We're about the same size, so they should fit. Let me know when you can come over to try them on. Imelda was overjoyed and extremely grateful, saying, Ray, you're too good. I love you so much. Kiss kiss. Lena laughed, since I invited you, I naturally want to take good care of you. Don't be so formal. Mariahi, I knew my Ray is the best. Imelda said, tomorrow is Saturday, and I don't have class. How about I visit you tomorrow to try on clothes? I can bring some delicious snacks from near my school. Okay. Got to go, I have class soon. Talk later. Alright, bye. Jalmer was working in the study, and Lena didn't want to disturb him. Thinking about it, she hadn't played games for a while and was itching to play. She went to the gaming room. Jalmer had thoughtfully arranged for someone to replicate the gaming room from the Vernancheng villa in this apartment before bringing her back to the capital. The computer configurations and peripherals were all the same. Lena logged into the game. For a few days, since Imelda was busy with classes, she had been playing solo matches and had reached diamond rank. Imelda was still in gold, so they couldn't duo anymore. When Imelda wanted to play, Lena would use a minor account to carry her. Lena checked her game stats. This season, she had only played 60 games and made it from Iron to Diamond 1. The first 20 games from Iron to Gold were played with Imelda, where wins and losses were balanced, making ranking slow. After that, playing solo, she won almost every day, resulting in a high win rate and rapid score increases, climbing the ranks like drinking water. Imelda praised her as a genius girl and a gaming god. Lena just smiled but didn't tell Imelda that her goal was to become the top-ranked player. With the season nearing its end, it was unrealistic to reach the 1200 points needed for the top rank in the Ionian server. Lena planned to achieve Catherinester or Waverlister this season and then aim for top rank in the new season. She glanced at the rankings. The Waverlister rank required 700 points, which was quite high, a top-tier rank even in the suburbs. She wasn't sure if she could make it but decided to give it a try. Lena played 3 games and used Jinx, Kaisa, and Vayne to clinch MVP in all 3, successfully advancing her to Catherinester rank. After the final game ended, someone messaged her privately. Wow, you climbed rank so fast, all the way to Catherinester already. She had only about 10 friends on this account, apart from Imelda, the rest were people she had met in ranked matches who added her to duo or asked for carry. But she never played with those people. This person hadn't changed their username, she remembered him as a mediocre jungler she had encountered back when she was in gold. Lena moved her mouse over his avatar, it showed Emerald 3. Lena replied with a simple, Want to play normals? There's a cute sister with a sweet voice. Lena frowned. Was he mistaking her for some guy who liked showing off while dragging girls along? She checked his game history, mixed wins and losses, winning matches by coasting through, always at the bottom of the ratings. Indeed, there was a girl playing support in his matches. It seemed he wasn't skilled enough to win with his sister and was now looking for her help. Lena smiled inwardly. Get better through practice, you're just a lousy emerald. Why do you think you can drag girls? She wouldn't be his tool. Though she thought this, she still replied tactfully. No, I need to climb ranks. Mariah immediately responded. Climbing ranks isn't as fun as dragging girls, right? Come on, let's queue up together. Mariah sent her a game invitation. Lena declined it and started queuing for ranked matches. Mariah sent another message. Tisk, bro, how are you going to find a girlfriend like that? You turned down a chance to show off in front of a cute sister. Lena ignored him, mocking internally. Are League of Legends male players really like this? They are too much. She won the next 2 games as well, each earning her over 20 points. With a month left before the season ended, it seemed achievable to reach waiver lister. Lena logged out of the game happily. The housekeeper had just finished cooking and called her to dinner outside the door. Coming. Lena responded and walked out of her room. Jalmer also came out of the study, meeting her face to face. Jalmer said, "Didn't you like that ZY team?" "Yeah, what's up?" "Next week, ZY team has a fan meet and greet. Do you want to go? If so, I can get you a VIP ticket." Lena hadn't expected he would remember something she mentioned casually. "Sure." Eva's eyes lit up with excitement. On impulse, she tiptoed and wrapped her arms around Jalmer's neck, kissing him on the cheek. "Mua. Love you." The unexpected reward made Jalmer's heart skip a beat. His Adam's apple moved up and down, with a flicker of fire in his eyes. Chapter 59, Young Catherinester Pedro acquires the sky-priced necklace. Lena thought for a moment and kissed Jalmer again. "Should I get 2 VIP tickets? Another one for your best friend?" Jalmer chuckled. Yes. Mr. Pedro knows me so well." On her tiptoes, Lena hugged Jalmer and smiled sweetly at him, revealing 2 dimples on her face. "Tisk, if only you had more best friends, then I could get more kisses." Lena giggled and kissed him a few more times. "Mua. I don't have many best friends, but I have plenty of kisses for you." Jalmer's breathing became rapid, his heart was melting. His little princess was too good at this. "Alright, stop it. If we keep kissing, something might happen. Although I want to continue, let's eat first." "Mariah." Lena released him and turned towards the dining room. Jalmer sighed deeply as he watched the girl's back. Sigh, what a little rascal, teasing him like that and then walking away without changing her expression. Dinner was as light and nutritious as always. But Lena felt nauseous after just a few bites. She rushed into the bathroom and vomited until she was dizzy and almost fainted. She was physically exhausted and took quite some time to regain her strength. Not wanting Jalmer to see her in such a sorry state, she locked the bathroom door from the inside. Outside the bathroom door, Jalmer anxiously pounded on the door. "Ray, are you okay? Do you need a doctor?" After vomiting, Lena rinsed her mouth several times and tidied herself up before opening the door. "I'm fine, no need to call a doctor." Mariah's voice was weak, and her complexion was pale. Jalmer's heart ached. Ray has been through so much with this baby. If only these hardships could be transferred to him, he would willingly bear them for her. Jalmer picked Lena up horizontally and said tenderly, "How about having the doctor come over to administer some nutrients intravenously?" Lena's small hand clung to his shirt as she softly replied, "I want to try again. For the baby, and for myself, my stomach hurts when I don't eat. The doctor said an empty stomach can worsen morning sickness." "Alright, then let me feed you." Jalmer carried her to sit beside the dining table. The housekeeper had already gone downstairs to the nanny's room for dinner, leaving only the 2 of them in the house. Lena sat on Jalmer's lap, enveloped in his embrace. Jalmer placed a forkful of broccoli in front of Lena. Lena tilted her head slightly, clutching Jalmer's hemline obediently as she opened her mouth. Jalmer really did look handsome. Looking at his face made her appetite better. Lena was lost in admiration of Jalmer. It was miraculous that this bite of broccoli went down without making her feel nauseous or vomit. "How does it feel? Are you feeling okay?" Jalmer asked, full of concern. Not bad. No urge to vomit." Lena's eyes were moist, and her pale cheeks had a touch of red, causing Jalmer to want to kiss her. Mariah couldn't resist thinking that way and indeed did so. Jalmer bent down and kissed Lena's cheek. Then he gave her another forkful of vegetables. "Eat some more." Lena ate obediently. Seeing that Lena seemed to have a decent appetite, Jalmer continued feeding her. "It seems eating while sitting on my lap won't make you throw up," he teased. Lena blushed. "Humph, maybe the baby is naughty and wants to be closer to daddy." Jalmer felt a sweet warmth in his heart and asked, "Is it the baby in your belly or the baby sitting on my lap?" Since she said she wanted to be closer to daddy, it must be the baby in her belly. Jalmer asked this deliberately, flirting. Lena didn't expect him to have such a reserved side. Mariah liked such terms of endearment. Lena lightly punched his chest and pouted, "I'm not talking to you anymore." "Okay, eat a bit more. Otherwise, the baby will go hungry." Mariah spoke gently, coaxing her and feeding her some more vegetables. I think that's enough. A slight feeling of fullness is good, any more and I'll probably vomit again." "Alright." Jalmer put down his chopsticks and gently wiped Lena's mouth with a napkin. "Which dress do you like best among those you tried on?" Lena thought for a moment and said, "The pink one. It's dignified and elegant, perfect for an engagement ceremony." Jalmer remembered that dress, and indeed, it looked very beautiful on her. Mariah nodded. "Good." That night, Jalmer kissed Lena passionately, reluctant to part. These days in the hospital left him starved for affection. They kissed from the living room sofa all the way to the bedroom. Behind the door, by the window, on the bed, everywhere was filled with their intimate atmosphere. Moonlight filtered through the glass windows, illuminating the room with its soft glow. The next morning, when Lena woke up, Jalmar had already gone to work. Feeling a little empty without him beside her, Lena felt a bit melancholy. She sleepily walked out of the bedroom and saw a bouquet of fresh pink roses on the table in the living room, along with a small card. Good morning, little princess. Lena felt a sweet warmth in her heart. But today wasn't any special day, so why were there flowers? She sent a message to Jalmar. Is today any special day? Why are there flowers? Jalmar replied almost instantly. Nothing special, just feeling happy. I can send you flowers even if it's not a special day because you deserve it. Lena smiled. So romantic? Jalmar also smiled. Do you like them? Yes, very much. Good taste. Praised by his wife, President Pedro smiled foolishly at his phone. Ilium, who was standing beside him waiting for him to sign a contract, had an expression as if watching a drama unfold. TSK, the stench of love. After signing the contract, Ilium told Jalmar about his schedule for the day. President, there's an auction at 3 this afternoon and a dinner meeting with Waylon from Shufang Technology at 7 tonight. Jalmar frowned slightly. At 7, he wouldn't finish until 9 or later, too late. And this schedule was set a month ago, before Lena experienced morning sickness. Now, with his little princess having severe morning sickness, she couldn't eat properly without him feeding her. How could he bear to leave her eating alone at home? Jalmar toyed with his pen casually and said, cancel the dinner meeting tonight. Yes, sir. The auction brought together business elites. The auctioneer wore a moon-white qipao, graceful and elegant. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the jewelry auction of Jingdu Jiashi. This is the final auction of the season. Jalmar wasn't particularly interested. The auction was organized by one of his elders, and he was here just for support. Mariah hadn't even seen the items up for auction. When the first few items appeared, he only placed token bids. Until a pink gemstone necklace appeared, Jalmar sat up straight. Now we have item number 18, the pink gemstone necklace. This necklace was designed by the famous British designer Catherine Norris and once belonged to the Queen of England. It is a high-priced item. If you wish to bid, please use your high bid paddle. The necklace featured alternating pale pink oval gemstones and diamonds woven into a net-like pattern, widest in the middle and tapering off towards the ends. The diamonds consisted of large colorless ones and smaller pink ones, sparkling brilliantly under the lights. The auctioneer said, starting bid at 30 million. Immediately after, someone eagerly bid by raising their paddle. The auctioneer waved her arm toward the bidder, 31 million, via telephone bid from young Master Christina. A blonde-eyed foreign woman raised her paddle next. The auctioneer announced, 32 million, via Cherry, back in the field. Okay, 33 million, via telephone bid from young Master Lin. Since the auction hall was vast and crowded, the auctioneer clearly indicated each bid's origin. Besides verbal announcements, gestures and body direction were also used to show respect and prevent confusion during competitive bidding. The auctioneer smiled elegantly. Any higher bids? 34 million, back to Cherry. 70 million, via telephone bid from young Master Christina. Now will increase by 5 million. Any higher bids? This necklace was truly beautiful, and many people were competing for it, pushing the price from the initial 30 million to 70 million. Jalmar raised his paddle. The auctioneer pointed at him, now 75 million, via young Master Pedro. 80 million, back to Cherry. Jalmar continued to raise his paddle. Without hesitation, 85 million, back to young Master Pedro, thank you for your bid. 90 million, back to Cherry, thank you, Cherry. Jalmar kept raising his paddle. Our young Master Pedro is very decisive, 95 million, back to young Master Pedro. Any higher bids? Will Cherry go to 1 billion? The foreign lady named Cherry shook her head. No one else raised their paddle. Young Master Pedro bids 95 million, last call. The auctioneer struck the gavel, sold. Congratulations, young Master Pedro. Item number 18, 95 million to you. Almost everyone present knew Jalmar. Seeing his determination to buy the necklace, they all wondered why. Although no one could match his wealth, buying such a girly necklace didn't seem like something he would do. Young Master Pedro didn't look like someone who liked these kinds of things. Moreover, everyone knew that young Catherinester Pedro was celibate, having no women by his side for 30 years. Why would he spend a large sum of money to buy this necklace? Chapter 60, The Best Friends Who Rushed Towards Each Other. Inside the Guillenlo apartment. Imelda was trying on dresses. Oh my, what should I do, sweetie? I'm having a hard time choosing because each one is so beautiful and I love them all. They had been trying for 2 hours and still hadn't decided. Lena sat on the sofa in the walk-in closet, arms crossed, watching Imelda who was currently wearing a champagne-colored strapless evening gown. How about this one? It's simple yet elegant. Most importantly, you look really beautiful in it. Imelda nodded while looking in the mirror. I think so too, let's go with this one. Okay. Imelda changed out of the dress and put on her own clothes. Lena took a bag to pack it up for her. You take this set home. At this moment, Lynn, the housekeeper, called from outside the walk-in closet, Miss Cheen, There's a Miss Lee who claims to be the secretary of Catherinester here to deliver something for you. Oh, alright, I'll be right out. Lena replied to the door, then turned to Imelda, I'll go check. Violet wasn't alone. Miss Cheen, the president asked me to bring you things needed for tomorrow's engagement party. Please take a look. After saying that, Violet turned and shouted towards the door, come in. 4 young girls in uniform started carrying things into the room. Lena looked at Violet in confusion, what are these? Violet pointed at the boxes and said, these are shoes to match the dresses. The president said you chose the pale pink dress, so these shoes are mainly in the pastel pink color palette with various styles for you to choose from. And over here are pieces of jewelry, all high-end custom designs from major brands. Also, the engagement party starts at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow night. The president instructed me to pick you up at 1 p.m. to get your hairstyle done. So early? Wouldn't that mean styling takes an entire afternoon? Violet nodded, yes, Miss Cheen. I've booked an appointment with top-tier stylist Ariana, who is very famous in the industry. Catherine A-list celebrities have their styling done by her. Mariah's schedule is fully booked until next year, but you can go directly. Lena understood, this was the privilege of being part of a wealthy family. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Bradford. No problem at all, Violet thought. The president considered this as overtime work for her and even gave her a $10,000 overtime fee. She just hoped she could get more tasks like this. Violet maintained a professional smile, it's not troublesome at all, these are all within my responsibilities. Miss Cheen, if you need anything else, feel free to tell me. Lena shook her head looking at the living room piled with gift boxes. Not at the moment, thank you, Bradford. Alright, then I'll go back first. Feel free to contact me anytime if you have any issues. After Violet left, Lena and Imelda began unpacking the gift boxes in the living room. Imelda marveled as she unpacked, my god, this is literally the life of my dreams. She held up a dazzling diamond necklace and sighed, honey, your CEO really spoils you, it's so sweet. I hereby declare that starting today, I, Imelda, am the biggest fan of you and CEO Pedro. Lena smiled softly, Mr. Pedro is indeed very nice. Just nice? Jalmer's voice suddenly rang out behind them. Lena turned around, her eyes full of surprise. Why did you come back so early today, Mr. Pedro? Earlier, she and Imelda were so engrossed in opening gifts they didn't notice Jalmer coming in. Jalmer put down his coat and walked over to her. I canceled my dinner appointment tonight and wanted to come home earlier to have dinner with you. Imelda smirked beside them, giving a fangirling look. Jalmer greeted Imelda politely, Moriallo. Moriallo, hello, Imelda nodded rapidly. Haha, Lena couldn't help but laugh. Why are you both being so formal? We're all close, just be casual. Jalmer glanced at the messy living room. Lena felt a bit embarrassed and said, Bradford just delivered these things and I opened them here, making the living room a little messy. Jalmer gently shook his head and said kindly, it's fine, have you made your choice? Yeah, almost done. These were all carefully selected by Bradford, and each one is very beautiful. Lena picked up a necklace, I plan to wear this one tomorrow. This pink diamond necklace is gorgeous and matches that dress well. Jalmer shook his head, not this one. Huh? Why not? This one fits perfectly. Jalmer handed the velvet box he'd been holding to Lena, open and see. Lena noticed the box earlier but didn't ask. She took it curiously, When Lena opened the box, she gasped and was speechless with shock. Jalmer's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked expectantly, how about this one? Isn't it prettier than the one you chose just now? It was almost as if he had asking for praise written all over his face. Imelda, noticing Lena's reaction, curiously walked over to take a look. Just one glance was enough. Imelda mirrored Lena's response, first gasping in astonishment, then standing frozen in place as if struck by a spell. After a long pause, Imelda finally came back to her senses and blurted out, oh my goodness. Lena, regaining her composure, looked at Jalmer and said, this necklace must be very expensive, right? Though the high-end necklaces brought by Bradford were pricey, Lena could tell immediately that this one Jalmer brought back was on a different level altogether. Lena, used to living frugally, subconsciously asked this question. Jalmer smiled, not too expensive. Do you like it? Not too expensive, that seemed unlikely. But she genuinely liked it, she had never seen such a beautiful necklace before. I love it, Lena whispered softly. Seeing Jalmer back, Imelda spoke up, very considerately saying, Laverne, I'll head home now. I need to freshen up and get to bed early so I can attend your engagement party in top shape tomorrow. Yueshine, why don't you stay for dinner and let the driver uncle take you home later? Jalmer felt sweet inside seeing Lena acting like the lady of the house. Mariah chimed in, yeah, stay for dinner. Imelda shook her head, she was well aware that she shouldn't intrude on Laverne and the CEO's date night. No, I've got plans with my roommates tonight. Alright then, make sure to stay safe. Jalmer said, I'll have the driver take you. Imelda still refused, the subway will be fine. Lena held her back, don't be silly, it's such a long way from here to your school, and you'd be putting yourself out. Don't worry about us, we're family. Okay then, Imelda didn't refuse further. Oh yes, Yueshine, take this necklace with you, it goes perfectly with your gown. And you can also take a pair of shoes. Lena handed the necklace she had just taken out to Imelda. She thought to herself, since she invited Imelda to the party, and knowing that Imelda, as a regular college student, wouldn't have the means to buy accessories and shoes, she didn't want Imelda to be ridiculed. Imelda hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No, 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 this is too precious, Laverne. Imelda knew Lena very well and understood there was no intention of showing off. She only wanted Imelda to witness her important life event and was worried about her financial condition, making sure she had appropriate attire. Imelda knew all these actions were out of concern for her. Touched by this thought, but the diamond necklace was indeed too valuable, it wasn't appropriate for her to accept it. Lena winked at her and smiled. It's okay, Yueshin, just take it. Haven't you heard that wealth should not distance old friends? Imelda laughed. Honey, I was just kidding. After several rounds of reluctance, Imelda finally accepted Lena's kindness. Participating in an extravagant engagement party, appearing shabbily would reflect badly on Lena. Besides, she indeed lacked the resources to purchase those items herself, so she accepted the offer gracefully. Chapter 61 Engagement Banquet. Night fell, and Lena lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Jalmer heard the rustling sounds and reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. What's wrong, little Di? Are you not feeling well? Jalmer extended his hand to feel Lena's forehead. Thankfully, she didn't have a fever. Lena huddled under the quilt, speaking softly with a muffled voice. No, I'm just having insomnia. Insomnia? Jalmer recalled that after they went on a trip for relaxation, her sleep quality improved significantly, and she rarely had insomnia anymore. Are you worried about tomorrow's engagement banquet? Though she appeared normal during the day, laughing and chatting with Imelda while trying on dresses, at night when it was quiet, too many thoughts came up, making her emotional and leading to insomnia. I don't know those people, and they are all from powerful families. My background. Lena left her words unsaid. Although she didn't finish her sentence, Jalmer understood her. Mariah pulled Lena into his arms and kissed her forehead gently. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Lena remembered what Kala had said about her family being old acquaintances with the Pedro family. Will Kala come? Jalmer paused before replying. Given the relationship between our families, my mother will definitely send an invitation to the Aubrey family. Whether Kala comes or not, I don't know, but the Aubrey family will certainly send someone. Lena murmured an oh. Don't worry, little Di. Tomorrow, just stay close to me. With me here, no one will dare to bully you. Lena nestled in Jalmer's arms and called his name softly. Jalmer. Will we really get married? Of course. His answer was like a sedative. Lena stopped worrying, closed her eyes, and quickly drifted into dreamland. The engagement banquet was held in a beautiful and luxurious garden hotel. Clara had directly booked the entire venue. On the 28th floor of the hotel, in an executive suite. Jalmer held Lena as they stood in front of the mirror. You look really beautiful. Cannon's soft kisses landed on the back of the girl's neck and collarbone. Your neck looks bare, it needs something more. Mariah took out the necklace he had purchased at auction and personally put it on Lena. In the mirror, Lena wore a light pink off-shoulder dress, with big wavy hair, and a valuable pink jewel and diamond necklace around her neck. She looked graceful and elegant, like a princess from a fairy tale. Jalmer stood behind her, his gaze on the mirror. Welcome to my world, little princess. Lena smiled. Jalmer took her hand. It's almost time, let's go down. Okay. Clara placed great importance on this engagement banquet. Although she wanted to keep it low-key and invited only a limited number of guests, she still spent heavily, ensuring everything was the best. Champagne, fine wine, exquisite dishes, and a famous band were all present. After completing the engagement ceremony, Jalmer took Lena to meet various elders. Mariah's son's lifelong affair was settled, and she was very pleased with her daughter-in-law. Clara chatted happily with the guests. Our little Di is still young. Let's engage first, then let her date Jean for a year or two before getting married. An elegantly dressed woman asked Clara with a smile. Sue, your daughter-in-law is truly beautiful. How old is she? Francesca was Clara's cousin-in-law, with whom she often played mahjong and chatted. Clara vaguely replied, she's still young, still in university. It's Jin's good luck to find such a treasure. Francesca didn't pry further and simply smiled. She does indeed look like a well-behaved child. Clara proudly responded, indeed, little Di is very obedient. As Jalmer led Lena around, they encountered Kala's father, Slade. Mariah whispered to Lena, that's Kala's father. We should call him Uncle. Mariah led Lena forward to greet him. Uncle, this is my fiancée, Lena. Slade glanced over, and his gaze lingered on Lena's face for a moment. This girl. Lena greeted him with a smile. Moriallo, Uncle Aubrey. Slade snapped back to reality and nodded indifferently, acknowledging the greeting. Actually, he hadn't wanted to come today. Recently, relations between their families hadn't been smooth, and Jalmer was currently acquiring the Yixing pharmaceutical company from his family. However, he couldn't refuse. The Pedro and Aubrey families had a long-standing relationship, and his family still relied on the Pedro family in many areas. There was no way they could completely sever ties. Now that the Pedro Corporation was run by Jalmer, despite being a junior, Slade still treated him politely. Jean, congratulations. I'd like to discuss something with you regarding the acquisition. Sorry, Uncle Aubrey. Today is a joyous occasion for me. I don't want to talk about business. Slade's face turned a bit sour. Then let's make an appointment for another day to talk. Sure, we'll see. Jalmer replied half-heartedly. Uncle Aubrey, I'm sorry, but I need to excuse myself. I still have other relatives to introduce to my fiancé. All right. Slade did not say anything more. Jalmer walked away with Lena. Behind Slade, several people were watching him, amused. They might not know that the Aubrey family and the Pedro family had been at odds recently, but they all knew that Kala, Slade's daughter, had always admired Jalmer since childhood. Today, Kala didn't dare to come, and already several young ladies were silently mocking her. Because she was pregnant, Jalmer made Bradford buy comfortable flats for her. However, being new shoes, wearing them for too long would still cause blisters. After walking around with Jalmer, Lena's heels were starting to hurt, so she found a sofa to rest for a while. Jalmer kept his promise of staying by her side to protect her, never leaving even for a moment. Mariah sat on the sofa with Lena, chatting casually. Imelda also came over, chatting happily with Lena. After a few minutes, Lena whispered to Jalmer, I need to go to the restroom. Jalmer told her the location of the restroom. It's not safe for you to go alone. Amy will go with you. Okay. Before going to the restroom, Amy inspected the toilet thoroughly as usual. Inside the ladies' restroom. While squatting down, Lena accidentally overheard someone talking. She didn't intend to pay attention, but she heard her name mentioned. Eva, who got engaged to brother Jean, what's her name again? Lena, right? Where did she come from? I've never heard of her before. Another voice answered, she's not from Kyoto and isn't one of our upper-class girls. She's just a poor girl. How did she hook up with brother Jean then? I don't know either, maybe she used some underhanded tactics. Brother Jean must have been forced into this engagement, she must be holding something over him. I think so too. Brother Jean can get any woman he wants. Why would he suddenly get engaged to an ordinary girl? There must be something fishy going on. Chapter 62, Lena is not someone who tolerates bullying. Yes, Brother Atlas was just playing around. An engagement party? It's just a small trick to appease women. She actually believes that by holding this engagement party, she can marry into a wealthy family and become a high-flying phoenix? Exactly, it's not that easy to enter the Pedro family. Look at Kala, who has been chasing after Brother Atlas for years, but he never paid attention to her. How many people are now making fun of her? Another voice shifted the topic, but did you see the necklace on Lena's neck just now? I heard from my mom that it seems like Brother Atlas bought it at an auction yesterday, spending 95 million. TSK, he really spared no expense. 95 million. So expensive. Francesca paused for a moment, then continued, you don't understand, Brother Atlas is using flattery to ruin her. The higher he lifts her up, the worse she will fall in the future. We just have to wait and see the mockery. Lena will definitely end up even worse than Kala, after all, the pain of having and then losing is much greater than unrequited love. What you say makes sense, I feel the same way. Let's just wait for the show. Lena came out of the bathroom, opened the door, and walked past them calmly. The two women were stunned for a moment. One of the women wearing a red dress arrogantly asked, did you hear everything? This tone had not an ounce of regret. Lena washed her hands calmly, yes, I heard everything. That woman curled her lips into a mocking smile and said, then don't be angry. What we said is the truth. We know you don't like to hear it, but that's how it is. Lena blinked her innocent large eyes and looked at the woman who spoke, smiling, I'm not angry at all. Why would I get angry over the fantasies of two dog lickers? Mariah. She was no longer someone who could be bullied, she had many thorns on her now. Francesca fumed so hard that her nostrils flared, her eyes widened, pointing at Lena, she shouted angrily, You dare to insult me. Lena smiled sweetly but sarcastically, then don't be angry. What I said is also the truth. I know you don't like to hear it, but that's the reality, aren't you just a dog licker for Pedro Atlas, one who can't even get what she wants? The other woman in a white dress couldn't stand it anymore, angrily saying, why are you so arrogant? Don't think that because the Pedro family held an engagement party, you can marry into the Pedro family. How dare you talk back to us, do you know who we are? Lena looked innocent, of course I know, dog lickers for Pedro Atlas, who loves to gossip. You. Francesca in the white dress raised her hand to slap Lena. Amy grabbed the woman's wrist and pulled it aside with force, causing the woman to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Francesca looked up angrily at Amy. Amy? Where did you come from? Amy had been standing guard outside. Seeing that Lena hadn't come out, she came in to check. As soon as she walked in, she saw someone intending to harm Lena. Amy coldly said, I am now Laverne's personal bodyguard. Paige, stay away from her. If you move again, I will make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 months. Paige is a granddaughter of a collateral branch of the Pedro family. Mariah's grandfather is a half-brother of old Catherine's Pedro, being his father's illegitimate son. Their family relied on the Pedro family to gain a place among the elite in Jingdu. Paige's status in the Pedro family is not as high as Amy, the daughter of the Pedro family's chief bodyguard. They are part of the same circle, having met many times before, so naturally, they recognized each other. Paige knew of Amy's martial skills and dared not go further. She stood up while holding her face with hatred. And you, Susan, Amy turned her head to the woman in the red dress beside her, behave yourself. If you dare to bully Laverne, you'll have no good days ahead. Susan wanted to retaliate but dared not speak, glaring angrily at Lena. Lena smiled, wiped her hands, and elegantly walked past them. Who are these two women? Amy followed behind Lena, answering while walking. Paige's grandfather and old Catherinester Pedro are half-brothers. The Lee family is related to Paige's family by marriage, with Susan's father and Paige's mother being siblings. I see, so the Lee family isn't that closely related to the Pedro family. Why would Dot invite the Lee family? The Lee family runs a fairly large company and does business with the Pedro family. They rely on the Pedro family and often visit. Lena understood. Oh, no wonder Susan was so hostile toward me earlier. She probably dreams of marrying Pedro Atlas. Amy immediately replied, that's impossible. Catherinester hasn't even given her a second look. Lena smiled. It seems that Pedro Atlas is indeed very charming. Wherever she goes, she encounters his messy entanglements. Returning to the banquet hall, Pedro Atlas was still sitting on the sofa waiting for her, and Imelda was nowhere to be seen. Where's Yuashin? Lena sat down next to Jalmer. Jalmer put his arm around her shoulders and nodded toward a direction. She said she was hungry and went over there to get some food. Lena looked in that direction and saw Imelda holding a plate selecting food at the buffet area. Amy briefly reported what had happened in the restroom to Jalmer. Jalmer's expression darkened after hearing it. Has Paige become so bold now? To dare hit his fiancée? It seems he needs to find something for her to do. Jalmer said, okay, I understand. Seeing him reply so calmly, Lena felt a bit sour and unhappy. Jalmer, you have so many admirers. Kala, Paige, and that Susan. Sigh, I don't even know them, but because of you, they all see me as an enemy. Amy wisely stepped back, blending into the crowd. Jalmer chuckled, I don't interact with them, they force themselves on me. I don't even talk to them, so it's not my fault. Humph, but it's because of you that they treat me like this. Jalmer gently pinched Lena's nose, soothing her. Alright, don't be angry. It's my fault for ignoring them. I should take action to end their fantasies. Mariah hearing this, Lena's discomfort vanished. But it's fine anyway. With Amy around, they won't dare bully me. Lena smiled, you didn't see the look on their faces when I retorted. It was priceless. Jalmer looked at her affectionately and asked, very cooperatively, oh? What look? Justine, you can't imagine how arrogant Lena was at Jin's engagement party today. Paige called Kala, pretending to be a concerned sister. Ah, it's such a pity about you and Jean. In my heart, only you deserve Jean. Who knew Lena would come out of nowhere? Justine, engagement isn't marriage. From my view, you still have a chance. Think of a way to win Jean back. We can't let Lena get away with it. You two grew up together, and you are a Aubrey family princess. Lena is nothing. She doesn't deserve to compete with you. I support you, sister. Paige spoke passionately, almost fooling herself. Kala gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles white. Humph, that little tramp Lena thinks she can compete with me? Paige agreed, yes, exactly. Get rid of her. Kala sneered, Mariah, just wait. She'll regret it. After hanging up, Kala picked up the documents on the table, her face sinister. On top of the stack was Alexi's identity information. Chapter 63 Jalmer is jealous. After the engagement party ended, Lena took out a ticket for the ZY team fan meeting from her bag and handed it to Imelda. Imelda looked surprised. Wow. Where did you get it? Lena smiled, Jalmer gave it to me. Let's go together next Saturday. That's great. I was worried I hadn't managed to grab a ticket. I didn't expect you to have a VIP ticket here. It must cost thousands of yuan, right? Jalmer said it's free. Well, that's true, with your president's influence, maybe it was given by the organizer. Anyway, thank you very much, little Dai. Don't be so formal. Imelda put away the ticket and smiled, I see you've become an extraordinary Catherinester, unbelievable, little Dai, you are the most talented person I've ever seen. My senior has excellent skills too, he is also the president of our school's esports club, but I feel you're even better than him. I've seen your battle records, they're more impressive than his. Huh, take me flying one day. Sure, I'm free most of the time, just call me when you're available. Okay. Imelda got into the Pedro family driver's car and waved goodbye to Lena through the lowered window. After seeing off the guests, Jalmer went back to the apartment with Lena. Tired after a whole day, take a shower and rest early. Jalmer gently kissed Lena's forehead. Okay, I'll take a shower first. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Jalmer walked to the window and made a phone call. I remember you invested in a variety show called Deformation recently, right? Charles replied, yes, what's up? Are you interested in investing and taking shares? I'll send 2 people over there to keep an eye on it for me. Huh? Who was unlucky enough to make young Master Pedro unhappy? Not now. Jalmer hung up the phone and then called his assistant Eliam. Contact Pedro Lay and Li Yung. Tell them the variety show that Xiao family invests in is very suitable for their daughters to attend for training. Have them send their daughters in 2 days, the longer the better. If it can exceed half a year, the big project of Morning Star will be entrusted to them. Pedro Lay is Paige's father, according to seniority, Jalmer should call him uncle. But in the Pedro family, no one dared to defy Jalmer's orders. Melvin, though Pedro Lay was a senior, he had no say. Li Yung is Susan's father, also relying on the Pedro family for living, he dared not disobey Jalmer's words. At this moment, Paige was still basking in her clever idea of using Kala to deal with Lena. Unbeknownst to her, she would soon pay a price for today's behavior. After Lena finished her shower, Jalmer quickly took a shower as well. Mariah walked out of the bathroom wearing a dark sleep robe, with water dripping from his hair ends. The room was warmly heated, he didn't plan to dry his hair, just took a towel to wipe it and tossed it aside. Lena frowned and said, Jalmer, dry your hair quickly, what if you get a headache later? No problem, I'm not that fragile. But that's not okay, let me help you. Lena found a hairdryer and plugged it in. Jalmer felt sweet inside, a smile spreading on his lips, okay. No one had ever dried his hair before. The socket was by the bed, Jalmer sat on the bed while Lena stood on the ground drying his hair. Eva's fingers weaved through his hair. The hum of the hairdryer filled the air. Jalmer wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, closing his eyes and enjoying this moment comfortably. After a while, Lena said, your hair quality is quite good, obviously undyed. Jalmer smiled, I don't like dyeing my hair. Yes, don't dye it. After dyeing, it might look like a punk boy, which is not handsome. Jalmer frowned, really that exaggerated? Mariah wasn't at the stage of being compared to a punk boy yet? Just as he wanted to say something, Lena continued talking. But not necessarily, it depends on the hair color. Dyed yellow hair looks ugly, but white hair is trendy, just not everyone can pull it off. White hair? Yes, I love white hair, how cool it is. Lena smiled brightly, Chinganhua once had a white hair style, extremely handsome, I became his fan just because of his white hair. Who is Chinganhua? Lena grew more excited. A very handsome male star, don't you know him? Mariah is very popular, having acted in several TV series, all of which I followed. Why should I know him? Jalmer opened his eyes, his smile vanished completely. Every day so many stars try to approach me to take advantage of Pedro Group's resources, should I recognize all of them? Jalmer sounded really unhappy. Lena hadn't noticed it, still talking to herself, yeah, it's fine, I saved some photos of him on my phone. I'll show you later, then you'll know him. Jalmer was almost amused and angered at the same time. You even saved his photos? Yeah, I just saved the photos of his white hair look, he was really handsome. Jalmer was so angry that he didn't want to talk anymore. Lena was still drying his hair. Mariah, right. Jalmer, isn't it easy for you to meet a celebrity? Can you get me some signed photos of Chinganhua? No. Jalmer coldly refused. Tisk, stingy. Lena tousled Jalmer's hair, all dried, done. She put away the hairdryer and was still a bit sulky. I even dried your hair for you, and you won't even help me get a signed photo. Jalmer didn't say anything. Mariah turned over and lay down on the bed, pulling the quilt over himself. Lena turned to look at him, going to sleep already? Jalmer did not respond. What's up with this? Lena was puzzled and got into bed as well. Jalmer pulled her into his arms. Is he better looking than me? Cannon's voice was muffled. Lena pressed against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Thump thump, strong and steady. So, he was jealous. Lena chuckled inwardly. No, of course not. You are better looking. It's just that you didn't enter the entertainment industry. If you were a star, you would definitely be the top stream. I'd be your first fan. Humph. Jalmer was easy to comfort, Lena's words had calmed him down. In the darkness, Jalmer's lips curled slightly, alright, go to sleep now. Okay. Lena snuggled closer in his arms and suddenly grinned slyly. So, can you get me those signed photos? Cannon's just raised smile vanished again as he sternly said, no. Lena giggled slightly in his embrace. She had intentionally said that just to tease Jalmer. Wasn't it adorable when the CEO was jealous? What was that term? Oh, yes, cute contrast. Yes, exactly, cute contrast. Seeing the girl giggling in his arms, Jalmer finally realized she was playing around. Fine, misbehaving, huh? Cannon's voice was husky. After being with Jalmer for so long, Lena knew this was a sign of his rising desire. She wanted to escape. As soon as Lena slipped out of Jalmer's embrace, she was caught back by the man. Where are you running to? Jalmer kissed her, his hot breath falling on Lena's neck. Don't like it? His kisses were gentle yet lingering, making the girl's body gradually soften. Jalmer's lips moved up to her mouth. Their deep kiss was tender and passionate, making Lena lose her breath. Another night full of spring light. Chapter 64, A Cocksure Catherine Gets Humiliated. On Wednesday evening, Imelda invited Lena to play a game. Honey, I'm with my senior. Let's queue up for an entertainment match together tonight. Seeing the WeChat message, Lena was momentarily stunned. Senior? Which one? It's Augustine, the one we played with last time as a top laner with, the character name is left untranslated as it's a specific character in the game. This reminder brought it all back to Lena. She had a very strong impression of Augustine. Catherine'ly because of what happened during their previous gaming session when a certain T-sweet girl, Cute V, put on a voice saying, Vernanjiang, I'm so upset, I don't want to play anymore. At that time, she told Imelda that Augustine and Cute V seemed more than just friends. But Imelda didn't listen. Love makes people blind. Lena repeatedly typed and deleted messages in the chat box. She drafted several complaints about Augustine but ultimately didn't send them. In her heart, Lena wasn't optimistic about this guy. However, Imelda was now lost in her sweet love affair, sharing the joy of love with her best friend. It wouldn't be nice to dampen her mood. Finally, Lena chose to avoid mentioning Augustine altogether. Sure, what time tonight? Imelda replied immediately. 7 o'clock. Okay. Lena had just climbed to 200 Catherinester points that afternoon, completing her goal for the day. She could now relax and enjoy a match with Imelda in the evening. At 7:15 p.m. that night, Lena and Imelda had been waiting for Augustine in the game room for 15 minutes. Lena was getting impatient, her opinion of him worsening. After all, a quick game could finish in 15 minutes. If he had said earlier that it would take this long, they could have already started a game by now. Getting restless, Lena typed a message asking Imelda. What's he doing? Why isn't he here yet? Mariah said his network was a bit problematic just now. Mariah's fixed it and will be there soon. After another 5 minutes, Augustine finally arrived. Mariah also brought along another male player, making it 4 in the room. Augustine spoke in-game using his self-proclaimed charming high-pitched voice, let's find one more, to form a full black team. The random players are too stupid. Lena thought to herself, I think you're already stupid enough, talking in such a sickening baby voice gives me goosebumps. Imelda replied, there's no one here on my end. Laverne, do you have any online friends? Lena checked her list and found someone online. I am the Cathrinted King. Cathrinted is a jungle hero. TSK, the corner of Lena's mouth twitched. What a childish name. At first glance, she thought it said Roach King. Lena casually dragged him into the room. The person typed on the public chat screen. I am the Cathrinted King, the big shot has finally agreed to carry me today. Lena ignored him. Augustine asked in the voice chat, Roach King? Whose friend is this? Imelda answered, probably Laverne brought him in. Cannon immediately corrected, brother, look closely, I'm Cathrinted. The Cathrinted King. Not Roach. Augustine ignored him. But Imelda laughed out loud, ha ha ha, brother, don't mind him. His eyes must be playing tricks on him. Imelda started the game. During champion selection, I am the Cathrinted King, shouted in the voice chat, big shot, are you going AD? Your AD skills are amazing, I'll jungle and gank for you. Lena remained silent. Imelda joked, Laverne, is this your little admirer? Ignoring the guy, Lena responded in voice chat to Imelda. No, I don't even know him, just randomly brought him in. Who knew that the moment Lena spoke, the man got extremely excited. Holy crap. Big shot, you're a girl. Ah, holy crap, you're actually a girl. Augustine locked in a top lane, complaining, Tisk, lower your voice, your mic is too loud, I'm going deaf. Oh, sorry bro, I got carried away just now. Lena selected Kaisa as AD, while Imelda picked Oriana. Augustine said, we'll focus on top lane to get me ahead. With my advantage, I can carry the game. Oriana, follow me. Lena sneered. This guy is truly overconfident. Was he looking down on her so much right in the voice chat? Ha, don't say that, it's not decided who carries who yet. Lena retorted without hesitation. Imelda tried to smooth things over, Laverne, don't take it to heart. I'll stay with you and protect you. I'll protect you too, the jungling mantis added eagerly. Canon Augustine brought along picked Ziggs as mid lane. The game began, and within 5 minutes, the top laner was killed, giving the first blood. Lena scoffed silently, not saying a word. The sarcasm was palpable. When Augustine started to lose, he began commanding the jungler, come top lane to help me. The jungler was not happy being commanded and said, come on, man, you brought ignite and can't beat the teleport from the enemy? Augustine became very irritated but insisted, the enemy is a Nocturne, and Nocturne counters, didn't you know? Huh, turns out you're only an Emerald. Your rank is so low, no wonder your game understanding is so poor. The jungler's temper flared up, and he immediately shot back, what are you superior about? You're great because you're in Diamond 1. I just play fewer ranked games, my skills aren't worse than yours. Watch me hit diamond tomorrow. While these two men were arguing, the opposing team's jungler caught them off guard at the bottom lane. Lina performed an impressive series of moves, achieving a triple kill. Imelda tried to mediate again. Oh, stop fighting. What's there to fight about? We have a huge advantage in the bottom lane. Let's wait for AD to carry us. Lina muted the voice chat from the jungler and top laner. These two were really annoying. If it wasn't for her best friend Imelda, she wouldn't have bothered playing with them. After the argument between the jungler and top laner, the jungler never returned to the top lane again. Top laner already couldn't handle the opponent, constantly ganked by the opposing jungler, and by the 15-minute mark, his record stood at an astonishing 0-10-0. Lina had already blocked Augustine, so she didn't know what else he was saying in the voice chat. But even with her eyes closed, she could guess he must have lost his temper. Imelda kept comforting Augustine over the voice chat. Lina didn't say anything but felt like laughing. Is this the cocksure man who said at the beginning that if the support followed him, he could carry everyone? Just as Lina secured a pentakill during the team fight, someone initiated a surrender vote. It was clear that it was the top laner who initiated the surrender. Imelda comforted, it's okay, Vernanjiang. Laverne can still carry us to victory. Let's not surrender, you should try farming more. By this time, Augustine's score was 0-13-2. While Lina's score was 15-0-8. Lina played the game diligently, focusing on how to carry everyone to victory. Yet, Imelda's boyfriend wanted everyone to surrender because he couldn't handle the game. At this moment, Lina detested this man to the extreme. What kind of man is this? Poor at gaming yet has such a bad temper, needing his girlfriend to comfort him while playing games, acting like a giant baby here. If it weren't for Imelda, Lina would have scolded him long ago. In the end, the mid laner, jungler, and support protected Lina, winning the game successfully. As soon as the game ended, Lina exited the room. Yueshin, I'm done. You guys play on. Laverne, sorry, Vernanjiang has a short temper. Please accept my apologies on his behalf. Lina frowned. Yueshin, don't apologize, it's not your fault. While chatting with Imelda, the Catherintis King from before also messaged her. Goddess, add me on WeChat so we can play together sometime. Lina frowned even deeper. How did she turn from a big shot into a goddess? No thanks. The person got anxious. Goddess, please add me, you're the most skilled girl I've ever seen playing. I can gift you skins. Lina didn't need those skins. No thanks. Before she could finish sending, a notification popped up in the game. Catherintis King had gifted her a Kaisa skin. And it didn't stop there. Notifications kept popping up one after another, non-stop. Mariah practically sent her all the skins for the ADC champions she played. Can I add you now? Goddess. Lina hated moral coercion the most. Directly gifting skins and then expecting acceptance made it seem immoral to refuse. Lina thought about adding him on WeChat, refunding the cost of the skins, and then telling him her WeChat ID. But little did she know, this guy added her on WeChat right away. Chapter 65 Fan Meet and Greet. Lina stared at the selfie in the chat interface, her expression darkening. Wait, this guy is also one of those men who have an inflated sense of self-importance? Why did he send a selfie right away? Lina ignored him. She was busy calculating the cost of skins. This person had sent 20 skins, and Lina directly transferred him 2,000 yuan. Thank you for the skins, but I don't need those few skins. I've transferred the money to you, no need to give change. The other party sent a question mark. I never take back what I've given, rest assured, brother doesn't mind the few bucks. Let's get acquainted, my name is Armand, and yours? Right after, Armand sent 2 photos. One showed his hand on a Catherintis steering wheel. Another showed him standing in front of a Porsche Cayenne. Wow, the photos on your moments look really good, didn't expect such high looks. I thought girls who play games are not that pretty. Goddess, would you consider being my girlfriend? Brother has some cash and is quite generous, can shower you with gold coins. Lina was speechless. Too many points to critique, she didn't know where to start. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend, and we're engaged. Also, your vibe is too strong, I don't like it. Armand replied instantly. It's fine, I don't mind. You were with him because you hadn't met me yet, now that I'm here, you can break up with him. What vibe? If you don't like it, I can change. Lina. Your boyfriend surely isn't as good as me, finding a quality man like me is nearly impossible. Where are you from? I can come find you. If we hit it off after meeting, I can gift you a Porsche, how about that? Lina called him a conceited man, then deleted his WeChat immediately. Armand added her again instantly. What's wrong, goddess? Not satisfied with me? Tell me what you want, I'll meet all your demands. Goddess, don't ignore me. Lina blocked him directly. Finally, peace prevailed. In a blink, it was Saturday. Lina and Imelda went to ZY Team's offline fan meet and greet. They sat in VIP seats in the front row, providing clear views of both the game and the players. ZY's ADC player Melvin wasn't just skilled but also had undeniable good looks. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, slightly wavy hair, fair skin, symmetrical features. His youthful handsomeness charmed a large crowd of teenage girls. Imelda went into fangirl mode on the spot. Ah, Melvin is too handsome. Mariah looks better in real life than in pictures. Lena smiled, patting her shoulder. Calm down, calm down. Imelda turned to look at Lena. Laverne, aren't you a Melvin fan? Aren't you excited seeing him in person? I am excited, Lena said casually, but remember, I'm engaged. Watching is enough. If I get too excited, Mr. Pedro will be jealous. TSK, the smell of love. Imelda said smilingly, but it's true, your big boss is much better looking than him. They're different kinds of handsome. Your CEO has the charm of a mature man, that face exudes hormones perfectly. Melvin is only 17, still a kid. His type of handsome is young and shy. But I prefer Melvin's type more. Lena teased, so, not fond of your senior anymore? Ugh, stop it, as you know, this kind of like is not the same as that kind. My feeling for Melvin is admiration, while for the senior, it's romantic. For the first 2 hours of the fan meet, players drew fans on stage to play black mode together. The ZY team had 6 players including substitutes, and 4 fans were selected through a mobile lottery system. 10 people divided into 2 teams to play a 5v5 custom match. On stage, the female host concluded her long opening remarks. Now everyone please open your WeChat and scan the QR code on the screen. We will randomly select 4 lucky audience members to go on stage and play with our players. Imelda shrieked beside Lena, pick me. Pick me. All the fans got very excited, shouting, pick me, at the top of their lungs, creating a very lively atmosphere. Lena took out her phone to scan indifferently. She didn't care much whether or not she would be chosen. However, 1 minute later, her and Imelda's WeChat names appeared on the screen. Holy crap. Laverne, did I see that right? Are those our names? Ah, that's awesome. Could it be this coincidental? Lena's eyebrows knitted together as she sensed something was not right. She sent a message to Jalmer. Mr. Pedro, could there be an inside story with this fan interaction session? How could it be so coincidental that both Yueshin and I are chosen? Jalmer replied instantly. Very smart. Well, just as she suspected. Lena turned her head. Imelda looked extremely excited, her eyes sparkling. Lena smiled slightly. Thank you, Mr. Pedro. No need to thank me. The host on the stage read out the WeChat names on the screen. Please welcome these lucky fans whose names have been called to come on stage. Imelda grabbed Lena's arm. Oh no, oh no. Confused, Lena asked, what's wrong? I'm so nervous. Lena patted Imelda's hand lightly. It's fine, just treat it like our usual black mode gaming sessions. She led Imelda up to the stage. Goddess, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lena followed the voice and her lips twitched involuntarily. Chapter 66, CEO watching live stream and getting jealous. Armand smiled brilliantly. Mariah especially walked over to stand beside Lena. Goddess, what a coincidence. Lena curled her lips, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. What a coincidence, did you also buy a spot? Armand whispered back to her, you even knew this? Imelda asked softly on the other side of Lena, little Di, who is this person? Do you know him? Just that Catherine Tispon King we played with the other day. Ah. How did he recognize you? It's a long story, I'll explain it to you later. The host took out a piece of paper. Now, we invite the lucky fans to draw lots. If you get 1, you join team 1, if you get 2, you join team 2. Lena casually picked one up. Imelda leaned over to see. Little Di, which team did you pick? Lena opened the paper ball. Team 1. Imelda pouted, I'm in team 2. We can't be together. Armand leaned over with a smile, what a coincidence, goddess, I'm also in team 1. We'll be teammates soon. Lena secretly rolled her eyes. This fan meet and greet was being live-streamed on the platform cooperating with the team. Jalmer sat in the CEO's office, looking grimly at the computer screen. There was an audacious man who kept approaching Lena. That man's gaze toward Lena was full of a man's desire to conquer a woman. On the field, there were segments for fans to shake hands with, get autographs from, and take pictures with the players. Imelda summoned the courage to ask Melvin for his signature and proposed taking a picture together. Melvin was very polite, smiling gently as he agreed. Lena helped them take the picture with her phone. When it was Armand's turn, he shamelessly looked at Lena and said with a chuckle, I won't take a picture with the player, I want to take one with my goddess. The host smiled and asked, Sir, may I ask, who is your goddess? Lena had a blank expression on her face. She just wanted to kick Armand down now. Armand tilted his chin towards Lena, of course it's her, she's the prettiest here. Is there any doubt about it? His words not only drew everyone's attention to Lena but also garnered her some ill will. She didn't do anything, yet she was the one who got shot down. And he dared to say she was the prettiest in the entire venue. Didn't he know that most of today's attendees were female fans? Why couldn't he just go fly off somewhere? Lena really wanted to give him 2 punches on the face. The female host smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, we can arrange photos with the players here, but we cannot help you take a photo with another fan. You have to get her consent. No, Lena replied coldly. Armand shrugged indifferently, as if he had expected it all along. The host, who had seen many big scenes before, skillfully handled the small incident, quickly changing the subject. However, in the Pedro Corporation's CEO office, seeing the scene, the great CEO Pedro could no longer sit still. Mariah immediately made a call. Investigate the male audience member interacting with Laverne at the ZY Team fan meet, right away. Assistant Eliam, who was arranging the CEO's schedule in the office, habitually replied, yes, sir. But after hanging up, he realized something. What team? What male audience? Sun assistant was completely puzzled, and he turned on Baidu to search for ZY Team. Then he followed the link popped up by the webpage to enter the live stream of the fan meeting. After watching for a few minutes, Eliam deeply sighed, oh, with an understanding look. Turns out the CEO was jealous. After the photo session ended, the players and fans sat down. 10 computers were split 5 to 5, facing each other on both sides of the stage. Lena's Team 1 was led by ZY's AD player Melvin, and Imelda's Team 2 was led by the jungler player Xian. While choosing heroes, Melvin said in-game, this is a friendly match. Everyone can choose whatever they want. You guys pick first, and I'll fill in the gaps. Though he played AD position in matches, he actually could play all 5 positions. Armand was a loudmouth, boldly saying in front of 5 people, Goddess, are you playing AD? I'll support you. Melvin turned his head when he heard this. Lena happened to be sitting right beside him. From the side view, the girl had fair skin, a high nose bridge, and long eyelashes. Mariah's beauty truly matched the term goddess. Melvin was taken aback by her beauty and involuntarily glanced at her twice. Mariah noticed this girl earlier but didn't stare rudely due to politeness. Mariah thought that while picking heroes, everyone's attention would be on the game, so no one would notice him staring. Unbeknownst to him, his small actions had already been captured by the camera, and the live stream viewers saw it. The live stream chat exploded as some viewers began to ship the couple enthusiastically. Ah, Melvin is this female fan. So sweet. Yeah, this girl is so pretty. I would have it too if she were this beautiful. Moria Haven, what a good-looking couple. They're just too shippable. Do you think this girl could be Melvin's girlfriend? She might be here to see him and show affection publicly. It's possible. The more I look, the more I feel they're a couple. I think what you say makes sense. It looks like our Melvin has fallen in love. This girl is truly beautiful. If she's Melvin's girlfriend, I totally support them. You're right. If my sister-in-law looks like this, I'd support it too. Although I'm heartbroken that Melvin has a girlfriend, his happiness makes me happy for him. The speculations grew increasingly outrageous. Jalmer leaned back in his office chair, his face dark and ominous. Mariah instructed his assistant again, contact the platform and mute those people in the live stream who are spouting nonsense. Eliam had seen those CP shippers as well. On the surface, he responded seriously, okay, but in reality, he was enjoying the gossip with relish. TSK, who would have thought the CEO could be so petty and jealous? This didn't seem like the living Yama he knew at all. The more Jalmer saw, the angrier he became. Mariah should have never let his little princess attend this fan meet. These men looked like hungry wolves, their gazes blatant. Mariah really wanted to gouge out their eyeballs. Moriar, the great CEO Pedro's molars were grinding down from anger. Meanwhile, Lena was casually selecting her champion, oblivious to Melvin's gaze. She was frustrated. Why was Armand clinging to her like a plaster? By now, someone had already chosen the mid lane and top lane positions. She wasn't adept at playing jungle, but she could handle support. Lena hesitated whether to pick support. Perhaps she could support the player she admired, Melvin. While she was considering, Armand directly chose the support champion Soraka. In the voice chat, he laughed cheekily, Goddess, you play Ashe, and I'll be your support. As soon as these words came out, there was a deathly silence in the team voice chat. Lena was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole with her toes. Damn. How could he make such crude jokes? Ashe is called, in Chinese, and sounds like, meaning, do you love sucking my tits? This is a well-known dirty pun in League of Legends, originating from a lewd male streamer. Lena detested such vulgar and stale jokes. If it weren't for the presence of so many people watching, Lena would have punched him. Not only did she want to punch him, but she also wanted to call Amy over. But now, she couldn't hit him and could only retort verbally. Shut up, a dog's mouth can't produce anything but filth. Chapter 67, The CEO Encounters a Rival. Lena picked an Ezreal, AD hero. Melvin, playing as a substitute jungler, chose a leopard woman. Elroy clearly didn't play much as a support, all he knew was to hide behind and heal, doing nothing else but healing. Mariah wouldn't even create vision in the bottom lane or know how to trade damage for blood exchange. Lena had a tough time, feeling like she was in prison during the bottom lane matchup. And worse, the AD she was up against was a professional player. Although that person played support in their team and not primarily as an AD, their basic skills and game sense were impeccable. The opposing support was Imelda. Elroy, who was sweating profusely while lining up against the gold-level Imelda, was beaten back by Imelda's Lulu, running around in circles. Sorry, goddess. I don't usually play as a support, so I'm not really good at it. Lena wasn't polite at all. If you can't play, why did you choose it? Elroy smiled indifferently and said carelessly, isn't this just a casual game? Just playing around. Lena rolled her eyes. She took games seriously, even in casual matches, focusing fully on the game. She didn't bother arguing with Elroy. Lena stopped talking and quietly continued playing. The opposing jungler came down to the bottom lane for a gank. The support died first, unable to use her ultimate or flash, completely failing to make any impact. Lena faced 3 enemies, and just as Ezreal was wielding his red and white blades, the most powerful knives, under the defense tower, she performed an amazing triple kill with perfect. Triple kill. Holy crap, our team's AD sister is impressive. No less aggressive than the boys, the professional mid laner Feral praised in the voice chat. Goddess. You're truly worthy of being my goddess. So strong. Elroy followed along in the voice chat. Melvin was also impressed by Lena's moves and turned his head to look at the girl beside him again. Eva was focused intently on the computer screen, her eyes solely on the game. Mariah had never seen such a girl before, beautiful and with excellent gaming skills. Perhaps because he also played AD, he was easily attracted to girls like her. Melvin felt his heart rate accelerate. It was an unprecedented thrill. The audience in the venue was also buzzing, cheering for Lena's stunning counterattack. The live stream room was even more lively. True to form, Lila plays Ezreal like a pro. My auntie is awesome. Of course, as an auntie, if she weren't good at playing AD, would Melvin love her? Look, Melvin peeked at her again. Swoon, swoon. Catherine-eyed Melvin taught her how to play Ezreal. Ha ha ha, too sweet. I'm picturing it. Losing to such a girl, I'm okay with it. At this moment, one of Melvin's girlfriend fans quietly broke apart, wishing Melvin happiness. Melvin has sneaked 2 peeks at his wife. Hey, keep it in check, everyone's watching. In front of the screen, Jalmer's handsome face became darker and darker. In the live stream room, the moderator was breaking into a sweat. Just now, the big boss ordered all those shipping CPs to be muted. Now with so many people shipping CPs, he was overwhelmed. Couldn't mute them all, impossible to mute them all. Mariah, moderator, why did you mute me? What did I do? Just ship some CPs, what's wrong with that? Is shipping CPs illegal? Someone opened a new account to protest against the moderator. Not long after, another small account chimed in, that's right, is shipping CPs illegal? Uh-huh. I'm just spectating, were you guys muted? Yeah, my main account was muted. The moderator couldn't take it anymore and typed personally. Everyone, watch rationally. Our players are not dating their fans. Your comments are causing trouble for both the players and the audience. With the moderator coming out to dispel rumors, Melvin's girlfriend fans and non-shipping CP audience members also spoke up. There were too many CP shippers earlier, I didn't dare speak up. Melvin is still young, how could he be in early romance? Are the CP shippers delirious? Exactly, can't we just watch the show properly without randomly shipping CPs? Can't stand it. Yes, can those who overthink romance have their own live stream? Don't affect my enjoyment of my idol. Someone retorted defiantly, Melvin is about to turn 18 soon, how young is that? Don't dream, girlfriend fans, even if Melvin isn't dating this fan, it doesn't fall to you guys. Yes, some dreamers should wake up, Melvin won't be with you. Then, the girlfriend fans and CP fans got into a heated argument. The moderator stood by idly. Let them argue, the more they argue, the more traffic for the live stream. Mariah only muted those who were too emotionally charged, cursing and using prohibited words. Mariah ignored the rest. Meanwhile, a wave off showed Melvin that Lena was quite skilled. For the next 10 minutes, he paid special attention to the bottom lane, intentionally or unintentionally protecting Lena. Mariah developed a liking for Lena, with a bit of personal bias involved. The mid laner played against a fan, playing casually and holding back significantly. Thus, the mid laner's performance was fairly average. The opposing jungler was a professional player Xian, while Lena's team had AD player Melvin as a substitute jungler. So Melvin's performance as the jungler on Lena's side wasn't great either. Both top laners were professional players from their respective teams, one was a regular member, and the other was a substitute. They were used to being compared by their fans and thus tried to outdo each other, making the match competitive. Overall, Lena's performance stood out the most. In the end, Lena's team won, and she became the MVP. After the game, Melvin turned to Lena and smiled genuinely, praising her, you played Aphelios well. Lena was thrilled to be recognized by the professional player she admired. She smiled in response, thank you. I learned from watching your streams, you are my favorite professional player. Melvin froze for a moment, his ears turning red instantly. This scene was given a close-up by the director. Jalmer laughed in frustration. The live stream room boiled up again. Mariah blushed. Ah, what a shy and modest boy, so cute. TSK, some dream girls didn't want to admit it, now they can finally give up, right? You're getting embarrassed over this pretty girl. Exactly, I said there must be something between them. Can't you stop spreading rumors? Melvin is just shy. Being shy doesn't mean he likes someone. Some people just won't give up until they hit a brick wall. On the stage. In the second game, Lena didn't want to play AD anymore. She instantly picked Leona as support. Melvin, who claimed to choose last in the previous game, saw Lena pick a support and immediately selected ADC Ashe. Ashe and Leona are a couple in the game. This time, both the venue and the live stream room exploded. Melvin the host ambiguously teased them for the show effect. In the live stream room. TSK, someone's heart is breaking now, you're playing couples heroes with this pretty sister. Frustrated? Hahaha, hilarious, even chose last in the previous game but seeing the beauty pick Leona, he instantly picked Ashe. Someone's heart is about to break. The doom of dream girls. Hahaha. Melvin's girlfriend fans spammed the screen angrily. Can you stop being disgusting? Melvin picked Ashe just because the Ashe-Leona combo is strong and fitting. Exactly, I can't stand these lovey-dovey minds. Can we focus on the game, please? This combination is strong. True, besides, Ashe is Melvin's signature hero. Mariah picked it to coordinate with support. Some people need to stop overthinking everything. Jalmer didn't play games, so he didn't know Lena and Melvin's heroes were a couple. Mariah only learned this from the live stream comments. Mariah glared darkly at the boy on the screen. This boy was Lena's favorite player. It was clear that this boy had feelings for Lena. Men understood men best, his eyes gave it away. How dare he, barely grown up, compete for Lena? Jalmer took deep breaths, trying hard to calm himself down. Mariah desperately wanted to end this boy's career with a phone call. But he knew Lena wouldn't be happy if he did that. His little princess was so kind-hearted, she wouldn't allow such things to happen. It seemed necessary to declare his territory. These kids had never seen the big boss. Next time, he would organize a club gathering and bring Lena personally. Jalmer watched Lena and Melvin work together seamlessly to kill an enemy in the live stream room. When they returned to base, the two heroes hugged lovingly. Mariah felt pain in his heart. Just as Jalmer was fuming, his assistant Eliam called. Boss, I found the information on the male fan interacting with Miss Cheen. It's in your email. Chapter 68, The CEO has a sense of crisis. Armand, the crown prince of Lee Group, was known for his womanizing ways and leaving no trace behind in his pursuits. Jalmer's eyes flashed with coldness, his expression mocking. Did this pampered rich kid even deserve to provoke Ray? Mariah probably didn't know how to write the character, Death. While Jalmer was looking at Armand's information, he asked his assistant Eliam on the phone, this Lee Group seems somewhat familiar? The CEO's schedule was arranged and recorded by Eliam, so naturally, he knew about Lee Group. Eliam replied, recently, Lee Group has been developing new energy vehicles. At the startup stage, they've spent a lot of money and are now having cash flow problems. Mr. Jeffrey, CEO of Lee Group, wants to attract investment. Mariah has scheduled to fly you to Royal Melbourne to play golf on January 16th next year. All expenses will be fully covered by Mr. Lee. Jalmer sneered, Royal Melbourne, he sure knows how to pick a place. In January, it was the coldest time in Kyoto. It was still summer in Australia, quite suitable for playing golf. With Lee Group having cash flow difficulties, Jeffrey still went all out to invite him to play golf at Royal Melbourne. Appealing to his interests, giving up something to gain more, this old fox thought pretty far ahead. Indeed, the older ones are sharper. Jalmer's dark eyes gleamed deeply, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Mr. Jeffrey had put in considerable effort to court him for investment. But did he know that his precious son was trying to poach from him, Jalmer? Otto was also shrewd. Knowing that the CEO wanted information on Armand, he took it further and looked into the data of ZY's AD player, Melvin. CEO, I've also attached the profile of professional player Melvin below. No wonder Eliam was the CEO's most capable aide, he could read the CEO's mind clearly. Jalmer scrolled down. Melvin, real name Adrian, born in 2006, turning 18 this December. From an ordinary family, both parents working middle-class jobs. Adrian dropped out of school at 15 to become a professional gamer, never finishing high school. Glancing at his background, Jalmer felt disdainful. With such conditions, there was no threat. Ray wouldn't like someone like him. What could he possibly have that matched himself? However, suddenly, he switched back to the live stream. In the live stream, the boy was playing couple heroes with Ray, their teamwork perfectly synchronized. During one team fight, while the other three teammates were dead, they too managed to win a 2v5. Jalmer squinted slightly. Though he didn't play games, he could see that the boy's gameplay was indeed very impressive. After winning that round, he even turned and smiled at Ray. Mariah was Ray's idol who loved this game too, sharing common interests and language. Moreover, he was young, only a year younger than Ray, almost peers. What if Ray developed a favorable bias due to his gaming skills? The profile indicated that 80% of Adrian's fans were female, mostly young girls like Ray. Seemed this guy was popular among girls. Suddenly, Jalmer felt a sense of crisis. Compared to Adrian, was he getting old? Would there be a generation gap between him and Ray? This sudden thought frightened Jalmar. Ilium. Sir, I'm here. In a bit, go to the mall and buy me some youthful clothes. Sure, sir. What? Otto was confused. Had he heard correctly? Was the CEO asking him to buy youthful clothes? But the CEO wasn't old either. Although his usual attire was mostly business style, making him look mature and enhancing his charm as a business elite, it wasn't close to being old. What had triggered this reaction from the CEO? CEO, you mean? Ilium didn't know how to start, tentatively asking, what kind of youthful style do you want? Ilium, approaching 40, where would he know about youthful fashion? Back then, he wore plaid shirts and plain t-shirts, often criticized as old-fashioned by the girls in his class. Those plaid shirts certainly weren't what the CEO meant by youthful. Jalmar frowned slightly, staring at Adrian's photo on the screen, saying, simple styles, not too flashy, clean and comfortable is enough. Though reluctant to admit, he had to say, Adrian's dressing and appearance were quite handsome. Understood, CEO. Ilium hung up and quietly opened short video apps to search for fashion bloggers. At the fan meeting scene. After the exhibition match ended, Lena received a private message in-game. Sis, can we add WeChat? Lena glanced sideways at Melvin beside her. Why send a message in-game when he was sitting right next to her? For the privacy of the participating fans, the organizer had prepared game accounts for this event. Lena was using one of these provided accounts. Before she could decide how to respond, Melvin sent another message. I'm afraid I may never see you again. Can you give me a chance, sis? Being asked for WeChat by her idol was quite a surprise to Lena. She was thrilled and didn't even think twice about it. Adding WeChat would allow her to ask her idol for advice on gaming, maybe with his guidance, she could really become the strongest player. With that thought, Lena gave him her WeChat ID. It was just a simple string of English letters, easy to remember. Melvin smiled faintly, memorizing the WeChat ID. Remember to delete the chat history. Since it was the organizer's account, it wouldn't be good if someone else saw it. Lena promptly deleted the conversation. On stage, the players were shaking hands with the lucky fans one by one as they bid farewell. When it was Melvin's turn to shake hands with Lena, she felt Melvin's hand trembling. What's wrong? Lena quickly whispered. Only then did she notice Melvin's face flush to his ears. Nothing, Melvin replied softly. Lena nodded without any suspicion and followed Imelda off the stage. The host was delivering the closing remarks on stage. Good times are always too short. The ZY Team fan meeting is now coming to an end. Thank you to all the fans here, and we look forward to seeing you again next time. Fans began to leave one after another. Imelda linked arms with Lena and walked out. I played games with Melvin, got a signature and a photo, my youth feels complete. Lena laughed, indeed. Exiting the venue, the crowd began to disperse. Amy, who had been hiding in the crowd to secretly protect Lena, finally came into view. Lena introduced to Imelda, this is Amy, my personal bodyguard and good sister. Imelda's eyes widened, oh my god, baby, you have a personal bodyguard? She didn't know about Lena's kidnapping or pregnancy. Lena brushed it off with a few words. Imelda pouted, sisters for sure, but remember, little Di, your best sister is me. We're number one in the world. Of course, rest assured, you're the true eldest sister. Your position can't be shaken. They chatted and laughed as they walked toward the outdoor parking lot. Today, Lena had come in Amy's Porsche, while Imelda had taken the subway directly from school. Yueshin, ride with Amy. We'll drop you off first. Okay. Just as Lena was about to get into the car, a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of her. Surprise flashed in her eyes. She hadn't expected Jalmar to come pick her up. The car door opened, and Jalmar stepped out. Seeing the man before her, Lena's eyes widened slightly, and for a moment, her breath caught. Today's CEO looked very different from usual. Chapter 69 Hard to Comfort. Ellie's outfit today was quite different from his usual style. Mariah wore a beige hoodie as a base, with a black short down jacket on top, dark gray relaxed straight-leg jeans, and paired with beige flat sneakers. Surprisingly, he did have that vibe of a male college student. If he were thrown into a university campus, he would definitely be the school heartthrob. Myra was somewhat confused. Ellie? Why had he switched to this style? Davina and Yueshin Mariah beside her were also stunned for a moment. Fawn looked at Ellie, hesitating to speak. Young Catherinester, you are. Get in the car. Ellie didn't reply to Fong, pulling Myra into the car with a cold face. The driver and the passenger seat were occupied by Ellie's personal bodyguards, both strong and dressed in black suits. In the back seat, Ellie sat next to Myra. As soon as they got in, his expression remained cold, emitting a chilly aura. Inside the car, there was an eerie silence. Myra was full of questions. What was going on? Who made him unhappy? Myra weighed her words carefully in her mind, pondering how to speak. After a while, she frowned and turned to look at Ellie. Who upset you? Ellie continued to stay silent, not looking at her. Myra pouted, Ellie, why do you take out your bad mood on me when others upset you? That's not fair. She extended her finger and lightly touched Ellie's finger, but he withdrew his hand and placed it on his chest. Myra puffed up her cheeks, saying indignantly, "Ellie, why are you being unreasonable?" Initially, she thought Ellie would ignore her again, but unexpectedly he suddenly said, "Don't touch me after shaking hands with other men. Go wash your hands when we get home." Myra's mouth opened slightly, dumbfounded. Was Ellie jealous again? She had only shaken hands with a team member, and he was getting jealous over this? She hadn't expected that her seemingly aloof CEO was actually a big vinegar pot. This contrast was so cute that Myra couldn't help but laugh. Somebody has spilled their vinegar jar. Ellie snorted coldly, showing off his arrogance. The two bodyguards in the front kept sneaking glances at their young master through the rearview mirror. Their gossipy eyes couldn't be hidden. Who would have thought that their young master, who was ruthless and known as the living Yama, god of death, could show such an adorable arrogant side in front of this little girl? It was indeed rare. Myra tilted her head to look at Ellie, blinking her innocent big eyes, and smiled sweetly at him. "Ellie, are you really mad?" Ellie pretended not to see her, still holding a stern expression, arms crossed, neither speaking nor smiling. Throughout the ride, Myra occasionally poked Ellie's waist or his face, but he remained unmoved like a stone statue. The bodyguards in the front almost couldn't hold back their laughter. When the car entered the neighborhood, Ellie got out of the car and walked forward without waiting. Myra followed behind him. "Ellie, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." Myra's legs weren't as long as Ellie's, and her strides weren't as big, so one step of his equaled two of hers. Suddenly, Ellie stopped. Myra, not noticing he had stopped, quickly walked forward and bumped right into his back. Losing her balance, Myra was about to fall backward when Ellie quickly turned around and caught her. Instinctively, she protected her belly and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her action, Ellie noticed how concerned she was about the baby inside her, and the frostiness in his eyes softened a bit. Mariah sighed softly, almost imperceptibly, pulling her wrist in a gesture of compromise. Mariah led her forward, and Myra could still feel Ellie's anger. However, he had slowed his pace, and his grip on her wrist wasn't as tight. Although the situation had improved a little, it was still far from optimistic. Mariah's CEO was hard to comfort when he was jealous. Myra followed behind Ellie, thinking of how to comfort him. They left the elevator one after the other. Upon entering the house, Myra hurriedly went to the bathroom to wash her hands. Ellie took off his coat and sat on the sofa in the living room. Myra came out of the bathroom after drying her hands. She walked over to Ellie, sat down, and hugged his waist tightly, burying her head in his chest. Eva rubbed against Ellie's chest gently like a kitten, speaking in a soft tone, "Come on, don't be angry anymore." Ellie grabbed Myra's wrist and moved her hand away from his waist. Mariah lowered his gaze to look at her. "You still smell like someone else." Myra froze, sitting up straight immediately and lifting her sleeve to sniff. "There's a smell?" "Impossible, I shower every night." Myra lifted her arm and sniffed her armpits a few times. "It can't be body odor." "That's impossible, no one has ever said I have body odor since childhood. If I really did, they would have told me long ago." Ellie said coldly, "You smell like another man." Lena's lips twitched. Not again, would it ever end? However, Pedro Zichin being this jealous meant he cared a lot about her. Lena smiled, "Okay, I'll take a shower." Lena came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. She hadn't washed her hair today, so it was still dry and hung loosely over her shoulders. Pedro Zichin was still sitting on the sofa, expressionless as he watched TV. Lena walked over and gently leaned into his arms. "Are you not angry anymore?" This time, Pedro Zichin did not remove her hand. Mariah lowered his head and sniffed, That smell is gone now." "You smell very good." Lena reached up and tousled his hair, "You're really hard to console." Pedro Zichin said nothing. Mariah kissed Lena's collarbone softly. Pedro Zichin, wait, don't." In the midst of panic, Lena pushed against Pedro Zichin. Suddenly, her hand slipped and touched something firm, eliciting a low groan from Pedro Zichin. Lena's face flushed instantly. Oh my god. What did she touch? Mariah's heart nearly leapt into her throat. She instinctively tried to escape, but Pedro Zichin held her tightly, leaving no room for escape. Pedro Zichin's eyes were dark, with a flicker of fire burning in them. "Don't move around." His voice was hoarse with desire. Lena immediately sat still, not daring to move another inch. Pedro Zichin lowered his head and kissed Lena passionately. Lena let out a soft moan, closing her eyes and enjoying the intense kiss. Their breathing grew heavier. Feeling the girl's body soften, Pedro Zichin finally released her. Lena opened her eyes, gazing at Pedro Zichin with hazy eyes. The young girl's lips were red and swollen, her cheeks flushed like a blooming red rose. Pedro Zichin breathed heavily, the fire within him burning stronger. Mariah lifted Lena and placed her on his lap, then kissed her again with uncontainable passion. This time, the kiss was gentle and tender, as if treating her as a precious treasure. Their breaths intertwined. Lena complied quietly, letting the man lead her. She held Pedro Zichin's neck, moving her body slowly in rhythm with him. The overwhelming pleasure made her involuntarily moan. Ha! Pedro Zichin exhaled deeply, looking extremely satisfied. In the throes of passion, Lena murmured against Pedro Zichin's shoulder, "Are you still angry, Mr. Pedro?" Mariah's question was met with the heavy, ragged breathing of the man. Chapter 70, Seeing Paige on the Transformation Show. Afterwards. Lena was panting with exhaustion, leaning on Jalmer's shoulder, her body feeling limp and weak. With a hoarse voice, she said, "Mr. Pedro, why are you so jealous? Melvin over a handshake?" Mariah's breath tickled his ear like the claws of a kitten, making him feel ticklish inside. Cannon let out a deep breath. "It's not because of that." Lena lifted herself from his shoulder, raising an eyebrow at him. "Then what is it?" Jalmer leaned back into the sofa. "How do you know that man called Armand? Why does he keep calling you his goddess? How do you even know his name? Did you check up on him?" Lena's tone was indifferent, looking at him in disdain. "That person is someone I met online through a game. Mariah annoys me to no end, like glue that can't be shaken off." Jalmer remained non-committal. "What about Ace then? Your idol who keeps sneaking peeks at you. You two played as a couple combo in a live stream where everyone thought you were a pair." Lena smiled at this, teasing him. "Oh, Mr. Pedro knows about the sweet couple combo?" Jalmer's voice was low and dull. "That's what they say in the live stream." Lena sat on his lap, cradling Jalmer's face and gently kneading it. "You're so busy with work but still have time to watch live streams? Well done, CEO leading by example." Jalmer enjoyed Lena's affectionate gestures, his furrowed brows relaxing somewhat, but his tone remained somber. "Don't change the subject." Lena massaged his face while patiently explaining, "Do you believe everything you hear on the live stream? Didn't the stream also say our duo is strong, and Ace chose that hero just to support me?" Cannon mumbled, "Yeah, some people did say that." Lena gave a sweet smile, her eyes twinkling. "So there you go. I only played that couple combo with him because it was a strong combination. And I only have admiration for him as an idol, nothing more, not even a hint of romantic interest." As she spoke, Lena leaned in and kissed Jalmer on the cheek. "Because my dear Mr. Pedro is too excellent. Once I fell for you, no one else can catch my eye." Finally, the man's frown vanished, a faint smile curving his lips. Lena knew she had finally completely reassured him. At that moment, a familiar female voice came from the TV. "Is this even food? Not even pigs would eat it, I refuse." Lena was sitting facing Jalmer, her back to the TV. Mariah hearing the familiar voice, she turned around. "Is this?" Jalmer finished for her, "Paige." The camera panned to reveal another familiar face on the screen. Lena exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Susan?" "Yes." Glancing at the program title in the lower right corner of the TV screen. "The Transformation Show." "Ha ha ha, what's going on? Why are Paige and Susan participating in the Transformation Show? Aren't they wealthy socialites?" Jalmer rested his chin on Lena's shoulder, watching the screen with her. "Weren't they the ones who insulted you last time? Since they had nothing better to do, I arranged for them to participate in this variety show." On the screen, a village auntie brought cooked meals to Paige, who wrinkled her nose in disgust, calling it pig feed, and flipped the bowl over with her hand. The ceramic bowl shattered on the concrete ground, spilling its contents everywhere. "I won't eat it. This lady would rather starve than eat this swill." Susan followed suit, pushing away her bowl. "Right. We're heiresses born with silver spoons, how can we possibly eat such filth?" Lena clicked her tongue, they must not be hungry enough yet. She turned to look at Jalmer. "If they don't eat this kind of food, won't the show secretly provide them with better food?" "They won't. Don't worry, I made sure they will be treated fairly. The production team treats all participants equally." Lena laughed. How did their parents agree to send them to such a remote rural area? "Because there's something to gain," Jalmer continued. "To secure a big project from Pedro Corporation, these parents would sell their daughters if necessary." What project could be so tempting? "At least 500 million yuan annual profit," Jalmer said casually. "Wouldn't you say that's quite enticing?" Lena was shocked. 500 million? That's quite a high price. "Actually, I stood up to them that day. They didn't gain anything from bullying me, so why spend so much?" Jalmer looked at Lena amusedly, gently flicking her nose. "Are you feeling sorry for me spending money?" "Sure. Such a great project, why should they benefit from it for free?" Jalmer smiled nonchalantly. "Is that anything compared to what that luxury brand earns? That's peanuts. It's worth spending this money just to stick it to them on your behalf. Besides, the lion's share of the profit goes to our Pedro Corporation. They only get 30%. Consider it charity." Lena was once again stunned. "You mean my Snow-Vernai? Does it really make that much money? Over 500 million yuan annually? How much does Snow-Vernai earn each year?" Jalmer held up 2 fingers in a victory sign. "Twice as much, starting from 1 billion yuan." Lena's expression shifted from shock to ecstasy. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I had no idea this brand was so profitable. So, am I now a billionaire?" Jalmer gave her an affectionate smile. "Little money lover, you're priceless." Lena stopped worrying about the high cost of sending Paige and Susan to the Transformation Show. Now, she was thoroughly enjoying watching TV. She even started discussing with Jalmer while watching. "Paige is too over the top. At least the auntie put effort into cooking the meal. If she doesn't like it, fine, but why throw the bowl? Jalmar said calmly, just wait and see, there'll be more for her to handle. The village auntie wasn't one to back down either. She placed her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at Paige. Oh ho. We're all here for the show, who indulges you? You still think you're a pampered heiress? If not for the production team paying me, I wouldn't cook for you at all. Don't take advantage of my kindness. Eat or don't. With that, she turned and walked away without waiting for a response, leaving the room in disarray. Paige fumed, pointing at the aunties retreating back, trembling with rage. You country bumpkin. How dare you speak to me like that? Susan chimed in from the side. Wait until we finish filming, and then you'll see. Lena watched, feeling thoroughly entertained. Ha ha ha, Paige is getting mad. After laughing, Lena felt a bit concerned. But what if their wealthy and powerful families retaliate against this auntie later? Jalmar reassured her, don't worry. I've already made arrangements. If they dare to retaliate, their fathers will lose the project they worked so hard to secure. Without their family backing, those two girls won't be able to cause any trouble. Lena tilted her head, looking at Jalmar. I didn't realize Mr. Pedro thought things through so carefully and cared about people like this. I thought big capitalists wouldn't bother with commoners like her. Jalmar frowned. What do you mean? Do you really think I'm cold-hearted? Indeed, in his usual style, he wouldn't have cared about such people. But for Lena, he was willing to do it. Perhaps it's true that when you associate with good people, you become better yourself. Lena hugged his neck and kissed his cheek. Not at all. My Mr. Pedro is a great philanthropist with a heart full of love. I feel something weird about that. Lena chuckled. You're imagining things. Chapter 71. Roxanne is truly fragrant. The nanny had set the meal on the table and invited Lena and Jalmar to have dinner. Lena was engrossed in watching Transformation. She waved her hand, not yet, I want to finish this first. Jalmar pulled Lena up by her hand, no, you need to eat on time. Alright then. Lena pouted and followed Jalmar to the dining table. The TV wasn't turned off. Lena kept stealing glances at it from her seat at the table. This show really held too much allure for her. Ahem. Jalmar coughed lightly, eat your food properly. You can watch after eating. Oh, alright. Lena retracted her gaze and, with her head lowered, began to poke at the tofu in her bowl either intentionally or unintentionally. A perfectly good piece of tofu was reduced to mush. Jalmar sighed, switched bowls with her, ate the tofu himself, and placed some shrimp and scrambled eggs on Lena's plate. Lena smiled and picked up the egg with her chopsticks. After swallowing it down, she couldn't help but gag again. She quickly put down her chopsticks and ran to the bathroom with her hand over her mouth. Laverne, don't run so fast, be careful not to fall, Jalmar called out worriedly as he got up to follow her into the bathroom. Lena felt terrible, vomiting continuously next to the toilet. Mariah's stomach didn't have much inside, just acid water coming up. Jalmar entered and squatted beside her, gently patting her back. Why did you come in? Get out, Lena pushed Jalmar away before finishing her sentence, unable to hold back another wave of vomit. I don't want you to see me like this, Pedro, Lena tried to push him away again, please get out. Jalmar shook his head, it's okay. You don't need to be so reserved around me. I want to stay with you. After a few minutes of vomiting, almost all the acid water in her stomach was gone. Lena felt exhausted and sat on the floor. Jalmar frowned, scooped her up in his arms, and said, don't sit on the ground. Lena struggled a little, it's fine, there's underfloor heating, the floor isn't cold. Let me down, I still need to rinse my mouth. Jalmar put her down. Lena went to the sink and rinsed her mouth. Afterwards, Jalmar lifted her again and carried her back to the dining table. You still need to eat something, an empty stomach makes it worse. I'll feed you. The last time Jalmar fed her while holding her, Lena didn't feel as nauseous and managed to eat quite a bit. I want to watch TV. Eva in his arms kept glancing towards the television. Eat first, then watch. Lena pouted and tugged at Jalmar's collar playfully. No, Mr. Pedro, TV is fun and appetizing. Catherine, if I watch, I won't feel as nauseous. Jalmar pondered for a moment, alright. Lena successfully convinced Jalmar. Mariah's eyes lit up, and she kissed him happily. Jalmar fetched some dishes and settled down on the sofa. Lena followed him. Jalmar patted his thigh, indicating for her to sit down. Lena obediently sat sideways on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Jalmar fed her bite by bite. Lena ate slowly, taking small bites and occasionally glancing at the TV. Jalmar hadn't even started eating himself, but he patiently fed her. Lena was so engrossed in the TV that she laughed as she watched. Jalmar was patient and didn't rush her. On the screen, 5 people sat in a humble house. The host family of 3 sat at a small round table eating dinner, while Paige and Susan refused to join them, sitting on a nearby stool. The food the female host offered them was spilled on the floor and left untouched. The table had 3 dishes and a soup, which the host family enjoyed heartily, chatting and laughing. Susan and Paige, who had initially shown disdain, were soon grumbling from hunger, their stomachs growling loudly enough for everyone else to hear. Francesca, who had served the food, turned to glance at Paige, snickering in contempt, then continued eating. Watching this, Lena laughed aloud. Ha ha ha, Paige's stomach is growling. Laughing, she took a bite of the food Jalmer fed her. This show really does make eating more enjoyable. My appetite has improved. 15 minutes passed. Paige's stomach had growled several times, her expression changing from disdain to longing. She kept peeking at the dining table and whispering something into Susan's ear. What are they saying? Lena asked Jalmer. Jalmer fed her a piece of tofu with a spoon and replied calmly, I don't know, maybe discussing how to swallow their pride and ask for food. Lena swallowed the tofu and chuckled. They were saying it was pig food earlier, but now they seemed genuinely hungry. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Susan, at Paige's indication, approached the dining table. The host family was nearly finished eating. Susan hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back, unable to utter a word for quite some time. It was the son of the female host who spoke first. Sister, are you hungry? Herschel, about 15 or 16 years old, was in the midst of adolescence, and his affectionate feelings had just started to blossom. Although Susan and Paige had poor temperaments, their faces were indeed pretty, and the boy harbored good feelings towards both of them. Herschel didn't know how to conceal his thoughts, everything was written on his face, which his mother noticed immediately. Francesca expressed her dissatisfaction by tapping her bowl a few times with her chopsticks and glaring at her son. Herschel lowered his head, not daring to speak anymore. However, with his words, Susan found it easier to express herself. She raised her chin arrogantly. Yes, do you have any food left? We want to eat. The female host sneered, you're asking for food with such arrogance, as if someone owes you something. Susan coldly humphed, extremely displeased, we haven't eaten all day. Not giving us food is trying to starve us to death. Francesca shot her a glare. Who said earlier that our food was hogwash and they wouldn't eat even if they starved? You, Susan stamped her foot angrily, but she could not refute it. The husband of the female host gestured subtly, signaling that it was enough, aware that the production crew was still watching. Mariah told his wife, they haven't eaten all day today, they're really hungry now. Let's give them some food. Francesca glanced disdainfully at her husband, sarcastically saying, you actually feel sorry for them. Cannon sheepishly stopped talking. The female host rolled her eyes, saying, the food we served you earlier you spilled, and now there's only a small bowl of rice left in the pot. As for the dishes, there are only these leftovers. If you want to eat, fine, but you need to clean up the mess you made first. Susan swallowed hard and turned to look at Paige. Paige clenched her teeth and nodded at her. Then Paige walked over and asked, give me the broom. The person pointed his chin towards it. It's over there, go get it yourself. Paige glared at the woman and went to fetch the broom. After cleaning up the spilled food and mopping the floor, she and Susan returned to the dining table. The female host snorted but didn't say anything more and got up and left. The male host kindly went to the kitchen and brought out the remaining rice from the rice cooker. Girls, do you want these leftovers? Yes. Alright, let me serve you some. Lena laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, they've finally come to this. The male host divided the last small bowl of rice into two and poured the leftovers into 2 bowls. Susan and Paige picked up their bowls and ate voraciously. After a few bites, Paige looked satisfied and remarked, Roxanne is truly fragrant. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard, truly fragrant ha ha ha. Lena laughed until her stomach hurt. This show is just too good. Jalmer remained calm as ever. Mariah fed Lena another bite of food. You've had your fun, it's time to eat now. Lena felt her appetite greatly increased and obediently ate without any nausea. Before long, she finished all the food in her bowl. Imitating Paige's exclamation, Lena said contentedly, Roxanne is truly fragrant. Chapter 72, Mr. President, Catherine Ibe lay off the waves a bit. Right, why are you dressed like this today, Mr. Pedro? Lena turned her head to look at Jalmer suspiciously. Jalmer raised an eyebrow. Like what? Lena got up from his lap and sized him up with a somewhat strange expression as she looked him over. Well, your outfit is different from before. You don't look anything like Jalmer at all. Jalmer casually put down his bowl and leaned back into the sofa lazily, crossing his long legs. Mariah had taken off his coat after coming into the house and was now wearing a beige hoodie and smoky black straight-leg jeans. Jalmer's legs were too long, so the jeans didn't fit quite right, leaving much of his ankle and calf exposed when he sat down. Oh. What kind of attire does Jalmer wear? Lena replied seriously, in work situations, it's always suits that give off an air of a business elite. When not working, you wear somber clothes that create a sense of distance. So, today I'm not somber or distant. Lena nodded solemnly, you can say that. Today's outfit makes you look like a college student. Jalmer put on a more serious demeanor. Then standing next to you, I wouldn't seem incompatible or like we're years apart. Huh. Lena opened her mouth in bewilderment for a moment. You. Did you dress like this because of that? Yeah. Jalmer frowned, seemingly recalling something, and mumbled, "The internet says our age difference makes us either Moria Haven rewards diligence and hates coriander, or AAA building Catherine Tiriel's wholesale brother Christina and soft and can't wake up. Is it really that exaggerated?" Lena burst out laughing, then couldn't stop when she saw Jalmer's serious expression. Ha ha ha. Lena held her stomach, laughing until she couldn't stand straight. "That's hilarious. Why do you see all these random things?" Jalmer asked with a stern face. "Is it that funny?" After watching a live stream this afternoon, afraid there might be a generation gap between him and Lena, he searched online for terms like age difference and uncle, leading him to read posts about dating older men. Netizen A commented sharply, "Moria Haven rewards diligence and hates coriander." Netizen B added, "AAA building Catherine Tiriel's wholesale brother Christina and soft and can't wake up." At first, he didn't understand but sought clarification in the comments section. Thanks to enthusiastic netizens, he learned these were typical online names representing two generations. Lena laughed so hard tears streamed down her face. She nodded earnestly, "It is. You have no idea how funny it sounds when a dominant president like you speaks so seriously." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Pedro, maybe lay off the waves a bit." Jalmer pressed the issue, "You haven't answered me yet. Do we really look that incompatible together?" Lena shook her head while trying to suppress her laughter. No, you're so handsome. Together, we'd make a perfect match." Jalmer's mood improved slightly. "Do you prefer this outfit or my usual ones?" Lena walked over and sat beside him, wrapping her arm around his and leaning her head against his shoulder. "Mr. Pedro looks good in anything. I love all your outfits. Wear whatever makes you comfortable." Jalmer grunted in agreement, the corner of his lips lifting. Smiling, Lena said, "Mr. Pedro, how can you be so adorable?" A faint blush crept onto Jalmer's face. "I'm very serious." Pfft, Lena chuckled, all right, very serious. Before being with Jalmer, Lena had never been in a relationship or even interacted much with men. She didn't know if boys her age were typically this proactive, constantly sending morning, afternoon, and night greetings. Mariah's recent interaction with Adrian started off normally. They chatted about gaming strategies and gameplay tips for almost a week. Adrian took the time to play a few rounds with her, assisting her in-game, teaching her lineup tactics and gaming strategies, benefiting her greatly. She regarded him like a mentor, polite and respectful. However, recently, Adrian's messages felt a little excessive. This morning, upon waking, she saw his morning greeting. His previous night greeting still hadn't been replied to. Previously, out of courtesy, she would respond to the morning and night messages, but recently, Adrian also began asking after her well-being frequently. Lena felt a bit uncomfortable and told him not to worry about such formalities, to act naturally. However, Adrian continued his ways, often sending cutesy cat emojis and hug stickers which Lena ignored. Today, she chose to ignore the morning message as well. But soon, Adrian sent another message. "Sis, what Christmas gift do you want?" "Christmas gift?" Lena checked the calendar on her phone. Today was Christmas, and in 5 days, it would be the new year. But surely her relationship with Adrian hadn't reached the point where exchanging Christmas gifts was necessary yet? "I've never been in a relationship before. I don't know how to buy gifts for girls. To avoid any mistakes, just send me a link. Lena felt that things were getting a little too intimate between them and thought it necessary to clarify things with him. "No need, actually, I have a boyfriend. Also, please don't call me sister, just call me Lena. We're about the same age. Lena had assumed that compared to Armand, Adrian should at least be a normal person who would keep his distance after knowing she had a boyfriend. Who knew, Adrian appeared gentle and naive but turned out to be quite manipulative under the surface. "Sister, so I'm just a backup option for you?" Lena's lips twitched, her expression sour as if she had eaten a fly. "You're overthinking this. Aren't we just ordinary friends?" "Oh. So in your heart, I don't even qualify as a backup option. Lena took 2 deep breaths, constantly reminding herself to stay calm. "Mariah's my idol, he's even, I must talk nicely and not get angry." She replied with an incredulous panda head emoji. "Be normal. I only admire your gaming skills and have no other intentions towards you. Adrian replied with a broken heart emoji. "Sister, please don't ignore me. Lena. I can keep my distance, but please don't ignore me. Firstly, don't call me sister, secondly, don't flirt with me or I'll block you directly. If you weren't even, I wouldn't bother saying so much, I'd just block you right away. Instead of getting angry, Adrian sent a crying cat emoji, trying to look pitiful. "Okay, little die. From now on, let's just be ordinary friends. Then I'll give you a Christmas gift as an ordinary friend. Lena, not necessary, my boyfriend will give me one. Even, alright then. Lena didn't reply again, stretched lazily, and got up to wash up. In the bathroom, Lena, mouth full of foam, hummed a tune while brushing her teeth. The new year was just around the corner, and she needed to remind Jalmer in advance to make time to accompany her. Otherwise, as a workaholic like him, he might just forget about it. Chapter 73, Sunny Beauty Amaya. Jalmer had just finished a meeting and was sitting in his office reviewing an acquisition proposal for Aubrey Group's Yixing Pharmaceutical Company. His assistant Eliam stood by, reporting on work matters. The exclusive ringtone of someone specific rang out. Jalmer answered the call. Mr. Pedro, are you busy? No, what's up, Ray? What's the matter? As Jalmer flipped through the document in his hand, he talked to Lena. Otto silently left the office. I want to talk to you about New Year's Eve being in just a few days. Can you set aside some time to spend with me? New Year's Eve? Jalmer glanced at the desk calendar. It was December 25th, Christmas. Indeed, it was only 5 days until New Year's Eve. That's right, Lena pouted on the other end. Are you busy recently? I'd like to celebrate New Year's Eve with you. Is that okay? Of course, Jalmer smiled softly, feeling his heart warm. Look at today's date again. Lena had just checked the calendar and knew what day it was. It's Christmas. Jalmer spoke gently. I'll get off work early today and spend Christmas with you. I'll ask my assistant to book a restaurant soon. What would you like for dinner tonight? Lena's eyes lit up. She had never celebrated Christmas before, and now Mr. Pedro brought it up on his own, making her heart flutter. Can I eat anything I want? Jalmer chuckled. Mariah, healthy options. I want to eat hot pot. I haven't had it in so long. Sure. Lena didn't expect him to agree so easily. Really? You're letting me have hot pot? Mariah's voice rose with excitement. Clear broth. She knew there was more to it than that. What if I want spicy broth? Lena craved spicy food. It had been a while since she last enjoyed spicy hot pot. Last time during National Day, when she ate hot pot with Imelda, they had chosen a mixed broth, but she only had the clear broth. However, during her prenatal checkups, the doctor said that spicy hot pot was fine as long as it wasn't too spicy, mildly spicy and numbing was acceptable. No, just clear broth. Lena huffed, then played her trump card. Please, Mr. Pedro, let me have a mildly spicy hot pot this time. The doctor said it's fine. Please, kiss, Mua. Mua. Lena's coquettish tone proved effective. Mariah hearing her kisses made Jalmer's heart race. Mariah couldn't resist her trick. Alright, you can have mildly spicy, but not too much. We'll order a mixed broth, understood? Mua. Kiss. I knew you were the best. Love you, Mr. Pedro. Jalmer couldn't hold back the smile creeping onto his face but tried to sound casual. Remember to eat well at noon. Call me if you feel too nauseous, and I'll feed you. That's too much trouble. I'll be good and eat properly. Not every meal needs you to feed me. I'm not a child. You are a child. I am not. Alright, Mr. Pedro, go do your work. I won't bother you. You're not bothering. Before he could finish his sentence, Lena hung up without hesitation. The cold tone of the disconnected call left President Pedro heartbroken. The hot pot restaurant was recommended by Imelda. Yueshin, studying in Kyoto, was quite knowledgeable about food. Mariah's selected hot pot place was sure to be excellent. The restaurant was near Imelda's university, located on a pedestrian street. When they arrived, there was already a queue outside the restaurant. Fortunately, Otto had booked a table in advance, so they didn't have to wait and were guided inside directly by a waiter. There were no private rooms in the restaurant, and all tables were in the main hall. The place was crowded with people, mostly local college students. Each table was filled with steaming hot pots, lively chatter, and noise, reminiscent of a bustling morning market. The restaurant wasn't large, and the tables were closely packed together, creating a cramped atmosphere. Jalmer felt slightly awkward. Sir, please step aside. A young waiter passed by carrying dishes. Jalmer frowned and moved to let him pass. Lena boldly sat down and started scanning the menu on her phone. Don't judge by appearances. This place looks small and shabby, but the taste is top-notch, according to Imelda. No worries. Jalmer sat across from Lena. Mr. Pedro, what kind of dishes do you want? I'm open to anything. Lena ordered her favorites. Wow, look at that handsome guy over there. Mariah's gorgeous. Where? Let me see. A few girls from a nearby table whispered excitedly, sneaking peeks in their direction. Since they were close, their whispers were clearly heard by those present. Jalmer seemed to be accustomed to such discussions, remaining calm and expressionless. Lena, however, was quite interested in listening. She teased Jalmer with a smile. Mr. Pedro, there are girls over there complimenting you. Jalmer made a sound without lifting his eyes, focused on sterilizing the tableware with boiling water. Mariah did Lena's first before doing his own. Melvin, if he's handsome, he already has a girlfriend, so just look. His girlfriend is also very beautiful. What an amazing couple. Is she a celebrity? I'll take a look. She shouldn't be, I've never seen her. They make a perfect match. Mariah hearing this, Jalmer smiled and turned to the girls at the next table and said, thank you. Evis were flattered and had stars in their eyes. The top-notch handsome guy spoke to them. Lena laughed and said, just now, you didn't even lift your eyes, but now you're talking to them? Jalmer smiled warmly, in a very good mood. They complimented us as a matching pair. Although Jalmer always called her a child, Lena felt that Mr. Pedro acted like a child. A simple compliment on their pairing changed his usual cold, distant demeanor to a sweet and affectionate one, as if afraid people wouldn't know he was in love. At this moment, not far from them, a girl with a high ponytail and wearing a gray sweater bravely approached Jalmar for a chat. "Handsome guy, can I add your WeChat?" Eva had bright eyes and white skin like snow, with a particularly sunny smile, making her a vibrant beauty. Jalmar looked at Lena. "Ask my fiancé, I'll follow her decision." Lena smirked. "Sure, go ahead." The ponytail girl smiled, took out her phone, and opened her WeChat QR code. "Your fiancé is so generous. Handsome guy, shall I scan you or you scan me?" Jalmar raised an eyebrow. "I don't have WeChat." "You can add my fiancé's, we share the same account." Eva's smile froze, clearly rejected, standing awkwardly, unsure what to do. Lena was stunned. She didn't expect Jalmar to say that. Leaving the girl in an awkward situation made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Lena took out her phone. "You can add me." Eva scanned Lena confidently. "Alright, meeting a beautiful lady isn't bad either. My name is Amaya, nice to meet you." "You're very beautiful." "Thanks, you're very beautiful too." "My name is Lena." Communication between women was indeed magical. Mutual compliments instantly bridged the gap and increased goodwill. Eva smiled. "Are you also a university student nearby?" "I'm from Kyoto University of Political Science and Law. Drop by if you have time." Chapter 74 Mr. Pedro's Romance. Capital City University of Political Science and Law? I attend that school too. Lena exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence. Amaya was also surprised. Then it seems we're destined to meet. Which department are you in? Law. Amaya widened her eyes slightly, saying with delight, I'm in the law department too. Are you a freshman this year? Lena nodded, yes, but I took a year off for personal reasons and didn't go to school this year. I will go next year. Oh, I see. I'm a sophomore then. I can call you Little Junior. Hello, Little Junior. Moriallo, Senior, Lena greeted sweetly. Little Junior, I'll be going now. If you want to visit the school, just find me on WeChat. Amaya shook her phone and smiled at Lena. Okay, goodbye, Senior. Amaya left. Lena was happy as she held her small bowl to get some condiments. The waiter served the dishes. Lena looked at all the dishes she loved on the table and swallowed her saliva. Tut tut. Jalmar laughed and pointed at the corner of his mouth. What? You were drooling. Ah, sorry, I've been craving for so long, it's been ages since I had hot pot. Lena blushed, grabbing 2 tissues to wipe her mouth randomly. She wiped a few times and saw that the tissues were still dry, nothing on them. Mr. Pedro, you tricked me. Lena umphed, threw the tissue on the table, turned her head away from Jalmar, puffed cheeks pretending to be mad. Jalmar, laughing, put a piece of cooked beef into Lena's bowl. There, eat up quickly. Your beloved spicy hot pot is here. Mariah hearing this, Lena turned her head back, her cheeks no longer puffed, anger vanished. She picked up her chopsticks and started feasting, her eyes gleaming, like someone reincarnated from hellish hunger. Seeing her appearance, Jalmar shook his head helplessly and chuckled indulgently. While cooking food for Lena, he said with an ambiguous smile, Are you usually hungry at home? Look at how ravenous you are. It's as if I don't give you meat. After swallowing a piece of spicy beef and drinking several sips of coconut juice, Lena replied. It's not the same. Although we have plenty of fish and meat every day, they are too bland. I like spicy food and haven't eaten much of it for a long time. Jalmar tried a piece of spicy beef himself and frowned. Sensing his facial expression change subtly, Lena had a bad feeling. Sure enough, in the next second, Jalmar said, It's a bit spicy. Let me rinse it in water for you. As soon as Lena heard this, she stood up and snatched the cup in front of him. No, no, no. I think it's bland. You feel it's spicy because you don't usually eat spicy food. Slight spiciness feels very spicy to you. My tongue is accustomed to spice. This level of spiciness is considered not spicy for us. Jalmar continued frowning but let Lena do what she wanted without really rinsing the food in water. But you shouldn't eat too much. You'll still need to eat the clear soup later. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Pedro, I am self-disciplined. This meal Lena enjoyed very much, with no feeling of wanting to vomit at all. Seeing Lena having such a good appetite, Jalmar's mood improved too. Mariah didn't eat much himself, only busy cooking and picking food for Lena. Jalmar always carried a large pink bag with him. Inside the bag were Lena's thermos cup, gloves, some snacks, and miscellaneous items. After the meal, he took out a pair of pink gloves from the bag for Lena to wear, then led her out of the store hand in hand. Outside, snowflakes were falling heavily. The streets were festively decorated, almost every shop displayed Christmas trees and Santa Clauses, filled with young couples, and girls holding flowers with joyful faces. Today, Jalmar wore a white high-neck sweater inside, paired with a black long wool coat, black straight-legged 9/5 pants, and black Catherine boots. With his tall figure, the coat suited him well. Lena leaned against him, giving an impression of being gentle and petite. It was quite cold outside. Lena exhaled visible white vapor, her nose frozen red. To match the holiday atmosphere, she wore a long red down jacket today, with a circle of white fur around the cap. While walking, Lena suddenly got an idea. She put on the down jacket's cap and turned to face Jalmer. Moriallo, I'm your personal Santa Claus. You can tell me anything you wish for Christmas gift, beep beep. Eva's eyes were curved, looking at Jalmer with a sweet smile. Jalmer stopped and the corners of his lips rose. Mariah chuckled while observing Lena. Indeed, she looked like Santa Claus in that outfit. Anything for Christmas gifts? Jalmer asked playfully. Of course, Santa always keeps his word, but after you say your wish, you have to add beep beep at the end. What's beep beep? It's our secret code. Only after saying this can you get the gift. Okay, then I wish to hold your hand. After Jalmer said this, he looked at Lena. Eva smiled sweetly at him, waiting for him to say the code. Beep beep. Under her eager gaze, Jalmer, with an unnatural expression, added this sentence. Okay, beep beep, please hold my hand. Lena extended her hand smilingly towards Jalmer. Jalmer lowered his eyes and gently took her hand. The next second, the man squatted down, kneeling on one knee, and removed the glove from her hand. Mariah took out a square red velvet box from his coat pocket. Eva's smile turned into surprise. She held her breath and looked down at the man. At this moment, the background music in some shop nearby changed to Stay With Me from a Korean drama. As the prelude began, Jalmer took out a dazzling diamond ring from the box and solemnly slipped it onto Lena's ring finger. Then the man closed his eyes and planted a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. Snow fell silently. Moria heart racing. People had gathered around them without notice. Most were college students looking for excitement. Someone was cheering, together. Together. Catherine re him. Catherine re him. Catherine re him. Jalmer opened his eyes, still kneeling, looked up at Lena, full of affection and sweetness. At that moment, Lennox, appearing from nowhere, squeezed through the crowd with a huge bouquet of pink roses. Lennox handed the roses to Jalmer. Jalmer offered the roses with both hands. Little princess, Merry Christmas. Lena took the flowers, tears welling up, speechless for a moment. Jalmer stood up, hugged Lena, and thanked the onlookers. The crowd dispersed. Lennox smiled. Miss Cheen, Mr. President, Merry Christmas, and may you be together forever. Lena laughed. That sounds kind of odd. Mr. Pedro, it's so late and you're making Lennox work overtime. She needs to celebrate too. This comment stabbed Lennox's heart. She covered her chest and looked pained. What holiday would she, a single person, celebrate? No problem, Miss Cheen, the president paid me triple overtime, I'm off now. Enjoy yourselves. Lennox was very aware of her role and quickly left, refusing to be a third wheel. Lena carried the large bouquet of roses and walked down the street with Jalmer, attracting 100% of the attention. This confession was romantic but also quite cliché. Mr. Pedro, who gave you this idea? Otto. Mariah said girls love this kind of thing, absolutely romantic. Lena tugged at her lips. What about the background music? That wasn't him. Jalmer touched his nose. It was Lennox's idea. She said it's a love anthem, can boost the atmosphere in the snow, and no girl can resist it. Lena chuckled. Sun assistant and Lennox were truly unique talents. Although it felt embarrassing just now, she was deeply moved. The president of the mighty Pedro Corporation knelt in public to give her flowers and a ring just to please her. Tears welled up in Lena's eyes as she muttered, "You fool." What? Jalmer didn't hear clearly and turned to look at her confusedly. Nothing. Lena sniffed. I just said, Mr. Pedro, I really like you. Chapter 75, Female Streamer Who Loves Men. Lena didn't return home until 9 in the evening. Jalmer still had work to handle, and upon returning home, he went straight into the study. Lena took a hot bath and lay comfortably on the bed. She was about to play with her phone before going to sleep when she received a call from Imelda. Ray, do you know if Melvin has a girlfriend? No idea. Mariah always said he was single. And most of his female fans are girlfriend-type fans, right? Exactly. This Melvin looks decent but turns out to be a scumbag. Mariah has a girlfriend who is a famous League of Legends female streamer called Betsy. An hour ago, Betsy posted on Weibo about their relationship and also revealed that someone knew about it but still interfered with her and Melvin's relationship. Upon hearing about news related to her idol, Lena became interested. So shocking. Yes. Betsy said that at 10 tonight, she would reveal Melvin's true scumbag nature on a live stream platform and confront the third party. Come watch together. If it's true, I'll turn from a fan to a hater of Melvin. Lena sighed. If this happens, I'll have to become a hater too. Melvin is the only League of Legends professional player I've ever supported. Never thought there'd be such drama. Right. Who would think this boy, who seemed well behaved, would do something like this? Let's go see what proof Betsy can release in her live stream. Okay, it's almost 10 o'clock. Where is she streaming? Lena usually doesn't watch live streams and didn't follow this female streamer. Imelda replied, on a live streaming platform. Mariah account info is sent via WeChat. You just need to search for it on the platform. Okay. Lena hung up and opened WeChat. Imelda had sent her several messages earlier that she hadn't seen. Most were screenshots of Betsy's Weibo posts and comment sections. The last one was the address of Betsy's live streaming platform account. Lena copied the account information and opened the platform to search. Betsy is a big internet celebrity with over 5 million followers on the platform. It wasn't yet 10 o'clock, so Betsy hadn't started her stream. While browsing through her short videos, Lena shook her head in amazement. This female streamer is too sexy. All her short videos are extremely provocative. Some showed her wearing black stockings, sitting on an esports desk, touching her own legs while captioning it, "Brother, isn't playing games less interesting than my legs?" Others showed her wearing a maid outfit with cat ears, kneeling on the ground with a blushing face and sticking out her tongue, captioning it, "Brother, which one is cuter, the game cat or Betsy?" There was another video that nearly made Lena nosebleed. In the video, Betsy wore a revealing top with cleavage peeking out, captioned, "I'll take care of you as a healer. Enough milk for 36D. Lena screenshot this and sent it to Imelda. Isn't this girl really seductive towards men? Imelda was also surprised. Holy shit. I didn't know this girl was so seductive. Incredible. Most men probably like her. Look at the comments section of her videos, filled with many average guys, and her fans are mostly male. Lena checked the comments section and found it true as Imelda said. Under the healer video, the top comment with over 50,000 likes was disturbing. Take off your clothes and let brother see if it's really 36D. Lena couldn't help but mutter, what a pervert, how disgusting. The second hottest comment with over 20,000 likes was equally repulsive. Is the milk really enough? What if brother drinks it all? Lena cursed, buy a cow if you can't get enough. Sickos. Such comments were everywhere, and Lena could no longer bear it, finding them too shocking. She left the comments section and continued scrolling through other videos of this female streamer. After scrolling some more, she noticed this sister not only seduced men but also despised women, pulling down and belittling other girls, promoting fierce female competition. One video showed her playing the jungle champion Evelyn without showing the score or demonstrating operations, just focusing on monster farming. Captioned, "Brother, forget the soft support sister, I will win with jungling." A lot off dog, note, lick dog is a term used to describe sycophants, complimented her fiercely. Betsy can jungle too, impressive. Hope to play with you, take brother to victory. Betsy is the best sister I've seen, much better than those who only play supports. Betsy is unique, others just shield and heal, but you can jungle. Amazing. Betsy can even play Widowmaker, give brother a rocket. Can you imitate the sound of Widowmaker for me? The last comment already involves sexual implications. The Widowmaker's voice lines are very provocative, with many being inappropriate for children. Saying this is already a hint. What's shocking is that Betsy even replied with, "Sure, brother." Lena took a screenshot and sent it to Imelda along with her complaints. Is she really Ace's girlfriend? Would Ace like such a flirtatious girl? I don't know either. The live stream will start in a few minutes, we'll see then. Thinking about how Ace had treated her a few days ago made Lena feel extremely uncomfortable, as if she had swallowed a fly. Mariah Idol might be falling from grace. She had misjudged him, and worse yet, his taste was so poor that he liked a girl like this. A few minutes later, it was exactly 10 o'clock at night. Betsy started her live stream on time. Lena and Imelda entered the live stream room. Chapter 76, The True Face of Ace. Today, Mora is not wearing those revealing clothes but instead a simple purple pajama set. On screen, her hair hangs loose, and she wears light makeup. Mariah's eyes are red-rimmed, as if she had been crying. She looks into the camera, takes a deep breath, and seems hesitant to speak due to overwhelming sadness. After a while, she says softly, "Moriallo everyone, I'm Mora. It's now 10 o'clock at night, and I haven't slept for a day and a night. I thought about it a lot and have decided to release these exposés. I know that once these exposés are out, Melvin's fans will definitely come after me, and I might suffer from cyberbullying. But I'm not afraid because I am the victim. I did nothing wrong, and I believe in justice." As she speaks, tears well up in her eyes, making her look pitiful. Let's go through the timeline. I will provide screenshots of my chats with Melvin as evidence. She splits her live stream screen, showing her computer desktop on the main screen and her face on the small screen at the bottom right corner. Everyone, let's first look at these chat records. Mora opens a folder on her desktop, which contains a PDF document. She has compiled everything she plans to expose into this PDF. The document opens, and the first page shows WeChat chat records. I've been a fan of Theo for 2 years. This chat record is from when we became friends, last November. At that time, I went to watch the global finals offline and posted many videos online to cheer him on. Catherine and I, because I was somewhat known, those videos went viral, and he noticed me. Mariah then privately messaged me through a certain platform. So, we added each other on WeChat. After chatting for a while, he confessed to me. Moriar are the chat records of his confession. She scrolls down a page, and the screen shows Theo's confession. Sis, I like you so much. Can you be my girlfriend? Sure, I like you too. I'm so happy. Finally, it's my turn for a sweet relationship. The date is December 20th of last year. At this point, Mora sheds a tear. Days later, on Christmas, I went to Jingdu to find him. In his apartment, we had our first time. This statement sends the live stream into an uproar. How do you prove this is Melvin? Anyone can fake chat records. It's easy to make accusations, but it's exhausting to refute them. Exactly, trying to smear our Melvin with just some chat records? Yes, show us some real proof. Chat records can be faked. Well said, what first time? Our Melvin looks so innocent and young, how could he have lost his virginity so early? Roxy watches the comments from Melvin's fans, feeling speechless. From what she knows, Melvin isn't as innocent as he appears. Moreover, the chat records show him addressing the other party as sis and sending cat emojis, which clearly match Melvin's style. Roxy feels confident that the chat records released by Mora are likely true. Mora wipes her tears and chokes out, I know Melvin's fans won't believe based on just chat records. Please look at the following pictures. She scrolls down. The screen shows photos of her kissing Theo. There are also photos of them dating together. Most shockingly, there's even a picture of them in bed at a hotel, with her lying on his chest, looking entranced. The live stream explodes in reaction. Damn, this really is Theo. Oh my god, he actually dated. Wow, fans asked for evidence, and here it is. What do Melvin's fans have to say now? So Theo plays around like this? This shows one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Mariah always seemed shy and naive, but who knew? Roxy is also stunned upon seeing the photos. Theo actually has a girlfriend. She never knew. Yet he still actively added her on WeChat, calling her sis and offering gifts. What does that mean? Was she just a backup? Theo has always portrayed himself as single, attracting countless girlfriend fans. Mariah reaped benefits from his fans while deceiving them. A few clear-headed fans comment, it really is him. Fine, I misjudged him. From now on, I'll be indifferent. How could he deceive his fans like this? I spent tens of thousands on him every month, and he actually has a girlfriend? Yes, this is outrageous. I've spent a lot watching his live streams too. For a moment, many of Theo's fans come forward to condemn him. However, there were also fans who refused to accept the truth. I don't believe it. These photos must be edited. Right. They must be edited. Melvin would never date. Yes, you're too scheming, using edited photos to defame our Melvin. A user named Christy gave a cold laugh. If these photos are really edited or photoshopped, then show us concrete proof. It's your problem if you refuse to believe, but please don't accuse me of creating fake images. Why would I do that? What do I gain by sacrificing my own reputation? The comments flew back instantly. To gain attention, of course. Our Melvin won the national championship at 17, you just want his spotlight. Yeah, that's it. Melvin is not only skilled in games but also handsome. Lots of girls like him. You just want to get his attention. At this moment, Imelda sent a WeChat message. How do you see it, Laverne? The photos don't seem fake, and from the chat style, it does look like Melvin. How do you know? Because I have his WeChat. What? When did that happen? Just recently at a fan meeting. Mariah added me himself. I only thought of exchanging game experiences. No need to explain, darling. I understand you. After all, he's your idol, and you both play AD, you must want him to guide you. True. But after adding WeChat, he became a bit abnormal. Abnormal? How so? Mariah seemed to like flirting and offered to send me gifts. But I refused and told him I had a boyfriend. So, from this perspective, it seems what Christy revealed is mostly true. Imelda didn't reply anymore. Lena switched back to the live stream. Christy was crying with tears streaming down her face. You say you give him gifts every month, and so do I. I know many of you look down on me, calling me a borderliner. Comments flooded the screen. That's exactly what you are. You are a borderliner. Indeed, I look down on you, a woman who caters to men and dislikes other women. Seems you finally admit it, lady. Sorry, I do look down on you. Not only are you a borderliner, but you also drag others down. Truly disgusting. Yes, borderliner catering to men. Christy didn't argue with the comments. She wiped her tears and continued, but almost all the money I earn each month goes to Ace. I'm the second place supporter in his live stream. I transfer at least 50,000 yuan each month. I even bought him his phone. All you real fans and girlfriend fans talk about loving him, but have you contributed as much as I have? What right do you have to insult me? Chapter 77 The Gossip Bites Back. A fan of Bridget came to her defense in the live stream. Bridget, leave the scumbag and be with me. I have money and will spend it all on you. Bridget, with your beauty, what kind of man can't you get? Why would you stay with a gold digger? Yeah, you're so pretty. You should find a rich sugar daddy. Don't waste yourself. These comments were relatively mild compared to some from other men. Have you already slept with him? My pure moonlight is ruined. I thought you just flirted. I didn't expect you to really sell yourself. A woman couldn't stand it any longer and retorted, Mariah, up front, why are you talking so disgustingly? Haven't you seen that she has been supporting Adrian financially? If it's alright for a man to be a gold digger, why not for a woman to sell herself? Where's the room manager? Ban this person. Yeah. It's okay to gossip, but speaking so harshly is unnecessary. They don't owe you anything. The latter person did not reply again, probably because they had been muted. Bridget continued, Adrian and I have a normal relationship. Considering his work, we haven't made our relationship public, so it's been a secret romance. An onlooker commented in the live stream, not convenient to go public, because he needs to maintain the image of a single bachelor to attract female fans and their money. How shameless. Exactly. As I said, how good can gamers be? Esports is the best cosmetic surgery for men. The one upstairs, I support you. Don't bash unfairly. Isn't that phrase used for ugly esports players? Though Adrian isn't the best in character, his looks aren't bad at all, right? Exactly, Adrian's looks are really outstanding. I didn't play games before, but after watching his matches, I was attracted by his appearance and started playing games. Because Bridget already has a huge fan base and the exposed main character, Adrian, is a well-known professional player with millions of fans and natural traffic, the number of viewers for this live stream skyrocketed. Within 20 minutes, the audience count had reached 6 million. Seeing that enough people had gathered, Bridget started dropping bombshells. I said on Weibo that there's a girl who knows about our relationship yet still meddles in it, breaking into my and Adrian's feelings. I really never expected such girls exist in this world. Don't your conscience hurt when you do these things? A few weeks ago, Adrian attended an offline fan meeting. Everyone knows about that, right? After saying this, Bridget stopped mysteriously. At this point, Lena felt a foreboding sensation rise in her heart. Sure enough, viewers in the live stream were already talking about the event during which Adrian allegedly got involved with another girl. I remember that day Adrian played a Lux EV combo with a girl. Could that girl be the homewrecker? Now that you mention it, I remember Adrian was flirting with her openly. They seemed like they had something going on. Yeah, that girl was quite pretty. That girl also played AD really well. At that time, many people in the live stream were shipping them as a couple. I watched the live stream too. Indeed, many people said they were a pair. Was that girl the homewrecker? Lena couldn't bear to watch and also sent a comment. Can you stop making things up? That girl has nothing to do with Adrian. Don't spread rumors. Imelda also defended Lena in the live stream, yeah, she has a boyfriend. Stop spreading false information. We're not making anything up. Everyone saw it at the fan meeting. Yeah, if it wasn't her, why would the host mention the fan meeting? It must be her. She's the homewrecker. Bridget left everyone hanging. Keep talking, we're waiting. Stop holding back, tell us more. Some people even started sending gifts to see more drama. Rockets, yachts, and Porsches flew across the screen. Tell us more. We'll back you up. Yes. Host, don't be afraid. If there's a real homewrecker, we'll deal with her. Seeing the right moment, Bridget wiped away tears and sobbed softly. She flipped through the next page and released screenshots of Adrian secretly looking at Lena from the live stream. These are some screenshots from the live stream. Melvin with a glance, you can see Adrian sneaking peeks at that girl. That day I had something to attend and could only watch the live stream. I didn't expect someone would take advantage of my absence. After the fan meeting ended, Adrian started ignoring me, ignoring my messages and refusing to pick up my calls. Those days were very painful, emotionally exhausting. The barrage of comments turned into scathing criticism. Cold War men deserve to die. How despicable, this couple of dogs. What a shame for such a pretty girl. She could find any boyfriend she wants. Why does she have to rush to be a homewrecker? Truly, the world's morals are declining. Down with the homewrecker. Who knows her? Let's go and attack her. Yeah, let's abuse her to death. I've never seen this girl before. She can't be an internet celebrity, right? I wonder what her account is. Bridget continued, after that, I went to him and asked if he wanted to break up. Mariah neither confirmed nor denied it, being very vague and just kept me hanging. Still, he slept with me as usual. The comments in the live stream were even more scathing. Damn male. Adrian is purely a big male. Girl fans, take a good look. This is your beloved brother, a major male. Adrian is too. Bridget cried until her eyes were red, looking pitiful. Mariah's voice was heavy with sobs as she said pitifully, this afternoon, while he was napping, I sneaked a peek at his phone. Mariah had added that girl on WeChat and they often chatted ambiguously. Adrian even said he would give her Christmas gifts. Then, she released screenshots of Lena and Adrian's chat history. To be precise, it was forged chat history. In the screenshots, indeed, it showed the avatars of Adrian and Lena, but Lena had never sent those messages. Sister, what Christmas gift do you want? I've never been in love before. I don't know how to buy gifts for girls. To avoid mistakes, just send me a link. Bridget sobbed, these were all sent this morning. When he sent these messages, I was still sleeping next to him. Lena frowned at the chat record. These 2 sentences were indeed sent by Adrian this morning, but her replies were completely different from those in the screenshot. I want a set of skincare products. Then she sent a link. Bought for sister. Sister, I miss you so much. Come accompany me tonight. Okay, shall we go to that hotel again? Sure, I'll book the room and send you the room number later. Your girlfriend won't find out, will she? She's a major influencer. If she finds out, won't her fans curse me to death? Don't worry, I told her that the team has arranged training tonight, so she won't know. That's good. Extramarital affairs are the most exciting. Seeing this, the live stream was filled with curses. Damn, really knowing and becoming a homewrecker, this woman has no shame. So cheap, this woman. Rushing to be a homewrecker. Yes, it's shameful for a girl. A set of skincare products satisfied her, how cheap. Who is this woman? Does anyone know? I really want to tear her apart. All-powerful netizens, bring her down. Yes. Who can dig her up? I'm incredibly strong now. I'm going to curse her to death. Shameless homewrecker. Lena was extremely angry. This female streamer actually forged chat records to incite online harassment against her. Lena typed quickly. Why did you forge the chat record? My Yang didn't say those things. Mariah's comment was quickly drowned out by the curses. Imelda was also watching the live stream and immediately called her when she saw this. Imelda angrily said, Laverne, this Bridget is too vicious, forging chat records to accuse you of being a homewrecker. I believe you definitely wouldn't say those things. It's clear she's deliberately framing you. Right, my Yang doesn't even know her. Why did she do this? Imelda said, Catherine, because she likes Adrian and saw you interacting with him, which made her resentful. She deliberately tried to ruin your reputation and used netizens as weapons to harass you to vent her anger? This is illegal behavior. Baby, don't get upset. Don't argue with them in the live stream. Those people are like lunatics, you can't win against them. Lena felt terrible and wasn't in the mood for calls anymore. Yueshin, I'll hang up. After hanging up, Lena glanced at the live stream again. Someone actually recognized her in the live stream. A person named Little Noah Zai said, this girl is Lena, my high school classmate. Mariah's character has always been bad. Being a homewrecker is expected. Chapter 78, Lena comes forward to clear Mariah her name. Lena watched as the person called Little Verneza defamed her should be translated as defamed in this context in the live stream. She had a pretty good idea of who this Little Verneza was. In high school, she got along well with most of her classmates. Only Coral's little group disliked her and always acted against her. There happened to be someone named Verna in that clique. Lena made sure to keep a record and took screenshots of all Little Verneza's comments. Then there was another one called Sweetie. From the moment she started spreading rumors that Lena was a homewrecker, Lena began recording on her phone. All the slander and defamation from Sweetie were recorded. As a law student, how could she just let others insult and defame her? She would sue all these people. They'd picked a fight with the wrong person. Little Verneza, Lena has been habitually wrecking homes. She did it back in high school too. When caught, she acted pitiful saying we isolated and excluded her. Little Verneza, Mariah's family runs a spicy hot pot stand. They're quite poor. Mariah's clothes are so washed out she can't bear to buy new ones. Catherine, due to inferiority, she relies on seducing men to prove her charm. Little Verneza, she also has a nickname, Spicy Hot Pot Princess. Big spicy chicken, what a small world. No need for doxing, it all came out hahaha. The homewrecker probably didn't think it would be so coincidental. Young lord so handsome, so she sells spicy hot pot. She must be afraid of poverty, knowing nothing but seduction. Adrian must have lost his eyes not choosing top-tier Sweetie but hooking up with a spicy hot pot girl. Drifting away, where does she live? Give an address, I want to take her down. I'm just proud like that, yes, expose her address. Bullying Sweetie won't go unpunished. Little Verneza, those wanting the address, message me privately. Lena immediately exposed her. Little Butterfly Flower, Aubrey Vernana, stop spreading lies here. Seeing herself exposed, Aubrey Vernana didn't panic at all. Instead, she incited the audience in the live stream to curse Lena. Little Verneza, everyone look, this Little Butterfly Flower is Lena herself, the homewrecker. Those who said to curse her, go ahead. Little Butterfly Flower, I was indeed a fan of Adrian before. After the fan meet, he did add my WeChat, but there was no flirtation. I didn't know he had a girlfriend. The chat records shown by the host are fake. Sweetie noticed Lena's comment. With red eyes sobbing, she said, can you believe how shameless homewreckers can be now? Appearing in my live stream to openly challenge me. Look, she admitted adding Adrian on WeChat. This statement avoided the main point, ignoring the fabricated chat records and shifting everyone's attention to Lena and Adrian being WeChat. Then Sweetie posted several gaming achievements. This player, a blob of meep sheep, must be this Miss Homewrecker, playing sweet duo cues with Adrian many times. Sweetie's eyes were red and tearful, looking very pitiable. Summer Breeze is Adrian's alt account. I've seen this name on his friend list. Looking into the camera, Sweetie appeared extremely pitiful. When I dug out these game records, I trembled with anger. Instantly, the netizens in the live stream hurled insults at Lena. Mariah private messages quickly flooded with over 99 plus messages from strangers within a few minutes. Lena ignored her private messages and continued to clear her name in the live stream. Little Butterfly Flower, the chat records shown by the host are fake. I never said those things. Little Butterfly Flower, the games were played under the impression he had no girlfriend. I asked him for advice. Ask yourselves, fans, would you refuse if your idol invited you to play? Little Butterfly Flower, I will post my chat records with Adrian later. Let the truth speak for itself. Unaware of the full story, the viewers attacked Lena relentlessly, their words filled with profanity, cursing her entire family. Especially Sweetie's male fans, turning into raging rams, lashing out at Lena with endless curses and foul language. Imelda stood up for Lena in the live stream, mistaken as Lena's alt account, and was cursed alongside her. Seeing no point in arguing further, Lena stopped commenting. She first went to WeChat to question Adrian. Why didn't you tell me you had a girlfriend? Why flirt with me on purpose? Now your girlfriend is leading your fans to cyberbully me while you play dead? Adrian didn't reply. Enraged, Lena sent two 60-second voice messages scolding him for being an irresponsible man. Then she made a short video of screenshots from the chat records with Adrian since they added each other on WeChat and posted it on a popular social media platform. The tags included hashtag #OneSweetie, hashtag even, hashtag clarification, hashtag. Soon, this video went viral. #OneSweetie, Adrian's fans, and various bystanders came to watch. Some boiling sheep still blindly believed in #OneSweetie, claiming that Lena's chat records were fabricated. They acted like rabid dogs, viciously barking under Lena's video. There were also some who disliked #OneSweetie and stood by Lena. And there were calm and objective observers who said they wouldn't comment without understanding the facts, waiting for further developments. Lena did not engage in an argument with those rabid dogs in the comments. Instead, she took screenshots of their insults and their profile information as evidence. What a joke. Run after insulting her? She wasn't that easy to bully. The internet was not beyond the reach of law. She would make these people pay the price. After finishing taking screenshots, Lena felt less angry. You're still awake? Jalmer entered the room at some point. Mariah had just taken a shower, wearing a dark bathrobe with his hair neatly dried. Yeah, about to sleep, Lena replied gloomily. What's wrong? You look unhappy, are you feeling down? Jalmer walked over, sat by the bed, and gently stroked the girl's head, full of concern. Lena didn't want to bring the negativity from the internet to Jalmer. He was already busy enough. There was no need to tell him about these things. She planned to find a lawyer tomorrow and sue those people. Lena shook her head lightly. Nothing. Have you finished your work? Yes, done. Come to bed then. Jalmer's hand caressed her face, his voice sexy and magnetic. Were you waiting for me? His voice was too enchanting. Lena's face blushed pink. Yeah, let's sleep together. All right. Jalmer lay on the bed, causing one side of it to sink slightly. Mariah reached out to pull Lena into his arms. If anything is bothering you, you must tell me. Don't keep it bottled up, okay? Okay. Leaning against Jalmer's chest gave her a sense of security. Lena temporarily forgot about all the chaos online. Listening to Jalmer's heartbeat, she soon fell asleep. At this moment, Lena was unaware that she had been trending on Weibo due to the insults. Chapter 79, Jalmer knew that Lena had been defamed. Even fell in love with the hot pot princess? A small sweetie was betrayed. These two topics had surged to 6th and 7th place on Weibo's hot search list. Inside, they were almost entirely screenshots of a female streamer named Carissa's live stream from last night and video clips clarifying from Laverne Hua, Little Butterfly Flower. This Laverne Hua is really shameless, taking chat screenshots out of context and turning around to accuse small sweetie of forging chat records. She deleted all those ambiguous records she had with Adrian. Laverne Hua was the name of Lena's certain platform account. Yes, Sister Third is too shameless. Didn't you notice, this Laverne Hua has a fan certification. She is a fan of Emile. Catherine of her liked videos are related to Emile. Yes, everyone quickly go check her homepage. A lot of likes are for Emile. Some who claim to be fans of Emile commented below. From now on, she is expelled from being a fan. Our brother doesn't need such morally corrupt fans. There were several comments agreeing below. Yes, she was expelled from being a fan. This kind of third sister isn't worthy of being a fan of our brother Xiang. There were also supporters of Lena. Certain fans have gone far enough. Your so-called sister appears to men while belittling women. In my view, this Laverne Hua is being slandered. Your sister Xiang looks more like the one who likes being a third party. Exactly, I've long been annoyed by that woman who teases men on short videos every day as if she can't live without men. She is such a misogynist, it sounds like something she would do to slander others. Yes, I don't even want to talk about her boiling sheep, too freaking disgusting. The next day, when Lena woke up, she went to check a certain platform. She originally thought she wouldn't get angry and not argue with them. But when she saw those indecent insults, she still lost control and argued loudly with those netizens who insulted her privately. Early in the morning, Lena got herself extremely upset. Mariah's photo album increased by hundreds of screenshots. Lena kept doing deep breathing, trying to calm herself down. She couldn't get angry. Anger is bad for the baby in her belly. While deep breathing, Lena mumbled. Life is like a play, people gather because of fate. It's not worth getting angry over trivial things, think again after cooling off. Let others get angry, but I shouldn't, nobody will take the illness caused by anger. If I die of anger, who benefits? Besides, it hurts the spirit and wastes effort. At the Pedro Corporation, during lunch break. Jalmer's secretary, Violet, sat in the company cafeteria, eating while browsing Weibo. Even fell in love with the hot pot princess? A small sweetie was betrayed. Who is Even? Who is a small sweetie? Violet didn't usually play games or follow the esports scene, so she didn't know these two people. But with the curiosity of a bystander, she clicked in. After just a few scrolls, a picture of Lena appeared suddenly. Miss Cheen. She exclaimed subconsciously, her voice loud enough to attract stares from colleagues dining nearby. Violet smiled apologetically at those people. Sorry, I spoke a bit loudly, apologies. After finishing her words, she hurriedly lowered her head and continued browsing Weibo. After reading for a while, she finally understood. A female streamer claimed that Lena was interfering in her relationship, knowing well she was the third party. The photo was taken at an offline fan meet, showing the streamer's boyfriend turning his head to look at Lena stealthily. This photo served as the so-called evidence of Lena disrupting her relationship. There were also some chat records. As Violet read through, those words didn't seem like what Lena would say. She also saw Lena's clarification video, saying she was framed and accused falsely by the streamer. The whole incident involved only the confrontation between the female streamer and Lena, while the man remained completely invisible. Violet read the comments section filled with vulgar insults. Mariah's brows furrowed, and after thinking, she decided to call the president. Jalmer was driving. Mariah planned to go home for lunch with Lena today. During the red light wait, his phone rang. Jalmer glanced at the caller ID. Bradford rarely disturbed him during rest time, which meant there must be something important. Mariah pressed the answer button. President, have you seen Weibo? Jalmer didn't understand. I don't look at that stuff, what happened? Bradford seemed unsure how to start, hesitating before saying, Miss Cheen has been trending on Weibo with accusations of being a third party. Someone is spreading rumors. What? Jalmer frowned deeply. Bradford's words seemed like tales from Arabian Nights. Speaking standard Cathrinderan, he almost didn't understand her words. What did you say? Mariah asked again, his tone serious. It's a female streamer who was spreading rumors that Miss Cheen was a third party, interfering with her relationship. Miss Cheen has clarified it, but there are still many people cursing her online. Some even exposed her identity information and threatened to block her in real life. Bradford toned down the situation. In fact, some radical fans of the female streamer wanted to hire thugs to physically assault Lena, avenging Xiao Tian. Some even claimed they would find someone to kill Lena. Now, Jalmer understood. Recalling how indignant Lena looked last night, he finally realized what had happened. She had already been subjected to cyberbullying at that time. Yet, she hadn't told him a single word. Beep beep. Drip. The red light turned green, and car horns behind him went off one after another. Jalmer started the car. The black Bentley sped down the road like the wind. Contact lawyer Liang immediately, assist him in gathering evidence to sue that female streamer for defamation, and also sue those who have bullied Lena online. Don't let anyone off who has insulted her. Remove the trending topics immediately after gathering all evidence. Yes, President. Jalmer pressed the accelerator, the car's speed increasing dramatically. His eyes remained focused on the road ahead, his expression ferocious. I need the identity information of that female streamer who slandered Lena. Understood. I'll get it done right away. After hanging up, Jalmer immediately dialed Lena's phone. However, an emotionless female voice informed him that the call was disconnected. Jalmer's concern grew deeper. Mariah's phone was off. Lena usually wouldn't turn off her phone. Could it be that those people found her phone number and kept harassing her until she had to shut it down? Thinking this, Jalmer's eyes darkened, his heart filled with worry and fear. Lena, please be okay. Wait for me, I'm coming back. Jalmer's guess was right. Those people somehow got hold of Lena's phone number and started bombarding her with various harassing calls. Afraid to continue replying online, Lena simply turned off her phone and curled up on the couch, pondering how to visit a lawyer after lunch. Suddenly, the door of the apartment opened. A dark figure shot in front of Lena, startling her. Are you okay, Laverne? Amy panted as she asked. She had just received a call from young Catherinster saying something happened to Lena and asking her to check on her. So anxious was she that she didn't wait for the elevator and ran all the way up. Fortunately, she lived downstairs and was close by, reaching here within less than a minute. Lena hesitated, then replied, I'm fine. Why is your phone off? Young Catherinster couldn't reach you on the phone just now, he was so worried. Lena's gaze wandered. Oh, it might have been out of battery automatically. Amy sat next to Lena and patted her chest. Really nothing wrong? That's good, I was scared. Worried, Lena wondered if Mr. Pedro had found out something. Chapter 80 Accuse. Accuse them all, don't let a single one go. Jalmer came back soon. Amy tactfully went downstairs. Lena got up from the sofa and walked to Jalmer. She naturally took the coat from his hands and hung it on the coat rack. Mr. Pedro, why are you back? Come back to have lunch with you. Jalmer put both hands on Lena's shoulders, carefully inspecting her from head to toe. Are you okay, little Di? Given how he asked, it seemed that he already knew what happened. Lena no longer concealed it. Not really, she said truthfully as she lowered her eyes. You've seen those videos and posts online? Lena asked while looking at her toes. Jalmer replied, I heard about it from Bradford, but I haven't had time to see it yet. Lena cautiously lifted her head to observe Jalmer's expression. She wondered inside how such trivial matters could be known even by Bradford. Could it be that everyone in his company knew? Would she become a joke and make Jalmer lose face? What would he think when he saw it? Would he misunderstand her relationship with Adrian or get angry at her? Would he be disgusted if he knew she had argued with others online? Feeling distressed, Lena looked down dejectedly. Mr. Pedro, I didn't intrude on anyone's feelings or flirt with anyone. The female anchor fabricated chat records and spoke nonsense. Seeing her like this, Jalmer felt a deep pang in his heart. I know, he gazed softly at Lena, saying gently, Little Di, I believe you, so please trust me too, alright? Leave this matter to me. Show me those videos and posts first. Lena suddenly raised her head. You believe me without having seen it? Jalmer's eyes were filled with sympathy. Dumb little Di, of course, I believe you. Why didn't you tell me last night? Were you afraid I'd misunderstand you? Don't you trust me to stand by your side? No, not at all. Lena hurriedly shook her head. I just saw how busy you were with work, and I didn't want you to worry about these trivial matters. Jalmer sighed softly. How can anything concerning you be considered trivial? Please tell me first whenever something happens in the future. Don't bear everything alone, it makes my heart ache. Lena whispered, all right, I'll remember that. Jalmer reached out his hand toward her. Give me your phone. Lena retrieved her phone from the sofa and placed it in Jalmer's hand. Jalmer opened the phone and clicked into Weibo. The two trending topics were still there, which meant Lawyer Liang was still collecting evidence. Mariah scrolled through the hot searches, reading the Weibos and comments, and his face gradually darkened. Observing his expression, Lena timidly said, I have screenshots of evidence and recorded the live stream where the female anchor defamed me. You can find them in the photo gallery. Opening the gallery, Jalmer saw hundreds of screenshots of Douyin comment sections and private messages, densely packed together. Skimming a few pages casually, he remained silent throughout, his expression turning increasingly grim. After several minutes, he lifted his head and turned around, holding his phone. Trying to chase after him, Lena panicked as she watched Jalmer turn back. Little Di, stay at home obediently. I'll be back soon. In Xingtong Law Firm, the largest law firm in all of Jingdu. What? The CEO is accusing all of them? Chief Lawyer Carson was bewildered while looking at the tens of thousands of comments on Weibo. Bradford bravely responded, not all of them. It would also trouble you to screen out any who cursed Miss Chin or Little Di Flower. Those who merely spectated can be ignored. Violet then showed Carson Douyin on his phone. Oh, right, there's also Douyin. Xingtong Law Firm had a one-to-one legal advisory contract with Pedro Corporation, which was their only client for legal advice. Carson was not only the chief lawyer but also a senior partner in the firm. These past years, cases big and small involving Pedro Corporation and its subsidiaries had kept the entire law firm running. Never did Carson imagine that one day the CEO would entrust him with a defamation and cyberbullying case, which typically should be handled by junior lawyers. Upon being approached by Bradford, he was initially taken aback and confirmed several times before accepting that the CEO truly insisted this case be personally handled by him. Taking over Violet's phone, Carson frowned while watching Douyin videos clarifying, Little Di Flower. Who is this Little Di Flower? Why does the CEO care so much? Carson asked casually while looking at Weibo comments. Violet replied, she is the CEO's wife. Oh, so she's the CEO's wife. Wait. What? The CEO's wife? Carson suddenly raised his head, shocked. Violet nodded solemnly, yes, that's why the CEO insists you personally handle this case. The esteemed wife of the Pedro Corporation president and the young lady of Jingdu's top aristocratic family was actually rumored by an internet celebrity to be a third party. Was this internet celebrity crazy or had they lived too long? Carson looked at Adrian's picture, frowned, sneered, and showed disdain. Just this guy? Mariah couldn't even compare to one hair of the CEO. How could the CEO's wife fancy him? Melvin, thinking with toes, would know it was a rumor. It took Carson quite a while to digest this incredible news. Seeing his expression, Violet knew what he was thinking. She explained, the CEO and Miss Chin only made their relationship public within the high society circle. Miss Chin didn't want too much attention, so most of the guests at their engagement party were relatives or old friends of the Pedro family. Therefore, those netizens, including the female anchor, didn't know that Miss Chin was the Pedro family's young lady. So that's why. It seemed that the CEO's wife indeed kept a low profile. She didn't want her identity to leak. Even he, as the chief legal advisor of Pedro Corporation, didn't receive an invitation to the engagement party. Jalmer didn't even have time for lunch before he rushed to Xingtong law firm with Lena's phone. When he arrived, Carson and Violet were collecting and organizing evidence. There's more here. Jalmer walked into Carson's office and suddenly spoke, startling both Lennox and Lawyer Liang. Violet quickly regained her composure, smiling as she poured tea for Jalmer, then sat aside to continue organizing evidence. Jalmer sat opposite Carson and handed him Lena's phone. This is Little Dai's phone. There are still many people in her private messages who insulted her. List all these people as defendants. Carson looked at the phone for 10 minutes before raising his head to meet Jalmer's eyes. CEO, I understand the general situation. According to the law, intentionally fabricating and spreading false facts to damage someone's reputation constitutes defamation if the circumstances are serious. Carson was grave. If the same defamatory information has been clicked or viewed more than 5,000 times, or forwarded more than 500 times, it should be considered serious. The actions of the female anchor meet the criteria for initiating a criminal complaint for defamation. We can sue those who reposted her videos and related tweets for defamation as well. As for those who insulted Miss Chin, we can sue them for civil infringement. Good, handle it as soon as possible. Shortly after Jalmer left the law firm, the official account of Xingtong law firm posted 2 legal notices on Weibo and tagged at one sweetie. Those 2 legal notices were very long, one concerning criminal defamation, the other civil infringement of reputation. Netizens found that there was a long list of names following the defendant section. Catherine netizens had merely gone there for gossip and happened to forward the posts and videos. They never expected to see their own names listed in the criminal defamation notice. Melvin, those who had cursed Little Dai Flower, without knowing the truth, didn't expect that some casual curses could lead to lawsuits. Indeed, they ended up eating the fruit of their own actions. Netizens were curious about the identity of Little Dai Flower. At the same time, the female anchor at One Sweetie was panicking. What? Criminal defamation? My actions are actually a crime? And this from Xingtong law firm. She roared as she flipped through the notice. Then she immediately dialed a call. What happened? You didn't say this Lena had connections. Now, I've messed up. She wants to sue me for defamation. I agreed to do the job for money, but I didn't know it could get me jailed. Tell me what to do now. If they really sue me, I'll have to give you up. Chapter 81, The Catherine Sturmond. Kala admired her newly done manicure under the sunlight, chuckling lightly. Miss Wu, you need to think before you speak. Can you really afford to offend Aubrey Corporation? The petite and sweet-looking girl's real name was Amanita. She retorted coldly, I'm going to jail anyway. I'm not afraid of offending your Aubrey Corporation. Tiny diamonds on her pale pink nails shimmered in the sunlight, making Kala like them more as she looked. She smiled at the corner of her lips. But a cold light flashed through her eyes as she said coolly, defamation carries a maximum sentence of 3 years, but offending me could land you in prison for much longer than just 3 years. Amanita's fingers tightened around her phone, cold sweat trickling down her back. What do you mean? Kala's laughter rang like silver bells, sending chills down one's spine. Miss Wu, you're a smart person. You should know what I mean. If you behave yourself, I can help you find a lawyer to ensure you spend fewer days in jail. But if you do something that displeases me, well, I can't guarantee your fate. Amanita thought quickly. Aubrey Corporation, a powerful tycoon in Beijing with both wealth and influence, was not someone she could afford to offend. Kala had plenty of ways to make her disappear from this world. She didn't dare take the risk of betting on whether Kala was truly capable of such actions or not. Amanita's attitude softened as she resignedly said, Miss Aubrey, please help me find a lawyer. Kala giggled softly. No problem. When Jalmer returned home, Lena was sitting by the dining table, looking worried. Mariah took off his coat as he entered, slipped into slippers, and glanced at Lena. Why aren't you eating? It'll get cold soon. Lena rushed over when she saw him return. You're back. Jalmer handed her back her phone. Yes, Lawyer Liang has already gathered the evidence and issued a legal notice. Don't go out for the next couple of days. Lena nodded. Okay, I'll stay at home. It's just that I feel guilty about involving Yuexin and Xing Annuo this time. Jalmer frowned slightly. She was still thinking about others even at a time like this? As for Imelda, fine, she was her best friend, but who was Xing Annuo? Xing Annuo? Lena glanced at him, feeling a bit guilty. Yes, those people saw that I liked his Douyin post and knew I was his fan. They ended up cursing him too, which makes me feel really bad. Don't worry about it, Jalmer stroked her head. Why aren't you eating? Lena wiped away her frown, smiling at him. I was waiting for you. Haven't eaten yet? Let's eat together. Lin made a lot of delicious food. All right. At ZY Club headquarters. Ace was escorted into a van. Ulrich, the team manager, sat beside him, his expression grim. Where are we going, brother you? Ace asked, puzzled. The driver, a towering muscleman about 6 feet tall, drove silently with an unfriendly look. Ulrich had seen the gossip hot search about Ace, but he hadn't taken it seriously. Catherine professional players had chaotic private lives, cheating, breaking up with partners, being kept by rich women, it was all commonplace. The team wouldn't interfere as long as it didn't affect their performance. This incident actually brought Ace some unexpected publicity. Uzziah Foing tried to ignore it, but unexpectedly, the big boss wanted to see Ace. Puzzled, he called his superior. His superior only replied with, Catherine, you seek good fortune, without elaborating further. Ulrich became anxious. Did Ace offend some important figure? Would it involve him too? Ulrich turned to Ace. The big boss wants to see you. Mr. Liu? Ulrich shook his head. Liu is now the second in command. The big boss is the CEO of Pedro Corporation. Why does the big boss want to see me? Ace asked, puzzled. I'm not sure either. Perhaps, it has something to do with the recent hot search event. The van stopped in front of a members-only nightclub. The bodyguard led Ulrich and Ace inside. They passed through the main hall, rode an elevator, and walked down a long corridor until they reached the most luxurious VIP room at the end. Upon entering, Ulrich and Ace were filled with trepidation. Inside, dim lighting illuminated a dark red sofa where 2 men sat, one on each side. Cannon in white on the left was their former boss, Isidore, whom Ulrich recognized. On the right sat a man in a black shirt, handsome and exuding an aristocratic aura. Yet, his stern expression sent shivers down everyone's spines. This must be the big boss, Jalmer. Jalmer's gaze fell upon them. Who is Ace? Cannon's voice was chilling and terrifying. Ace shivered. I am. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-clad bodyguard behind him suddenly kicked the back of his knee. Ace fell to his knees. Jalmer looked down at him condescendingly. Do you know why you're here today? Chapter 82, Shifting Winds. Adrian knelt on the ground, head lowered, not daring to look at the towering man opposite him. I don't know. Mariah really didn't know. Lately, he hadn't offended any big shots or wronged anyone. Except. It's impossible for Lena to have any connection with the big boss, right? Mariah had seen the identity information of Lena exposed by netizens. Her family was quite ordinary, running a spicy hot pot stand. There was no way she could be associated with someone like Jalmer. Mariah genuinely liked Lena, but he was truly scum. When Lena was cyberbullied, he chose to flee. Mariah admitted to his weakness and incompetence, lacking courage. Was it really because of this incident that the big boss sought him out? But there were many more tricks played in this circle, yet none of them faced such consequences, right? Adrian's heart was racing, thoughts swirling as he tried to guess why the big boss had found him. Carson stood beside Jalmer, casually tossing a document onto the ground. The document landed before Adrian. Looking up, Adrian saw the words, Termination Agreement, boldly written on its cover. Carson adjusted his glasses and said, This is the termination agreement. Review it and sign it here. Termination? Adrian looked up in disbelief. Boss, what did I do wrong? Why terminate my contract? Jalmer frowned slightly. Who gave you permission to look directly at me? Mariah tilted his head and signaled with his eyes. Instantly, the bodyguards rushed forward and began beating Adrian ruthlessly. For a moment, the private room was filled with screams of pain. Stop. Boss, please, stop. I'm sorry. Brother, please, I know I'm wrong. Yugo, save me. Yugo, help. Ulrich stood nearby, his legs trembling uncontrollably. On the sofa, Jalmer reclined, long legs crossed, watching with half-closed eyes nonchalantly. Isidore sipped his drink leisurely, showing no intention of intervening. It seemed this wasn't going to end anytime soon. Ulrich dared not breathe loudly, fearing that the next person to be beaten might be him. Jalmer said, Ease off. Teach him a lesson, but don't kill him. The bodyguards held back their strength, choosing spots to beat without harming vital areas. But it still hurt terribly, and Adrian suffered immensely. Gradually, the screams weakened. Eventually, Adrian stopped making noise altogether, lying motionless on the ground like a dead fish. Seeing enough, Jalmer calmly said, All right, and the bodyguard stopped, stepping aside. Carson seemed used to such scenes, displaying no emotion. Indifferently, he tossed a pen onto the ground. Sign it. Adrian's eyes, now swollen like puffy buns, opened with difficulty. Shakily, he picked up the pen, lay down on the ground, and scribbled his name. Mariah hadn't even glanced at the agreement. Its contents were irrelevant now. Mariah had no other choice but to sign. Carson collected the signed document and stepped aside. Jalmer nodded, and 2 bodyguards dragged Adrian away. Isidore turned to Ulrich, asking, You're the team manager, right? What's your name again? Ulrich, upon hearing Isidore speak, stepped forward and replied, Yes, Mr. Liu. My name is Ulrich. Isidore said, Find a replacement for him. Add some clauses to the contract. Screen carefully, we can't afford people with poor character. People like him tarnish our club's reputation. There are plenty of skilled players with good character, don't sign trash like him. Also, we need to clean up the club. Tell everyone to behave themselves. If anything similar happens again, they're all fired, understood? Yes, Mr. Liu. Isidore put down his glass, that's all. Get him to the hospital. Ulrich breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't being targeted. Mariah fled the room as fast as possible, escaping like his life depended on it. Isidore turned to Jalmer, Chen, calm down. Jalmer replied coldly, we spend tens of millions each year paying salaries to these morally bankrupt scums who love playing with women. Not all players are like that. You heard me instruct my people to straighten things out. With this lesson, I believe such incidents won't happen again. Jalmer scoffed disdainfully, Catherine sure this kind of scum never appears in public again. Understood. After terminating the contract, no club will dare sign him. Lena didn't expect Adrian to post a lengthy apology letter on Weibo. In it, he admitted to harassing Lena and multiple other women despite having a girlfriend. Mariah also confessed to portraying himself as single to deceive female fans and make a fortune off them. In the letter, he expressed his sincerest apologies to Lena and her fans. Due to breaching the contract, ZY Club had terminated his contract. Now, he was no longer a professional player of ZYE Sports Club, and he paid the price for his actions. Mariah hoped that other players would take him as a negative example and not do similar things. Mariah would be deactivating his Weibo account in 10 days and vowed never to appear in public again. The moment this letter was posted, the internet erupted once more. Melvin apologizes. Melvin terminated by ZY. These two hashtags took over the top 2 spots on Weibo's trending list. Catherine fans saw Melvin's true colors and decided to unfollow him. Some turned into haters. However, there was still a small group of radical diehard fans who refused to believe the truth. They spread conspiracy theories in the comments section. Melvin top 1, Mariah must have been forced. Melvin would never do such a thing. Adrian's only wife, yes. Our Melvin would never do such a thing. Esports sweet romance Moriaroan, Melvin, don't be afraid, we will always believe in you. Only love Melvin, don't you think this incident is strange? Melvin, if Melvin was unfaithful, what does the player's private life have to do with the team? Why would the team terminate the contract? I bet someone is framing him behind the scenes. Qiaobao, yes. What the poster above said is correct. Baby Melvin must have been framed. Little Young, you are the best. Little Young, sister will always support you. This time, you must have been framed. It's all the fault of that bitch named Little Betsy. The last netizen originally wanted to curse Little Butterfly Flower as well and had even typed it out, but then she suddenly remembered those 2 long legal letters from a few days ago. In the end, she deleted the curses against Little Butterfly Flower. This time, Adrian's brainless fans shifted their focus to one Little Betsy, viciously slandering her online, even engaging in doxing. Melvin, when one Little Betsy was accused of defamation, her Bobo Yang Yang still blindly supported her. Thus, an online battle erupted between Adrian's brainless fans and one Little Betsy's Bobo Yang Yangs. The 2 fan groups were engaged in heated arguments online. Almost no one paid attention to Little Butterfly Flower anymore. Those who had previously insulted her vanished without a trace. Lena's life finally returned to tranquility. The lawsuit against one Little Betsy and those netizens had already been filed by the court, awaiting trial. But on this day, Lena suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Chapter 83, Gwen's Call. That day, she happened to have a package being delivered. Lena thought it was the courier calling and picked up without hesitation. Laverne, where are you? Your mom misses you, come home and visit soon. It turned out to be Gwen calling. Lena was dazed, she hadn't been in touch with the Chin family for months. Mariah's father had taken over 50 million from Jalmer, agreeing to sever ties with her. Logically, with that much money, the Chins should live luxuriously, and who would remember her? Gwen must have forgotten about her long ago, so why was she calling now? Lena wanted to hang up. Gwen quickly said, Laverne, don't hang up yet, mommy has something to tell you, sniffle sniffle. Lena frowned, why was Gwen crying all of a sudden? What was going on? Lena stayed silent but didn't hang up, listening quietly to what Gwen had to say. After sobbing a few times, Gwen continued, your father. Ricky, that devil, is keeping a mistress outside. After I found out, he still acted arrogantly, arguing fiercely with me. Now we're getting a divorce. Ricky keeping a mistress? This was new. In the Chin household, Gwen was the most domineering, and Ricky dared not go against her wishes. Now, Ricky was actually keeping a mistress. Gwen sobbed, your brother got into gambling, losing all our savings. Bernadette fights with him daily, demanding a divorce too. Your brother, he's really suffering now. That bitch Bernadette even brings men home openly, doing things right in front of your brother. Your brother couldn't stand it and fought with one of the men. The guy is part of a gang, how could your brother win, sniffle sniffle. Your brother is still in the hospital, but that slut hasn't visited once, always messing around with that bastard. Since Lena left the Chin family, she had completely lost faith in them all. Now hearing Gwen's tearful complaints, she felt no sympathy whatsoever, treating it as mere gossip. Gwen, still sobbing, denounced Bernadette, Laverne, you were right. Bernadette, that slut, is trouble. She's violent and hits your brother mercilessly. I made a mistake letting her into our home. Mariah hearing this, Lena finally spoke. Don't worry, you did nothing wrong, Lena mocked, just a little spat between young lovers, they're flirting. They're family, beating is a sign of affection, cursing is love. Gwen paused, shocked. Laverne, how can you say such things? Your brother is hospitalized, how can you be so heartless? Lena gave a cold laugh. When I told you that Bernadette bullied me in middle school, what did you say? You said it was just kids fighting and playing around. You told me to shut up and not ruin Alexi's marriage because he had been dating her for 2 years. Gwen tried to interrupt, Laverne, Lena cut her off. Now that your precious son is beaten, you feel sorry for him? So only Alexi's life matters while mine doesn't? When Mr. Pedro gave Ricky $50 million as dowry and $30,000 for Alexi's medical bills, saying I would have no more ties to the Chin family, Ricky agreed. You took the money and should have stayed out of my life forever. Now problems arise, and you want to bother me again? Sorry, I severed ties with your Chin family. After speaking, Lena felt tears welling up in her eyes. Gwen screamed. What? 50 million. Lena slightly furrowed her brows at her reaction. That scoundrel Ricky dared to lie to me. Over 50 million. Gwen cursed angrily. Mariah told me it was only 5 million. Good old Ricky, hiding 45 million. How dare he? Gwen clenched her teeth, furious. No wonder that little tramp wouldn't leave him. It turns out he had 45 million hidden away. Mariah Portia must have been bought by him with that money. That's 45 million. Mariah told us he got 5 million, giving 2 million to Xiangyang and his wife, another million for a new house, and kept 2 million for investment. Mariah said he was following a big boss for business and sold the family shop. I stayed home taking care of Bao while he was gone all the time. Lena interrupted her again, enough, I have no interest in how you split the money. How you live and divide the money is none of my business, don't bother me anymore. Laverne, mommy. Before she could finish, Lena hung up directly. Gwen wouldn't give up, bombarding Lena with calls. Getting annoyed, Lena simply blocked her. About half an hour later, Gwen switched to sending text messages from another number. Laverne, did you block mommy? Mommy just misses you and wants to chat. Laverne, this family is already broken apart now, mommy needs you. Lena looked at the texts coldly. Broken apart? Humph, not bad for someone who didn't read much, she knows how to use idioms. Laverne, come back and see your brother. I sent your boyfriend from a wealthy family? Could you ask him to help your brother? Your brother owes a lot of high-interest loans, and the debt collectors are causing him trouble every day. Ricky left a divorce agreement and ran off with his mistress after taking the money. Now he can't be found, those people say if your brother doesn't pay back, they'll chop off his hand. Laverne, mommy begs you to save your brother. Laverne, are you reading this? Mommy has no way out, all the money was used to pay off your brother's loans, we have nothing left. Laverne, you can't be so heartless, we are still family. Lena curled her lips, giving a mocking smile. Humph, family? What an ironic 3 words. Dinner time. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Lena had no appetite. Jalmer sat opposite, serving her a few dishes. Seeing Lena didn't react, Jalmer waved his hand in front of her eyes. What's wrong, Laverne? Do you have something on your mind? Lena snapped back to reality, picked up the bowl and started eating with her head down. Nothing. Jalmer asked with concern, still thinking about those messy things online? Has anyone been cursing you recently? Lena shook her head, no. So what's bothering you? Lena held the bowl without speaking. Since the Chins were no longer related to her, she didn't need to tell Mr. Pedro about these things. But Jalmer was unhappy. Mariah put down his chopsticks and said sternly, Laverne, did you forget what I said? You must tell me everything, don't keep it bottled up. We're family now. Family? These 3 words sounded completely different coming from Jalmer compared to Gwen. A warm current flowed through her heart. Lena lifted her head, her expression touched. Jalmer looked at her, so, what happened? Chapter 84, Jalmer's Scheme. Lena raised her head, lightly biting her lips, hesitating on how to start. Jalmer silently watched her, waiting for her to speak. Lena paused, then said, actually, it's nothing much. It's just that I received a call from my mom today. Jalmer's face remained expressionless, as if he wasn't surprised at all. What did she say to you? Lena whispered, nothing much, just talked about some Chin family matters. The Chin family was no longer her home. Jalmer raised an eyebrow. Mariah had always sent people to keep an eye on the Chin family. Mariah knew everything about the recent chaos within the Chin family. When he gave Ricky 50 million back then, he didn't intend to let the Chin family live in peace. People are selfish and greedy. Especially those petty civilians like the Chin family who were once afraid of poverty, their inherent flaws were vividly displayed. Like Ricky, someone who had been poor all his life, when suddenly blessed with a huge fortune, wouldn't honestly give all the money to his family. Hiding the money was within Jalmer's expectations. A man would change for the worse when he got money. From the moment Jalmer handed over the money, He had Ricky right where he wanted him. 50 million as dowry was merely a setup he casually planned. As expected, Ricky lied to his family, secretly stashed away 45 million, only admitting to receiving 5 million. Controlled by his wife all his life, Ricky naturally rebelled when he finally had money. Within just over a month, Ricky had cheated on his wife. His men reported that Ricky bought a Catherine-back behind his family's back, frequently driving around in it to flirt with women at various clubs. Ricky couldn't resist even the slightest bit of attraction. After 2 drinks, he ended up in bed with different women, eagerly providing a house and car for that woman. A Porsche worth over $1 million was bought without hesitation. At his old age, he played around like others, keeping mistresses in luxurious houses, purchasing a villa in the suburbs and living a decadent lifestyle every day. Indulging in revelry, secretly having affairs, fighting for divorce with his wife, eloping with the mistress, abandoning his family, none of this could be blamed on Jalmar. It was Ricky who couldn't withstand temptation and control himself. Jalmar's eyes darkened. How could the person who wronged him still expect to live comfortably? Did he really think Jalmar was some kind-hearted philanthropist? How could such good fortune fall into their hands? 50 million wasn't the beginning of a blissful life but the start of retribution. As for Alexei getting addicted to gambling, that wasn't his concern. Mariah hadn't sent anyone to maliciously guide Alexei. It was Alexei who couldn't control himself. People who acquire money easily, beyond their capacity and wisdom, will inevitably lose it in another way. Alexei brought disaster upon himself. Lena continued, but I've already cut ties with them. I don't want to deal with those issues anymore. They're none of my business now. Jalmar nodded. I'm glad you feel that way. Mr. Pedro has already given them 50 million, yet they're still unsatisfied and try to get more from me. They are really pushing their luck. Actually, at that time, I didn't agree to giving them 50 million. That amount was too much for them to spend in several lifetimes. Jalmar smiled but didn't respond. Mariah didn't give the 50 million out of gratitude to the Chin family. Little Di still thought he was foolish and generous enough to do charity. Mr. Pedro, please leave them alone this time. How they live is their own business. I understand. After speaking, Lena felt relieved. She started eating from her bowl. Mariah's morning sickness had eased up recently, so her appetite was significantly better. Seeing her enjoying her meal, Jalmar smiled gently. Mariah passed her a dish. Baby should eat more. Lena replied, baby is still small, just 4 months old, can't eat much yet. Jalmar chuckled, full of tenderness and affection. I'm talking about you, not him. A blush crept up Lena's cheeks. It was the first time Mr. Pedro called her baby. Jalmar noticed her shyness and asked with a smile, do you like being called that, baby? Lena blushed even more. She quickly took a few bites of food, pretending not to have heard. Jalmar's smile widened. How cute his baby was. After dinner, Jalmar held Lena on the living room sofa watching TV. Silly and boring cartoons, Lena claimed the baby inside loved watching them, so he stayed with her. Suddenly, the phone rang. Jalmar took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Eduardo. Since last time in the Pedro family's old residence, when Eduardo used Waverly's life-saving medicine to force him into an engagement with Kala, leading to an unhappy parting, they hadn't seen each other for so long. Eduardo didn't attend his and Lena's engagement party either. Calling him at this moment could only be about the acquisition of Yixing Company of Aubrey Group. The Pedro Group had already acquired 30% of the shares in Yixing Pharmaceutical Company of Aubrey Group, and according to the law, the Pedro Group had issued a tender offer to Yixing Pharmaceutical Company, which was now in the public announcement period. Eduardo had sought him many times recently, but he always avoided meeting him. Now that the acquisition was a sure thing, once the tender offer was issued, it couldn't be withdrawn. It wouldn't make any difference if Eduardo came to see him now, so meeting him would be fine. Mariah picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, however, Eduardo didn't mention the acquisition. Roscoe, are you free today? Let's get together. Then he gave an address. It was a private club. After a pause, he added. Last time at the old house was my fault, I apologize to you. We've been friends for so many years, give me some face, let's consider it past, okay? Since Eduardo had apologized, Jalmar naturally gave him a way out. Alright, I'll drop by. Jalmar hung up the phone, kissed Lena's forehead. Baby, my brother invited me to gather, I'll be out for a while. If you're sleepy, go to bed first, don't wait for me. Lena pouted, reluctant for him to leave. But recently, Jalmar spent all his time either working or accompanying her, rarely going out with his group of brothers. Lena was sensible and didn't throw a tantrum. Okay, drink less alcohol. Baby, rest assured, I won't drink. Alright, go then. Jalmar kissed her small face one more time before reluctantly letting go. Where are you going? How many people? Any girls? Will you still love me when you come back? Lena teased jokingly. Jalmar replied very cooperatively, going to a proper club, 5 people, all males, no females, and I will still love you when I come back. Lena's eyes curved into crescents, smiling sweetly. Mr. Pedro always cooperated with her, never dampening her mood, providing maximum emotional value. Alright, go quickly. Jalmar put on his coat and reminded Lena before leaving, don't watch TV for too long, go to bed early. How long can cartoons last? They were just boring pastimes for amusement, treating her like a child. Lena smiled. I know, I'll go to sleep early. Good. Chapter 85. Gwen surrounded by deranged fans. Gwen had spent the whole day at the hospital taking care of Alexei. She only went home after having dinner with her son. Previously, the new house that Ricky bought for $1 million didn't last long before Alexei was targeted by loan sharks. Ricky ran away with his mistress, leaving Gwen unable to pay off Alexei's gambling debts. Those people pinned Alexei to a table, and the leader, a thug, waved a kitchen knife, threatening to chop off Alexei's hand if the money wasn't paid. Gwen knelt and cried, promising to sell their house to pay off the debt. Only then did they let Alexei go. Before leaving, they beat up Alexei. The next day, Gwen found an agent to sell the house. Since the old house hadn't been sold yet, they moved back in. In this old residential area, street lamps cast dim, yellowish light. Gwen was startled when she arrived downstairs. Standing under her building were over 10 people, holding banners. On closer inspection, the banners read, "Uncover the Catherine Sturmond behind Lena. Avenge even. Lena has caused too much harm, this grudge must be avenged." Gwen kept quiet. Although she didn't know what happened, she knew these visitors had ill intentions. Trying to sneak into the stairway, a robust young woman grabbed her. "Wait a moment, do you know Lena? She lives in this building." Gwen lowered her head, mumbling, I know her, but she has already moved out." Gwen attempted to pass. Eva frowned, about to let her go, but another slimmer girl suddenly shouted. "Wait." Startled, Gwen shivered. The slim girl said, "This grandma looks like Lena's mother. Look at this photo, aren't they identical?" She turned the phone screen around for everyone to see. It showed Lena helping in a spicy hot pot store, with the middle-aged woman beside her, clearly Gwen, facing the camera. This photo was found during netizens' human flesh search. Gwen saw it too, trying to pull away from the girl's grip. Unfortunately, the girl who held her was tall and muscular, about 170 centimeters tall and around 160 pounds, a large build. Gwen couldn't break free. Eva exclaimed, "She is really Lena's mom." Turning to Gwen, she aggressively demanded, "Hand over Lena. We want justice for even." Gwen, confused by terms like "one post, 2 posts," snapped, "Let me go. I severed ties with Lena long ago, she's not here anymore, you're looking in the wrong place." The bulky girl ignored her, glaring, "Your daughter got my idol even fired and blacklisted. This isn't over. Hand her over now." Others joined in, chanting, "Yes. Hand over Lena. Hand over Lena. We need justice for even." Frustrated, Gwen said, "What Lena did has nothing to do with me. Our family severed ties with her long ago. She ran off with some random man, and I can't find her now." Someone in the crowd was filming her with a phone. Noticing this, Gwen tried to snatch the phone. These videos couldn't fall into Lena's hands. She called Lena just this afternoon for help. If Lena saw her disavowing their relationship and calling her rich boyfriend a random man, she would definitely refuse to help Xiangyang. Quickly dodging, the person holding the phone said, "Why are you grabbing my phone? Stop filming." Gwen yelled, "I will call the police if you keep doing this." Did you know that Lena was notorious for being a homewrecker in school? Is it true that she deliberately lured Even to ruin his career? Right. Was Lena following someone's orders to frame Even? More people started filming. With her hand tightly gripped by the bulky girl, Gwen could do nothing. Seeing this, Gwen had an idea. If these videos were seen by Lena, she might act the loving mother role, hoping Lena would be touched and return. After contemplating Alexei's beaten state and Ricky buying a Porsche for his mistress while seeking divorce, Gwen managed a few tears. "You're talking nonsense. My little Di is obedient and kind. How could she do something like that?" Someone countered, "Didn't you just say that Lena severed ties with your family and ran off with a random man? How can you now say she is obedient and kind?" Exactly. How can you be so contradictory? Was Lena actually following someone's orders to intentionally seduce Even and force him out of the entertainment circle? You guys talk about 1 post, 2 posts, I don't understand. Anyway, my little Di is a good girl. She would never become a homewrecker or frame anyone. As Gwen said this, her acting skills kicked in as she cried into the phone camera, "Little Di, where are you? Mom misses you, come home quickly." Someone asked, "Did you say your daughter has a man? Is that true?" Gwen paused, her mind racing. Lena's boyfriend could easily pull out 50 million. Mariah was definitely not an ordinary person. If his information were released, he might be pressured into helping Xiangyang. Yes, little Di has a very powerful boyfriend. I advise you not to mess with her, or you won't have a good time. Who is her boyfriend? Why did she still try to seduce Even if she already had one? Doesn't that prove she intended to harm Even? Right. Your daughter is shameless, having a boyfriend and still seducing Even on purpose. Who is her boyfriend? We need evidence to seek justice for Even. What was the name of Lena's boyfriend? Gwen tried hard to recall but didn't know his name. She only heard Lena call him Mr. Pedro. Forget it, these people hate Lena so much. She needed to act more convincingly to touch Lena's heart and make her come back to help Xiangyang repay the debt. Gwen shed tears and said mournfully, I don't know why you all defame my daughter like this. But my daughter is a good child. She must have been wronged. She wouldn't do those things. Please stop cursing at her. My daughter's boyfriend surnamed Pedro comes from a wealthy family. The dowry was 50 million. If you keep defaming little Di, her boyfriend won't let you off. A wealthy family surnamed Pedro? A girl in the crowd said, someone who can give 50 million as dowry, could it be the Pedro family from Jingdu? At this, everyone drew in a sharp breath, and the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. The Pedro family was one of China's top tycoon families, with Pedro Group's business spanning the globe, often making news. Online, many girls frequently posted discussions about Jalmer, the heir of Pedro Group. Most of these young netizens knew the Pedro family from Jingdu. Not long ago, Pedro Group's heir and actress Annabelle had made headlines. Seeing their reaction, Gwen nodded, you should know better. If you keep defaming little Di, none of you will escape. She had no idea about the Pedro family from Jingdu but figured they were untouchable based on their reactions, so she played along. Who knew that after mentioning the name, the big woman suddenly loosened her grip. The people surrounding Gwen looked at each other hesitantly. One person said disdainfully, no way. Mariah family only sells spicy hot pot, how could they possibly be connected to young Catherine's Pedro? Right. She's lying. Yeah, stop scaring us. But it might be possible, a girl interjected. Remember those 2 lawyer letters sent by Xingtong law firm a few days ago? Online comments said it serves Pedro Group. Those defendants were all people who cursed Lena. A hot pot vendor couldn't afford lawyers from such a prestigious law firm, especially one based in Jingdu. Everyone gasped again. After those letters, even issued an apology letter soon after. People who cursed Lena online almost disappeared, shifting focus to someone else named Betsy. But deep down, they still hated Lena, believing she had framed Even on purpose. They had cursed Lena in Even's fan group and organized this offline vigil spontaneously. Now, learning Lena's boyfriend was the heir of Pedro Group, they were all scared. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Lila, please go up, we mistook you. Sorry to have frightened you. One person led the apologies, and others followed suit. Yeah, sorry Lila, we mistook you. Please don't tell young Catherine's Pedro. Right, Lila, don't tell young Catherine's Pedro. We won't bother your daughter anymore. Chapter 86, You don't understand the bliss of a Catherine who Mariah's his wife. Jalmer walked into the club, frowning at the cacophony in the lobby. Mariah passed through the hall and went straight to one of the private rooms inside. The soundproofing of the private room was excellent, shutting out all the hustle and bustle outside. When Jalmer arrived, Isidore, Charles, Gordy, Ned, and several others were already seated at a mahjong table playing. Eduardo sat alone on a nearby sofa, holding a wine glass, drinking dejectedly. In recent times, Pedro Corporation had been aggressively acquiring the Yixing Pharmaceutical Company from Aubrey Corporation, leaving Eduardo incredibly busy and worn down by Jalmer's relentless actions. The once-spirited eldest son of the Aubrey family now appeared weathered. Jalmer sat down next to the sofa. Why choose such a noisy place late at night? It's quite loud. Isidore, who was smoking making a good move at the mahjong table, turned around and smiled at Jalmer. Aren't you usually fine with this noise, Roscoe? What happened today? Gordy added, this place is actually quiet, it's just the outside that's noisy. Eduardo poured a glass of wine for Jalmer. Try this. I keep Louis XIII Catherine Thistleum here. The wine wasn't cheap, costing over 60,000 per bottle. However, Jalmer shook his head and refused. I've quit. Isidore chuckled teasingly, Eduardo, you should understand. Roscoe now has a young, beloved wife at home and stays away from tobacco and alcohol. Jalmer smiled faintly without denying it. The few people at the table exchanged glances, not sure what Isidore meant. Everyone in their circle knew that Kala had pursued Roscoe for many years. Though Roscoe was engaged now, Isidore shouldn't say this in front of Eduardo. Wasn't he intentionally embarrassing Eduardo? Seeing how Roscoe treated the wine Eduardo personally poured, it seemed the rumors were true. Eduardo and Roscoe had had a falling out because of Kala. Eduardo laughed nonchalantly. Is it your wife at home who enforces strict rules? Jalmer leaned lazily against the sofa. Not really. I did it voluntarily. Laverne doesn't like the smell of tobacco or alcohol. Eduardo didn't respond, finishing his wine in one gulp. Today's gathering was arranged by Eduardo, and everyone gave him face, coming over as asked. After finishing one cup of wine, Eduardo drank another. Gordy and Ned exchanged glances. Eduardo seemed off. Ever since Roscoe came in, the atmosphere became oddly tense. Just because his sister and Roscoe couldn't be together, would Eduardo drown his sorrows in drink? Gordy asked with a smile, what's up, Tion? Got troubles? Drinking like it's water? Isidore naturally knew about Pedro Corporation's acquisition of Aubrey Corporation's pharmaceutical company. The other gentleman who only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun might not even know about it yet. Mariah just smiled, concentrating on the mahjong game without getting involved in the matter between Jalmer and Eduardo. But his heart was with Jalmer, whom he got along best within the circle. That's why he spoke in front of Eduardo earlier. Eduardo ignored Gordy. After knocking back 2 more glasses of wine, he turned to Jalmer. Roscoe, is there really no leeway for the acquisition? Jalmer toyed with his car keys casually. You know, once an acquisition offer is made, it can't be withdrawn. The few at the mahjong table were startled. Acquisition? Gordy, Charles, and Ned looked at each other, while only Isidore remained calm and focused on drawing tiles. Except for Isidore, everyone else lost interest in the game, listening intently to the conversation between Eduardo and Jalmer. Eduardo gazed earnestly at Jalmer. Roscoe, you know I'm not talking about this procedure. After following the standard process for the acquisition, the company could nominally join Pedro Corporation, but the actual management control would stay with me. Once the legally required 18-month period expires, we could transfer the shares back. What do you think? Jalmer laughed lightly without answering. Mariah narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, did you participate when Ichabod kidnapped Laverne? After Lena's incident, he had investigated thoroughly. At the time, he suspected the Aubrey family, but according to the investigation results, they weren't involved. Melvin under torture in the secret room, Ichabod hadn't implicated anyone else, insisting he acted alone. But whenever it came to Lena, Jalmer couldn't remain calm. Mariah had to ask Eduardo face-to-face if he suspected the Aubrey family. The temperature around them plummeted instantly. Melvin, the carefree players at the mahjong table, sensed the chilly air emanating from Jalmer. Everyone paused and turned their attention to them. Eduardo looked puzzled. Ichabod kidnapped Lena? Jalmer locked eyes with him, examining Eduardo's expression meticulously, trying to find any trace of deceit. Was he truly unaware or pretending? Eduardo said, you've really got the wrong idea about me. I didn't even know your young, beloved wife was kidnapped. Jalmer coldly replied, on the day of the incident, Kala met her. Eduardo frowned, which day? Jalmer stated the date. Eduardo explained, at that time, Justine was discussing the engagement with you, wasn't she? She just lacked security and went to talk to your wife. Although Justine is a bit willful, her heart isn't bad. Lena's kidnapping has nothing to do with her. After drinking another glass of wine, Eduardo looked sad. We've been friends for so many years. I would never do something like this. Roscoe, asking such a question really hurts my feelings. Jalmer's expression remained calm, just a casual question, don't take it to heart. Gordy, who was closest to Eduardo among the few, stepped in to ease the tension. Yes, Roscoe, Tion loves his sister, but he wouldn't go as far as to kidnap your wife for Kala. You must have misunderstood him. Charles agreed, that's right, Tion isn't the type to do something like that. Better if not. The killing aura around Jalmer dissipated. Mariah sipped some plain water and calmly said, it's good that the misunderstanding has been clarified. I'm just very worried about Laverne, so I asked more. Eduardo kept his head down without speaking, looking rather unhappy. Charles then changed the subject with a teasing laugh. Your young, beloved wife seems quite powerful, Roscoe, to have you so captivated. I only had a brief glance at her during the engagement banquet. Can you bring her out for us to see next time? Isidore laughed. Does Roscoe's wife need your inspection? Do you want to lose your eyes? Gordy joined in, exactly. Did you not see how worried Roscoe is about her? Are you tired of living? Charles said, oh come on, it was just a joke. We haven't properly met your wife yet, Roscoe. Why don't you bring her out for us to meet one day? Speaking of Lena, Jalmer's icy gaze softened. In a while, she's not feeling well and needs rest at home. Mariah hadn't announced Lena's pregnancy yet. The Pedro family's lineage is precious. If word got out, there might be troublemakers with ulterior motives. Lena and her unborn child could not have any mishaps. Ned teased, wow, Roscoe, after abstaining for 30 years, you become so vigorous at once. Take it easy. That girl looks delicate, she can't endure your ravings. At the last engagement banquet, he saw that girl. She indeed was beautiful, slender and petite, like a jade-like maiden. Jalmer turned grim. Do you think everyone is like you, indulging daily? Ned chuckled. Mariah, don't give me that look. When it comes to indulgence, who can match Isidore? Isidore took a puff of his cigarette and said lazily, why bring me into this? So what if I indulge, enjoy life to the fullest? After some laughter, Eduardo spoke again, turning the conversation back to business. Roscoe, about Yi Sheng. Jalmer interrupted him. That's settled. Moreover, your family doesn't lack this one company. Rest assured, I will run it well after the acquisition. Finishing his water, Jalmer glanced at his watch and stood up. I'm not comfortable leaving Laverne alone at home. I'll go back now. Charge all expenses to my account this time. Goodbye, enjoy yourselves. Everyone was surprised. Charles said, no way, Roscoe. You've barely sat down. Ned raised an eyebrow, it's not even late. Moria hating home already? Haven't married yet and already living under the thumb of your wife? Jalmer smiled, you don't understand the bliss of a man who heeds his wife. Chapter 87, Jalmer offers to apply pregnancy oil for Lena. Early the next morning, Clara sent over a huge pile of items through an auntie. Apart from nutritional supplements, there were some other things too. The elderly housekeeper from the old residence walked up to Jalmer and handed him a bag. Sir, Catherine Dam is now 4 months pregnant. To prevent stretch marks, we should start applying pregnancy oil. This pregnancy oil was bought by the madam. She said it's best to apply it on time, preferably once in the morning and once at night. Jalmer took the bag and frowned slightly. Pregnancy oil? Mariah hadn't really looked into this before. How do you apply it? The housekeeper paused. She was just following the madam's instructions to deliver the items. The madam had said the nanny here would help Catherine apply it. She didn't expect Sir to ask about how to apply it himself. The areas where application is needed are quite intimate. The housekeeper, feeling a bit awkward, explained, the abdomen, waist, back, thighs, chest, and buttocks. These areas are prone to stretch marks, so they all need to be treated. Being in her 40s, the housekeeper blushed while talking about this. Is Sir going to personally apply it to Catherine? But she quickly composed herself. After all, they are a couple, and it's not strange for Sir to do it himself. The method of application is very specific. You can find detailed information online. I can't demonstrate it to you here, but you can check online. She couldn't possibly show Sir how to do it. The thought made her even more uncomfortable. Jalmer nodded, understood. After the housekeeper left, Jalmer pulled out his phone and searched methods for applying pregnancy oil. Several posts with pictures popped up. Mariah sat on the living room sofa, learning seriously. Housekeeper Lynn was mopping the floor when she glanced at Jalmer's screen. She had also heard what the housekeeper from the old residence said earlier. Seeing Sir studying so earnestly, Lynn felt quite surprised. She never expected that such a well-bred young master like Sir would be willing to take the time to learn how to apply pregnancy oil. Lynn recalled her own pregnancy days. Mariah's husband thought she was being picky, saying she made too much fuss about pregnancy and accused her of applying oil just to pamper herself. How could men understand the hardships of pregnancy? They did their part and then continued to live carefree lives, while women bore all the suffering. Lynn sighed softly, feeling that women must choose their husbands wisely, or they would suffer both physically and emotionally without any appreciation. Jalmer studied for a while and basically got the hang of it. The housekeeper mentioned it's best to apply the oil twice daily, morning and evening. Since it was morning, he should apply it to little Di now. Mariah took out a bottle of pregnancy oil from the bag and headed toward the bedroom. Lena was already awake, lying in bed lazily. Jalmer sat down beside her bed, gazing tenderly at her. You're awake? Still sleepy? Do you want to sleep a bit longer? Lena shook her head and moved closer to him, hugging his waist and rubbing against him like a clingy kitten, utterly adorable. Why aren't you going to the company today? Lena's voice was soft from just waking up, which stirred Jalmer's heart. Mariah stroked her hair. I'm staying home today to celebrate New Year's Eve with our baby. Oh, it's already the 31st? Lena's eyes were still hazy, her mind not fully awake. Yes. It's gone by so fast. She hugged Jalmer's waist and yawned lazily. Jalmer asked, are you sure you don't want to sleep more? No, I don't want to sleep anymore. It's rare for you to stay home, especially just to keep me company. I wouldn't want to miss out on this moment by oversleeping. Jalmer smiled, I won't go anywhere. If you're still tired, feel free to sleep more. No. Lena noticed the pregnancy oil in Jalmer's hand. What's that? Pregnancy oil. What's it for? This being Lena's first pregnancy, she didn't have experience. With a nanny usually taking care of her, she hadn't specifically learned about these things. Jalmer patiently explained, during pregnancy, you might get stretch marks. Applying this oil can reduce the likelihood of getting them, though it may not completely prevent them as per some online advice. Lena blinked her innocent, clear eyes. How do you apply it? Mariah's intention was to figure out how to apply it herself. Unexpectedly, Jalmer replied that he had learned how and would help her. Lena blushed, biting her lip. I can do it myself. Jalmer shook his head. Baby, there are places you can't reach easily. Lena was confused. Can't I just apply it on my belly? There are other areas too, and the technique matters. It's not just random rubbing. Jalmer said gently, lie down nicely, and I'll help you. Shouldn't Lynn handle this? Can we ask her? Jalmer chuckled, baby, I don't want anyone else to touch your body. Besides, we've already been intimate several times before. Are you afraid I might eat you now? Lena shook her head quickly. No, I'm not afraid of you, I'm just a little shy. At a moment like this, both were very conscious. How could it be the same as those passionate moments? Jalmer gently coaxed her, baby, relax, don't be shy. We've been married for a while now. Applying this is good for your body. Be a good girl and listen to me. Chapter 88, Applying Pregnancy Oil. Jalmer gently coaxed Lena with soft words. Mariah had barely learned the technique online and was determined to do it himself. Mariah had studied so patiently how to apply pregnancy oil, just not wanting anyone else to touch his little white rabbit's body. Okay, then you apply it. Lena always listened to him obediently. She closed her eyes tightly, lying on the bed submissively, her heart pounding rapidly. Seeing little white rabbit looking like she was bravely going to sacrifice herself, with her eyes tightly shut, Jalmer found it incredibly endearing. Mariah chuckled softly. Lena kept her eyes closed for a while, waiting for those big hands to come down, but they didn't. She sneaked a peek at Jalmer with one eye. Mr. Pedro hadn't made any move. He was actually watching her with a smile. Mariah was already extremely handsome, with deep-set and refined features, and when he smiled with affectionate eyes, he was even more enchanting. Lena's heart raced like a fawn's. You. Why aren't you moving? She asked, opening both eyes and blushing. Jalmer looked at the person on the bed, her eyes glistening, her little mouth opening and closing, appearing very tempting. Unable to resist, he bent down to capture Lena's sweet and tender lips, kissing her gently for several minutes. Eva reached up to hug his neck, submitting to this kiss obediently, responding to him shyly. When the kiss ended, both were breathing a bit erratically. Lena's blush deepened, her lips rosy and alluringly charming. Jalmer steadied his emotions before saying, "Wait a minute. We need to do some preparation before applying the oil." Lena lay in bed, panting slightly as she waited for him. Jalmer's gaze darkened, his Adam's apple rolling slightly. Mariah stopped looking at her, getting up and heading to the bathroom. Lena glanced toward the bed, seeing him enter the bathroom, unsure of what he was doing there. Was applying pregnancy oil so complicated that preparations were necessary? Lena lay quietly in bed. From the bathroom came the sound of rushing water. After a while, the water stopped, and Jalmer emerged carrying a new pink basin. His arm also held 2 new towels, one light pink and one white. Jalmer wouldn't usually use such delicate items, most of his belongings were darker colored. Clearly, these were specially prepared for her. Melvin, though she was almost 20 years old, Jalmer still pampered her like a child, mostly preparing things that were pink and cute for her. Jalmer brought the water basin over. Mariah placed the basin on the bedside table, soaked the pink towel in the water, then wrung it out. "Let's clean your body first," Jalmer said. "Pull up your clothes." His face showed no expression, speaking with complete seriousness. Mariah was going to help her wipe her body? Wiping one's body shouldn't require any special technique, right? She could do it herself. I can do it myself, Lena said softly. Okay. Jalmer handed her the towel. "Where should I wipe?" Lena asked, holding the towel. "Wipe wherever we'll apply the oil later, your stomach, chest, back, legs, everything. Wipe the areas you can reach first, and I'll help you with your back." Okay. Jalmer stood aside, waiting for her. Lena felt a bit awkward. Was he going to watch her wipe her body? Though he had seen her body long ago, wiping it in front of him now made Lena extremely embarrassed and uneasy. Mr. Pedro, can you turn around?" Jalmer hadn't thought about this aspect at all. Seeing Lena's flushed face, he realized immediately, nodding with understanding and turning around. Lena breathed a sigh of relief. She lifted her clothes with the towel. The water was lukewarm, as was the towel, which made her feel warm and comfortable as it touched her skin. She followed Jalmer's instructions, carefully wiping all the reachable areas she mentioned. "Mr. Pedro, I'm done." Jalmer turned around. Mariah took the towel from Lena, dipped it in the warm water again, then wrung out the excess. With the room heated by central heating, the temperature remained warm, so the water in the basin didn't cool after a few minutes. Lena turned to face away from him. Jalmer, holding the warm towel, lifted Lena's nightgown with one hand and gently wiped her back with the other. Lena sat on the bed with her legs curled up. Mr. Pedro was gentle, considerate, and truly a great guy to have around the house. Lowering her gaze, she looked calmly at her own belly. In the future, he would surely be a good father who loved his children deeply. After using the pink wet towel to wipe Lena's body, Jalmer used the nearby white dry towel to pat her dry. After completing this task, he went to the bathroom to wash his hands, then poured pregnancy oil onto his palms and began to apply it. His movements were gentle, and although it was his first time applying the oil, he had studied carefully, so his technique was quite proficient. Mariah quickly finished applying the oil on her belly, back, and thighs. Next came her chest and buttocks. Jalmer hesitated for a moment before asking Lena's opinion. "Next, I need to apply the oil to your chest and buttocks." "You." Lena's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. I can do it myself." Having Mr. Pedro seriously rubbing her there, applying oil for her. Just imagining that scene made her blush uncontrollably, stammering while speaking. Seeing her embarrassment, Jalmer smiled and handed her the pregnancy oil bottle. "All right. Remember the technique I used? Drop some oil into your palms, rub them together to warm it up, then gently alternate kneading with both hands about 10 times. Lena's face was almost bleeding from blushing so hard. "I know, Mr. Pedro. You can go busy yourself, I can do it by myself." Jalmer nodded without saying anything more, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and left the room. Little White Rabbit was shy, and staying any longer would only make her more awkward. Lena followed Jalmer's technique from earlier and applied the pregnancy oil herself. After finishing, she washed her hands in the basin, then took the basin and towel to the bathroom, where she washed her hands again with soap to clean off the grease. Having done this, Lena left the bedroom to find Jalmer. Mariah was standing by the living room window, making a phone call. "This matter is settled. I have other things to attend to now, so I'll hang up." Seeing Lena emerge, Jalmer wrapped up the conversation and ended the call. "All done?" Jalmer nodded. "Let's have breakfast." Lynn had already prepared a table full of steaming hot breakfast dishes. Lena obediently walked to the dining table. Jalmer also sat down. How's your appetite recently? Are you still feeling nauseous when eating? My appetite has improved a lot and I don't vomit much anymore. That's good. Eat more. Lena took a sip of warm milk. Jalmer looked at her. Today is New Year's Eve. How do you want to spend it? Chapter 89. A simple and warm New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve? She had actually thought about it before. Lena used to spend New Year's Eve at home without any sense of ceremony. The New Year's Eve was no different from all other ordinary nights. She had to prepare dinner for the whole family, and after dinner, she would wash pots and dishes in the kitchen. After finishing these tasks, she could watch TV in the living room for a while. But the remote control of the TV was always in her younger brother Marvin's hand. Mariah monopolized the TV to watch his favorite domestic cultivation animations, so Lena didn't even have the chance to watch the New Year's Eve concert. How did people of her age celebrate New Year's Eve? Although Lena hadn't experienced it herself, she knew a little bit. Couples would exchange gifts, then go out to have dinner, stroll around, and watch movies. Singletons would gather a few friends together for dinner and then find a place to sing karaoke. Lena thought very simply, like those ordinary couples going on a date would suffice. She couldn't think of anything fancier than that. But not long ago, Jalmer had already accompanied her on a Christmas date. Flowers, rings, confessing his love on the street, it met her ideal vision of romance. You've already spent Christmas with me, let's keep New Year's Eve simple. Lena thought for a moment and said, it will be crowded outside on New Year's Eve, everywhere will be jammed with traffic. Why don't we just stay home? Jalmer replied, whatever you say. Mr. Pedro, let Lila finish work early today. I'll cook dinner for you tonight, you haven't tried my cooking yet. No way, Jalmer instinctively refused. You're pregnant, how can you cook? Let me do it. Lena smiled, it's fine. Doing it occasionally adds to the romantic ambience. Jalmer frowned, baby, romance can take many forms, not necessarily by cooking for me. If you want a warm atmosphere, I can cook for you too. Okay then, let's stay home today. You cook dinner tonight, and I'll show off my special dish for you. How does that sound? Sounds good. Lena listed the menu, and Lynn went to the supermarket to buy groceries according to it and then happily finished work early. In the evening, Jalmer was busy in the kitchen. All the dishes Lena listed were simple home-style dishes. Mariah was responsible for making salt and pepper shrimp, beef with scrambled eggs, and seafood soup. When he served them at the dining table, Lena also entered the kitchen. The signature dish she planned to make tonight was cola chicken wings. Jalmer's 2 dishes were salty, so adding a sweet dish balanced everything perfectly. Do you need any help? Jalmer was wearing a pink teddy bear apron. This apron was bought by Lena originally, planning to use it while cooking for Jalmer. However, Jalmer never allowed her to cook, so it was used by the housekeeper auntie instead. Now it ended up on him, which made Lena chuckle. Jalmer looked puzzled, why are you laughing? Lena cleared her throat, nothing, the apron suits you well. Jalmer glanced down at the apron, shrugged it off, and asked again, do you need any help? Lena checked the chicken wings and cola beside her. Could you wash the chicken wings for me and cut some ginger into slices? Sure. Jalmer obediently washed the chicken wings. Lena looked around the kitchen. Is there an extra apron? I'm not sure. True, usually 2 housekeepers took turns doing chores, and the aprons were managed by them, so Jalmer naturally wouldn't know where they were kept. Do you need an apron? Yeah. After washing the chicken wings, Jalmer rinsed his hands clean and took off his apron to put it on Lena. Thank you, Aunt Pedro. Lena winked playfully at him. Jalmer felt both amused and annoyed. Mariah shook his head helplessly and tapped her forehead lightly, being mischievous again. Mariah he. Wearing the apron and holding a spatula, Lena told Jalmer, all right, Aunt Pedro, nothing else for you to do here. Wait outside. Jalmer didn't argue with her and left the kitchen with a smile. Lena knew Jalmer cherished her and didn't want her to do household chores. But she really liked and appreciated him. When she was most helpless and anxious, he came like a heavenly being, stood in front of her, and saved her from her troubles. Although they had been together for quite some time, she sometimes jokingly teased him like she did just now. Deep down in her heart, Jalmer held a very high status, and she was willing to do things for him. Lena was a great cook. She had made cola chicken wings countless times and finished quickly. She brought the dish to the dining table. Looking at the dish, Jalmer found it quite appetizing. Lena took off the apron and hung it to one side. Try my cooking quickly. She sat down opposite Jalmer. Jalmer picked up a piece of chicken wing and put it in his bowl. Lena reminded him, straight out of the pot, be careful, it's hot. She picked up her bowl and ate a piece of the pepper salt shrimp that Jalmer made. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, delicious and tasty. Lena gave a thumbs up, nodding in praise. Mr. Pedro's cooking skills are still so good. Jalmer smiled, if it tastes good, eat more. Mariah let the chicken wings cool down, only picking one up for a bite when the heat dissipated. The taste was surprisingly good. Jalmer was quite surprised. Mariah looked up at her. It tastes very good. Of course, this is my signature dish. When Lena said this, she had an expression of pride. Mr. Pedro complimented her. She was so happy. Finally, she got a chance to show her skills to Mr. Pedro. However, Jalmer didn't think this way. Naturally, he was happy that Lena cooked for him. But what filled his heart more was tenderness. Although Lena hadn't done housework for the past few months and used expensive skincare products, her hands were still slightly rough with calluses left from doing chores before. She must have cooked this dish many times at home. Jalmer considered Lena's self-esteem and didn't say anything explicitly. Mariah didn't look at her with pity either. Mariah lowered his head and picked up another piece of chicken wing, eating it with relish. The effort baby had put into the meal, he wanted to affirm by eating more. Sure enough, Lena watched him with a smile. Do you like it? Only after finishing the chicken wing did he lift his head to reply, I do. Today, both of them had great appetites, almost finishing all 3 dishes and 1 soup. After dinner, Jalmer took the initiative to clear the table. When Lena offered to help, he stopped her. Go to the sofa to play on your phone or watch TV, I'll take care of it. Okay. Lena didn't insist, obediently going to the living room and turning on the TV. Jalmer washed all the dishes and tidied up the kitchen briefly. Just as he finished these tasks, he turned around to find Lena holding a cup of water and leaning against the door of the kitchen, watching him with a smile. Wasn't she watching TV in the living room? How did she come here without him noticing? Jalmer asked, what are you looking at? Lena laughed, revealing 2 little fangs, her laughter sweet and infectious. I'm watching my Mr. Pedro do housework, such a diligent man, worthy of being a man who can manage the kitchen and social events. Jalmer raised an eyebrow, walked over, and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Is that so? How do you plan to reward such a good man? Chapter 90 An Unusual New Year's Eve. Lena smiled, holding a cup of water. You want a reward, huh? Lower your head, and I'll tell you what reward I'll give you. Jalmer lowered his head toward her upon hearing this. A faint smile lingered on Lena's face as she leaned closer to Jalmer, as if about to whisper a tiny secret into his ear. Jalmer slightly turned his head, waiting quietly for her voice. Mariah could feel the warm breath of the girl gently brush against his ear, causing an indescribable tickle. In the next second, the girl's lips pouted slightly, and she quickly planted a kiss on his face. It made a clear, smack sound. A kiss as a reward. Lena said with a smile. Caught off guard by this sudden kiss, Jalmer was momentarily stunned before a gentle and affectionate smile spread across his face. Lena asked with a smile, how about it? Is this reward okay? Mariah reached out, gently stroking Lena's head. Okay, I like it very much. After dinner, the 2 nestled on the living room sofa to watch a movie. Sitting there, Jalmer watched as Lena took off her slippers and placed her legs on the sofa, leaning entirely into his embrace in a sweet and loving pose. Lena chose a foreign love movie. The movie was titled Flipped, which tells a story of naive yet pure love. In their youth, the girl falls in love at first sight with the boy. She carries deep feelings and bravely expresses her love to him. However, she is ruthlessly rejected, and the boy does many things that hurt her. After the girl's heart turns cold, the boy suddenly realizes he has fallen in love with her and starts chasing after her, trying to win back her love. Some people are shallow, some appear golden but inside they are worthless. Someday, you will meet a person who is as splendid as a rainbow. When you meet this person, others will seem like passing clouds. In the movie, the father of the male protagonist gives him these profound words. Lena was deeply touched. She tilted her head slightly and gazed at Jalmer with a soft look. When you meet such a person, you'll realize that others are just clouds. His features were chiseled, his facial features delicate and attractive, so mesmerizingly handsome that she was entranced. Mr. Pedro is indeed such a dazzling person. Meeting him, her heart could no longer hold anyone else. Jalmer felt her gaze, looked down at her, and asked softly, what's wrong? Lena's eyes were full of affection, and she replied gently, Mr. Pedro, you are the one as splendid as a rainbow. A smile curved Jalmer's lips as he bent down to kiss her lips briefly. And so are you. At the end of the movie, the protagonists open up their hearts and finally come together. Lena felt content. She was profoundly touched after watching the movie. Although they are finally together in the end, when the female lead loved the male lead, he didn't love her back. By the time the male lead realized his feelings, the female lead had completely lost hope in him. It's quite regrettable, they wasted a lot of precious moments together. Jalmer agreed. True, mutual love is indeed rare. Mariah then looked at Lena, his eyes filled with emotion. Movies need regrets to be beautiful, but we're different. We have mutual love, so there won't be such regrets. Lena snuggled closer to Jalmer and softly hummed in agreement, appearing docile and charming. Moved, Jalmer held the girl's soft and slender hand, caressing it amorously. The temperature in the room seemed to rise dramatically, the atmosphere becoming intensely intimate. Lena felt blissfully happy, as if her heart was immersed in honey, filled with pink bubbles. Having spent so long together, she naturally understood Jalmer's hints. Mariah's fair face flushed pink. She lightly bit her lower lip, looking alluringly desirable. Embarrassed, she said, I should take a shower first. This action ignited something inside Jalmar. His deep eyes turned heated, as if flames flickered within them. Jalmar suddenly stood up, gently laid Lena down on the sofa, and then lay over her. Mariah supported himself on either side of Lena's body, his body lightly pressing against hers. Jalmar was very cautious, afraid to crush her or harm the baby in her belly. Mariah's rapid breathing quickened as the man's hot body pressed against her. Babe, babe. Jalmar was emotionally moved, his voice husky. With her cheeks flushed, Lena responded, I'm here. Jalmar kissed her passionately and dominantly. Lena couldn't keep up, soon finding it hard to breathe. Letting go of her, Jalmar looked down at her. Eva's mouth opened and closed rapidly as she caught her breath. Mariah's lips, kissed slightly swollen and plump, resembled a cherry waiting to be picked. His breathing became disordered, and his heartbeat skipped a beat. Mariah looked at Lena, who had a coquettish expression on her face, with a smile. The doctor said that we can have intimacy after 3 months of pregnancy. Lena innocently replied, we've been sleeping in the same room every day. Jalmar chuckled softly, silly, being intimate doesn't mean that. It means. Eva's eyes were still bewildered, she still didn't understand what he meant. This little white rabbit knew nothing, while Jalmar was like a big gray wolf who wanted to completely consume his little white rabbit. Being with her, he endured every night, practically turning into a ninja turtle. Jalmar really wanted to go all the way, but thinking about how young the little white rabbit was, not even 20 yet, he forced himself to hold back. Mariah didn't explain the true meaning of being intimate anymore and bent down to kiss her again. Just being able to kiss her satisfied him greatly. After several minutes of deep, passionate kisses, his lips moved to her neck and collarbone. Unable to resist, Jalmar gently sucked on her tender neck, making Lena tremble uncontrollably from his kisses. Mariah's body was sweet and soft, leaving Jalmar unable to stop as he kissed her all over. The clock on the wall struck midnight. From afar, Big Ben's chime rang out for the first time in the new year. Holding Lena, who was drenched in sweat, Jalmar hoarsely whispered in her ear, Baby, Happy New Year. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the night was covered in snowflakes gracefully falling like countless fairies dancing in the night sky or feathers being gently blown by the wind. Outside, everything was silent and serene. Inside, their breaths intertwined with the vibrant atmosphere. The next morning, New Year's Day. Jalmar and Lena were both still burrowed under the covers, fast asleep well past noon. The housekeeper knocked on the door. Catherinester, mistress, today is New Year's Day. Lady Pedro has asked you to return to the old residence for lunch. Catherinester, are you awake? The room remained quiet, offering no response. Housekeeper Lynn looked awkward. She didn't want to disturb them either. The master usually didn't sleep in, so this late start suggested. Lynn shook her head, quickly dispelling those random thoughts and knocked again, slightly harder this time. Jalmar opened his eyes, looking somewhat irritated. All right, I know. After replying, the housekeeper finally stopped knocking. With sleepy eyes, Jalmar inadvertently glanced at the naked Lena in his arms. Then his gaze froze. Jalmar's eyes widened slightly in shock at the sight before him. Eva was entirely bare, her snow-white body marked with red blemishes. Melvin, though he hadn't gone all the way last night, he had indeed indulged in her body. Jalmar felt a twinge of regret. The little white rabbit was left like this, and they were supposed to go back to the old residence soon. This. Chapter 91, Kissing Catherine irks all over Mariah's body, Lena's blushing red. When Lena woke up and saw the marks on her body, her mind went blank. Then she blushed deeply. Jalmar said apologetically, Baby, last night I might have gone a little too far. You. Lena tightly held the quilt, wrapping herself up like a dumpling. Don't say any more. How embarrassing. The marks on her body reminded her of how crazy the New Year's Eve had been. Images from last night uncontrollably surfaced in Lena's mind, making her cheeks flush. Mr. Pedro really was very persistent when he was moved. They didn't go to sleep until 2 in the morning. How long will these marks take to fade? Jalmar frowned, I don't know. Mariah had never planted strawberries on anyone before, why would he specifically look into this? Lena muttered, I won't leave the house for a few days. Baby. Jalmar glanced at her with some guilt, we are going back to the old house for lunch today. It's New Year's Day. What? Lena widened her eyes, looking shocked, no way, if Lila and Roxanne and Waverly see me like this, they will. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Finished. Jalmar said innocently, I just found out myself. Originally, he didn't plan on taking Lena back for dinner on New Year's Day. Mariah used to be busy with work and rarely went back to the old house for family dinners on that day. This year was different because of the new baby. Krista started to take New Year's Day seriously. Just as he thought about Krista, she called. Sure enough, speak of the devil. Jalmar answered the call. Krista asked him if he had woken up yet and told him to hurry up and take little Di back. She personally cooked a couple of signature dishes especially for Lena. Jalmar replied absent-mindedly. After hanging up, he turned around and saw Lena, who had now covered even her head under the quilt. Can we not go? Lena mumbled inside the quilt. Jalmer pulled off the quilt, rubbed the girl's head, and laughed. It's fine, wear a high-neck sweater, they won't see it. Lena pouted. Jalmer kissed her. All right, it's not early, get up and freshen up. Today, Lena wore a high-neck sweater to cover the kissing marks on her neck. Outside she wore a beige wool coat. She stood in front of the mirror, turning left and right. I feel this collar isn't safe enough, maybe I should still wear a scarf. Jalmer hugged her from behind, resting his chin on Lena's shoulder, watching her reflection in the mirror. No need, even if you wear a scarf, you'll have to take it off when you get indoors. Are you going to eat wearing a scarf? Lena pouted. All your fault, you shouldn't have gotten so carried away last night. Jalmer smiled and gently comforted her. My fault, my fault. Then he nuzzled Lena's neck, his warm breath tickling her. That spot was very sensitive to her. Instantly Lena felt tingling all over, like electric shocks running through her. If this continued, something could happen. She twisted her body, wriggled out of his embrace, and faced him directly. I always feel like this collar doesn't hide them well. Check for me, is anything showing? Jalmer examined carefully and shook his head. Nothing, it can't be seen. Really? Lena was half doubtful. Why would I lie to you? Come on, don't worry, it really can't be seen. On the way, Lena felt somewhat nervous. Last time she came, Kala was also there. She acted like the future granddaughter-in-law of the Pedro family, boasting to her about her childhood friendship with Jalmer and talking about their past. Although those were denied by Jalmer himself, Kala as a rival could not be underestimated. She leveraged her grandfather's life-saving medicine produced by the Aubrey Corporation, forcing Jalmer to agree to an engagement. She almost succeeded. And Pedro's grandma, she seemed to like Kala very much. Kala was definitely her chosen granddaughter-in-law. Last time, Waverly Pedro was critically ill and hospitalized, missing even the engagement party. Lena wondered how she was now. In principle, after the engagement, she should have visited Waverly in the hospital, but Jalmer said the doctors advised against visits as there were too many visitors. Waverly's condition was critical and needed rest. Mariah hadn't visited either. So she hadn't been to the hospital during this period. Did Waverly know that Kala nearly got engaged to Jalmer? Would Waverly blame her for disrupting the alliance between the Pedro family and the Aubrey family? After all, she had nothing while Kala was the heiress of the Aubrey Corporation. Regardless of the reason behind Kala's marriage into the Pedro family, it would be far better for her to marry into the Pedro family than Lena. There was also Mr. Pedro, who had agreed to the Aubrey family's conditions last time. Did that mean he actually recognized Kala as his granddaughter-in-law deep down? Lena felt a myriad of emotions, and her expression became melancholy. Jalmer seemed to understand what she was thinking. Mariah reached out and held Lena's hand. His hands were large and warm, providing Lena with a sense of security. Jalmer's voice carried a soothing power. Waverly's condition has stabilized. My mother just said she was discharged from the hospital and will join us for lunch today. She found out later about the Aubrey family using medicine as leverage to force me to become engaged to Kala. It broke Waverly's heart. Now she refuses to see Kala again. She really likes you, so don't worry. And Roxanne is also very satisfied with you. Pausing for a moment, Jalmer continued, apart from this, we owe you an apology. We almost agreed to let Kala come in, which put you through a lot of trouble. Everyone in the family, including me, feels guilty. So this family dinner is actually prepared for you. You don't need to worry that they won't like you. Mariah hearing this, Lena quickly shook her head and said, Mr. Pedro, you don't owe me anything. Dot went through great lengths to prepare the engagement party, and the Pedro family gave me status, hired personal bodyguards to protect me, and nannies to take care of me. I truly appreciate all of that. Lena spoke from her heart. Although she was sad and upset when she first learned about Jalmer's impending engagement to Kala and harbored resentment after being kidnapped, everything the Pedro family and Jalmer did afterward erased those feelings. She was deeply grateful to Jalmer. Before meeting him, she was a little bitter melon, neglected by her parents, only able to study hard, hoping to change her fate through education. An accident brought her into contact with the young master of the Pedro family. Jalmer treated her wonderfully, gentle, patient, responsible, and reliable, completely different from those idle rich kids who frequented flower beds. Jalmer stretched out his other hand to pinch Lena's cheeks. Silly little Di, you are my wife. We are family. Why are you talking about gratitude? That sounds so distant. Lena replied instinctively, we haven't gotten married yet. What do you mean? Jalmer was displeased, feigning anger. Are you having second thoughts? The atmosphere immediately livened up, and Lena's worries vanished in a few words from Jalmer. She joked, I'll think about it. After all, marriage is a big deal, one shouldn't be careless. Although he knew she was joking, Jalmer's heart still tightened a bit. No thinking aloud. You can only obediently marry me. Mariah had already fallen in love with this little rabbit. Without her, he would go crazy. The car drove into the Pedro family estate and slowly stopped in front of the villa. Jalmer opened the car door, took Lena's hand, and led her out. The butler came forward to greet them. Young Catherinester, young lady, welcome back. Lena remembered the butler from her last visit. She politely responded, Mr. Zhao, hello. Brother Jean, you're finally back. A unfamiliar male voice sounded, and Lena turned to look. Chapter 92, Red-Haired Non-Mainstream 1, Monday E. Cannon was quite young, looking to be in his early 20s. His attire was flamboyant, punk-style black leather jacket paired with ripped jeans, and his red hair was especially eye-catching. Mariah wore several earrings on both ears. At the sight of this man, Lena's mind immediately thought of 3 words. Non-mainstream. Lena glanced at the man's legs and realized he wasn't wearing thermal pants underneath. It was freezing outside, probably around -10 degrees Celsius. Just wearing those ripped jeans, wouldn't it be windy and cold? Mariah really preferred style over warmth. Seeing Lena, the man first looked stunned before greeting her warmly. Are you sister-in-law? Nice to meet you, I've heard so much about you. I'm Rufus. I happened to be out of the country during your engagement party. I regret missing the chance to meet you. Lena's lips twitched. This person was really just as ostentatious as his appearance. Lena didn't know this man, but given that he shared the surname Pedro and appeared at the Pedro family residence, he must be a relative of Jalmer. She smiled politely. Moriallo, my name is Lena. Jalmer introduced him to Lena, Paige's brother. So he's Paige's brother. Lena instantly felt less favorable towards him. But she kept her feelings hidden out of politeness. Lena was puzzled. Since he's Paige's brother, shouldn't he know that she and Paige had conflicts? Paige was sent to participate in the extreme clingy because she offended Lena, even missing New Year's Day. Shouldn't Rufus hate her for this? Why did he greet her politely? Holding Lena's hand, Jalmer walked towards the villa and asked Rufus casually, what are you doing here? Rufus responded playfully, isn't today New Year's Day? I came to join you all for dinner. Jalmer retorted bluntly, didn't they cook at your place? Rufus remained unperturbed, smiling back, their food isn't as good as yours. Jalmer gave him a cold look. Rufus shrugged, okay, actually I came specifically to see sister-in-law. Mariah heard that Paige offended her and got sent off to extreme clingy. Ha ha ha, great job, Brother Gene. Ha ha ha, Brother Gene, thank you. That show had me laughing until my stomach hurt. Who would have thought Paige would come to this? Ha ha ha. Watching Rufus laugh crazily, Lena was speechless. Apparently, the siblings don't get along well. No wonder Rufus was so warm towards her. Oh right, thanks to sister-in-law, I finally got my revenge. Jalmer ignored him and led Lena into the villa. Ignore him. Mariah's Paige's half-brother from the same father. They're both fighting over the inheritance, so their relationship is poor, Jalmer whispered to Lena. Lena nodded, I see. After entering, Lena took off her coat, which Jalmer handed over to a nearby servant. Clara called Lena from the sofa in the living room. Laverne, welcome. You must be tired from the trip. Come sit here with mommy and chat while we wait for dinner. Lena obediently went over and sat beside Clara. No one greeted Rufus. Mariah sat down boldly next to the sofa, picked up an apple from the fruit plate on the table, and started eating, acting as if he were at home. Lila, when will dinner be ready? I'm hungry. Clara rolled her eyes, eat more apples if you're hungry. Then she put on a different expression and turned to Lena with a smile, softly asking, Laverne, are you hungry? Want something to eat before dinner? Lena had slept late today and hadn't eaten breakfast, so her stomach was rumbling now. However, she didn't want to say she was hungry to Clara. Before Lena could reply, Jalmer answered for her, give her something to eat. We didn't have breakfast and came straight over. Mr. Pedro was really speaking on her behalf. Lena smiled at him. Mariah hearing this, Clara glared at Jalmer. Why didn't you feed my daughter-in-law breakfast? You little scoundrel, how dare you neglect Laverne? Jalmer sighed helplessly, Mom, what are you saying? How could I neglect Laverne? We just overslept and didn't have time for breakfast. Upon hearing that Lena skipped breakfast due to oversleeping, Clara's tone changed. She laughed, I see. Getting some extra sleep is good. Laverne needs proper rest to ensure sufficient sleep. Rufus pouted, Lila, you're being too hypocritical. You told me to eat more apples when I said I was hungry, but you're worried about sister-in-law being hungry before she even said anything. Clara waved her hand at him with an extremely impatient expression. Get lost, go stand in the corner. How can you compare yourself with Laverne? Little Wu, go to the kitchen and get a few fried meatballs for Laverne, Clara instructed a servant. What about fried meatballs? Get me a few too. Rufus leaned over and said. Clara gave him a dirty look. Are you a reincarnated hungry ghost? Rufus pouted and didn't reply, loudly crunching on his apple. A servant brought over a small bowl with 4 fried meatballs inside. Clara's eyes curved into a warm smile as she took the bowl from the servant's hands and offered it to Lena. Laverne, have these first to fill your stomach. The aroma of the fried meatballs lingered around Lena's nose, making her mouth water. But everyone else hadn't eaten yet, so she hesitated. Lila Fu, everyone hasn't eaten yet. Isn't it not good for me to sneak a bite? Clara waved her hand. Oh, these are for you, how could it be sneaking? Besides, we're family. Eat if you're hungry. Lena turned to Jalmer with a questioning look. Seeing Jalmer nod, she accepted the bowl from Clara, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. Clara turned to Jalmer, your grandfather wants you to go to the study room, he has something to tell you. All right. Before leaving, Jalmer glanced at Lena. Eva was focusing intently on eating the meatballs with a contented look on her face. Clara smiled warmly and asked, "How is it? Tasty?" So delicious." Lena's cheeks were bulging. Jalmer silently chuckled. His wife was really adorable. Mariah watched her for a while before turning to head upstairs to the study. After eating the fried meatballs, Clara pulled Lena aside and had a private chat. At 12 o'clock, it was time for dinner. The elderly matriarch, Karina, was supported by a servant and walked into the dining room. Lena greeted her, "Waverly." The old lady smiled kindly. "Ah, Laverne is here. Waverly hasn't seen you for a while." "Waverly, I wanted to visit you in the hospital before, but Aiken told me the doctor wouldn't allow visitors, so I didn't go." The elderly matriarch held Lena's hand with a gratified look. "Good child, you have such a heart. Waverly wasn't well before, and the doctor said I needed rest. Now, I've recovered. Feel free to come back to keep Grandma company." She knew about what Aubrey family did, feeling sorry for Lena. With one hand holding Lena's hand and the other gently patting her back, she said, "Laverne, you and Jean are engaged now. Take care of each other. Waverly hopes you'll marry soon. I'm looking forward to holding my grandchild." Lena blushed faintly, unsure how to respond. Just then, Jalmer and the elder patriarch walked over. "Roxanne, Lena called out sweetly. The elder patriarch laughed warmly. "Ah. Laverne must be hungry. Sit down and eat. Laverne, come sit next to Mommy." Clara beckoned Lena to sit beside her. Jalmer strode over. "Laverne should sit next to me." Clara and Jalmer sat facing each other, leaving Lena to choose a side. She looked awkwardly between Jalmer and Clara before finally walking over to Jalmer. Jalmer's lips curled upward, and Clara glared fiercely at him. This boy was really asking for it. Rufus sat next to Clara with a mischievous grin. "Lila, couples naturally sit together, don't separate them. Let me sit next to you." Clara looked at him with disdain. "You naughty brat, with no shame." Indeed, Rufus had a thick skin. Mariah came uninvited on New Year's Day, smiling and joking around, completely unprofessional. The table was full of sumptuous dishes, balanced with meat and vegetables, beautifully presented, which made Lena swallow her saliva. No one moved their chopsticks, so neither did she. Seeing everyone seated, the elder patriarch cleared his throat and prepared to speak. Chapter 93, The Feeling of Home. "Today, we are having a family dinner." As Pedro Leazafu said this, Lena subconsciously glanced at the red-haired man opposite who was lounging carelessly. Mariah didn't seem the least bit embarrassed and even flashed his big white teeth in a smile to Lena. Lena felt like this person might not be too bright. Today is a good day. We can all gather together, I'm truly happy. Jin's grandmother came close to death, but everything turned out well in the end. Jean and Ray have also successfully become engaged, finally settling Jin's future plans. Our old Pedro family can now look forward to continuing its legacy. Gurgle. A strange sound interrupted Pedro Leazafu's speech. Beside him, Rufus showed an innocent expression and spread his hands. "Roxanne, please continue." Rufus felt quite helpless. His stomach was growling with hunger, and he couldn't control it. Judging from the demeanor of Pedro Leazafu, he seemed prepared for a long-winded speech. Pedro Leazafu gave him a bland glance before turning back to Lena. "Ray, our Pedro family owes you regarding what happened with the Aubrey family. You knew the situation at the time. If there were any other options, we wouldn't have come to that point. But things are over now. Roxanne knows you've suffered injustice. Now that you're engaged to Jean, you're going to be my Pedro family's only granddaughter-in-law. All our family loves and welcomes you. From now on, we're one family. Anyone who dares to bully you in the future will not be spared by our Pedro family." Old Mrs. Pedro joined in. "That's right, Ray, from now on, we're one family." Under the table, Jalmer held Lena's hand, gently stroking her palm with his thumb, as if trying to comfort her. Lena was moved by the scene. It was impossible not to feel touched. "Yes, I'm very grateful and fond of Roxanne, Waverly, and Dot. To become part of the Pedro family as a granddaughter-in-law is my honor." Leaning idly on his chair, Rufus watched them sharing heartfelt words. Today was the day old Mrs. Pedro was discharged from the hospital. Besides visiting his sister-in-law, he had his father's mission to carry out. His father sent him with gifts to visit and greet old Mrs. Pedro. After all, their family depended on Pedro Corporation. Mariah attended a party last night until 4:30 in the morning and then overslept just like Lena this morning without having breakfast. Melvin after nibbling on an apple, his hunger hadn't lessened much. Pedro Leazafu was still delivering his long-winded speech. Suddenly, Rufus's eyes widened as he saw something. His aunt beside him quickly placed a chicken leg on a plate and pushed it across to his sister-in-law. What the heck? Does he have to pamper her so much when Roxanne is still speaking? And why did his sister-in-law get such treatment while he got nothing? Feeling utterly frustrated, Rufus thought, his sister-in-law had already had something before the meal, whereas he was the hungriest one here. Turning to look at Clara, he batted his eyes in a playful manner. "Can you give me one too?" Clara ignored him completely. Rufus's heart broke into pieces. Seeing the chicken leg being pushed towards her, Lena's eyes lit up. But she hesitated to accept it because Roxanne was still talking, and no one else had started eating. How could she eat a chicken leg right there? Whispering in her ear, Jalmer reassured her, "It's fine," and she dared to take the plate. Smiling sweetly, Lena mouthed a "thank you" to Clara. Clara nodded with a pleased smile. The chicken leg looked deliciously tempting, and Lena's mouth watered almost uncontrollably. Though given permission by Jalmer and Lena still hesitated out of politeness and didn't start eating immediately. All these small actions were noted by Pedro Leazafu. Seeing Lena holding off on eating to listen attentively, Pedro Leazafu was very satisfied, which increased his favorable impression of her even more. Knowing Lena must be hungry, he decided to cut his speech short and quickly concluded. "Alright," Pedro Leazafu waved his hand, "that's enough for today. The main point is that the Pedro family will stand behind Ray. If you ever face injustice outside, come tell Roxanne. I'll support you. Everyone is hungry, let's start eating." Without delay, Rufus picked up his chopsticks and dug into a large chicken leg. Yummy chicken leg, oh so yummy. Chewing on the chicken leg, he raised his head to shoot a grateful glance at Lena. Thanks to sister-in-law, he could eat faster. Feeling a burning gaze across from her, Lena lifted her head and met Rufus's eyes. Rufus, while gnawing on the chicken leg, laughed foolishly, appearing not very smart. In her mind, people who liked unconventional styles were usually delinquents or street hooligans. But how was Rufus different? Why did he seem so silly instead? Mariah and his sister Paige were truly two extremes. One was carefree, the other sharp-tongued and mean. Lena's stomach was also growling with hunger. She stopped looking at Rufus and bowed her head to eat. The words spoken by Jovan earlier had touched her deeply. From now on, the Pedro family would be her backing. If she suffered any wrongs outside, someone would stand up for her. No one had ever said such things to her from childhood to adulthood. Mariah's family had always made her suffer. No one cared about her feelings or stood up for her. Lena felt a lump in her throat, almost tearing up. Moriar, she truly felt the feeling of home. Chapter 94 Family. Clara said proudly to Lena, "Little Di, the pepper salt spare ribs and stir-fried beef are made by Mom herself. I remember you love these two dishes. Have more later." "Okay." Lena picked up a piece of spare rib and started eating as she spoke. Clara looked at her expectantly. "How does it taste? Is it good?" Taking a bite, the dish was fragrant, crispy, and delicious, making her want more rice. Lena's eyes lit up, it was so yummy. After finishing one piece, she nodded at Clara and said, Very delicious, your cooking is getting better. These spare ribs smell great, I love them." The pride on Clara's face grew more evident, she couldn't stop smiling. "Mom will be content as long as you approve. Have some more pieces." Talking further, her smile vanished. She examined Lena's face, shaking her head with its sking sound. "Alas, during this period, since Mom hasn't cooked for you, you have starved and lost weight. Who knows what that rascal Roscoe has been feeding you every day. Look at this thin little face." Mariah hearing this, Lena subconsciously touched her own face. "Have I lost weight? No way." She had eaten well every day and should probably have gained weight instead. Jalmer pulled the corner of his mouth in amusement and glanced at Clara helplessly. "Mom, you're exaggerating. Where did Laverne lose any weight? Mariah's face looks much rounder now." Clara replied disdainfully with a tisk. During the time Laverne was hospitalized, she prepared meals for her every day. Back then, Laverne looked even rounder than she does now. "I don't care, Laverne must have lost weight without eating the food I cooked." Perhaps Clara forgot that Lena suffered from severe morning sickness during that time, barely able to eat a few bites per meal before vomiting. She didn't look too good back then. Catherine she hadn't forgotten, just refused to admit it. In her heart, her obedient daughter-in-law would only grow chubby and fair if she ate food made by her hands. Seeing Clara's seriousness like a child, Lena smiled with raised eyebrows. "Dot is right." An air of triumph spread over Clara's face as she shot a defiant glance at her son. Jalmer sighed helplessly but did not argue. After dinner, Rufus greeted Jovan and politely bid farewell to the Pedro family. "Sister-in-law, drop by when you're free. We're around the same age, we'll surely have something to talk about." Rufus combed back a lock of red hair stylishly in front of his forehead, trying to look cool. Lena rolled her eyes. It was quite unbearable. Although Rufus's face was not bad and indeed handsome, this pose of showing off was truly tacky. Just as Lena was about to say they had nothing to chat about, Jalmer beside her suddenly kicked Rufus hard in the butt. "Feeling bored? Get lost, you're annoying me." Turning around, Rufus wore a hurt expression. "Oh, just a joke, don't be so fierce, Brother Jean." "Still here?" Jalmer frowned impatiently. Rufus rubbed his buttocks and moved towards the door. Gone. "I'm leaving, no more kicking please, that really wasn't gentle, hurts like hell." Pfft, Lena couldn't help laughing out loud. Rufus was truly an entertainer. Mariah left very quickly, fearing another kick from Jalmer. "Just like a butterfly, so showy," Jalmer said with a darkened face as he watched Rufus leave. Lena nodded in agreement, suppressing a chuckle. The Pedro family sat on the living room sofa. Yovan took out a bank card and handed it to Lena. Laverne, this card has no limit. Buy whatever you like, consider it as Grandpa's New Year gift to you. Shaking her head, Lena said, no need, Roxanne. I usually lack nothing, so I won't use it. Thanks for your thoughtfulness though. Yovan responded, oh, child, how could you not need it? Life always needs money. Take it, having something is better than nothing. Jalmer smiled and patted her shoulder, Laverne, take what Roxanne gave you. Finally, Lena accepted the card, thank you, Roxanne. Yovan laughed heartily, family matters, no need for thanks. Waverly Karina presented a finely carved wooden box. Smiling warmly, Waverly Lou held Lena's hand, saying, Laverne, this is Grandma's New Year gift for you, open it and see. Lena received the box and opened it. Inside were a pair of fine jadeite bracelets. Try them on, Waverly Lou said smilingly. These are too valuable, Waverly. Though she didn't know much about evaluating jadeite quality, she heard that the clearer it was, the better it was. The jadeite bracelets given by her grandmother were pure green without a trace of impurities, crystal clear, definitely top-notch. Sitting beside, Clara smiled and said, Laverne, just accept them. It's a tradition in our Pedro family to present jadeite bracelets to the bride-to-be. Look, I have a pair too. As she spoke, Clara showed her wrist where a pair of emerald green jadeite bracelets were indeed worn. Lena remembered these bracelets on Clara's wrist from before but didn't know they carried such significant meaning. Surprised, Lena turned her head to look at Jalmer. Jalmer smiled slightly and nodded. Waverly Pedro said, they should have been given to you at your engagement party, but I was in the hospital then and couldn't attend it. According to our family tradition, the oldest female elder must personally give the bracelets to the new daughter-in-law, so I couldn't entrust Clara to give them to you. Lena said, it's fine, Waverly. Waverly Pedro said softly, try them on quickly to see if they fit. I had them custom-made, with the size given by Jean, so they should be right. Lena opened her mouth in slight surprise. The size given by Jean? Did he know the measurement of her wrist? Knowing what she was thinking, Jalmer said smilingly, I've pulled your wrist so many times, I definitely know its size. Anyway, bracelet sizes don't need to be extremely precise, being within the range is enough. Oh, that's how it is. Lena carefully picked up the pair of bracelets and put them on. They were neither too big nor too small, fitting perfectly. Mariah's wrists were delicate and fair, making her skin look even whiter against the green jadeite, looking incredibly beautiful. Clara laughed happily, they look very nice. Laverne looks perfect with these bracelets. Wear them often from now on. Waverly Pedro also said with a smile, yes, they look very nice. Laverne, do you like this gift? Lena quickly nodded and said sweetly, I love them. Thank you, Waverly. Waverly Pedro, admiring the bracelets on Lena's wrists, could not stop smiling. Good, as long as you like them. Clara said, Laverne, Mom has also prepared gifts for you, but it's not convenient to take everything out now. They're in the room upstairs. When you leave, I'll ask the servants to bring them down. Not convenient to take everything out? Lena was inwardly surprised. How many gifts did Doc prepare? To describe them using everything. But she did not ask, as she would find out when she left. This visit to the old house felt much better for Lena compared to last time. There was no annoying Kala, and the grandparents treated her much better than before, everyone being especially warm and friendly to her. Regardless of whether this warmth was because of Jalmer or the baby in her belly, Lena felt deeply touched. Now, in her heart, she already considered them all as her own family. Chapter 95 Alexei wants to cause trouble. In the afternoon, Lena accompanied her grandmother in flower arranging and learned some floral art from her. She was quite interested in floral art, so Jalmer suggested enrolling Xiangyanger in a class. When leaving, Clara had the servants bring down some gifts. Just as she had said, it wasn't convenient to bring them down. Because there were too many gifts, large and small gift boxes and bags filled up the back seats and trunk of the car. Lena was shocked speechless. Clara said that among these gifts were clothes, shoes, jewelry, ornaments, and some safe skincare products for pregnant women. Lena, who had lived for almost 20 years, saw for the first time someone sending gifts by delivering them in a vehicle. Back at the apartment, Lena called Amy to open the gifts together. Clara was very generous. The clothes were all the latest designs from luxury brands, and the jewelry pieces were all highly valuable, ranging from gold and diamonds to gems and jade, everything available. Fortunately, the luxurious apartment where Lena and Jalmer lived was spacious enough. Just the walk-in closet was around 60 to 70 square meters, large enough to accommodate all those clothes, jewelry, and skincare products. South City Hospital, General Ward. Roxanne stared at her phone for a long time. Alexei sat on the bed, his head wrapped in bandages, his two eyes swollen like a panda's, and a front tooth missing, causing him to whistle when speaking. On the small table next to the hospital bed, Alexei was eating the meal Roxanne brought. Mom, why are you holding onto your phone? Roxanne frowned deeply. Xiangyang, do you know what a trending topic is? With food still in his mouth, Alexei chewed loudly before opening his mouth to speak, spilling rice particles into the bowl. Trending topic? You're concerned about this? That's something on Weibo, what's wrong? A couple of days ago, a group of people blocked us downstairs talking about Lena. They pulled me aside and talked for a while, mentioning trending topics and Weibo. I didn't understand most of it. They initially claimed Lena was being a mistress outside and interfering with someone else's relationship, asking me to hand her over for justice, and they filmed me with their phones. I thought Lena was dating a wealthy man. So, I played along, crying and saying how much I missed her, hoping that if Lena saw the video, she might soften her heart and give us money. These days I've been browsing Douyin, but I haven't seen that video. Those people were supposed to expose it, so why haven't they exposed it yet? Roxanne did attend school for a few years. Although she only had a junior high school diploma, she could surf the internet. People of her age often enjoyed watching short, trendy videos on Douyin. Catherine exposure videos ended up on Douyin. Roxanne spent several days glued to her phone, but she hadn't seen her crying about missing Lena. Whenever Lena was mentioned, Alexei felt furious. Originally, Lena's ex-boyfriend gave Ricky 50 million yuan, but Ricky only told the family 1/10 of it, pocketing 45 million for himself and even kept a mistress. Now, this family was in shambles. His father wanted a divorce from his mother, his wife ran off with another man, and creditors came knocking every few days, threatening and beating him until he had to be hospitalized for a few days. Mariah no longer wanted to live like this. Alexei's eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment. Mariah clenched his fists tightly, speaking with bitterness. We need to find Lena quickly and get her man to help repay my debts. If her man can casually come up with 50 million, then my 2 million in loans wouldn't be anything to him. As long as he repays my debt and gives me more money, what kind of woman couldn't I get? I want a woman who is 100 times prettier than Bernadette. Originally, with the 2 million given by Ricky, Alexei was quite a nouveau riche. At that time, he bought designer clothing and brand-name handbags for Bernadette, and she obediently complied with him during that period, even tolerating his interest in female streamers performing borderline performances online. Later, an old elementary school friend approached him, claiming there was a way to make big money, asking if he wanted to join. Living frugally after indulgence is hard, and vice versa. Having become accustomed to a luxurious life, he naturally refused to return to his former poverty. But the 2 million in his hands were nearly depleted, and Bernadette was nagging for the latest Chanel bag. Tasting the joy of extravagance, he yearned for more, so he spoke more with that old classmate. Mariah then found out that the big money plan involved online gambling. Of course, Alexei knew that such things were dangerous, hesitating for several days before finally giving in. As the saying goes, sometimes risk pays off, turning bicycles into motorcycles. To make big money, he decided to take the risk. Otherwise, with his petty clerk job, earning a little over 6,000 yuan a month in fixed salary, how could he continue to live such an extravagant life? At the beginning, he indeed made a lot of money. Following that classmate's lead, he placed bets and within a few days, he had earned over 800,000 yuan. This effortless way of making money made him addicted. Later on, he started betting on his own. Initially, losing a few thousand or 10,000 didn't bother him, it wasn't long before he won it all back. However, things gradually started spiraling out of control. Mariah kept losing, not only blowing through his winnings but also eating into his original funds. It didn't stop there. At that time, it was as if he was under a spell, blinded by the rush of gambling and unable to stop. What to do when he ran out of money to bet? Mariah would find more money. Mariah secretly sold several gold necklaces and designer bags belonging to Bernadette. When Bernadette found out, she thought he was giving them to some other woman and they had a huge fight, even resorting to physical violence. Mariah never mentioned that he had been involved in online gambling. Mariah borrowed from all kinds of online credit loan platforms, losing everything within a few days. Eventually, he turned to high-interest lenders. Borrowing a total of 500,000, with interest, it ballooned to over 2 million. Debt collectors showed up at his door, and he couldn't hide it anymore. Bernadette threatened divorce and even brought another man home, sleeping with him in their marital home right in front of him. Later, he came to his senses and wanted to settle accounts with that old classmate. But that person had already blocked all his contact information. Where could he find him? Roxanne looked worried. But Lena blocked my phone number, and when I changed the number and sent messages, she didn't reply. How can we find her? Did she tell you where she is now? Roxanne shook her head. No, she wouldn't say anything. Then, as if remembering something, she frowned and said, however, I remember her boyfriend's surname is Pedro. Those people who surrounded me downstairs said he might be from the Pedro family of Jingdu. I don't know what Jingdu Pedro family it is, but it sounds very powerful. Those people immediately apologized to me when they thought Lena's boyfriend was from the Pedro family of Jingdu, becoming extremely polite, saying they had mistaken her for someone else. Alexei also didn't know which family the Pedro family of Jingdu was. Mariah opened his phone and searched for the Pedro family of Jingdu on Baidu, and sure enough, he found information about them. Alexei gripped his phone tightly, staring at the information about the Pedro family of Jingdu on his screen, his eyes filled with malevolence. Chapter 96, Interrogation. In the president's office of Pedro Corporation. The identity information of the female streamer that Jalmer had asked Bradford to investigate was already sent to his email. Jalmer looked at the profile of the female streamer, Xiao Tian, who had spread rumors about Lena on his computer screen. It included her personal and family information, as well as the video footage of her live streaming session where she slandered Lena. Jalmer opened the video, and his expression grew darker with every second. The fastest way to destroy a girl is by smearing her reputation, tarnishing her name, and turning her into a target for everyone's disdain. This Amanita did not have any grudge against Lena. It was only because Adrian glanced at Little Di a few times during the fan meeting and added each other on WeChat for some lighthearted chat that she wanted to target Little Di like this. Jalmer felt that things were not that simple. She forged the chat records to defame Little Di and also ruined Adrian's future in the process. Being in a romantic relationship with Adrian, why would she wantonly destroy his prospects? Melvin, if she discovered that Adrian was flirting with several women and bore resentment, why single out the innocent Little Di to attack? There must be someone pulling the strings behind Amanita. Whoever it was, they used such despicable means to try to destroy Little Di. Jalmer slightly narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce look. Mariah called in his assistant, Eliam. I've got some files here that I'll send you, take a look. Have Lawrence bring this woman over, think of a way to pry open her mouth and find out who instructed her to frame Little Di. Jalmer's eyes gleamed coldly. If she doesn't talk, let her suffer a bit. Don't be lenient. Assistant Eliam respectfully replied, yes. Amanita is from Haiching City. After dating Adrian, she moved to the capital for convenience in meeting him. Now she lives in a rental apartment in the suburbs of the capital. When Lawrence came knocking on her door, Amanita was sound asleep at home. Lawrence used some techniques to open the door. Amanita's bedroom was far from the entrance, so she didn't hear a thing when Lawrence entered and remained fast asleep. When she woke up shivering from the cold, she found herself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Bound tightly to a chair, a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. Amanita struggled a few times, trying to call for help but unable to utter a word, only making muffled sounds. Facing her was a tall, muscular man standing nearly 6 feet, bald, dressed in black, looking terrifying and clearly not a good person. Flanking him were 2 equally burly men in black. Amanita's eyes widened in terror, tears filling her eyes. She didn't know why this man kidnapped her, whether for robbery or assault. Woo woo woo. Amanita shook her head and cried. The seated man glared at her fiercely and shouted, shut up. One more peep and I'll cut out your tongue. Frightened, Amanita immediately quieted down, not daring to make another sound. Trembling, she surveyed the room. The room was sealed tight without any windows, looking like a hidden chamber. Some old items scattered around covered in thick dust suggested no one had been there for a long time. Amanita was extremely scared, not knowing what this man intended to do or what she might face. Would she die here today? In this isolated place, even if she cried for help, no one would come. Thinking of this, Amanita felt more terrified, her body shaking uncontrollably. It was freezing cold, the room had no heating, and she was still in her thin pajamas. This thin sleepwear suitable for warm indoor conditions now left her shivering in the bitter cold. Lawrence pulled out a knife and said menacingly to Amanita, answer my questions calmly. If you scream, beware of losing your tongue. Seeing the cold blade, Amanita shuddered and nodded frantically. Lawrence gave a signal with his eyes, and the man to his left walked over to remove the cloth from Amanita's mouth. Lawrence stared mercilessly at the woman before him. She was thinly dressed, lips purple from the cold, tears streaking her face, a pitiful sight. But those who were pitiable often had their own faults, he wouldn't sympathize with her. This woman deserved her fate for bullying their young lady. Lawrence coldly asked, who told you to spread rumors about our young lady online? Amanita instinctively countered, young lady? Realizing her mistake, she quickly understood. The only person she had defamed online was Lena. Could this man's young lady be Lena? Whose backer was Lena? To dare send people to break in and kidnap, it was beyond the law. Should she tell this man who was pulling the strings? Amanita was torn. She couldn't afford to offend Aubrey Group, but neither could she afford to offend this man right now. The dagger in the man's hand gleamed ominously, she didn't dare to look at it for fear that it would stab into her body in the next moment. Seeing Amanita remain silent, Lawrence twisted the dagger and slashed a cut on her thigh. The pants were cut open, revealing the wound to the air, and blood gushed out instantly. Though the wound wasn't deep, the pain was unbearable. Ah, Amanita screamed in agony. Lawrence clicked his tongue impatiently. I already warned you. Answer my questions directly. Did you forget so soon? Amanita's face contorted in pain, it hurts. It hurts so much. Please don't hurt me. Just blabbering nonsense. Lawrence made another slash on her other leg, you won't talk. Then I'll make another cut. The intense pain rendered Amanita speechless. In the narrow hidden chamber, only the miserable wails of the woman could be heard. In such cold weather, she only wore a thin set of pajamas, yet sweat beads formed on her forehead. She wanted to speak, but thinking of Kala's threats, she bit her lip and kept quiet. Compared to losing her life, these injuries were nothing. Lawrence watched the woman wailing with cold eyes. Mariah didn't expect that this seemingly weak woman could endure so much. Mariah thought one cut would make her crack and reveal the mastermind, but now after 2 cuts, she still refused to speak. Either the other party offered her too much, or their methods were even crueler than his. Looks like he had to get serious. Lawrence waved his hand and said to the black-clad man beside him, bring Ichabod over. Chapter 97, Learning the Catherine Sturmond is Kala, Jalmar confronts Mariah. Before long, a man in black dragged in someone who was ragged and bruised all over. This person couldn't stand on his legs, they could only drag on the ground, indicating that his legs had been broken. The place where his legs were dragged left 2 shocking trails of blood. Amanita was frightened stiff by the scene before her eyes. For a moment, fear overshadowed pain. She trembled, her teeth chattering incessantly, but she couldn't utter a word. Canon in black threw Ichabod onto the floor right beside Amanita's feet. Amanita felt her hair stand on end, so terrified that her heart seemed to stop beating. Canon at her feet had been tortured beyond recognition. Mariah lay there motionless, like a dead fish, emitting a foul odor from his decaying wounds. Berkeley said expressionlessly, "This is the outcome for those who bully the young madam. If you don't speak, this will be your fate as well." Amanita's mind went blank. She looked at Berkeley listlessly, as if she had lost her soul, with no response for a long time. She was terrified. If she was already scared, let's give her more shocks to bring her back. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Berkeley's eyes. Immediately, he circled behind Amanita and swiftly stabbed her palm with the dagger in his hand. "Ah!" Amanita screamed again. "My hand! My hand!" Mariah's hands were tied behind her back. She couldn't see the horrifying scene, but she clearly felt the pain and the blood draining away. "I'll talk. I'll tell everything." Amanita gave in. She was almost fainting from the pain. If this continued, she would end up like the man on the floor, barely human. Staying in this dark room and being tortured day and night was worse than death. Who cared about Aubrey Group? If Kala wanted to take revenge, then let her come. If she didn't confess now, she'd rather die. Berkeley remained expressionless, calmly pulling out the dagger from Amanita's palm. Blood gushed out, and another round of agonized screams filled the room. "If you had confessed earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. It's your own fault. But it's not too late now." Berkeley took a cloth and carefully wiped the dagger clean. Amanita was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. It was Miss Kala from Aubrey Group who told me to do that." Blood still flowed profusely from the wounds on Amanita's legs and hands. "She spilled everything. At first, she gave me 1 million to defame Lena's reputation. She didn't tell me that Lena had a background or identity. I swear I didn't know. If I had known she was your family's young madam, I definitely wouldn't have dared to do such a thing." Though the man didn't say it directly, Amanita had already guessed who Lena was. When the Xingtong law firm sent its letter, she had suspected Lena might be connected to Pedro Group. But she hadn't imagined that Lena was actually the young madam of the Pedro family. The Pedro family controlled both legal and illegal enterprises, making them unquestionably the most powerful in the capital. If she had known Lena was the Pedro family's young madam, she would never have dared to spread rumors about her, even with 100 lives on the line. The physical pain made Amanita feel like dying. Tears and snot smeared her face. But no one pitied her. "Brother, please let me go. I truly know my mistake. I promise I won't dare hurt Lena again." Berkeley waved his hand, and a man stepped forward to tend to Amanita's wounds. "Consider what happened today a dream. If you dare to leak a single word, prepare to meet your maker." Berkeley's voice was chillingly menacing, like a fierce ghost from hell, sinister and terrifying. Meet her maker. Amanita felt a chill run down her spine. If she had persisted in not talking, would she have ended up here? Regret filled her heart. It was all because of her greed. For 1 million, she did what Kala asked without thinking. But what she lost was far greater than 1 million. It was Miss Kala from Aubrey Group who told me to do that. Watching the woman in the video tremble as she spoke these words, Jalmar's face turned incredibly grim. Kala, again it was Kala. Why couldn't this woman leave things alone? Jalmar shot up from his chair and walked out, throwing on his coat. At the Aubrey family villa. When Jalmar arrived, the Aubrey family was having dinner in the dining room. Recognizing him, the servant didn't dare stop him and led him straight to the dining room. "Mariah, having such a happy meal, huh?" Jalmar smiled mockingly, eyeing the family coolly. Kala, delighted, stood up and approached Jalmar, attempting to grab his arm. "Big brother Jean, why did you come?" She was so pleasantly surprised that for a moment, she didn't think too much, only assuming Jalmar had come over as usual for a casual visit. Just as her hand reached out, before it could grasp his arm, Jalmar evaded her. Kala's smile froze on her face. She stood there awkwardly, saying nothing more. Seeing Jalmar give his precious daughter a cold shoulder, Slade's expression immediately turned icy. Eduardo and Sandra Adeline also looked very uncomfortable. Slade composed himself briefly. They were in the wrong for what they had done to the Pedro family previously, and they couldn't afford to offend the Pedro family anyway. No matter what reason Jalmar had for this, he couldn't afford to quarrel with him. Forcing a stiff smile, Slade said to Jalmar, "Jean, why don't you take a seat?" Mariah turned to the servant and instructed, "Set another place at the table." Only then did he ask, "Did you come here for something specific today?" Jalmar twisted the corner of his mouth into a cold laugh. Mariah remained standing without sitting down. "Uncle, your family has crossed my bottom line again and again." Suddenly, he slammed his phone on the dining table with a bang, causing the ceramic plates to clatter. Sandra Adeline was startled by the unexpected sound, instinctively flinching. She already harbored dissatisfaction towards Jalmer because of Kala's issues, and now this behavior of his infuriated her even more. Adeline snapped angrily, "Jean, what do you mean? Did you come here just to make a scene?" Jalmer's gaze was icy. "Uncle, Aunt, your family really has raised an exemplary daughter." Adeline retorted, "What are you implying?" "Watch the video on the phone." The phone was closest to Adeline, and she picked it up first. After watching it, fury spread across her face. "What is this? Who is this woman? What did Justine make her do?" Mariah hearing Adeline's question, Kala suddenly realized that Jalmer knew about her secret actions. This Amanita actually dared to implicate her. Was she tired of living? Slade took the phone and began to watch. After finishing, his face darkened as he asked, "What does this mean?" Mr. and Mrs. Slade usually didn't browse Weibo, so they naturally hadn't known about the recent heated gossip regarding the female streamer who made false claims. However, Eduardo was aware of it. Mariah had watched those videos and posts out of curiosity, never imagining all of it was orchestrated by his sister. Kala's actions were extremely rash. From Jalmer's attitude, it was clear this wouldn't be easily resolved. Jalmer sneered, "Ask your beloved daughter and see what she says." Slade glared coldly at Kala, "What's going on?" Chapter 98, Kneel or Go to Jail, Choose One. I didn't. Tears welled in Kala's eyes, making her look on the verge of crying. She looked at Jalmer with an aggrieved expression. "Who is this woman?" "I don't know her." "You don't?" Jalmer sneered. "The account holder who made the transfer is called Elena. You were quite cautious, knowing not to use your own bank card for the transaction." Kala clenched her fists tightly, trying to maintain composure. "I don't know anyone named Elena. What does her transfer have to do with me?" "You really won't admit it until you see the coffin." "I've already traced it this far, and you still deny it?" Jalmer then dialed a number. "Bring them in." Shortly after, two bald bodyguards escorted a man and a woman into the room. Kala's heart trembled, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on the edge of her clothes. She was too guilty to look at the two people. Jalmer spoke coldly. "Quentin, your admirer, and Elena, who transferred money to Amanita, is his younger sister. Isn't that a coincidence?" She hadn't expected him to trace it so thoroughly and bring them here. After threatening Amanita, Kala thought she wouldn't dare reveal that she was behind everything, so she had been complacent. But Jalmer interrogated Amanita. How did he suspect someone was pulling the strings behind Amanita? The bank account must have come from Amanita as well. This Amanita wasn't afraid to die, daring to speak out about her. Kala clenched her fists but remained defiant. "Mariah is my admirer, yes, but you can't just assume I ordered him to do this. I won't take the blame for something I didn't do." Slade unconditionally trusted his daughter. Mariah knew Justine liked Jalmer, but she wouldn't slander someone's reputation. Mariah glanced at Jalmer disapprovingly. "Jing, Justine might be a bit spoiled, but she doesn't have any malicious intentions. The person you're talking about who incited others to spread rumors about Lena definitely isn't her." Jalmer gave a mocking laugh. "Uncle, there's nothing absolute in this world. I came to warn you personally out of respect for the relationship between our families. I've given enough face to the Aubrey family." Jalmer narrowed his eyes, clearly impatient. Mariah kicked Quentin, who was kneeling on the ground. "Tell me, was Kala the one who ordered you?" Quentin was unwilling to betray her in front of Kala. "And no." The man stammered. Jalmer gestured to one of the bodyguards, who immediately took out a dagger from his pocket and handed it to Jalmer. Mariah pulled out the dagger and slowly squatted down, pointing its tip at Quentin's heart. "Is that so? Think carefully before you answer." Kala panicked. "How can you threaten him like this? If you force him to confess, even if it wasn't me, he would say it was." Terrified, Quentin wet himself, a puddle of yellow fluid spreading beneath him. It was Kala, please don't kill me." Jalmer stood up and walked a few steps away, distancing himself from the urine smell. Did everyone hear that? This guy was coerced into saying nonsense. Adeline angrily shouted. Ignoring her, Jalmer continued, "I've already figured out what happened. Regardless of whether Kala admits it today or not, she is the mastermind behind all this. If Kala kneels down and sincerely apologizes to Little Di, I won't pursue this matter further." "You!" Adeline slammed the table in fury. She shot up from her seat, shouting, "Don't push us too far. Let's set aside for a moment whether Justine did this or not. Melvin, if she did, she absolutely will not kneel and apologize to that Lena. And you, Amir Jr., why are you showing off in front of us seniors?" Slade hurriedly tried to calm Adeline. "What are you doing? Sit down." Mariah was genuinely scared. His wife had been so well protected by him that she hadn't seen the Pedro family's methods. Currently, Jalmer was the head of the Pedro family. Though a junior, even Slade dared not act arrogantly towards him, let alone talk rudely. Previously, they had leveraged their possession of the life-saving medicine for old Catherine Dam Pedro to force Jalmer into an engagement with Justine, only for the Pedro Corporation to turn around and acquire their listed company. If Justine had indeed done this and angered Jalmer, the consequences could be unimaginable. But asking Justine to kneel and apologize seemed too harsh. He couldn't accept it. Their beloved princess. Slade said, Jing, if this was indeed done by Justine, we agree to let her apologize, but isn't kneeling too much? Justine is the Aubrey family's precious daughter, how can she casually kneel? Jalmer's gaze was like a blade, causing Slade to involuntarily shudder. Uncle Aubrey, it seems you haven't fully grasped the situation yet. Jalmer casually dragged over a chair and sat down grandly. What do you mean by, if you're willing to let her apologize? My wife was bullied, and apologizing isn't subject to whether you are willing or not. Your daughter from the Aubrey family is a princess who can't kneel casually, so can she spread rumors and slander others at will? Laverne is my wife, the legitimate granddaughter-in-law of the Pedro family, infinitely more precious than your Aubrey family's princess. Today, out of respect for our past relationship, I'm giving Kala a chance to kneel and apologize. If she refuses, I won't force her. Jalmer exuded an aura of menace, his eyes dark and terrifying. But from now on, the Pedro and Aubrey families will have no further ties, he said calmly, 3 years. Slade frowned, 3 years? What does that mean? Jalmer raised an eyebrow, defamation carries a 3-year sentence. Mariah chuckled mockingly, a smile playing on his lips, but his face was chillingly fearsome. I remember, doesn't Kala have congenital heart disease? She had surgery to save her life, but can she withstand much stress? With her frail health, if she ends up in prison, I can't guarantee she'll come out alive. The implication was clear enough. Melvin, if Kala stayed fine in prison, he would find a way to ensure she walked in alive and came out dead. Kala's face turned deathly pale at his words, trembling with fear. Adeline wanted to say something but was stopped by Aubrey Chi. Seeing his doted-upon sister like this, Eduardo felt excruciating pain. Mariah couldn't help but speak up, Roscoe, isn't this too much? Mariah knew Jalmer's temperament and methods well. If he said it, he would really do it. Eduardo wanted to say more, but Jalmer interrupted impatiently. When she hired someone to smear Laverne and incite online abuse, did she think it was too much? Eduardo, you protect your own while begrudging me for defending mine? Don't pressure me with past ties. Bullying Laverne deserves more than just kneeling, choose between kneeling or jail. Chapter 99. Kala was slapped. I will never kowtow to her. Tears welled up in Kala's eyes, her appearance pitiful. All right then. Pedro Zichin no longer bothered to argue with her and stood up to leave. Eduardo hurriedly grabbed his arm. Wait. Perhaps Kala had never experienced Pedro Zichin's ruthlessness, showing the audacity of a young bull unafraid of tigers. However, he was different. Previously overseas, when someone tried to assassinate Pedro Zichin, he directly stormed their base, leaving no one alive and captured their leader. With one slash, he rendered that man childless, then tortured him for 3 years before ending his life. Eduardo knew Pedro Zichin could really let Kala die in prison. While Kala didn't understand this, he wouldn't watch his sister face death helplessly. Pedro Zichin looked at Eduardo with a half-smile. Eyes closed, pained expression on his face, Eduardo said, Justine, go apologize to Zichin. Kala was their family's little princess, proud and precious. Asking her to kneel and apologize was more painful than killing her. Eduardo's heart ached profoundly, but he had no other choice. Mariah only had this one sister and couldn't let her die in prison. No matter how difficult or unwilling he felt, this was what had to be done now. Upon hearing this, Kala opened her eyes in disbelief, turning her head to look at Eduardo. Brother, what are you saying? How can you make me bow and apologize to that bitch Lena? Slap. Just as she finished speaking, Pedro Zichin raised his hand and slapped her hard, the sound resounding and the blow extremely severe. Kala's head was snapped to the side. Instantly, 5 shocking red finger marks appeared on her face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Pedro Zichin's black eyes turned menacing, full of murderous intent. Kala, covering her face with her hands, stared at Pedro Zichin in disbelief. Justine. The couple Lau and Cassie and Eduardo shouted simultaneously. The Aubrey family bodyguards rushed in, while Pedro family's guards broke through the door at the same time. The restaurant became crowded instantly, filled with people standing densely. Bodyguards from both sides prepared to engage, silently confronting each other, ready for battle, waiting only for orders from their masters. Pedro Zichin, seeing her beloved daughter slapped, Aubrey Catherine Dam Adeline rushed forward intending to fight Pedro Zichin. Humphrey restrained her forcefully, shouting, Ai-ing, don't lose control. Pedro Zichin, you dare to hit Justine? I'll take you down. Adeline roared angrily. Humphrey yelled, someone, take madam away. Several servants came forward, escorting the struggling Adeline out. Brother Zichin, you actually hit me. Kala covered her face and cried sorrowfully, murmuring, you actually hit me for her. If you dare to insult her again, it won't be just a slap. Pedro Zichin remarked coldly. Eduardo struggled to suppress his intense anger and instructed the servants, invite Dr. Shin here, and take Miss back to her room to rest. Dr. Antoine was the Aubrey family's resident physician. Yes, young master. The servant took Kala away as she continued to repeat, you actually hit me. Eduardo's heart nearly shattered with pain. Mariah turned to glare at Pedro Zichin coldly. Melvin, though he could usually hide his feelings well, after seeing Pedro Zichin hit his beloved sister right in front of him, Eduardo could no longer keep a pleasant facade towards Pedro Zichin. Though his face was cold and his fists clenched tightly, constrained by Pedro Zichin's power, Eduardo spoke tactfully. Justine is ignorant, please don't blame her. Inwardly furious, Eduardo never expected that one day Pedro Zichin would turn against their family over a woman. Humphrey also seethed inside. Mariah retorted irritably, Justine just said something wrong, why did you hit her? Hitting a woman isn't chivalrous. To Pedro Zichin, this sounded like a ridiculous joke, and he sneered. Chivalrous? I, Pedro Zichin, never claimed to be chivalrous. A smile curled at the corners of his lips as his gaze shifted between Humphrey and Eduardo. Mariah mocked, your Aubrey family truly practices chivalry, pressing for marriage when faced with a human life. Your so-called chivalry produced a fine daughter who spreads rumors to destroy others' reputations. What an enlightening experience. Humphrey's face flushed alternately red and white, his molars almost grinding to dust in anger. Yet he couldn't refute it. Pedro Zichin grew tired of the debate and declared bluntly, by tomorrow night, I want to see Kala kowtow to Laverne. Without waiting for any reply from the father and son of the Aubrey family, he turned and left, leaving behind a cold and stern figure. This marked the end of the Aubrey family's friendship with the Pedro family, officially forming a grudge. In the car, Assistant Eliam communicated with Pedro Zichin. Mr. President, I have found out that the person who deliberately guided Alexei into online gambling is also Miss Kala from the Aubrey family. According to the investigation results, she probably doesn't know that young Lady Chin has already severed ties with the Chin family. Mariah's intention to cause chaos in the Chin family was likely aimed at young Lady Chin. What should we do? No need. Jalmer leaned lazily against the back seat of the car. What she did suits me just fine. Mariah had long been looking for someone to deal with Alexei, but because he was related to Lena after all, it didn't seem right. Kala happened to do exactly what he wanted this time. Send the evidence you gathered to the Aubrey family. Yes, sir. Mariah wanted the Aubrey family to see the true face of their obedient daughter. Inside the apartment on Guayun Road, Lena received a call from Alexei and felt extremely uneasy. At first, Alexei put up a show, pretending to be deeply affectionate towards her as his sister, begging her to come back home no matter what. Mariah talked about how badly he had treated her before and now knew his mistakes. Mariah said he regretted every day and would dote on her afterward. They were family, blood thicker than water. The family would fall apart without her. Lena remained unmoved. She already knew the current situation of the Chin family from Mina a few days ago. Alexei had incurred high-interest loans through online gambling, and Bernadette wanted to divorce him. His call was undoubtedly asking Jalmer to help pay off the debt and support the Chin family. She refused without hesitation. She said she had no money and that she had severed ties with the Chin family. She wouldn't be involved with Chin family matters anymore. Seeing that he couldn't sway her, Alexei flew into a rage and started cursing at her. Little slut, still saying you have no money? I know you're being kept by an old man as a mistress. Lena retorted angrily, Alexei, are you crazy? It seems like the loan sharks didn't beat you hard enough. F***K you're M*** there. Little bitch, making money as an old man's mistress, aren't you? Still claiming to be broke? People treat you like a toy, and you really think you can marry into wealth? Abandoning your own family, heartless bastard. F***K. Alexei cursed continuously. Lena wasn't going to back down either. She smirked coldly, go ahead then. You go ahead. Your mother is my mother too. Will you dare? Alexei was momentarily speechless. In a fit of anger, he cursed without thinking and ended up cursing himself and his own mother. Lena replied coldly, stop calling me. I'm not that soft peach you used to push around. Alexei yelled furiously, if you hang up, I'll tell everyone that you're being kept by an old man. Everyone in the neighborhood will know. Not only that, but your aunts, uncles, teachers, and classmates will know too. Lena trembled with anger, gripping her phone tightly. The same old threats again. Why didn't these people leave her alone? First, the unknown female live streamer spread rumors and ruined her reputation. Now, her brother who had lived with her for 19 years was also determined to destroy her reputation. Before, she didn't know those netizens, and those rumors were things she had never done. Although she was hurt when they insulted her, she could endure it. But if Alexei spread rumors among her relatives, classmates, and teachers, she didn't know how she could face them. Rumors were deadly, they could drown a person. Melvin, if she wasn't a mistress, people often believed what they wanted to believe. A model student using her body for favor, falling into ruin for money and becoming a mistress to an old man, this kind of sensational gossip was what people liked to believe. Eventually, she would be unable to defend herself, no matter how much she tried. Fear started creeping into Lena's heart. But she didn't show it. She didn't want Alexei to think he could control her. Lena took several deep breaths to calm herself before replying, spreading rumors has legal consequences. If you're not afraid, go ahead. Be ready to go to jail. Spreading rumors? I'm not spreading any rumors. Isn't your man Jalmer from the Beijing Pedro family? I looked him up online. Mariah's 30, which is definitely old. A handsome, wealthy playboy from a rich family, How could he not be married at 30? You must be his toy outside, don't take yourself too seriously. Lena hadn't expected Alexei to know about the Pedro family. Alexei continued, Melvin, if you sue me, I won't be scared. Besides, by the time the court decides, your reputation will be ruined anyway. If you really aren't afraid, let's see who wins. Chapter 100. Lena's eyes were red from crying, and Jalmar felt heartache. When Alexei said this, his tone was full of pride, as if he had confidence that Lena would definitely compromise. Being pressured by her own relatives for money like this, using her reputation as a threat, anger, bitterness, disappointment, pain, all kinds of complicated emotions surged in Lena's heart. She clutched her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. Was this really her own brother? Why could he say such things? In the past, although he treated her poorly at home, he wasn't this deranged. Lena never owed the Chin family anything. Over the past 19 years, she had been like a servant, working hard and enduring their bullying. Mr. Pedro had already given them a large sum of money to help her get away from the Chin family, yet they still weren't satisfied. Indeed, human greed can never be fulfilled. The Chin family wanted money again, and of course, she had none. Now, all her expenses were covered by the Pedro family. It wasn't her own money. Although Yovan gave her an unlimited black card and Jalmar gave her 3 million yuan monthly allowance, she never used any of it, let alone use it to help the Chin family. If she compromised once, there would be a second time. The Chin family was bottomless. Lena endured the inner pain and sorrow, saying, I have no money, not a single penny. Seeing that Lena still wouldn't give in, Alexei replied, Fine, you little bitch, you've got guts. Just wait and see. When your reputation is ruined, don't regret it. Unable to bear it, Lena shouted loudly, Alexei, why do you have to push me so hard? Do I owe you? Alexei retorted indignantly, it's you who are pushing me. I have nothing left now. Debt collectors come every day, my wife ran off with someone else. Now, since I have nothing to lose, don't blame me for not considering family ties when you refuse to give money to a poor brother. Family ties? Lena laughed bitterly twice, but tears slid down her cheeks. She asked Alexei, have you ever treated me as family in the past 19 years? I have never felt familial love at the Chin family. Talking about family now sounds ridiculous. You say you have nothing, is that my fault? It was your own inability to control yourself, gambling until you lost everything including your wife. How can you blame me? Did I ask you to gamble? Alexei snorted coldly and said, stop blabbering. Transfer 10 million within today, or I'll expose your affair. Alexei truly believed that Lena was having an affair with a wealthy man. Mariah was convinced that Lena would definitely fear him exposing this matter. 10 million was nothing to that person. Given Lena's timid and fearful nature, she would definitely give in. She was just putting up a front. Alexei felt proud of himself, thinking how clever he was. Though he despised Lena for being a mistress, exposing it would also bring ridicule and gossip to his family. But that didn't matter compared to 10 million. A few words of gossip weren't worth mentioning. Get out. Lena trembled with anger, cursed, and hung up immediately. 10 million. Mariah actually dared to ask. Why should she give him 10 million? The entire Chin family might not earn 10 million in a lifetime, yet he demanded 10 million. What shamelessness. Melvin, a bloodsucker, wouldn't be this greedy. Immediately after hanging up, Alexei called again. Lena turned off her phone. After shutting it off, peace returned. But Lena felt extremely distressed. Alexei's insults were etched deeply in her heart. Human emotions were so complex. Although she had long lost hope in the Chin family and severed ties, hearing former family members threaten and insult her still made her feel miserable. Tears uncontrollably fell, and as Lena wiped them away, more kept flowing. When Jalmar came back, he immediately noticed Lena's tear-streaked, red eyes. Pained, he quickly went over and gently wiped away the tears on her face. What happened? Why are you crying so sadly? Jalmar's heart nearly broke. Mariah didn't know what bad thing had happened to his beloved, causing her to cry like this. Lena sniffled, trying to speak, but tears fell again. She didn't understand either. Why did a few words from Alexei make her cry uncontrollably? She wasn't usually this emotional. Why couldn't she stop crying today? Jalmar pulled her into his arms, patting her back softly, soothing her, don't cry, darling. Tell me what's wrong. Don't cry anymore, okay? Lena leaned against Jalmar, feeling his breath. The faint sandalwood scent comforted her so much. Jalmar gently patted her back, as if soothing a child. Lena's emotions gradually calmed down. Finally, the tears stopped flowing. Jalmar led her to the sofa and sat down. Mariah pulled Lena onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her, holding her close. Tell me who bullied you, darling. His voice was incredibly gentle. Mariah, hearing him call her that, ripples spread in Lena's heart. Why did he have a different nickname for her every day, sometimes baby, sometimes darling? But she really liked it. Only he would soothe her so patiently and gently, treating her like a child. With just a few words, Jalmar had dissipated most of the negative feelings brought by Alexei. Lena lifted her tear-filled eyes and looked at Jalmar mistily. Fortunately, she wasn't alone and helpless. She still had Mr. Pedro. Mr. Pedro had brought her into the Pedro family, giving her new family members. Although there was no blood relation, the Pedro family treated her as if she were their own. She felt incredibly fortunate to have met such a person. Jalmer lowered his gaze, meeting the girl's eyes. Mariah's eyelids were red from crying, her eyes moist, her face full of grievance, making her especially pitiful. Why aren't you talking? Tell me who bullied you. I'll deal with him for you. Jalmer gently pinched Lena's little face, his eyes soft enough to melt her. Lena sniffed. Jalmer had said they were now a family, and she shouldn't keep things bottled up inside but tell him so they could solve problems together. She hadn't planned to hide it either. She hadn't thought about really asking Jalmer to help the Chin family financially. But if Alexei really went to ruin her reputation, only Jalmer could help her. Lena whispered, "It's Alexei." Upon hearing this name, Jalmer's eyes darkened. Go on. Mariah narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. Lena continued, "Actually, the Chin family has been through some troubles recently." Chapter 101, or should you have someone take care of them? Gwen had mentioned the Chin family's issues and she called last time. Back then, Jalmer had also inquired about it to Lena. She only said Gwen called but didn't mention the reason. This time, Jalmer asked again, and Lena told him everything. She had just been crying, her voice was a bit nasal. Previously, you gave my father, Ricky, 50 million, but he only told the family he took 5 million, hiding the remaining 45 million. Mariah used this money to keep a mistress, and later, he wanted to divorce Gwen and run away with his mistress. Actually, though Lena hadn't told him, Jalmer had already known these matters long ago. Now, he listened silently to Lena without interrupting. Lena continued, Alexei got addicted to online gambling, squandered all his money, and his wife wants to divorce him. Mariah also owes high-interest loans, and debt collectors visit every day. After recounting the Chin family situation, Lena pondered how to tell Jalmer about Alexei threatening her for money. So, Alexei called to ask for money? Before she could figure out how to say it, Jalmer guessed it. Surprise flashed across Lena's eyes. Jalmer said, "Let me guess, you didn't want to give him money, so he scolded and even threatened you, right? How did you know?" Sure enough, it was like that. It wasn't hard to guess. The Chins never treated her as part of the family, so doing these things wasn't strange. How did he threaten you? Instead of answering immediately, Jalmer counter-asked her. Thinking of those filthy words, Lena cast her gaze downward, looking sorrowful. Seeing this, Jalmer felt heartache and gently tapped her nose tip, soothing her softly, "Tell me, my little one." Mariah said you must be married at your age, and I'm just your plaything outside. Mariah threatened to tell my relatives, friends, teachers, and classmates that I'm someone's kept woman, ruining my reputation. Jalmer's face darkened frighteningly. Mariah sneered, has Alexei lost his mind? Again, why were these people so malicious? Ruining others' reputations on a whim. Kala did it, and now Alexei too. Jalmer kissed Lena's forehead gently. I'll handle this. Don't worry about it. Eat well, sleep on time, and try to be happy, okay? Lena pouted, I don't know why I cried so much. I'm not usually a crybaby, but I couldn't control my tears. My heart feels so heavy and oppressed. Recently, you've had too many worries. Just let it out when you feel like crying. It's not good to bottle it up, it can hurt you. Lena nodded with her head down. In the apartment, there was an auntie named Aunt Christina who Clara later sent over from the old house, around the same age as Lynn. They took turns caring for Lena. Aunt Christina saw Lena crying today and immediately called Clara to report the situation. Just as Jalmer had calmed her down, Clara's call came. What did you do, brat? Did you bully Laverne? Clara scolded him directly. Furrowing his brows, Jalmer replied, Mom, what are you talking about? How could I bully Laverne? Aunt Christina said Laverne was crying. What happened? Glancing towards the bedroom, Jalmer saw Lena had cried herself to sleep. Afraid to disturb her with the phone call, he walked a distance before replying. It's the Chin family's issue. The Chin family? Didn't you say Laverne severed ties with them? Yes, I paid them to agree to cut ties. But recently, they've been pestering her again, demanding money. Clara nonchalantly said, so they just want money, give it to them. We're not short of it. Tell them to take the money and scram, don't bother Laverne anymore. It's not that simple. The Chins are insatiable. Give them once, and they'll come back for more. While we aren't short of money, they don't deserve it. Clara probably knew a bit about how the Chins treated Laverne. Mariah hearing Jalmer's words, she agreed, you're right, we shouldn't let them off easy. But it can't go on if they keep harassing Laverne. Or should you have someone take care of them? Jalmer twitched the corner of his mouth. I'll handle it. You don't need to worry. You young punk, take better care of your wife. Hormones affect pregnant women, making their emotions fragile. If she keeps dealing with such issues, she might get prenatal depression. Ah, that's why. Jalmer tightened his grip on the phone. No wonder Laverne said she couldn't control her emotions and felt so distressed. Mariah had been negligent. Mariah could not forgive himself if Laverne really developed prenatal depression. Okay, I got it. Jalmer hung up the phone and tiptoed into the bedroom. The person on the bed was not sleeping soundly. Mariah's brows were tightly knit, and she was murmuring in her sleep. Mariah leaned in to listen closely. I really have no money, please don't bother me anymore. I am not a mistress, why won't you leave me alone? Jalmer sighed, his heart aching as he gently held the girl's hand. Be good, don't be afraid, I'm here. It seemed the sleeping girl heard his voice. Eva's frown gradually eased, and her murmuring stopped. Mariah's breathing became even. Jalmer looked at the girl on the bed with complex emotions. Laverne, you've suffered too much. Those who bully you, I will make them pay. Sleep well. Chapter 102, Melvin Jovan protects Lena. At the Aubrey family villa. The young Mrs. face is somewhat swollen and needs ice packs. Also, I've prescribed some medicine for reducing swelling and inflammation. She should be fine after taking it for a few days. Eduardo nodded and said, thank you for your trouble, Chongguang. Antoine, who is about the same age as Eduardo, is a member of Eduardo's medical team and also serves as the family doctor for the Aubrey family. The two have a good relationship. After seeing Antoine off. Justine, you rest well first. Slade said and then pulled Adeline out of Kala's bedroom. In the living room downstairs, the three members of the Aubrey family sat on the sofa. Adeline clenched her fists and said, there's no way I can let Justine kowtow and apologize to that Lena. Slade had a difficult expression, eyeing, he has already made his demand. If she doesn't apologize, do you want Justine to go to jail? Can you bear it? Adeline turned her head and glared at Slade, of course, I can't bear it. An apology is fine, but why does she have to kowtow? That's insulting her. Cassie dotes on her daughter without reason and acts unreasonably. Yang, her daughter, had slandered and insulted others, yet here it became Jalmer insulting others. In her anger, she shifted her blame on to Slade. It's all because of you. What good are you? Someone bullied your own daughter right in front of you, and you didn't even dare to speak up. If you had worked harder back then, we wouldn't be suppressed by the Pedro family now. Slade's face darkened, and he wanted to say something several times but ultimately chose silence. Adeline acted this way because he indulged her too much, he could only endure it. When Jalmer's father, Pedro Yautian, passed away, Jovan was greatly affected and was hospitalized. The Pedro Corporation fell into chaos. At that time, just 20 years old, Jalmer returned from abroad to take over the company. That was the weakest moment for the Pedro Corporation. Logically, he should have seized that opportunity and strived hard, possibly overtaking the Pedro Corporation. However, Jalmer brought the large Pedro Corporation back on track in just 2 short months. Under Jalmer's leadership, the Pedro Corporation thrived even more. The Pedro Corporation under his management was even stronger than when Pedro Yautian was alive. At that time, Slade witnessed Jalmer's decisive and effective business acumen. Mariah understood then that Jalmer was a tough player. Melvin, if he had strived more back then, he couldn't have surpassed the Pedro Corporation. How could Adeline understand these things? She hadn't seen Jalmer's methods, so her thinking was simple. Over the years, she stubbornly believed that Slade could have surpassed the Pedro Corporation with more effort. Slade knew it was pointless to explain to her, so he simply stopped trying. Whenever she used this issue, he could only silently listen. Eduardo also wore a sullen face. Mom, this time listen to Dad. We can't afford to provoke Jalmer. Adeline wiped her tears and said, what good are you both? What are you even for? Eduardo remained silent. His black eyes were deep, revealing no emotion. I will find Jovan. Mariah definitely won't let Jalmer behave like this. Adeline cried. Slade frowned, why don't you give it a try? It might work. Now, only Jovan can restrain Jalmer. Fine, I'll go first thing tomorrow morning. I can't help. I really can't. The next morning, Jovan looked at crying Adeline, shaking his head with difficulty. Let the young people handle their own affairs. This old man has long retired from managing things. Adeline said, an apology is not a problem, but how can our Justine kowtow to that Lena? She's just the daughter of an ordinary family, is she that precious? Jovan's face turned dark immediately. Only after speaking did Adeline realize she had said the wrong thing. Lena may not have had the best background, but she was engaged to Jalmer. Now, she was the granddaughter-in-law of the Pedro family. She is. Jovan's voice carried a hint of anger, little Di is one of our Pedro family. Do you think she isn't precious? Adeline looked awkward and annoyed. How could she have said that in front of Jovan? Wasn't that slapping his face? She quickly defended herself, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that Justine. Before Adeline finished, Pedro Ting Dong interrupted her. Alright, Ai-ing, there's no need to talk to me anymore. Little Di is Jin's wife. Naturally, he must protect her when she's bullied. What Jin thinks is what I think. If Kala did something wrong, she should apologize sincerely. I haven't been feeling well lately. I need to go upstairs and rest. Excuse me. Yovan stood up and shouted to the standing Zhao butler, "Little Zhao, show them out." Chapter 103, Kala kneels to Lena. In the afternoon, Lena was watching TV in the living room. Jalmer did not go to the company immediately after having lunch with her. "Aren't you going to the company this afternoon?" Lena asked. "Wait for a while. I've got something." Lena didn't ask further. Jalmer sat on the sofa, hugging Lena and watched TV together. Soon, the doorbell rang. Lynn went to open the door. "Is Lena at home?" came a strange woman's voice from outside the door. Mariah hearing her name, Lena got up and walked toward the door. "Catherine, damn, someone is looking for you," Lynn called out by the door. Lena walked to the door and saw Kala and an unfamiliar lady standing there. "What do you want with me?" Lena frowned, saying. She had never been fond of Kala. Each time she met Kala, nothing good happened. Sandra, Adeline, standing at the door, was taken aback upon seeing Lena. She stared at the girl's face blankly for a moment, forgetting how to speak. Adeline's expression was complicated, filled with disbelief. Kala turned her face to one side, showing contempt. Seeing that neither spoke, Lena stretched out her hand to close the door. "Wait a minute." Adeline snapped out of it. "We are here to apologize to you." Lena looked at Adeline in confusion. "Apologize? For what?" "Let them come in," Jalmer's voice sounded. Lena walked to the sofa and sat down next to Jalmer. "Who is the woman next to Kala?" Lena whispered to Jalmer. "She is her mother, Sandra, Adeline." Adeline and Kala came over. Lynn politely served 2 cups of tea on the coffee table in the living room. "Sandra, Miss Aubrey, please have some tea." Lynn didn't know why these two were here, but guests should be treated politely as per custom. Kala was about to sit down when Jalmer gave her a chilling look. She stood awkwardly to one side, pouting. Lena still did not know that Kala was the mastermind behind the rumor and slander instigated by a female host named Betsy. She felt puzzled, thinking she hadn't conflicted much with Kala lately, so why would they come to apologize? Jalmer laughed coldly. "What are you waiting for?" Adeline was somewhat absent-minded. Mariah's eyes lingered on Lena's face, intertwined with doubt and shock. Kala glanced at her mother and seeing that she wasn't speaking, reluctantly knelt before Lena. Lena frowned and turned to Jalmer. "What is she doing?" "Let her speak for herself," Jalmer said coldly. Kneeling on the ground, Kala kowtowed to Lena. "Sorry," she said with a bad attitude. Lena asked, "Why are you kowtowing to me?" Jalmer replied discontentedly, "What kind of tone is this?" Kala clenched her fists, her expression unseen due to her lowered head. After several deep breaths, her tone softened. "It was me who instructed that female host to spread rumors and slander you online. I'm apologizing to you." "What?" Lena was both surprised and angry. "It was actually you pulling strings? Why did you do this?" Kala remained silent, lowering her head. "There could only be one reason, jealousy. If not for you, Brother Jean and I would have been engaged long ago. I am the one who should be the granddaughter-in-law of the Pedro family, only I deserve Brother Jean. You still ask me why? It's because I hate you, hoping you would die." After asking, Lena understood. She figured that Kala envied her. Lena couldn't imagine someone doing such things just out of jealousy. Moreover, who enters the Pedro family isn't decided by her or Kala. It was obvious Jalmer didn't like Kala. Melvin without Lena, another woman would marry into the Pedro family. Kala couldn't confront the Pedro family directly, so she targeted Lena, who lacked background. Lena guessed that Jalmer must have intervened for Kala to come and kowtow. For a sincere apology, the right attitude was necessary. Though Kala kowtowed just now, her attitude clearly showed unwillingness and disrespect. To get some satisfaction, Lena sneered and said, "I didn't hear clearly just now." "Kowtow again, harder this time." "You," Kala lifted her head angrily at Lena. With a glance from Jalmer, Kala immediately shut up. "Laverne says she didn't hear clearly, so kowtow again," Jalmer ordered. Kala objected, "You only said to kowtow and apologize to her, not more than once." Jalmer replied, "I didn't say only once either." Kala was so furious that her back teeth nearly cracked. Turning to Adeline, she saw her mother staring at Lena in a daze. What was wrong with Mom today? Ever since entering the house, she had been absent-minded. Kala, kneeling on the ground, called out to Adeline who was standing beside her, "Mom." Adeline snapped out of her daze and looked bewildered. "What's wrong, Justine?" Kala felt even more furious. Mariah's mom hadn't been listening to their conversation at all. With a very bad attitude, Kala said, "I've already kowtowed once, but Lena is not satisfied. She wants me to kowtow again. They are bullying us." Adeline looked at the two people on the sofa. "Justine has already apologized by kowtowing. Can we let her get up now?" Lena turned her eyes towards Adeline. "Cassie, it was your daughter who bullied me first. She instructed someone to spread rumors online, slander me, and damage my reputation. Legally, that's a crime, punishable by imprisonment." A cold gleam flashed in Lena's eyes as she recalled the threats from Alexei last night, fueling her anger further. These people kept coming to bully her one after another. Was she a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied? She would absolutely not back down today. The way your family handles things really broadens my horizons. I didn't expect that a wealthy family's daughter could have such a vicious heart, capable of doing something like this. Lena mocked. She dared to speak this way because Jalmer was sitting right next to her. She admitted to borrowing his authority to talk like this to the mother and daughter of the Aubrey family. But as the victim, she was justified, so she had every right to be strong. If she endured quietly and remained weak, Kala would dare to bully her again next time. Just like the people from the Cheen family. Adeline was about to explode when she suddenly remembered her husband's instructions before they left. She swallowed those words back down with difficulty. Kala's face turned green. Under the pressure from Jalmer, she didn't dare do anything to Lena. The slap from last night still throbbed faintly, and the swelling on her face had not completely gone down. At this moment, Adeline conceded, Justine, then kowtowed to her one more time. Mom. The expression on Kala's face was incredibly dramatic. Be good, Justine. Kowtow properly and this matter will be considered over. Adeline also felt pain, watching her beloved daughter kneel and kowtow to others without being able to do anything. Kala endured it again and again, then bowed her head and kowtowed once more, with more force than before and a louder sound. When she finished and lifted her head, there was a red mark on her forehead. Lena felt her anger dissipate, and the frustration in her heart eased. It feels so damn great. So useful having Jalmer around. Wait, no, that sounds a bit ambiguous. Lena collected her thoughts, maintained a cold face, and imitated Jalmer's tone, saying coldly, all right, you can get up. This time I'll forgive you, but if you bully me again, I won't let you off. Kala was extremely angry but didn't dare say anything. She could only clench her fists and repeatedly tell herself to endure. The kowtows were done. If she acted impulsively now, it wouldn't be just a matter of kowtowing anymore, and those 2 kowtows would have been for nothing. Chapter 104, Adeline's Guess. Kala stood up. Without waiting for the Aubrey family mother and daughter to speak, Jalmer directly said to the nanny, Lynn, please show our guests out. Adeline's expression was very unpleasant. Why did this Jalmer have the same temper as old Mr. Pedro, always eager to kick people out? Humph, I don't even want to stay here. Kala raised her chin and walked away with loud clicks of her high heels. Adeline caught up with her. Before leaving, she turned around and glanced at Lena meaningfully. Lena didn't notice Adeline's actions. She leaned against Jalmer's chest, happily eating the mango that he was feeding her. After they left, Jalmer asked, how about it, did you feel better? Lena nodded with a smile. Yep. Super relieved. Thank you, Mr. Pedro. Darling, thanking me isn't just about words. Lena blinked her large, innocent eyes, then how should I thank you? Jalmer tapped his lips with his index finger, signaling Lena to kiss him. Lena pecked him lightly on the lips. Not enough. Lena smiled and kissed Jalmer several more times on his face. Jalmer laughed heartily, his heart felt like melting. Alexei didn't receive any money from Lena. When he tried to call again, he found that his new number had been blocked. Mariah was furious. That bitch Lena actually blocked me again. Gwen was peeling an apple beside Alexei. What should we do now? Gwen asked. Mom, let's go to Jingdu to find her. Alexei suggested. Jingdu. No way. She couldn't go there. Gwen shook her head quickly. A round-trip flight for 2 would cost thousands, not to mention the high living expenses there. Besides, we don't know where she lives. What if we can't find that bitch Lena? She seemed to have a valid point, making it seem like she decided against going to Jingdu for practical reasons. But only Gwen knew that she dared not go to Jingdu for reasons other than these. Alexei said, what's the big deal? I've already checked online for the address of Pedro Corporation. We can go directly to her man's company and make a scene. There's no way she won't come out. And we don't have to take a plane, we could buy tickets for the slow train. That wouldn't be too expensive. Once there, we'll head straight for Pedro Corporation without even needing accommodation. Gwen still shook her head, forget it. What if her boyfriend isn't at Pedro Corporation? What if the police arrest us? Wouldn't that waste our money and time? She would never set foot in Jingdu again in her life. Speaking of which, would Lena encounter that family? With such a big city like Jingdu, it shouldn't happen by coincidence, right? Melvin, if they met, they probably wouldn't recognize each other. Seeing Gwen's determination, Alexei had to give up. Alright then, we'll stick to the original plan. Mariah, since she's so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Alexei smiled viciously, I'll ruin her reputation. Alexei told Gwen about his plan. Gwen hesitated, will that work? Now that she's not in Vernancheng anymore, would she even care what people think here? It will definitely work. Lena is a coward who fears trouble. Gwen nodded, alright, let's do it your way. Mom, when you get home, go tell all the old ladies in the neighborhood that Lena has become a mistress to some rich men. I'll spread it in our community group. Before Alexei finished, the ward door was kicked open violently. Several burly men dressed in black stormed in. Alexei was frightened, who are you? What do you want? Gwen was also terrified, stuttering, what do you want? This is a hospital. Alexei thought it might be loan sharks. I'll pay you back once I'm discharged. Please. The leader lifted his chin slightly, and his subordinates moved forward to tie up Gwen and Alexei. This is a hospital, broad daylight. Before he could finish, one of the black-clad men punched him hard in the face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Gwen was heartbroken, crying and shouting, "Please don't, sniff, sniff." Another man rudely stuffed a piece of cloth into Gwen's mouth. "Shut up. You're too noisy." Gwen's words turned into muffled whimpers. Blood trickled down Alexei's face, chin, and finally onto the bed sheets, stark red against the white fabric. "Quick, wipe it off." Alexei shouted in pain. A black-clad man wiped Alexei's face carelessly with a rag and then stuffed the dirty cloth into Alexei's mouth. "You shut up too." Alexei's nose was smeared with blood, which looked absurd yet terrifying at the same time. Mariah looked incredibly eerie. Neither Alexei nor Gwen could have imagined that they would be kidnapped in the hospital while everything seemed fine just moments ago. These men were very different from the debt collectors who had come to their house before. The debt collectors dressed slovenly, looking like street thugs. But these men in front of them were all towering muscular men, wearing uniform black outfits. Their actions were swift and precise, making it obvious that they were well trained. How did they end up provoking such people? Meanwhile, in Jalmer's study, Berkeley called. "Sir, Gwen and Alexei have been captured." Give them a taste of punishment, but keep them alive." "Yes, sir." "Sir, what about the little kid at their home?" "Little kid?" It should be Laverne's little brother, Marvin. Jalmer had heard Laverne mention this kid. Herschel was troublesome, did nothing around the house, and treated Laverne like a servant. Despite being a junior high school student, he had no self-care abilities whatsoever. Jalmer replied, "Ignore him. Let him fend for himself at home." "Yes, sir." Adeline returned home and went straight to the study to find Slade. "Ing, you're back." Slade was working at his desk when he lifted his head to look at Adeline and asked, "How is Justine?" "She's fine, she's still upset, but she'll be okay in a few days." Adeline appeared lost in thought. Slade noticed her absent-mindedness and assumed she was worried about her daughter's behavior. Indeed, Justine went too far this time. "We've been too busy lately and neglected her education. I'll talk to her later." After a long pause without any response from his wife, Slade looked up at her with confusion. "Ing, what's wrong?" Adeline still didn't hear him. "Ing." Slade raised his voice. Adeline slowly refocused her eyes and came back to reality. "What? What's wrong?" Slade frowned. "You've been out of sorts since you came in. What happened?" Adeline looked at Slade, hesitating before speaking. "I met Lena today." "So it was because of this." Slade understood. Mariah had already seen Lena during the engagement party at the Pedro family. Mariah recalled how the girl. A hint of bewilderment crossed Adeline's face. "Haran, seeing that girl, I felt a sense of familiarity. And her appearance is strikingly similar to me when I was young. What do you think?" Slade said, "I was also shocked when I saw her." Adeline continued, "That girl seems to be about Justine's age. Mariah's eyes resemble mine, her nose and mouth are like yours, but Justine looks nothing like us. Could it be?" Slade glanced at the study door, which was tightly closed. Mariah whispered, "Don't say this in front of Justine." Adeline nodded. Slade said, "I'll have someone investigate that girl's background." Chapter 105. Jalmer was secretly pleased that his obedient wife relied on and trusted him. Guayun Road apartment. Clara called. "Father said Kala has been defaming Ray online. Is it true?" While Jalmer was reading the annual report sent by a subordinate on his computer, he responded casually to Clara. "Yeah, she just came over today to apologize." Clara replied angrily, "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" "Mom, if my wife gets bullied, I'll definitely stand up for her. I've handled everything, don't worry." "You little brat, how do you talk? Ray is your wife, and also my darling daughter-in-law. My heart aches when she gets bullied. I would stand up for her too." Clara scoffed and rolled her eyes over the phone. "At the end of the day, you didn't protect Ray well enough." This time, Jalmer did not argue with Clara. "Yeah, it was my fault this time." "Isn't it always your fault? Last time Ray was kidnapped because of you. She got targeted by Kala also because of you. Can't you take better care of our little Ray? Don't let villains find loopholes to bully her. Can you do better?" Clara said discontentedly, "If not, Ray can come back and live here. No, we need our two-world life. Your presence would be like a light bulb interrupting us. You're so straightforward, don't even pretend a bit." Honesty. Jalmer glanced at the time at the bottom right corner of the computer screen. "Mom, rest assured, all those who have bullied Ray have paid a heavy price. For Kala, considering the Aubrey family's face, I only made her kowtow this time. Next time won't be so lenient. I believe after this incident, she won't dare to act out again. Anyway, I've got to go, I'm busy here." Mariah wasn't really busy, but he didn't want to listen to Catherine Damfu nagging anymore. Clara hastily said, "Wait, why in a hurry? Listen, Ray's pregnant, her emotions are unstable, bring her out more often to play, let her relax, don't keep her confined at home all day, it will drive her crazy. Alright, I understand. After hanging up, seeing it was still early, Jalmar thought of bringing Lena out to play. His brothers had been clamoring to meet Ray last time. They had been together for such a long time, but he hadn't brought her out to play with his friends yet. During the engagement party, they only greeted each other briefly, probably Ray turned around and forgot. Thinking of it, it's high time to introduce her to his friends. Jalmar called Isidore. Where are you? Free tonight? Isidore initially thought Jalmar was calling about work, thus his tone was very serious. Just playing around. What's up, Aiken? Is there a project to discuss? No, just wanted to hang out. What? Isidore's tone turned 180, he was shocked, did I hear wrong? You actually want to hang out with me voluntarily? TSK, isn't it because you have a young, beloved wife and don't want to come out? Is the sun rising from the west today? Weren't you guys wanting me to bring her out all along? Give me a location. We're at Oriental Rome tonight. It's an exclusive, top-notch members-only nightclub where they have a supreme VIP room. Jalmar asked, is Eduardo there? Mariah had just made Eduardo's sister kowtow and apologized to Ray. Although Eduardo and Ray had never met, he might already resent Ray. If they meet, Eduardo would likely cause trouble for Ray. Isidore replied, not there. So what? Weren't things sorted out between you guys? Still can't stand him? It's not about last time. Jalmar recounted Kala's matter briefly to Isidore. Damn. Isidore couldn't help but curse. Kala is truly vicious, looking innocent like a pure lotus all the time, never thought she could harm people like this. Isidore whistled, you sure know how to defend your own, making her brother kneel like that. Mariah won't get over it, everyone knows how much Eduardo loves his precious sister. Mariah's not here, so I'll bring Ray over, Jalmar said indifferently, right, tell them not to smoke. If there's any cigarette smell, ventilate immediately. Got it. Lena was gaming in the esports room. It was already January, with only a few days left in the season. She now had 400 points. Unfortunately, there were too many experts in Ionia, and the qualifying line for the Catherinster tier also rose. 400 points merely put her in the Catherinster tier, while in the suburbs, she would be a challenger. When Jalmar knocked on the door, she had just finished a thrilling ranked match. Staying at the game end screen. Knock knock knock. Come in. Jalmar entered the room and asked softly behind her, Guai, do you want to go out to play? Lena swiveled half a circle on her gaming chair to face Jalmar. I do, where to? Let me introduce you to my friends. You've met them briefly at our engagement party. Do you mean Isidore and the others? She only had a vague impression of one person because he had exaggeratedly complimented her beauty at the engagement party. Yeah, they've been clamoring to see you. Want to see me? Why? Lena's eyes were bright and clear, and her lips were moist and pouty, almost melting Jalmar's heart with adoration. Mariah couldn't help but stroke Lena's head. Because you're my wife, the cutest, prettiest, and most obedient wife in the world. They're curious about what kind of girl can make me so infatuated and want to get to know her well. Lena blushed, shyly saying, you're becoming more and more improper. Jalmar chuckled and said with a smile, where am I being improper? I'm speaking the absolute truth. Lena changed the subject and stood up. I'll change my clothes. Mariah's walk-in closet was filled with new outfits that she barely wore because she seldom went out, usually wearing loungewear at home. Where are we going tonight? To a club. I don't quite feel comfortable going to such places. Eva said softly, lowering her head. She had a bad experience with bars and clubs, she was drugged there before, always fearing she would meet strange people. Don't worry, sweetheart. It's a legitimate members-only club, no random people will be there. Besides, I'll be there to protect you. We can also bring Amy along as company. Melvin so, Jalmar added, if you don't want to go, we won't. Don't force yourself. It didn't have to be now, there would be plenty of time to integrate her into his social circle later. A better plan for an outing might be tomorrow, when they could enjoy their two-world life. But the little girl said, no problem, let's go. I want to meet your friends. Besides, with you by my side, I feel very secure. Mariah hearing this, Jalmar's mouth curved into a smile, feeling happy. His darling trusted and relied on him so much. That felt great. Chapter 106, Love at First Sight. At this moment, in the Oriental Rome private room. Isidore held his new girlfriend in his arms, picked up a grape with her hand and ate it, smiling, Lars will bring his sister-in-law over later. Charles, who was drinking wine, choked on the alcohol, causing him to cough continuously. What? Lars is really bringing his wife over? Why would I lie to you? Mariah just called about this. Mariah specifically told us not to smoke. After saying that, Isidore sniffed his nose, pretending to be a dog sniffing around. It smells like there's some cigarette smoke here. We need to open the window for ventilation. Charles said, it's minus several degrees outside, and that northwesterly wind is blowing fiercely. Who do you want to freeze to death? Opening the window is unnecessary. We can just turn on an exhaust fan, Storm suggested. Isidore had already stood up to open the window. How long would it take for the exhaust fan to clear out the smoke? Lars will be here soon. Without any explanation, he opened the window, letting the northwesterly wind rush into the room instantly. The room was heated by radiators, so everyone was dressed as if it were summer. The sudden cold from opening the window made everyone shiver. Charles, wearing short sleeves, sitting right in the breeze, cursed, "Damn it, Isidore. You should have said you wanted to open the window first so we could put on some clothes." "I just did, didn't I? Hurry up and close it. I'm freezing." Storm hugged his arms and shivered. Evis in the room, still in dresses, chattered their teeth from the cold. Isidore also froze. Mariah walked straight to the window and opened it, wearing only a thin shirt, which made him shiver too. After a while, he slammed the window shut again. There, the northwesterly wind has blown all the cigarette smell away. Everyone thought, "Thank you very much." Suddenly, Charles shrieked, "Isidore. My hairstyle is all messed up from the wind. How am I supposed to meet Lars's wife looking like this?" Isidore teased, "All right, just run your fingers through it. Don't dress up like a butterfly. No matter how much you try, you won't surpass Lars." Charles snorted, "Who said I wanted to compare with him?" Isidore stopped teasing and said seriously, "When they come, behave politely. Don't scare the young girl, she's still young and timid." Everyone wasn't concerned. "How can that be? That girl isn't even afraid of Lars, why would she be afraid of us?" "Yeah, right." In the car. Lena wore a snow-white down coat, being kissed passionately by Hjalmar. A male bodyguard drove without turning around, while Amy sat in the front passenger seat. Amy glanced at the rearview mirror furtively, then quickly looked away. Mariah's weak-colored cheeks turned red. "My lord, don't you think two people in the car are enough lights to be blinded by? And yet he kisses her so openly. TSK, she never knew her master could be so bold." Hjalmar kissed Lena all the way until they arrived at their destination. Only when they stopped did he reluctantly let go of her. Lena's lips were red and swollen from kissing, her face pink, incredibly alluring. Hjalmar swallowed and lowered his head to kiss her again. Lena felt somewhat embarrassed. Amy and the driver were waiting for them to get out of the car, and yet he started again. "Darling, you're so sweet." Hjalmar briefly left Lena's lips, whispered these words, and kissed her again. Mariah seemed to be addicted to her. Amy and the driver looked everywhere except the rearview mirror. They saw nothing. Why are they taking so long? Did they get stuck in traffic? Isidore wondered aloud. How can that be? Look at the time, how can there possibly be a traffic jam at this hour? Charles looked at him as if he were an idiot. Storm was also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. It only takes 10 or 15 minutes from where he lives to here. Why hasn't he arrived after almost an hour? Charles explained, "You don't understand. His sister-in-law probably needed to put on makeup and get ready." Everyone suddenly understood and said in unison, "Oh, that makes sense." Hjalmar kissed Lena in the car for over 20 minutes before leading her out of the car. Lena was initially dazed from the kisses but immediately became alert after feeling the northwesterly wind blow outside. Hjalmar guided her toward the club. The door to the private room opened. The first to appear was Hjalmar. Mariah wore a smoky gray wool coat, elegant and distinguished. Behind him, a small head peeked out. Eva's eyes, wide and innocent, gazed at the people in the room. She had fair skin, no makeup, her eyes clear, exquisitely beautiful. Everyone's gaze landed on Lena. They were just saying that it took so long because she was putting on makeup. But now they see the girl's face is clean, where's any sign of makeup? Isidore spoke first. "Achin, you've finally arrived." Then he greeted Lena with a smile, "Sister-in-law, welcome." "Thank you." Hjalmar led Lena over. The people on the sofa made room for them voluntarily. Hjalmar sat in the middle of the large sofa and pulled Lena to sit on his lap. With so many eyes on her, Lena blushed. However, Hjalmar remained unperturbed, casually wrapping his arm around her as if no one else was there. "Sister-in-law, I'm Charles." "Don't be shy, we're all family," Charles smiled. "Sister-in-law, I'm Storm." "Sister-in-law, I'm Lin Xiaoza." "Moriallo, I'm Lena." "Nice to meet all of you," Lena smiled sweetly. "These are my brothers who grew up with me," Hjalmar whispered in her ear. "Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. No wonder Achin loves you so much. If I were him, I would love you too." Charles teased. "Cool off somewhere else," Hjalmar gave Charles a cold glance. Hjalmar explained to the girl in his arms, "They love to joke around, but they mean no harm." Lena nodded slightly, softly replying, I know." Mariah's voice was gentle and soft, both obedient and alluring. Storm took a sip of wine and said, "Achin, after being single for 30 years, you finally found someone." "Sister-in-law, Achin never had a woman before. Not just women, he didn't even have a date for show." "Yeah, sister-in-law, we thought Achin was going to live alone forever. Who knew you'd come along and change that?" "Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, I'll toast to you." Charles raised a glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. Hjalmar replied on behalf of Lena, "Laverne can't drink alcohol, and I've quit drinking, so please enjoy yourself." "We appreciate your gesture." Charles responded, all right, I understand. Your little wife must be strict with you. Isidore laughed, sister-in-law, Achin really listens to you. Whether you're here or not, he doesn't smoke or drink. How did you win him over? Lena pursed her lips, unsure how to answer. How did she win over Jalmar? She didn't know either. But Jalmar answered for her. It was love at first sight. Chapter 107 Kathrinjong. Love at first sight? Lena was taken aback. She recalled the scenario when they first met. That night, she had been drugged and her consciousness was blurred. Those details were all a haze to her now. Later on, she was delivering food on campus at South City University when he emerged from the auditorium surrounded by a group of people. That day, he drove his luxury car to help her deliver food. After her argument with Gwen, she stormed out and crouched on the street corner crying. Mariah stood in the scorching sun holding an umbrella over her. Mariah took her to Tenley's dessert shop for sweets, brought her to the hospital for a checkup, and told her to give birth to their child. At that time, she thought he was only doing these things out of chivalry and a sense of responsibility towards her. Did he actually like her back then? Wow. So explosive. Charles's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. I didn't think you were interested in women and yet, love at first sight? Storm raised an eyebrow. Isidore knew about the one-night stand between Jalmar and Lena on their first encounter. Mariah originally thought Jalmar was just being responsible at the beginning, but it turned out he had felt love at first sight for her. Isidore glanced at Lena and smiled. Jean isn't interested in women, but is not an ordinary woman. All other women sought him out for the Pedro family's wealth and power. Was different. She didn't even know about Jin's background when they first met. Back then, it was Jalmar who asked Isidore to investigate why Lena was drugged. Mariah also investigated Lena, finding that her background was clean. She was a well-rounded student, and definitely not sent by anyone to seduce Jalmar. She was completely unaware of his background as well. Charles laughed. I understand this. It's called pure love. Everyone laughed heartily. Isidore remarked, you understand pure love? Charles scoffed, of course I do. I'm a champion of pure love. Storm burst into laughter. Mariah asked Charles, as if deliberately provoking him, oh? Really? Pure love warrior, how many girlfriends have you had now? Storm gestured towards the girl next to Charles. Lena followed his gaze. Eva beside Charles was beautiful, with a V-shaped face, large eyes, and a curvaceous figure. Charles hugged the girl and kissed her cheek, of course, my first love. Another round of laughter echoed in the private room. Storm said, you can deceive your buddies, don't fool yourself. Lena watched Charles and the girl, finding them quite well matched. Charles was handsome with excellent fashion sense, indeed a match made in heaven. Just as Lena was silently wishing them well, she heard Charles say, what do you know? The past ones were just my foolish youth, not genuine relationships. Meeting Yaya taught me what true love is. Lena shook her head helplessly. A real heartbreaker. Jalmar lowered his head, his thin lips brushing against Lena's ear, whispering so only they could hear. Charles changes girlfriends as quickly as he changes clothes. Lena replied softly, I see. They both chuckled at the same time. Akanda, what are you two whispering about? Laughing with each other, what's so funny? Tell us all, Charles teased. Lena thought, talking about you. But she kept it to herself. Oh, spreading sweetness. Isidore mocked, showing affection in public, consider my feelings as a single dog for a bit, will you? Storm told Lena, don't mind us, we love to joke around, feel free to join in, we're all very approachable. Lena smiled and replied, it's fine, I know. Amy added, our little Di is simple-hearted, don't corrupt her, speak plainly. Charles responded, Mariah, Amy, why our little Di? You trying to snatch our young master's bride? I certainly don't mean to. I'm currently serving as little Di's personal bodyguard. Watch your words or I might beat you up if I make her unhappy. No. We're scared. In order to keep Lena from feeling bored, everyone tried to keep the atmosphere lively with laughter and chat. After chatting for a while, someone asked, can you play mahjong? Let's play a few rounds together. Lena, who had never played mahjong, shook her head apologetically, sorry, I don't know how. Isidore said, no worries, let Akin teach you. Jalmar looked at the girl in his arms and whispered, I'll teach you. Do you want to play? Not wanting to ruin the mood, Lena nodded, alright, I'll give it a try. Lena sat down at the mahjong table. Isidore, Charles, Storm, and Lena formed a game of 4. Gordy stood behind Storm watching them play. Jalmar sat Lena on his lap, teaching her how to play as he held her. Jalmar explained the rules of mahjong to Lena briefly. After Lena memorized the rules, they officially began. At the mahjong table. With Jalmar as her strategist, the others did not go easy on Lena, the newcomer. After 3 rounds, Jalmar and Lena won a fair amount of money. At the start of the 4th round, Charles suggested Lena try playing on her own. Jalmar asked softly, can you manage? Lena nodded confidently, sure, I've learned it. Good. Jalmar watched Lena play quietly without giving any more commands. Lena had learned the rules but was still not adept at the game. The others were seasoned players, each one better than the next. Sometimes she wasn't sure how to discard her tiles, so she just made random moves, making the others laugh. Before she could figure out what was happening, someone else had already declared victory. Lena frowned. She really played seriously, yet why couldn't she win? All the others except Lena were beaming with joy. Why don't we stop for today? Lena said with a troubled expression. Isidore remarked, sister-in-law, we are having so much fun now. Charles echoed, yes, yes. Sister-in-law, it's rare to play with you. Let's play a few more rounds. But Lena hesitated. What's wrong? Jalmer asked gently. I have no money left. Everyone burst into laughter at her remark. Charles laughed particularly hard. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, are you telling a joke? Aiken is right here, and you say you have no money. Isidore couldn't stop laughing either. Ha ha ha, what's going on, Aiken? Do you usually not give your wife spending money? Storm grinned. Sister-in-law, if you're short of money, ask your husband. Don't worry, Aiken has enough money for you to play for a lifetime and never lose. The Pedro Corporation earns more in a second than what you lost tonight. Lena looked uneasy. That wouldn't be appropriate. Jalmer worked hard for his money, how could she be so extravagant? Jalmer chuckled, gently squeezing Lena's hand. He said, don't worry, sweetheart. Play as you like. It doesn't matter if you lose. Your husband has plenty of money. Actually, after a few hands, Lena got the hang of it and found playing mahjong really interesting. If not for losing all her money, she would have wanted to keep playing. Now that Jalmer reassured her, she felt less pressured and happily continued playing. A new round began. Drawing on her previous experience, Lena didn't lose as badly this time. In the following round, she even won back some money. With her first win, Lena seemed to have broken through her mental barrier and kept winning. Catherinester, I get it. Lena cheerfully collected her winnings. Playing mahjong is so much fun. Now it was Charles's turn to look glum. Sister-in-law, is this your first time playing? I don't think it looks like it. Did you hold back in the earlier rounds? Lena's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she laughed. No, it's my first time. Playing mahjong is so much fun. Jalmer flattered, my sweetheart is so smart, she learns quickly. Lena turned to Jalmer with a smile, Mariahi, it's all thanks to teacher Pedro's good teaching. Chapter 108, Secrets of the Best Friend. The mahjong game lasted from 8 p.m. until 11 p.m. Okay, Chin, it's time to go home and sleep, Jalmer said, hugging Lena. One more round. Just one more. Lena was now completely engrossed in the game. She had no idea mahjong could be so much fun. Seeing that Jalmer had spoken, Charles heaved a sigh of relief and stood up immediately. Alright, let's call it a night. It's getting late, everyone should get some rest. Isidore teased, getting your beauty sleep? I didn't know you used to go home this early. Charles coughed awkwardly. I'm just thinking about my sister-in-law, girls shouldn't stay up too late. Little did they know he wanted to escape after losing so much. Jalmer nodded. Alright, that's it for tonight. I'll take Chin home to sleep. Have a good time. You even got her nickname ready. Didn't think you were such a flirt, Jean. Cut the chatter. Jalmer chuckled and cursed at the same time, standing up. After saying a few words, he held Lena's hand and prepared to leave. Goodbye everyone, see you next time. Lena waved goodbye. By the time Lena finished her shower, it was already midnight. Tonight was a bit late. Go to bed early, okay, Chin? Jalmer said while drying her hair. Yeah, I'm tired too. Jalmer dried Lena's hair, took a strand and smelled it. So fragrant. By the way, baby, we need to apply the pregnancy oil. Lately, she had been applying it on time every day. After Jalmer applied the pregnancy oil for Lena, she prepared for a good night's sleep. Before sleeping, she checked her phone WeChat, which she hadn't looked at during the game. Only now did she see Imelda's invitation to dinner. Ray, I've just finished my final exams. Vernanjiang and I would like to invite you to dinner. When are you free? It was normal for best friends to have dates. Melvin, though Lena disliked the guy, she still graciously agreed. Sure, I'm free these days. Whenever it's convenient for you. Lena thought Imelda was asleep, but she replied instantly. Great, how about the day after tomorrow evening? I'll check out a restaurant. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Vernanjiang and I are drinking and dancing outside. Lena frowned. Imelda never used to drink or dance before. It was quite late, and Lena started to worry about her. Yueshin, it's very late. Isn't it dangerous for a girl to drink outside? You should go back to the dormitory right away. Don't worry, Ray. I just finished my finals and want to relax. Vernanjiang is with me, so there's nothing to worry about. Lena was still worried. She didn't have a good impression of Imelda's boyfriend. Could this guy be planning to take advantage of her when the school gates close? She couldn't say this directly, unsure how to phrase it. Though they were best friends, it was clear Imelda was deep into the relationship, and her words might not matter much. But she felt it necessary to give a reminder. Yueshin, you should go back early. If the school gates close, you won't be able to get back. After sending the message, Lena hesitated whether to be more direct. Would Yueshin understand? She typed a few messages and deleted them character by character. She believed Imelda would understand. As for what decision she made, it was up to her. Melvin as best friends, one couldn't meddle too much in personal affairs. After waiting for over 10 minutes without a reply, Lena was nearly asleep but sent one last message. Yueshin, I'm going to sleep. Call me if anything happens. The first thing Lena did the next morning was call Imelda. Several rings later, no answer. Did something happen? Worried, Lena called again. This time, the call went through. Moriallo? Who is this? A man's voice. Knee-jerk, Lena pulled the phone away from her ear. She hadn't dialed wrong, it was Imelda's number. Why did a man answer? Was this her boyfriend? Lena hastily hung up. Cannon sounded like he'd just woken up. Had Yueshin spent the night with him? Holding her phone, hands clasped behind her back, Lena paced around the room. Mariah's emotions were mixed. She was furious and heartbroken. Furious and heartbroken that her innocent friend had been taken advantage of by an unworthy man. Lena wasn't old-fashioned and wasn't against premarital sex, but this guy truly didn't deserve Imelda. The thought of the guy flirting with Li Wei in front of Imelda during the game still infuriated her. It made her feel that her best friend was not treated right. How could this scumbag sleep with her best friend? Mariah's gut feeling told her that this scumbag wasn't serious about Imelda. How could she remind Imelda without seeming too intrusive? It seemed like no matter how she put it, it would appear as if she was meddling into other people's business. What had happened already couldn't be undone no matter what she said. Lena was troubled by this issue all morning. After lunch, Imelda finally replied to her on WeChat. Ray, I had so much fun last night that I forgot to reply to you. You called me this morning? Looking at the messages, Lena didn't know how to respond. Imelda must have seen the call log and knew her boyfriend answered the call. After a long pause, another message came through. Well, Vernanjiang and I went to a hotel last night. Ray, do you think I lack self-respect? Will you hate me? Seeing this message, Lena felt a twinge in her heart, almost unable to hold back her tears. Yueshin, what are you talking about? We are good friends, how can I think such things about you? Alright, let me be honest with you. I don't have a good impression of that guy. I think he doesn't deserve you. Knowing what you two did, I'm really upset. But I would never think you lack self-respect or dislike you. Ray, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I love Vernanjiang so much that I couldn't help myself and... Ray, rest assured, Vernanjiang is a good person. Mariah will take responsibility for me. Lena sighed deeply, at a loss for words. Yeah, did you use protection last night? Yes, we did. That's good. Ray, shall we go for dinner tomorrow evening? Vernanjiang and I will treat you. Imelda sent over an address for a restaurant. After this little incident, Lena's resentment towards the guy deepened. In fact, she didn't want to dine with him at all. But she didn't want to embarrass her best friend either. She would observe for a while, after all, it was just her bad impression of him. Mariah hadn't done anything to harm Imelda yet. What if it was her bias? What if he was truly serious about Imelda? Lena sent an OK emoji to Imelda. Chapter 109, Green Tea Vaughn. Imelda chose a traditional Chinese restaurant. Lena entered the restaurant, glancing around casually. The restaurant was decorated in an antique style, with carved wooden doors, artificial hills, and flowing water, exuding elegance. This place looked like it would be quite expensive. She was led to a private room by a waiter. The private room was not very large but elegantly furnished, with a landscape painting on the wall and a dark red square table inside. The carved windows were open, and outside, green bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, creating a poetic atmosphere. In the private room, only Imelda was present, there was no sign of her boyfriend. Lena sat opposite Imelda, greeting her with a smile. They hadn't seen each other for some time and had much to talk about. Lena deliberately avoided mentioning Imelda's intimate relationship with her boyfriend. After chatting for a while, Augustine still hadn't arrived. Imelda said, Ray, let's not wait for him anymore. We can order now. Imelda pushed the menu towards Lena. Lena opened the menu and flipped through it. Sure enough, this place was expensive. A simple stir-fried vegetable dish cost 99 yuan, and meat dishes started from 3-digit figures. An average college student couldn't afford this. Since this dinner was paid for by the young couple, Lena didn't want Imelda to spend too much. Seeing that Lena was hesitating over the menu, Imelda guessed what she was thinking. Ray, order whatever you like. I just received an 8,000 yuan national scholarship, so I have money now. You've given me such expensive gifts before, like that designer dress, shoes, and diamond necklace. I want to treat you to a nice meal too. Mariah hearing that Imelda had won the national scholarship, Lena suddenly looked up, her eyes widening slightly. Yueshin, you're amazing. It must be really hard to get the national scholarship. She genuinely felt happy for Imelda. Imelda smiled, it is difficult, but I chose a major I love, and I listened carefully in every class. I studied the professional courses thoroughly and spent 2 hours every day reviewing. That helped me easily score among the top students in my faculty. I also participated in volunteer activities on weekends and was rated as an excellent student. With these achievements, winning the national scholarship became easier. Lena marveled, that's still not easy. You're truly excellent, worthy of being my best friend. Haha. Both Imelda and Lena were quick-witted and picked things up easily. Although they loved playing games, it didn't affect their studies. They were the type of students others envied, excellent learners who also enjoyed having fun. They chatted for a while longer before Imelda's boyfriend, Augustine, finally showed up, 30 minutes late for their scheduled 7 p.m. meeting. To make matters worse, he brought Yvonne along. Lena gave Imelda a puzzled look, silently asking what this meant. Imelda shook her head, indicating she was equally confused. Augustine apologized, sorry, the rush hour traffic delayed us. Traffic jam? Couldn't he have come earlier? Moreover, as Imelda's boyfriend, why hadn't he come with her? Why did he bring Yvonne instead? Lena grew increasingly annoyed with him. Mariah lacked punctuality and reliability. Augustine sat beside Imelda. Yvonne had to sit next to Lena. Yvonne wore full makeup, contact lenses, false eyelashes, and sprayed perfume. The sweet scent of the perfume was overpowering, making Lena dizzy. She remembered saying that pregnant women should avoid spraying perfume or inhaling strong scents. But since Yvonne had already used it, Lena couldn't ask her to leave. Lena picked up a small booklet promoting the restaurant and fanned herself with it. Yvonne turned and gave Lena a scornful look. What's your problem? Lena retorted, your perfume is too strong. It makes me feel sick. The perfume I sprayed today is St. Lawrence Black Opium, costing over 1,000 yuan per bottle. Can't afford it? So you say it's too strong? Seems like you're jealous because you can't buy it yourself. Unable to stand seeing Lena being bullied, Imelda interrupted before Lena could respond, Yvonne, how dare you speak like that? Then she turned to her boyfriend Augustine, displeased, Vernanjiang, why did you invite her? Lena remembered that during the time when Imelda and Augustine were still flirting, Imelda had mentioned Yvonne as a good person. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that after getting together with Augustine, Yvonne had caused a lot of trouble, and Imelda had clearly realized her true colors. I met Weiwei at the school gate, and she hadn't eaten yet, so we came together, Augustine said nonchalantly. It's just one more set of chopsticks, you don't mind, right? Imelda remained silent, her face darkened. Lena sneered and rolled her eyes, saying, met her at the school gate? Do you take us for fools? She's dressed up so carefully, she must have planned to come here all along, knowing 2 girls would be present, right? Yvonne turned to give Lena an appraising look from head to toe, about to say something sarcastic. But she noticed the logo on Lena's clothing, a famous luxury brand. Looking again at the handbag next to her, it was even a limited edition piece of a high-end brand. She hadn't given this girl a proper look when she first came in and sat down, now she was taken aback. How could she be dressed in luxury items? On closer inspection, the quality and material didn't seem like knockoffs. Who is this girl, and how could she be so wealthy? Before coming, she had specifically asked Augustine about his girlfriend's friend, who reportedly had average family conditions. And the girl wasn't wearing makeup but still looked stunningly beautiful. Yvonne felt consumed by jealousy. Melvin, though she knew deep down that Lena was very beautiful and wore authentic items, she refused to admit it. Eyeing Lena's bag, she remarked acidly, your bag must be fake. That model is globally limited, and even with money, it's hard to get. How could you possibly buy it? It must be a knockoff. I think your vanity is too strong. Suit the bag to your means. We wouldn't look down on you if you bought a cheap bag, but carrying fakes will only make you laughable. Lena was slightly surprised and glanced at her own bag. It was a pale pink embossed square bag, cute and fresh. A gift from Dot during New Year's Day. Finding it lovely, she brought it out, not realizing it was a global limited edition. Dot truly thoughtfully prepared these gifts. Lena smiled and turned to look at Yvonne. She carried a classic LV model, one of the most common styles seen everywhere. Accusing me of vanity? It seems you're the one with too much vanity, spending months saving for this bag, probably treating it as a treasure in your dorm room? Yvonne's face immediately fell. Hit right on the mark. Not only did she save up, but she also got Augustine to contribute over 6,000. Although Yvonne was green with envy initially, seeing Imelda's plain, ordinary bag beside her, she smirked again. Though Augustine was dating Imelda, he was completely controlled by her manipulative tactics. Mariah had no eyes or thoughts for anyone else but her. To gather money for her bag, he worked part-time for over 2 months, giving her his entire salary. This satisfied Yvonne's vanity and desire for comparison greatly. She huffed and said, my bag is genuine, unlike some people who can't afford real ones and resort to fakes. Imelda wanted to lash out, but Lena shook her head at her, signaling her not to react impulsively. Since Imelda was hosting today's meal, Lena didn't want to ruin it. When Yvonne accused her of vanity, she had already retaliated. Regarding the comment about her carrying a fake, Lena knew it wasn't true, making Yvonne's words powerless. Lena gave a carefree smile, unbothered. At this moment, the waiter began serving dishes. Yvonne looked at the table and complained, is this enough for 4 people? Chapter 110, Lena takes Imelda and slips away. Imelda said in a huff, I didn't order anything. Yvonne, with a thick skin, grabbed the menu from Lena and started ordering dishes. Waiter, don't go yet, I need to add a few more dishes. Yvonne flipped through the menu, add perilla bullfrog, braised lions Mariah had, roasted pigeon, and a large portion of sautéed giant shrimp. She pointed at the dishes on the menu, telling the waiter beside her. The fingers of Imelda, holding the chopsticks, turned white. Yueshine, come on, have this chicken leg, it's your favorite. Lena picked a chicken leg for Imelda. Imelda looked up and forced a smile to Lena. If Lena weren't here, she would have blown up right away. Augustine allowed Yvonne to order the dishes as if he were a dead man, saying nothing. Okay, just these for now. Yvonne handed the menu to the waiter. All right. The waiter took the menu and left. Yvonne looked provocatively at Imelda and said, none of these dishes are my favorites. Do you have any objections if I order some dishes I like? She had checked, those dishes weren't cheap. She chose the expensive ones. The 4 dishes she just ordered added up to over 1,000 yuan. Since Imelda was paying, she was going to make her pay a good amount. Imelda smiled sarcastically, can you finish so many dishes? Of course, don't look at me being so skinny, but I have a big appetite. No matter how much I eat, I won't gain weight. Yvonne said mockingly to Imelda, you should eat less. I think your weight is over 100 pounds, right? Unlike me, I weigh only 88 pounds. No way, I'm just that slim. Imelda gave a wide smile, yes, I weigh 110 pounds, but I'm 1.70 meters tall, unlike you who's short, you're probably only 1.50 meters, right? It's such a pity you didn't go play in The Hobbit. Besides, me weighing 110 pounds doesn't consume your rice, does it? Not like you, shamelessly showing up to freeload. Huh, Lena couldn't hold back her laughter. Yueshine, talk more when you can, ha ha ha. Yvonne's face turned green. She looked at Augustine and said in a coquettish voice, Vernanjiang, look at her. That tone sounded like an enchantress. Lena got goosebumps all over. Imelda slammed the chopsticks on the table and yelled coldly, Yvonne. Don't push your luck. Get out if you keep this up. You, Yvonne glared angrily at Imelda. Stop fighting, what's there to fight about? Let's all say less and eat properly, Augustine tried to mediate. Yueshine, we're all friends, don't talk like that. Imelda retorted angrily, Augustine. Are you blind or deaf? Yang, Yvonne started at first. Wei Wei is just like that, speaking straightforwardly, why take offense with her? You've known her for days. Imelda endured again, taking deep breaths repeatedly. She warned herself to endure, not to act impulsively. Today, she was here to treat little Dai to dinner and couldn't let things end unpleasantly because of bitch Yvonne. Imelda stopped talking and kept her head down eating. She felt extremely wronged inside. Why did Augustine bring Yvonne? Why did they come together? What were they doing before coming? Was it really because of traffic jam? After anger, Imelda felt increasingly wronged and secretly reddened her eyes. Because she lowered her head, Lena couldn't see her expression. But Lena sensed Imelda's sadness. Ouch! Lena suddenly clutched her stomach and exclaimed. Imelda immediately looked up, tears clearly visible on her face. Lena felt so tender-hearted, her little darling had been bullied by this couple. Today, she would make them suffer. What happened, little Dai? Are you okay? Imelda asked anxiously. I'm dying of pain, maybe it's my period. Lena stood up with her bag, I'll go to the restroom, Yueshine, come help me, I can barely walk. Imelda thought Lena was really unwell and hurriedly came to support her. Yueshine, I didn't bring sanitary pads, isn't there some in your bag? Bring your bag. Afterward, Lena pinched Imelda's thigh lightly. Imelda instantly understood, Lena was acting. Oh, alright. Imelda picked up her bag from her seat and supported Lena out of the private room. After coming out, Lena casually closed the door. She pulled Imelda and walked out of the restaurant in lightning speed. What's up, little Dai? Lena winked mischievously at Imelda. Let's get out of here quickly. Let them eat all that food by themselves, we won't suffer this humiliation. Imelda couldn't help but laugh through her tears, Laverne, you're really something. Lena pulled Imelda towards the parking lot. Amy was sitting in the car waiting for Lena. Both of them got into the car and sat in the back seat. Lena said, just now, I saw that dead, green tea girl, picking the most expensive dishes. That table would cost over 3,000 yuan. Let them pay for it themselves. We'll go eat somewhere else. Okay. Imelda lowered her eyes, looking sad. Mariah's boyfriend Augustine was still in the private room, alone with that green tea girl. When Yvonne was causing trouble just now, Augustine actually defended her and blamed her for speaking rudely. During their previous relationship, Yvonne would make troubles from time to time. She would ask Augustine for small favors or say she was bored and wanted him to take her out. Catherine times, what should have been a sweet date for two was ruined by Yvonne. She had had enough of this long ago. Amy, are there any nice restaurants nearby you could recommend? Lena asked. There is a decent Western restaurant up ahead. Lena turned to Imelda, Yueshine, do you want to have Western cuisine? Imelda was lost in thought with her head down and didn't answer. Seeing her unhappy face, Lena knew she must be thinking about Augustine and Yvonne. Lena didn't disturb her further and told Amy, "Alright, let's go to that Western restaurant then." Chapter 111, The Jerk Pays the Bill. In the private room, as soon as Lena and Imelda left, Yvonne sat down in Imelda's place and started coquettishly flirting with Augustine. "Brother Vernangiang, your girlfriend just now was so rude. It made me so angry." Yvonne's tone was extremely gentle, her voice rising at the end, unbearably seductive. She hugged Augustine's arm, intentionally or unintentionally rubbing her chest against him. Augustine was completely taken in by this act, aroused to the point where he reacted physically. Mariah panted heavily and ruffled Yvonne's hair. "I'll talk to her later. Don't take it to heart. With a girl like her, I wonder how you can stand it." Yvonne pouted. "Just for fun. So when will brother get tired of playing?" Seeing Yvonne's pouted little mouth, Augustine lifted her chin and couldn't help but kiss her. Coos escaped from Yvonne's lips. How thrilling, his girlfriend had gone to the restroom, leaving them here to secretly have their affair. Yvonne loved luring married men most of all. The immorality of it thrilled her. Forget boys with girlfriends, she had even lured men who had wives and children. She enjoyed asking these men in bed if she was better than their wives. Seducing men was child's play to her. Watching those men submit under her felt incredibly fulfilling. It seemed only then could she prove her immense charm and appeal to men. These two adulterers kissed passionately in the private room, not wanting to part. Their breaths grew more and more labored. Augustine picked up Yvonne and sat her on his lap facing him, their lower bodies tightly pressed together. Yvonne writhed in his lap, driving him wild. Mariah almost wanted to take her right there. But Yvonne stopped just before the crucial moment. She held back his hand that was trying to remove her underwear, panting softly, "Brother Vernangiang, no." She knew just how to keep a man hungry, tantalizingly out of reach, making him always yearn for her. If she gave in too easily, she wouldn't be able to control him anymore. Before, when she slept with older married men, they would give her a lot of money and buy many gifts. But Augustine could only afford a small part of the cost of a bag, and had to work part-time for 2 or 3 months to come up with the money. For such a pauper, Yvonne would not easily surrender her body. "Alright, brother, your girlfriend might come back soon. If she sees us, it won't be good. She's so fierce, she'll definitely hit me. I'm scared." Augustine pinched Yvonne's bottom and panted, "Don't worry, Wei, I'll protect you. If she dares to hit you, I'll hit her back." Yvonne blushed and chided him coquettishly, "Won't you help your own girlfriend?" "Of course I'll help you. My heart loves only Wei." Yvonne's vanity was greatly satisfied. After further teasing, she finally returned to her seat. "Alright, brother, let's eat. I'm starving." Augustine still had lustful desires in his eyes. His body had already responded, causing him considerable discomfort. "I need to use the restroom." Mariah needed to deal with this situation. Augustine walked out of the private room, and a server approached immediately. "Sir, your friends have already left. Would you like to settle the bill?" The server was astute. She had noticed that the two ladies hadn't returned after leaving the restaurant earlier. Now this man was also about to leave. Was he trying to dine and dash? She couldn't let that happen. Augustine was startled. "What? They both went to the bathroom, didn't they?" The server gave her signature fake smile. "No, I saw them leave with my own eyes." "Sir, here is the bill. Please check it over. If there are no issues, we can settle here." The server handed him a receipt. Glancing through the items, Augustine's eyes widened when he saw the total at the bottom, 3,688 yuan. Mariah was completely dumbfounded. Mariah had agreed to treat Lena along with Imelda, splitting the cost. However, he had already given all his part-time wages to Yvonne, including this month's living expenses. How did he have any money left? Usually, it was Imelda who paid for meals, so he never thought to keep money for himself. Mariah had originally planned to make an excuse during payment time. Given Imelda's character, she would never ask him for money again, allowing him to enjoy this extravagant meal for free. Mariah had carefully planned this and even brought Yvonne along to freeload. But who would have thought Imelda would actually slip away mid-meal? Angry and embarrassed, Augustine called Imelda. Mariah's phone rang a few times before she hung up. Mariah tried again, but was hung up on once more. When he messaged her on WeChat, Imelda did not reply. The server was growing impatient but maintained a polite smile due to her professionalism. "Sir, cash or card?" Augustine cursed. Mariah checked his WeChat balance, which showed only 45.86 yuan. Then he looked at Alipay, 0 balance, and he owed 1,500 yuan to Huabei. Damn. The waitress still smiled at him. Augustine liked Yvonne and didn't want to appear poor in front of her. He couldn't even bring himself to ask her for money. When he asked Imelda to transfer money over, she ignored him again. Standing in front of the waitress, he blushed with embarrassment. "Wait a moment, my bank card is frozen." The waitress smiled without speaking. Augustine went on WeChat to borrow money from friends one by one. It took nearly half an hour to cobble together enough money for the meal. The waitress cheerfully issued the receipt. Augustine's face was ashen. After all this, his lust had long vanished without a trace. Augustine walked into the private room with a stern look. Yvonne was eating with relish. But looking at this table full of dishes, his heart bled. That was his hard-earned money. It hurt. It really hurt. Thinking about this, Augustine clenched his fists tightly. Mariah hated Lena and Imelda so much. Yvonne looked up at him coyly and said, Brother Vernangiang, why did you take so long? You're very enduring. Ha 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 ha. Augustine gave an awkward laugh, which looked worse than crying. Chapter 112, The Cheen Family Reunites. On this side, Lawrence bound the mother and son of the Cheen family and tossed them into the truck bed, throwing a few hard steamed buns in before locking the door and dragging them from South City all the way to the capital as if they were livestock. After 3 days and 2 nights of long-distance transportation, the truck stopped in front of a small dilapidated house at the outskirts of the capital. When the truck door opened, a foul stench of urine and feces hit everyone's faces. The truck door hadn't been opened for these 3 days. Gwen and Alexei had to eat, drink, urinate, and defecate inside, no different from livestock. Lawrence wrinkled her brow and instructed one of her men, you take care of it. The subordinate lifted a small high-pressure water gun and sprayed wildly inside the truck. Gwen and Alexei screamed under the spray, tumbling out of the truck in a mix of scrambling and rolling. The filth from the truck covered them from head to toe. Alexei tried to escape but was kicked down onto the ground by someone. Mariah was then drenched from head to toe with the forceful water. Gwen wasn't much better off, she was completely soaked. It was minus 17 degrees Celsius outside, freezing Gwen and Alexei until their faces turned purple. After the cleaning, they were escorted into a nearby small van. Once inside, they found another person already there. It was Ricky, who had run away with his mistress for many days. Gwen instantly exploded. She beat him randomly with both hands. You bastard. You dare come back. I will beat you to death. Ricky's legs and feet were tied up, and his mouth was covered, leaving him unable to retaliate. Melvin, though Gwen had been starving for several days, her strength hadn't diminished at all. While beating him, she muttered angrily, you bastard. Don't even think about having a mistress. Don't hide money from me, or I'll beat you to death. Shut up. Stop making noise. Lawrence, who was standing by the car door talking to her subordinate, turned around and roared. Gwen shuddered with fright and immediately went silent like a mouse. Seeing this, Lawrence's men dragged the 2 people out of the car again, bound their hands and feet, gagged their mouths with cloth, and blindfolded them with black cloth before tossing them back into the van. At Pedro's base. The Cheen family of 3 was rudely dragged off the vehicle and taken straight into the base's interrogation room. Lawrence removed the black cloth that covered their eyes. Gwen was trembling from the cold, her eyes wide with terror, gasping loudly. Alexei, being young, looked relatively better than Gwen. Who are you? Where are we? Alexei's voice was hoarse, almost ghost-like. Ricky sat quietly in the corner, his head down, not uttering a word. Lawrence closed the door and called Jalmer. Young Catherinster, the people have been brought to the interrogation room. Should you come over personally? Jalmer hung up the phone and drove back to his apartment on Guayin Road. Lena was sitting on the living room sofa chatting with Imelda. Last night, Lena had slipped away with Imelda, leaving the ex-boyfriend to pay the bill. After returning to school, the ex-boyfriend confronted Imelda in a big argument. Imelda came to Lena to vent. Lena strongly advised her to break up with him. When Jalmer returned home, Lena's fingers were rapidly moving across her phone screen, detailing the ex-boyfriend's major sins to Imelda. I'm back, Jalmer announced from the doorway. Lena turned her head. Why did you come back so early today? Jalmer walked over and sat beside her. To pick you up. Huh? Pick me up where? Lena tilted her head, blinking her clear eyes at Jalmer in confusion. This ordinary action seemed incredibly adorable to Jalmer. Unable to resist, he gently pinched the girl's cheek and said softly, Ricky, Gwen, and Alexei are in the capital. Do you want to go see them? Lena's eyes widened in surprise. What? How did they come here? Did they come to cause trouble for you? Cause trouble for him? With just them? Jalmer smiled slightly, a hint of contempt on his face. I invited them here. They're currently at the base. Would you like to come with me? Lena remembered Jalmer mentioning he would handle the Cheen family's matter. She hadn't expected he would bring them to the capital so soon. Though Jalmer used the word invited, Lena guessed the Cheen family members must have gone through quite a bit of suffering. Lena wanted to see how Jalmer planned to settle the score for her. She nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Wear more clothes, it's cold outside. Jalmer said softly. Okay. Lena put on a down jacket, scarf, and hat, bundling herself up tightly like a dumpling. I'm ready, let's go. Jalmer took Lena's hand and slipped it into the pocket of his overcoat. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Jalmer led Lena into the black Bentley. 2 burly bodyguards sat in the front row. Jalmer said, go to the base, drive slowly. Yes, young master. The car started and drove smoothly. Jalmer put his arm around Lena and said, baby, it's quite a distance to that place. If you're tired, you can rest in my arms for a while. Okay. Lena snuggled into Jalmer's chest obediently. Skyscrapers gradually gave way to small residential houses. Later on, the car entered wilderness where no buildings were in sight anymore. After about an hour, the car stopped at the entrance of a cluster of factories. Though called factories, they were somewhat different from what one might imagine. Lena had never seen such a place before and didn't know how to describe it. The compound was large, with not very tall buildings inside. Jalmer led Lena into the compound. On the way, they saw many tall men in uniform training. What is this place? Lena turned to ask Jalmer. Jalmer replied, one of the Pedro family's bases. Are those people over there the Pedro family's bodyguards? Yes, but besides protection, they also do some other things. Jalmer didn't specify what those other things were, and Lena didn't ask either. She roughly guessed it might involve some unsavory matters. Like inviting the Chin family to the capital. Jalmer did not take her directly to the interrogation room. Instead, he brought her to a very comfortable room. It was warm inside, equipped with sofas, beds, and a large wall-mounted screen. Baby, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a bit? Lena shook her head. I'm fine. Where are they? Jalmer took the remote control and turned on the screen in front of them. The image showed the Chin family trio in the interrogation room. Lena's eyes widened slightly. Chapter 113 Mother and son slapping each other. The footage was clear, allowing Lena to see the terrified expressions on Leah and Alexei's faces. Jalmer walked over and sat down, putting his arm around Lena's shoulders and said, Don't worry, my men will teach them a lesson soon. Are you afraid? Lena looked at him in confusion. How will they teach them a lesson? Will it be very bloody? Jalmer shook his head. No, they'll just beat them up a bit. You're pregnant, I won't let you see anything too bloody. Okay, then I'm not afraid. Good. Jalmer picked up his phone and simply said, Start now. The door in the footage opened. 3 tall men walked into the room. Jalmer explained, the one leading is Lawrence, my subordinate. The other 2 work under him as well. Lena nodded and continued watching the screen. Lawrence nodded, and the 2 men behind him went over to grab Ricky and Alexei, beating them fiercely. Screams of agony filled the air, causing Lena to clench her clothes tightly. She had never seen such a scene before. It was quite frightening for her. Jalmer remarked, Leah is a woman, so I told my men not to hit her. She'll get her share later. Seeing the pitiful state of the 3 people in the footage, Lena felt a complex mixture of emotions. This family once treated her like a slave, never considering her as part of the family. After taking money and agreeing to sever ties with her, they threatened her again out of greed, trying to ruin her reputation. If it weren't for Jalmer's intervention, she would already have been disgraced. Seeing her precious son being beaten, Leah cried out, Stop it. Stop it. Stop right now. But the 2 men did not stop. Instead, they hit harder. Lee's cries were soon drowned out by the agonizing screams of Ricky and Alexei. After a few minutes of relentless beating, Ricky and Alexei could no longer scream, lying motionless on the ground like corpses. Leah sobbed, her shoulders heaving, her face smeared with tears and snot. Stop. At Lawrence's command, the 2 men ceased their assault. Leah quickly crawled over to check on Alexei. Xiangyang, wake up, don't scare Mom. Alexei opened his eyes painfully. Mom, call 911, it hurts too much. I'm going to die. Lee's phone had been confiscated long ago. How could she call 911? She cried and begged the tall men, please take my son to the hospital. Mariah might die from these injuries. Please, I beg you. The men remained expressionless and silent. Jalmer sneered, what deep maternal and filial affection. It's almost touching. Who knows if they love money more or value family more? Lena watched the big screen intently. Honestly, seeing Alexei and Ricky beaten this way gave her some satisfaction. At that moment, another person entered the room. Erilyn? Lena blurted out instinctively. Jalmer casually patted Lena's head. She wanted to help you deal with those who bullied you, so I let her come too. Seeing the young girl enter, Leah thought she had found a savior. This girl seemed far kinder than the burly men. Young girl, these people are gangsters. Please save us and call the police. Leah crawled towards Erilyn, intending to hug her legs, but was kicked away by Erilyn. What an idiot. Erilyn glanced at Leah disdainfully. Get lost. Don't dirty my clothes. Leah froze. Was this girl part of this group? Are you Laverne's mother? Erilyn looked down at Leah with utmost disdain. The moment Leah heard the name Laverne, she became furious. Are you that little tramp Lena sent? Before she finished speaking, Erilyn slapped her across the face. What are you barking about? If you can't speak properly, I'll pull out your tongue. The slap stunned Leah, making her immediately shut up. It seemed this girl really was sent by Lena to seek revenge. But how could that lowlife find these people? Could it be through the man keeping her? Erilyn paced back and forth in front of the Chins, sizing up the family. Ricky and Alexei resembled each other, and Leah also bore some resemblance to Alexei. All uniquely ugly. It was obvious that Alexei was their biological child. However, after looking several times, Erilyn couldn't find any similarity between Laverne and this couple. The more she looked, the more uneasy she felt. I find that you all look really ugly. How could someone as pretty as Laverne be your daughter? Aren't you human traffickers? Was Laverne abducted by you? A flicker of panic flashed across Lee's face, but she quickly recovered. How can that be? Lena is my own flesh and blood. If she wasn't, why would I have raised her for 19 years? Amy sneered. Raised her for 19 years? I know how you treated her. Do parents treat their children like slaves? This remark left Leah speechless. How did she even know how that despicable girl Lena lived in their home? Did they investigate? Leah didn't dare to speak recklessly anymore. If they had investigated, had they already found out the truth about Lena? Mariah, the young master, gave you 500 million. Yet you were still not satisfied and threatened Laverne to ruin her reputation? Would real parents do such things? Young master? Leah was momentarily stunned. That man indeed came from an influential background. These people were truly sent by him to seek revenge on their family. I did nothing. It was all them, it has nothing to do with me, Ricky suddenly said while lying on the ground, beaten up. Amy looked at Alexei. You are Laverne's brother, Alexei? You're the one who threatened her, saying if she didn't give money, you'd ruin her reputation. Amy's gaze was icy and terrifying, as if ready to devour Alexei alive. Alexei dared not speak. After being beaten so badly, talking carelessly might cost him his life. Amy chuckled. Isn't it just about money? Well, my young master has plenty of it. Upon hearing this, Lee's eyes lit up. Was there still room for negotiation? But looking at her husband and son on the ground, and thinking of these people's methods, Leah shuddered. It couldn't be that simple. Amy spoke leisurely. Just now, there was all that show of maternal and filial love. Let's see if your love can withstand a test. Saying this, Amy clapped her hands. Immediately, someone dragged in a black case. She opened it, revealing a box full of cash. Lee's eyes sparkled. Were they really going to give money? Amy smiled, filled with amusement. There's 1 million here. For each slap, 10,000. How does that sound? Mariah hearing this, Alexei hurriedly got up from the ground. Leah turned to look at him, startled. Xiangyang, what are you planning? Are you going to hit Mom for money? A peculiar light flashed in Alexei's eyes. Mom, 1 slap for 10,000, 100 slaps make 1 million. It's a good deal. Amy laughed. Hit hard. Half-hearted hits don't count. The slaps must be loud and clear. Leah couldn't believe her ears. Xiangyang, no matter how much you love money, you can't hit Mom for it. Mom, this is no time for hesitation. Bear with it, after these slaps, we'll have the money. Before Leah could react, Alexei slapped her. Lee's head was knocked to the side. She lifted her head and looked at Alexei, tears welling up in her eyes. Xiangyang, you. Before she could finish speaking, Alexei backhanded her again. The slap was sharp and resounding. Amy burst out laughing. Good, very good. 2 10,000s. Chapter 114, The Crazy Slapper Gwen. Gwen was infuriated by Alexei's 2 slaps. She wiped her tears, eyes bloodshot with fury, and cried, You ungrateful son. Alexei's eyes gleamed viciously. Mom, I'm not doing this for money, I'm doing this to save my life. You saw those loan sharks, they said if I didn't pay up, they'd chop off my limbs and throw me on the street to beg to repay the debt. Could you bear to see me like that? You suffering a little and getting slapped is much better than me having my limbs cut off. After speaking, Alexei slapped her again, causing fresh blood to trickle from the corner of Gwen's mouth, leaving her face swollen and red. Melvin with all her affection for him, Gwen couldn't endure being slapped 3 times in a row by her own son. You little bastard daring to hit your own mother. Was it I who asked you to gamble? Was it I who asked you to borrow from loan sharks? I can see now you're just like that scoundrel father of yours. Gwen rolled up her sleeves and roared, Fine then. Come on, hurt each other. I don't believe I can't discipline you today. Slap. Gwen slapped Alexei hard, her anger making her strike fiercely, instantly leaving a visible mark on his face. Gwen's chest heaved, her heart pounding with rage. Who doesn't know how to slap? If this ungrateful son dared to hit her for money today, would he kill her for money tomorrow? She felt truly disheartened. Mariah's elder son was ruined, addicted to gambling, and willing to beat his own mother for money. He was utterly devoid of conscience. Since the elder one was ruined, she could only hope for the younger one. At least there was still her youngest at home, Emerson, who wouldn't do such things. Emerson was a good child. Right, where was Emerson? They had all been captured, so was Emerson alone at home scared? Mariah couldn't cook or do laundry. Without her, what would he do? No, she mustn't let anything happen to her. Mariah Emerson was waiting for her to come back home. If she died here today, Emerson would have no mother. Ricky, that scoundrel, would certainly find a stepmother for Emerson, and then Emerson would lead a miserable life. Thinking of her youngest son gave Gwen renewed energy. She couldn't let Emerson be without a mother. 1 slap costs 10,000, right? Today, she'd teach this conscienceless son a lesson. She wouldn't spend a single cent on this ungrateful son. Slap, another slap from Gwen. Gwen wins 20,000. Keep going. Don't stop. Amy egged them on. Seeing Gwen also slap him, any guilt Alexei had vanished. Mariah pounced on Gwen and pinned her to the ground. Slap slap slap. Alexei unleashed a flurry of blows, the count too numerous to tally. Gwen's head buzzed from the hits, her face swelling into a bun-like shape. Amy clapped and cheered, ha ha ha, well done. Hit harder. This round, Alexei earns another 100,000. Amy's lips curled in a mocking smile as he sat on a chair watching the mother and son fight, as if observing monkeys. This malicious pair, willing to sell Laverne to a fool for marriage or threaten to ruin her reputation for money. Now they were fighting for money. Indeed, in their eyes, money was the most important thing. They had just staged a deep mother-son bond moment, and now their true nature was exposed. TSK TSK TSK, this evil gold. Amy looked up at the surveillance camera with a smile. Laverne, did you see? I've taken revenge for you. These kinds of people only see money, not family ties, so you shouldn't feel sad or hurt for them anymore. Lena sat on the sofa, watching Alexei and Gwen brutally slap each other on the monitor. Years of sorrow and resentment dissolved in an instant. Gwen had always favored her two sons, Alexei and Marvin, treating them as precious jewels while disregarding her daughter. She never imagined they would fight like this over money one day. In the video, Gwen was slammed by Alexei dozens of times. Just when Lena thought Gwen couldn't retaliate, Gwen kicked Alexei hard in the groin. Alexei screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. That kick rendered Alexei completely helpless. Seizing the opportunity, Gwen pounced on him, delivering a barrage of slaps. As she slapped him, she cursed furiously. Beside her, Amy shouted excitedly, amazing. Truly amazing. Gwen wins 200,000. Keep it up. Try harder. His encouragement drove Gwen into a frenzy, becoming a human slap machine, as if possessed. Alexei curled on the ground, wailing in agony. Enough. Stop it. Do you want to kill your son? Gwen, like an unleashed mad dog, couldn't stop. Ricky dragged his battered body over to intervene but was slapped twice by the irrational Gwen, losing his balance. Do I get paid for hitting my husband? Gwen turned to ask Amy. She had already lost count of how many slaps she had delivered and how much money she had earned. All she knew was it was a lot. Ricky, that despicable man, she had long wanted to hit him. Amy, not minding the chaos, calmly replied, yes, the same rule applies. 1 slap, 10,000. Gwen left Alexei lying on the ground and stepped toward Ricky. At this moment, her eyes were filled with madness, her expression grotesque and terrifying, like a vengeful ghost. All she saw was money, no trace of familial ties. You, don't come any closer. Ricky, terrified, trembled as he backed away until he hit the wall, with nowhere else to go. Morielp. Ricky shouted. Mariah was in his 50s, old and weakened after being beaten by the two thugs earlier. Mariah was no match for the slap-happy demon Gwen. Ricky, I've waited too long for this day. You ran off with your mistress, didn't you? Run now, see where you can run today. Gwen lunged at Ricky like a wild animal gone mad. Ah! Screams and slaps intertwined, creating an extremely chaotic scene. After about 10 minutes, Ricky also collapsed. Gwen's eyes glowed red, her demeanor frenzied, shouting at Amy, how much did I earn? Give me the money fast. Amy stood up, gave a light laugh, and sneered, not a penny. Gwen roared in anger, are you playing with me? Amy laughed arrogantly. Exactly, I'm just making a fool out of you. Enraged, Gwen swung her fists at Amy. Amy sneered, kicked Gwen hard, sending her flying. Gwen landed on the ground with a muffled groan, her head hitting the wall as she passed out. Amy spat coldly at Gwen. Mariah walked to the camera, looked up, and said, young Catherinester, these three are all unconscious. What should we do next? Chapter 115 Lena's background. Jalmer said, let's send her to the hospital first. Wait. Jalmer turned his head to look at Lena, what's wrong, baby? Lena frowned, lost in thought. The few words Amy had just spoken took root in her heart. Amy said that she and Gwen did not look like a couple at all. Recalling how the Cheen family had treated her over the past 19 years, a startling idea formed in Lena's mind. Could it be that she really wasn't the biological child of the Cheen couple? Lena raised her head and looked at Jalmer, her eyes filled with confusion. Amy just said that I don't look like them at all. What do you think? Without hesitation, Jalmer replied, yes, my baby is so beautiful while this couple is quite ugly, as is their son. You indeed don't seem to be their biological daughter. Why am I in the Cheen family then? Why did they raise me? And who are my real parents? Jalmer said sympathetically, baby, let's start with a paternity test and see what the results show. If you're not their biological daughter, I'll help you find your birth parents. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Lena nodded blankly. Jalmer said to Amy, take her to the hospital now. Afterward, I'll take Ray to get a paternity test. Yes, young master. On the way to the hospital, Lena gazed out the window blankly. Jalmer gently held her hand, baby, what are you thinking about? Lena turned her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. I'm thinking, if I'm not their biological daughter, who are my real parents, and why didn't they want me? Is it because I'm a girl that they didn't want me? If my parents abandoned me because they favored boys over girls, finding them would only make me suffer more. Why don't they want me? Mr. Pedro, am I just extra? Was my birth a mistake? Tears could no longer be held back in the girl's eyes, streaming down her cheeks. Jalmer felt a dull pain in his heart. Looking at the girl tenderly, he softly said, "No, baby, you're not extra, you're my treasure. Your birth wasn't a mistake. Perhaps your birth parents were not the ones who didn't want you. Catherine Ibe, as Amy said, the Cheen couple were human traffickers and you were taken by them." Lena shook her head, crying with a red nose. "No, it's not like that. Ricky and Gwen favor boys over girls. They already have a son, why would they kidnap a girl? It's just that my parents didn't want me." The girl sobbed. Jalmer was greatly pained, wiping away her tears and gently hugging her. "Foolish Ray, the Cheen couple aren't kind people. If your real parents didn't want you, why would they adopt you? They love money so much, and raising an additional child costs so much, they wouldn't adopt you for nothing. I will send people to investigate what happened back then. Try not to think too much about it, alright? Good girl." Jalmer kissed the girl's forehead gently. "Baby, don't be sad. Now you have me. I'm the closest person to you. Behind you is the Pedro family, we are your family. Plus, there are 2 babies in your belly. You have your own little family now, so you can put your mind at ease about your birth parents. Don't cry anymore, baby, your face is all streaked like a kitten's." Jalmer held Lena's hand with one hand and wrapped the other around her shoulder. Leaning against Jalmer's chest, Lena gradually calmed down. Mr. Pedro's embrace was as comforting as ever. Mariah was right, she wasn't alone anymore. She had 2 babies, Mr. Pedro who loved and protected her, and Dot who doted on her as if she were her own daughter. Leaning on Jalmer's chest, Lena whispered, "Mr. Pedro, it's so good to have you here. I'll always be here for you, baby." At the Aubrey family villa. Slade stared at the information sent by his subordinate, stunned as if frozen in place. Beside him, Adeline's chest heaved violently, feeling dizzy. Slade quickly grabbed her arm to support her, eyeing. "Lena, she. Tears streamed down Cassie's face. Agonizingly she cried, "Ray is our daughter, she's our daughter. Howren." Adeline clutched Slade's sleeve tightly, looking up at him, sobbing uncontrollably. "That Gwen is actually Ruthie, the nanny we hired back then. Justine is Ruthie's daughter. I should have noticed it earlier. Both of us are healthy, why did our daughter have congenital heart disease? Why doesn't Justine look like either of us at all? She isn't really our daughter. It's all my fault, all my fault. As a mother, I didn't even recognize my own child. I don't deserve to be a mother." Adeline was filled with pain and self-reproach. She and Slade had both been strikingly handsome in their youth. Eduardo inherited their good looks, growing up to be quite dashing. But Kala grew uglier over time. She had small single-lidded eyes, a big nose, and protruding teeth. Despite this, they never doubted that Kala wasn't their biological daughter. Parental love blinded them. In their eyes, their precious daughter was always the most beautiful. This was perhaps what netizens called the mom filter. Kala, dissatisfied with her appearance, cried for cosmetic surgery as soon as she turned 18. They indulged her, arranging the best plastic surgery hospital for her operation. The surgery was successful, and Kala transformed into a beauty. Over time, they got used to her surgically enhanced face and gradually forgot her original appearance. They also didn't realize how incredibly similar Kala looked to Ruthie, the nanny from over 20 years ago. Slade held Adeline in his arms, gently patting her back to comfort her, eyeing, "Don't blame yourself. It's all because of Ruthie. This isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's me for not protecting our child well enough." Adeline sobbed, out of breath. "Howren, Ray has such a poor impression of us. Do you think she will still recognize us?" Slade sighed, "That depends on her choice. If we make up for it, she probably would recognize us." What about Kala? Kala wasn't their biological daughter, they had raised someone else's child for 19 years. Just thinking about this made Adeline's heart ache. Everything that Kala enjoyed belonged to Ray originally. "Howren, I can't face Kala now. I know she was just a baby then, and she's innocent too. It's all Ruthie's fault, but I just can't get past this. Howren, shall we send Kala back to the Cheen family and bring Ray home? With Kala around, Ray definitely won't want to come back home." Slade hesitated. Although Kala wasn't his biological daughter, he had raised her for 19 years and had developed some affection for her. But when he thought about his real daughter suffering under the nanny's care, his heart hardened. "Alright, I'll do whatever you say. I'll find that family as soon as possible and send Kala back to them." Outside the study door, Kala leaned against the wall, her face deathly pale. Chapter 116, Kala crosses the line. That night, Lena had a dream. In her dream, she possessed the consciousness and memories of an adult with an omniscient perspective, yet her body was that of a tiny infant wrapped in swaddling clothes. Snowflakes were flying everywhere, and the north wind howled fiercely. A woman in her 20s carried her down the street. Francesca looked around anxiously, walking and stopping intermittently. Finally, the woman stopped at the entrance of a spicy hot pot shop and placed the small baby right outside the door. Child, don't blame your mother. Blame yourself for being a girl. The family doesn't like girls, and your mother can't do anything about it, the woman sobbed, wiping away her tears. Mommy, please don't leave me. Lena tried to shout at the woman, but no sound came out. After speaking, the woman gritted her teeth, showed a resolute look, and turned to leave. As an infant, Lena could not speak and could only cry loudly in distress. Mariah hearing the baby's cries, the woman paused, standing there for a while, yet she never turned back. Several minutes later, she resumed her steps, heartless and determined. Francesca's figure disappeared into the snowy night. Lena noticed the name of the spicy hot pot shop was Clingy Spicy Hot Pot and broke out in cold sweat suddenly. The scene changed abruptly. The spicy hot pot shop vanished, replaced by an ordinary room. The little baby grew into a graceful young girl. She held a mop and was cleaning the floor. After mopping, she went to the bathroom to squat and wash clothes. Beside her was a large basin full of dirty laundry from the whole family. Dead girl, I told you to cook. Where have you been? Mina's voice cursed from the living room. Mom, wait, I'm washing clothes. I'll go cook after I finish. Don't call me Mom. I'm not your mother. You're just a cheap girl I picked up. Do you think I raised you for nothing? Go be that fool's wife obediently and earn back the money I've spent on you. No. Mom, I don't want to marry that fool. Please don't make me marry him, I'll promise to be good. You don't get a choice. I've supported you for so many years just to sell you for a good price. You must marry him. No. Don't. In her sleep, Lena screamed and cried, filled with anguish. Jalmer woke up due to the noise. Mariah turned on the bedside lamp and looked at the girl beside him. Darling, are you having a nightmare again? Eva's face was streaked with tears, and her brows were furrowed tightly in pain. Jalmer's heart clenched. Mariah gently patted the girl's shoulder. It's okay, darling. No one will hurt you anymore. I took care of them. Don't be afraid. I don't want to marry a fool. I don't. The girl murmured in her sleep. Jalmer felt his heart ache. Mariah bent down and tenderly kissed her tear-streaked cheeks, eyes, and nose. Finally, his lips touched hers softly. This kiss silenced the girl's murmuring. In her sleep, Lena gradually relaxed her tensed body. Mariah's crying ceased, and her brows slowly unfurrowed. In the dream, Lena was expelled from home by Mina and Ricky. She squatted in the snow and wept. People passed by hurriedly without paying any attention to why a young girl was crying bitterly in the heavy snow. She was abandoned by everyone. No one loved her, not even her own family. After an unknown time of crying, the wind in front of her stopped suddenly. Lena lifted her head from her arms and saw a tall man standing before her. Mariah held an umbrella, silently standing beside her, shielding her from the snowstorm. Their gazes met in the air. At that moment, the wind ceased, hearts stirred, and snow fell silently. That man stood against the light, looking like a heavenly deity. Pedro. Jalmer. The sleeping girl murmured softly. Upon hearing the girl call his name, Jalmer visibly froze. Darling, are you calling me? He asked, disbelieving yet knowingly. Jalmer, I love you so much. Please don't leave me. I only have you. The girl whispered in her sleep, not hearing his words. Under the dim light, Jalmer gazed down at her with deep affection. I won't leave you, darling. At the Aubrey family household. Upon learning the truth, Kala felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was not the biological daughter of her parents. Lena was their biological daughter. Kala was the daughter of the Aubrey family's maid. How could this be? This cannot be true. It must be false, someone must have deliberately framed her, making up this ridiculous lie. She wanted to rush into the study to tell her parents not to believe this lie. However, it felt as if her feet were weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone, and she couldn't move. Mariah's parents said they were going to send her back to the Chin family and bring Lena back. The Chin family, those blood-sucking people who valued boys over girls. How could that family possibly be her kin? No. She couldn't be sent back there. After an afternoon of agonizing struggle and confusion, that night, Kala made a bold decision. Qingyuan, an upscale villa community not far from the Aubrey group. Eduardo had a garden villa here. Mariah would usually stay here when he worked late. Tonight, after finishing another round of socializing, he was slightly tipsy and asked his driver to take him back to Qingyuan. Recently, the acquisition project of Yixing Pharmaceutical by the Pedro Group was nearing completion. Mariah traveled around, using connections and leveraging relationships, but it was all in vain. Eduardo had no choice but to abandon Yixing and focus on other projects within the group. Jalmer forced Justine to kneel and kowtow for his fiancée. Mariah swallowed this humiliation because he currently lacked the power to confront the Pedro Group. But he believed that if he worked hard enough, one day, the Aubrey Group under his leadership would rival the Pedro Group. As for what happened with Kala, he hadn't finished with Jalmer yet. Eduardo got out of the car and wobbled into the villa. The house was pitch dark. Mariah reached up to touch the light switch on the wall, just about to turn it on, when suddenly, A hand slid along his arm, caressing him and wrapping around his neck. Who's there? Eduardo shouted angrily. Francesca wrapped her arms around his neck, hanging off him like a vine, her breath warm against his skin. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and the familiar scent enveloped him. Ation. The familiar voice made Eduardo's mind explode in disbelief. Mariah couldn't believe the woman hanging off him was Kala. Eduardo tried to turn on the light again. This time, the woman didn't stop him. When he turned on the light, seeing Kala in his arms, he sobered up considerably. Justine, what are you doing? Francesca in his arms wore heavy makeup and a low-cut bunny outfit that left little to the imagination. Mariah's long, slender legs were encased in sexy black stockings, exuding maximum allure. Ation. Kala's eyes were hazy, and she stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Eduardo stood frozen, not rejecting her. Mariah's tongue slipped past his lips, tangling with his own in a passionate embrace. The most primal desires stirred within him. Mariah breathed heavily, gripping her slim waist tightly. Perhaps it was the alcohol fueling his actions, or perhaps the rebellious nature deep within him, or maybe it was the repressed urges that he had been holding back for so long. At that moment, Eduardo couldn't hold back anymore. Mariah picked Kala up and pinned her against the wall, his voice hoarse. Justine, are you sure? Chapter 117, Eduardo learns of Kala's true parentage. I will. Kala blushed and gasped in response. Upon hearing the woman's answer, Eduardo could no longer hold back. In that moment, the tearing pain made Kala draw a sharp breath. Justine, bear with it for a little while, soon it won't hurt anymore. Eduardo kissed her forehead. I'll make you feel good. Mariah exhaled deeply, emitting a sigh of relief. As Kala enjoyed the moment, the anxiety and unease in her heart finally dissipated. She had made the right bet, Eduardo was indeed unable to resist her. She had lured Eduardo intentionally after knowing the truth about her parentage. And Eduardo, completely unaware, dared to engage in such intimacy with her. Eduardo, who appeared to be a gentleman on the surface, turned out to be so intensely passionate and deviant at heart. Finally, he obtained the person he had longed for, losing all control. The room was filled with traces of their intimate encounter. In the end, they sat in the same bathtub, with Eduardo gently washing Kala's body. Justine, why did you? Mariah wanted to ask what was different about Kala today, why she had lured him like this. However, the word lure remained unspoken. Kala leaned lazily against the bathtub, pondering how to tell him about her true parentage. Eduardo lowered his eyes and softly asked, did you figure out my feelings for you? Discover? Not really. A smile curled at the corner of Kala's lips. Indeed, Eduardo had been extremely good to her, always fulfilling her requests, which might hint at something, but she hadn't noticed it much. This time, it wasn't because she discovered his feelings but to ensure he would help her stay in the Aubrey family. No. Kala whispered softly. Actually. Tion, we are not real siblings. The hand washing her body paused abruptly. After a moment, Eduardo reacted, looking at Kala in confusion. What do you mean? Kala met his gaze. Literally. I didn't call you brother today but Tion because we aren't real siblings. Tion, we have no blood relation. Kala explained, today, I overheard Dad and Mom talking outside the study. They said I'm not their biological daughter, but the child of our family nanny. Years ago, the nanny switched me with their daughter. How can that be? Eduardo instinctively objected. Kala gave a self-deprecating laugh. I didn't want to believe it either, but I heard Dad and Mom say I'm not their biological daughter. Tion, I really have nowhere else to go. Kala cried bitterly, looking pitifully tearful. They said they're going to send me away. I don't want to leave this home, and I don't want to leave you, Tion. Please help me. I really don't want to go. Kala clung to Eduardo's arm, sobbing with red-rimmed eyes. Tion, you must help me. If I'm sent back to the nannies, my life will be ruined. Shocked by this incredible secret, Eduardo's mind couldn't process it immediately. She's not really Dad and Mom's biological daughter? What nanny? What switch? What is this all about? Seeing his beloved crying so desperately, Eduardo felt deeply distressed as well. Mariah wiped away her tears, comforting her. Don't be afraid, Justine. With me here, you won't leave the Aubrey family. I am now in charge of the Aubrey group. I'll talk to Dad and Mom. With Eduardo's assurance, the heavy burden in Kala's heart lifted. Eduardo had always kept his promises to her. Leaning into Eduardo's embrace, her fingertips traced his chest muscles softly. Tion, did you know your real sister is Jalmer's fiancée, that woman named Lena? What? How could that be? Eduardo was startled, sitting up straight at once. Tears still streaked Kala's face, looking incredibly pitiful. Pouting, she said, I heard Dad and Mom say they plan to bring Lena back home. Eduardo furrowed his brows, his expression serious. Dad and Mom haven't told me about this yet. I'll discuss it with them when I go home tomorrow. Justine, if Lena is really my sister, I can't prevent Dad and Mom from bringing her back. But I will persuade them to let you stay in the Aubrey family. Don't be afraid, no one can send you away while I'm here. Mariah hearing this, Kala felt elated inside but maintained her piteous appearance. Wrapping her arms around Eduardo's neck, she cooed, "I knew Ation loves me the most." Then she tilted her head and kissed him on the lips. Without the constraint of blood relations, Eduardo had no more reservations. The two entangled wildly in the bathtub. The next morning, Eduardo returned to the Aubrey villa. Slade was just about to discuss Kala's parentage with him and led him directly into the study. In the study, father and son sat face to face. Slade pushed a stack of documents toward Eduardo. "Take a look first, then we can talk." Eduardo knew this should be the information about Kala and Lena's true parentage. Eduardo opened the documents, and the first few pages were a paternity test report. Mariah flipped directly to the last page of the report. The conclusion read, based on DNA analysis, the tested individual Kala does not have a genetic relationship with Slade and Adeline. It confirms that Kala has different biological parents from Slade and Adeline, and the determination is not related by blood. Despite being mentally prepared, Eduardo still felt his breath catch when he saw the paternity report. Mariah steadied himself and continued flipping through the pages. Behind the report were photos of Kala before her plastic surgery and photos of the Aubrey family's nanny Ruthie from over 20 years ago. They bore a resemblance, around 7 or 8 out of 10. Mariah had been abroad for most of the time, having little interaction with Kala. After adulthood, Kala underwent cosmetic surgery, becoming more beautiful and confident. She would frequently fly overseas to visit him. Mariah acted as a tour guide, taking her everywhere. They often stayed in the same suite. It was during that period that he developed intimate thoughts toward this younger sister. In his memory, there was almost no trace of what Kala used to look like. He nearly forgot that Kala didn't originally look like this. Seeing her old photos, Eduardo was genuinely surprised. From this, she should indeed be the daughter of Nanny Ruthie. Last night, Kala gave her virginity to him, now becoming his woman. Mariah didn't care about Kala's cosmetic surgeries. Chapter 118, the paternity test results are in. Slade said, "Ruthie worked as a nanny in our house for several years. 19 years ago, when your sister was born, Ruthie's daughter was also just born. Mariah's daughter was diagnosed with congenital heart disease at birth, and Ruthie had no money for her daughter's surgery. During her maternity leave, she heard that your mother had just given birth and insisted on coming to the hospital to congratulate her. It was during this visit that she swapped her own daughter with your sister. Subsequently, she quit her job as a nanny, moved her entire family to Vernancheng, and changed her name to Gwen. The day your mother brought Kala to apologize to Lena, she noticed how much Lena looked like her younger self. When we realized how little Kala resembled either me or your mother, we decided to do a paternity test. As it turned out, Kala was not our biological child. My idea, and your mother's, is to bring Lena home and send Justine back to the Chin family." Eduardo suddenly lifted his head. "No. Father, even if Justine isn't your biological child, you've raised her for 19 years, surely some real feelings have formed between you? How can you just send her away?" Eduardo looked at Slade seriously. "Justine is the person I love the most. I disagree with sending her away." Slade was troubled, "But Lena is your real sister. You know there's tension between Lena and Justine. With Justine around, your sister definitely won't come back. I understand you're close to each other, and it pains you to send Justine away. We can buy her an apartment and let her move out. You can still visit her often. It's not really any different from before. Just treat it as if Justine has gone off to work." "No, Father, how can you say it makes no difference? How sad would Justine be? Our Aubrey family can afford to raise 2 daughters. Why don't you just treat Justine as adopted? After 19 years of loving her like a treasure, can you bear to send her back to that family where she might suffer?" Slade fell silent. Mariah also didn't want to send this daughter away. But his biological daughter had suffered for 19 years outside, which pained him too. If the adopted daughter didn't leave, his biological daughter definitely wouldn't return due to the conflicts between them. Eduardo knew his father's concerns and spoke up. "Father, we can try to talk Lena into coming back. It doesn't have to mean one of them has to go. Besides, Lena is now engaged to Jalmer and lives with him. Melvin, if we send Justine away, it's not guaranteed that Lena will return." Slade lit a cigarette, smoking halfway through it in silence before slowly saying, "All right, we'll try talking to Lena first, and for now, we won't send Justine away." Lena woke up to find an empty bed. She thought Jalmer had gone to work but saw him sitting on the sofa watching financial news when she stepped out of the bedroom. "Wake up." Jalmer smiled when he saw Lena walk out of the bedroom. "There's breakfast on the table. Go freshen up and eat." Lena rubbed her eyes, still sleepy, and walked over. "You don't need to go to work today." Jalmer pulled the girl onto his lap. "I took a day off to stay with you." Last night, his obedient girl had a nightmare and cried for him not to leave. Mariah was heartbroken, wanting nothing more than to bind himself inseparably to her. Lena yawned, lazily saying, "I slept so restlessly last night, and I'm still sleepy." Jalmer tucked her hair behind her ear and kissed her cheek. "My dear, you had a nightmare last night." "A nightmare?" Lena frowned, thinking for a moment. "Seems like it. I forgot what I dreamed about. No wonder I didn't sleep well. How did you know I had a nightmare?" Because you were talking in your sleep. Lena tilted her head, looking at Jalmer with confusion. Really? What did I say? A smile tugged at the corner of Jalmer's lips, his deep black eyes full of affection. Mariah softly said, you said you love me very much and don't want me to leave you. She avoided Jalmer's gaze. Ah, really? If that's the case, how could it be called a nightmare? Jalmer chuckled. It's true, my dear. The first part was a nightmare, and it's good you forgot those parts. But the second part must have been a dream about me, so it wasn't a nightmare, it was a sweet dream. Lena blushed slightly upon hearing this. She shyly responded with an oh. Jalmer laughed lightly. Go freshen up and eat breakfast, my dear. Okay. Lena got up from his lap and went to freshen up. Jalmer continued watching TV when his phone on the sofa vibrated. Mariah glanced down. The caller ID showed Slade. What does he want? Hadn't they already fallen out? Jalmer answered the call. Jean, are you free today? Uncle wants to meet with the two of you. Oh, I mean, your mother and grandparents should come too. Let's meet at your Pedro family mansion. Uncle has something very important to discuss with all of you. What's the matter? Slade paused for a moment before saying, it's not convenient to talk over the phone, this matter requires us to meet in person. I will be there along with Aunt Shen and Eduardo. Uncle Aubrey, is this about Kala or Yisheng? It's neither of those. Jean, this really is very important, it's not suitable to talk about over the phone. If today isn't convenient for you, set a time then, and remember to bring Ray along. Ray? Had the Aubrey family become so close to Ray that they could call her by such a nickname? From this way of addressing her, Jalmer sensed something unusual. Since it concerned Ray, he did not refuse. Okay, Uncle, I'm free today. Come to the old house at 2 p.m. Slade responded with several okay-s, added a few casual words, and then hung up the phone. Lena was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast after washing up. The hospital had notified Jalmer that the paternity test results were out. Pedro Chen stood up, walked into the dining room, and sat next to Lena. Baby girl, your paternity test results are ready. Shall we go get them later? Lena swallowed the porridge in her mouth, her hand gripping the spoon tightened without responding. Jalmer noticed her nervousness, quietly waiting for her reply. Lena exhaled deeply. She lowered her eyes to look at the nourishing porridge in the bowl and softly nodded. Jalmer stroked her head. It's okay, baby girl. No matter what the result is, don't worry. I'll always be here. In the VIP lounge of the Pedro family's private hospital. Lena sat on the sofa, looking anxious. Jalmer sat beside her, reviewing the report. She tightly held the edge of her clothes, too afraid to look at the report or his face. After a short while, Jalmer handed the report to her. Baby girl, do you want to take a look? Lena wasn't mentally prepared yet and shook her head. Jalmer said, after all, we have to face the result eventually, baby girl. How will you know if it's good unless you look? Lena looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion. What would be considered a good result? Being Qin family's biological daughter but being treated as a tool for extorting money for 19 years, is this a good result? Or, not being their biological daughter and being abandoned by her birth parents right after birth, is this a good result? Jalmer was speechless, frowning slightly, unsure how to respond. Lena took a few deep breaths, snatched the report as if bracing herself for the worst. Fine, you're right. We have to face it sooner or later. With a heart full of anxiety, she slowly opened the report. Chapter 119, Enthusiastic Family. Lena didn't understand the professional terms at the beginning, so she flipped directly to the last page to see the result. Seeing the result on the report, Lena let out a sigh of relief. She clearly saw that the report stated the result as not biologically related. She indeed was not Sylvia and Ricky's biological daughter. She felt that all this was too surreal. Lena lifted her head, as if in a dream, with a hazy look in her eyes. Is this result real? Jalmer patted her head smilingly and whispered softly, of course it's real, sweetheart. Lena knew it was silly to ask such a question. If this result wasn't real, then what could be? In Pedro clan's private hospital, Jalmer personally accompanied her for the paternity test. Who had the guts to falsify it? But she just couldn't believe it and asked again in her foolishness. After receiving the definite answer, Lena was overwhelmed with joy. She had no blood relationship with the Qin family. No wonder over the years, the Qin family had always treated her like a servant, even a little boy like Marvin bossed her around. No wonder Ricky and Sylvia were so biased. She used to think they disdained her for being a girl, that their bias stemmed from preference for boys over girls. Because of this, she had wept countless times in secret. Once upon a time, she yearned so much for Ricky and Sylvia's love. Now, knowing that she was not their biological daughter, Lena immediately felt relieved. However, after the joy, a bitter feeling rose in her heart. Mariah's smile that had just appeared vanished. Since she wasn't the biological daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Qin, then who were her parents? Why didn't they want her? Why did she end up living with the Qins? So many years had passed, did they ever think of her? Did they ever look for her? The young lady frowned, her expression full of melancholy and sorrow. From the moment she received the report, Jalmer had been observing her facial expressions. Just now, she was laughing, but now she turned sad again. Jalmer knew what was on Lena's mind. Sweetheart, I've told you I will help you find your biological parents. Don't overthink it. Perhaps it wasn't that they didn't want you back then, maybe there were other reasons. Lena responded softly, still lost in thought. Jalmer gently took the report and held Lena's hand. Don't think about it anymore, let's go back to the old house for lunch today. With a dazed look, Lena allowed Jalmer to pull her up from the sofa. Okay. Jalmer put his hands lightly on Lena's shoulders, looking into her eyes seriously. In the afternoon, the Aubrey family will come to the old house. They say they have something important to tell us. If you don't want to see them, then you don't have to. Lena finally regained her thoughts. She met Jalmer's gaze, somewhat puzzled. The Aubrey family? Yes. Lena thought for a while and said, it's fine. Let's meet them. Last time when Catherine Aubrey brought Miss Kala to apologize, her attitude was quite good. Alright, then let's go back to the old house now. Mom heard you would come home today and cooked a few dishes for you herself. At the mention of Clara, a glint of delight appeared in Lena's eyes. Dot treated her as if she were her own daughter. She used to listen to Imelda talk about the evil mothers-in-law in TV shows and novels and subconsciously thought all mothers-in-law were the same. Until she also had a mother-in-law, only then did she realize that there were kind mothers-in-law who treated their daughters-in-law like their own children. She was very fortunate to have a good mother-in-law like Clara. Jalmer got into the car. Mariah was thinking about helping Lena find her birth parents. To know what happened back then, the fastest way would be to ask Sylvia and Ricky. Luckily, they were under Jalmer's control right now. Jalmer assigned this task to Lawrence. At the Pedro family's old residence. Clara had already started cooking as soon as she received Jalmer's call, knowing he would bring little Di back for lunch. Jalmer led Lena out of the car, and Clara welcomed them with a smile at the villa door. Oh my precious little Di, I've missed you so much these past few days. Come here and let me see if you've lost weight. Jalmer chuckled. Moriar you go again, I said. Mom, stop exaggerating as if I starve little Di every day. Clara gave him a glare. You shut up, naughty boy. Don't think I don't know you. You're so stiff-faced all day, making it hard for little Di to eat properly, right? Lena was still feeling melancholic during the ride, but hearing Clara say this, she couldn't help but laugh. How funny Dot is. Lena secretly glanced at Jalmer, just as he was looking at her too. Their eyes met, and Lena giggled, averting her gaze. Jalmer replied to Clara with a darkened face, I have never been cold to little Di. Don't make things up if you don't understand. Clara pulled Lena into the villa. Come on, Laverne, walk with mommy. Don't walk with that expressionless face. Jalmer. Was this ever going to end? The dining room was already set with a large table full of dishes. Clara smiled warmly and boasted, Laverne, mommy made all these dishes specially for you. Look, they're all your favorites. Lena glanced at the dining table. Indeed, those were her favorite dishes. She didn't expect Clara to remember her preferences so clearly. Lena narrowed her eyes in a smile, feeling warm inside. Thank you, Dot. Jalmer commented coolly from the side, oh, before Laverne came to our house, I never saw you cook. I thought you only got your fingers dirty playing mahjong. Clara shot him a glare, your understanding is as short as your hair. I didn't cook for you because I was lazy, not because I can't. Do you think I couldn't win your father's heart with my cooking? Jalmer shrugged, fine, you didn't cook for me, meaning I'm not worthy enough. Clara umphed, good thing you realized that. As the mother and son were bickering, Catherine Pedro, supported by a maid, walked over. Laverne has come. Waverly hasn't seen you in quite some time. How's your appetite? How's your sleep? How's your mood? Catherine Pedro held Lena's hand, asking 3 consecutive questions. Clara and Catherine Pedro, one on each side, held Lena's hands, asking about her well-being and seeking praise. They were being too enthusiastic. Lena was somewhat unaccustomed to it. After all, it had only been a few days since the last New Year's gathering. How did Dot and Catherine Pedro act like they hadn't seen her for ages? She smiled back at Catherine Pedro, Waverly, I'm fine. Actually, things weren't so great. Mariah's sleep wasn't good, and her mood wasn't either. But she didn't want to tell Clara and Catherine Pedro about her worries, not wanting them to be concerned for her. Catherine Pedro smiled kindly, oh, good, Laverne must be hungry, sit down and eat. Lena shook her head, Roxanne hasn't arrived yet, let's wait for him. Catherine Pedro laughed, forget him, we should eat first. We can't starve you and the little ones in your belly. Waverly is right. Speak of the devil, Jovan walked into the dining room. Mariah was wearing a light blue tang suit today, looking energetic. Girl, if you're hungry, eat first. Don't worry about me. You can't be starving. Roxanne, you're here. Lena greeted with a smile. The elderly man nodded, sit down and have your meal. Only then did Lena obediently take her seat. Chapter 120, she also has a mother to love Mariah now. Clara placed a piece of abalone into Lena's bowl, smiling warmly. Little Di, tomorrow your mother will accompany you for the prenatal checkup. Stay here tonight, I've already prepared your room. After dinner, I'll take you to see it. Waverly Pedro also smiled. Yes, dear, stay here tonight and chat with Grandma. Waverly will go with you tomorrow too. Mom, you're not in good health. Rest at home, Atlas and I can accompany little Di. Clara said. The elderly lady shook her head. Isn't tomorrow for Down syndrome screening and ultrasound? I also want to see my great-grandchild. I didn't get to see during the last prenatal visit. Mom, just rest at home. We can bring back the ultrasound report for you to see. No need for you to make the trip personally. Jovan beamed with joy. Dear, I also want to go for tomorrow's prenatal checkup. Clara's lips twitched, she hadn't even convinced one person yet, and now another. Dad, we agreed that I would accompany little Di. If you go, the hospital staff might think you're conducting an inspection. How could they work properly then? Clara gave a wink to Jalmer across from her. This time, Jalmer stood on Clara's side. Yes, Roxanne, Mom and I going is enough. Besides, how many times do grandfathers attend their granddaughter-in-law's prenatal checkups? Mariah hearing this, Jovan glared sharply. Brat, what way to speak? Disrespectful. Jalmer calmly responded. Moreover, little Di prefers discretion. We haven't announced to the public that she's our family's granddaughter-in-law yet. Such a big fuss might cause her trouble. Trouble? Jovan struck the table with his palm upon hearing this, agitated. As long as I'm around, who dares to give my granddaughter trouble? His voice was strong and imposing. Jalmer sighed helplessly. Roxanne, you can't guard little Di all the time. Think about how many assassination attempts I faced growing up. With little Di pregnant, extra caution is necessary. Better safe than sorry. Clara quickly added, that's right, Dad. It's better to be discreet. Don't worry, I'll take good care of little Di. Jovan frowned. I just don't feel reassured. At this moment, Lena smiled softly and spoke gently. Waverly, Roxanne, having Lila Fu and Aiken with me is more than enough. It wouldn't be proper to trouble both of you to come. Seeing Lena speak, Waverly Pedro conceded. Alright, since little Di has spoken, I won't go. I'll wait for your news at home. Jovan laughed heartily at Lena. Alright, dear, Grandpa listens to you. You say we shouldn't go, we won't go. It's better to keep a low profile, being too conspicuous can cause trouble. Jalmer moved his lips, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. Forget it, forget it. His say in this household doesn't match little Di's. Still, his wife is formidable, he'd better listen to her too. Mariah he'd listen to her. The meal was enjoyed harmoniously, driving away Lena's gloom and brightening her mood. After dinner, Lena was taken upstairs by Clara to see her room. Jovan and Jalmer entered the tea room. A servant served the tea and quietly left, closing the door behind them. Jovan sat down seriously. What's going on with the Aubrey family? Why did they suddenly decide to come? Jalmer sat opposite the elder, sipping his tea calmly. I'm not sure. Uncle didn't reveal anything over the phone. Mariah only mentioned bringing little Di along. How strange. Did they finally have a change of heart and plan to apologize to dear? Jovan frowned, deep in thought. After drinking some tea, he mused, it's not impossible. After all, our two families have had a long-standing relationship. Breaking ties would harm the Aubrey family without any benefit. Perhaps they've realized this. Jalmer remained calm. I don't think it's that simple. There may be other reasons. Mariah glanced at his watch. They'll be here in half an hour. Instead of speculating, let's wait and hear what they have to say. Jovan nodded. Jalmer refilled Jovan's teacup. Roxanne, there's something else I need to tell you. Jovan lifted his teacup, asking casually, what is it? Little Di isn't the biological daughter of the Chin family. What? Pedro Tingdong's hand holding the teacup trembled, spilling tea onto the coffee table. Jalmer calmly wiped the spilled tea with a napkin before taking out an envelope from his bag and handing it to Jovan. Roxanne, look. This is the paternity test report between little Di and the Chin couple. Jovan opened the report, his expression serious as he flipped through it. Little Di isn't that couple's biological daughter, so who are her birth parents? Mr. and Mrs. Chin should know what happened back then. I've already sent someone to investigate. That couple is cowardly and fearful of trouble, a little pressure will make them talk. We should have results by today. Jovan put away the paternity test report, nodding without saying anything more. Lena followed Clara upstairs. Clara held her hand gently and smiled warmly. This room here is Aiken's bedroom. Your room is right across from his. Come in and take a look at what Lila has arranged for you. Do you like it? When the door opened, Lena was momentarily dazzled. Everywhere she looked was soft pink. Pink wallpaper, pink curtains, pink bedding, pink carpet, pink sofa, and even pink tables. Melvin the trash can and garbage bags were cute shades of pink. It was the first time Lena had seen Moriallo Kitty printed on a trash bag. How do you like it? Clara's eyes sparkled with excitement. I specially arranged this princess room just for you. Do you like it, my sweet little butterfly? Lena walked into the room and picked up a pink rose from the vase on the table, smelling it lightly. The delicate fragrance was soothing. Lena was deeply moved. It felt wonderful to be cherished by someone. She lifted her head, her eyes slightly red. Thank you, Lila Fu. I really like it. From childhood until now, she had been ignored and treated like a servant. Suddenly being treated like a princess made her want to cry out of happiness. Seeing Lena's expression, Clara knew she was close to tears, feeling warmth and affection towards her. Sweet little butterfly is such a good girl, she truly deserves to be cherished. Good, I'm glad you like it. Clara held her hand and led her further inside. There's also a balcony here. Lila installed a flower rack swing for you. Lena followed Clara to the sliding glass door. Clara pulled back the curtains and opened the door. Outside was a large balcony with a swing adorned by colorful flowers. Lena couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, wow! A flower rack swing. She skipped over joyfully to see the swing. The flowers used to decorate the swing were numerous, including hydrangeas, roses, carnations, larkspur, and many others she couldn't name. It was January, the middle of winter, everything outside was barren and frozen, yet here she saw signs of spring. Lena turned around to find Clara standing by the glass door, smiling warmly at her. Curiously, Lena asked, Lila Fu, how can these flowers bloom so beautifully in such cold weather? Clara laughed. I took them from your grandma's greenhouse. Ah. Lena's mouth dropped open in surprise. Is that even possible? Seeing Lena's stunned reaction, Clara couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha ha ha, silly little butterfly, I was just teasing you. I wouldn't dare pick flowers from Waverly's garden casually. If I did, she'd probably come after me instead. Clara stepped closer to her. But if I really told her I needed the flowers for your swing, she would gladly give them to me. These flowers didn't come from her garden though. They were air freighted here this noon. How do they look? Clara plucked a white rose casually and examined it closely. They're blooming quite nicely. Aiken called me this morning to tell me you were coming back, so I hurriedly ordered these fresh flowers. They arrived exactly at noon, and I instructed the servants to arrange them immediately. You can sit on this swing to read or daydream when you're bored. I've had the balcony sealed with glass to keep the cold wind out. When these flowers start to wilt, I'll ask someone to replace them. Lena didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment. Clara was simply too kind to her. Silently, she reached out and hugged Clara, her eyes reddening as she choked out softly, Thank you, Mom. Mariah's voice was very soft, but Clara heard it clearly. Startled, it took her a while to realize what had happened. Little Di called her mom. Ah, Little Di called her mom. Clara couldn't stop smiling, hugging Lena tightly in response. Oh, my sweet little butterfly, you don't need to thank your mom. This is all part of what your mom should do for you. Lena closed her eyes and leaned against Clara's chest. Now, she had a mom to love her. She wasn't an unwanted child anymore. Warm tears rolled down her cheeks as Lena wept with gratitude. Chapter 121, Reunion. At 2 o'clock, the Aubrey family arrived on time. The servant led them to the reception room. Mr. and Cassie, please wait a moment. Sir and young Catherine Ster are talking in the tea room. I'll go and ask them to come over. Jovan and Jean Pedro were discussing recent projects of the group in the tea room. The servant knocked on the door gently. Sir, young Catherine Ster, Oscar and Catherine Dam have arrived. Jean Pedro followed behind Ting Dong Pedro as they left the room. Xiao Song and Xiao Chen, you've come. Ting Dong Pedro walked into the reception room, greeting Mr. and Mrs. Slade. Jean Pedro didn't speak, he nodded at Mr. and Mrs. Slade and Tian Aubrey as a greeting. Jovan sat down and came straight to the point. What brings you here today? Slade glanced toward the direction of the door, not seeing Lena. Mariah frowned. Where's Ray? Jovan turned to look at Jean Pedro, eyes filled with confusion. Jean Pedro replied, she's upstairs. Slade said, today we do have something important to say, concerning Ray. Please ask her to come over so I can tell everything at once. All right. Jean Pedro walked out of the reception room and told a servant, please bring Catherine Dam and young mistress over. Yes, young Catherine Ster. After a while, Clara was supporting Lena as they approached. Ray, since you're pregnant, you need to be very careful. No matter what the Aubrey family says later, don't be impulsive. Our Pedro family will always back you up. Just watch quietly. Clara feared that the Aubrey family might cause trouble and preemptively warned Lena. Don't worry. If they dare to bully you, our Pedro family won't let it slide. So you don't need to get angry with them. Lena nodded. I understand, Mom. I'll control my emotions. Clara smiled. Yes, our Ray is the best. The two entered the reception room. As soon as Lena stepped in, Adelita stood up abruptly, looking unusually agitated. Ray. Lena looked at her, brows slightly furrowed. Cassie. Seeing Adelita so agitated, Clara glanced at her with some puzzlement but held her tongue. Lena and Clara sat down. Jovan said, now that the girl is here, you can speak your piece. Mariah tapped his cane on the ground. Let me be clear first. Ray is everyone's little princess in our family. If you speak disrespectfully, I will ask you to leave immediately. Also, regarding Kala bullying Ray, it has been settled. There won't be a next time. If you dare to bully Ray, our Pedro family will make you pay. Slade hurriedly said, Sir, you misunderstand us. How could we bully Ray? Mariah took out a bag and handed it to Ting Dong Pedro. Please take a look at this first. Ting Dong Pedro took it. The bag was heavy. Upon opening it, inside was a thick stack of documents. Ting Dong Pedro initially flipped through a couple of pages casually, but when he saw the paternity test results stating that Kala and the Aubrey couple were not biological, he sat up straight. The more he read, the graver his expression became. Noticing the change in his expression, others became curious. What could it be that made Jovan's expression so serious? Ting Dong Pedro, holding evidence about Sylvia switching the babies, felt incredibly shocked. Just now, Jean mentioned that Ray wasn't the biological daughter of the Chin family, and now the Aubrey family had brought proof for a reunion. Mariah never imagined Sylvia used to be the Aubrey family's nanny. Dust Hen mentioned helping Ray find her birth parents, but it seemed like there was no need to search anymore, as the birth parents had found them. After finishing reading, Ting Dong Pedro composed himself and pushed the documents to Jean Pedro. Aden, you take a look. Saying that, he cast a complex glance at Lena. Lena was bewildered. What happened? Why did Grandpa's expression become so strange after looking at those documents? A few minutes later, Jean Pedro raised his head, emotions swirling in his eyes. Meeting his gaze, Lena was slightly taken aback. Why were they all looking at her with such strange expressions after reading those documents? Could those documents be related to her? Sure enough, Jean Pedro passed the documents to her. Prepare yourself mentally before you read it. Confused, Lena asked, what kind of mental preparation? Jean Pedro glanced at the three people from the Aubrey family sitting opposite him, hesitated, then sighed. It's related to your birth parents. Upon hearing this, Lena couldn't stop her hands from trembling. So soon. She had just seen the DNA report confirming she wasn't biologically related to the Chin couple this morning, and now she received news about her birth parents on the same day? Why did the Aubrey family deliver this news? Could her birth parents be connected to the Aubrey family? Lena was afraid. She feared this was not good news. She was afraid that her birth parents had indeed voluntarily abandoned her back then. She was afraid that her birth parents knew their daughter was alive and well but were unwilling to acknowledge her. And she was afraid to learn that her birth parents were no longer in this world, meaning she would never see her mom and dad again. Seeing that Lena held the documents without opening them for a long time, Adeline couldn't hold herself back any longer. She looked at Lena with tears streaming down her face. Laverne, you are our biological daughter. I am your mother. Bang, the documents fell to the ground with a sharp sound. Lena suddenly lifted her head to look at Adeline on the opposite side, her heart pounding rapidly as if it would jump out of her chest. What was she saying? Adeline choked up, Child, it's Mom who has wronged you. It's Mom's fault for not keeping an eye on you, allowing the bad guys to take advantage of the situation. It's all Mom's fault. Ying, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Slade patted Adeline's back, gently comforting her. Lena tilted her head slightly, looking as if she didn't understand what they were saying, with an expression filled with confusion and pain. Jean Pedro felt a surge of sympathy. Mariah hugged Lena into his arms and tenderly wiped away her tears. It's okay, my dear. Everything is fine. I'm here, don't be afraid, everything is fine. Lena's mind was blank. She didn't even realize when she started crying. Clara's face turned white upon hearing what the Aubrey couple said. She hurriedly picked up the documents from the floor and quickly scanned through them. The more she read, the paler her face became. She hadn't known that Lena wasn't the biological daughter of the Chin couple until now. Seeing these documents revealed the truth about Lena's origins. Eduardo felt a myriad of emotions. Mariah was now feeling very conflicted. This girl before him was his biological sister, who had endured 19 years of hardship living in another family. Logically, he should have felt extremely sympathetic towards her. But, thinking about how her arrival might make Kala lose the favor of their parents, he found it hard to like this girl. Besides, although this girl shared blood ties with him, they had no emotional bond. She was almost a complete stranger to him, even carrying some personal grudges. Asking him to immediately treat her as a beloved younger sister was something he simply couldn't do. Jovan remained calm. Mariah said sternly, Melvin, if Sylvia really switched your children, to be safe, you still need to do a paternity test with Laverne. Slade nodded, of course. Let's set this aside for now. Laverne's emotions are very unstable at the moment. We'll talk about this after she calms down, Jean Pedro said with a serious face. Chapter 122, Clara confronts the Aubrey couple. Clara sneered. Are there parents like you in this world? You can't even take care of your own child, and now she has been switched with another. Adeline's face turned pale. Slade wasn't faring any better. I'm a straightforward person, don't take it too personally. It was your fault for not taking good care of Ray back then, causing her to suffer for 19 years. Now, she is part of our Pedro family, and you won't be able to snatch her away. Slade said, Clara, that's not what I mean. Ray is indeed your daughter-in-law, but she is also our flesh and blood. What do you mean by snatching away? We made mistakes in the past, but since we found Ray now, we will surely compensate her properly. Compensate? Clara snorted coldly. What can you compensate with? The hardships Ray endured have already happened. How useful is compensation now? She spoke disdainfully. Our Pedro family's little princess. What can she possibly lack? Melvin, if she wanted the stars from the sky, we would find a way to get them for her. Who cares about your meager form of compensation? Besides, don't you have another daughter at home? How do you plan on dealing with her after all the bullying she did to Ray? Eduardo interjected. Justine has already kowtowed and apologized to Ray. Let's just leave it at that. Clara replied coldly. It's not your turn to speak when elders are talking. Eduardo's expression fell. Slade said, Clara, although you are Ray's mother-in-law, you have no right to make decisions on behalf of Ray. Whether or not Ray recognizes us should be up to her. Clara slightly raised her eyes. Of course, I respect Ray's decision. Adeline tearfully looked at Chin Ray. Ray, will you come home with Mommy? Mommy? Chin Ray lifted her head from Jalmer's embrace, softly repeating. She stared blankly ahead, her eyes devoid of focus, lost in confusion. Clara felt a pang of pain, soothing her gently. Mariah, Mommy is right here. Chin Ray's eyes regained focus as she turned to look at Clara. Mommy, I'm so tired. I want to be alone for a while. Sure, Ray. Go upstairs and rest for a bit. I'll handle things here. Clara told Jalmer. Jean, take Ray upstairs first. Chin Ray stood up. Adeline cast a quick glance at her belly, her pupils widening abruptly. Is Ray pregnant? After Chin Ray left, Adeline asked with a pale complexion. Clara responded irritably, yes, with our Pedro family's little great-grandchild, twins actually, but this matter doesn't concern you. Adeline retorted angrily, how could it not concern us? Mariah's child is my grandchild. Clara curled her lips mockingly, Ray hasn't acknowledged you yet, naturally, her children aren't related to you either. Blood is thicker than water, Ray will recognize us eventually. Clara rolled her eyes. Grandfather Pedro had also harbored resentment toward the Aubrey family, allowing his daughter-in-law to scold them. Mariah spoke up only when he deemed the situation appropriate. All right, little Aubrey and little Chin, don't be too upset. Clara was just being protective of Ray. It's useless to argue now. Once the DNA test results come out, we'll follow Ray's wishes. Slade nodded, okay. Adeline asked with concern, how many months along is Ray? Has she had prenatal checkups? Grandfather Pedro nodded, don't worry, she's had regular checkups. Tomorrow she will. Realizing he nearly slipped, Grandfather Pedro stopped mid-sentence. Clara gave him a puzzled look. Mariah's gaze seemed to ask, why tell them? Grandfather Pedro caught himself. Adeline pressed on, tomorrow? What time? Where? Clara answered, Jean and I will accompany her. You don't need to bother. If you have the time to be concerned about this, you might as well go home and keep an eye on your daughter Kala. Adeline blurted out, she's not ours. We've decided to send her back to the Chin family. Eduardo became agitated upon hearing this. Mom, I disagree with sending Justine away. Dad and I have already agreed not to send her. Huh, Clara laughed sarcastically, your Aubrey family sure is amusing. With your internal problems unresolved, you still want to snatch our Ray away. Do you want Ray back home so Liao Ying can bully her again? Adeline glared at Eduardo, stop making excuses. Since Liao Ying isn't my daughter, I must send her away. Mom, no. Clara stood up, you'd better sort out your family issues at home. I'm tired, I'll take my leave. After giving Grandfather Pedro a look, he nodded, signaling she could go. Clara left. The three people from the Aubrey family continued to discuss the fate of Kala. Grandfather Pedro coughed dryly to interrupt them. All right, once Ray's emotions have stabilized, I will contact you for a paternity test. I have an appointment with the Zhang family elder for chess, so I must take my leave now. With these words from Grandfather Pedro, the three Aubrey family members, no matter how thick-skinned they were, couldn't stay any longer. Okay. Slade stood up. Then we'll take our leave. Upstairs, Jalmer had coaxed Chin Ray to sleep. Jalmer quietly watched the girl's sleeping face for a while, then tiptoed out of the room. Clara came over to ask, how is Ray? Jalmer made a shoo gesture. She's asleep. What do you plan to do about the Aubrey family? Clara asked. Jalmer paused. We'll follow Ray's wishes. Clara nodded. You two should stay here tonight, and tomorrow morning we can accompany her to her prenatal checkup. Jalmer returned to his own bedroom. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. A few minutes later, he took out his phone and called Lawrence. How did the inquiry with the Chin couple go? Sir, I was just about to report to you. The interrogation of the Chin couple confirmed that Catherine Dam is indeed not their biological daughter. Lawrence gave a brief report. The situation matched exactly what the Aubrey family had said. It seems Ray is really the daughter of Slade and his wife. Chapter 123 Reunion with Tenley. Lena had a dazed and confused sleep. When she woke up again, it was already dusk. The afterglow of the sunset shone through the glass sliding door into the room, casting an orange-red warm light on the floor, as twilight spread across the sky. Lena opened her eyes, feeling bewildered, not sure where she was or what time it was. She lay in bed, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Mariah's consciousness gradually returned, making her more awake. Uncontrolled chaotic scenes flooded her mind. Cassie's tear-swollen eyes. Gwen's vicious insults. Alexi's menacing face. Kala's haughty, disdainful look from on high. And that document which fell to the ground, unopened. Lena sat up on the bed after a moment's daze, rubbing her head. She dragged her tired body into the bathroom with a dazed expression, only to discover her face was covered with tears when she looked in the mirror. It turned out that thinking about those things had made her cry unconsciously. Lena hastily wiped away her tears and turned on the faucet to wash her face with hot water. She squeezed facial cleanser into her palm, ready to apply it to her face, but suddenly noticed a mint scent instead of the usual milk scent. Isn't my facial cleanser supposed to be milk-flavored? Lena came back to her senses, looked closely, and realized she was holding toothpaste. She sighed silently, washed the toothpaste off her hand, and squeezed the facial cleanser again. She stared at her reflection in the mirror. Before she hadn't noticed, but now, looking closely, she subconsciously compared her face with Cassie's and found some resemblance. Is she really my mother? Lena was lost in thought, staring at her own reflection. Why didn't she want me back then, and now she's crying to recognize me? After thinking for a while, Lena couldn't figure it out, so she sighed deeply and quietly washed her face and brushed her teeth. Lena walked out of the bedroom after washing up and happened to meet Clara coming upstairs to see her. Clara looked at her tenderly. Little Di, you're awake. Are you hungry? Lena shook her head lightly. Clara observed her expression, hesitating to say something. Lena whispered, Mom, I'm fine. Sister, you're awake. I just made a strawberry mini cake for you. When you're feeling down, eating something sweet can cheer you up. A long-missed female voice rang out. Lena looked up to see Tenley standing at the top of the stairs. She wore a moon-white knee-length dress, her long black hair flowing freely over her shoulders, a faint smile on her face, looking elegant and beautiful. How did you get here? A hint of joy appeared on Lena's sullen face. Tenley approached with a bright smile. I came to visit you right after winter break started. Sister, I didn't think you'd remember me. Lena smiled faintly. Of course I do. Seeing Lena smiling, Clara finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she heard you were feeling down, she immediately ran to make you a cake. Little Di, would you like to try it? Lena nodded with a smile. Sure. The strawberry cake was delicious, stimulating Lena's appetite. Yang wasn't very hungry, yet she couldn't stop eating one bite after another. Tenley watched Lena eat heartily, propping her chin with her hand, her eyes twinkling with happiness. Sister, you look so pretty, even when you're eating. My brother has such good taste. Lena looked up at Tenley. You're beautiful too, she. Mariah he. Tenley giggled, then leaned in conspiratorially. Sister, does your baby inside kick a lot? Lena was taken aback for a moment before smiling gently. They are very well behaved and haven't been kicking. I've seen videos online, fetal movements can be quite scary, the belly moves. Lena chuckled, that won't happen until 5 months, I'm only 4 months along. Tenley's big eyes blinked expectantly, is that so? Lila told me you're going for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. Can I come along? Lena smiled, of course you can. Yay! The young girl exclaimed excitedly. Lena affectionately shook her head, she was such a carefree child. After finishing the cake, Tenley suggested they go shopping. Sister, when you're upset, you should go on a shopping spree. My brother earns money for you to spend. Let's splurge tonight. Lena glanced at the wall clock, looking hesitant. It's almost 7 o'clock. It's a bit late. Tenley widened her eyes in surprise. 7 is late? Nightlife hasn't even started yet. Lena laughed and poked Tenley's forehead. You little troublemaker, you know about nightlife too. Tenley pouted and said discontentedly, Sister, I remember you're only 3 years older than me. We are practically the same age, don't treat me like a kid. Lena nodded with a smile, indulgently saying, all right, our she is all grown up, not a little kid anymore. So can we go shopping? Tenley, stop causing trouble, little Di needs to rest properly. Jalmarg's voice came from behind them before Lena could answer. Lena turned around, why didn't I see you just now? I was in the study talking to grandfather. Jalmarg gently touched Lena's head, asking, did you sleep well? Pretty well. Tenley glared at Jalmarg discontentedly and protested, Mariah, Jalmarg, why won't you let me take sister out shopping? Do you understand girls at all? Shopping is in our blood, it gets us excited. Jalmarg shot her an eye roll, if you want to shop, go by yourself. Sister, look at him, what tone is that? So rude. Tenley shook Lena's arm coquettishly. Lena chuckled, her shoulders slightly shaking, all right, I'll go with you for a while. Seeing Lena smiling, a smile involuntarily spread across Jalmarg's lips, and he no longer stopped her. I'll ask Amy to go with you too. Jalmarg glanced down at his watch. Be back by 9 o'clock tonight, okay? 9? Are you serious? Tenley protested again. It takes almost an hour to drive there and back. An hour isn't enough to do anything. Jalmarg, you wouldn't be worried about sister spending too much money on you, right? Jalmarg's face darkened. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out. Tenley quickly covered her mouth, saying no more. But she kept giving Lena meaningful glances, urging her silently. Lena understood her intentions. Let's be home by 11, okay? She mimicked Tenley's earlier manner of coquettishly shaking Jalmarg's arm. This was the first time she had acted so coquettishly toward him. Jalmarg's heart skipped a beat. His Adam's apple moved slightly. If Tenley wasn't there, he would have wanted to press this coquettish person into the sofa and cherish her thoroughly. Lena smiled sweetly, continuing to shake his arm. Can we, Mr. Pedro? I'll bring you a gift. Jalmarg felt his mind wandering and absently grunted. Lena winked at Tenley. Done. In the car, Tenley and Lena sat in the back seat. Sister, you're really something, having my brother wrapped around your finger. It's the first time I've seen such an expression on his usually emotionless face. Ha ha ha. Lena laughed and asked, oh? What expression? The doting one, as if I really can't do anything with you. Why do you call him by name when he's around, but respectfully call him brother when we're alone? I do that so he doesn't get too cocky, otherwise, he might think I'm scared of him. Lena laughed. So why did you cover your mouth and shut up when he said he'd throw you out? Caught out. Tenley looked away awkwardly. I did that to give him face, not because I was afraid. Lena grinned. Alright, she is giving him face. Tenley huffed and didn't say another word. Lena asked, where shall we go shopping? How about the mall in the University District of North City? It has all kinds of things young people love. My favorite Lolita brand also has its flagship store there. I want to try on some new dresses. Sounds good. The University District in North City wasn't far. It took only 20 minutes by car. There were many young college students in the mall. Tenley rushed straight to the Lolita shop. Amy accompanied them. The store had many Lolita dresses. Although Lena hadn't worn such style before, the pretty dresses still sparked her interest. She walked around the store, admiring the beautiful dresses. Amy, do you like any of these? I can get you a few sets. Amy, who followed her, wrinkled her brows and shook her head. Not my style. Lena was about to suggest that a Gothic-style dress would look great on her when she saw something shocking. Chapter 124, Catching Mariah Best Friend's Boyfriend Cheating. Across the street at the women's clothing store. Carmen was affectionately holding Vernangiangua's hand. Gwyneth stared intently at the two of them without blinking. Blythe followed her gaze. What's wrong, Laverne? Gwyneth took a few steps toward the store entrance to get a clearer view. Those two in the opposite store, I know them. Blythe also saw Carmen and Vernangiangua. Are they your friends? Gwyneth shook her head. No, the man is Yueshin Mariah's boyfriend, and that woman. She choked on the latter part of her sentence. Blythe understood, realizing that Gwyneth had caught her best friend's boyfriend cheating. She sighed inwardly, having met Yueshin Mariah before, a very lively and beautiful girl. According to Laverne, she has good academic performance and a wonderful personality, making her an outstanding girl. Who would have thought such an excellent girl could be cheated on by her partner? Blythe glanced across at the couple. TSK, was this man blind? This homewrecker pales in comparison to Yueshin Mariah. And besides, this guy isn't particularly attractive either. Having such a beautiful girlfriend wasn't enough for him, he actually cheats. Truly, scum never rises. Gwyneth took out her phone, frowning as she opened WeChat. I'll ask Yueshin first if they've broken up. Yueshin, did you break up with Vernangiangua? Yueshin Mariah didn't reply immediately. Gwyneth continued staring at the disloyal pair across the street. They were focused on choosing clothes, unaware of Gwyneth watching them. Carmen picked a white down jacket, tried it on, and twirled twice in front of the mirror. Vernangiangua said something with a smile, causing Carmen to blush coyly. Gwyneth opened her camera, zoomed in, and snapped several photos of them. Then, Carmen handed the jacket to the staff, and they went to pay at the counter. Gwyneth clearly saw Vernangiangua scan to pay for it. At this moment, a WeChat notification came through. Gwyneth tapped to open it. Yueshin Mariah had replied. No. Gwyneth frowned even more deeply. Just as she was thinking about how to tell Yueshin about this, another message arrived from Yueshin. Mariah's my first love, and I really like him. We talked after last time, and I forgave him. Laverne, do you think I'm overly focused on romantic love? When Yueshin first mentioned Vernangiangua, Gwyneth had already told her she was obsessed with romance. Back then, Yueshin showed her a photo of Gua, describing his ordinary appearance as that of a handsome man, clearly showing how much she loved him. Gwyneth had warned her that being infatuated rarely ends well. Sure enough, now Vernangiangua was cheating again. The last time he dined with Carmen, Gwyneth sensed their unusual relationship. Gwyneth had thought Yueshin saw his true colors, and she advised Yueshin to break up with him. She believed Yueshin had seen things clearly, but unexpectedly, she forgave him. Actually, he treats me quite well usually. Mariah walks me to the dormitory gate in the dark, brings me an umbrella when it rains, folds cranes by hand for my birthday, and cries for me when I have menstrual cramps. Reading Yueshin's message, Gwyneth almost lost her breath. Does she consider this being good to her? Gwyneth steadied herself and looked up at the couple across the street. Vernangiangua paid, and the store staff handed over the packaged clothes to Carmen. Carmen smiled charmingly, giving Vernangiangua a kiss on the cheek. Just as Gwyneth wanted to capture the moment, Lee finished kissing. I got it. Blythe handed over her phone. It showed exactly the scene of Carmen kissing Vernangiangua. Do you want to tell her? Blythe asked. Seeing the couple about to leave the store, Gwyneth grabbed Blythe, stepped back a few paces, and hid inside. Of course, I must tell her, Gwyneth whispered behind a row of clothes, but I don't know how to say it. She really likes him, and I'm afraid she will. Blythe was unimpressed, so what? She scoffed, it's just one man. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Tell her to kick this scum out, and I'll introduce her to better men. Gwyneth was about to say something when Gilda emerged from the dressing room. Sister, do you think I look good in this dress? Gwyneth absent-mindedly replied, yes, very nice. Gilda noticed her distraction. What's wrong, sister? Are you troubled by something? Being a high school student, Gilda couldn't understand matters of love. Gwyneth didn't plan to explain and simply shook her head. Gilda assumed Gwyneth was still upset about the afternoon incident and comforted her. Don't be sad, let's go shopping. The group toured many stores in the mall. Gilda returned laden with purchases. Lena didn't buy much for herself. She already had too many clothes at home to wear and more than enough skincare products. She lacked nothing. Recalling she had told Jalmer before leaving that she would bring him back a gift, Lena bought him 2 sets of clothes and a bottle of men's perfume. On the way back, Lena learned from their chat that Tenley had gone abroad to participate in an exchange program during her engagement period. The young girl felt very regretful for missing the engagement party. Lena comforted her with a smile, telling her it would be the same when they meet at the wedding. Chatting along, they arrived home. Tenley settled in the old Pedro residence to conveniently accompany Lena for her prenatal checkup early the next morning. After showering, Lena lay down on the bed. Jalmer was still busy in the study. She took out her phone and opened WeChat. Pondering how to tell Imelda about Augustine's cheating incident. After thinking for a while, she sent a message to Amy. Amy, I still don't know how to tell Imelda. Amy's reply was concise. Just say it. Then she sent Lena the photo of Yvonne kissing Augustine taken today. Lena opened the chat window with Imelda. Their last conversation was left at Imelda praising Augustine for being kind to her. At that moment, Lena hadn't known how to respond, so she didn't reply. Yueshin, are you asleep? Imelda replied quickly. No, what's up, Ray? Lena thought for a moment. Well, I ran into Augustine at the mall tonight. The mall? Are you sure you didn't see wrong, Ray? Vernangiang told me his department had a meeting tonight. Department meeting? Lena replied, I didn't see wrong, I'm sure. Besides, aren't the final exams over and winter break started? Students are gradually leaving school, why have a meeting? Maybe he finished work early and went shopping. Sigh, Lena sighed silently. Imelda is intelligent and should know by now that Augustine was lying. But she refused to admit it. As Imelda's close friend for over a decade, Lena couldn't bear to see her get played by a scumbag. Yueshin, stop fooling yourself. Today, I not only saw him but also saw Yvonne, and they were together. Augustine even bought Yvonne clothes, acting intimately, which doesn't seem like something newly formed. After saying this, Lena sent the photo taken by Amy. Imelda did not reply for a long time. Chapter 125, Meeting the Aubrey family couple at the prenatal checkup. The next day. Since Lena needed to have a prenatal checkup, the entire Pedro family took it very seriously and got up early. Melvin Tenley, who liked to sleep in, set her alarm and got up early. Tenley yawned and walked down the stairs with a sleepy look on her face. She asked Clara, who was also yawning on the sofa in the living room, Lila, when is Sister Lena going to the hospital? Clara lazily leaned back on the sofa and said, we'll wait for little Di to wake up naturally. There's no rush. Tenley nodded, walked over to Clara, and sat down beside her, lounging like Guyu on the sofa. Yovan was practicing Tai Chi outside on the lawn. Tenley glanced through the window and poked Clara. Lila, Yovan is amazing. It's so cold, yet he's practicing Tai Chi outdoors. Clara was used to it and didn't even lift an eyelid. That's why Roxanenual has such a robust body. Mariah's kept this habit for decades. Youngsters admire that. Lena woke up at 9:30. She took the elevator downstairs and saw everyone sitting neatly on the living room sofa. She was stunned. You, got up so early? Lena asked somewhat awkwardly. She was the last one to wake up in the whole family. Yovan smiled and said, old age means poor sleep quality. I naturally wake up around 6 every morning. Waverly Pedro nodded. Yes, once I wake up, I can't fall asleep again. Clara said, little Di, have you slept enough? If not, you can go back to sleep for a while. Lena shook her head and said, I've slept enough, Mom. Good, here are the things you need for your prenatal checkup. I've prepared everything for you. Do you see anything missing? Clara handed over a pinkish big handbag. Lena opened it and checked. Food, drinks, and supplies, everything was there. Lena couldn't think of anything missing and shook her head. Thanks, Mom. Everything is fine. Good. Jovan smiled at Lena and beckoned her over. Little Di must be hungry. Come and have breakfast. Lena went to the dining room. The housekeeper had prepared a table full of breakfast dishes. Looking at this table full of delicious-looking food, Lena's eyes lit up and her stomach growled. She just sat down and put a meat bun on her plate when Clara rushed over. Wait. Look at my forgetfulness. I forgot to tell you earlier. Little Di, today's tests require fasting. You can't eat or drink water right now, we need to draw blood. Lena stared at the steaming meat bun on her plate, swallowing hard. Oh dear, I forgot too. Getting old isn't helpful. This 16-week test is different from the previous progesterone test. You need to fast today, Little Di. Please endure until after the tests. Waverly Pedro slapped her thigh suddenly. As she spoke, she quickly took away the plate with the meat bun in front of Lena. Lena looked up pitifully, and her stomach conveniently growled again. Jalmer came over and gently patted her head, soothing her. Poor thing, you're suffering. Please bear with it. We'll go right now, and after the tests, I'll take you out for a big meal. Okay. Lena nodded obediently. Nearby, Tenley, who was eating a meat bun, paused upon hearing this. She looked down at the half-eaten bun in her hand, feeling a bit guilty. Mariah's sister Lena was still starving. Tenley turned to look at Lena. At the same time, Lena also looked over at her, staring longingly at the meat bun in Tenley's hand. The pitiful gaze made Tenley want to feed the bun to her right away, but she couldn't do that. The doctor said they must fast, and she had to follow the doctor's instructions. All she could do was not eat in front of Lena. Well, I'll go eat elsewhere, Tenley chuckled awkwardly, picking up her breakfast to leave. No, stay here and eat. I'll go change clothes, and then we'll leave. Lena waved her hands hastily. I'm not hungry, really. Lena stood up and left the dining room. After changing clothes and coming downstairs, Jovan said, I should go with you all. Clara sighed, Dad. I'll just sit in the car. I won't go inside. Jalmer held Lena's hand and said as they walked out, Grandfather, please wait at home for the photos. I'll send you the first picture of your great-grandson. Waverly Pedro was displeased and thumped her cane. No way. You must send it to me first. Well, it doesn't matter who gets it first. Can both of you see it together? Jalmer glanced at his watch. Time is tight, Roxanne and Waverly. We should go and get the checkup done as soon as possible so I can take Little Di out to eat. All right, Jovan nodded. The two elders of the Pedro family watched them leave, with the old man reminding the driver, drive slowly, shall Christina. Safety first. I will, sir. Don't worry. Today, a large group was going, Lena, Jalmer, Clara, Tenley, Amy, and 2 male bodyguards. They split into 2 groups. The main family members sat in the Rolls-Royce in front, driven by the Pedro family's longtime driver, old Christina. Amy and the 2 male bodyguards rode in the car behind. Jiarong Hospital wasn't far from the Pedro family residence. Under normal circumstances, it would only take about 10 minutes to get there. But driver old Christina, following the elders' instructions, drove cautiously and slowly, taking over 20 minutes to reach the hospital. The car stopped at the entrance of Jiarong Hospital. Jalmer helped Lena out of the car. Just as she steadied herself, a female voice came from behind. Laverne, you're here. The voice sounded familiar. Lena turned around puzzled. Catherine Dam Aubrey, Adeline, and Slade were standing behind her, looking at her. Lena was still not accustomed to Catherine Dam Aubrey calling her Laverne. She frowned slightly without responding. How did they know she was having a prenatal checkup here? Clara got out of the car right behind Lena. Seeing the Aubrey couple, Clara immediately showed a cold expression. Why are you here? Adeline responded coldly, of course I need to come and accompany my daughter for her prenatal checkup. After replying to Clara with a cold face, Adeline then turned to Lena with a smile, Laverne, are you tired from the ride? Do you want to rest first before the checkup? Lena discreetly tugged at Jalmer's sleeve, unsure how to handle the Aubrey couple. Jalmer held her hand, gently stroking her palm, and whispered in her ear, ignore them, let's go. With that, Jalmer led Lena past the Aubrey couple, and she obediently followed him. Who says she's your daughter? Laverne is my daughter, Clara retorted with a scornful look at Adeline, letting out a cold snort. Chapter 126, Meeting Gift for the Great-Grandson. While Lena was having her prenatal checkup, the Aubrey couple followed her wherever she went. Every time she turned her head, she could see Cassie's tearful face. Lena simply hid in the waiting room. She closed the door, isolating the Aubrey couple outside. Jalmer, what was in the file they brought yesterday? Am I really their daughter? After getting her blood drawn, Lena sat on the sofa in the lounge and whispered to Jalmer beside her. Jalmer nodded, it seems so. My people questioned Roxanne and Ricky, and their accounts match what's in that file. It says that Roxanne's original name is Ruthie, who worked as a nanny for the Aubrey family 19 years ago, and she swapped her own child with the Aubrey family's daughter. Lena gasped, clutching Jalmer's arm tighter. So, I am really their daughter. Kala is Roxanne's daughter? Jalmer softly hummed in response. Lena was lost in thought. Laverne, if you don't want to acknowledge them, we won't. Our Pedro family is much better than theirs, Clara said while sitting on the opposite sofa, looking at Lena. Tenley, playing with her phone nearby, raised her head in surprise, glancing between Lena and Clara. What did she hear? Sister Lena is the daughter of the Aubrey family? Kala, the plastic surgery girl, isn't actually the biological daughter of the Aubrey family. Oh my god, what a shocking piece of gossip. Tenley put away her phone, pricking up her ears to listen to the conversation. Lena lowered her gaze and remained silent for a moment before softly saying, Mom, I want to do a paternity test now. Clara hesitated for a second, then nodded, that's fine. They are here, so let's do it now. She got up to open the door. Mr. Slade and Mrs. Adeline were still standing outside. Seeing the door open, Adeline's eyes lit up. Laverne, Mom has something to say to you. Clara stepped aside to let them in. Adeline quickly walked up to Lena, excited, Laverne. Cassie, Lena's eyes were cold. The word Cassie choked off whatever Adeline was about to say. Lena looked up at her, since everyone is here today, let's do the paternity test now. Adeline was stunned speechless, while Slade, standing behind her, replied gravely, okay. When the prenatal report came out, the doctor said the fetus was developing well. Lena hadn't eaten breakfast, so she was starving. Clara took out some snacks from her handbag and handed them to her. Laverne, eat something first. Jalmer took several photos of the fetus and sent them to Grandfather Pedro. Mariah immediately called back via video chat. In the video, Grandfather Pedro and his wife were beaming and showered Lena with warm inquiries. They even offered her a luxurious villa. Lena waved her hands to refuse, no need, Roxanne and Waverly. I'm happy living in the apartment with Jean. Clara gave Lena a look, Laverne, this is their heartfelt wish. You should accept it. Another house gives you more options. If Jean bullies you in the future, you'll have somewhere to go, right? Jalmer scowled, Mom, should you be saying such things? Wishing Laverne and me to fight? Clara glanced at Jalmer, I'm speaking the truth. Which couple doesn't argue? Besides, men are all the same. This is for Laverne's good. Clara then turned serious and looked at Lena, besides, it's a luxurious villa, a gift from your grandparents. It will be part of your property. Melvin, if you don't use it, you can sell it for a large sum of money later. Who wouldn't like more money? Jalmer added, sweetheart, just accept it. It can be considered a gift for meeting our great-grandson. Lena looked at him, but the baby hasn't been born yet, how can I accept a meeting gift? Jalmer smiled lovingly, isn't seeing the photos meeting too? While they were still on the video call, both Grandfather Pedro and his wife had heard what Clara and Jalmer said. Grandmother Pedro chuckled, girl, your mom is right. If Jean bullies you in the future, just move back to your own house and stay out of sight. Grandfather Pedro also laughed and agreed, right. Your grandma is right. Back then when we argued, she would leave home every 2 or 3 days. The elderly couple paid no attention to Jalmer standing nearby. Tenley joined in with a smile, yeah, sister, when Jalmer bullies you, come live with me. Jalmer shot Tenley a cool glance. Relying on Clara being there, Tenley stuck out her chin and stared back at Jalmer with a defiant expression. As if to say, angry or not, have the guts to hit me. Jalmer snorted coldly and turned away. Mariah was too mature to fuss with a little kid. Ultimately, unable to refuse their heartfelt wishes, Lena accepted the luxurious villa. It was a high-end residence located in a prime area of Kyoto, valued at over 10 billion yuan according to Clara's estimation. Lena marveled, she had never dared to dream of such a sum. After the prenatal checkup, Lena and the Aubrey couple did a paternity test. Everything completed, it was almost dinner time. In the lounge. Jalmer got up, I've booked a restaurant. Let's go have dinner. Sure. I'm starving. Tenley jumped up. Jalmer looked at her with amusement, didn't you have 2 buns and a bowl of wonton noodles this morning? Tenley huffed, can't I have a fast metabolism? Slade said, Laverne, shall we visit home today? Your mom and I are looking forward to your return. Clara gave a cold laugh but remained silent. Lena shook her head, let's see after the results come out. Slade nodded and didn't say anything more. Adeline held Lena's hand for a few moments, then left with Slade. Qingyuan. In Eduardo's villa. Eduardo and Kala were entwined together. In the throes of passion, Eduardo reached for a condom, ready to open it. Kala stopped him, whispering into his ear, I want a baby. If she could bear Eduardo's child, he would certainly take responsibility for her and marry her. That way, she could stay in the Aubrey family. Melvin, if she couldn't be the daughter, she could be the daughter-in-law. She never wanted to go back to that broken-down Qin family. She wouldn't endure even one more day of hardship. Eduardo's gaze darkened upon hearing this. Mariah glanced deeply at Kala, eventually saying nothing and tossing aside the condom. Their passionate encounter was fierce and lasted a long time. Without protection, Eduardo made love to Kala many times. She wanted to get pregnant, wanted him to take responsibility, and he obliged her. What could he do, given his love for her? Eduardo knew Kala was using him. But he willingly let her use him. Chapter 127, Jerk hit Imelda. On the way back to the old house after dinner, Lena received a call from Imelda. Over the phone, Imelda was sobbing uncontrollably. Lena's heart tightened. Yueshin, what happened? Don't cry, take your time. Ray, I broke up. Imelda cried fiercely, her voice breaking. Augustine, he is such a big jerk. Mariah has no shame. Mariah has been messing around with Yvonne for quite some time. So, it was this matter. Lena sighed in relief. It's good that she broke up. Mariah's best friend was finally out of misery, and Lena was happy for her. She offered some consolation casually. It's fine, Yueshin. It's better this way, he's not worthy of you. You deserve much better. Let that cheating couple lock themselves away and stop causing harm to others. We shouldn't be sad. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Come to my place tonight, I'll stay with you. Ray. Imelda continued crying loudly. She couldn't speak through her sobs. Lena frowned, sensing something wasn't right. What happened, Yueshin? Did anything else happen? Imelda cried even louder. Augustine hit me. Ray, he actually laid hands on me. I'm in the hospital now. Lena's grip on the phone tightened, anger rising, her voice rising as well. What? Mariah dared to lay hands on you? Which hospital are you at? I'll come over immediately. Imelda told her the name of the hospital. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Hanging up, Lena said to Clara, Mom, something happened to my best friend. I need to go over there. You and Shiryao go back first. Clara had heard part of her phone call and guessed some of what was happening. It was better for her, as an elder, to keep out of such matters. All right, Xiao Christina, please stop at the mall ahead. Shiryao and I will go shopping there. Sure, Catherine Dam. Clara added to Lena, bring those 2 male bodyguards with you to teach that jerk a lesson for only bullying women. A man like him needs a proper lesson. Lena did not refuse. Augustine clearly deserved punishment for his actions against Imelda, especially hitting her. She would teach him a lesson. Upon hearing gossip, Vivian's eyes lit up. Lila, why don't you go back? I want to check it out. Clara reprimanded her. You little one, why do you always try to join in? This time, Lena did not indulge Vivian. Shiryao, you should go back first. Strangers accompanying Yueshin wouldn't make her feel comfortable or less embarrassed. Vivian realized her mistake, feeling guilty. You're right. I got carried away with gossip and forgot about your friend's feelings. Sorry, sister. Lila and I will head down now. Take care of yourself and the baby. Okay, Lena nodded. The driver stopped and Clara told Jalmer, protect Ray and don't let her get hurt. Yes, I understand. Lena, Jalmer, Amy, and the 2 male bodyguards went to the hospital in force. Imelda was staying in a general ward with 2 other patients. When Lena and the group entered, everyone in the room paused. Imelda's eyes were red from crying, her shoulders heaving with sobs. Lena walked over, sat beside her bed, and hugged her affectionately. An elderly woman in the adjacent bed said, Are you this girl's friend? Poor thing, covered in injuries. Who knows who beat her up? That person sure was vicious. Such a sweet girl getting hurt like this. Lena quickly examined Imelda's injuries. Yueshin, let me see where you're hurt. Imelda's face was bruised, which pained Lena. Imelda, still crying, rolled up her sleeves to reveal bruises on her arms. My legs and shoulders are bruised too. Imelda choked out. Standing nearby, Jalmer instructed Amy, upgrade her to a VIP single room and find Augustine. Got it. Amy left. Seeing this, Lena's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. So angry. This despicable man. I want to kill someone. Lena cursed, how dare he hit you? Mariah must have had a death wish. Damn it. I will avenge you for sure. We should report him. Imelda shook her head, no use, Ray. I already did. They said it's a relationship issue, out of their jurisdiction. What? How unreasonable. Imelda's tears didn't stop. I don't know what to do now. Augustine has disappeared, and he already blocked me on all platforms. I paid for the medical expenses myself. Don't worry about that, it's not hard to find him. Lena glanced at Jalmer, who understood her without a word. Mariah silently nodded and left the ward to make a phone call. In the ward, Lena hugged Imelda to comfort her. 10 minutes later, a nurse came in to have Imelda transferred to another room. Someone had upgraded her to a VIP single room. Lena knew it was Jalmer's arrangement and encouraged Imelda not to refuse. The VIP single room wasn't luxurious, but it was quiet, spacious, fully equipped, and even had professional nursing staff. Imelda thanked Jalmer repeatedly. Jalmer said calmly, You're welcome. You are Ray's best friend, it's only right. Imelda cried as she told Lena many things about her relationship with Augustine, including how he spent a lot of her money during their relationship but cheated on her with Yvonne. Listening to this, Lena gave Jalmer a look. Jalmer nodded. Mariah understood Lena's meaning. She wanted him to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Ray, you two talk well. I'll wait outside, Jalmer said politely. Okay. As Jalmer left the ward, Amy approached. Young Catherinester, we found him. Catherine's sure to teach him a proper lesson. Jalmer said coldly as he walked away. Wait until he pays back the money before reporting him to the police. Let the detention center people take good care of him. Understood, young Catherinester. Do we need to inform Lady Pedro? Yes, go ahead. All right. Augustine never thought that the ever-obedient Imelda would confront him with photos of him kissing Yvonne. Last night, they had a huge argument in the rented apartment. You dare to secretly photograph me? I didn't take them. Imelda shouted angrily, afraid of being caught. Why are you afraid of others photographing you? Augustine sneered, scared? Of what? Scared you'd find out? Huh, I was just playing with you. What if you did know? You shameless bastard. You and Yvonne are a pair of scumbags. Worthless man and woman together, you deserve each other. Smack, Augustine slapped Imelda. Watch your mouth. How dare you hit me? Imelda covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Hit you? I'll keep hitting you if you curse at her again. Fine, you beat me for that woman. Enraged, Imelda lunged at him fiercely. But strength-wise, a woman was no match for a man. She was easily overpowered by Augustine. Ultimately, she was brutally beaten by Augustine and lay on the floor unable to stand. Augustine slammed the door and left, not returning all night. Imelda lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling, crying all night. She fell into a daze as dawn approached. When she woke up at noon, she called an ambulance herself and came to the hospital. During this time, Augustine never contacted her. Moria heartbroken, she tried to message him for compensation but found he had blocked her. Furious, she reported it to the police, but they dismissed it as a personal matter beyond their jurisdiction. Desperate, she called Lena. Chapter 128 Beating up the jerk for Mariah best friend. After Augustine stormed out, he called Yvonne to join him for drinks. Yvonne wasn't stupid. Drinking with a single man late at night? What if she got drunk? It could easily lead to something worse. She might end up sleeping with him. She made an excuse and ended the call, her lips curling into a mocking smile. She was just playing around. Playing with a man who already had a girlfriend was the most thrilling. For men like him who couldn't give much money, there was no way she'd be foolish enough to sleep with him. With years of experience as a homewrecker, dealing with a rookie like Augustine was like playing with a dog. Augustine found a small bar and drank several bottles until he passed out, spending the entire night there. The next day, he woke up groggily, his head pounding as if it would explode. Staggering out of the bar, the sunlight made him dizzy and disoriented. Before he took a few steps, someone knocked him unconscious with a blow and stuffed him into a sack. Augustine woke up due to the beating. Inside the sack, he couldn't see who was hitting him. But from the sounds, he knew there were at least 3 people. They pummeled him mercilessly, and Augustine sobbed and begged for mercy inside the sack. However, they didn't stop. Augustine didn't know who he had offended, continuously shouting, "Stop. Did you hit the wrong person? I haven't offended anyone recently. Please, you'll kill me if you keep this up. Ah. It hurts. Oh dear, please stop." They beat him severely, and soon Augustine collapsed in pain without strength to cry out. Just as he caught his breath, someone stomped on his head forcefully. That person ground their foot into his skull. "Do you know why you're being beaten today?" It was a woman's voice. Strange and cold. Augustine confirmed he didn't recognize this voice. Mariah struggled to speak. "No, I don't know, madam. Who did I offend?" Francesca said coldly, "You should know who you beat last night. Let me tell you now, Imelda isn't someone you can mess with. If you dare to bully her again, watch out for your life." Amy was merely scaring Augustine. Young Catherinester only wanted to teach him a lesson and instructed not to kill him. But for someone like this, unless he scared him properly, Augustine might not learn his lesson and could even seek revenge on Imelda later. Mariah Herring, lose your life. Augustine trembled. "Catherine, damn, I won't dare anymore. I'll never touch Imelda again. Please spare me." "All right." Amy continued to press down, speaking calmly. "Didn't you spend a lot of her money while dating her? On one hand, you cheated with other women, yet you still asked her for money. No freeloader is as shameless as you." Augustine's head was pressed hard into the ground, stuttering, I'll repay. I'll return all the money." Amy replied coolly, including her medical expenses, living costs, and compensation for mental anguish. "Not a single cent less. Catherine, damn, I want to pay, but I don't have that much money." Amy gave a look, and the burly bodyguards beside her immediately kicked the sack even harder. Augustine screamed in agony, quickly begging, "I'm wrong. Catherine, damn, I'm wrong. I'll pay. I'll pay everything." Amy said coldly, settle it within 5 days, or else you'll regret it. Catherine, damn, please give me a few more days. I really don't have any money right now. 3 days. Augustine gasped, too afraid to haggle further. Once you settle the debt, stay far away from Imelda. If you harass her again, Madam here will make sure you go childless. Amy worked efficiently, solving Augustine's issue and returning to the hospital within an hour. On her way back, she also bought some food. When Amy walked into the ward with braised chicken rice, Lena was chatting with Imelda. Seeing Amy return, Lena turned to ask, how did it go? Amy put the meal on the bedside table, unfolded the small portable desk, and placed it on Imelda's bed. It's settled. Augustine will repay all the money he spent and cover the medical and living expenses within 3 days. At the mention of Augustine, Imelda's face turned pale. Lena felt heartache seeing this. Amy remained calm, placing the food on the small table. Yueshine hasn't eaten yet, right? I brought you braised chicken rice. It's rushed, so just eat what you can. Imelda was moved and thanked her repeatedly. Lena nodded at Amy approvingly. She learned that Imelda was in the hospital and hurried over to see her. The two were so engrossed in chatting that she forgot to ask if Imelda had eaten. It was still Amy who was attentive and thorough. Lena looked at Imelda. Yueshine, have something to eat first. Tonight I'll have someone send you some nutritious meals. No need for all that trouble, Laverne. I can just order takeout. Imelda waved to decline. Lena insisted, how can we let an injured person eat takeout? Takeout lacks nutrition and isn't sanitary, which is not good for recovery. Tonight, I'll have my family prepare some nutritious meals and send them over for you. It's no trouble at all, Yueshine. We're best friends, don't talk about being troublesome. Imelda did not refuse again. Being in Beijing wasn't like being at home. With injuries now, there were many inconveniences. It was better to have someone look after her. Moreover, she and Laverne had been close friends for over a decade. Declining further would seem too formal. Thank you then, Laverne. Best friends don't say thank you, Lena said with a smile. You've forgotten what your parents used to do. Mentioning her parents, Lena paused, her expression stiffening for a moment before she changed her words. Previously, Santana and Ricky took Alexei and Marvin on trips, leaving me alone at home. I didn't go to your place enough times for meals. Imelda's kindness towards Lena has always been remembered by her. Lena knew how to cook and could do so when living alone at home. But Imelda felt pity for her, afraid she might be lonely and sad living alone, so she brought Lena back home. Uncle and Aunt liked her very much. The dishes Aunt made were Lena's favorites. Imelda even passed her the large chicken leg. After dinner, they returned to the bedroom to play games. Imelda even let her use her computer. During winter, Lena wore old padded jackets that Santana had discarded, which were outdated, unflattering, and offered little warmth. In the winter of her first year in high school, one day she went to Imelda's house to play. Imelda took out 2 new down jackets and told her they were bought online but the wrong size, which couldn't be worn. Returning them wouldn't cover shipping costs, and she was too lazy to return them, so she gave them to Lena to wear. Imelda, at 170 centimeters tall, usually wore L or M sizes, while Lena, shorter and slimmer, wore S sizes. No matter how careless Imelda was, she couldn't possibly buy the wrong size repeatedly. Yang intentionally bought the S size, to take care of her self-esteem, claiming it was accidentally bought too small to fit. Lena originally wanted to refuse but thought about enduring the cold every winter and finally accepted Imelda's goodwill. She wore those 2 down jackets all the way until now. Chapter 129. Kala is about to be reunited with her family. Lena regained her composure and said to Imelda, Yueshine, you eat first. I'll be right back. Imelda was eating and hummed in acknowledgement. Lena and Amy walked out of the ward into the corridor. As soon as they were out, all traces of tenderness and smile vanished from Lena's eyes, replaced by a cold frostiness. How did things go with Augustine? Amy replied, we gave him quite a beating. It'll probably take a month for him to get off the hospital bed. Also, we made him pay back the money he owes Yueshine within 3 days. After he pays up, we'll report him to the police, send him to the holding center for a few days where he will receive special treatment. Lena nodded, not bad. Was this Jalmer's idea? Yes, Amy replied. Additionally, I warned him to stay away from Yueshine and not to harass her anymore. Good. Lena didn't ask anything further, asked Lynn from the apartment complex to prepare some light but nutritious meals and deliver them over during dinner time. Yueshine doesn't eat eggs or onions, nothing else picky. Tell Lynn to make it as nutritious and healthy as possible. Also, take care of the subsequent hospitalization and medical fees for Yueshine. Use my card. Lena pulled out a card from her bag and handed it to Amy. It was a spending card that Jalmer had arranged for her. Every month Bradford would deposit several million into it. These past few months, since she ate, wore, lived, and traveled under Jalmer's expenses, she hadn't spent a single cent from this card. But now, seeing her best friend in trouble, she wanted to help her. Amy took the card and blurted out, okay, young lady. Lena gave her a strange look. Didn't we agree on not being so formal? You can call me Laverne, right? Why did you call me young lady again? Amy scratched her head and smiled. I called you that subconsciously. Laverne, I think you've really changed from before. Is that so? How have I changed? Amy looked at her seriously. When I first met you, you were always cautious and timid. Although you were the young lady of the Pedro family, you always treated yourself as an outsider, unwilling to trouble young Catherine Stir or even me. Now, you've really settled into your role, looking more and more like the young lady of the Pedro family. Lena joked, are you saying I now have airs of a young lady? Or that I bother you without any embarrassment? Amy shook her head hastily. No, Laverne, that's not what I mean, Lena laughed. All right, I know that's not what you meant, I was just teasing you. Thanks for today, Amy. Amy solemnly replied, young lady, there's no need to thank me. It's my duty. Meanwhile, Lawrence had interrogated the Cheens the previous day. These two were cowards. When Lawrence threatened them with a knife, they spilled everything without any prompting, having witnessed Lawrence's methods before. Gwen confessed to the baby swap incident in detail. Lawrence sent the recorded video to Jalmer. Jalmer called. In a cold tone, he instructed, send this video to everyone in the Aubrey family, including Kala. Yes, young Catherine Stir. The questioning is done and they've been punished. Release the 3 people from the Cheen family. Jalmer paused, adding, leave them at the Aubrey family's doorstep. Yes, young Catherine Stir. Then, Jalmer called Slade. Slade picked up excitedly, what's wrong, Jean? Did the paternity test results for Ray come back? Adeline, who was nearby, said anxiously, give me the phone, let me talk to him. Slade passed the phone to Adeline. Before Adeline could speak, Jalmer coldly informed, the Cheen family has been found. Soon I'll send them to your doorstep. If you want Ray to recognize you, Cassie, it would be best if you show some sincerity. For Ray to return to her roots, Kala must first do so. Adeline was taken aback, then quickly responded, of course, we plan to send her away anyway. Has the paternity test result for Ray come back? Jalmer didn't reply. Adeline called out a few times, only to find out Jalmer had hung up. Adeline's expression soured. Slade hurriedly asked, Catherine, what did Jalmer say? Have the paternity test results come back for Ray? Does she wish to return? Adeline handed the phone back to Slade, shaking her head gloomily. Mariah didn't mention that. The results haven't come back yet. Mariah said he would send the Cheens over soon, for Kala to return to her roots. This. Slade's face showed hesitation, wanting to say something but holding back. Adeline turned her head, her gaze sharp. What? You're not willing to send her away? If she doesn't leave, how can our biological daughter come back? Tion disagrees. A trace of anger flashed in Adeline's eyes. If he disagrees, then we don't send her away? Laverne is our biological daughter, his own sister. Slade sighed, but Catherine, Tion does have a point. We can afford to raise 2 daughters. Adeline was furious. How can you still be so muddled at this moment? Is it a matter of whether we can afford to raise them? Of course, I know we can afford it. The key issue is that Kala has done such outrageous things to Laverne in the past. If we don't make her leave, how can Laverne possibly come back? As she spoke, Adeline started crying. It's not that I'm heartless. I've raised Kala for 19 years, and I do have feelings for her. Do you think I want to let her go? She sobbed, but Laverne is the daughter I carried for 10 months, who suffered so much to give birth to. She's flesh of my flesh. Adeline's eyes were red, looking at Slade. I've been feeding Ruthie's daughter well for 19 years while our biological daughter Laverne has endured humiliation and abuse at the hands of the Lynn family. Have you seen the investigation materials? Aren't you at all pained by what our Laverne has gone through these years? Wiping her tears, Adeline cried bitterly. Indeed, the suffering of pregnancy was all mine, the pain of childbirth was all mine. How could you understand my feelings? You only need to lend a hand. Slade grew anxious when he heard this. Catherine, what are you saying? Of course, I'm pained for you, and I'm also pained for our Laverne. Rest assured, I'll follow your lead. When Ruthie comes, I'll make Kala return and reunite with them. Tears streamed down Adeline's face, and Slade felt his heart breaking. Mariah took out his phone and opened the contact list. Catherine, don't cry anymore, it pains me to see you like this. I'll call Lao Tian and Kala right now and tell them to come back, okay? Adeline sniffled but didn't say anything. Slade sighed and dialed Kala's number. Meanwhile, Kala had just finished an intense bout of lovemaking with Eduardo. Clothes were scattered around the room, and the air was thick with post-coital intimacy. Eduardo leaned against the headboard, smoking contentedly. Kala snuggled up to his shoulder, her expression coy. The phone rang, and Kala frowned at the caller ID. In a sweet voice, she said, "It's Dad calling." Tian, I'm a bit scared to answer. Eduardo lazily exhaled a ring of smoke. Don't worry, Justine. Answer it and see what Dad wants. I'm afraid he wants to send me away. Eduardo kissed her lips reassuringly. With me here, no one can send you away. The phone continued ringing multiple times. Just before it would automatically disconnect, Kala reluctantly hit the accept button. Slade's voice was authoritative, leaving no room for refusal. Justine, come home immediately. There's an urgent matter. Chapter 130, the Chin family arrives at the Aubrey family. Mina, Carlos, and Amos, whose injuries had not yet fully healed, were roughly picked up by a few tall and burly men and stuffed into a minibus. Mina looked around in panic. Where are you taking us? They had just escaped from that basement and only spent a few days recovering in the hospital. Now, they were being forced back into a minibus. Amos asked the burly man driving in front, Brother, are you sending us back home? Their hands and feet were tied, so they couldn't move freely, but their mouths remained busy. Upon hearing about being sent home, a glimmer of hope appeared in Mina's eyes. Finally going home? She had been kidnapped for so long, little Bao at home must be worried sick. Thinking of Chin Emerson, her eyes filled with tenderness. She and her eldest son, Amos, had turned from family to enemies over money. Mariah's husband, Carlos, was also fighting for divorce. Now in this family, she only had her youngest son, Chin Emerson, left to depend on. Big brother, thank you for sending me home, thank you. In recent days, after experiencing these people's methods, Mina had learned to be obedient. She knew she couldn't afford to anger them and could only remain submissive to ensure her safety. To finally ride in a minivan felt like an improvement to her. It was no longer the sealed cargo truck compartment. Recalling how she had been tossed into the dark cargo truck, where it was pitch black inside once the door closed, she shuddered. Without seeing the sunrise or sunset, time lost all meaning. She only knew that she had been riding for a long time, constantly alternating between sleeping and waking up. All she had to eat were cold, hard buns, and there was nowhere to relieve herself except in the truck. The entire rear compartment became filled with foul odors, preventing her from getting any sleep. Thinking about it made her uncontrollably retch a few times. Seeing her reaction, Amos moved away slightly, his face showing obvious disgust. Afraid Mina would vomit on him. Mina saw this and shot him a cold glance. Old lady here raised you from diapers and never once looked down on you, you ungrateful bastard. Did I ask you to give birth to me? Don't try to morally coerce me. Amos replied disdainfully. Carlos watched the quarreling mother and son with cold eyes, saying nothing. His heart now belonged only to the capricious woman he was keeping outside. Mariah had no room for this pair. To him, Mina was now just an uncultured old woman. And Amos was a useless failure. Divorce was inevitable, and he could do without this son too. After all, he still had vigor and could have his beloved give him another son. Mina and Amos argued at the back. The two burly men sitting in the front driver's and passenger seats became increasingly irritated. Cannon in the passenger seat suddenly turned, raising a gun at Mina. Shut your damn mouth. Mina instantly quieted, not daring to make a sound. Carlos and Amos were both trembling with fear. Satisfied with their silence, the man put the gun away and turned back. The minibus stopped in front of a luxurious villa. The two men in the front jumped out, lifting the three Chins like chickens and throwing them roughly onto the ground. Ouch, my bottom. Mina groaned in pain. Rubbing her bottom while standing up, she looked around. Brothers, where are we? Didn't you say you'd send us home? Amos was also puzzled. Where are we? The two burly men ignored them, got back into the van, and drove off. Mariah, don't leave us here. Mina ran a few steps after the van, trying to catch up. But the van disappeared quickly. Cursing under her breath, she turned around and inspected the villa before her. This can't be. That girl Lena's new residence, right? Mina almost called Lena a dead girl, but fearing more trouble, she rephrased it to girl. Amos felt terrified whenever he heard Lena's name now. Because of her, he had suffered unimaginable torture. Mariah dared not threaten or insult Lena anymore. Standing before the villa entrance, unsure what to do next, a black Catherineback sounded its horn behind them. The passenger side window was rolled down, and an elaborately dressed woman glared at them irritably. Are you here to commit insurance fraud or beg? Get out of the way quickly, don't block your auntie's path. It was obvious they were not someone they could afford to provoke. The three Chins instinctively moved aside, not wanting to cause any more trouble. The villa gate slowly opened. Just as Eduardo was about to drive in, he saw Slade and Adeline walking toward the main entrance. The Chin family members stepped aside but noticed the car didn't leave. They looked up at the vehicle in unison. At this moment, Sandra and Slade had reached the door. Since the Chin trio had moved to the fence outside, the Aubrey couple did not see them due to the wall. Adeline reached the entrance and shouted through the iron gate to the people in the car, Asian, Kala, get out of the car first. Asian, Kala. This immediately revealed their closeness. Kala's face wasn't looking good. Mariah's mother used to call her Justine, but now she called her by her full name. Was this a sign that her mother had already decided to disown her? Would she change her surname to Chin in a few days? Eduardo glanced at her comfortingly and gently held her hand. Don't worry, Justine. Let's get out of the car. Kala got out and caught sight of the three people who looked like beggars nearby, giving a disdainful snort. Eduardo followed her, walked around the front of the car, and came over to hold her hand. Adeline frowned at the two holding hands. Was Asian making his stance clear to her? Thinking of her biological daughter, Adeline's expression was resolute. No matter how firm Asian's attitude was, she would send Kala back to the Chin family. She couldn't believe that as a mother, she couldn't control her son. Dad, Mom, we're back, Eduardo said as he led Kala to the gate. Kala smiled sweetly at her parents, trying to win favor. Adeline remained silent with a stern face. Slade nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Seeing Adeline's expression, Kala tightened her grip on Eduardo's hand. Adeline looked suspiciously outside the gate. Didn't you say people are coming? Why can't I see anyone? Eduardo furrowed his brow. What people? Chapter 131, The Reunion Drama. Adeline didn't answer but raised her eyes to glance at Kala. This glance carried a complicated look. There were many indescribable emotions. Kala felt uneasy under Adeline's gaze. Adeline withdrew her gaze and sternly asked, when you came back, did you see anyone from the Chin family? The Chins. Kala's biological parents. Upon hearing this, Kala's face turned pale, she felt dizzy, and her legs almost gave out beneath her. The Chin family had come? Eduardo quickly held her up and turned to look at the three people standing by the wall. The Chins? Their conversation was quite loud, and the three people from the Chin family by the wall heard it clearly. Thinking about what happened over the past few days, Gwen suddenly understood something and abruptly looked up, locking eyes with Kala. Are you? Gwen wasn't sure. This girl looked about the same age as Lena, that deadbeat, but she didn't resemble her at all. Mariah's heart pounded as she stood there, tense and motionless. Ricky also realized and looked up at Kala. No matter how stupid Kala was now, she knew these beggars in front of her were her birth parents. She had investigated the Chin family to deal with Lena. She had seen photos of the Chin family. But now, their faces were swollen and bruised, eyes blackened like panda eyes, clothes dirty and smelly, making them look like beggars, not at all recognizable as the Chin family. Mariah hearing the voices, Adeline stepped forward and went outside the gate. Following Eduardo and Kala's gazes, she looked towards the wall. Ruthie? Adeline called out uncertainly. Francesca before her was unrecognizable from the beating. Adeline couldn't be sure if it was Ruthie. However, in the next second, she confirmed it. Francesca immediately looked up at her in terror upon hearing Ruthie. Madam. Gwen stammered, trembling all over. Adeline became instantly agitated. She disregarded her noble lady's demeanor and, ignoring Gwen's filthy state, rushed forward and grabbed her collar. Ruthie. It really is you. You, Adeline choked on her words, tugging at Gwen's collar fiercely, unable to finish her sentence despite her agitation. Seeing this, Slade quickly went over and pulled Adeline away. Ai-ing, calm down. Adeline was pulled into his embrace. Okay, let's talk calmly, don't get worked up. Harren, she took our child away, she separated me and Laverne for 19 years. I hate. Adeline pointed at Gwen, crying and shivering. Slade gently patted her back, softly soothing her. Gwen's face was deathly pale, quivering silently. Ricky finally understood what was happening. Mariah shrunk against the wall, anxiously distancing himself. And no, it's not my fault. Back then, this woman wanted to switch the babies on her own accord. I didn't make her do it, I even tried to stop her. If you want to blame someone, go after her, not me. Initially timid and scared, Gwen erupted upon hearing Ricky's words. You bastard. Everything was your doing. Now you deny it? Isn't it because you're useless, can't earn money, can't even pay for the child's surgery fees? Gwen roared, back then, you urged me to exchange Yang with the madam's child. Now you dare to act cowardly? Pushing everything onto me, are you even a man? Kala, pale-faced, begged Eduardo, shaking her head continuously. Eduardo hugged her tightly, heartbroken. I'll have the security escort them out. Gwen, who had been cursing non-stop, snapped back to reality. Standing before her was her poor child. 19 years. For 19 long years, she hadn't seen this daughter. She wasn't sexist, she loved this daughter too. It was just that back then. Over the years, she beat and cursed at Lena, treating her like cattle, not because she disliked girls, but because Lena wasn't her biological child. Now, seeing her real daughter in front of her, Gwen's eyes welled up. Instinctively, she moved 2 steps closer to Kala. You. Child, you've grown so much. I'm your mother. I'm your mother. Terrified, Kala kept retreating. Get lost. Get away from me. I don't know you, don't pretend to be a victim. Gwen felt a sharp pain in her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm your mother, I'm your mother. She murmured these words repeatedly, over and over again. Eduardo took out his phone. Justine, don't be afraid. I'll call security right now. Slade stopped Eduardo, no need to call security. Mariah looked at the Chin couple. Today, let Kala acknowledge them. Upon hearing this, Kala's tears streamed down instantly. No, don't, Dad, I'm your daughter. I don't want to leave you. Please don't send me away. Adeline lifted her head from Slade's embrace and firmly said, you must acknowledge them today. They are your biological parents. Gwen was agitated, looking at Kala as she stretched out her hand to pull her. Justine, child, do you go by Justine? Justine, I am your mother. Kala looked terrified. Stay away from me. Eduardo kicked Gwen away. Get lost. Don't scare Justine. Gwen was kicked to the ground, with snot and tears covering her face. She seemed to have lost her mind, crawling towards Kala. She shakily extended her hand towards Kala, wanting to touch her. Justine, Mom misses you so much. Over these years, I've always missed you. That hand was dirty and bony. At this moment, Gwen looked very pitiful. Yet, those who are pitiful often have something detestable about them. Mariah's situation today was entirely her own doing. If over the years she had treated Lena like a real daughter and raised her properly, even if the truth came out, it wouldn't have ended up this ugly. Kala looked at Gwen, without a trace of maternal affection in her eyes, only fear, panic, disdain, and disgust. At this moment, Gwen resembled a vengeful ghost tightly entwining around her. Kala sobbed breathlessly, her makeup smeared from tears. She clung tightly to Eduardo's arm as if it were a lifeline. Etienne, save me, I beg you to save me. I don't want to acknowledge them, I don't want to go back with them. Please save me. Seeing Kala's state, Eduardo felt a twinge in his heart. His eyes filled with sympathy. Don't be afraid, Justine. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Slade noticed something odd between the two tightly hugging figures. Etienne and Kala. Adeline didn't notice the awkwardness between the two. She sternly told the grounded Gwen, Ruthie, she is your daughter. Whether you acknowledge each other is up to you. Then, Adeline turned to Kala, acknowledging them or not is your choice, but starting today, you can never step into the Aubrey family home again. You are not my daughter, don't come back to our house. And you, Adeline looked at Eduardo, Etienne, all I want right now is for Laverne to come home quickly. Kala must go. If you disagree, take her to your place. How you protect her is your business, but don't let her appear before me again. Mariah hearing this, Kala's heart tightened, and she fainted. Justine. Eduardo called out anxiously. Chapter 132, Good girl, let me more help you. Kala has congenital heart disease. She had surgery when she was young, which saved her life. The doctor said she must avoid extreme emotional agitation or it could still be dangerous. At the hospital, Mr. and Cassie couldn't bear to leave her alone, so they came with her. Eduardo was in a frenzy, his usual poker face breaking because of his fear of losing Kala. Outside the ward, Slade talked to Eduardo. What's going on between you and Kala? Eduardo feigned ignorance. What's going on? Slade glanced at him. I saw how you look at her. It's not like before. Eduardo fell silent for a moment, lowering his gaze. We have no blood relation. Rubbish. Slade scolded, pointing at Eduardo's nose. You. Nurses occasionally passed by in the corridor. Slade lowered his voice, slightly controlling his anger, and said sternly, Melvin, if you have no blood relation, she can only be your sister. You've been siblings for 19 years. What kind of women can't you find that you need her? Eduardo's jaw tightened. I only want her. Dad, since we have no blood relation, what's wrong with us being together? If you don't want her, I do. I disagree. Slade's face turned extremely unpleasant. Eduardo curled the corner of his mouth. I won't marry anyone else. If she can't be the daughter of the Aubrey family, she can be the daughter-in-law. Slap. Slade slapped Eduardo across the face. Eduardo didn't dodge. His head was turned aside by the force. Slade raged. Are you trying to kill your mother and me? Eduardo coldly said, Dad, given how fragile Justine is now, aren't you worried about her risking her life? If she returns to the Chin family and faces another huge shock, she really might die. Have you thought about this? Eduardo raised his head, looking straight into Slade's eyes. Can you bear to watch Justine die? Slade's expression gradually softened. Mariah knew Eduardo was right. If he insisted on cutting ties with Kala and sending her back to the Chin family, the stress could indeed lead to. Slade pondered for a long time. Don't tell your mother about this yet. Slade looked at Eduardo. For now, just pretend to agree to send Kala back to the Chin family. Privately, take care of her however you want, and I'll turn a blind eye. Eduardo tightened his hand by his side and replied quietly, Lena settled Imelda and returned to the apartment with Jalmer. That night, after bathing, Lena lay in bed as Jalmer applied pregnancy oil for her. Cannon's large, warm hands gently rubbed Lena's belly. Good girl, I'll fly to Australia tomorrow. Stay home and wait for me to come back. His deep eyes gazed at Lena's, full of tender love. Good girl, I wanted to bring you along, but flying to Australia takes over 10 hours. You're 4 months pregnant now, long flights are too tiring. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. Lena was slightly startled. Jalmer is leaving? Thinking about being apart from him made Lena pout slightly. Unhappy. Why go to Australia? Jalmer noticed her small change in expression. There's a project I need to oversee. Lena's eyelashes fluttered lightly. How many days? Lena asked with a furrowed brow. Jalmer continued rubbing. 5 or 6 days. Good girl, will you miss me? Lena softly replied, yes. The frail girl with rosy lips was alluring. Jalmer couldn't resist leaning down and giving her a light kiss on the lips. Initially, Jalmer only intended a brief kiss, but Lena's allure and sweet lips were too irresistible. He couldn't stop once he started. Lena's breathing grew increasingly disordered. Mariah's body felt an intense emptiness. This feeling wasn't unfamiliar. She had experienced it during previous intimate encounters with Jalmer. But this time, it felt stronger than ever. The young girl hummed, squirming. Jalmer lifted his lips from hers. Mariah pulled back slightly, looking down at her. Lena breathed erratically, her cheeks flushed with desire. Jalmer's eyes darkened, his Adam's apple bobbing. Good girl. Jalmer's large hand gently caressed Lena's lips. The tingling sensation made Lena's body shudder. With dreamy eyes, Lena unconsciously hugged Jalmer's arm, humming and rubbing her face against his hand. The young girl looked visibly uncomfortable. Jalmer naturally knew what Lena was experiencing. But Jalmer's eyes were clouded, looking at Lena's slightly protruding belly. The doctor said that after 4 months, it would be safe for them to have intercourse again. But with his precious girl enduring such a difficult pregnancy, how could he bring himself to do such a thing? Good girl, you're carrying the baby now, we can't do that. Jalmer wasn't feeling any better either. The sensation in Lena's body was almost overwhelming her. She reached up and hooked her fingers around Jalmer's neck, offering him a kiss. This was Lena's first time taking the initiative to kiss him. Mariah's technique wasn't great, somewhat clumsy. She tried to pry open his mouth. Jalmer obligingly parted his lips slightly. Lena kissed him passionately, tightening her grip on his neck. When the kiss ended, her lips were slightly swollen. Good girl, Jalmer called out softly. So uncomfortable, Lena murmured, gazing at him with heavy-lidded eyes. Jalmer's eyes darkened. Let me help you. Before Lena could react, Jalmer grabbed her arms and spun her 90 degrees. She had been lying with her head towards the headboard. Now, she was lying horizontally across the bed. Jalmer gently pushed her towards the edge of the bed. Then he crouched down. Lying there, Lena couldn't see what he was about to do. In the next moment, she felt a coolness below. Lena sucked in a breath. Though she hadn't experienced it before, she vaguely knew what Jalmer intended to do. Mariah's mind blanked for a second. This was an experience entirely new to her. Afterwards, Jalmer stood up. Lena opened her eyes, staring at him dazedly. There seemed to be a small flame burning in Jalmer's eyes. How did it feel, good girl? Was it okay? It was my first time doing this too. Lena pressed her lips together, not speaking. A smile tugged at the corners of Jalmer's mouth. Mariah bent down to kiss her again. But the young girl hummed and dodged, no. Jalmer chuckled lowly. You don't like it? Lena blushed and hummed an affirmative sound. Jalmer smiled wider. Good girl, you don't even like yourself? Lena harumphed, I don't like it. Jalmer laughed again but didn't press further. Mariah turned and went into the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the room as Lena seemed to come back to her senses. Unbidden, her mind replayed what had just happened. Mariah's breath hitched, her heart racing faster and faster. What exactly did he just do? Chapter 133, Don't yearn for what isn't yours. The next day, when Lena woke up, the person beside her was already gone. Walking out of the bedroom, she didn't see Jalmer in either the living room or the dining room. Lena's shoulders drooped like a frost-stricken eggplant, listless. Good morning, young mistress. Lynn placed a plate of custard buns on the table. Lena took the milk beside her and drank a sip. Where's Jalmer? Lynn replied, young master left around 7 this morning. Mariah said he had to go to Australia. Before leaving, he instructed me to start preparing breakfast around 9:30 so it wouldn't get cold before you woke up. Lena turned to glance at the wall clock, which showed 9:50. Lynn cheerfully ladled a bowl of porridge for Lena. Right on time, I started making breakfast at 9:30, young mistress, so you can enjoy it hot. Ripples stirred in Lena's heart, Jalmer was truly considerate. She took the bowl of porridge from Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. After breakfast, Lena tidied up and went to the hospital with Amy. In the ward, Lena absent-mindedly peeled an orange while sitting by Imelda's side. Having finished peeling the orange, Lena held it in her hand without moving for a long while. Imelda waved her hand in front of Lena's eyes. What's wrong, honey? Lena snapped back to reality. She slowly met Imelda's gaze. Huh? What? Imelda scrutinized Lena's expression. Something's off with you, honey. What are you daydreaming about? Thinking of last night's intimate scene, a hint of red crept onto Lena's face. Imelda noticed the blush and squinted, smiling. Missing your CEO? Lena gently pressed her lips together and nodded. Unaware that Lena was reminiscing about those alluring moments, Imelda thought she was simply missing Jalmer. She teased. You're lost in thought after just a little while apart? I'm still waiting for that orange you were peeling. Lena handed the orange to Imelda, her face blushing as she said, Mariah's flown to Australia and won't be back for 5 or 6 days. Imelda ate the orange. Oh, no wonder. But it's not a bad thing, right, honey? Have you heard the saying? Lena looked up at her, puzzled. What saying? Imelda spat out an orange seed and smiled. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Lena pouted. I don't want that. We have such a good relationship, we never get tired of each other even when we're always together. No need to miss each other to enhance our feelings. TSK, Imelda chuckled. You two are sweet as honey. Australia. In an upscale restaurant, Jalmer glanced across at the young gentleman opposite him, his expression indifferent, eyes deep. President Lee's son is quite handsome indeed. His words were compliments, but his eyes and tone did not match the praise for Armand. Jeffrey shot a puzzled glance at his son beside him. Did he offend Jalmer? That shouldn't be the case, they've never met before. Catherine eyed, he's overthinking it. Jeffrey laughed. President Pedro, you're too kind. My son has an ordinary appearance, mediocre talent, and isn't very smart. How could he be considered handsome? Knowing it was just politeness, Armand still felt somewhat uncomfortable hearing his father speak of him this way. Unable to interject, Armand only offered a stiff smile to Jalmer as a response. Jalmer gave him a cool look, his face expressionless. Armand sensed instinctively that Jalmer disapproved of him. But why? Mariah hadn't done anything to provoke him. It was rumored that Jalmer was a stone-cold devil in the business world, ruthless and decisive, never smiling. Perhaps it wasn't personal, maybe this was just his nature. Armand knew this opportunity was hard-won by his father. Unlike his father, who was skilled in both speech and actions, he wasn't adept at talking. Better to stay quiet and just be the background. Jalmer faintly curved his lips. President Lee is too modest. Jeffrey was savvy. Mariah chose a restaurant that was understated yet luxurious, with tasteful decor. Outside the window lay a sea view, vast and beautiful, providing a pleasant ambience. Leaning back in his seat, Jalmer commented, President Lee knows how to pick places. Jeffrey laughed. I'm glad President Pedro likes it. The food was high-end Western cuisine, and the taste was decent. Jalmer savored it slowly. Throughout the meal, Jeffrey didn't mention the project once. Such a sly fox. Mariah knew one had to cater well to the person before discussing business. Not mentioning it, Jalmer naturally stayed silent as well. The meal went by smoothly enough. After the meal, Jeffrey brought him to an exclusive club. In a private room, several strikingly beautiful young ladies stood in a line. Jeffrey smiled. President Pedro, feel free to choose whichever you like, these are untouched maidens. Oh. Jalmer looked at him amusedly. How to put it? Although he was smiling, the smile did not reach his eyes and gave off a sinister and terrifying vibe. Jeffrey was taken aback. What's wrong, President Pedro? Is there no type you like? Jalmer played with a string of Buddhist beads, saying with a half-smile, President Lee, is this how you always discuss business? In this circle, most people discussed business this way. First, fill your stomach, then satisfy your body. Only then would they get to the main topic. Cold sweat dripped down Jeffrey's forehead. From Jalmer's tone, it seemed he wasn't satisfied with his arrangements. President Pedro, if you don't like this batch, I can change them. No need. Jalmer glanced at Armand beside him. His gaze kept wandering over the line of women. Jalmer said, it seems your son is more interested. Why don't you let him choose? Armand was terrified. Mariah quickly retracted his gaze. Melvin, if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare compete for women with Jalmer. Mariah hearing this, Jeffrey turned and glared at Armand. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Don't yearn for what isn't yours. Yes, I'm sorry, Dad. Apologies, President Pedro, please forgive me for my mistake. Jalmer curled the corners of his lips. President Lee says, well, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't yearn for what isn't yours. Jeffrey forced a smile while Armand lowered his head to apologize. Jalmer lifted his chin, dismissed them all. Yes. Jeffrey gave a subtle signal to the lead woman. Led by her, those women quickly left the private room. After they left, Jalmer spoke in a chilling voice. President Lee didn't inquire that I disliked this kind of thing beforehand? This, indeed, he had inquired about. Rumors say Jalmer doesn't indulge in women, being aloof and ascetic. But rumors are just rumors. Jeffrey considered himself quite adept at understanding men as a man himself. Catherine's seemingly upright figures who appeared indifferent to women privately indulged more than anyone else. Last time, he suffered a great loss. Mariah needed an approval from someone in a high position. Mariah sent gifts through intermediaries but failed to arrange things properly. That person was over 50, always maintaining an upright image, never involved in improper relations, nor heard needing women to get things done. Because of his carelessness, the matter failed. Learning from mistakes. Jeffrey no longer believed such rumors. This time, he was smart enough to pick some very attractive young women to serve Jalmer. Mariah thought Jalmer would definitely be satisfied. Who knew, this person didn't fall for this routine. Chapter 134, Separation of Public and Private Catheriners. Mr. Lee, business matters can always be discussed, but, Jalmer's gaze fell on Isai. Mr. Lee should really manage your young master properly. Upon hearing this, both Jeffrey and Isai were taken aback. Jeffrey was the first to react, smiling apologetically as he said, yes, Mr. Pedro is right. I indeed neglected his upbringing. Jeffrey cautiously observed Jalmer's expression and asked, I wonder what my son has done to upset you, Mr. Pedro. Please enlighten me so I can discipline him more strictly. Isai felt uneasy inside. It shouldn't be like this. He hadn't interacted with this imperial prince of Beijing before. How could he have offended him? Jalmer sized up Isai. Young Mr. Lee has excellent taste. Young Mr. Lee. The way Jalmer called it sounded full of implications. A cold sweat broke out on Jeffrey's body. What kind of person was his son compared to Jalmer? Mariah wasn't even a match for him and didn't deserve to be called young Mr. Lee by Jalmer. What did he mean by saying his taste was good? Jeffrey asked anxiously. I wonder what Mr. Pedro means by... Isai barely dared to breathe. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't figure out why. Jeffrey offered a cigarette to Jalmer, smiling apologetically. Mr. Pedro. Jalmer shook his head. I quit. Jeffrey paused and retracted the cigarette. Jalmer continued, my beloved wife is pregnant, and I've been off cigarettes for a while. I hope Mr. Lee understands. Once again, Jeffrey and Isai were stunned by Jalmer. His beloved wife is pregnant? They hadn't heard anything about this imperial prince being married. Then, Jalmer smiled mockingly. Speaking of which, young Mr. Lee knows my beloved wife. Isai frowned deeply. When had he ever met Jalmer's wife? How could he not know? Beloved wife. Just hearing those words, one could tell how much Jalmer cared for her. But why had there been no news at all about the imperial prince of Beijing getting married? No wonder this living Yama kept looking at him strangely, as if wanting to cut him into pieces. So, it wasn't just his imagination. Isai forced a laugh. Misunderstanding, it must all be a misunderstanding. I've never met Mr. Pedro's beloved wife. And nobody like me doesn't have the privilege to meet her. Really? Jalmer stared coldly at him. Don't you recognize Lena? What? Lena? For several seconds, Isai doubted his ears. Did he hear correctly? Jalmer said Lena was his wife? Facing his father's questioning look, Isai quickly lowered his head, too scared to speak. Indeed, he knew Lena and had shamelessly pursued her. Mariah vaguely remembered Lena mentioning having a boyfriend. Back then, he had showed off his luxury car in front of her and arrogantly claimed that her boyfriend wasn't as good as him, telling her to dump her boyfriend and be with him. Oh heavens, what a terrible karma. How could some girl he casually pursued end up being the wife of an imperial prince from Beijing? Seeing Isai remain silent with his head down, Jeffrey panicked. Mariah knew his good-for-nothing son all too well. Always playing around, obsessed with cars and girls. Could it be that he flirted with the wrong girl and harassed Jalmer's wife? This thought made Jeffrey feel like sitting on pins and needles. If that were true, would there even be any point in continuing this project? For Jalmer not to skin his son alive would be considered giving him face. Seeing Isai silent, Jalmer sneered, why isn't young Mr. Lee speaking now? During the ZY fans meet and greet, weren't you quite attentive to my little Dai? TSK, calling her goddess every other word, weren't you enthusiastic? Isai abruptly lifted his head, eyes full of fear. Misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding, Mr. Pedro. I didn't know Lena was your beloved wife, I swear, I really didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't dare do it even if you gave me 100 lives. Swearing? Jalmer laughed once, his eyes dark and terrifying. Mr. Lee, listen to him making vows. Tell me, are his vows trustworthy? Jeffrey hurried to explain. Mr. Pedro, my son is playful, but he would never dare to harass your beloved wife. This must be a huge misunderstanding. Mariah genuinely didn't know that Miss Lena was your wife. Jalmer understood clearly that Isai wouldn't dare to compete with him for a woman. However, even though he was unaware, he had actually harassed Laverne. This matter wouldn't pass easily. Jalmer leaned back on the sofa, crossing his long legs. I believe young Mr. Lee didn't know beforehand, but the fact remains that he did it. Jeffrey instantly turned pale upon hearing these words. Mariah had spent a large sum inviting Jalmer to play golf at Royal Melbourne. This money had already been spent, and he hadn't even played golf yet or even started discussing the investment, but it was about to fall through. Jalmer knew what Jeffrey was thinking. Mariah said calmly, but you can rest assured, Mr. Lee. I always separate public and private matters. I am very optimistic about the new energy vehicle project of the Lee Group, and I am willing to make this investment. Jeffrey breathed a sigh of relief. But... Jalmer looked at Jeffrey, and continued slowly, I want 80% of the profits in the later stages. 80%. That was too much. Jeffrey had expected a 50-50 split. If forced, he could agree to a 60-40 split. But he never imagined that Jalmer would demand 80% of the profits. What a separation of public and private matters. Mariah would be left with only 20% of the profit. Jeffrey's expression turned grim as he weighed the pros and cons of conceding these profits over and over again in his mind within just a few minutes. Jalmer wasn't in a rush. Mariah lounged lazily on the sofa, waiting for Jeffrey. Isai sat beside him with his head hanging low, not daring to utter a word, like a quail. Jeffrey furrowed his brow and thought for several minutes. This project was very capital-intensive. Mariah had approached many companies in Kyoto for investments but found that this project was risky, with uncertain returns. Other companies didn't dare take such risks. Only the powerful Pedro Group could lend him a hand. Jeffrey gritted his teeth and met Jalmer's gaze with determination, all right. 80%. Jalmer had known all along that Jeffrey would agree. At this point, only the Pedro group could help him. If he refused, his company would be left with huge debts and declared bankrupt. Jalmer leisurely poured himself a glass of wine and raised it toward Jeffrey. Mr. Lee, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Jeffrey picked up the glass in front of him and forced a smile that looked more painful than crying. Mr. Pedro, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Jalmer felt much better and finished the drink in one go. Just one glass. Mariah had promised Lena to drink less alcohol outside, so he had to keep his word. Jalmer placed the glass on the table and turned to look at Isai. I said earlier that I always separate public and private matters. The business part is done, now let's talk about personal matters. Little President Lee, how do you plan to resolve privately the harassment of my beloved wife? Chapter 135 Sent to Siberia to dig potatoes. What? This matter wasn't over yet? Armand glanced at Jeffrey, his eyes asking, didn't you give him 80% of the profits? Why isn't this matter resolved? Jeffrey glared at him. You still have the nerve to look at me? You've really let me down. I've been tricked by you down to my underwear. This person is too powerful for me to offend, deal with the mess you made on your own. Armand received Jeffrey's gaze and knew that his father couldn't help him either. Mariah withdrew his gaze resentfully. Young Mr. Pedro, I did make a mistake. What should I do to make it up to you? Jalmer looked at him with a slight smile and said leisurely, let's talk. President Lee, isn't your son usually quite idle? It was phrased as a question. But who was Jeffrey? A seasoned fox who had struggled in the business world for decades and excelled in reading people's expressions. Mariah knew Jalmer wasn't actually asking but setting him up to answer, yes, he's very idle, and then assigned tasks to his son. Jeffrey had no choice but to follow Jalmer's lead and replied, my son does tend to be idle. Armand tried frantically to signal his father. Jeffrey pretended not to see. It's not good to be idle for too long, one should find something to do. Jalmer said, I think sending young President Lee to dig potatoes in Siberia would be beneficial. That place can temper a person. Armand lifted his head sharply. No. Jeffrey covered his mouth instantly and quickly responded, agreed, President Pedro. Armand felt like crying. Mariah really didn't want to go to Siberia to dig potatoes. Was that even a place for humans? Jalmer seemed quite pleased. When heaven wishes to confer a great responsibility on an individual, it first subjects his mind to suffering, his sinews and bones to toil, his body to hunger, and leaves him poor and his actions disordered. This makes his heart grow resilient, increases his capabilities, and corrects what is lacking. Mistakes will always be made, and only after correcting them can one improve. Jalmer smiled at Armand, causing an eerie feeling in his heart. Everyone makes mistakes. It's not a problem this time. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Siberia is a good place. Work hard there for 3 years, and when you return, I believe you will impress me. Armand looked hopeless. 3 years? Mariah had to go dig potatoes in the middle of nowhere for 3 years? Armand gave Jeffrey a pitiful look, hoping to awaken his father's love to reduce his sentence. Jeffrey felt heartache and genuine reluctance. But Jalmer was someone he couldn't afford to offend, and the Pedro Corporation was his biggest benefactor. Could he jeopardize the newly agreed-upon deal just to protect his worthless son? Moreover, Armand harassed his wife, and Jalmer was only sending him to Siberia to dig potatoes. No limbs were being lost, this was already leniency from Jalmer. Jeffrey bowed respectfully. Agreed, President Pedro. Rest assured, I'll send my son to dig potatoes in Siberia immediately upon our return. For 3 years, I promise it will be not a day less. With President Lee handling it, I'm naturally reassured. Inside, Armand screamed inwardly. Moria Haven. No. Mariah secretly cursed Jalmer and Lena in his heart. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Lena was chatting with Imelda. Suddenly, she sneezed. Achoo. Imelda handed her a tissue. Do you have a cold, little Di? Lena took the tissue and wiped her nose. No, I'm always careful. I don't feel unwell. Imelda smiled. Oh. If it's not a cold, maybe it's because your CEO misses you. Really? Imelda nodded. Sure, surely. Haven't you heard that if someone thinks about you, you sneeze? Lena pulled at her lips. Well, I've only heard that if someone speaks ill of you, you sneeze. Imelda nodded. That's true too. Lena didn't pay much attention, threw away the tissue, and continued chatting with Imelda. At this moment, her phone rang. Lena looked down to see a message from an unknown number. Little Di, are you free? Mom wants to meet you. Adeline. Adeline? Lena remembered Jalmer mentioning that Cassie's full name was Adeline. Lena held her phone, torn inside. Should she meet or not? Though the DNA test results weren't out yet, according to Jalmer, she should be Cassie's daughter. Cassie was her mother. She had learned about the past events, Cassie hadn't abandoned her. All of this was Mina's fault. Thinking of this, Lena's expression changed. Actually, she really wanted to meet her. After all, she was her birth mother. What's wrong, little Di? Who sent you a message? Mariah C. asked, noticing Lena's change in expression. Lena lifted her head. Sheen, I haven't told you yet, actually, I'm not Gwen and Ricky's biological daughter. What? Imelda was shocked. Lena briefly explained the situation to Imelda. Imelda sighed, I didn't expect that you're not their biological daughter. No wonder they treated you like that. But if that Catherine Aubrey is really your mother, wouldn't that be great? Imelda held Lena's hand. Look, they are very wealthy, you would be a high society heiress, and they didn't abandon you initially. If you return home, they will definitely treat you well. Lena sighed, you don't know about Kala yet. Imelda looked at her in confusion. Kala? Who is she? Catherine Aubrey's daughter, accurately speaking, Gwen and Ricky's biological daughter. She likes Jalmer and harbors a lot of hostility towards me. Because I didn't want you to worry about me, I didn't tell you many things. A faint sadness spread across Lena's face. That female live streamer who slandered me online before was incited by Kala. What? Imelda was angry. You have no grudge against her, yet she did such a vicious thing. Indeed. Lena sighed. She lived in the Aubrey family for 19 years, and the whole family doted on her. If I return to the Aubrey family, we'll see each other frequently, and... Let her go. Lena had not finished her sentence when Imelda couldn't help but interrupt. Imelda frowned angrily. Why should it be her? Laverne, you are the real heiress of the Aubrey family. She stole 19 years of your life. In my opinion, you should go back to the Aubrey family and kick Kala out. Lena said, I've done a DNA test with the Aubrey family, and the results aren't out yet. If I am really their daughter, and if they want me to come back, I will talk to them about this matter. Yes, Laverne, you should be more assertive. You need to understand that you owe nothing to Kala. On the contrary, she owes you. Mariah's parents treated you so badly, yet she enjoyed a luxurious life in your home. She must be sent back to the Cheen family. Okay. Lena nodded. Rest assured, Sheen, I won't let my kindness get the better of me. Lena lowered her head and replied to Catherine Aubrey's message. We can meet, but let's wait until the DNA test results are out. I also have something I want to discuss with you. Catherine Aubrey responded almost instantly. Fine, Laverne, I'm very happy that you agreed to meet me. Chapter 136. Why did you have to provoke him? After finishing her meal, Lena took a leisurely stroll to digest before walking into the bathroom for a bath. She lazily leaned back in the porcelain white bathtub, enjoying her flower petal bubble bath. A lot had happened over the past few days. She had witnessed the Cheen family turning on each other for money and fighting fiercely among themselves. She also learned about her mysterious background. Then there was her best friend, Imelda, who had been beaten up and hospitalized by a two-timing scumbag. Melvin after event left her feeling exhausted. Lena closed her eyes, relaxed completely, and exhaled a long breath. The phone lying beside her rang. Lena wiped her hands and picked it up. It was a video call request from Jalmer. Lena answered it. In the video, Jalmer was using a towel to dry his hair as he walked, looking freshly bathed. Upon seeing that Lena had accepted the call, he glanced over with a pause in his step. Baby, you're taking a bath? Lena tilted her head slightly, smiling at Jalmer. Lena lay lazily in the bathtub, her hair tied up in a bun, revealing only the area above her collarbone. Jalmer's gaze darkened, an intense warmth stirring inside him uncontrollably. Baby, let me see you. Lena's eyes were moist, gazing at him like that. Aren't you looking already? Jalmer's voice rasped, lower. Lena suddenly felt like teasing him. A naughty smile curled at the corners of her lips, and a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Okay. Lena slowly moved the phone, gradually exposing areas below her neck in the video. Stopping at a rather delicate position. Half of her bosom could be seen. Jalmer's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. Baby, a bit lower. Having been married for years, Lena knew all too well what this look meant for Jalmer. With a mischievous laugh, she abruptly lifted the phone high, leaving only a pale, tender face visible in the video. Lena blinked her eyes. Oh. A little higher? Okay. Jalmer, tormented intensely, stared at Lena deeply. Vernaughty baby, wait until I come back and deal with you. Lena waggled her tongue playfully. Come and get me, I'm not scared, hee. Jalmer stared intently at the girl on the video. Mariah's agile little tongue was driving him crazy. Baby, Jalmer called softly, stop teasing. Seeing that Jalmer was about to lose control, Lena giggled naughtily and ended the call. Jalmer. Lena dried herself off and walked out of the bathroom, ready to apply pregnancy oil, when she received a WeChat voice message from Jalmer. She opened it without guard. Immediately, Jalmer's hoarse, seductive breathing filled the entire room. Ah. 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 Lena screamed inwardly. How repressed and lustful can Jalmer be? Sending her such a voice message. And when did she turn up the volume on her phone so loud? The rough breathing in the voice was so intense, if the nanny had heard it, she might think Lena was secretly watching something indecent. Now it really became one of those internet jokes, husband away, wife lonely. Embarrassed beyond measure, Lena sent a question mark back. Jalmar sent another 60-second voice message. Well, now Lena dared not open it. She tried converting the voice message to text. Luckily, it didn't recognize anything. Lena walked out of the bedroom, confirmed that the nanny had indeed left, then returned to the bedroom, lowered the volume, and clicked on the voice message. Sure enough, it was still those kinds of breathing sounds. This time, Lena's mindset changed a little. Blushing, she listened to Jalmar's voice. Mariah's own breathing grew heavier. Jalmar, baby, do you like it? Lena. Indeed, she liked it. But Lena did not reply. She lay in bed, gripping her phone, her face flushed, listening to Jalmar's heavy breathing, feeling tingles all over. That feeling came back again. Tossing and turning on the bed, Lena couldn't bear the heat. Lena's inner thought, why did you have to provoke him? Now look, want to eat but can't reach. Jalmar, baby, why aren't you replying? Are you listening? Do you feel it? Lena, good night. On the phone, Jalmar chuckled low. His baby was so adorable. Mariah shook his head helplessly and turned back into the bathroom. Just finished bathing, and he hadn't even dried his hair yet, now he had to go back. But this time, it was a cold shower. In the bathroom, the raspy heavy breathing was swallowed by the rushing water. The next morning, on the living room sofa, Lena watched TV aimlessly. Unconsciously, last night's scenes replayed in her mind. Both ashamed and flustered. Last night she hummed and groaned on the bed for ages, uncomfortable and unrelieved. Lena felt something was off. She used to never have such insatiable desires. Why did she feel that the fire of desire in her body was always uncontrollable recently? She took out her phone and searched on Baidu. Well, according to the internet, under the influence of pregnancy hormones, pregnant women's needs would increase. Lena tugged at the corners of her mouth. The internet also said that after 4 months, couples could have intercourse but should avoid strenuous activities. Lena remembered Jalmar had told her this before. Back then, she had innocently said that they slept in the same room and the same bed every day, which counted as having intercourse. Now, connecting it with the phrase, no strenuous activities, Lena seemed to understand what having intercourse meant. Mariah's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Just as she was blushing furiously, Lynn, who was mopping the floor, caught sight of her. Lynn asked suspiciously, young lady, what's wrong with you? Lena stammered, and nothing. Just as she felt awkward, the hospital called. It was a call from the president of the hospital himself. Young lady, your paternity test results are ready. I'll send someone over to deliver them to you, which should take about half an hour. Lena politely thanked him. Half an hour later, Lena received the report. Although there was no surprise in the result, she still felt somewhat nervous. After all, hearing someone say something was different from seeing solid evidence right before her eyes. After much hesitation, Lena opened the report. The result confirmed that she was indeed Slade and Adeline's biological daughter. Thinking of Kala, Lena sighed. As expected, the Aubrey family must have received the report by now. Aubrey family villa. Harren, look, Ray is our daughter, Adeline said, holding the report with a complicated expression. She felt both heartache and excitement. Thinking about how much hardship Ray had endured in the Cheen family over the years, Adeline felt intense pain. All she wanted now was to bring Lena back home as soon as possible, spoil her, and make up for the 19 years of neglect. Have you explained it clearly to Eduardo? Adeline asked Slade amidst her excitement. Kala can't come back to our house. Living under the same roof with Ray would be unfair to her. Slade's expression looked unnatural. Adeline frowned. What? Mariah still disagrees? I already spoke so firmly the other day. Slade avoided Adeline's gaze. Mariah agreed. All right, then I'll call Ray now. Chapter 137 Kenna. Elsewhere. Eduardo was by Kala's bedside. Dad just called. The paternity test came back, and Lena is indeed their biological daughter. Mariah hearing this, Kala clenched the blanket tightly. Ation, then Lena is your real sister. Would you? Eduardo looked up at her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. No. Kala lowered her head, looking sad and desolate. Huh, how could it not be? You are blood-related kin, while I'm just an outsider. Eduardo held Kala's hand, pained. Justine, don't say that. You're not an outsider, you're my beloved. Kala kept her head down, a flash of triumph flickering in her eyes. After some preparation, she shed a few tears and pitifully said, but we've only been together for such a short time. How can we compare to your blood-related kin? Eduardo soothed her softly. Justine, to me, Lena is just an outsider. I'm not familiar with her. How could she compare to you? With teary eyes, Kala looked pitiable. Ation, now I only have you. I've always been here, Justine. Eduardo felt pain in his heart when he saw her like this. Thinking of something, Eduardo mentioned, oh right, Justine, Jalmarg hasn't been in the capital city recently. Though he mentioned Jalmarg, he still felt a bit jealous in his heart because Kala had loved Jalmarg for so many years before. After saying this, he watched Kala quietly, waiting for her reaction. Kala seemed indifferent, simply responding with an unconcerned, Eduardo was somewhat satisfied with her reaction. After thinking for a moment, he said, "There's one more thing. Kenna has returned to the country." Kala's apathetic expression showed a crack. She lifted her eyes to look at Eduardo, asking incredulously, "What? Kenna has returned?" Eduardo glanced at her indifferently, his tone light. "Yeah, just 2 days ago, coming back to take over the company. This time, she's not leaving again." The hand gripping the blanket turned white-knuckled. Kenna, the only child of the Jiang family and the sole heir to the Jiang group, had been a rival to her for several years. The return of her former fiercest rival made Kala tense subconsciously. Then, she realized. Now she was Eduardo's woman, and Kenna was no longer her rival. Now what Kenna should deal with is Lena. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though there was no future between her and Jalmard, she didn't want to let Lena off easy. Kala thought with malice. Lena is about to return to the Aubrey family. She stole my identity as a rich daughter. Wouldn't it be justified if I caused her some trouble on her love path? Eduardo silently observed Kala's expressions. Mariah knew her little schemes clearly. But now she was already his woman. Whatever she wanted to do, he would support her. Melvin if it meant going against his own biological sister. Saying it was a biological sister, it was just a stranger connected by blood ties. Tion, I want to see Kenna. Eduardo nodded. I'll arrange it. Top floor of Jiang Group building. CEO office. An assistant stood beside reporting work. Kenna listened and nodded approvingly. Good job. Please help set up a meeting with the CEO of Pedro Corporation. I want to see him as soon as possible. The assistant bowed slightly, replying, yes, and left the office. Kenna got up from the office chair and walked to the wall-to-wall windows. On the 68th floor, the view was broad, overlooking the entire west side of the capital. Kenna adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose and folded her arms to admire the view. Jalmard, I'm back. Lena had only just received the report when she got a call from Cassie. Cassie sounded excited, wanting to pick her up and take her home. Lena refused, saying she wanted to meet first and talk. In the end, they agreed to meet at a cafe. On a winter afternoon. The warm sunlight fell on Lena. She wore a pinkish-white coat with a cream-colored scarf. The cafe was near her Guiyun Road apartment. After tidying up casually, she headed out. When she arrived, Cassie wasn't there yet. Lena found a seat by the window and ordered 2 cappuccinos. To be honest, she was quite nervous. The person she was about to meet was her mother, who had been absent from her life for 19 years. Now meeting, she didn't know what emotions she should face her with. She had long heard that the Aubrey family pampered Kala. Would her mother, Cassie, be willing to send Kala back to the Chin family? What if Cassie hoped she and Kala could get along? Thinking of what Imelda had told her earlier, Lena became firm in her thoughts. She couldn't be soft-hearted. She couldn't be too kind-hearted. It was Kala who had stolen 19 years of her life, taking away her parents. She owed nothing to Kala. Just as she was lost in thought, Adeline arrived. Elegant as ever, even she could not help but stagger slightly at the sight of Lena. She had been eagerly anticipating the results of the paternity test and looking forward to meeting her daughter. But now that the moment had truly come, a hint of shyness crept over her. Cassie, Lena smiled upon seeing her. Adeline walked towards Lena and sat down opposite her. Laverne, I kept you waiting. Lena shook her head. Not at all, I just arrived too. The waiter served 2 cappuccinos. Lena tried to appear as natural as possible. Cassie, I wasn't sure what you like, so I ordered a cappuccino for both of us. If you don't like it, we can order something else. Seeing her real daughter right before her, Adeline's eyes instantly reddened. No need, Laverne chose it, and I love it. As she spoke, emotion welled up inside her, and Adeline couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Lena silently handed her a tissue. Adeline took it, wiping away her tears while sobbing, Laverne, I'm just so excited. Ever since I knew you were my biological daughter, I haven't slept well for days. Mariah's words made Adeline's emotions more intense, with tears coming faster despite wiping them away. Every time I think about how much you've suffered at the Chin family for years, my heart aches so badly I can barely breathe. Laverne, Mommy wants to make it up to you. Will you come home with me? With tears in her eyes, Adeline expressed genuine feelings. Lena was moved by Adeline's sincerity, and her own eyes turned red. She sniffed back her tears, trying to hold them in. Cassie, Mariah, hearing Lena still calling her Cassie, Adeline felt even sadder. Lena noticed this and felt uneasy. I can't go back now. You know about me and Kala. Adeline said excitedly, Laverne, your father and I have already decided to send Kala back to the Chin family. I've told her she can never step foot into this house again. Rest assured, I won't force you to live under the same roof with her. The president of Pedro Corporation is currently not in the capital. An assistant stood before Kenna, head bowed respectfully. Kenna frowned. Not in the capital? Where is he then? The assistant sounded nervous. President, please forgive my incompetence. I cannot trace the whereabouts of the president of Pedro Corporation. Kenna paused for a moment. All right, you may leave. Understood. Jalmarg, the prestigious president of Pedro Corporation and the only heir to the Pedro family, wouldn't be so easily tracked. There was no need to blame a junior assistant. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Kenna lit a cigarette. Amidst clouds of smoke, she pulled out her phone and sent a message. Lars, I'm back in the country. Chapter 138, Eduardo invites Kenna to meet. Lena chatted with Adeline for the entire afternoon. As they walked out of the cafe, Adeline held her hand with reluctance. Little Di, I'll go back first to arrange your room. How about you come home for a few days in a few days? Before Lena could speak, Adeline quickly added, I promise you won't see Kala when you come home. After pondering for a moment, Lena nodded gently. Adeline smiled, I'll drive you back. Last time, when she brought Kala to apologize to Lena, they had been to that apartment on Guayan Road. Lena wanted to refuse, but Cassie looked at her sorrowfully. Little Di, don't refuse Mommy, please. I want to spend more time with you. In the end, Lena did not refuse. She followed Adeline into the Aubrey family's car. The two sat in the back seat. Adeline did not let go of her hand. You look so much like her. Adeline gazed at Lena with emotion. Little Di, you resemble Mommy so much when I was young. When you come home, I'll show you my old photos. Adeline smiled faintly, especially those eyes. Lena chuckled uncomfortably. She was still not used to this new identity as the Aubrey family heiress. Though she knew Adeline was her mother, she couldn't easily get into the role. They had been separated for 19 years after all. Adeline was still a stranger to her now. Kenna sent a text message. It vanished into the void. She received no reply. Pride kept her from sending more messages. That's just who she was, proud at heart. Once, she and Kala both pursued Jalmar. Kala clung to him relentlessly, fawning over him, following him everywhere he went. But Kenna could never do such a thing. She knew Kala always considered her the #1 rival and secretly competed against her. Kala was 5 years younger, merely a child to her then. Kenna didn't even take her seriously. She firmly believed in the saying. If you bloom, the breeze will naturally come. Loving oneself comes first. During those years, she focused on self-improvement. At school, she studied hard and excelled in every subject. Outside school, she read widely, broadened her knowledge, and cultivated various hobbies. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, literature, she mastered them all. Occasionally, at some banquets, when she encountered Jalmar, she would showcase her knowledge casually, play a violin piece for fun, or offer business insights timely, earning admiration from Jalmar. At that time, Kala envied her bitterly. Melvin Kenna thought Jalmar had special feelings for her. So on her 20th birthday, she mustered the courage to confess to Jalmar. Unexpectedly, Jalmar only frowned and said something that stayed vividly in her mind even 4 years later. Jalmar said, thank you for liking me, but I'm not interested in dating right now. Don't waste your time on me. Born with a silver spoon, raised pampered by everyone around her, and showered with endless love and affection. Endless men pursued her, but she paid none of them any mind. Except him. Only Jalmar rejected her coldly. For someone as proud as her, it was an unbearable blow. Within 3 short days, she packed up, completed the paperwork, and left for study abroad. While abroad, she silently kept tabs on Jalmar's news. Yet, she never contacted him again. Now, having returned and taken over the family business, she believed she finally deserved to stand beside Jalmar. This time, she was determined to win. Kenna didn't receive a reply from Jalmar but got a call from Eduardo instead. Eduardo was not unfamiliar to her. Mariah Rival's brother. This call came as a surprise to Kenna. Why are you suddenly calling me, Oscar? Miss Jiang, are you available? I'd like to meet with you. Kenna raised an eyebrow. Meet with me? Is the Aubrey group looking to partner with our Jiang group? Not that. I'm arranging a meeting for Kala regarding Jalmar. Mariah hearing this, Kenna's grip on her phone tightened. Eduardo continued, Miss Jiang, surely you're interested in Jalmar's matters, right? Kenna laughed lightly. Oh? It's been 4 years since I last contacted Jalmar. Are you sure I'd be interested in his affairs? Miss Jiang, wouldn't you want to know Jalmar's romantic status? Romantic status. For a moment, Kenna felt her heart stop. Did Jalmar have a girlfriend? It should be impossible. These past years, she had been quietly keeping tabs on Jalmar. Mariah had never been in a single relationship, not even a hint of scandal. There were even rumors that he was sexually indifferent, uninterested in women. Seeing Kenna fall silent, Eduardo casually mentioned a restaurant's address with a calm tone. Miss Jiang, 7:30 tonight. Don't stand me up. With that, he hung up the phone. Kenna stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling a slight tightness in her chest. Chapter 139, a long night, short of someone to chat with. Winter nights fall early. It was already pitch dark by 7:30 in the evening. After being teased by Lena last time, Jalmar called earlier this time, 2 hours earlier. At 7:30 in the evening, Lena had just finished dinner and was about to start watching a show. Jalmar timed his video call perfectly. Lena sat down on the sofa in the living room, turned on the TV, and received Jalmar's video call right away. In the video, Jalmar was leaning against a sofa, wearing a short-sleeved bathrobe, looking lazy. His time zone was 3 hours ahead of Beijing's, so it was 10:30 there. Lena sat cross-legged on the sofa, leaning back. Did you take a shower? Jalmar raised an eyebrow. Lena smiled at him brightly. Why did you call so early this time? Jalmar said softly, I miss you, baby. Such sweet words. Lena felt a warm sweetness flood her heart, like honey dripping inside. She opened her red lips tenderly. I miss you too. Through the screen, Jalmar looked into her eyes with a gentle voice. Baby, what did you do today? Did you eat well? Lena thought for a moment and replied, I ate well. Lynn made congee this morning, which I liked so much that I even had an extra small bowl. Today, the paternity test results came out. Cassie asked to meet me at a cafe. Mentioning Cassie made Jalmar frown slightly. What did she say to you? Lena knew he was worried about her. She smiled. The results showed that Cassie and I are related by blood. She wants me to return to the Aubrey family. She also said she has talked to Kala and assured me that Kala will never set foot in the Aubrey family again. If I go back, I won't live with her. So, what did you tell her? Lena adjusted herself into a more comfortable position, lying down on the sofa with her legs resting flat. She offered to arrange a room for me and invited me to stay at the Aubrey family for a few days. I agreed. Jalmar fell silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, it's not bad. Baby, why don't you go before I come back? Why? I'll definitely want to live with you after I come back, baby. If you go back to the Aubrey family while I'm home, I'll be all alone. Lena giggled. Lynn was still washing dishes and cleaning in the kitchen. Lena had the phone on speaker, so the sound was quite loud. It echoed in the empty living room. Lena glanced toward the kitchen and then turned back to Jalmar with a mischievous smile. If Lynn hears this, she might laugh at you. Jalmar raised an eyebrow. I don't care. Lena laughed. Don't you usually act aloof around them? If they hear you say this, what about your image? Your authority? Jalmar gave her a half-smile. I don't care about those superficial things. Whatever, baby. When I come back home, you can't leave me alone. Oh my, Mr. Pedro, are you actually pouting at me? Jalmar's gaze softened, and he smiled. Yes, baby. I've already pouted for you, so please say yes, okay? Ouch. Just then, Lynn, having finished cleaning the kitchen, came into the living room to mop the floor and heard her young master pouting to the young lady. Wow, is this something one should overhear? Lena heard Lynn gasp and turned to look at her. Lynn, you finished cleaning the kitchen? Catherine, damn, I didn't hear anything. Lynn hurriedly moved to the farthest corner of the living room, bent down, and pretended to mop the floor diligently, looking up and down. Indeed, when people feel embarrassed, they always pretend to be very busy. Lena couldn't help but laugh as she turned back to the video. Look, Lynn really did hear. Jalmar shrugged indifferently. So what if she did? Mariah persisted, so, darling, do you really want to leave me all alone? I'm already alone here. You'll leave me alone again at home. Can you bear to do that? His tone and expression were pitiful. Lynn almost dropped the porcelain vase she was holding. Jalmar rarely acted like this. Lena found it endearing. She lay on the sofa, smiling warmly. All right, since Mr. Pedro insists so much, I'll reluctantly agree. I'll contact Cassie tomorrow and visit the Aubrey family. Jalmar smiled happily. I knew my baby is the best. Lena asked, everything is fine on your side, right? Jalmar nodded. Everything is fine. Then he looked at Lena mysteriously. Baby, guess who I met here? Lena was puzzled. How am I supposed to guess? Can you give me a hint? A man you know. A man she knows? Since Jalmar asked like this, he must know this person too. That narrows it down quite a bit. Firstly, her classmates can be ruled out. Apart from male classmates, she doesn't seem to know many other men. Lena ventured a guess, Adrian? Mariah's the only one she could think of. After that incident, Adrian quit and vanished from the internet. Could he have gone to Australia? Jalmar shook his head. Not him, but you're close. Close? Could it be his former teammates? Lena tried guessing the other members of the ZY team one by one. Jalmar said they weren't correct each time. I can't guess anymore. Jalmar gave a hint. Think about it, on the day you met Adrian, who else did you see? A figure flashed through Lena's mind. Armand. That annoying clingy person. Lena questioned doubtfully, is it Armand? Chapter 140, A Woman Seeking Mariah's Own Demise. Correct. This time, Lena was truly shocked. How do you know this person? I watched the live stream of that fan meeting from start to finish. When he called you goddess, I saw it right there on my screen. Lena's lips twitched. This. Lena said, what was he doing there? Is the person who discussed the collaboration with you him? In her memory, Armin's family was in a good financial situation. Perhaps his family ran a company, so she asked like this. Jalmar replied, pretty much. This time, his old man wanted me to invest in one of their company's projects. Oh, I see. Suddenly, Jalmar added, I sent him to Siberia to dig potatoes. What? Lena thought she had heard wrong. 80%. Jalmar stretched out his index finger and thumb to gesture an 8. 3 years. Mariah then made an okay sign with his hand. I took 80% of the profits and told his father to send him to Siberia to dig potatoes. Mariah can only come back after 3 years. Ha 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 ha. Lena couldn't stop laughing when she heard that. Not you, what's wrong with you, Jalmar? Sending him to Siberia to dig potatoes? How could you even think of that? Ha 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 ha. Jalmar let out a cold snort. Who let him overestimate himself and dare to pester you? Consider yourself lucky, this is already lenient for him. Tears were almost rolling down Lena's face as she laughed. Mariah hearing his words, she stopped. So, you did this because you saw him fawning over me during the live stream that day? Jalmar leaned against the sofa lazily. What else could it be? TSK, it's been so long since then, and you still remember it? Didn't expect you to be so grudge-bearing, Lena teased with a smile. Jalmar looked serious. Anything related to you, I will remember for a lifetime. Lena smiled. Then it looks like Armand has really met his match with you. Mariah deserves it. Jalmar wanted to say something more but was interrupted by the doorbell ringing. Mariah stood up with his phone in hand and walked towards the door. I'll open the door. Okay. While on a video call with Lena, Jalmar opened the door as he approached. Young Catherine's Pedro, long night ahead, need someone to chat with? A coquettish woman's voice sounded, causing Lena to feel a chill inside. Jalmar frowned and looked up. Outside the door stood a sexy and well-endowed woman. She wore a black satin off-the-shoulder top with a plunging neckline and a super short skirt that barely covered her thighs. Who are you? Jalmar asked sternly with a darkened face. Before he could react, the woman slipped into the room uninvited. With her long legs, she quickly reached deep into the room, turned around facing Jalmar, and with a flirtatious sway, said, Young Catherine's Pedro, such a long night, I'm awfully lonely. The video call hadn't ended yet. Upon hearing this, Lena immediately became cold-faced. Jalmar. Jalmar lowered his head to look at her. Honey, please listen to me. You can wait for an empty house upon your return. After saying this, Lena hung up the video call without any hesitation. Jalmar took a deep breath, lifted his head, and glared at the woman who seemed oblivious to her impending doom. You're looking for death. Francesca was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure and pouted, Young Catherine's Pedro, don't be so unsentimental. Jalmar's expression was terrifyingly dark. Who sent you here? Nobody had sent her. Francesca was Annabelle. Actually, Jalmar had met her before. However, so many people tried to get close to him every day, making it impossible for him to remember them all, and he was too lazy to try. Seeing Annabelle again, he had no recollection of her. Previously, when Annabelle tried to seduce Jalmar but failed, he had blacklisted her. She hadn't appeared on screen for quite some time. Lately, she had been traveling with friends in Melbourne, staying at this very hotel. This was the most luxurious and expensive hotel in Melbourne. Years ago, she had earned some money, so to save face during her trip, she booked the most extravagant hotel for her sisters. Unbelievably, she encountered Jalmar here. Returning from dinner with her companions, she noticed a luxury car parked outside. She glanced at it closely. And there she saw Jalmar. Mariah was surrounded by a group of people as they entered the hotel. At that moment, an idea struck her. Chapter 141, Does the President also want to play games? Lena hung up the phone angrily and went back to her bedroom. Jalmar called several times, but she rejected all of his calls. Out of sight, out of mind, she simply turned off her phone. In the living room, Lynn, who had witnessed everything, quietly took out her phone. Sorry, young master. I didn't mean to be an informer, but who can help it if I'm the lady's person? What? Are you saying that little bastard Jalmar has someone else outside? Clara received Lynn's call and immediately flew into a rage. Yeah, I heard it with my own ears. There was a woman in the young master's room talking about long nights being lonely or something like that, Lynn whispered while hiding in the bathroom. Clara sneered, this rotten kid, to dare do this to Ray. Just wait until he comes back and see what I'll do with him. Meanwhile, Jalmar was too lazy to even handle things personally. Mariah did not say another word to that woman and left the room right away. After closing the door, Jalmar called the hotel front desk. Within 5 minutes, 2 security personnel came and took the woman away. Jalmar stood aside filming videos. Mariah sent Lena a video of the woman being escorted by security. Unexpectedly, a red exclamation mark popped up on his screen along with some text. Verification required for new friend. Laverne Hua is not yet your friend. Please send a verification request first and chat only after approval. Jalmar's eyebrows twitched. It seemed like she had deleted his WeChat. Mariah clicked the blue link, send friend verification. A friend request was sent to Lena. Pleasantly hear me out. After waiting for a long time without any response. He tried calling Lena again, but it was always turned off. As Jalmer was getting agitated, Clara's call came through. The moment he picked up, her furious voice rang sharply from the other end. You little bastard. You actually dared to mess around outside. Get your ass back here now. Jalmer frowned, holding the phone a bit further away. Mom, I didn't. Clara roared, you're still lying. I know everything. Let me warn you, Ray is pregnant now. If you cannot control yourself and do anything to betray her, I will disown you as my son. Think about what you're doing. Without waiting for Jalmer to explain, Clara hung up. Jalmer sighed deeply, feeling a headache coming on. Rubbing his temples, he made a call to his assistant Ilium. Book me a ticket from Melbourne to Kyoto as early as possible. At this end, Clara also called Lena several times. Seeing the phone always off, she finally gave up. Lena took a shower and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She couldn't help thinking about what happened before the video call was cut off. She didn't distrust Jalmer. However, she could not remain calm when such an incident occurred. Lena tossed and turned for a long time, growing increasingly restless and sleepless. She decided to play games instead. In the past, whenever she encountered upsetting matters, she would also play games to distract herself. Things had been busy these few days. She hadn't played games for days. This season had already ended. Due to not playing in the last few days, her rank remained at 500 points as an exalted Catherinester. Such a score might have been king tier in other regions, but in the densely talented Ionian server, it was only exalted Catherinester. Lena started a random match alone. Amy was just about to sleep when she received Jalmer's call. Amy, go upstairs and check on what Ray is doing. She's upset, and I'm worried about her. To protect Lena, Jalmer arranged for her to stay below Lena's apartment. Amy sat up in bed and switched on the bedside lamp. All right, young master, I'll go right now. Amy approached Lena's apartment door and pressed the doorbell a few times with no one responding. She had the key to the apartment. Worried that something might have happened to Lena, she opened the door and entered. Ray, are you here? Amy asked as she moved inside. There was no reply. The living room was empty, and the bedroom door was open. Amy walked into the bedroom, finding no one in bed, making her heart leap to her throat. Was Ray out so late at night? Did she go out alone? Thinking this, Amy grew terrified, afraid that Lena might run into trouble. Taking out her phone to call Jalmer, she suddenly heard noise from the next room. Amy approached and stood at the door, hearing cursing voices coming from inside. There's another noob jungle player. Such a big advantage in the bottom lane but doesn't control drakes and just goes mushroom farming in the jungle. Not serious, bro. They can't kill them and get counter-killed? It's like playing against bots. Absolutely bots. Bro, if you weren't such a noob, how could you still have the face to talk about the top laner? At least their top laner has a positive score. You, with a 1 to 12 score, just don't speak. That one kill you got was even from my creep. How come most guys in this game are so bad and yet act all high and mighty? Can't stand it. After listening for a while, Amy finally relaxed. It was good that Laverne hadn't gone out. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it to the young master. If anything happened to Laverne, her life wouldn't be enough compensation. Amy exhaled, her tension easing. She sent a message to Jalmer. Young master, Laverne is fine. She's playing games right now and sounds a bit irritable. Jalmer replied with a good. Just as Amy was about to put away her phone, Jalmer sent another message. What's Laverne's game name? Mariah knew Lena played League of Legends because she had mentioned it before. But he never asked for her game name. Mariah didn't play that game and wasn't particularly interested before. Now, under these circumstances, an idea suddenly popped into his head. Amy paused and replied. I'm not sure. Alright, nothing else. Go back. Yes, young master. Jalmer didn't say anything more. Amy put away her phone and returned downstairs. Meanwhile, Jalmer found Imelda's contact information. Imelda was Lena's close friend. She must know Lena's game name. Fortunately, Imelda wasn't asleep at this hour. Jalmer texted her, and Imelda responded directly with a call. Are you really President Pedro from Laverne's family? Jalmer grunted in affirmation. Imelda said, that's good. I was afraid it might be a scammer, so I called to confirm. Jalmer didn't quite understand what a scammer would gain from a game name. Scammers try to get game names? Yes, Mr. President, you see, isn't Laverne a little rich girl now? In the era of big data, it's hard to protect personal information. Some scammers might approach her through the game to cheat her out of money. Imelda sounded convincing. Jalmer understood. Now that you've confirmed it, can you tell me her game name? Of course. Laverne plays on the Ionian server. Her game name is Yang, no symbols, level 86, exalted Catherinester. Catherine, sure you add the right person. Good. Jalmer said, don't tell her about this. Sure thing, Mr. President, I'll keep it secret. Oh, by the way. Imelda remembered something, raising her voice. Laverne doesn't like adding guys. If you want to add her as a stranger, pretend to be a girl. I suggest using a name that sounds like a girl. Jalmer frowned. How do I pick one? I bet you can't think of any. Moriar, use 1-1-Xiaomeng. 1-1-Xiaomeng. Jalmer grimaced. What kind of name was this? Would it work? Imelda continued, remember, you're Xiaomeng online now. Don't turn on the microphone. If she asks, just say your mic is broken. People who receive favors soften their stance. Imelda had been taken care of by the Pedro family during her hospital stay. She knew that Augustine repaying the debt and covering her medical expenses were all due to Jalmer's help. Since the president had done so much for her, helping with this small favor was the least she could do. Lena finished one game 40 minutes later. Initially, her advantage was significant in the bottom lane, and the game could have ended 15 minutes earlier. But the jungler was too weak, losing 2 elder dragons and slowing the pace. Lena's advantage was gradually erased. The game dragged on until 40 minutes before finishing. Luckily, they won in the end. In the match summary, Lena angrily reported the jungler for intentionally giving kills and negative attitude. Then she received 2 friend requests. One was from that poor and smelly jungler. The other was from 1-1-Xiaomeng. Seeing the cute name, Lena didn't hesitate to accept. 1-1-Xiaomeng, hi, can you carry me in games? Chapter 142, should we start a relationship with eldest sister? The adorable and polite younger sister. There was no reason for Lena to refuse. After calming her, she typed back to her. Sure, what do you want to play? What to play? Jalmer pondered over this question for a while. Mariah was a complete newbie and logically should play against AI first. But wouldn't it be too embarrassing to let a 500-point expert take him through the AI matches? Mariah asked Imelda again. What should I let her take me to play? Imelda almost instantly replied. Ranked match. Mariah's account has a high rank, so playing a ranked match will match you with high-ranked players. As a newbie, it would be hard for you. But in the bronze tier, you can dominate easily. Jalmer nodded thoughtfully and quickly typed out a sentence with his long, fair fingers. Let's do a ranked match, but I'm very bad at it and still a newbie. Can you not scold me if I play poorly? Lena smiled. Why would she scold such an adorable little sister? She replied, no, I'll find a smurf account. After sending the message, Lena logged off. Leaning back in his chair, Jalmer felt a subtle mood. Just now, after getting Lena's in-game name, he immediately called Jeffrey to have a computer pre-installed with League of Legends delivered. Mariah knew that Armand also played this game. That's why he called Jeffrey. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Armand arrived with his laptop. Thanks to Armand, otherwise by the time he finished downloading the game, his obedient one might already be asleep. How could he then pretend to be a passerby chasing his wife in the game? Lena found a bronze tier account to take this soft sweet little cute one. Entering the team room, Lena greeted warmly via voice chat. Hi, can you hear me, little sister? Soft sweet little cute, yes, I can hear you. Sorry, my headset's microphone is broken, so I can't talk. I'll type instead. Lena said, it's okay, I'll talk. And you can type. Shall we go ahead? Soft sweet little cute, okay, sure. Then I'll start. Imelda took on the role of a strategist. Boss, just play Zyra, latch onto her, bring ignite and exhaust, just focus on giving shields. Little Di is very lenient with girls, she won't mind your being a novice. I'll send you the build, just follow it. Imelda was very responsible as a strategist. Afraid that mentioning equipment names would make Jalmer search for them for a long time, she found a picture of Zyra's build and sent it to Jalmer. Knowing what the equipment looked like made it much quicker to find. Just follow this build. Catherine and Lee level up E, secondary Q. W can latch on or detach. When attaching, click on the person you want to attach to in the game while pressing W on the keyboard. But be careful, if you're controlled while detaching, W will go into cooldown. So I suggest you try not to detach. This first piece of equipment is called a salary item. Look at the small icon above your skill bar showing layers. At this point, attacking towers or last hitting low health minions will earn you money. By the way, playing support also requires setting up vision. Imelda sent a picture of the map with red boxes indicating where to place wards. If anyone gets close trying to kill the AD, give them exhaust. Jalmer was very smart, and with Imelda's meticulous guidance, he quickly got the hang of how to play Zyra. Being a simple hero that didn't require much operation, latching onto someone meant others couldn't reach him, and he would only die if Lena did. But in this tier, Lena practically dominated everything, making it hard for her to die. Thus, Jalmer rarely died too. Lena was very patient, she didn't blame him for missing with his Q and gently comforted him, it's okay, you'll get used to it with more practice. They were ganked by the enemy mid laner and jungler, plus the bottom lane duo, for people cornering them under the tower attempting to dive kill. While operating, Lena reassured him emotionally, that's how this game goes, bot lane frequently gets double teamed, get used to it. With me here, don't be afraid. On screen, ADC Zaya under Lena's control dashed away, dodged skills wildly, threw feathers, and pulled back hooks, directly taking down the two squishies of the enemy bottom lane, Soraka and Jinx. Then she unleashed her ultimate to evade the key crowd control from the enemy mid laner, circling around the tower under the tower damage to kill the mid laner, and used flash to chase down the fleeing jungler, finishing with a stylish quadra kill. Quadra kill. Teammates frantically spammed 666 in chat. In the voice chat, Lena disdainfully chuckled, sarcastically saying, "A bunch of little Corellas." Soft Sweet Little Cute typed and asked, "What are little Corellas?" Lena laughed in the voice chat and said, "Little Corellas means little trash. Ahaha, sister, wasn't my operation just now super cool?" Soft Sweet Little Cute, cool. The jungler teammate typed in reply, "They are just little trash. The mid laner teammate, little trash. Damn, RAD is indeed cool. The top laner teammate, so cool, I can't believe it. Catherinester 666. They are indeed little Corellas on the other side. The jungler, such a flashy play, you should consider going pro. If you go pro, world champion for sure." Lena smiled and replied, "Basic operation, no need to praise. Jalmer sat in front of the computer, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips, his eyes soft and indulgent. It turned out that his obedient one was so lively and adorable, and so skilled in the game. This was a side he had never seen before. While Jalmer was still smiling, he caught sight of someone trying to poach in the lower left corner of the chat interface. "Jungler, ADC, want to duo Q next match? I'll help you gank. Soft Sweet Little Cute, she belongs to me. Jungler, she? The ADC is a girl?" Lena laughed and replied to him, "What girl, I'm your grandma. Jalmer couldn't hold back his laughter, "Yes, yes, yes, my little grandma. Soft Sweet Little Cute, anyway, she's mine, no one can take her away. Jungler, Soft Sweet Little Cute, you too into Yuri? Mid laner, bad news, there's a lesbian. Lena also saw her teammates' joking words. In the voice chat, she joked with a laugh, "How about it, sister, do you want to have a relationship with me?" Although he knew it was just a joke, Jalmer's heart still tightened. Mariah did not allow his obedient one to be in a relationship with anyone else. Melvin if it was a woman. Melvin if it was him in disguise. Because in Lena's mind, these were all people other than him, Jalmer. A sour feeling surged in his heart. Mariah was jealous. Yes, jealous of himself. Jalmer switched the game chat to party only. This way, only he and Lena could see his messages. "Sister, do you have a boyfriend?" Seeing this, Lena replied in the voice chat, "Yes, but he upset me, so I don't want to talk to him anymore." Chapter 143, Net Friends Consolation. After a round of the game, Lena had killed 30 people and predictably claimed the MVP. In the gaming room, Zia asked about her boyfriend. It just so happened that Lena was feeling down and wanted someone to talk to. It was so late, Imelda must have already gone to bed. Besides, Imelda had been hospitalized for several days, and her love life was also in chaos, so Lena did not want to vent negative emotions onto her again. Anyway, the net friend didn't know either her or Jalmer, so it wouldn't matter much if she just talked casually. Feeling down, Lena said in the game voice chat, "My boyfriend is on a business trip. We had a video call tonight. I heard another woman go into his room. That woman spoke in a way like she was trying to seduce him. I was really mad when I heard that." Mariah hearing Lena was so upset, Jalmer felt a stabbing pain in his heart, feeling very heartbroken. Mariah had made his girl mad. Now he needed to comfort her properly. "Zia, sister, don't get angry first, maybe this was just a misunderstanding? How does your boyfriend usually treat you? Are there any other women around him besides you?" Lena sighed, "Mariah treats me very well all the time. Mariah cares for me and is considerate of me. Mariah never loses his temper with me. That's why I've always relied on and liked him. I believe what he says about being each other's first love. There was indeed a woman who liked him before and wanted to marry him, but he handled it. Now we're engaged. I trust him very much and I know he wouldn't do anything behind my back. But just thinking about another woman going into his room makes me feel uncomfortable." Mariah hearing these words from his girl, ripples stirred in Jalmer's heart. Mariah knew it, his girl wasn't someone unreasonable. She had always trusted him. "Zia, sister, this must be a misunderstanding then. What did your boyfriend say to you afterward?" Afterward? Afterward, she hadn't let him explain and deleted his WeChat and turned off her phone. Mariah was in Australia and couldn't explain to her in person, unable to contact her, nearly driving him crazy. His assistant Ilium called and said the earliest flight back to Jingdu was at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. By the time he reached Jingdu, it would already be 6 o'clock the morning after next. During this period, he must do something to stabilize his girl's emotions. Mariah didn't want his girl to go to sleep with bad feelings. By asking such, he wanted to guide his girl to listen to his explanation. Lena said in the voice chat, "I didn't let him explain. I deleted him and turned off my phone right away because I didn't want to hear his explanation while angry. Zia, sister, from what you say, I can tell that your boyfriend must really love you. Mariah must have felt terrible seeing you upset. Why don't you turn on your phone and hear him out?" In the voice chat, Lena fell silent. Jalmer continued to type, offering consolation. Zia, sister, it's clear that you two love each other deeply. How can lovers make each other sad over a little misunderstanding? Don't you think so? Sigh, Lena sighed. You have a point. Almost there. The gloomy look on Jalmer's face finally eased up a bit. Zia, that's right, that's exactly the point. Sister, why don't you hear him out? Suddenly, Lena changed her tone. No, Xiaoming, why do I feel like you are taking his side? Jalmer stopped typing. Oh no, did he reveal something? Before Jalmer could come up with a response, Lena added, Xiaoming, how old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? A spark flashed through Jalmer's mind, giving him an idea of how to convince Lena. Mariah quickly typed out a long message. Zia, I'm 18 this year. Before, I had a boy I liked, but because of a small misunderstanding, I thought he liked another girl in our class. So I blocked his WeChat and ignored his calls. At that time, we had just graduated from high school and went separate ways without ever contacting each other. I was heartbroken for a long time. Months later, I learned from other classmates that he had always liked me. I had already gotten a boyfriend in university by then. So we missed each other. After sending the message, Jalmer reviewed it himself. Yes, perfect. Mariah was indeed a genius in storytelling. Given how innocent his girl was and how easily she believed others, she would surely listen to him. Sure enough, Lena felt a wave of nostalgia after reading. I didn't expect you to have such a regretful past story. Zia, yeah, every time I think about it now, I feel regretful. So, sister, you and your boyfriend mustn't be like me, missing each other because of a little misunderstanding. Lena fell silent for a moment and then said, Xiaoming, I know what I should do now. Thank you for listening to me and comforting me. Jalmer's brows relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly into a gentle smile. Finally, his girl had thought it through. Zia, you're welcome, sister. It's good that you've understood. Lena asked, Xiaoming, do you still want to play the game? Since the purpose was achieved, there was no need to continue playing the game. Jalmer knew that by asking this, his girl wanted him to explain. If Xiaoming wanted to continue playing, his girl would certainly not refuse. Then she wouldn't have time to listen to his explanation now. Zia, sister, I'm sleepy. Let's stop here today and play next time. Lena, okay. To prevent Lena from deleting him again and refusing to listen to his explanation after their next argument, Jalmer came up with an idea. Zia, sister, can I add another way to contact you? So I can invite you to play games or chat in the future. Such a cute girl like Lena couldn't possibly refuse. Sure, let's add WeChat. Jalmer immediately registered a new WeChat account, named it Zia, found a cute anime girl profile picture online, and sent the WeChat ID. Lena walked to the bedside and picked up her phone. As soon as she turned it on, she saw over 20 missed calls. Most were from Jalmer, and the rest were from Clara. She opened WeChat. Clara had sent dozens of messages. Lena glanced at them briefly. Clara had somehow learned about the woman in Jalmer's room and kept comforting her. Laverne, don't be sad, when this stinky boy comes back, I won't let him off. Laverne, rest assured, if this stinky boy really did something to hurt you, I will kick him out. You come live with me as my daughter, we don't need him. Laverne, how are you? Have you rested? Mom will come to see you tomorrow, what do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. Don't be sad, Laverne, stay happy. Reading through, Lena felt her nose tingling. Clara really treated her like a daughter. She replied briefly, telling Clara not to worry and that she was fine. After accepting Xiaoming's friend request, she received a message. I'm going to sleep, sister, good night. Remember to talk things out with your boyfriend. Don't let a small misunderstanding upset you. I hope you're happy. Good night. With all this done, Jalmer exited the game and turned off his computer. Mariah sat on the sofa, tiredly rubbing his temples, waiting for someone's call. At that moment, over 9,000 kilometers away in Jingdu, Lena mirrored his actions. After turning off her computer, she also sat at the bedside, rubbing her temples. How should she tell Jalmer? She had deleted his WeChat. Should she actively add him back now? Or should she call him? Lena was torn when she suddenly realized something. No, I didn't do anything wrong, why should I go find him first? Jalmer waited a few minutes but didn't receive Lena's call. Mariah opened his phone and sent another friend request. This time, Lena accepted. Chapter 144 I'll help you deal with him. Jalmer started by sending a video of security taking Annabelle away. Honey, I don't know that woman. I have no idea how she knew where I live. I've already had the security escort her out. Honey, please don't be angry. Lena opened the video. Francesca looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't this Annabelle who had stirred up a scandal with Jalmer and made it to the hot search list? Lena, ? Seeing this question mark, Jalmer was momentarily stunned, unsure what Lena meant. What's wrong, honey? Lena couldn't help feeling furious. You said you don't know her? Jalmer squinted his eyes slightly and watched the video again. Mariah confirmed he didn't know this woman. Yes, honey, I really don't know her. Lena gave a cold laugh. Mr. Pedro, you really can forget things easily, can't you? Originally, Lena intended to listen to his explanation. But who would have thought he wouldn't tell the truth? Annabelle had previously created a scandal with him which went viral on social media, then chased him all the way to the villa in Vernanchang and hugged him right away. She had seen it all with her own eyes. And now he said he didn't know her. Wasn't this lying? Was Jalmer treating her like an idiot, spouting lies so easily? Fuming, Lena typed. I see your attitude doesn't seem sincere at all. Jalmer felt. What's wrong with her? Mariah sent a few more messages patiently explaining and humbly asking for forgiveness. But Lena stopped replying. Defeated, Jalmer threw down his phone and lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Did he say something wrong just now? Why is Honey angry again? After saying he didn't know that woman, Honey got upset. Could it be there's something wrong with that woman? But he really doesn't know her. It was 11 o'clock at night in Kyoto time. Lena was holding her phone, sulking over Jalmer. Suddenly, in the high school class group, the class president sent a message tagging everyone. Has everyone started winter break yet? Shall we get together? Several people replied. Sure, what's up, class president? Another class reunion? I'm in. Me too, it's been months since we last met, missing everyone. Everyone's such night owls. Lena glanced casually and was about to exit when she saw someone trying to stir trouble. Coral, oh, another class reunion, I'm in, but class president, shouldn't you consider certain people's feelings? Certain people can't even afford 200 yuan for fees, didn't go the first time, and won't be able to go this time. Aren't you making them feel embarrassed? At the last reunion, Coral had mocked Lena. Everyone knew she was referring to someone specific. After sending this message, the group fell silent. Lena sneered. A petty person. Had she not learned her lesson from the fiasco at Schwevernai? Now she came back for more humiliation. Lena, class president, I'll join. Class president, okay. I'll start a sign-up thread tomorrow after everyone wakes up. Kane, I'm in. Coral, oh, Miss Spicy Hot Pot has money for a class reunion now? Are you planning to bring several servings of spicy hot pot to sell on-site and pay with that? Ha ha ha. Gracie, that's hilarious. In the past, Coral's lackey Aubrey Vernana would definitely jump in to insult Lena. But now she didn't dare. Because during the female streamer's online bullying incident, she leaked Lena's identity information online. Now she was being sued. In the lawyer's letter from Xingtong law firm, she was one of the defendants. She mentioned this to Coral, warning her that Lena might have connections behind her and advising her not to provoke Lena anymore. At that time, Coral dismissed it. What connections could a spicy hot pot vendor have? Good advice can't persuade stubborn fools. Since she had warned Coral, it wasn't her fault if Coral didn't listen. Aubrey Vernana silently watched from the sidelines. After Lena said she would attend the reunion, she didn't send any more messages in the group. She was tired and just wanted to sleep. The next morning, Clara came by as soon as Lena finished breakfast. Two servants followed her, carrying large bags. Lena hurried to greet her. Mom, why are you here? Calling Clara Mom now felt increasingly natural. Clara held Lena's hand with concern. Ray, I told you I'd visit today. Are you okay? I've already scolded that boy for you. Thinking of Jalmer, Lena lowered her eyes. I'm fine, Mom. I'm sorry for worrying you. Clara, don't be sad, Ray. When Jalmer comes back, make him kneel on the washboard. Lena's lips moved, but she didn't speak. Clara said, let's not think about those unpleasant things anymore. Today, I brought you some good things. Come take a look. Clara instructed the servants, put all these things on the table. Ray, come take a look. Clara warmly led Lena by the hand toward the table. Lena couldn't refuse and had to comply with Clara. Clara had brought top-quality bird's nest and some sour and sweet snacks. Ray, do you feel like eating something sour recently? Lena thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I do want to eat something sour. Clara smiled and opened a box of plum candies, took one out, and fed it to Lena. Try this one. Lena accepted it from Clara's hand and her eyes lit up instantly. Clara noticed her expression and laughed lovingly. How is it, my dear Ray? It's delicious, right? Lena spat out the pit and replied, very delicious. Thank you, Mom. You don't have to be so polite with your mom. Clara then opened another jar of snacks. Try this one too. Okay. Clara chatted with Lena all morning. At noon, she cooked a big table of delicious food in the apartment. In the afternoon, Clara wanted to take Lena out to play mahjong with a few ladies in her circle. Lena found an excuse to refuse. She didn't like playing mahjong and wasn't very good at it either. The last time she played mahjong still vividly lingered in her mind. While chatting, Jalmer called again. Lena didn't pick up. She was still upset that Jalmer lied to her. Jalmer sent her a message. My flight is at 5 this afternoon. I'll arrive in Kyoto around 6 tomorrow morning. Wait for me. Lena glanced at it and then looked up. Mom, Jalmer will be in Kyoto tomorrow morning. I don't want to live with him. The Aubrey family invited me to stay over for a few days. These few days I would like to. Clara understood. All right, you can cool off for a while. I'll help you deal with him. Chapter 145, Return to the Aubrey family. That afternoon, Lena went to the Aubrey family. Catherine Aubrey came to greet her personally. On the way, Adeline was in a very good mood and kept talking while holding Lena's hand. In contrast, Lena was quite downcast. Adeline noticed this and asked with concern, "What's wrong, little Di? Why do you look unhappy?" Lena hadn't yet developed any feelings for Adeline, they were still practically strangers. She didn't want to discuss her emotional issues with a stranger. Lena shook her head. "I'm fine, maybe I just need some time to adjust." Adeline sighed, feeling sad. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, 19 years ago, her carelessness allowed bad people to take advantage. Now that mother and daughter had just reunited, they needed time to build their relationship gradually. It was normal for Lena not to open up right away. There was plenty of time ahead, there was no need to rush. Adeline didn't press further but smiled and said she was always there to listen if Lena ever felt upset. Lena nodded obediently. The Aubrey family villa was luxurious and impressive. Though it was slightly inferior to the Pedro family's old residence, it still ranked among the top mansions in the capital. Stepping into the villa, one was immediately greeted by an air of opulence. The gilded chandeliers cast a dazzling light, illuminating the entire hall brightly. The spacious hall was adorned with various valuable artworks, each piece priceless, showcasing the owner's taste and status. Seeing all this, Lena couldn't help but recall the tiny bedroom converted from a utility room at the Chin household and her 19 years of hardship. She felt a mix of emotions. Rich people around the world are similarly rich. They have luxury cars and mansions, spending money extravagantly, indulging in lavishness. Poor people, however, struggle in different ways. Some families can barely afford food, never knowing where the next meal will come from. Some families might seem comfortable, but a sudden major illness can instantly devastate them. Some families appear to have houses and cars but live frugally, with their monthly salaries barely enough to cover mortgage and car loans. A few $100,000 in medical expenses can destroy a poor family, while $1 million per shot miracle drug could be used continuously by old lady Pedro until her dying day. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle. She had once thought that education would change her fate and give her a better life. But some lives aren't attainable through education alone. Some things can't be bought with hard work. If she hadn't had such an extraordinary background or met Jalmer by luck, she would never have experienced these luxuries in her lifetime. Watching Lena lost in thought, Adeline's eyes filled with sympathy. Mariah's precious daughter had endured 19 years of hardship outside. All of this should have belonged to her. Tears welled up in Adeline's eyes. "Little Di, this will be your home from now on." Slade looked at his long-lost daughter with deep emotion. "Little Di, are you hungry? Our housekeeper has prepared some dishes. Let me know if you like them." Lena shook her head. "I already ate before coming here." "Good." Slade nodded. "Later, your mother will show you around. If you need anything, just tell her." "Okay." Adeline held Lena's hand. "Come, let me show you around." They strolled in the garden of the villa, chatting casually. Knowing Lena was pregnant, Adeline intentionally slowed their pace. "How many months along are you?" Adeline asked. "More than 4 months," replied Lena. Adeline nodded. "How is the baby doing? What did the doctor say?" Thinking of the baby, Lena's expression softened. She gently smiled. "The doctor said the baby is developing well." "And how are you feeling? How's your appetite and sleep? Are you experiencing morning sickness?" Lena understood Adeline's concern. "All's well. I had morning sickness earlier but it's gone now. My appetite is good, and I eat smaller meals frequently to ensure nutrition." "That's good to hear." Adeline felt relieved. Recalling something, she couldn't help but smile. Looking at Lena tenderly, she said, "When I was pregnant with you, I didn't have much morning sickness. You were a very good baby, never causing trouble, and I slept well and ate well. You've always been a good baby, even when you were in mommy's tummy." Lena paused, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Only after speaking did Adeline realize what she said. Pain flashed across her eyes. "Little Di, do you blame me for being so negligent and losing you back then?" "Do I blame her? Perhaps I did. When she first learned that she wasn't the biological daughter of the Chin family, she blamed her birth parents for abandoning her. Later, when she found out they didn't abandon her, she felt less hurt. But thinking about how Kala lived a life of luxury as the cherished daughter in the Aubrey family, while she had to work like a horse and endure beatings and scoldings at the Chin household, she still felt resentful toward Mr. and Cassie. Before Lena could respond, Adeline continued, "Laverne, you blame Mom, right? It's all Mom's fault, I made you suffer." Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. Adeline took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Lena sighed, not knowing what to say. She did indeed feel resentful towards them. Saying she didn't would be hypocritical. Mariah's 19 years of suffering were very real. Pretending nothing happened was impossible. Cassie felt uncomfortable, but so did Lena. Lena's room was on the 3rd floor. It was a large bedroom. Adeline had decorated it into a princess-like room. It included an ensuite bathroom, walk-in closet, and a gaming room. It was clear Adeline put effort into it. She even knew Lena enjoyed playing games. With a trace of awkwardness, Adeline said, "Laverne, rest assured, this room was never Kala's. Mom specifically arranged it for you." Lena gave a polite smile. "Thank you, Cassie." Mariah hearing this title, Adeline looked somewhat melancholic. Lena noticed this but didn't intend to say anything. Calling her mom felt unnatural at the moment. However, Adeline only stayed low for a brief moment before quickly adjusting. Forcing a smile, she led Lena into the walk-in closet. "Laverne, these are all specially prepared by Mom. Do you like them?" The vast walk-in closet was filled with clothes, shoes, jewelry, and bags, from head to toe, inside out, everything one could need. Lena glanced around casually. It wasn't much different from the Pedro family's house. Some of these items were also provided by Clara. Smiling, Lena said, "I really like them." "Thank you, Cassie." Adeline smiled, "As long as Laverne likes them." Afterwards, they toured the gaming room. Lena lightly touched the pink keyboard and computer screen, then looked up curiously. "How did Cassie know I enjoy gaming?" Adeline appeared a bit embarrassed. "Kala led female streamers to cyberbully you. When the so-called evidence was released, I saw you playing games at a fan meet and greet event for your gaming team. I guessed you must like playing games." Lena nodded without comment. "Regarding what Kala did before, Mom apologizes again. Back then, I didn't know you were my daughter, so I was unkind to you, Laverne." Upon hearing this, Lena looked at Adeline, her brows slightly furrowing. "So, Cassie, you're saying if I wasn't your daughter, you could have let Kala spread rumors and slander me online?" Chapter 146, The Grim Reaper Jalmer. Adeline shook her head hurriedly. "Ray, Mom didn't mean it that way, you know. That's not what I meant." Lena moved the corner of her mouth. "Cassie, loving your daughter doesn't mean spoiling her. It's hard for you and Oscar to avoid blame for turning Kala into such a domineering person." Adeline lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Ray." Lena sighed. She spoke harshly, but all was true. Lena thought for a moment, then said, "Cassie, thank you very much for everything you've done for me. I spoke too strongly just now, please don't take it to heart." Adeline raised her head. "No problem, Ray. You're telling the truth. Mom did do wrong before, and you should say these things. Please don't be so polite with me." Lena pressed her lips together. "Cassie, I'd like to rest for a while." Adeline understood. "All right, rest well. Call me if you need anything." Adeline stepped out of the room and closed the door gently. Lena watched her leave, then went to the bed and lay down in a death shape. So tired. Mariah's phone rang. Lena picked it up and looked. It was a message at ing everyone in the class group. The class reunion was scheduled in 5 days in Vernancheng. Then she would have to go back to Vernancheng these next 2 days. Just right, Jalmer was almost back. She didn't want to see him, so hiding in Vernancheng would solve 2 problems at once. At this moment, Imelda sent a message. "Ray, are you going to the class reunion?" Lena replied with a "I see Coral is stirring up trouble in the group again. Are you sure you're going?" "Of course I'm going. How could I not go? If they come looking for insults, I might as well oblige them. Lena thought for a moment, then sneered and replied. "Not only am I going, but I'll also bring Amy with me. Imelda, okay, then I'll go too. Lena, let's go back together then. Imelda, okay. Lena, Yueshin, how's your injury healing?" "Pretty much recovered. I plan on being discharged tomorrow. Then I'll come over with Amy tomorrow to pick you up. Okay. Jalmer couldn't remember who the woman was even after thinking about it all night yesterday. Early the next morning, he sent the video to his secretary Violet. Mariah asked her who the woman was. Melbourne, Australia, was 3 hours ahead of Beijing time. Violet received the message when it was only 4 o'clock in the morning in Beijing. The sound of a phone notification woke her. Violet drowsily opened it. Upon seeing the message from her boss, Violet immediately perked up. She rubbed her eyes and turned on the bedside lamp. After a few seconds of adjusting to the light, she opened the video. Within a few seconds, Violet recognized the woman being escorted away by security as Annabelle. Wasn't the CEO supposed to be in Australia? How did he encounter Annabelle? And judging from this situation, did Annabelle break into the CEO's room? Suppressing her curiosity, Violet didn't ask further questions. Instead, she directly and simply replied to Jalmer with 2 words. "Annabelle." Worried that Jalmer might not recall immediately, Violet added another line. "That female celebrity who you silenced due to a rumor a few months ago. At this point, Jalmer, who was jogging at the gym, frowned upon reading the message. With those words, he remembered. Back at the summer resort, the woman had tried to get close to him deliberately. Mariah barely glanced at her, giving her just a cold look before having his bodyguards escort her away. After trending online, he hadn't examined the photos carefully and had people remove the trend and issued a clarification on Weibo. Therefore, it wasn't strange that he couldn't remember what she looked like. Mariah never expected that this woman would still try to tempt him to make a comeback even after being blacklisted. Jalmer turned off the treadmill, got off it, and made a call with his mobile phone. Violet waited a few minutes, seeing no further messages from Jalmer, turned off the light and went back to sleep. In Beijing, at 4 in the morning. Isidore was enjoying a peaceful sleep with someone cuddling beside him. In the quiet hotel suite, the ringing of the phone sounded ominously urgent. Isidore frowned in his sleep, reached under the pillow, tapped the lock button a couple of times, and hung up. As soon as he hung up, the phone rang again. Isidore hung up again. Less than a minute later, it rang again. After several repetitions, Isidore exploded with frustration and took the call amidst curses without checking the caller ID. Before he could even speak clearly, he swore first. Jalmer's face darkened, speaking gravely, Isidore, are you hoping for my incense offerings the next Qingming festival? Upon hearing it was Jalmer, Isidore instantly woke up more than half. Mariah sat up quickly from the bed. Roscoe? What's happening? Did something upset you to call me at this hour? Isidore glanced at the wall clock. Very good, at 4 in the morning. Isidore teased and complained, what a great brother you are, calling me repeatedly at 4 in the morning as if you're snatching my life like the Grim Reaper. Jalmer said coldly, do you know Annabelle? Isidore rubbed his temples, I know her. Didn't she previously stir up rumors with you? So, she's after you again? Jalmer's voice was icy, I met her again in Australia. Huh. Jalmer briefly explained last night's events to Isidore. After hearing this, Isidore laughed heartily, this woman really has guts. She still doesn't learn even after being blacklisted. Looks like she doesn't realize that the one who blacklisted her is you. Jalmer scowled, after she returns to China, get someone to warn her. Isidore smiled, got it. In the evening, Lena had dinner with the Aubrey couple. Cassie specifically asked what Lena liked to eat. She made the housekeeper prepare a table full of dishes that Lena loved. Ray, all these dishes were specially prepared for you by Mom. How do they taste? Oscar smiled. Specially prepared, huh? Lena glanced at the dining table. Indeed, they were all dishes she loved. Seeing these dishes reminded Lena of Clara. Born into similar wealthy families, both high-born young ladies, both elegant noblewomen, Adeline never touches the kitchen, letting servants cook and boasting about making them specially for Lena. But Clara always cooked personally for her. Thinking of Clara, Lena's eyes softened. Adeline thought Lena was moved by her gesture, so she smiled, Ray, try them. Lena nodded and picked up a piece of spare rib. How to put it, they were good, but not quite up to the level of Clara's cooking. They are delicious, Lena smiled. Adeline beamed, if they are delicious, eat more. In the future, Dad and Mom will often have meals with you. After dinner, the housekeeper brought fruit. Lena casually glanced at the fruit platter and said, by the way, Cassie, I need to go back to Vernancheng tomorrow. Adeline frowned, Why did you suddenly think of going to Vernancheng? Vernancheng. Isn't that where Ruthie lives? Back then, she switched Ray and took her to Vernancheng. Now that Ray is going back, is she planning to take revenge on Ruthie? Adeline said, Ray, I'll send people with you. We can't let Ruthie off easily. Lena shook her head, I'm not going to find the Chin family. My classmates and I are having a reunion in a couple of days. I'm just going back for the reunion. Oh, I see, Adeline replied, still, someone should go with you for protection. You're pregnant now, there can't be any mistakes. I have a personal female bodyguard who is very skilled. Don't worry. But... Adeline was still concerned. Lena said, don't worry, Cassie. There's nothing to be concerned about. Alright, when will you come back? I'm not sure yet, but I shouldn't stay long in Vernancheng. Adeline said, fine, come back soon. Your parents miss you very much. Lena smiled without replying. Chapter 147, The Young Miss and the Family Servant. The next morning. At 6:30 a.m., at Kyoto Airport. Jalmer got off the plane, and the Pedro family driver was there to pick him up. All the way until he got in the car, he didn't see the person he had been thinking of day and night. His obedient girl was still sulking at him and hadn't come to pick him up from the airport. But then Jalmer thought it over. It was only a little past 6, and his obedient girl would be fast asleep in her cozy bed right now. Thinking about the serene and adorable sleeping face of the girl, a gentle expression flashed across Jalmer's eyes, and a smile crept onto the corner of his mouth unawares. Catherinester, shall we head back to the old house or go to Guiyun Road? Yes, Catherinester. When they arrived at the apartment, it was already 7 o'clock. Jalmer tiptoed as he opened the door, changed into slippers, and went straight to the bathroom for a shower first. Mariah didn't even turn on the hairdryer for fear of waking Lena up. Mariah dried his hair with a towel several times before stepping into the master bedroom. Mariah had missed her so much after a few days apart. Right now, all he wanted to do was pull her into his arms and kiss her passionately. She would be awakened by the commotion, her little face wrinkled, and she'd hum discontentedly. Thinking about the sweet and innocent look of the girl, Jalmer chuckled softly and got into bed feeling around in the dark. Mariah stretched out his long arm and reached inside. There was no one there. The smile on Jalmer's lips faded. Mariah suddenly sat up, turned on the light, but there was nobody on the bed. Lena didn't sleep well that night. She was a bit prone to insomnia and found it hard to fall asleep in new environments. Aubrey family villa was a completely foreign place for her. Last night, it took her over an hour lying in bed with her eyes closed before she reluctantly drifted off to sleep. She had often struggled with insomnia, finding it very difficult to fall asleep. Melvin, if she managed to doze off, it was always light sleep, and any sound could easily wake her up. After living together with Jalmer, he hugged her every night while they slept. In his embrace, breathing in his unique scent, Lena felt relaxed and secure, falling asleep quickly. Last night, after Lena fell asleep, she woke up several times in the middle of the night. Each time she opened her drowsy eyes, she instinctively reached out for the person beside her. But the space beside her was empty. The emptiness of the bed made her heart feel equally hollow. For a moment, Lena was disoriented, unsure where she was. Mariah's mind was foggy, and she drifted back to sleep again after some thoughts. This process repeated several times, leaving her unrest throughout the night. When she woke up the next morning, it was already 10:30 a.m. Sitting up in bed, she yawned and rubbed her eyes, recalling that she was currently at the Aubrey residence. After washing up and changing clothes, Lena walked downstairs. A servant greeted her with a smile. Apparently, Cassie had specifically instructed the servants to call her Miss instead of Miss Cheen. Miss, breakfast is served in the dining room. Oscar has already left, and Cassie is entertaining guests in the tea room. Shall I inform her to come down? Lena walked into the dining room. The breakfast on the dining table was still steaming. Lena sat down, casually picked up 2 custard buns, and ate them with millet porridge. She had just taken a couple of sips of the millet porridge when she heard Cassie's voice. Laverne, you're awake. As soon as those words were spoken, Cassie appeared in her line of sight. Just as Lena raised her head to greet her, she saw someone standing behind her. Jalmer was wearing a black shirt and trousers, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, his posture tall and handsome as ever. Lena's brain was momentarily blank, holding a bite of custard bun forgotten to chew. How did he get here? So, the guest the auntie mentioned earlier was him. Cassie approached her smiling. Laverne, Jean came early this morning to pick you up, but I told him you're going to Vernancheng today. What? She hadn't planned on telling him. One reason she was going to Vernancheng was to attend a class reunion, the other was to avoid him. Jalmer looked at Lena. Laverne, let me go with you to Vernancheng. Lena glanced at him without saying anything, continuing to eat her custard bun. These custard buns are really delicious, and the millet porridge is soft and smooth, Lena said to Cassie, trying to divert attention. Cassie smiled. You can stay here a few more days when you return from Vernancheng. I'll have the cook prepare your favorite dishes every day. Jalmer was ignored. Mariah didn't seem upset, walking over to Lena with his long strides. Laverne, let me accompany you to Vernancheng. Lena remained silent, calmly taking another sip of millet porridge. Noticing the tension between them, Cassie asked, what's wrong? She then looked at Jalmer. Did you upset Laverne? Jalmer lowered his eyes toward Lena. There's a little misunderstanding. Cassie frowned. Jean, Laverne isn't the neglected child anymore. If you dare to bully her, I won't be nice to you. Jalmer's face remained expressionless, and his tone was light. Laverne has never been a neglected or unloved child. I have always loved and cared for her. Melvin, when Kala bullied her, I stood up for her. Didn't you notice that? Adeline was left speechless by this. Mariah's face turned pale. She had been fine just moments ago while entertaining him. Why the sudden change? Lena didn't want Jalmer to blame Cassie. After finishing her breakfast, she wiped her mouth leisurely before turning to look at Jalmer. I don't need you to come with me. You're so busy, I can't ask you to accompany me. After saying this, she stood up to leave. Jalmer grabbed her arm. Laverne, it's my fault. Please don't be angry. I'm not lying to you. I hadn't looked closely at Annabelle before, how could I remember who she is and what she looks like? Pull the other one. Lena rolled her eyes. Jalmer continued to explain, I did see her at the resort. I also remember some woman tried to create a scandal with me to get my resources. But I didn't connect the two because I don't remember what that woman looked like. You saw the video. I had her removed. Let's not fight over this trivial matter and waste time we could spend together, okay? With Cassie still nearby, Lena didn't want to discuss these matters in front of her. I'll go upstairs to get my luggage. I'll head to the hospital to pick up Rebecca. I'll go with you. This time Lena didn't refuse. Turning to Adeline, she said, Cassie, please don't worry about me. Jalmer and I just had a little misunderstanding. It's all cleared up now. Adeline's expression eased as she smiled at Lena. That makes me feel better. Lena nodded. Yes, then I'll go get my luggage. Leaving the Aubrey residence, Jalmer pulled 2 suitcases while following behind Lena. Lena walked ahead empty-handed. The two resembled a young miss and her servant. Uncle Christina, the driver, saw this scene from afar. His eyelids twitched. It was the first time he had seen such behavior from the young master. Lena got into the car with a blank expression. Jalmer personally placed her suitcases in the trunk. In the car, Lena's face was still cold. Jalmer pulled her into his arms, restraining her with one hand while gently caressing her face with the other. Still upset? Chapter 148. A kiss. Lena pouted, giving him a cold shoulder. Jalmer smiled and leaned down to kiss her. Lena struggled for a bit but couldn't break free. The driver concentrated on driving, keeping his eyes forward, maintaining a serious expression, pretending not to know what was happening in the back seat. After several days apart, Jalmer's kissing skills seemed to have improved quite a lot. Lena found herself at a disadvantage. Eventually, she gave up struggling. This kiss lasted for a long time, the two were completely lost in it. When they finally broke apart, their breathing was a little disordered. Lena gently propped her hands against Jalmer's chest, her chest heaving slightly, blushing as she looked at him. Okay, I can hardly breathe. Jalmer chuckled softly, reaching out to lightly tap her nose. This settled things between them. In an excellent mood, Jalmer leaned back into the seat, stretching out his long arm to embrace Lena's shoulders. Lena leaned against him. You really want to accompany me to Vernanchang? Jalmer raised an eyebrow. Sure. We've been apart for so long, now that I'm back, of course, I want to stick with you. Stick with you. Lena felt a tingling sensation in her heart. She wasn't good at resisting flirtation. Especially not Jalmer's. When Jalmer started talking sweet nothings, she had no defense. Fine, Lena said, but you can't go with me to the class reunion. Jalmer frowned. Why not? Am I not good enough? Not that he wasn't good enough. Mariah was too good. Rich and handsome, gentle and considerate, devoted and deeply in love. But precisely because he was too perfect, she didn't want to bring him. The class president often held reunions, which weren't solely for reconnecting classmates. The class president was very savvy. Although not the top student academically, he excelled in navigating interpersonal relationships. During high school, Lena had already seen this. To put it nicely, the class president was good at socializing. Less kindly put, he knew how to flatter and curry favor. Because of this, he became the teacher's favorite student. Some in the class jokingly compared the relationship between the teacher and the class president to that of an emperor and his most favored eunuch in ancient times. A portion of the classmates went to prestigious universities after the college entrance exam, while others came from families in business or politics. The class president organized these reunions to consolidate connections. Without these reunions, everyone would have gone their separate ways after graduation. Of course, some attended because they genuinely missed old friends, but many attended for networking. People at Jalmer's level were something her classmates could never reach in their lives. Melvin, if they didn't know Jalmer, seeing his car, his attire, and demeanor, they'd realize he wasn't an ordinary person. If she brought him, others would certainly fawn over him and try to connect with him through her. Lena didn't want to deal with this trouble. She explained some of this simply to Jalmer. After listening, Jalmer smiled. If I can help you keep up appearances and help them with a few minor favors along the way, why not? Lena shook her head. I haven't received any favors from them, so why should I go to such lengths just to boost their network? Jalmer looked at Lena. His obedient girl was really different from before. She wasn't the timid and easily bullied little rabbit anymore. Besides, you look like that, all the girls would be staring at you once you step in. Lena pursed her lips. I don't like having my things ogled by others. My things. Mariah hearing Lena say this, Jalmer felt a sweet warmth in his heart. She had possessiveness toward him. Obedient one, I'm glad you think this way. Jalmer leaned down and planted a kiss on Lena's forehead. At class reunions, people competed. Women compared husbands, clothes, jewelry, and bags. Men compared jobs, incomes, and who had the prettiest girlfriend. Melvin in their circle, the women who approached him thought the same way. Being with him meant getting exclusive resources and showing off, fulfilling their vanity. But his obedient girl wasn't like that. She didn't treat him as a tool for status or face, only thinking about not letting those people bother him. Jealous when other women looked at him. Jalmer felt a softness in his heart. I'll do as you wish. Imelda's injuries were healing well. After Lena discharged her from the hospital, she accompanied Imelda back to her rental apartment to pack some luggage. Their flight was at 4 in the afternoon. There was plenty of time after packing. Jalmer took them to a restaurant for lunch. Lena called Amy to join them. I'll have Amy come with me. Sitting in the private dining room, Lena told Jalmer, a few people from our high school class used to target me, and being pregnant, I can't afford any risks. Having Amy there will make me feel safer. Jalmer nodded. If they dare to bully you, let Amy deal with them. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Lena chuckled. Look at you talking as if I'm taking advantage of power to bully others. I'm not the type who likes to cause trouble. I know, but you can't be soft on those who bully you. Got it. When Amy arrived, all the dishes had just been served. The four of them had lunch together. The driver took them to the airport. In the car, Lena suddenly asked, what should we do? I only bought 3 plane tickets and didn't buy one for you. Jalmer smiled. It's just a plane ticket. 3 hours later. Lena was sitting in the first-class lounge, staring at Jalmer. Jalmer not only got a ticket for the same flight but also upgraded all 3 of them to first class. Now all 4 were sitting in the first-class lounge waiting to board. Lena looked at Jalmer next to her, twitching her lips. Fine, she worried unnecessarily. Aren't you supposed to have a few more days before the class reunion? Why did you go so early? Jalmer asked. Lena averted her gaze, too embarrassed to look into his eyes. I was arguing with you then. Jalmer understood. Oh, got it, you wanted to avoid me. Lena didn't deny it. Jalmer looked disappointed. Sigh, so sad, after 5 days apart, you don't miss me and even try to avoid me. I was angry with you. I don't care, I'm sad. Why is he acting like a child? Lena felt helpless, looking at him. Then what will make you not sad? Jalmer immediately smiled. A kiss. Lena. Mariah moved closer. One kiss, and I won't be sad. Didn't we already kiss in the car? Lena quickly glanced at Amy and Imelda. Both were engrossed in their phones. But Lena still felt a bit shy. Blushing, she whispered, they are watching. Not really, aren't they playing on their phones? Lena. Jalmer's voice was husky and sexy. Be good, a kiss. His warm breath brushed against her ear. Lena felt half her body numb. She checked Amy and Imelda again, confirming they weren't looking, and then quickly kissed Jalmer's cheek. Jalmer's eyes were full of amusement. Lena thought that was enough. Unexpectedly, Jalmer wasn't letting her off easily. Mariah pointed to his lips with his index finger, signaling Lena to kiss his lips. Lena's mouth twitched. Mariah was so persistent. She quickly pecked Jalmer's lips and was about to pull away when he suddenly cupped the back of her head and deepened the kiss. First class only had 4 seats, all bought by them. So there were only the 4 of them in the lounge, no outsiders. Jalmer kissed without a care. Lena felt anxious and startled. She had never kissed Jalmer in front of others before. Gradually, she was drawn into the atmosphere, closing her eyes slowly and savoring his kiss. On the side, Amy and Imelda simultaneously lifted their heads, grinning at the kissing couple, then turned to share a smile. Chapter 149, Is Little Meng a Fraud? Upon arriving in South City, Uncle Christina, the driver, came to pick them up. Lena still remembered this driver. When she lived in the South City villa before, it was always this driver who picked her up and dropped her off. They first sent Imelda home before returning to the South City villa. Originally, Lena had booked a hotel and planned to stay there during her few days in South City. But now that she and Jalmer had reconciled, she moved back into the previous villa with him. Despite not seeing them for months, Lynn remained as warm-hearted as ever. She took the suitcase from Jalmer's hand and greeted, Young Catherinster, young mistress, you're back. Lena smiled and replied, thank you for your hard work, Lynn. The housekeeper at the South City villa was surnamed Lu, and the one at the apartment on Gueyun Road in Kyoto also shared the same surname. Both women were of similar age and gentle disposition. Lena liked these 2 aunts very much and got along well with them. Amy stayed in the guest room next to Lena's. Lynn had already tidied it up. Back then, when they stayed at the South City villa, the relationship between Lena and Jalmer hadn't been as close yet. To be precise, they weren't even very familiar with each other. So, at the South City villa, Jalmer and Lena slept in separate rooms. Their rooms faced each other. Lena went upstairs and entered her bedroom. The furnishings in the room remained unchanged, just like before. The room was clean and tidy, indicating that Lynn must have been sweeping daily. Fresh pink snow mountain roses were placed in a vase on a small table. After looking around for a moment, Lena walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and opened the window to let some fresh air in. The temperature in South City was slightly higher than in Kyoto. Without the bone-chilling northwest wind, opening the window wouldn't make it too cold inside. Standing by the window, Lena looked down at the garden below. Lynn dragged the suitcase into the room and asked, young mistress, should I unpack the suitcase now? Lena nodded. Yes, I'll be staying here for about a week, so please help me out, Lynn. Lynn squatted down to open the suitcase with a smile. You're too kind, young mistress. Lena stood by the window for a while, then closed it, leaving only a small gap for ventilation. There was still a little over an hour before dinner. Bored, Lena decided to play a couple of rounds of the game. Logging into the game, she found no one was online. Thinking of the cute and adorable girl she brought last time, Lena opened WeChat and sent her a message. Little Meng, are you playing? After waiting for a while, there was no reply. Since their last conversation, neither of them had messaged each other again. Lena actually enjoyed playing with Little Meng. She was good at gaming and felt it was nice to meet new friends by guiding a newbie. Little Meng didn't respond. Putting down her phone, Lena was about to start the game when she saw Imelda come online. So she invited Imelda to join her for a match. After finishing one round of the game, sweet Little Meng finally replied. I can't play right now. You go ahead. Lena sent a heartbroken kitty emoji. Why can't you play? I wanted to continue helping you rank up. Because I'm traveling these days and don't have my computer. Okay, then we'll play when you get back. She included an anime girl sending heart emoji. Sweet Little Meng only replied with a Compared to Lena, she seemed particularly aloof. Lena frowned. This Little Meng felt completely different from the one she played with before. Back then, she talked a lot, addressing Lena as sister and chatting about personal experiences. Why was she so cold today? Through the in-game voice chat, Imelda, sounding curious, said, What's wrong, sweetie? Why is your WeChat notification ringing continuously? Just met a younger sister in the game a few days ago. Wanted to call her to play. Huh? A younger sister? Imelda pretended to be upset. Well, aren't you taking advantage of my absence to guide another girl? Lena replied, it's great to guide newbies. That girl is soft and cute. I'll introduce you to someday. Sure. How old is the sister? Does she have a nice voice? While selecting her champion, Lena chatted with Imelda, unaware that Jalmer had entered the room. I don't know. She said her mic was broken and couldn't speak. Did you see her photo? Imelda asked. Lena chose ADC Xia, and Imelda selected Karma. After setting her runes manually, she replied, no. Imelda cautioned, be careful, sweetie. If she doesn't speak or show photos, she might be a guy pretending to be a girl. A guy? Unconsciously, Lena raised her voice. Jalmer paused his steps, stopping a few meters behind her. Imelda continued, yes, lots of guys pretend to be girls in this game. I encountered one before. Lena was confused. Well, why would a guy pretend to be a girl to trick people? What does he get out of it? Is the girl you mentioned not very good at the game? Imelda asked instead of answering. She's only at bronze level. See, that makes sense. Imelda explained confidently, some guys aren't good at the game but want to play with girls. Evis reject them for being poor players, so these guys pretend to be girls. They say they're close friends, playing and chatting together. After a few sessions, they might ask for photos or even discuss private topics. Be careful. Really? Mariah's in-game name is Soft Sweet Little Meng. Would any guy really have a name like that? Imelda had been drinking water when Lena said this, causing her to spurt it out. Soft Sweet Little Meng? Didn't she help the CEO pick that name a couple days ago? How forgetful of her. While she indeed encountered some men pretending to be girls to trick girls before, hearing Lena mention it made her worry about Lena getting cheated. She completely forgot about the name suggestion she gave to the CEO. Mariah hearing Imelda spitting water, Lena asked suspiciously, what's wrong, Yueshin? Imelda wiped the computer screen with a tissue and coughed dryly, no, nothing. I just choked on water. Be careful. How could you choke on water? No one's fighting over it with you. Imelda said, Mariah, Laverne, you mentioned the girl is called Soft Sweet Little Meng? Yeah. By now, the game had already started. Lena bought her starting items while Imelda's karma hung around her character. Imelda commented, I think someone with such a cute name must be a girl. This name sounds adorable and girly. Internally, Imelda thought, yes, this name is perfect, and I am indeed a girl, so I'm not misleading Laverne at all. Lena said, didn't you just say she might be a fraud? Well, how could such a cute name belong to a fraud? Right, I don't think she's a fraud either. Lena continued, but she seems a bit aloof. I just invited her to play, used cute emojis, and was friendly, but she only replied with an Catherine, you're not close enough yet. She'll warm up after more games. That makes sense. Jalmer had been standing in the room for a while. Lena had been too engrossed in chatting to notice him. By the time she noticed, Jalmer was right beside her. Lena was so focused on her game that when she looked up, she was startled to see someone standing there. She jumped a little, oh my. And accidentally clicked flash with her left hand. In the voice chat, Imelda asked puzzled, Laverne, what happened? Why did you flash in place? Lena gave Jalmer a look that was half amused and half annoyed, why are you here? Chapter 150, a fiery king outside, yet returns home to wash hands and prepare soup. Jalmer had heard everything from Lena's conversation with Imelda. As the subject of their talk, Jalmer remained very composed. Mariah pretended as if he knew nothing, asking in a calm tone, what would you like to eat for dinner? While passing the city limits online, Lena glanced at him briefly before rapidly reciting several dishes. Salt and pepper shrimp, braised chicken in yellow sauce, red braised pork ribs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, tomato, and egg soup. 4 people, 4 dishes, and 1 soup, perfect match. Jalmer murmured an affirmation. Mariah stood where he was without moving. After Lena finished a fight with the duo in the bottom lane, she looked up only to see that Jalmer hadn't left yet. What's wrong? Jalmer smiled at her, I'll watch you play. Lena laughed and asked, aren't you the type who doesn't game? Would you even understand what's happening? Jalmer nodded, I can understand. Just now, you didn't use your flash spell but still managed to kill the opponent. You're playing very well. With an expression of pride and satisfaction on her face, Lena replied, of course. You should be glad I've already passed this stage. If not, I'd have been furious. It's all because you scared me, making me lose my flash spell. Jalmer looked at her adoringly, my fault. To make it up to you, shall I personally cook dinner for you tonight? Lena raised her eyes and looked at him with a smile, sure. In the voice chat, Imelda teased with a laugh, so that's why you did an in-place flash. It turns out your CEO came and scared you, honey. Your CEO is so kind to you, even offering to cook for you. Lena smiled with pursed lips, choosing not to respond. Who's this little cat venting anger? Jalmer's voice came from above Lena. Imelda. Confirming it wasn't a man, Jalmer turned and walked away with long strides. An hour later. Jalmer appeared again in the gaming room. Come along, it's time for dinner. Fingers flying across the keyboard, Lena said, wait for me a moment, I'm still in a team fight. Jalmer moved behind her and glanced at the score in the top right corner of the computer screen. March 18, 15. Jalmer gently said, all right, take your time. Mariah did not rush her, just standing quietly behind Lena watching her game. 10 minutes later, the screen showed two big words, victory. Yueshin, I'm going to have dinner first, bye. Bye. Lena took off her headphones, turning her head to look at Jalmer, game over. Great. Together, they went downstairs. Amy also descended, sitting on the sofa waiting for dinner. Seeing Lena come down, Amy stood up and walked over, little Di, you've come down. I've never seen young master personally cook before, Amy chuckled walking close to Lena. Lena winked at her, smiling back, let's taste his cooking skills later. Startled, Amy exclaimed, truthfully speaking, I'm afraid to try. Lena followed Jalmer towards the dining area, turning to speak to Amy, is it really that exaggerated? Amy trailed after them into the dining room. Of course, no exaggeration. That's young Catherinester we're talking about. Following Lena's order, Jalmer made 4 dishes and a soup, neatly placed on the table with an appealing appearance. Looking at the table full of dishes, Amy swallowed hard, am I really allowed to eat? Laughing uncontrollably, Lena remarked, if you don't eat, do you plan on fasting for weight loss tonight? Sitting beside the table, Lena continued, okay, let's eat together. I initially asked him to prepare meals for 4, wasting food would be such a pity if we don't eat. Catherinester, this. Amy stammered, unable to sit down. Lena laughed and said, we're family here. No need to be so formal. Mariah hearing this, Amy looked at their young master. Mariah wore a faint smile, serving soup to Lena with one hand while holding a bowl in the other, wearing a pink bear-patterned apron. Strangely enough, this outfit suited him perfectly, harmonizing effortlessly without any awkwardness. It felt like he had willingly done this hundreds or thousands of times before. Lena casually said, add more tomatoes. All right. Jalmer scooped extra tomato slices as requested. Placing the soup in front of Lena, he turned to Amy saying, Laverne told you to sit down and eat, please do. Come, taste my cooking. Jalmer untied his apron, tossing it aside. Only then did Amy dare to sit down after hearing these words from Jalmer. Today was truly an eye-opener for her. Who would have thought she'd ever see her young master in a pink bear apron, cooking and serving soup? Truly a striking contrast. Was this the power of love? Amy glanced subtly at Lena. Mrs. Pedro is truly amazing, to be able to easily handle such a tough character like young Catherinester. I really admire her. All 3 had already taken their seats, but Lynn was still missing. Lena asked Jalmer, where's Lynn? She's cleaning up in the kitchen. I'll go call her for dinner. No need, I'll go. Amy immediately stood up and headed towards the kitchen before Lena could speak. Lynn, come have dinner. The dishes made by Jalmer were flavorful and aromatic. Lena enjoyed this meal very much. After dinner, Lena still wanted to go to the esports room to play a few games. Jalmer grabbed the collar of her shirt from behind, enough, no more gaming. Huh? What's wrong? Lena turned her head and looked at him with confusion. Jalmer held Lena's hand and led her into his bedroom, closing the door as he went, stay with me. Lena looked up at him. Jalmer seemed a little aggrieved. Lena smiled, why are you so clingy? She didn't finish her thought. Like a little housewife. Jalmer pressed Lena against the door, placing his hands on either side of her body, looking down at her, have you missed me these past few days? Meeting his gaze, Lena responded seriously, yes, I have. Jalmer's eyes darkened, lifting her chin gently with his large hand. Both felt their emotions stirring. Jalmer's voice was hoarse as he gazed intensely at her, have you had enough to eat, my darling? His warm breath tickled her face, making her heart flutter. Lena softly replied, yes, I've eaten enough. Jalmer's lips curved into a mischievous smile, since I've fed you well, it's your turn to feed me. Mariah hearing Jalmer's words, Lena was momentarily stunned. Chinese culture is profound and complex. Using feed in the same sentence can carry different meanings. Lena blushed. She didn't mean to catch on so quickly. Lowering her eyes to avoid his gaze, she whispered, Jalmer, do you treat others like this too? Only you. His voice was deep and gravelly, resonating with magnetism. Lena felt an electric tingling sensation throughout her body. She knew she should have anticipated this response. She had seen how Jalmer treated others, serious, authoritative, intimidating, and unyielding. But hearing him say, I only treat you this way, was something else entirely. Before Lena could think of a reply. In the next moment, Jalmer lowered his head and kissed her. Mariah's heartbeat quickened. The atmosphere grew hotter. Lena closed her eyes, letting him take control. Having not been intimate for several days, Jalmer's passion was almost overwhelming, holding her against the door in an intense, long-lasting kiss. Chapter 151, Coral seeks Mariah's own demise. It was Amy's first time visiting Vernancheng. Lena took her and Imelda on a few days of fun together. They toured the attractions, took photos, and enjoyed local delicacies, leading a rather leisurely and comfortable life. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day of the school reunion. Amy drove to pick up people from Imelda's home first, then the three of them headed together to the hotel where the gathering was held. Lena, 4 months pregnant with twins, had begun to show. She wore a long loose wool coat that Clara had bought for her today. With the buttons fastened, her stomach was completely hidden, not revealing any sign of pregnancy. The hotel was located in the eastern district of Vernancheng. Considering everyone was still students and didn't have much money, the class president did not choose a luxurious hotel. The chosen hotel was budget-friendly, offering great value for money according to the class president. This time, the fee was set at 300 per person, with refunds for overpayments and additional charges for underpayments. Starting from the villa, then going to Imelda's home, and finally arriving at the hotel, it took more than an hour. When Lena and her party arrived, most of the classmates were already there. 6 tables were arranged in the hotel banquet hall. Lena scanned around casually. She didn't see Coral, the annoying pest. Lena found a table with plenty of empty seats and sat down. Imelda and Amy sat beside her, one on each side. Lena, you're here. It's been a long time since I saw you. A clear female voice rang out. Lena turned her head to look. A girl with a high ponytail, wearing black-rimmed glasses, dressed in a black thin-down jacket and blue jeans, was walking towards her with a smile. Lena replied with a smile, Ginger, it's been a long time. Ginger was a quiet and introverted girl. She was like a small transparent presence in everyday life. During high school, she did not do well in her studies, sometimes crying quietly in her seat when she performed poorly on exams. Whenever Lena saw this, she would comfort her. Ginger often sought help from Lena with problems she couldn't solve. Lena always patiently explained the solutions to her. So their relationship was quite good. At graduation, Ginger even gave Lena a signed copy of a new book by an author Lena liked as a farewell gift. Ginger said with a smile, Lena, thanks to your explanations back then, I was able to get into a bachelor's program. Now I study English at Vernancheng University of Information Engineering. That's great, Lena genuinely rejoiced for her, smiling. I remember your English grades were good in high school, it was just math that held you back. Ginger said with a smile, yes, I failed math every time. If it weren't for your patience in teaching me math, I probably wouldn't have made it to college. I really appreciate it. Lena replied, we are classmates, it's normal to help each other. No need to be so formal. Ginger smiled and greeted Imelda. Then her gaze fell on Amy next to Lena, and this is my friend, named Amy. I brought her along for a visit. Oh, hello Amy, I'm Ginger. Moriallo. Amy nodded. Ginger sat down at Lena's table. Lena, how have you been lately? I've been good. Just as Lena finished replying to Ginger, an unpleasant voice sounded behind her. Well, isn't it our spicy hot pot princess Lena? How did you suddenly afford to come to this reunion? Not here to freeload, are you? They say you became a homewrecker and spread all over the internet. If I were you, I'd crawl in the sewers and hide in shame. Who would have thought you'd still show your face here to disgrace yourself? Without thinking, everyone knew who this detestable voice belonged to. All eyes turned to Coral simultaneously. Today, she wore an LV coat with a Dior bag slung over her arm, clearly here to show off. Before Lena could speak, Ginger, sitting beside her, interjected, Coral, why do you have to be so harsh? Coral shot her a disdainful look. Mind your own business. Imelda said indignantly, Coral, watch your mouth. That incident was a slander by a female streamer. Legal actions have been taken, and it has been filed for litigation. Watch what you say or you might find yourself facing legal action too. Coral sneered and looked at Imelda. Imelda, you really are Lena's loyal dog. What are you barking about here? Lena turned to look at Imelda and gently said, Yueshin, don't let her get to you. Don't upset yourself. Imelda calmed herself down and nodded. Lena sized up Coral with a strange smile on her face. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Coral's face darkened. What are you looking at? Why are you dressed so normally today? The last time we met at the clothing store, weren't you specifically picking the ugliest and tackiest clothes? Recalling this incident, Lena couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your taste is really beyond words. I can't believe you actually like the style that middle-aged aunts wear. The mention of this infuriated Coral. Back then, she had vied with Lena for the clothes Lena had chosen. Without taking a closer look, she just asked the sales staff to pack them up. Later, when she took them back to her dorm and boasted to her roommates about how her boyfriend spent a lot on luxury clothing for her, they turned out to be uglier than each other. Mariah roommates joked that even their grandmothers would reject such clothes. Instead of impressing anyone, she was mocked, and Coral blamed all this on Lena. You bitch. You intentionally set me up. Coral's eyebrows twitched with anger. Set you up? Ha ha ha, I didn't force you to buy them. Wasn't it you who insisted on grabbing them yourself? Imelda, who was also there at the time, burst into laughter at the mention of this incident. Ha ha ha, you were so insistent we couldn't stop you, yet now you accuse others of setting you up. Oh, by the way, where's your bald boyfriend with the beer belly? Why isn't he accompanying you today? Coral's mouth twitched, furious and embarrassed. Don't talk nonsense. Mariah's not bald or fat, my boyfriend is a business elite and extremely handsome. That man with the beer belly was just a lecherous old fool. She had endured him for money before, but later met a more attractive and generous business elite, so she quickly cut ties with the old man. As she spoke, Coral looked at Lena and Imelda with disdain. You poor things, like you will never find a boyfriend as wealthy and handsome as mine in your entire life. Lena smirked at her, chin raised slightly, showing obvious disdain. Oh, really? Then why don't you bring him over for us to see? This comment struck right at her pride. Coral smiled smugly. Who said I didn't? Class reunions are perfect occasions for comparisons and boasting. She finally had a handsome and rich boyfriend, and naturally wanted to show him off. Casually rolling up her sleeve to reveal a Van Cleef & Arpels 4-leaf clover bracelet on her wrist, Coral added, my boyfriend will be here soon. Don't be too envious. After all, men like him, who are both good-looking and rich, are hard to come by. She put on a contrived laugh, covering her mouth. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, my boyfriend said he'll pay for everything today. The class president will refund everyone soon. Spicy hot pot princess, do us a favor and get lost. I don't want to invite you to my meal. Lena rolled her eyes humorously. Who cares? You. Coral stomped her foot in anger. Get lost. I don't want you eating here. I won't invite you. With that, she took a few steps forward to try and drag Lena away. Amy grabbed her wrist firmly. Amy's eyes were icy cold, like frozen ice, and with just a slight squeeze, Coral cried out in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go of me. Get lost. Amy shoved Coral to the side forcefully. Wearing high heels, Coral fell to the ground in an embarrassing manner. Using one hand to prop herself up, she pointed at Amy, shouting, you dare to push me. Just wait until I deal with you. And you. All of you. Coral glared at Lena and the others, spitting out curses. Wait until my boyfriend deals with you. This isn't over. Chapter 152, Kane's Confession. Coral rubbed her bottom as she stood up and cursed while taking out her phone to call her boyfriend. Mariah, darling, when will you arrive? Hurry up and come over, someone is bullying me here. Cannon on the other end of the line replied, who dares to bully my treasure? Coral complained coquettishly, a high school classmate of mine who has never gotten along with me and always picks on me. Mariah's voice wasn't quiet, and many people present heard it. Imelda rolled her eyes at Coral. The scoundrel accuses first. Lorna echoed, exactly, Yang is the one who has been picking on Lena. Lena scoffed, I want to see how much power her boyfriend has today, and what he can do to me. Coral continued to act sweetly, hurry up and come, I miss you. Suddenly, there was a hissing sound from the other end of the phone. Then came a heavy breath. Coral asked suspiciously, darling, what are you doing? Cannon suppressed his breathing and replied, I'm stuck in traffic a bit. You guys can eat first without waiting for me. I'll come over later and pay the bill. Coral was somewhat unhappy. She wanted her boyfriend to come immediately to deal with Lena and her friends. But being in a weaker position in the relationship, she had to rely on him for everything. She didn't dare to be capricious, fearing that she might lose the elite man she had managed to catch. Coral pouted, all right, drive safely. Yeah, I'll hang up now. Darling, bear with it a little longer. I'll help you vent after I arrive. Huff. Coral wanted to say more, but the call ended. She put away her phone, frowning, sensing something was off. His voice didn't sound quite right when they were on the call. Darling, did you take my life? Alf looked down at the woman kneeling beside the bed, who looked enticing, and took a sharp breath. Francesca lifted her head to meet his gaze, licked her lips with her tongue, and said, darling, don't you like it? Alf was fully satisfied, like it? I love you most, my little temptress. Francesca cooed, humph, flirting with your girlfriend in front of me, I have to punish you properly. Alf stroked the woman's hair, didn't you ask for it? You even made me put it on speaker. How was it, exciting enough? Francesca smiled seductively, exciting, but you hung up before I was done. Well, it's because you're too good. I was almost ready to surrender. Humph. Francesca huffed coquettishly and lowered her head again. Alf closed his eyes and tilted his head back, looking extremely content. On this side, Lena sat by the dining table chatting with Imelda and Lorna. Class heartthrob Kane walked over. Mariah looked excited, gazing at Lena with ardent eyes, little Di, you've finally come. Not seeing you at the last class reunion was really a pity. Recalling the cryptic post he made on WeChat Moments, was I just self-indulgent? Lena found it amusing. She looked up at Kane, Lee classmate, aren't we not familiar? What's there to regret about not meeting? Kane's eyes dimmed slightly. Unfamiliar. That's what she also said in WeChat last time. But now, seeing Lena in person, she seemed even more beautiful than before. This time, he decided to be brave and confess his feelings to Lena. Kane stared at Lena intensely, little Di, when do you have time? Let me take you out for a drive. I've got my driver's license, and my family bought me a new car. Wherever you want to go, I'll take you. After saying this, he scratched his head sheepishly, his face blushing slightly. Would you be willing to be the first girl to sit in the passenger seat of my car? On the surface, Kane appeared to be an innocent college student, stumbling over his words and blushing when talking to the girl he liked. In reality, Kane felt smug inside. Can't I win you over? Melvin, as a student, my family bought me a new car. Aren't these conditions tempting enough? Mariah knew Lena's family situation. During high school, Lena wore clothes until they turned white from washing, yet she couldn't afford new ones. Mariah's family ran a spicy hot pot shop, and her parents didn't treat her well. They probably didn't give her spending money since he rarely saw her buy snacks or drink bubble tea. If it weren't for her extraordinary beauty and his genuine affection for her, he wouldn't have considered dating a girl with such poor family conditions. Now that he was making the first move, Lena would surely agree to go out with him, right? After 2 outings, he could confess his feelings, buying flowers and small gifts. Lena would definitely fall for him then. Just the thought of it made him excited. Lena was completely at a loss, not the first girl to sit in his passenger seat. Brotherly, are you alright? She declined. No, thank you. I'll be leaving Vernanchang in a couple of days. Imelda immediately saw through Kane's intentions. She bluntly said, Kane, Laverne already has a boyfriend. You should give up on this. What? Kane suddenly raised his voice, full of shock. Laverne, you really have a boyfriend? Lena nodded, admitting it straightforwardly. Yes. Amy interjected appropriately. I can vouch for it. It's true. Besides, Laverne's boyfriend is someone you don't want to mess with. I advise you to keep your distance from her. With his face losing color, Kane clenched his fists tightly and looked at Lena, but he didn't say anything more. Mariah then turned and left. Imelda remarked sarcastically, TSK, did you notice his tone just now? So confident, as if you would definitely agree to him. I heard it. Amy said, that's all? Mariah actually wants to compete with our young master for Laverne? Lorna, upon hearing Amy mention young master, cast a puzzled glance at her. Which young master? Lena quickly covered up. Nothing. You must have misheard. She didn't want her classmates to know about Jalmer's identity. Imelda instantly understood Lena's thoughts and changed the subject. Laverne, I didn't expect Kane to like you. He sure hit it well. Lorna chimed in. Actually, not that well. I noticed it a while ago. Lena turned to look at her. How did you find out? Lorna pursed her lips, with a suspicious blush on her cheeks. I caught Kane peeking at you during class several times. Lena didn't know how to respond. Imelda wore a gossiping expression. You must have a crush on Kane, right? Otherwise, why would you pay attention to him watching Laverne? No, not really, just accidentally noticed it, Lorna stammered. Imelda gave her a knowing smile. I get it. Seeing there was no point in hiding it anymore, Lorna whispered, all right, you guessed right. I do have a thing for him. Chapter 153, Coral's boyfriend. Imelda teased Ginger a few times. At this moment, the class president stepped onto a small platform 2 steps high and began to speak. Coral stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, looking outside again and again, but still did not wait for her boyfriend to arrive. Imelda scoffed. I don't think her boyfriend takes her seriously. Lena replied, hope he can make it. I'm waiting for the show to start. After the class president finished his speech, the official dinner began. While eating, Lena listened to her classmates at the same table chatting about recent updates and gossip. Luiwa, where are you going to university? Yincheng Finance University. What about you? Well, our schools are pretty close then. I'm in Yincheng Foreign Languages University. We can meet up for meals when school starts. Sure. Do you have a boyfriend? Not yet, single for 20 years. Haha, me too. At this point, a girl said mysteriously, by the way, have you heard? All expenses for today's gathering will be paid by Coral's boyfriend. Another boy joined in. Really? That's great. Then I can enjoy another free meal. Eva next to him teased, look at you. When are you going to earn big money and treat all of us? Herschel chuckled, next time, definitely next time. Eva, who started the conversation, continued, did you see what Coral is wearing today? LV coat, Dior bag, and a Van Cleef and Arpels bracelet on her wrist. This outfit must cost hundreds of thousands. TSK, she's so rich. Another girl remarked, I remember her family is just a little better off than ordinary families. She doesn't even belong to a well-off family. She probably got all these luxuries from her boyfriend. Exactly, look at how smug she is. A boy sneered, what's there to boast about? It's just LV. I could wear LV if I made big money someday. Lena listened quietly and smiled without speaking. At this moment, a girl turned her head. Lena, we all saw that Coral was looking for trouble with you. What are you going to do when her boyfriend comes? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the table focused their attention on Lena. Lena swallowed her food calmly and smiled. If he comes, he comes. I'm not afraid of him. Everyone around the table thought she was being stubborn and gave her sympathetic looks. Dinner was almost over, but Coral's boyfriend still hadn't shown up. A boy said, "Isn't Coral just fooling around? How can dinner be almost over and her boyfriend hasn't come yet?" Yes, I think she might have lied for face saving. But wouldn't that be more embarrassing if she exaggerated and then got debunked? Who knows about her? Not only at this table, but also at the neighboring tables, people were whispering about this matter. Coral stood at the door, anxiously watching, not even eating lunch. Mariah's stomach rumbled with hunger. She also heard the discussions among her classmates and her face became extremely gloomy. Lowering her head, she opened her phone and was about to call, when she saw a pair of men's leather shoes appear in front of her. Coral suddenly looked up. Alf, dressed in a gray suit with neatly combed hair, was smiling at her. "Baby, sorry I'm late." Coral was delighted. She extended her hand and hooked her arm through Alf's. "It's okay, baby. You arrived just in time. Let's go together." Coral held on to Alf, sashaying down the aisle arrogantly, giving Lena a provocative look as she passed by. Seeing the benefactor arriving, the class president immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. They exchanged polite pleasantries, which Lena couldn't hear. Then Coral's boyfriend followed the class president onto the small platform. The class president spoke enthusiastically and excitedly, "Classmates, this is Coral's boyfriend, Mr. Alf. Today's expenses will be covered by Mr. Luo." Alf took the microphone with a smile. "Eat well, drink well. Order whatever you want. Choose the best dishes and the most expensive drinks. We're not short of money." Wow, what a big talk. Coral indeed managed to put on a show. Sitting at a table downstairs, Coral had a very smug expression on her face. The moment Alf finished speaking, there was a wave of applause from below. "Morialo, Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo is generous. Thank you, Mr. Luo. I love you, Mr. Luo. Wish you and Coral everlasting love." Coral crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and provocatively looked at Lena. Meeting her gaze, Lena curled her lips slightly with disdain and then lowered her head to continue eating. Seeing that Lena ignored her provocation, Coral couldn't sit still anymore. As soon as Alf came down the steps, Coral went over to him and pouted, "Baby, someone just bullied me. You have to stand up for me." Alf asked, "Who bullied you?" "That one." Coral pointed at Lena and said, "Mariah's name is Lena. She always goes against me. The short-haired black girl next to her threw me down just now. My bottom still hurts." Amy frowned when she heard Coral calling her a short-haired black girl. Is this woman tired of living? Following Coral's finger, Alf's gaze met Lena's eyes just as she looked up. Alf's eyes lit up. How beautiful can this girl be? Mariah had dated many girls and had numerous lovers. But none of them could compare to this girl before him. Melvin with plain face, she was stunningly charming. Mariah's beauty was not the kind that exuded seduction but rather a pure and captivating charm. Alf found himself daydreaming about Lena. Such an innocent and harmless young girl would be most thrilling to play with. Noticing Alf didn't respond, Coral turned to look at him, only to find him staring intently at Lena, his eyes almost glued to her. Coral pinched him out of anger. "Baby, what are you looking at?" Alf snapped back to reality. "Nothing, darling. How do you want me to deal with her? Kick her out in front of everyone? Humiliate her? Kick her out?" Alf stared at Lena with undisguised interest. Mariah couldn't bear to drive away such a beautiful beauty. After some thought, Alf leaned close to Coral's ear and whispered something. Coral's eyes lit up and she nodded frantically. Good, let's do it your way. You're really considerate, baby." Chapter 154, Gossipy Classmates. "What are they talking about?" Imelda asked, glancing at Coral and Alf. Lena shifted her gaze and picked up some food with her chopsticks. "No idea." How did Coral sit back down again? Imelda continued watching them. Wasn't she just bragging about having her boyfriend deal with us? Lena said indifferently, "Forget it, let's eat before the food gets cold." Imelda turned around and said disdainfully, she kept saying how handsome and rich her boyfriend was. "I don't think he's that great, looks greasy with his slick back hair. Your family CEO is way better." Lena smiled, "I agree." No. Amy added, "It's not just worse, it's incomparable." After lunch, everyone moved on to a nearby KTV for singing. Due to the large group, they divided into 4 rooms. The people in Lena's room were quite nice. A few of them were really good singers, dominating the mic. And there were several others who took charge of keeping the mood lively. Lena and Imelda both had terrible pitch, so they didn't sing but joined the fun-making team instead. Amy sat on the side eating. Not good at singing and not knowing Lena's classmates well, she could only quietly eat and listen to them sing. Unexpectedly, Coral did not come to cause trouble. Imelda remarked, "Laverne, what's going on with Coral? She said she would come after us, but we haven't seen her at all." Lena teased, "What? You miss her?" "Come on, why would I miss her? I'm just curious." Imelda frowned. "Do you think she's planning something nasty? I feel like this isn't simple." Amy calmly ate her sugared oranges with cheeks full. "Don't worry, with me here, they can't stir up much trouble." Lena stood up. "I'll be right back, going to the restroom." "Do you need someone to go with you?" Imelda asked. I'll accompany her. Amy stood up as well. The two left the room. In the women's restroom. Mariah, did you see that? Kane seemed to confess to Lena. Lena had just reached the door when she heard these words. She stopped and pulled Amy beside her. Amy also stayed still, listening with her. Another voice chimed in, I saw it too. Kane looked awful when he left. Mariah didn't even stay to sing after dinner, definitely got rejected. Serves him right, I heard he has a girlfriend. My friend saw him watching a movie with a girl at Wanda the other day. A third voice, surprised and annoyed, spoke, what? Who did Kane watch a movie with? My friend said it seemed to be Brianna from the neighboring class. Eunice, why are you so worked up? Having studied together for 2 years, Lena recognized these voices. The first one belonged to Lu Lily, followed by Zhao Xiaotong and Eunice. Eunice sounded unhappy. Catherine, it was a mistake. Zhao Xiaotong said, probably not. Lena has been unlucky enough being targeted by Coral and harassed by a jerk with a girlfriend. Eunice retorted, who's calling Kane a jerk? Don't say that about him. Lu Lily added, I heard Coral targeted Lena because of Egan. It's a tragic love triangle story. Coral likes Egan, but he rejected her and confessed to Lena instead, so Coral targets Lena. Eunice responded, didn't you hear they were secretly dating while Lena was the homewrecker? Zhao Xiaotong disagreed, no, Lena wouldn't be a homewrecker, she's a good person. Eunice shot back, Catherine. Didn't Lena make trending news recently? Rumor has it she seduced an esports pro who already had a girlfriend. Eva Friend came out and confronted her. Zhao Xiaotong exclaimed, really? I didn't know. Eunice replied, yes, it caused quite a stir at the time. How could you not know? Lu Lily commented, I didn't know either. Who knew Lena looks good but does such things behind the scenes? I hate homewreckers. She deserves whatever Coral throws at her. Eunice snubbed, pretty girls are always troublemakers. Mariah hearing this, Lena smiled sarcastically and entered the restroom. Zhao Xiaotong rebutted, who says pretty girls are troublemakers? That's bias against Lena. Eunice was about to speak but froze upon seeing Lena in the mirror. Mariah's words stuck in her throat. Clearly, the other two girls noticed Lena as well. They all fell silent. Eunice, you only get half the facts when you eat melon? Lena looked coldly at the girl in front of her. The rumor on the hot search list was made up by that female streamer, who even received a lawyer's letter afterward. Both she and Ace apologized after the incident. Yet, you still try to defame me? Lena's gaze turned colder. What, do you also want to be one of the defendants? She stepped forward 2 steps, staring directly into Eunice's eyes with an intimidating presence. Are you really ignorant about it being a lie or deliberately cutting corners to make Kane dislike me? Lena gave a mocking look to Eunice. You like Kane, right? Don't worry, I wouldn't go for him. If you like him, just pursue him, don't treat me as your imaginary rival. Eunice's face turned pale as her thoughts were exposed. Who said I liked Kane? I didn't fully understand the gossip, I apologize, but I never said I liked Kane. Lena laughed disdainfully. Whom you like is none of my business, but if I hear you slandering me again, I'll see you in court. Zhao Xiaotong and Lu Lily exchanged glances and quietly slipped away. Eunice gritted her teeth and apologized, sorry, I apologize to you. Lena watched her expressionlessly without saying a word. After apologizing, Eunice lowered her head and quickly left. You classmates sure love gossiping, Amy frowned. Overreading makes them idle. As Lena came out of the restroom and walked back to the private room, she encountered someone. Alf leaned against the wall in the corridor, their eyes meeting for a moment. Lena glanced at him once and then looked away, walking past him. Lena, Alf called her name. Lena turned her head, is there something you need? Chapter 155, Toasting. Alf extended his hand toward Lena, wanting to shake hands with her. Moriallo, my name is Alf. Nice to meet you. Lena did not reach out to shake his hand but replied indifferently, I know. Alf withdrew his hand and took out a business card, handing it to Lena. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. Lena didn't take it. Instead, Amy curiously picked up the card and read aloud while looking down at it, General Kathrineger of Huiyao Group, Alf, phone number. A slightly smug smile hung on Alf's face. Huiyao Group was one of the big companies in Vernancheng. Lena must never have had any contact with someone of his level in the business world, right? Alf revealed a confident smile and said, I currently earn over $1 million annually. Lena, if you come with me, I won't mistreat you. How about it, will you consider it? While he said to consider it, he was already sure in his heart that Lena wouldn't refuse. Lena gave him a half smile, how amusing, aren't you Coral's boyfriend? Alf responded, if you're willing to be with me, I'll break up with her immediately. Amy couldn't hold back her laughter. Alf frowned, intending to say something but held back. Lena smiled and said, sorry, Mr. Luo, I already have a boyfriend. Alf was momentarily blinded by the girl's smile. She really looked beautiful when she laughed. It's fine, I don't mind. Such a pretty girl should have multiple boyfriends to pamper you, Alf said seriously, as if he wasn't joking. It was the first time Lena had heard such a mind-blowing statement. She looked at Alf with amusement, asking, Mr. Luo, do you usually have more than one girlfriend? Alf didn't deny it. If you're willing to be with me, I can end things with them all, and you'll be the only one from now on. Lena smiled, no need. After saying this, Lena started to leave. Alf's smile froze on his face. Mariah hadn't expected Lena to reject him. Mariah reached out to stop her but was intercepted by a short-haired girl. The short-haired girl gripped his wrist tightly and glared at him, don't touch her. Alf realized this girl was no pushover and withdrew his hand, ceasing his attempts. Lena ignored him and walked past him into the private room. Alf watched Lena's retreating back, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Mariah pulled out his phone and made a call. Victory South Road, Encounter KTV, bring more henchmen here. So, Lena, huh? If you won't drink the wine, you'll have to drink the penalty. Don't blame me for being rude. Back in the private room, Lena resumed chatting with Imelda. At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open. Eunice entered holding a glass in one hand and a bottle of alcohol in the other. She walked straight up to Lena. Lena, I apologize for what happened earlier. As she spoke, Eunice began pouring alcohol. I'll start with 3 cups for my fault. I hope you can be generous enough to forgive me and forget what I said. Lena instinctively exchanged glances with Amy. What was she doing? Eunice filled a glass and finished it in one gulp. Then she poured another cup, second cup. Again, she drank it in one gulp. Lena watched her leisurely. This was getting interesting. Once Eunice finished the third cup, Lena finally commented slowly, you have quite a drinking capacity. Can you forgive me? Eunice asked. With such an earnest apology, it would make me seem unreasonable not to forgive you. Mariah hearing this, Eunice smiled and took Lena's cup, pouring alcohol into it before handing it to her. Drink this cup, and we'll settle our differences with a laugh. Lena shook her head, refusing, I don't drink alcohol, but I accept your apology. Let's just put this behind us. Eunice insisted, please, at least take a sip for my sake. Lena waved her hand, I really don't drink. Eunice moved closer, holding the glass to Lena's lips, just a little, please. Lena frowned at her, Eunice, I said I don't drink. Seeing the situation escalate, Imelda interjected, Eunice, Laverne has said she doesn't drink. Why are you still pressuring her? You came here to apologize and ask for forgiveness, not to force her to drink. Eunice's expression stiffened as she stood there holding the glass. Determined, she suddenly grabbed Lena's head to force-feed her the alcohol. Reacting quickly, Amy slapped her hand away and shouted angrily, what are you doing? The glass fell to the floor, shattering and spilling alcohol everywhere. The commotion caught everyone's attention. What's happening? Why are they fighting? What's going on? Imelda looked at Eunice and scolded, are you sick, Eunice? Are you crazy? Sherry explained in a low voice to the classmate who had asked. Eunice seemed to have some unpleasant interaction with Lena just now. She came over to apologize and said she would drink 3 cups of alcohol as punishment, asking Lena to forgive her. Then she poured alcohol for Lena and tried to get Lena to drink it. When Lena refused, she attempted to force-feed Lena the alcohol, leading to this scene. The questioning classmate whispered, what is Eunice doing? Is she sick? Sherry nodded in strong agreement, that's what I think too. Lena thought for a moment, then raised her eyes to look at Eunice and said, you didn't come here to apologize, you came to force-feed me alcohol. This alcohol is problematic. It was a declarative statement, not a question. What? This alcohol is problematic? Imelda exclaimed in shock. Lena glanced at the spilled alcohol on the floor, then fixed her gaze back on Eunice. Who sent you? Chapter 156 Lena encounters trouble. Eunice smiled strangely and said, no one sent me here. I just wanted to get you drunk. Lena gave a cold laugh, not talking. Let me guess, Coral or Alf? Eunice's face turned pale, her eyes darting around as if thinking about something. Seeing her expression, Lena understood in her heart. It seemed she had guessed correctly. Lena continued, was this wine drugged? Eunice refused to admit it. No, how could I have drunk so much if it were drugged? Lena stared intently at Eunice as if trying to see through her. Eunice, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, lowered her head to avoid Lena's eyes. Lena's tone remained calm. It's simple, you've taken an antidote. Startled, Eunice looked up but quickly lowered her head again. I haven't. Don't make things up. She was so nervous that she started to stutter. Lena looked at Eunice coldly, your acting is too poor. If it weren't as I said, why are you so nervous? Eunice retorted, I'm not nervous at all. Is that so? Lena took out her phone, let's let the police decide whether there's any drug in this wine. Lena made a show of calling the police. Eunice lunged forward to grab the phone from her. Lena sidestepped to avoid her. Amy grabbed Eunice and flung her aside. Off balance, Eunice fell on the ground. Mariah's hand accidentally landed on broken glass, blood flowing profusely in a shocking scene. Eunice screamed, ah. My hand. My hand. The classmates in the private room were frightened by the scene, momentarily stunned into silence. Just as Lena was about to call the police, the door of the private room opened. A group of people filed in, surrounding the scene. Realizing something was wrong, Amy sent Jalmer her location. Dangerous situation, 3rd floor, room 306. Before Lena's call connected, someone snatched her phone. Preoccupied with sending messages, Amy hadn't noticed the person approach. Lena narrowed her eyes slightly as she observed the newcomers. All men, they looked disheveled. Some had yellow hair, some had tattoos, varying in height and build, clearly a gang of untrained hooligans. Lena glanced at Amy. Are you confident? Amy frowned. Protecting you alone would be easy, but taking care of Imelda and the others is difficult. At that moment, the people by the door split into 2 groups, clearing a path in the middle. Alf entered with Coral. The yellow-haired man who had taken Lena's phone handed it over to Alf. Alf, holding the phone, shouted loudly, "Unrelated people, leave immediately." The people in the room reacted and rushed toward the door. Coral, arms crossed and chin raised, smirked arrogantly at Lena, Imelda, and that short-haired black girl. "You 3 aren't going anywhere." Mariah hearing Coral call her that again, Amy's face darkened, wanting to slap her hard. But thinking of Lena beside her, Amy held back. She couldn't act impulsively. In this situation, she needed to stay by Lena's side to protect her. Alf glanced at the broken glass and spilled wine on the floor, smiling, then looked at Lena. "You're smarter than I thought." Earlier, he had given Eunice 20,000 yuan, telling her to use drugged wine to get Lena drunk. Mariah and Coral waited in the next room. Previously, when Coral told him to get rid of Lena, his plan whispered in her ear was to drug Lena and find a thug to assault her. Money makes the devil work. Mariah had connections in the station, so he didn't worry about getting caught even if Lena reported them later. Initially, he only wanted to reassure Coral temporarily while he figured out how to seduce Lena. Unexpectedly, this stubborn girl rejected him outright. Enraged and humiliated, he decided to force himself on her. Mariah originally planned to take Lena to an empty private room once the drug kicked in. Unfortunately, Lena didn't fall for it. After waiting in vain for Eunice to return, he finally stormed in with his men. The unrelated people left the private room. Only Lena, Imelda, Amy, and Alf's men remained. "What do you want?" Lena looked at Alf coldly. Alf nodded toward a yellow-haired man nearby. Cannon approached Lena with a bottle of wine, attempting to force her to drink. Just as he was about to act, Amy performed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. The yellow-haired man struggled to get up but was kicked back down by Amy, unable to even stand. Alf frowned. "Sure enough, you've got some moves. All of you, attack together." Scarcely had he finished speaking when the group of ruffians charged forward. Amy shouted loudly, "Lena, Imelda, both of you hide behind me." Amy stood in front, fighting a group of them single-handedly. She moved nimbly, striking fast and accurately at vital points. These hooligans were unarmed and untrained. Despite their numbers, none of them were formidable fighters. In no time, Amy had knocked them all down. Coral stomped her feet in anger. "What good are you if you can't even beat a woman?" A thug on the ground spat out a loosened front tooth and mumbled indistinctly, "Boss, this girl has trained before, we can't beat her." With his missing front tooth, his speech was slurred, making several words hard to understand and creating a ridiculous sight. Alf's face darkened as he took out his phone and made another call. "Bring out the weapons." Chapter 157, Villains Deserve Villains. Amy stood in front of Lena and Imelda, squinting at Alf with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Alf approached step by step, his eyes fixed on Lena behind Amy. "You're asking for trouble. While I still have some patience, it's wise to give in now or you'll regret it later." Amy turned his head and spoke in a voice only the 3 of them could hear. "Hold on a little longer, young Catherinester will arrive soon." Mariah hearing Amy's words, Lena felt reassured, and her heart settled down. She believed Jalmer would arrive soon. Now, all they had to do was stall for time. But Imelda was clearly not as calm as Lena. She had never encountered such a situation. Imelda, whose hand was gripping Amy's arm, trembled. "Ray, are we going to end up here today?" Lena gently squeezed her hand and soothed her softly. "Yueshin, don't be afraid. With Amy here, we won't be in danger. Jalmer will be here soon." Coral heard Alf say, "Give in," and glared at him angrily. "What are you talking about? What do you mean by give in? Did you fall for Lena?" Alf laughed lewdly. "Yes, baby. Would you like to serve me together with Lena?" Unexpectedly, Lena spat at him. "EW. Filthy pervert, keep away from us." Alf didn't get angry. Mariah turned his neck and loosened his tie, looking like a well-educated scoundrel. "A beautiful woman with a bit of attitude is more adorable. You're exactly my type." Saying this in front of Coral meant he completely disregarded her feelings. Coral flew into a rage. "Fuck. Alf, what the hell do you mean? I've tolerated you for so long." Slap, Alf slapped her. "You think you can act like this because I've been nice to you? I treated you like a toy, and you actually take yourself seriously." Enraged, Alf snapped, "Keep sulking, and I'll throw you out." Coral, covering her face, stared at Alf in disbelief and shouted, "Alf. Fuck your grandma. Animal. You're a disgrace. No way I'll cater to you anymore." After venting her anger, Coral cursed to her heart's content, but her face paid the price. Alf mercilessly slapped her again, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Filthy bitch. Do you take advantage of my kindness? Get her out. On Alf's order, 2 young thugs dragged Coral out. Alf, fuck your mom. You're a monster and scumbag. I must be blind to even like you. Damn it. Melvin. As she was dragged away, Coral continued cursing. Alf's expression turned extremely grim. Lena watched the farce coldly. She didn't pity Coral at all. All this was her own doing. Villains deserved villains. Coral wanted to harm her, but ended up getting beaten herself. She got what she deserved. After Coral was dragged away, the private room became quiet. Lena sneered and mocked Alf, beating your girlfriend, yet you pretended to love her so much. Alf shrugged indifferently, girlfriend? Just for fun. It was wrong of her to overstep boundaries. To delay time, Lena engaged Alf in conversation. Someone like you, who would dare to follow you? Alf smiled and took a couple of steps toward Lena, eyeing her hungrily. Rest assured, I wouldn't treat you like that. A beauty like you should be cherished and pampered. I'm always gentle with beautiful women. Lena scoffed. I trust that as much as believing Qin Shi Huang is my grandfather. Alf chuckled. You're sharp-tongued, aren't you? How interesting. Now, you've piqued my interest even more. At that moment, 4 more men entered the room. These 4 men were dressed similarly to the earlier group of ruffians, lecherous-looking youngsters. However, they were holding weapons. Seeing the steel pipes and machetes, Imelda nearly collapsed in fear. Lena quickly supported her. Don't be scared, Yueshin. We'll be fine. Amy frowned and whispered to Lena, Ray, try to keep him calm. Don't provoke him. They have weapons, and it will be hard to deal with them. If I fight them, I might not be able to protect both of you. Best not to resort to violence. I understand. What are you whispering about? Impatience showed on Alf's face. My patience has limits. Decide now, are you coming with me willingly or do I carry you? Lena slightly adjusted her emotions, her tone softening. Mr. Luo, I will go with you, but you must let my friends go first. They haven't offended you. Alf smiled. Sure thing. Once you come with me, my men will naturally let your friends go. Lena also smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. That won't work. How can I be sure you'll really let them go if I go with you? If you let them leave now, then I'll go with you. I need to see them leave with my own eyes before I feel reassured. Mariah hearing this, Imelda shook her head frantically at Lena. No, Ray, what about you after we leave? I want to stay with you. Lena was deeply moved. Imelda's face was deathly pale with fear, trembling all over, yet she still wanted to stay with her despite being terrified. Lena's gaze softened as she gently said, Yueshin, don't worry about me. I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you, Imelda insisted. Huh, staging a scene of sisterly love? Alf had a lecherous look on his face. Since you 2 sisters have such deep feelings, why don't you both stay and keep me company? Big brother has plenty of money and can take care of both of you easily. Go to hell. Clean up your mouth. Lena couldn't tolerate it when Alf insulted her and Imelda. Fine, bullying me is one thing, but insulting my best friend right in front of me? Did you eat in the toilet before coming here? Your mouth stinks. Although Amy had just advised Lena to keep Alf calm and avoid provoking him, she couldn't bear to hear him disrespect Laverne and Imelda. Amy said, well done. After scolding him, Lena suddenly remembered what Amy had told her earlier, feeling regretful. Sorry, Amy, did I cause trouble for you? Yang Yang had reminded her that they should try not to provoke Alf. Now Amy had to protect them both while facing a group of armed ruffians, and Lena felt guilty for adding to her burden. But she couldn't stand by and watch Alf bully her friend. Imelda was important to her, and she wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Amy reassured her with a comforting smile. It's okay, Laverne. You were right to scold him. This bastard deserves it. Move to the corner, and I'll protect you. If they come near, I'll show them what our Fong family martial arts can do. Alf lost all patience after being cursed. His expression turned vicious as he ordered, get them. Chapter 158, finally, Jalmer arrived. The 4 new hooligans rushed forward with steel pipes and machetes in their hands. Lena and Imelda cowered in the corner. Amy stood alone in front of them as a shield. Though the hooligans wielded weapons, their attacks were disorganized and relied purely on brute strength. Amy dodged an attack by turning sideways, then spun around to deliver a sweeping kick that knocked down 2 men at once. A hooligan raised his machete to slash her. Amy caught his wrist swiftly, stopping the blade just 10 centimeters above her head. Amy drove her knee into this man's stomach, then twisted his wrist to pull him aside. The machete was moved away from over her head. Cannon released the machete due to the pain. Amy immediately picked it up. Stay back. Or I'll really hurt someone if you come any closer. These few individuals, having witnessed Amy's prowess, knew she was skilled. Now seeing her armed with a machete, they hesitated to advance. A bunch of failures. Alf shouted in anger. Amy held the knife, glaring coldly at him. Alf raged, using my money for nothing. It's useless keeping you guys if you can't even beat a woman. A blonde thug lying on the ground weakly said, Boss, this woman isn't ordinary. Alf roared, get up. Keep attacking. No matter how strong she is, there's only one of her against all of you. Finish her off with your weapons. Those on the ground didn't move, those who got up did so reluctantly, still afraid to step forward. I'll increase the reward. $10,000 for whoever knocks her out first. At the mention of $10,000, the eyes of these hooligans lit up. 10,000. Most of them were jobless drifters living off petty theft and protection fees, or worked part-time at hair salons and internet cafes earning $2,000 to $3,000 a month. They couldn't earn $10,000 in a year. This temptation was huge. Alf's words sent them rushing forward again. Several youngsters wielding steel pipes and machetes charged recklessly, striking wildly. The scene became chaotic. Gradually, Amy found herself outnumbered. Just when Amy seemed unable to hold on much longer, a sinister smile appeared on Alf's lips. Suddenly, the VIP room door was kicked open violently. Alf turned to look at the entrance. Standing there was a tall man. In the dim light, he couldn't see the man's face clearly. But he could feel a chilling aura radiating from the man. Immediately after, a group of towering, burly men in black rushed in. The VIP room was instantly filled with people. Shocked by the sight, Alf's henchmen froze, retracting their hands. At this moment, Amy's tense face finally relaxed. She looked at the man at the doorway. Young Catherinester, you finally came. Cannon slowly approached, and Alf stared at him intently. Cannon was tall and slender, towering over him by a head. Mariah exuded a commanding presence. Sensing the killing intent emanating from the man, Alf instinctively took a couple of steps back. Who are you? Why are you here? Jalmer didn't even glance at him but walked straight to Lena's side, placing his hands on her shoulders and examining her closely. Sorry, sweetheart. I'm late and scared you. Jalmer's eyes were full of concern. Are you hurt? Lena shook her head. Amy protected me. They didn't harm me. Still, let's go to the hospital for a checkup later, Jalmer said gently. I'm fine, no need for the hospital. Jalmer replied, how can that be? You still need to be checked, especially since you're carrying twins. We don't want anything happening to the babies, right? Mentioning the babies, worry flashed across Lena's eyes. Yes, I have to check. If something happens to them. Imelda finally snapped out of her daze. Staring at Lena, she blurted out, what? Little Di, you're pregnant? Lena nodded, yeah. When did this happen? I'll tell you later. Seeing the situation turning bad, Alf tried to sneak away. As he reached the door, a burly man in black delivered a powerful punch to his face, causing immediate nosebleed. Secure these people, Jalmer said softly, lifting Lena carefully as if fearing to bump her. I'll take the young lady to the hospital first. Lawrence, Amy, handle this. Yes, young Catherinester. Lena knew Jalmer didn't want her to witness violent scenes, fearing they would upset her. His men definitely wouldn't let Alf off. Kneading against Jalmer's chest, Lena didn't say anything. Imelda followed Lena and Jalmer out. Amy stayed behind. From start to finish, Jalmer never spared a glance at Alf. There was no need for him to do it himself. Alf would pay a terrible price for what he did today. Once Jalmer left, Amy walked over to Lawrence, lifting her chin. How about that? I took them all down single-handedly. Am I a little more impressive than you? Now that they had an overwhelming advantage, the tension in Amy's mind finally eased, making her feel much more relaxed and even playful enough to tease Lawrence. Lawrence, with his poker face, gave her a faint glance and said expressionlessly, yeah. Amy rolled her eyes. Tisk, boring. Lawrence still kept his poker face. Rest for a while. Leave the rest to me. Amy smiled and stretched her wrists. Sure, my hands are aching from all that fighting. She sat on the couch beside her, pouring herself a glass of juice, sipping leisurely. Lawrence silently glanced at her before turning away. Move. Just one concise word. No nonsense at all. The group of black-suited bodyguards obeyed and charged forward. Although they were fewer in number compared to Alf's band of hoodlums, each of them was well-trained and skilled martial artists. More than enough to handle these hooligans. Lawrence did not move personally. Mariah stood to the side, watching expressionlessly. Amy sipped her juice leisurely, enjoying the scene unfolding before her. Alf and his gang of thugs were no match for them, unable to fight back, only able to take blows passively. Moriah heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the VIP room. Amy felt delighted, curling her lips into a smile, raising her glass toward Lawrence. Truly delightful sounds. Lawrence looked up, his gaze meeting Amy's in midair. Their eyes met. Lawrence then averted his gaze. Boring. Amy retracted her gaze, quietly savoring her juice. Chapter 159. Am I really that boring? Inside the private hospital of the Pedro family in Vernancheng. The doctor gave Lena a full-body checkup. Catherinester, from the results of the examination, both lady and the fetus in her womb are safe and sound. Only after hearing the doctor's words did Jalmer feel relieved. That's enough, you may leave now. In the ward, Jalmer fed Lena a tangerine. It was a green-skinned honey tangerine, quite sour. But recently, Lena had a liking for sour food. Jalmer sat by the bedside, looking at Lena with eyes full of tenderness. Di, do you feel unwell anywhere? Lena shook her head. No, the doctor said I'm fine. Stop worrying. Imelda sat on the other side of the bed. She looked like she wanted to say something but held back. After finishing one tangerine, Lena turned to look at her. Yueshin, do you want to ask when I got pregnant? Imelda nodded. Lena said, this is a long story. Lena recounted every detail about how she got pregnant to Imelda. After listening, Imelda's eyes reddened. Moria Havens, Ray, all this is your mother's fault. Oh no, Gwen. She's just too wicked. If it weren't for her stealing your bank card and withdrawing your savings, preventing you from attending university, you wouldn't have been so sad and gone drinking in a bar. And that woman in the bar was really terrible, actually selling you. Fortunately, you met the CEO. If it were an irresponsible man, the consequences would be unimaginable. Imelda clenched her fists tightly, her eyes wet with tears. How could you not tell me about such a big incident? Lena pursed her lips, lowered her eyes, and recalled the moment she found out she was pregnant. When she saw 2 lines on the pregnancy test stick, her mind seemed to explode. Instantly, various emotions flooded her heart, nervousness, fear, shame, restlessness, and confusion about the future. Melvin now, recalling it still brought a slight ache to her heart. Lena whispered, because I was very scared then. I thought it was embarrassing, and I feared you might hate me, so I didn't dare tell you. I originally planned to continue working and save up for the abortion fee. But later, when I met Mr. Pedro again, he took me to the hospital. At the mention of an abortion, pain flashed in Lena's eyes. Seeing this, Jalmer felt pained. Mariah gently covered Lena's hand with his large hand. It's okay, die. Everything has passed. Now our baby is developing well, and in a few months, you'll get to meet them. How can I possibly hate you because you're pregnant? Moreover, you were drugged. Knowing this, I would definitely sympathize with you, not hate you. Finishing her sentence, Imelda caught a key piece of information from Jalmer's words. She looked at Lena's belly in surprise. They? Die, are you carrying twins? A gentle smile appeared at the corner of Lena's lips, her eyes softening. Yes, twins. Whoa. Imelda extended her hand, gently placing it on Lena's stomach. Amazing, there are 2 little lives growing here. Placing her hand on Lena's stomach, Imelda exclaimed in amazement after a while, they're moving. They're saying hello to me. Huh? Moving? Lena was very surprised. She hadn't felt any fetal movement before. Jalmer also widened his eyes in surprise. Mariah mimicked Imelda, stretching out his hand and gently covering Lena's stomach. They really are moving. Die, our babies are greeting us. Feel it. Saying this, Jalmer guided Lena's hands to her belly. Feeling the fetal movement inside her, Lena looked up at Jalmer in surprise, her eyes sparkling. Really? I felt it, our babies are moving. Jalmer smiled tenderly and lovingly, rubbing Lena's head. Yes, die, the babies are growing bigger and can now greet us. They must be 2 lively little ones. Lena looked down at her stomach affectionately, her face filled with maternal love. Yes, they must be just like you, lively and beautiful. Imelda excitedly said, Ray, I want to be their godmother. Your kids will be my godchildren. Lena smiled happily, revealing 2 dimples. Okay. She turned to look at Jalmer. Mr. Pedro, no objections, right? Jalmer replied softly, no objections, I follow your wishes. Great. I'm going to be a godmother. Looking forward to the arrival of my godson and goddaughter. Imelda glanced at Lena, then at Jalmer. You 2 are both so handsome, your kids will definitely be gorgeous too. Lena gently stroked her belly. Babies, did you hear that? Your godmother praised how beautiful you will be. After the shocking school reunion, Lena and Imelda had been on edge. Now, discussing this topic, both of them relaxed and looked forward to the birth of the little babies together. The atmosphere in the ward became warm and cozy. In contrast, the atmosphere in the KTV 306 private room was far from warm. To be precise, it wasn't just uninviting, it was bloody. Alf and his companions were beaten beyond recognition, lying motionless on the ground with injuries all over their bodies. Amy smiled lightly. Same old routine, teach them a lesson and then call the police to throw them in jail. How did Lawyer Liang respond? Amy sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, raising her eyes to ask Lawrence. Alf attempted rape, and these small fries are accomplices. What we did is self-defense. Really? Amy said sarcastically, they have already been subdued, beating them further is considered self-defense? Lawrence's face remained expressionless as he replied coolly. Lawyer Liang said that theoretically, it's post-facto defense which might result in a charge of intentional harm, but he can arrange it to be self-defense. Amy curled her lips into a smile. Still needs Lawyer Liang. Having said that, she stood up. I'll leave first. I need to report to young master. Lawrence responded indifferently with a Amy glanced at him and walked past. You actually look quite handsome, but your deadpan face makes you so boring. Lawrence kept his gaze straight ahead without responding. Amy smiled, not saying anything more, and left the room. After she left, Lawrence turned to look at his subordinate beside him and asked seriously, Ah Long, am I really that boring? Chapter 160, The Kind Aunt Zheng. Lena's health was fine, and she returned to the Vernanching villa that night. The next day, Jalmer had work to attend to and left early for the Vernanching branch of the Pedro group. Lena didn't get up until well after noon. Recently, she had been sleeping more and more. She felt lazy all over. For breakfast, Lena simply had a bowl of millet porridge and an egg. Lynn was mopping the floor in the living room. Lena asked, "Where is Jalmer?" Lynn bent over, mopping while she replied, "Young Catherinster left early this morning. Mariah said he had to handle something at the company." "Oh." Lena walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa. She turned on the TV and idly flipped through a few channels when she suddenly saw a local Vernanching food program on the TV. It was recommending a hot pot restaurant, and the sight of sliced beef and tripe being cooked made Lena's mouth water. Breakfast had been bland, and she hadn't had much appetite. Now, seeing the hot pot, Lena's eyes were gleaming. She hadn't eaten spicy hot pot in a long time. Lena loved authentic spicy old hot pot here in Vernanching, which was almost impossible to find in Jingdu. The peppers in Jingdu weren't fragrant or spicy enough, it just wasn't the same. Lena was drooling as she watched. Amy came back from outside and greeted Lena as he passed the living room. "Laverne, you're awake." Lena turned her head to look. Amy was wearing a black tracksuit with a white towel draped around his neck. Lena smiled in response. "Good morning, Amy. Did you just finish jogging?" "Yep." Amy wiped sweat off with the towel. "I'm going to take a shower first." "Okay." Amy turned and went upstairs, and Lena continued watching her cooking show. While Lynn was mopping, she glanced at the TV. "Young Catherine, are you thinking about eating hot pot?" Young Catherinster specifically instructed that you shouldn't eat overly spicy foods. Lena felt caught red-handed, coughing dryly. "Ahem. I wasn't, I was just browsing channels." Lynn looked doubtful. "I noticed you staring at it for quite some time." Thinking of something, Lena asked Lynn, "Have you given birth, Lynn?" Lynn stood straight and propped herself against the mop, chatting with Lena. "Of course, my daughter is about your age." Lena's eyes sparkled. "When you were pregnant, did you also have dietary restrictions? Does occasionally eating spicy hot pot during pregnancy affect the baby?" Lynn thought for a moment. "Back then, I didn't deliberately restrict my diet. We were poor, so we ate what we had. Mostly vegetables from our own fields, and occasionally a free-range hen we raised. There was no such thing as hot pot. If I could afford hot pot back then, I probably wouldn't have restricted myself either. So, would it be okay if I occasionally eat spicy hot pot?" Lena blinked her big, bright eyes hopefully at Lynn. Lynn felt uneasy under Lena's gaze. "Young Catherine, please don't look at me like that. I'm not a doctor, my words aren't authoritative. You should listen to the doctor's advice." Lena propped her chin on one hand. I remember the doctor said it's fine to eat it occasionally. But young Catherinster said." Lena giggled. All right, I got it." Lynn asked, "What would you like for lunch, young Catherine? I'll go buy groceries soon." Lena glanced at the TV screen and swallowed. "I'm having lunch with a classmate today, so you don't need to prepare my meal." She wanted to taste this spicy old hot pot today and find out why it was featured on TV. Lynn nodded and continued mopping. "All right, young Catherine." After watching TV for a while, Amy came downstairs after his shower. Mariah sat down next to Lena. "Laverne, any plans for today?" Lena turned off the TV and stood up. "We're going to visit Rebecca and have lunch together." "All right." Half an hour later, Lena and Amy arrived at the entrance of Imelda's neighborhood. Amy opened the car door to get out. "Wait." Lena stopped her. "I just remembered, we should buy some gifts. Uncle and Aunt are very kind to me, and I haven't visited them in a while. It's not proper to show up empty-handed. Let's buy some gifts." Mariah hearing this, Amy closed the car door. "Okay." They toured a nearby large mall where Lena bought 2 bottles of premium liquor and a box of Bird's Nest before heading to Imelda's place. It was Sunday, and Imelda's parents were not working. Opening the door was Imelda's mother, Zheng Meiwan. Seeing Lena, Zheng Meiwan immediately wore a happy smile. "Laverne has come. Come in, come in. Aunt hasn't seen you in a while." Lena stood at the door and introduced Amy to Zheng Meiwan. "Aunt, let me introduce you. This is my friend Amy. Amy, this is Rebecca's mother, you can call her Aunt Zheng." "Moriallo, Aunt Zheng," said Amy formally as he extended his hand politely to shake hands with Zheng Meiwan. Zheng Meiwan shook Amy's hand with a smile. "Moriallo, hello." Seeing this scene, Lena couldn't help but feel amused. Why did it seem so formal? It was like they were greeting at a state leader meeting. Lena handed over the gifts she was holding with a sweet smile. "Aunt, these are some gifts I bought for you." Without even looking, Zheng Meiwan took the gifts with a wide smile. "You child, you came all the way here. Why did you buy gifts? Don't be so distant." Lena laughed. "I've eaten and drank plenty in your home before. It's only right that I give you something in return. I hope you like it." Zheng Meiwan casually glanced down. Then she froze. "Oh. Faitian Catherinotai and high-quality Bird's Nest. These gifts were too valuable." She had thought they were ordinary gifts when she received them. "Laverne, why did you buy such expensive gifts? How much did this cost?" Zheng Meiwan knew Lena's family situation. It didn't seem like Lena could afford these gifts. Gwen and Ricky never gave Lena pocket money. So where did she get the money? Could it be from part-time jobs? Thinking of this, Zheng Meiwan immediately returned the gifts to Lena. Laverne, listen to Aunt. Go return these gifts. It's not easy for you to earn money. Don't spend it on things like this. Aunt knows you're a good girl, we appreciate your intention. Lena refused to take back the gifts with a wave of her hand. Aunt, rest assured, I have enough money. I'll always remember how kind you and Uncle have been to me. You've treated me like a daughter. Now that I'm capable, I want to repay you. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Pained by Lena's generosity, Zheng Meiwan wouldn't accept the gifts no matter what. While they were tugging, Imelda came over. Mom, Laverne, what's going on? Why are you still standing outside? Rebecca, you try talking some sense into Laverne. She bought such expensive gifts. I asked her to return them, but she refused. What should we do? Imelda saw the Catherinotai wine and bird's nest in Zheng Meiwan's hands and understood that Laverne wanted to thank them for their long-term kindness. Mom didn't know Laverne's current situation and assumed she was still struggling financially, which was why she didn't want to accept the gifts. But Imelda knew that Laverne now had the means to buy these things. Laverne was trying to express gratitude in her own way. If they insisted on not accepting, Laverne would be upset. Imelda took the items from Zheng Meiwan's hands and smiled. Mom, just accept them. This is Laverne's heart. She found a good job and has made some money. There's no need to worry about her spending. Half convinced, Zheng Meiwan said, Really? Imelda, holding the gifts in one hand and Mom's shoulder with the other, said, Of course, would I lie to you? Finally, Zheng Meiwan didn't resist anymore. All right then. Lena sighed in relief and smiled at Imelda. Zheng Meiwan invited, Laverne, don't stand there. Come inside and sit. Imelda added, Laverne, wait a moment. I'll get you and Amy a pair of new slippers. Lena waved her hand. No need to go through the trouble, Rebecca. We're here to take you out to play today. Let's not change shoes. Are you ready? Chapter 161 Re-encounter with Gwen. Lena picked up Imelda, and the three of them went shopping at the mall before watching a popular movie. It was a foreign suspense film. The plot twisted and turned continuously. No one could have predicted the ending. After coming out of the cinema, Imelda was lost in thought. This money was well spent. I haven't seen such an amazing movie in a long time. Lena said, Yes, I never expected that the murderer would be the male lead. His disguise was too convincing. Amy added, The plot was indeed fantastic. I used to fall asleep during movies, but this one kept me fully engaged without feeling sleepy at all. The three of them discussed the movie's plot all the way. By the time they finished talking, it was already dinner time. Lena suggested, Let's go eat hot pot. I saw a food show this morning recommending a nearby hot pot restaurant. It looks delicious. Imelda replied, Sure, I haven't had hot pot for a long time. Where is it? Let's head over now. Nearby, let me check the map. Lena opened the map and entered the name of the hot pot restaurant. 300 meters, follow me. During dinner time, the restaurant was packed with no empty seats available. Lena took a number at the front desk and waited on chairs outside the entrance with the others. After waiting for more than half an hour, they finally got a table. The three walked into the hot pot restaurant. Just as they sat down, Imelda glanced around and suddenly widened her eyes. Laverne. Confused, Lena looked at her. What's wrong? Imelda pointed to someone, shocked. Lynn, Gwen. Lena felt a tremor in her heart and followed her finger, indeed seeing Gwen. Gwen was wearing the restaurant uniform and serving dishes to a table of customers. Imelda couldn't believe it. I didn't expect to meet her here. Didn't she open her own spicy hot pot shop? Why is she working as a server here? Lena recounted the series of events that happened within the Chin family to Imelda. After hearing everything, Imelda whistled. Wow, that's more dramatic than any movie. Who would have thought Ricky, despite his age, would take a mistress, and Alexei, who seemed so honest, would get involved in online gambling? Honest? Lena laughed upon hearing Imelda describe Alexei as honest. Some people appear very honest on the surface, but they can be the most deranged inside. I hate those honest people. Often, they do bad things without any moral bottom line. Lena then told Imelda how Alexei and Gwen threatened to ruin her reputation and even fought each other over money. Imelda angrily remarked, This makes me furious. Alexei truly doesn't deserve to be called a human. But at least they all received their due retribution. Then she chuckled. They slapped each other over money. Haha, Amy, you're really something. Coming up with such a cruel method to torture both physically and mentally, it's a pity I missed such a scene. Amy sneered, To deal with nasty people, you need nasty methods. Imelda turned to Lena. Laverne, Gwen is here. Should we still eat here? Want to switch restaurants? She was mainly worried that Lena might lose her appetite seeing Gwen. But Lena shook her head. No, we've waited so long to get this table, and my main purpose today was to come to this hot pot restaurant. Ever since I saw the sliced tripe on TV this morning, my mouth has been watering. Imelda smiled. You're such a little foodie. Lena scanned the QR code on the table and started ordering. Considering that Amy wasn't a big fan of spicy food, Lena ordered a mixed hot and mild broth pot. Then they each chose a few dishes they liked. At this moment, Gwen noticed Lena and the others. Since Amy was facing away from her, Gwen didn't see Amy's face. Seeing only Lena and Imelda, she rushed over without thinking. Lena. Why are you here? Gwen glared at Lena. How can you still have the nerve to show your face after ruining our family? I divorced Ricky and severed ties with Alexei. Are you satisfied? Gwen snapped angrily. Mariah's hatred for Lena ran deep. Their home was gone, the store was closed, her husband was gone, and her elder son was also gone. Now she lived with her younger son, Marvin, in a cheap rental house in the urban village, barely making ends meet with her meager wages from working at the hot pot restaurant. All of this was caused by Lena. Gwen glared at Lena, her eyes filled with raging hatred. Lena lifted her gaze, unafraid, meeting Gwen's eyes with a delighted smile. I am very satisfied. You, Gwen, in extreme anger, scolded, you heartless wretch. Although you are not my biological daughter, I raised you for 19 years. Is this how you treat a foster mother who has nurtured you? Lena burst into laughter upon hearing these words. Gwen, how can you be so shameless? If it weren't for your baby-switching scheme back then, would I have spent 19 years as a slave in your household? As the heiress of a prominent family, I was made to work like a cow and a horse at your home, and you actually call this nurturing grace? Gwen was utterly unreasonable and paid no heed to Lena's words, launching into a tirade. But Lena was no longer the pushover she once was and remained unperturbed. Gwen, now penniless, could only vent her anger verbally. After Gwen finished her scolding, Lena delivered the final blow. Lena looked at Gwen with a smiling face, slowly saying, Gwen, did you know that someone deliberately set a trap for Alexei, luring him into online gambling? Gwen froze on the spot, stunned. What do you mean? Who set a trap for him? Lena's smile widened. Jalmer had told her earlier that the person behind this was Kala. It was she who enlisted Alexei's elementary school classmates to lure him into online gambling. Back then, Kala didn't even know she was the biological daughter of the Chin family or that Alexei was her biological brother. Kala had intended to deal with Lena, but in the end, she ended up harming her own blood relatives. Lena looked straight into Gwen's eyes, laughing gleefully. Of course, it was your biological daughter, Kala. Didn't expect that, did you? She intentionally arranged for someone to lure Alexei into gambling. The mistress Ricky took should also have been her arrangement. How ironic is that? Gwen's eyes were full of disbelief, and her hand pointing at Lena shook uncontrollably. You're lying. You must be lying. Justine wouldn't do such a thing. Haha, Lena said with a laugh, go ask her yourself if you don't believe me. Then, Lena deliberately put on an enlightened look and said, oops, I forgot. Kala probably doesn't even want to acknowledge you all. Ha 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 ha, right? After living as a wealthy heiress, you're nothing more than beggars to her eyes. She won't recognize any of you. Gwen, this is what they call karma. Gwen's expression was one of excruciating pain. She stumbled backward 2 steps, muttering, impossible, this cannot be. Chapter 162 Never Change. Gwen, what are you doing during working hours? Slacking off will result in a pay cut. A sharp voice snapped Gwen back to reality. She hurriedly left. Kathrineger, I wasn't slacking off. Lena sneered but didn't look at her again. The dishes were all served, and Lena focused on enjoying the hot pot. Imelda indulged herself. It's no wonder it was featured on TV. It's truly delicious. Amy wanted to try the authentic South City spicy old hot pot as well. However, after just one piece of beef, she was so spiced up that tears streamed down her face. No way, this is too spicy. How can you people stand it? Amy waved her hands frantically, drinking water like crazy. Imelda tasted a shrimp ball. That exaggerated? I think it's fine. Lena turned and called out, waiter, bring us a box of milk. Then she smiled at Amy, just drinking water won't help when you're spiced up. Milk works better. People who don't eat spicy food have different tolerance levels than those who love it. Our tongues are already used to this level of spiciness, but you aren't. Catherine, you could rinse with clear water before eating? Amy shook her head, forget it, I'll stick to my clear broth. Imelda said, what a pity. Since you can't enjoy such delicious hot pot, I'll finish it for you. The waiter brought the milk. Amy quickly took a sip through the straw. It really helps. I don't feel so spiced anymore. Catherine Gwen saw Amy later, or maybe she feared being penalized by the boss, but in the following hour, Gwen didn't come to cause trouble for Lena again. They had a fairly pleasant time eating the hot pot. As soon as Lena finished eating, Jalmer's video call came through. She answered somewhat guiltily. What is it, Mr. Pedro? Jalmer was sitting in the exclusive restaurant of the branch company of the Pedro Corporation, having his lunch. I miss you. I called you during break. I intended to go home for lunch with you, but Lynn said you went out with your classmates, so I ended up eating alone. Again, he's playing the sympathy card. Lena smiled reassuringly. I'll accompany you tonight. How? Jalmer asked mischievously. Lena blushed slightly. Mariah shouldn't talk like this while Imelda and Amy were still around. Mariah doesn't mind, but she does. Puffing out her cheeks, she replied angrily, of course it's having dinner with you. What are you thinking? Jalmer laughed, you know what I mean. Lena humphed. Suddenly, Jalmar's brows furrowed slightly. Why are your lips so red? What did you eat at noon? Oops, discovered. Knowing she couldn't hide it from his keen eyes, Lena confessed, had spicy hot pot. Huh? Jalmar stared at her. Didn't I tell Lynn not to let you eat spicy foods? Why did you secretly go for spicy hot pot? Lena pouted and used her trump card, whining at him, but I was craving it. Jalmar's tone carried a hint of displeasure. You're not listening, and you're being naughty. Lena blinked her beautiful big eyes pitifully at him. Didn't the doctor say occasional indulgence won't affect the baby? Also, haven't you heard of boys being sour, girls being spicy? Lately, I've been craving both sour and spicy things. Perhaps I'm carrying twins. Lena grinned, revealing 2 cute little fangs, her eyes shining. Mr. Pedro, would it be okay if I gave you twin babies? Please don't be mad. Who could resist such sweetness? Looking at the sweet, innocent girl, Jalmar felt a warm sweetness in his heart. How could he blame her? The dark depths of his eyes held amusement as he shook his head helplessly. Really can't deal with you. Don't do it again. You're the best, Mr. Pedro. They continued chatting affectionately for a while before ending the call. Ew, public display of affection. As soon as Lena hung up, Imelda teased, Ray, think about our feelings as singles. Amy nodded emphatically. Right, I've never been in love. Is this how couples behave? Lena smiled. You'll understand once you're in love. Being in love? Thinking about love, Amy involuntarily recalled a cold and emotionless face. Sigh, someone as boring as him would probably be just as boring in love, not at all like young Catherinester Pedro and Ray. Wait, no. Why was she thinking about him? What was wrong with her? Shaking her head, she tried to dispel the cold, emotionless face from her mind. She must be losing it. Amy, are you okay? Imelda looked at her with puzzlement. I'm fine, she replied. Imelda stared at Amy's face. You're not thinking about falling in love, are you? Do you have a crush on someone? Amy's face suspiciously turned red. No, how could that be possible? I'm not interested in men. Uh-huh. So you're a lesbian? Imelda was shocked, suddenly crossing her arms as if she had been frightened. You wouldn't be having feelings for me. The blush on Amy's face instantly turned into a frown. Mariah's lips twitched as she looked at Imelda speechlessly. What do you think about all day? Not being interested in men doesn't automatically make one a lesbian. I'm not interested in women either. Phew, Imelda exhaled, her smile reappearing on her face. You scared me there. It's fine. Ha 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 ha. Lena couldn't stop laughing at the two of them. What are you two up to? Why did you start talking about this out of the blue? Yueshin, your imagination is really wild. After dinner, the 3 of them went shopping and parted ways just before dinner time. When Lena and Amy returned to the South City villa, Jalmar was already in the living room. Mariah had been watching financial news out of boredom, but his face lit up when he saw Lena come back. Dinner was a nutritious meal prepared by Lynn according to Jalmar's request. Although it was light, the taste was impeccable. Lena obediently ate her meal. After dinner, Amy went back to her room upstairs. Jalmar stayed with Lena on the sofa in the living room, watching a heart-wrenching romance movie. Lena cried her eyes out. Jalmar whispered soothing words to her. Why can't 2 people who love each other be together? Yang, the male lead, loves the female lead so much, why doesn't he tell her? The little girl's nose and eyes were red from crying, which made Jalmar's heart ache. Mariah gently wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, softly saying, Don't cry, sweetheart. It's just a movie, they create misunderstandings and conflicts for the audience to enjoy. The little girl sniffled and looked at him pitifully. Jalmar, we will never be like the protagonists, right? Jalmar's eyes were brimming with tenderness as he looked at Lena's red-rimmed eyes and earnestly said, I promise you, sweetheart, we will never be like them. Don't worry, sweetheart. If there's any misunderstanding, I'll speak up. If there's any problem, I'll solve it. If you're unhappy, I'll comfort you until you're happy again. We will never be apart. Touched by Jalmar's words, Lena sniffed hard. You promised, you can't change. Jalmar's lips curved into a tender smile. Never. Chapter 163 I Hate You. 2 days later, Lena and Jalmar returned to the capital. The moment they got off the plane, a fierce northwest wind swept toward them, cutting against their faces like sharp knives. Lena shivered from the cold. Amy took out a thick down jacket he had prepared earlier from the bag and handed it to Jalmar. Jalmar received it effortlessly and helped Lena put it on. As soon as they walked out of the airport, Amy received a call from the police station in Vernancheng. Alf and others had been officially arrested for rape and hooliganism. The umbrella figure behind him was also caught. Moreover, Coral was expelled from school due to involvement in criminal activities. Lena was quite satisfied with this outcome. Jalmar's assistant Eliam came to pick them up. In the car, Eliam said, Mr. President, Waverly Jiang will be celebrating her 80th birthday in 5 days. Jiang family has sent an invitation. Jalmar didn't show much expression, only replying with a faint then turned to look at Lena. Baby, are you cold? Lena shook her head. She just put on a thick down jacket, and now in the warm car, she wasn't feeling cold at all. What would you like for dinner? Jalmar asked again. Can I eat whatever I want? Lena's face lit up with anticipation, her eyes shining brightly. Assistant Eliam glanced silently at his boss and Mrs. President through the rearview mirror and didn't bring up the matter concerning the Jiang family again. The Jiang family was also one of the prestigious clans in the capital. The invitation to attend Waverly Jiang's 80th birthday party was something many people craved for. They would give anything to attend but lacked the qualifications. But for his boss, this invitation mattered less than what Mrs. President wanted for dinner. Eliam focused on driving again. Mariah heard his boss talking to Mrs. President in a gentle and indulgent tone, except for overly spicy or irritating foods. After arriving at the apartment, Lena changed shoes while asking Jalmer, "Did you say you're going to attend Waverly Jiang's 80th birthday mentioned by Otto just now?" Jalmer casually hung his coat on the hat stand and replied, "Yeah, probably. Jiang Corporation always cooperates with our Pedro Corporation, and my grandma is on good terms with Waverly Jiang." Lena asked again, "Why didn't anyone from Jiang family come to our engagement party? Didn't they know about your engagement?" Jalmer paused for a moment, seemingly not expecting such a question. Mariah answered, "They didn't come. Jiang family probably didn't know about my engagement. Since our two families' relationship is only at the level of cooperation and not old acquaintances, we naturally want to keep it low-key, so fewer people knowing is better." Lena nodded, "I see." Jalmer followed Lena into the house and asked her, "Baby, do you want to go with me?" "Can I?" Lena turned and asked. Jalmer smiled, reaching out to ruffle her hair, "Of course. You are my family, and you can be brought to events like this." Family. It felt like a drop of water rippling through the lake in her heart, causing delicate waves. Lena was very delighted. She liked this word. Warm and sweet. Lena almost blurted out, "I want to go." But after some thought, she shook her head, "Forget it. Such parties should have many guests. When you appear, you'll immediately draw everyone's attention, and it would be hard for me to stay low-key if I go with you. The baby is nearly 5 months along, so it's best to be careful." Jalmer laughed and joked, "Then are you not worried that other women might target me?" "Huh? Other women?" Lena frowned. Jalmer teased her, "Don't you know your husband is very popular among women?" This was the first time Lena had heard Jalmer calling himself her husband. To be honest, it made her blush. But she liked this title too. Of course, she knew Jalmer was very popular among women. There was Kala, Annabelle, constantly throwing themselves at him. And online, there were countless girls dreaming of marrying him. Lena pretended to be angry and hemped, "Would you be taken away by another woman?" Jalmer didn't answer right away. Instead, he gently lifted her chin, "Tell me if you let me kiss you." Not getting the answer she wanted to hear, Lena was really a little upset this time. She slapped Jalmer's hand away, "Go away. Are you mad?" Jalmer chuckled. Seeing the girl puffing up with anger, he found her inexplicably adorable. Mariah asked again, "Not giving me a kiss?" Lena turned her face away, not responding. Jalmer turned her face back and kissed her lips without waiting for her reply. Lena struggled, trying to push him away. Jalmer held her tightly in his arms, not letting her resist. The kiss lasted a long time. When they parted, both were slightly breathless. Lena's face was flushed red, utterly adorable. "Humph, Jalmer, I hate you." It was clearly a playful scolding tone, not to be taken seriously. Jalmer smiled, pulling her into his arms. Instead of being upset, he laughed and asked her with evident pleasure, "Really? How much do you hate me?" Lena's cheeks puffed up, ignoring him. Jalmer suddenly leaned close to her ear, using his low, sexy voice to gently coax her, "Good girl, my heart will always have only you. No one can ever take me away from you." Lena's heart raced furiously. Undoubtedly, Jalmer had a way with soothing people. She was pacified. Jalmer's thin lips lightly kissed Lena's ear, the warmth making her whole body tingle. "Good girl, now tell me, do you still hate me?" Lena gently bit her lower lip, not answering. Jalmer saw how moved the girl was, her heart softening as if about to melt. Mariah once again lifted her chin, "If you don't speak, I'll kiss you." Another lingering, passionate kiss followed. Outside the window, snowflakes were falling heavily. This night was full of vibrant allure. Chapter 164, Socialite Debutantes Kathrinka Move. 5 days later. It was the birthday banquet for Aileen. At the Jiang family estate, in front of the main villa, luxury cars were parked everywhere. The guests who came to wish her well were all distinguished figures. There were political heavyweights, business tycoons, famous directors from the entertainment industry, CEOs of media companies, and young heirs and debutantes from wealthy families. Although it was a birthday celebration for Aileen, it also served as a social gathering for people to expand their networks. As the crown prince of Beijing's elite circle, Jalmarg naturally became the center of attention. Not only did those young heirs and debutantes from wealthy families wish to curry favor with him, even the senior-level big shots wanted to chat with him to seek opportunities for cooperation. Jalmarg showed little interest. He politely but distantly replied to everyone who conversed with him. Mariah wasn't enthusiastic but remained courteous. And that was merely politeness. Those elegantly dressed debutantes approached full of hope but returned home disappointed. After talking to Jalmarg, each one had a long face, without exception. In the greenhouse garden, several debutantes gathered together for tea and conversation. A beautiful woman, with chestnut-colored wavy hair and wearing a champagne-colored off-the-shoulder dress, sighed gloomily. Alas, I got up before dawn today just to get ready. I carefully chose this dress, thinking young Catherine Pedro might at least be somewhat interested. Who knew he wouldn't even say an extra word to me? Another young girl, with short bobbed hair and dressed in a white princess gown, sighed as well. Alas, who isn't like that? Trying to add him on WeChat was rejected too. It's my first time being turned down by a man. It's really disheartening. Why is young Catherine Pedro so hard to approach? We sisters are all stunning beauties, yet each of us tried to flirt with him one after another and he still remained icy, said a woman with a classical hairstyle and wearing a pale moonlight blue cheapao, looking dejected. Another woman in a burgundy backless evening gown picked up her teacup and took a sip before saying leisurely, seeing everyone like this makes me feel relieved. But let's be honest, these years, young Catherine Pedro hasn't given any woman a chance, remarked the young girl in the white princess gown. Didn't Catherine de Marcel Aubrey chase after young Catherine Pedro for years? Yet, it was still a no-go. And Catherine de Marcel Jiang here, I heard she went abroad to study because she confessed her love to young Catherine Pedro and was rejected. Francesca in the burgundy backless evening gown pouted, I came with a mission today. My mother asked me to win over young Catherine Pedro, but I couldn't even get his contact information. The chestnut-haired woman smiled bitterly, hi, mutual pain. They were all socialites from prominent families in the capital, usually pursued by men who would bow to their every whim with just a beckon of a finger. None of them had ever been coldly rejected like this. Then, one woman whispered mysteriously, young Catherine Pedro seems to be 30 now, right? At this age, without ever dating anyone, do you think there's something wrong with his sexual orientation? Another woman responded, it's quite possible. I remember seeing a post online before that suggested Jalmarg might prefer men. The young girl in the white princess gown looked shocked, is that true? If young Catherine Pedro likes men, then I can rest easier. The chestnut-haired woman lowered her voice, I don't think this is just a rumor. Think about it, 30 years old, peak male libido, and young Catherine Pedro's attitude towards women doesn't seem like a normal man's. You understand what I mean, right? The others nodded in unison, replying, yes. On the sofa. Young Catherine Pedro, whose sexual orientation was questionable, was holding his phone, chatting adoringly with his beloved wife. If those debutantes could see the gentle smile that made people want to drown in it on Jalmarg's face right now, they would probably feel as if they had seen a ghost. Lena, did any woman try to talk to you? Jalmarg, guess. Lena, no need to guess, forget it if you don't want to say. Jalmarg, if you did, I only politely responded twice, didn't chat much. Lena, how many times is twice? This too must be a figurative number, right? Jalmarg, with a smile playing on his lips, replied, no, it's literal, not a single one exceeded 2 sentences. Lena sent a bear cartoon sticker with its hands on its hips. Yuri behaving well. Jalmarg replied with a laugh, will I get a reward for being good? Just as Jalmarg finished replying, he heard a soft and pleasant voice call out, Brother Jing. Before he could hide his gentle expression, a smile lingered on his lips. This smile particularly irked Kenna. Was he just texting that girl named Lena? Kenna had never seen such an expression on Jalmarg's face before. In her memory, Jalmarg was always indifferent and distant to everyone, polite but aloof. She had only seen such a gentle Jalmarg in her dreams. Jalmarg glanced at her, acknowledging her with a faint Then he lowered his head back to his phone. A wave of frustration washed over her. The moment Jalmarg looked down, Kenna's shoulders slumped. She moved closer and sat beside Jalmarg. Jing, you are in love? Although she had heard from the Aubrey siblings that Jalmarg was engaged, Kenna still couldn't let go. She wanted to hear it from Jalmarg himself. This time, Jalmarg didn't even lift an eyelid. Upon hearing Jalmarg's response, Kenna's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. For a long time, she couldn't utter another word. Jalmarg, focused on messaging Lena, didn't notice. On the chat screen, Lena replied, what reward do you want? A smile tugged at the corners of Jalmarg's mouth as he typed you know. Lena, then come home early, I'll take a bath waiting for you. She added a cute cat kissing emoticon. Jalmarg's heart melted. How could his little obedient be so adorable? Mariah couldn't wait to get out of here. If not for the fact that Eileen's banquet hadn't officially started yet, he would have left long ago. Kiss. Lena can't kiss, withered rose. Jalmarg, we can kiss when I get home tonight. Kenna was completely ignored. She wasn't even worth being the background. At best, she was air. After several deep breaths, Kenna spoke again, Jing, I've taken over the Jiang group now. Implying, I am qualified to stand by your side now. I am the most suitable one for you. That Lena doesn't deserve you. Jalmarg looked up, surprise flashing in his eyes, you're still here? Melvin, the usually well-composed career woman Kenna, showed a crack in her expression upon hearing this. Kenna moved her lips. What else could she say after he said that? Swallowing her unspoken words, she forced a bitter laugh, you're busy, excuse me. Jalmarg nodded, not saying another word. Kenna's heart sank to the bottom. She left, utterly dejected. Chapter 165, Rivals Meet. The day after Catherine Dam-Jong's birthday banquet, Lena received a text message from an unknown number. Miss Chin, are you free? I'd like to talk to you. It was signed by Kenna. Lena didn't recognize this person. But she knew that Jalmar had attended Catherine Dam-Jong's birthday banquet yesterday. This person also shared the same surname Jong. Could she be related to Catherine Dam-Jong? Lena would not rashly meet a stranger. She messaged Jalmar asking who Kenna was. Jalmar replied that she was Catherine Dam-Jong's granddaughter. Mariah then asked her why she suddenly asked about this. Lena replied, she invited me to meet. Should I go? Jalmar immediately replied, there's no need. Lena asked Jalmar why Kenna would invite her to meet. Actually, she already had a guess. It was probably because Kenna admired him and found out he had a fiancé, so wanted to meet her. Perhaps even try to persuade her to back off. Sure enough, Jalmar's reply matched her thoughts. I'm not quite sure either, but I have something to confess. Kenna once confessed to me, and I rejected her. Later, she went abroad to study, and only recently returned. Lena asked, do you think it will be dangerous for me to meet her? It won't be. Did he trust that Kenna wouldn't harm her so easily? She couldn't describe how she felt. Catherine eyed a bit sour. After several minutes, Lena finally replied with a okay. That afternoon, Lena and Kenna sat face to face in a Western restaurant. A gentle piano melody flowed through the air. Kenna gracefully stirred the coffee in front of her. Miss Chin, I thought you might refuse to meet me. She had short, neat hair, wore light makeup and brown lipstick, dressed in a coffee-colored coat paired with an off-white shirt, exuding a cold and efficient aura. No wonder she was a debutante, her demeanor was impeccable. Lena smiled, revealing 2 dimples. What did Miss Jong want to talk about? Kenna took a sip of her coffee without answering Lena's question. Instead, she said, Miss Chin, this cup of coffee in front of me uses Arabica coffee beans from Ethiopia, lightly roasted and finely ground, with a refreshing taste, slightly sour, which is Brother Atlas's favorite. Lena understood. She was showing off that she knew Jalmar's preferences. Lena lifted her chin slightly, watching Kenna calmly. So what? Kenna paused stirring her coffee. She had expected Lena, coming from a humble background, would feel inadequate and awkward after hearing this. Seeing Lena remain calm, Kenna raised her eyes, challenging, Miss Chin, having been with Brother Atlas for so long, do you know what he likes? Lena looked at Kenna with amusement as if listening to a joke. Mariah likes me, Lena said firmly. Kenna's smile froze. It seemed Lena wasn't as easy to bully as she appeared. Kenna had prepared a lengthy speech to persuade Lena to leave Jalmar. But Lena's one sentence, Mariah likes me, choked off all her words. Kenna gripped her spoon tightly. After a deep breath, she looked up at Lena again. Miss Chin, you and Brother Atlas are not suitable. The gap in your social statuses is too large. Mariah belongs to a completely different world from you. You two are parallel lines that will never intersect. After speaking, Kenna narrowed her eyes, observing Lena's expression. She hoped to see signs of inferiority, loss, or confusion on her face. However, Lena just smiled unconcernedly. But these 2 parallel lines that shouldn't intersect have already crossed. Not only have they crossed, but they have intertwined tightly, never to separate. Mariah's gaze landed on the coffee in Kenna's hand. Jalmar once ground coffee for me himself, probably using the beans you mentioned. I tried it, but the taste was too sour and bitter. I didn't like it and stopped after 1 sip. Then he learned how to make milk tea to cheer me up. Lena smiled innocently. So, what he likes doesn't matter. What matters is that whatever I like, he will make for me with his own hands. Kenna hadn't expected this girl to be so sharp-tongued, each word piercing her heart like a dagger. Every sentence made her heart ache, as if bleeding profusely. Kenna accidentally knocked over her coffee cup, spilling some coffee. Lena just smiled faintly, saying nothing. But Kenna felt that Lena was mocking her. Kenna was not one to give up easily. She adjusted her emotions and said, Miss Chin, you are quite sharp-tongued. Confidence is good, but blind confidence will only make you fall into the abyss. Girls from ordinary families like you have no chance of marrying into the Pedro family. Lena was well prepared. She calmly took out an exquisite jade bracelet from her bag. Miss Jiang, this jade bracelet was personally worn on my wrist by Mrs. Pedro, the matriarch of the Pedro family. She said that only the daughter-in-laws and granddaughter-in-laws of the Pedro family deserve to have it. Tell me, is it really impossible for me to marry into the Pedro family? Kenna was stunned. Did the Pedro family have such a tradition? Did the Pedro grandmother really give this to her? Wasn't the Pedro grandmother always concerned about social status matching? Why did she suddenly change her mind? Before Kenna could recover, Lena continued, Atlas and I have already become engaged. Didn't you know, Miss Jong? Engaged. They were actually engaged. These words struck Kenna like a bolt of lightning, hitting her right between the eyes. Kenna instantly froze, unable to move. Eduardo and Kala had only told her that Lena and Jalmer were together and that Jalmer was very serious about Lena, but they didn't mention anything about them being engaged. Chapter 166, New Year's Eve. By this point in the conversation, Kenna clearly knew that the Pedro family had firmly decided on Lena as their granddaughter-in-law. It was almost impossible for her to separate Lena and Jalmer. Kenna felt envy and dissatisfaction welling up inside her. What did Lena have going for her? Why did Jalmer like her so much? Why would the Pedro family set aside their biases and happily accept her? Melvin, though she felt unwilling and envious, Kenna's upbringing prevented her from doing anything outrageous. She simply picked up her bag, stood up, told Lena, "I won't bless you," and left, leaving behind an arrogant back view. Days passed one by one. Before they knew it, it was New Year's Eve. For the New Year's Eve dinner, Adeline even personally made a trip to Lena's apartment to invite her to the Aubrey family residence for dinner. Lena declined. "Cassie, I have already promised Roxanne and Waverly Pedro that I would go back to have dinner with them tonight." Cassie frowned. "Laverne, you haven't crossed the threshold yet. It's not appropriate for an unmarried girl to spend New Year's Eve at the groom's family." This response grated on Lena's nerves. She felt more like strangers to the Aubrey couple but felt like family with the Pedro clan. However, she didn't lash out at Cassie. After all, Cassie was her birth mother and only meant well. It was just that her words made Lena uncomfortable. Lena smiled gently and said, "Cassie, feelings need time to grow. I understand your desire to make up for lost time and to help me find my roots, but this needs to happen gradually. Although I haven't formally joined the Pedro family, I've already regarded the Pedro people as my family. Isn't New Year's Eve a time for families to be together?" Adeline looked sorrowful and resigned, sighing, "All right, then you can spend New Year's Eve at the Pedro residence. Can you and Jalmer come home on New Year's Day?" Lena pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Lena and Jalmer returned to the old Pedro residence where the entire family enjoyed a warm and joyous New Year's Eve dinner. After the meal, they sat on the living room sofa watching the Spring Festival Gala together. This was a scene Lena had long yearned for during her 19 years. The warmth of being surrounded by loved ones while chatting and enjoying the gala was something she had never experienced at her birth home. Both grandfather and grandmother Pedro were over 80, and Lena thought they would only last until 11 before feeling exhausted. Yet, both of them insisted on staying up to finish watching the gala. When the first chime of the new year rang out, Lena greeted everyone warmly, "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year's Eve." Jalmer's eyes shone as he looked at her, "Happy New Year, sweetheart." Clara beamed with happiness. "This New Year's Eve is the warmest we've had in years." As if on cue, grandmother and grandfather Pedro pulled out red envelopes from their bags. Grandfather Pedro gave the first one to Lena. "Laverne, Happy New Year's Eve. Here's your lucky money from Grandpa." This envelope seemed particularly thick. Lena took it with a smile. "Thank you, Roxanne." Next, grandmother Pedro also handed her an envelope. "Moriar's your lucky money from Grandma." Lena now accepted everything from the Pedro family without hesitation or refusal. Unlike in the past when she used to decline. Clara also prepared a red envelope for Lena. Compared to those from Roxanne Pedro, Clara's was rather light and thin. After bathing, Lena opened the envelopes in her bedroom. She started with Clara's. 66 yuan. A symbol of smooth sailing. Lena's lips curled upward. This red envelope truly showed thoughtful consideration. She wasn't bothered by the amount. Receiving lucky money already brought her immense joy. Just as Lena finished opening Clara's envelope, her phone rang. Checking the screen revealed an Alipay notification of an incoming transfer of 666,666 yuan. From Clara. Lena knew it. There was always a big surprise from Clara. Lena couldn't stop laughing. Upon exiting the bathroom, Jalmer saw Lena grinning broadly. "What are you laughing about?" Jalmer approached her. Lena lifted her gaze. "Mom sent me a big red envelope, and I'm happy." Jalmer sat beside her. "I also have some lucky money for you, Miss Lena." Saying that, he pulled out a document. Lena stared at him confused. "Who sends documents as lucky money?" "Jalmer, have you been too tired these days, mistaking files for red envelopes?" Jalmer chuckled. "No, just open it and see." Lena warily took the document from him and unfolded it. The words, Pedro Group Equity Transfer Agreement, caught her eye. Equity transfer? Lena muttered unconsciously. After skimming through it, she understood. Jalmer had transferred 5% of the Pedro Group shares into her name. This was his lucky money? Isn't that way too much? Jalmer chuckled softly at Lena's stunned expression. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" Lena came back to her senses and looked at him. "Jalmer, who sends company stocks as lucky money?" Jalmer raised an eyebrow. "Don't you like it?" "I do like it, but..." Before Lena could finish her sentence, Jalmer interrupted. "If you like it, that's enough. Why overthink it? You're part of the Pedro family now, so naturally, you should hold shares in Pedro Corporation. Roxanne, Waverly, and Mom all know about this. You don't need to feel any pressure, just look forward to the dividends." Lena swallowed the rest of her words. Lena wanted to stay up all night to see the new year in. Jalmer wouldn't let her. Mariah said staying up all night was too harmful to her health. Mariah urged her to get some rest. Lying side by side on the bed, Jalmar pulled Lena into his arms. His voice was soft and gentle, as if coming from another ethereal world. Laverne, I feel so happy it seems like a dream. Lena moved her fluffy head, rubbing against Jalmar's chin, making him itch. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Jalmar kissed Lena's forehead. My dear, every day with you, I feel incredibly happy. Lena wrapped her arms around Jalmar's waist, closed her eyes in his embrace, and whispered, Me too, Happy New Year, Mr. Pedro. Meeting you has been wonderful. Happy New Year, my dear. Chapter 167, Eduardo and Carla together. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, after breakfast, Jalmar accompanied Lena back to the Aubrey family home. Cassie, Adeline, held Lena's hand and sat on the sofa. Little Di, I've missed you so much these days. Lena smiled. Cassie, didn't we just meet yesterday? Adeline smiled. You naughty child, what I mean is that before yesterday, it had been a long time since we last met, and I've really missed you. Lena didn't know what to say now. Facing people like Coral and Kenna who provoked her with malice, she would have a sharp tongue ready for replies. But with the current Adeline, Lena finally managed to give a token response. I missed you too. This, I missed you too, was quite something. Adeline's face lit up. Really? Little Di really missed Mom too? It made Lena feel somewhat at a loss. She couldn't possibly say, no, I lied, right? Lena nodded. Yes, it's true. Jalmar noticed her awkwardness and said a few words, subtly shifting the topic. Slade and Adeline also gave Lena a very thick red envelope. Lena did not refuse. Mr. and Cassie and the young couple, Jalmar and Lena, chatted casually on the sofa in the living room downstairs. They didn't chat long before Eduardo came back. Mariah returned with Carla. Eduardo stood in front of them, holding Carla's hand. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Happy New Year, there's an important matter I need to tell you. Adeline's gaze fell on their intertwined hands. She felt something was off. Something about Eduardo and Carla seemed strange. What exactly was wrong? Before Adeline could think deeper, when she lifted her head again, obvious anger appeared in her eyes. Why did you bring her back? Didn't I say that Carla is not allowed to set foot in our house again? Have you forgotten so quickly? Slade remained silent. Lena and Jalmar exchanged glances. It seemed they shouldn't have come today. Carla hid behind Eduardo, only exposing her face, looking terrified. Eduardo turned and whispered soothingly, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Then, Eduardo turned to face Adeline's gaze. Mom, Justine and I are together. As soon as he spoke, Slade hurled a teacup. Scoundrel. Eduardo didn't dodge, taking the hit directly. His forehead turned red instantly. The ceramic teacup shattered into pieces on the ground with a crash. Lena's eyes widened in shock, speechless. She thought she might have misheard. Eduardo and Carla were together. Mariah hearing this, Adeline abruptly stood up, fury burning in her eyes. What did you say? Say it again. Eduardo faced Adeline's eyes without fear, saying seriously, Mom, I said Justine and I are together. You heard right, the way you're thinking of. Adeline rushed over and slapped him. She struck hard. A clear red handprint immediately appeared on Eduardo's face. You scoundrel. Cassie was so angry that her chest heaved dramatically as she gasped for breath. You're truly beyond reason. Eduardo stood his ground firmly, resolute. I want to marry Justine. True to the saying, one who does not cry out suddenly cries out loudly, Lena never imagined that one day Eduardo would end up with Carla. Hadn't they been siblings for more than 10 years? Just like that, they decided to be together? Though they had no blood relation, they had been getting along as brother and sister for 19 years, and Eduardo could do this? And he even said in front of her and Jalmar that he wanted to marry Carla. Was Eduardo crazy? Or perhaps he was lying to keep Carla by his side, so she wouldn't return to the Chin family. Upon hearing Eduardo wanted to marry Carla, Adeline slapped him again in anger. Eduardo didn't dodge this time either. Now he had handprints on both sides of his face. Sitting there, Lena found it awkward whether to look or not. After all, this was the Aubrey family's internal affairs, and she shouldn't get involved. So, Lena stood up and bid farewell to Slade and Adeline. Oscar, Cassie, it seems you still have family matters to handle, we won't disturb you further. Jalmar also stood up, giving Eduardo a cold glance. Adeline wanted to keep Lena a little longer, she had many things to say to her. However, this chaotic situation made it inappropriate for Lena and Jalmar to stay. Adeline calmed herself and softened her tone. All right, I'll have the driver take you back. Lena shook her head. No need, Cassie, we came by car. All right, be careful on your way. Adeline temporarily suppressed her anger and calmly advised Lena. Lena felt a cold gaze following her from behind. She knew it was Carla. Lena didn't intend to acknowledge Carla. As Jalmar held Lena's hand and they reached the door, they heard Eduardo say resolutely, I will not marry anyone but her. Lena paused in her steps. Jalmar, who was walking ahead, also suddenly stopped. Lena bumped into Jalmar's back unexpectedly. Ouch, that hurts. Lena whispered softly. Jalmar quickly turned around. Are you okay, darling? Where did you hit? Lena pointed to her forehead. I hit my forehead, but it's fine. Don't worry. The door was far from the living room with an obstruction between them. The three people in the Aubrey family couldn't see their situation. Jalmer asked, "Darling, do you want to listen for a while longer?" Of course, Lena wanted to. But it would be impolite to do so. If they were discovered later, it would be awkward. Lena shook her head. "Forget it, let's go." Jalmer replied indifferently with a and led Lena out of the Aubrey family villa's main gate. "If you want to marry her, I absolutely refuse. I'd rather die than agree." Adeline, emotionally agitated, pointed at Eduardo's nose and scolded, "Eduardo, you are insane. Although Kala is not blood related to you, you have been siblings for 19 years. You. Slade had known about Eduardo and Kala being together for some time and wasn't as shocked as Adeline. The teacup thrown at Eduardo earlier was just for Lena and Jalmer to see. After throwing the teacup, nothing more happened. Adeline couldn't accept this and continued to berate and hit Eduardo. Afraid Adeline might get sick from anger, Slade waited until she had vented enough and then pulled her away. "Alright, calm down first." Adeline slapped Slade's hand away. "I am very calm. I'm going to teach this crazy bastard a lesson today. Get me the rattan stick." Slade tried to stop her again. Adeline turned to glare at him, shouting angrily, "If you stop me again, I'll take care of you too." Slade retracted his hand, afraid to intervene further. Soon after, the servant brought the rattan stick. Adeline used all her strength to strike Eduardo several times. Although Eduardo did something outrageous, he still respected his mother greatly. Mariah neither retaliated nor cursed, just standing there accepting it. Adeline looked at Kala with disgust. "How could you do such things with Eduardo? Get out of here, just looking at you makes me feel sick." Kala trembled in Eduardo's arms, crying dramatically, "Mom, it's all my fault. Please don't beat Atian anymore. If you have any grievances, take it out on me." Mariah crying was an act, and saying Adeline should take it out on her was deliberately said for Eduardo to hear. She knew Eduardo wouldn't let Adeline hurt her. She wanted to fuel the fire and make Eduardo admit that incident publicly. Chapter 168, Unwavering Love. Jalmer and Lena were originally planning to return to the apartment on Guayin Road after leaving the Aubrey family's house. Clara called them. Lena answered the phone. Clara softly said on the other end of the line, "Di, are you going to come back after having lunch at the Aubreys today? Your grandparents and I have prepared New Year's gifts for you. Come by this afternoon to pick them up." Lena asked in confusion, "New Year's gifts? Mom, didn't you and Roxanne and Waverly already give me New Year's money last night?" Clara laughed. "New Year's money is for New Year's Eve, but New Year's gifts are for the first day of the new year, of course." Lena replied, "Mom, we've just left the Aubrey family's place, so we'll head over now." "Huh? So soon?" Clara looked at the time after lowering her phone from her ear. "It's only 10:30. Aren't you staying for lunch?" Lena softly replied, "Yes, something happened at their place. Jean and I came back early." "Alright then, head straight to the old house." Back at the old house. Lena saw the New Year's gifts mentioned by Clara. Yovan was straightforward, giving 2 boxes of gold bars. Lena stood there with her mouth slightly agape, looking at the shimmering gold bars, momentarily speechless. Today, Yovan wore a bright red tang suit, making him look very spirited. Mariah chuckled as he patted Lena on the shoulder. "Di, these are just some tokens from Grandpa. 1 box for you, 1 for my little great-grandchild." Waverly Pedro glanced at the gold bars with a scoff and said disdainfully, "Tacky." Then she pulled Lena aside with a beaming smile. "Look at what Grandma got for you. Unlike your grandpa who only knows to give gold." With that, Waverly Pedro had the servant bring over a heavy box. The servant opened it, and Waverly Pedro smiled. "I know you were admitted into the law department of Kyoto University of Political Science and Law. Jean told me you love watching law-related web classes too. You can't go to school while pregnant, so Grandma bought you these books. You can read them when bored." Lena walked over, peeked inside the box, and her eyes widened in amazement. A complete set of Professor Chen's civil law works and Professor Zhang's criminal law works. "Waverly, you really thought of everything." Waverly Pedro picked up one of the books and flipped open the front page, smiling. "Check it out, they're all signed editions. I know both professors. I'll invite them over someday if you need help with anything." "Really?" Lena's eyes lit up with delight. She grabbed Waverly Pedro's hand excitedly. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Grandma. I love this gift so much." Yovan hobbled twice with his cane, pretending to be unhappy. "Humph, girl doesn't like Grandpa's gift?" Waverly Pedro teased. "You just know how to give vulgar stuff. You never think about what the girl actually likes. Of course, she doesn't like your gift." Lena quickly waved her hands, explaining, "No, Roxanne, I also love your gift. Yours is a material gift, Waverly's is spiritual. They complement each other perfectly and are both indispensable. See? Eva loves my gift too." Yovan glanced sideways proudly at Waverly Pedro. Waverly Pedro wasn't convinced, insisting that Lena liked her gift best. At this moment, Clara also brought out her prepared gifts. They were a pile of baby items. Clothes, shoes, toys, and more. Clara proudly held up a piece of baby clothing. "Di, Mom made these clothes specially for the baby. Look." Lena took the small baby clothes in surprise. They felt soft and cozy, with lovely embroidery. Mom, thank you so much for your hard work. These clothes are beautiful. The babies will definitely love them. I can't wait to put them on them. Clara's eyes curved happily. I can't wait either. Look, these toys are handmade by me as well. Lena looked at those toys, rattles, knitted dolls, little bells, all adorable trinkets. She shook the rattle, imagining her baby playing with it, her eyes filled with tenderness. Thank you, Mom. Clara smiled. What's there to thank? It's all part of being a grandmother. I've even reserved a nursery upstairs. Would you like to decorate the nursery with me? Lena nodded rapidly, looking extremely cute. Sure. Let's do it together. All right then, Clara smiled. Let's go shopping together in a couple of days and brainstorm the design plans. Lena responded sweetly, okay. Jovan glanced at Jalmar. Roscoe, we've all given our gifts. What have you prepared for your wife? Lena turned her head to look at Jalmar upon hearing this. Jalmar spoke calmly, my gift is at the apartment. You'll see it when we get back tonight. You also prepared a gift? Lena said in surprise. Jalmar gently patted Lena's fluffy little head. Of course, how could I forget something so important? Warmth filled Lena's heart. Adeline and Slade were her biological parents, always thinking about having her acknowledge her roots. Slade had even mentioned changing her last name to Aubrey. These closest relatives did not prepare New Year's gifts for her, yet everyone in the Pedro family thoughtfully prepared New Year's gifts for her. Suddenly, Lena felt a bit choked up. It felt so good to be cared for by someone. At noon, Lena and Jalmar stayed at the Pedro family old house for lunch with the family. After the meal, Lena chatted with Waverly Pedro for a while before leaving with Jalmar. The nanny was on her annual leave. Amy had also returned home to celebrate the new year with his family. In the Guayun Road apartment, only Jalmar and Lena were present. Lena's clear eyes sparkled as she looked at Jalmar. What did you prepare for me? Jalmar walked into the bedroom and took out a gift box. A pink cherry blossom gift box. It looked like it had been carefully selected. Open it and take a look. Cannon handed her the gift box. Lena opened the gift box. Inside was a diary. Could this be Jalmar's diary? Does the CEO have the habit of writing diaries? How did she not know? Lena picked up the diary and flipped it open. On the first page was a picture of her sleeping. Beside it was text written by Jalmar. When you sleep, you are so quiet that even kissing you 100 times would never be enough. When was this taken? She didn't think Jalmar would secretly take pictures of her while she slept. Forgiving him for taking such beautiful photos. Lena turned to the next page. There was a side shot of her watching TV on the living room couch. Watching other men again. Is Ching Anua more handsome than me? Jealous. Lena frowned slightly. Was she watching Ching Anua then? She couldn't remember. At this point, Lena looked humorously at Jalmar. Jealous over this? Continuing to flip through the pages. Each page held a photo of her. Happy ones, angry ones, shy ones, eating, sleeping. And their photos together. On each page were heartfelt messages he had written. Page after page filled with his love. On the last page, attached with transparent tape, was a pink diamond ring. Lena carefully peeled off the tape, took out the ring, and examined it in her hand. The large pink heart-shaped diamond shone brightly, surrounded by colorless transparent smaller diamonds, making the pink diamond even more dazzling. Inside the ring, their initials were engraved. Between the initials was a heart. Jalmar wrapped his arms around Lena from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, speaking in a low, magnetic voice. Do you like it, dear? Yes, I really like it, Lena replied softly. Jalmar's hot breath sprayed onto Lena's ear. Try it on. Following his words, Lena put on the ring, which fit perfectly. Jalmar tenderly nuzzled Lena's ears, neck, collarbone, his voice deep and alluring. This was designed by a famous Italian jewelry designer. The concept is unwavering love. His hot breath made Lena's whole body tingle. An electric sensation spread throughout her body, causing Lena to lean into Jalmar's embrace. Jalmar held her waist with one hand and lifted her chin with the other, passionately kissing her without hesitation. Chapter 169, Meeting Eduardo and Kala at the hospital. Adeline becomes angry. The legal publications sent by Old Lady Pedro were beloved by Lena. These days, right after eating, she would sit by the window, basking in the gentle sunlight and quietly read her book. The baby in her belly was already 5 months old. She was carrying twins, so her 5-month bump appeared larger than most pregnant women's at the same stage. Recently, she often felt back pain. On this afternoon, she leaned on a chair by the window reading a book when her babies kicked her again. The light kicks didn't hurt at all. Lena lowered her head and gently stroked her stomach. Good babies, don't be naughty. Jalmar returned from work and saw Lena in her pajamas, leaning on a chair reading while occasionally rubbing her back. Mariah walked over and squatted next to Lena. Are you feeling backache, dear? Lena turned her head and looked at him. You came home so early today? Jalmar nodded and began to rub her back lightly. Does it feel better now? Lena nodded. Yes, much more comfortable. As her pregnancy progressed, Lena's discomforts increased. Carrying twins meant more suffering compared to an ordinary pregnancy. Jalmer was worried. We should call a doctor for a checkup. Lena shook her head. Didn't we just have a doctor here a couple of days ago? Mariah said it's normal. I'm fine. Jalmer sighed. Seeing you suffer like this breaks my heart. If only I could share some of your burden. Lena rested her head on Jalmer's shoulder and also sighed. Lately, I do feel very tired. Backache, leg cramps. I read online that the later stages of pregnancy get even harder. Jalmer gazed at her with concern and kissed her forehead. I'm sorry, dear. It's all because of me that you have to go through this. Lena frowned. What are you talking about? Jalmer rubbed her back gently as he spoke softly. If you weren't pregnant, you wouldn't have to suffer all these pains. Lena shook her head and smiled at Jalmer. That's not true. If I hadn't been pregnant, our paths might never have crossed. I'm grateful for these two little ones, for bringing us together and letting us fall in love. Tears welled up in Lena's eyes. Mr. Pedro, I love you so much. I'm happy to bear your children, the hardships mean nothing. Dear. Jalmer was moved. Lena responded. But Jalmer stopped speaking after calling her name. Mariah wanted to express how moved he was that his dear one willingly endured all this for him. Mariah also felt heartbroken for her. But then he thought, no matter how much he spoke, it wouldn't change anything. Words meant less than actions. So, he silently continued to rub her back and massage her shoulders. Sitting on the chair, Lena enjoyed it and said with a smile, Mr. Pedro's massage technique is truly superb. I give it a thumbs up. The corners of Jalmer's lips curled up into a happy smile. Did your legs cramp today? Lena shook her head. Not exactly, but they feel a bit swollen. Jalmer moved in front of her and knelt down. Mariah placed Lena's legs on his knees and carefully massaged them. How does the pressure feel? Let me know if it hurts. A couple of days ago, Lena had severe leg cramps, which caused her great pain. Mariah called a doctor who taught him the proper massage techniques. Lena did not respond. In the twilight, the setting sun cast a warm orange glow through the glass window onto Jalmer. Cannon bent his head seriously massaging Lena's legs. Half of his face was hidden in the fading light, making him look like a handsome hero straight out of a manga. Lena was momentarily lost in the scene. Jalmer, hearing no response, looked up at her. What's wrong, dear? Did I hurt you? The warm orange light softened his features, making him incredibly handsome. Lena couldn't help reaching out to touch his face, murmuring, how can you be so beautiful? Jalmer glanced at her amusedly, relieved that she wasn't in pain. The young girl was completely captivated by his appearance. While continuing to massage her legs, Jalmer gazed deeply into her eyes. Do you like it? Lena nodded with a smile. Yes, I like it very much. Under the setting sun, the two created a warm and romantic moment. It was time for the prenatal checkup again. This visit mainly focused on four-dimensional ultrasound and fetal echocardiography to examine the heart development and any abnormalities. Clara woke up early, ate breakfast, and waited at the Guayun Road apartment. Lena was still sleeping. Jalmer had already gone to work. Clara didn't wake Lena, letting her sleep. By the time Lena got up, it was already 10:30 a.m. She didn't know that Clara had come early, and was startled when she saw Clara in the living room. Mom, why are you here? Clara waved at Lena. Laverne has woken up, come sit with Mom. I came today to accompany you for your prenatal checkup. Lena walked over. Oh right, it's time for my 20th week checkup today. Have you had breakfast, Mom? Clara replied softly, yes, go eat your breakfast first. You don't need to fast for this checkup. We'll go after you finish eating, there's no rush. Okay. Lena obediently finished her breakfast and went to the hospital with Clara. Jalmer came straight from the company and was already waiting at the hospital. To Lena's surprise, Madame Aubrey was also there. Since the incident on Chinese New Year's Day when she witnessed the scandal involving the Aubrey siblings, Lena hadn't returned to the Aubrey residence for quite some time. During this period, Slade and Adeline did not contact her either. They were probably too preoccupied with Eduardo and Kala's issues to care about her. Adeline had visibly lost weight, indicating how much stress she had been under. However, upon seeing Lena, she still managed to smile. Laverne, I'm here to accompany you for your prenatal checkup. Lena nodded with a polite smile. Thank you, Madame Aubrey. Mariah's usual coldness remained. Adeline was used to it and didn't take it personally. She approached Lena, took her hand, and walked beside her, flanked by Clara. Clara hesitated but decided not to say anything. After all, Adeline was Laverne's biological mother, and it was appropriate for her to accompany her for the checkup. Jalmer followed them into the examination room. The fetuses in Lena's belly were developing well, with no abnormalities noted. Looking at the baby photos, Lena excitedly held Jalmer's hand and talked endlessly. After leaving the obstetrician's office, they unexpectedly ran into Eduardo and Kala. Adeline's face darkened as she glared at Eduardo, furious. Did you come to the wrong place? Kala hurriedly hid behind Eduardo. Eduardo protected her and met Adeline's gaze. Mom, I can't do what you asked. Adeline's chest heaved dramatically. Are you defying me? Eduardo said firmly, apart from Justine's issue, I'll follow your instructions for everything else. Adeline was about to explode but remembered they weren't alone. She turned to Lena and said, Laverne, go ahead. Mom has something to handle here. Lena nodded. Jalmer said nothing, taking Lena away. As Clara walked along, she glanced back at the Aubrey family and murmured, they seem strange. She didn't know about Eduardo and Kala's relationship yet. Neither did Lena plan to mention it. After Lena left, Adeline continued to berate Eduardo. An abortion should be done at a gynecologist's office. Why did you bring her to an obstetrician? Chapter 170, Unconventional Imelda. As spring returned to the earth, the winter snow melted away. Days passed by one after another. Lena's belly grew bigger and rounder, like a ball, making her movements very inconvenient. Even walking became difficult. Lena moved into the Pedro family's old residence for easier care. In recent days, everything was peaceful, and Lena enjoyed her days leisurely and comfortably. At the Pedro family's old residence, she spent her days reading, savoring tea, and arranging flowers. Occasionally, she would follow Clara in learning how to make baby clothes. Clara and Catherine Dam Pedro took turns accompanying Lena, fearing something might happen to her and not letting her stay alone. The household servants also put in their utmost effort to take care of Lena. Jalmer often cancelled social engagements and worked to come home and accompany her. The family lived happily and harmoniously, looking forward to the arrival of the little baby. That afternoon, Jalmer was at home with Lena. The sunlight was warm and gentle, softly sprinkling over them, cozy and delightful. Lena sat on a reclining chair on the balcony, lazily basking in the sun. Jalmer sat beside her, flipping through a book while telling early education stories to their unborn baby. Lena smiled. The babies haven't been born yet, can they hear? Jalmer looked down into her eyes, gently caressing her belly with tenderness. Of course they can. Listening to more stories is good for them. Our baby will be smart and sunny from the moment they're born. A smile overflowed in Lena's eyes. Melvin, without listening to stories, our baby will still be smart and sunny. Both of us have strong genes. Jalmer said lovingly, you're right, my darling. Mariah lifted his eyes to look at Lena. The doctor said that as your due date approaches, the risks increase. Just to be safe, it's best if you move to the hospital soon. What do you think, darling? Lena nodded. Although our family doctor visits me every day, staying at home isn't as convenient as being in the hospital. The medical equipment and professional staff are much better there. Let's follow the doctor's advice. I'll ask Lila to pack up and move to the hospital as soon as possible. She didn't want any dangers during this critical period. Jalmer whispered tenderly, all right, I'll follow whatever you say. Jean, do you think our baby will be a boy or a girl? Jalmer gently rubbed Lena's round belly absent-mindedly, filled with affection. It would be perfect if they were twins, one boy and one girl. Herschel should be as handsome as me, and the girl as beautiful and lovely as you. Lena looked at him with warmth in her eyes. That sounds wonderful. She raised her eyes to meet his gaze. Do you prefer boys or girls more? Jalmer reached out to rub Lena's head. I love both. As long as they're the children you give birth to for me, I'll love them no matter what. Lena softly said, Jalmer, I'm really looking forward to the baby's birth. Jalmer's voice was soft, me too. Not only was he eagerly waiting for the baby's arrival. Mariah was even more excited about the intimate life he and his darling little Di would share after the baby was born. Mariah had endured far too long. Once the baby arrived, he could start enjoying blushing, heart-racing moments with his darling little Di. Of course, he wouldn't tell her these things. She was still clueless about such matters. Mariah would teach her step by step when the time came. Lena was immersed in imagining the future joys of raising the baby. Little did she know what naughty thoughts her President Pedro had at that moment. 3 days later, Lena moved into the top VIP suite at the Pedro family private hospital. Every day, the chief obstetrician personally examined her, professional nurses cared for her, and nutritionists took charge of her 3 meals a day. Lena's movements were now very restricted, limiting her daily activities and leaving her with few things to do. She couldn't even play games anymore. Boredom was setting in. Fortunately, Imelda often came over to keep her company. The two girls would watch dramas and chat in the room, sharing gossip and interesting events around them. One day, after finishing a drama, Imelda talked heart-to-heart with Lena. Laverne, you've completely changed my view of pregnancy and childbirth. Lena looked puzzled. Really? Why do you say that? Imelda explained, before, whenever I saw videos or posts online about pregnancy and childbirth, they all depicted it as very hard and exhausting, with many women having husbands who were indifferent and mothers-in-law who deliberately made things difficult. Recalling something, Imelda got quite agitated. You won't believe what I saw in a video before. A rural postpartum woman had to eat 12 pumpkins in a month after giving birth, and her mother-in-law scolded her fiercely for being wasteful. That's really extreme. Not getting rich food during the confinement period is one thing, but getting scolded for eating a few pumpkins. Imelda chattered on, and there are so many men who cheat and keep mistresses or visit prostitutes to satisfy their needs when their wives are pregnant. I once saw a post where a mistress confronted the wife, and they got into a fight. The wife miscarried after being beaten by the mistress, but the husband actually protected the mistress. I was almost mad just watching that. I can't imagine how the pregnant woman felt. So you see, before now I thought getting pregnant and giving birth was a terrifying thing. Dating is okay, but definitely not pregnancy and childbirth. Imelda glanced at Lena, smiling brightly. But seeing you like this makes me think it's not that bad after all. Not only is it not bad, but it seems pretty happy. Look at you, living such a cozy life. You eat, drink, play every day, your mother-in-law dotes on you, your husband loves you, people keep you company, and you have endless money. How blessed. I'm sick of saying how envious I am, Imelda sighed wistfully. They say rich families are complicated, with no real feelings, just interests. But the Pedro family isn't like that. President Pedro is deeply in love with you, treating you as his only woman, always devotedly. Lena smiled, you'll meet someone like that one day. Imelda pouted jokingly, men? Ha, sistership has sealed its heart with cement. I won't fall in love again. Lena sighed, there's nothing really to envy. Pregnancy is indeed very hard and exhausting, and quite dangerous. Imelda nodded thoughtfully, true, your belly looks like it's about to burst. It's kind of scary. Lena said, yes, I'm carrying twins, so my belly is bigger than most pregnant women. Suddenly, Imelda gave a knowing smile and asked mischievously, baby, did you and your president do that during these months? Mariah hearing this, Lena's face turned red instantly. No. Imelda smirked, is your president a ninja turtle? So self-controlled? I read online that after 4 months, it's fine to do that because the fetus is stable. Lena bit her lower lip, blushing as she replied, Mariah feels sorry for me since pregnancy is already tough. We didn't really do that. Imelda understood and nodded, oh, that's why. Once you're out of confinement and recover, your president might really wear you out. After holding back for so long. Blushing, Lena stammered, oh. Why are we talking about this suddenly? Yueshin, behave. Imelda chuckled and changed the topic. Chapter 171 Approaching Due Date. Lena's belly was now so heavy that it was almost unbearable, and the nurse had to strap on an abdominal support belt to help relieve the burden. After putting on the abdominal support belt, Lena felt noticeably more relieved. Mariah's due date was approaching, and Lena spent her days focusing on nurturing herself for the sake of the babies, awaiting their arrival. Slade and Adeline frequently came to visit her. However, each time the couple from the Aubrey family arrived, they seemed deeply preoccupied. Especially Cassie, who appeared distracted while talking to her, often getting lost in thought. Lena guessed it might be about Kala and Eduardo, but since they did not mention it, she did not ask either. Clara, feeling sympathetic toward Lena, moved from the Pedro family's old residence to the hospital to live in the same suite as Lena. She kept a close eye on Lena's health and took care of her with great attention. She had been waiting for this moment for so long, soon she would finally get to hold her grandson. As the day of delivery approached, Lena became increasingly nervous and anxious, occasionally feeling palpitations. In her spare time, she would read up on childbirth knowledge online. Such as stretch marks, cesarean section, episiotomy, lochia, and amniotic fluid embolism. Stretch marks looked very ugly, dark red lines spread all over the belly, resembling dense clusters of red worms, which could easily cause discomfort. Pregnant women who developed stretch marks would have wrinkled skin after giving birth, like an 80-year-old grandmother's skin. The doctor had said that whether one gets stretch marks depends on individual constitution. Some people are just prone to them, even with the application of pregnancy oil, which doesn't help much. Fortunately, she didn't have stretch marks. This might be related to her constitution or perhaps because she applied pregnancy oil regularly every day. What Lena feared most was amniotic fluid embolism. Amniotic fluid embolism is a severe complication during labor, typically occurring within 2 hours before or after delivery. When the maternal-fetal barrier breaks during or before labor, amniotic fluid and fetal antigens can enter the mother's circulatory system, triggering amniotic fluid embolism, which has an extremely high mortality rate. Seeing Lena's worried expression, Clara asked with concern, "What's wrong, Laverne? Are you feeling unwell?" Lena shook her head and talked to Clara about amniotic fluid embolism. Clara comforted her, "Silly Laverne, don't let your imagination run wild." Still, Lena was very uneasy. "Mom, I'm scared." Clara gently patted Lena's back and whispered soothing words, "I'll call the doctor to understand more about amniotic fluid embolism and how to avoid it. Try not to worry too much, okay?" "Okay," Lena nodded anxiously. Soon, the obstetric expert arrived. Lena explained the situation. The doctor patiently explained, "Catherine, there's no need to worry. Key factors for this condition include advanced maternal age at first childbirth, multiple deliveries, placenta previa, excessive amniotic fluid, etc. Based on your current examination results, none of these factors apply to you, so you shouldn't worry." Mariah hearing the doctor's words, Lena finally felt reassured. There were still half a month until the due date. Lena would often stroke her belly, wondering what was happening with the baby inside. Every day, she spoke softly to the babies in her belly, telling them stories. Though the babies couldn't respond, she felt happy and content. But sometimes, she would still feel tense. After all, it was her first time giving birth. Clara, who had been by Lena's side taking care of her, noticed her anxiety. To divert Lena's attention, Clara started chatting with her. Laverne must be quite nervous. It's normal for first-time moms, after all, we lack experience. When I was pregnant with Jean, I was just as anxious. Lena's eyes brightened as she looked up at Clara. Mom, can you tell me about when you were pregnant with Jean? Clara nodded and sat beside Lena, holding her hand as she began recounting her pregnancy story. That rascal Jalmer was already causing trouble in my womb. I went through a lot when I was pregnant with him, just dealing with morning sickness alone nearly drove me crazy. At that time, being a first-time mom, I didn't know anything. Remember the first fetal movement? It frightened me so much. Laverne, do you know I never imagined a person's belly could move? I screamed and dropped the bowl I was holding. Clara vividly recounted, Jean was such a naughty boy, always kicking me. The way my belly moved even scared me. Listening to Clara's story, Lena visualized the scene in her mind. Instead of fear, she found it oddly endearing. So, Jalmer was quite remarkable even in his mom's womb. Seeing Lena's silly smile, Clara's heart also settled down. This girl finally wasn't nervous anymore. After finishing the story about her pregnancy, Clara started telling Lena stories about Jalmer's childhood. Lena listened with great interest, laughing from time to time, and before she knew it, her tension and anxiety had all dissipated. After finishing the stories, Clara gently patted Lena's hand and comforted her. Laverne, don't be nervous. Relax. With today's advanced medical technology and the best medical resources we have, both you and your babies will be safe. Lena nodded. Mom, I'm not nervous anymore. She lowered her gaze to her round belly, her expression softening. She wondered whether the babies in her belly were boys or girls. Actually, with today's medical standards, it would be possible to know the gender of the babies, but that was illegal. Catherine families that favored boys over girls would choose abortion after learning they were expecting a girl. To protect the fetus, the law stipulated that hospitals must not inform pregnant women or their families of the baby's gender. While this was the rule, given the Pedro family's influence, finding out the gender would be easy for them. However, the Pedro family didn't care about the gender of the babies. They did not favor boys over girls at all. Whether boys or girls, they were the bloodline of the Pedro family and their precious ones. Thinking about this, Lena drifted off to sleep. In the afternoon, Lena woke up from her nap feeling a bit hungry. Clara brought her a nutritious meal. As she was eating, Amy and Glenn came in, each carrying a large bag of items. Amy smiled as she placed the items aside and greeted Lena. Catherine, damn, these are just small tokens of my appreciation. I hope you will accept them. Although Lena had told Amy to call her Laverne privately, Amy, out of respect for Clara, still addressed her formally as Catherine, damn. Lena smiled in response. Thank you, Amy. You're too kind. Then her gaze fell on Glenn beside Amy. Why did they come together? Amy was her personal bodyguard, and Glenn was Jalmer's personal bodyguard. Except for some specific occasions, they rarely came together. These past few days, Jalmer had assigned several more female bodyguards to take turns protecting her. Naturally, Amy's workload had lightened, and she had more rest time. Unless it was Amy's shift, Lena generally didn't see her. Lena's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Did they come together or just coincidentally met? Amy ignored Lena's curious look and asked after her health earnestly. Glenn, as usual, kept a straight face. Lena felt even more that Glenn and Amy were a perfect match. As night fell, Lena washed up and got into bed. Lately, she went to bed early and woke up early, maintaining a healthy routine. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her phone next to the pillow lit up. Lena picked up her phone and saw there was an unread message. Before she could open it, she received a call from Slade. Laverne, your mother has been in a car accident and is currently being resuscitated. Chapter 172. Lena is shocked. Slade said that 2 hours ago, Adeline had cooked chicken soup and originally wanted to come over to visit Lena but got into a car accident on the way. She was now being treated at the same hospital where Lena stayed. Lena, panicked after hanging up, hurriedly got up to see Adeline. By accident, her fingers touched the screen of her phone, opening a text message. Upon seeing the message, Lena's pupils suddenly constricted. It was a photo. From a strange virtual number. Adeline was covered in blood, lying on a stretcher, with a large pool of bright red blood on the ground beside her, shocking to behold. The picture before her eyes struck Lena, making her heart clench and her breath stall. She threw her phone far away, gripping the blanket tightly with her hands, beads of cold sweat appearing on her forehead, and her body trembling uncontrollably. Fear spread through her entire body, and Lena panted heavily. Everything was fine just moments ago. How could Catherine Dam Aubrey have a car accident? There was so much blood on her in the photo that even the stretcher was stained red. She must have been in great pain. Lena's hand tightly clenched over her chest. There, it felt suffocating and anxious, stabbing painfully from time to time. Why did this happen? Just a few days ago, Catherine Dam Aubrey had smiled while patting her head and said she would cook chicken soup for her personally. And she said she had made many baby clothes for her little grandson by hand. Lena tried desperately to tell herself that this was just a nightmare. Yes, it must be a dream. She closed her eyes for a moment and then slowly opened them again. Nothing around her changed. Lena felt a constriction in her chest. Tears were about to spill out. This wasn't a dream. Aubrey really had a car accident. Mariah's life hung in the balance. Lena wanted to go and see her. Melvin, if they couldn't meet, waiting outside the operating room was still good. After all, Aubrey was her biological mother. But just as she set foot on the ground, her stomach convulsed in agony. Lena thought it was like before, that her baby was kicking her, so she gently coaxed, "Baby, be good, don't fuss." Putting on slippers, Lena barely stood up when another wave of pain hit her stomach, stronger than before. "Ah!" Lena cried out in agony, her legs giving way, covering her stomach as she fell back to the floor. Mariah's stomach hurt so much. Beads of sweat poured down her forehead, and her face turned increasingly pale. She propped herself against the bed edge with one hand and held her belly with the other, struggling to stand up. The pain grew more intense each time. Lena gasped for air and called towards the door, "Mom, Mom, Amy." Clara, who had just turned off the light to sleep because it was late, heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing Lena sitting on the floor, her face frighteningly white and her lips devoid of color, Clara turned pale with fright. "Laverne, what happened?" Clara, in her hurry, hadn't even put on her shoes, running barefoot to Lena's side. Lena was nearly exhausted from the pain, sitting on the floor, breathing heavily, sweat trickling down her cheeks. Weakly, she said, "Mom, my stomach hurts." Clara's eyes reddened with heartache. She asked the nurse beside her, "Is there anything you can do to relieve young lady's pain?" The nurse explained anxiously, "Young lady is going into labor. The natural birth process always comes with this kind of pain. Now, the contractions have just started. I checked just now, young lady's cervix is dilating very slowly. It isn't time for delivery yet. We need to wait until the cervix has dilated enough." Clara frowned. "What do you mean? Are you saying young lady just has to endure it?" The nurse nodded, stuttering nervously. Yes. During this time, we cannot administer any painkillers or anesthesia as it may harm the fetus. I've already called Esme. She will be here shortly. For now, we need to move young lady to the maternity ward. Esme, the best obstetrician Jalmer specifically brought over from another hospital, had been Lena's attending physician since she became pregnant. She knew Lena's condition better than anyone else. Without any other options, Clara could only stay by Lena's side, gently patting her back. Seeing her beloved daughter-in-law in such pain, Clara's heart ached with worry. Lena's mind spun upon hearing the nurse's words. She was going to give birth? Wasn't the due date still half a month away? According to the nurse, she would have to endure this pain for a long time before giving birth, and there was nothing she could do but bear it. Thinking about Adeline, who was under emergency treatment, Lena struggled to endure the physical pain, reaching out with trembling hands to grab Clara's arm and whispering faintly, "Mom, I'm fine. Sandra had a car accident, she is being treated." Clara felt both anxious and pained. At a time like this, you're still thinking of others. Lena weakly shook her head. She isn't just anyone. She is also my mom. Tears welled up in Clara's eyes all at once. She embraced Lena, sobbing, All right, be a good girl, little Di. Don't worry, Sandra will be fine, and so will you. Once you safely deliver the baby, Sandra can hold her grandson. Mom, put on your shoes quickly, don't catch a cold." Several nurses and 2 on-duty doctors entered the room. Wiping away her tears, Clara stood up. "Don't worry about me, go to the delivery room first." The nurses worked together to move Lena onto the stretcher and took her to the delivery room. Clara followed closely behind. "Don't be afraid, Laverne, Mom is here with you. Atlas is here with you, our whole family is here with you." This dear child Lena was so considerate that it made one's heart ache. Melvin, when she was in unbearable pain, she was still worried about Clara catching a cold. Inside the delivery room, Clara squeezed Lena's hand and comforted her a few more words before stepping out to call Jalmer. "Where are you?" "Hurry to the hospital, Laverne is going into labor." Chapter 173. Lena gives birth. Jalmer, who was in a meeting, rushed out of the conference room in a hurry when he heard that his wife was about to give birth, leaving behind the files he was holding without even explaining. The group executives left in the conference room stared at each other in bewilderment. There had been some issues with the company today, so Jalmer called for an emergency high-level meeting, and all executives were working overtime in the meeting room. However, just as they were discussing the most critical issue, the president took a call and suddenly left. In the meeting room, the executives whispered among themselves. "What's wrong with the president?" "I don't know. It looks like something urgent." "Isn't this meeting very important?" "What could be more important than this meeting?" "I don't know either." "Did you see the expression on our president's face? This is the first time I've seen him so anxious. Before, he used to remain calm under pressure, like a perennial iceberg." "Yeah, it's really a rare event." In the car, Jalmer urged anxiously, "Glenn, drive faster." Glenn wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Young Catherinester, this is already the fastest speed. Any faster would violate traffic rules and cause accidents." Mariah understood young Catherinester's anxiousness, but safety came first. Glenn didn't dare to exceed the speed limit or run red lights. Jalmer wished he could sprout wings and fly right to Lena's side immediately. Mariah regretted going to the office for the meeting instead of staying with Lena. The due date isn't until 2 weeks later. Why is she giving birth today? Jalmer asked over the phone with Clara in the car. Clara said, I'm not sure either. Laverne suddenly started having stomach pains. The doctor said she's about to give birth, and it's only 36 weeks. If she gives birth now, it would be premature. Jalmer felt a chill down his spine. I'll be there soon. When he arrived at the hospital, even before the car stopped completely, Jalmer opened the door and got out. Glenn hurriedly parked the car and followed closely behind. Jalmer ran to the maternity ward at top speed. Mom, how long has Laverne been inside? Clara, who was waiting outside worriedly, frowned upon seeing Jalmer arrive. She just went in not long ago. Jalmer stood in the corridor with Clara waiting together. Before long, Roxanne and Waverly also arrived. Mom, Dad, why are you here? Clara quickly went forward to support Waverly. Roxanne said sternly, my granddaughter-in-law is giving birth, I came to see her. Waverly asked, how is Laverne? Why did she go into early labor? Clara frowned tightly, I'm not entirely sure, but Laverne mentioned earlier that Adeline was in a car accident and is currently being rescued. I think she might have been emotionally shocked. What? Waverly Pedro opened her eyes wide in shock. Adeline was in a car accident? Clara replied, yes, that's what Laverne said. Go find out what happened on Sandra's side, Jalmer instructed Glenn. Yes. Looking at Roxanne and Waverly, Jalmer said, Roxanne, Waverly, you should go back and rest properly. Your health is not good, and you shouldn't tire yourselves. Mom and I can handle things here. Roxanne hit Jalmer's butt with his cane. You naughty boy, what do you mean by tiring ourselves? We're here to accompany the girl. How can that be tiring? Besides, my body is still strong. Who said my health is not good? Jalmer did not argue back and turned to look at Waverly. Pedro Ting-dong indeed had a robust body, but Waverly was different. She had just recovered from a serious illness and needed to rest quietly at home. Waverly knew her grandson was concerned for her and shook her head lightly. Atlas, Grandma has fully recovered, no worries. Giving birth is a big deal for Laverne, and she has suffered a lot for our Pedro family's offspring. It's right for me to stay by her side. When she finishes giving birth and sees all of us here, she will feel much better. Jalmer nodded and said nothing more. Every second felt unbearable. The door of the delivery room remained closed, and Jalmer couldn't wait any longer. Mariah walked up to the chief physician, take me in. I want to accompany her during childbirth. This was such a significant event for Catherine Dam Pedro, with Roxanne and Waverly personally coming, none of the hospital's upper management dared to absent themselves. Though it wasn't really their business, they all waited outside on standby. Now, when young Catherine Pedro explicitly wanted to go inside, the chief physician hesitated. Having worked in obstetrics and gynecology before, he thought about the bloody scene during childbirth and advised against it. Young Catherine, it's best you don't go in. That scene was truly frightening, too shocking for most people to handle. Catherine couples had divorced because the husband couldn't bear the sight during childbirth. But Jalmer's face darkened instantly, his tone allowing no room for argument. Now, immediately. Yes, young Catherine. The dean was drenched in cold sweat and could only lead Jalmer to sterilize himself. 15 minutes later, after disinfection and changing into a sterile suit, Jalmer entered the delivery room. Lena was having a natural birth without anesthesia. Because her cervix dilated slowly, she wasn't ready to give birth yet. She lay there with her hair drenched in sweat. Jalmer came in and, under the guidance of a nurse, sat on Lena's left side near her head. A curtain extended from Lena's neck over her left shoulder to her right shoulder, separating the lower half of her body. Be good, don't be afraid, I'm here with you, Jalmer gently said as he held Lena's hand. Seeing Jalmer, light returned to Lena's eyes, and her trembling hand calmed down. You've come. Atlas, it really hurts, the young woman looked at him with watery eyes, her face pale, looking pitifully miserable. Jalmer felt like his heart was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Be good, I'm here, don't be afraid. Apart from saying comforting words, he didn't know what else to do. At this moment, Jalmer felt utterly useless. His beloved Laverne was lying there striving to give birth for him, her face drained of all color from the pain, and he could do nothing. As if reading his thoughts, Lena exhaled weakly, barely whispering, having you here makes the pain, not so bad, really. Jalmer felt a lump in his throat, almost tearing up. Foolish girl. Mariah knew how much pain she was in, she was comforting him despite her own agony. Jalmer tightened his grip on Lena's hand, feeling both heartache and sorrow. Mariah started initiating conversation with Lena. Talking about his life before they met. From early childhood memories, he talked non-stop, recounting everything. Jalmer had never spoken so much. Talking to himself continuously, even without any response. Listening, tears slid down the corners of Lena's eyes, scalding hot. After an unknown amount of time, the midwife suddenly said, Young Catherine, the baby is about to be born, please check the time. Jalmer fell silent, raising his head to look at the wall clock. It was 11:02 p.m. The cries of a newborn filled the room. In that instant, Jalmer felt as if he were frozen in place, unable to move. Then came the doctor's delighted voice, "It's here, a little grandson, congratulations to the young Catherinester and young lady." A short while later, the doctor announced, "Now the second baby is coming." Jalmer held his breath in suspense, staring unblinkingly at the clock. Another cry of a newborn rang out. 11:09 p.m. It's a set of twins. The second baby is a little princess. Lena let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, she had finished giving birth. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Jalmer. Through her blurry vision, she thought she saw Jalmer crying. Chapter 174, Adeline's Critical Condition. Lena was transferred from the delivery room back to her suite. Jalmer glanced at the newborn and hurried over to accompany Lena. His eyes were red-rimmed, clearly having just cried. Lena reached out, her fingertips gently touching Jalmer's eyes. "Ai Chen, why did you cry?" Jalmer closed his eyes softly, his jawline tense, remaining silent. She knew he was pained for her. Lena caressed his cheek, moved by the moment. "Ai Chen, our baby was born safely." Jalmer placed his hand over Lena's and murmured a soft mm. "Good girl, you've worked hard." A smile lifted the corners of Lena's mouth as she shook her head lightly. It wasn't difficult. Grandfather Pedro, Old Lady Pedro, and Clara all stood by the bed, each offering words of gratitude and warmth. Lena felt like a cherished mascot in the hands of the Pedro family. The continuation of the Pedro lineage was important, but what mattered most to them was Lena's well-being. They didn't love and value her because she had given birth to their grandson and granddaughter, they genuinely cared for her. Seeing that Lena was safe, Grandfather Pedro and Old Lady Pedro put their minds at ease. After checking on the little one, the elderly couple returned to the old residence to rest. In the room, only Lena, Jalmer, and Clara remained. Once Lena had calmed down, she suddenly remembered Adeline, her smile fading. "Ai Chen, Catherine Dam Aubrey." Jalmer summoned Lawrence. "How is Catherine Dam Aubrey?" Lawrence replied, "Around 7 tonight, Catherine Dam Aubrey was involved in a car accident on her way to the hospital. She was hit by a large truck, and the situation is very critical. The driver fled the scene, and Catherine Dam Aubrey is still in emergency surgery. Mariah chances aren't looking good." Upon hearing this, Lena panicked and tried to get up from the bed. "I need to see her." This sudden movement startled Jalmer and Clara. Clara quickly said, "Oh no, Laverne, you can't go. You've just given birth and must rest." Jalmer held her down. "Good girl, listen. I know it's hard for you, but there's nothing you can do at the hospital right now. It's better to wait here for news." Truthfully, Lena was too weak to go. Although she had received pain medication, the pain hadn't fully subsided, leaving her unable to move or walk. Mariah's concern had made her want to rush to Catherine Dam Aubrey. Now that she had calmed down, she no longer insisted on going. "Bring me my phone, Ai Chen." Jalmer handed her the phone. Lena didn't take it. "The password is my birthday. Unlock it and check the latest message." Following her instructions, Jalmer saw a bloody photo, furrowing his brow. Due to exhaustion, Lena's voice was very light. "This photo startled me so much that it affected my pregnancy. The premature birth is probably related to this." Jalmer's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Someone deliberately upset you." "I think so too. Catherine Dam Aubrey's accident might not have been an accident." Jalmer pulled the blanket tighter around Lena. "I will find out who did this. Don't worry yourself. Right now, your priority is to recover." Lena pursed her lips but didn't reply. How could she not be worried? Adeline was her biological mother. Though they hadn't yet formed a deep bond, blood ties ran deep, and Adeline had treated her well since their reunion, always trying to make up for lost time. Now, knowing that Adeline was critically injured in an accident, how could she not be anxious? Who could be so wicked? Causing an accident and sending photos to upset her. She wouldn't let this perpetrator off once found. Clara added, "Yes, Laverne, listen to Jean. The police are investigating this. Our Pedro family will assist them in finding the culprit. Focus on recovering. We'll handle everything. The patient needs an AB blood transfusion, but the hospital doesn't have enough in stock. I'll do it. I'm AB type. Let me help." Kala offered eagerly. Eduardo quickly interjected, "No, Justine. You're pregnant. You can't donate." "Ai Tion, it's urgent, saving mom is more important." Tears welled in Kala's eyes. "Doctor, can a pregnant woman donate blood?" The doctor nodded hurriedly. "Yes, come with me." Eduardo no longer objected, considering the urgency. Kala followed the doctor to donate blood. Slade sat on a long bench, his eyes bloodshot, looking utterly exhausted, as if aged 10 years. "Dad, Mom will be fine." Eduardo sat beside Slade. Slade remained silent, tears brimming in his eyes. At this moment, a servant from the Pedro family came to convey Clara's message. "Oscar, our young madam was greatly shocked upon learning that Catherine Dam Aubrey had been in a car accident, which affected her pregnancy and led to premature birth." Slade looked up with concern. "How is Laverne? Is she all right?" The servant replied, the young madam has given birth to a pair of twins smoothly and is now stable. However, she insisted on coming over to see Catherine Dam Aubrey earlier, but it's really inconvenient for her as she just gave birth. We hope Oscar can understand. Slade nodded, let Laverne rest well. I'll stay here with Ah-Ing and won't go over there for now. The servant nodded and said a few words of comfort before turning to leave. After donating blood, Kala lay on the hospital bed, her face pale. Eduardo sat beside her bed, holding her hand gently. Justine, I asked the housekeeper to prepare some nutritious meals for you. You should eat more after a while to replenish your blood. Kala's eyes were red and tears streamed down her cheeks, sobbing uncontrollably. Ah, Tian, I'm fine, but if Mom. Eduardo patted her back to console her. Justine, Mom will be fine, don't imagine the worst. Eduardo was also in deep pain and torment. Now that Adeline was still in emergency surgery, he could do nothing but hope for the best. Kala could cry, but he couldn't cry. I'm so scared, Ah Tian, I'm so scared that Mom won't wake up again. Foolish girl, don't say such ominous things. Our Mom will surely turn out well. You have a good sleep, and you'll see Mom when you wake up tomorrow. The housekeeper brought the nutritious meal. Eduardo fed Kala bite by bite and then comforted her to sleep. After Kala fell asleep, Eduardo left. Adeline was still under emergency surgery. Outside the operating room, Eduardo and Slade sat side by side, anxiously waiting. No one knew how long it had been. The night faded away, and the sky began to lighten as the faint morning light gently shone on the ground. The door to the operating room opened. Slade hurriedly stood up, urgently asking, Doctor, how is my wife? Chapter 175, Choosing a Nickname for the Baby. The patient is now out of immediate danger. Upon hearing this, Slade heaved a sigh of relief, the tension in his body from the whole night suddenly easing. However, the doctor's next words immediately tightened his heart again. But the patient has suffered severe brain damage and may remain in a persistent vegetative state. What do you mean? Slade asked hesitantly. The doctor explained, this means what we commonly refer to as a vegetative state. Vegetative state? My wife is a vegetable person? Slade's eyes widened in disbelief. The doctor nodded, we cannot yet determine if she will regain consciousness. Slade's shoulders slumped all at once. How could this happen? Ah-Ing. The patient will now be transferred to the ICU. Visits by family members are not allowed for the next half-month until she can be moved to a regular ward. Adeline was wheeled out of the operating room by a group of medical staff. Slade only managed a brief glance at her. Just that glance made him unable to hold back his tears. Ah-Ing, Ah-Ing. Thinking of his wife potentially never waking up from her vegetative state, Slade felt weak at the knees and collapsed on the ground. Father, Eduardo hurriedly supported him. Slade and Adeline had been deeply in love for most of their lives. Receiving this sudden news, he couldn't accept it right away. Mariah sat on the ground without regard for his appearance, repeatedly calling out Ah-Ing in a daze. Eduardo's heart ached and his eyes turned red. Father, think positively. At least Mother is alive, isn't she? Though she is in a vegetative state, there's always hope she will wake up someday. Slade seemed not to hear, still mindlessly calling out Ah-Ing. Eduardo had someone take Slade to a ward. Jalmer spent the night with Lena in the hospital suite. The next morning, news came from the Aubrey family that Cassie was out of immediate danger but in a vegetative state. Upon hearing this, Jalmer's heart tightened. Cassie was Ray's biological mother. Although he wasn't overly concerned about her life or death, he cared about Ray's feelings. If Cassie hadn't survived, Ray would surely have been devastated and harmed physically. But now, although Cassie had clung to life, her situation wasn't promising. In a vegetative state, it was uncertain if she would ever wake up. Ray would undoubtedly be very upset if she found out. Jalmer instructed sternly, do not tell the young lady about Cassie being in a vegetative state for now. Just say that Cassie survived and is currently under observation in the ICU. Yes, young Catherinster. Jalmer drummed his fingers on the glass table. Has the driver been found? His subordinate replied, not yet. The involved truck was found abandoned on a suburban highway, but the driver is nowhere to be found. All right, report any news immediately. Yes. Because they were premature, Lena's 2 babies were born underweight. The elder child weighed 4 pounds 3 ounces at birth, while the younger one weighed 4 pounds 1 ounce. The doctor warned of possible malnutrition or other diseases, so both babies were placed in incubators. Lena had a restless night's sleep. She dreamed of Adeline lying in a pool of blood, her face twisted in agony. Standing nearby, Lena tried to approach Adeline but stumbled and fell. Kneading in her throat, she wanted to call out, Mom, but couldn't utter a word. She watched helplessly as a large truck rushed toward Adeline. Ah, Lena screamed, drenched in sweat as she jolted awake. What's wrong, darling? Did you have a nightmare? Jalmer quickly set aside his laptop and rushed to her bedside, asking with concern. No. No. Lena gasped for breath, her eyes wide and unfocused on the ceiling. No, don't hit her. Jalmer's eyes softened with sympathy. It's okay, darling. It's all over now. Cassie is out of immediate danger and in the ICU. Lena's awareness slowly returned, her breathing slowed, and she looked at Jalmar with vacant eyes. Aiken. The fear in the girl's eyes pained Jalmar's heart. Mariah held her hand, kissing it repeatedly. I'm here. Aiken, I'm so scared. Lena's hair was soaked with sweat, sticking to her forehead. Tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking the pillow. I'm afraid I'll never see her again. I never called her Mom. Aiken, she's my mom, and I never called her. Lena's eyes were red and swollen, her voice heavy with nasal congestion. Do you think in that moment of the accident, she regretted in not hearing me call her Mom? Seeing Lena crying, Jalmar felt a pang in his chest. Mariah gently lifted the girl's shoulders and hugged her into his arms. Shoo, don't blame yourself. Cassie is now safe and sound. Once she's out of ICU, you can visit her. There will be plenty of time for you to get along with her, and many chances for you to call her Mom. Eva nestled in his arms, sobbing softly. Jalmar gently stroked her back to soothe her. When Lena calmed down, Jalmar spoke softly. Shoo, let's pick names for the babies. One boy and one girl, what do you want to name them? Lena thought seriously, for their formal names, we should discuss with Mom and Roxanenuel and Waverly. Let's start with their nicknames. A gentle smile played on Jalmar's lips, okay. Lena looked up at him from his arms. Caden is the elder brother. Boys should have a masculine nickname. You take care of this one, Roscoe. Jalmar pondered for a moment. What about calling him Pedro Caden? Lena. You're really slacking off here. Lena pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Think of another one. Well. Jalmar paused. How about Anan? Caden was born smoothly, and you and the baby are both safe. It has a good meaning. Lena thought for a moment. It sounds more like a girl's name. Seems so. Jalmar was stumped. Mariah was not good at coming up with names. Forget it, don't make it too complicated. Let's just call Caden Pingan, Lena said with a smile. Fine, I'll go with your idea. Lena asked again. Erlang was born at 11:09 p.m., right? Jalmar remembered the birth times of both children very clearly. Mariah nodded, yes. Lena said, let's call Erlang Xiaojiu. It sounds nice, perfect for a cute little girl. Jalmar replied, then why don't we call Caden Xiao Air? Pfft, Lena burst out laughing. Lena looked at him exasperatedly. Jalmar, Xiaojiu sounds nice. Does Xiao Air sound nice? Say it yourself, Xiao Air, Xiao Air. Doesn't that sound like someone calling for a waiter in an old inn? Jalmar chuckled at his own foolishness. You're right, I messed up there. Chapter 176, Little Treasure Competing for Affection. After the whole family's discussion, they finally decided to name Big Treasure Pedro Yujie and Little Treasure Pedro Jinxia. The two premature babies were just a bit malnourished but fortunately had no serious health issues. After staying in the incubator for a few days, they were taken out. Clara hired the most professional nanny, nutritionist, and masseuse to take care of Lena. With the children being cared for by the nanny, Lena could enjoy the nutritious meals prepared by the nutritionist every day and receive massages from the masseuse. The hospital suite had turned into a postpartum recovery center. After dealing with the emergency situation at the company, Jalmar moved into the hospital to accompany Lena, sharing meals and living space with her daily. Jalmar was highly devoted. Just on the second day of his move-in, he began learning childcare from the nanny. How to feed milk, how to change diapers, the correct posture to hold babies, etc., every detail. Jalmar patiently learned all aspects of parenting knowledge. Having finished learning childcare, he then learned to prepare nutritious meals from the nutritionist and received massage training from the masseuse. Demi, who was about 40 and a married mother herself, got along very well with Lena. During their chats, she remarked affectionately, Catherine damn, young Catherinester treats you so well. I've been a nanny for almost 10 years, and rarely have I seen such a responsible and caring husband like him. Demi continued while changing Big Treasure's diaper, smiling. In many families, the husbands often act as if things don't concern them at all. Occasionally there are those who love their wives enough to learn childcare, but not as willing as young Catherinester to learn everything. Look, he's almost taking over our jobs. The masseuse added playfully while massaging Lena, that's right, Catherine damn. You should tell young Catherinester that although it's fine for him to learn, he shouldn't end up firing us after mastering all the skills. Reclining on the lounge chair and enjoying the massage, Lena laughed and said, don't worry. When hiring you, we signed a 2-month contract, which won't be cut short for a single day. Melvin, if we let you go, we'll pay double the breach of contract fee. Jalmar indeed did a great job. Only now did Lena truly understand the saying, a good partner is the best medicine to heal all wounds. Jalmar was her remedy. Mariah had brought her away from the Cheen family and healed the wounds left by her original family. Without him, she would still be treated like a servant in the Cheen family. With both premature babies and Sandra's car accident, without his company, she might have fallen into postpartum depression after giving birth. Demi handed Big Treasure back to Lena. Catherine damn, look at how handsome little Catherinester looks. Mariah's so cute even as a baby. When he grows up, he will definitely make many girls swoon. As Lena took the child, it seemed there was a natural telepathy between mother and son. Little Pingin started laughing at her immediately upon entering her embrace. Big Treasure had already been born for 12 days and looked much more appealing than when he was first born. When he was just born, his face was red and wrinkled, far from adorable or handsome, even ugly one could say. She was startled then. How could the baby she gave birth to be so ugly? Clara explained with a smile that newborns all look like this initially and will improve within days. Indeed, the two babies looked cuter each passing day. Their skin was fair and tender, soft to the touch, their eyes bright and sparkling. These two little angels were her heart's delight. Lena felt her heart melt, teasing, Pingin, little Pingin, why are you so cute? Little Treasure 9 was sound asleep in the cradle. Mariah hearing his mother praise his brother, he suddenly woke up, kicking his little feet and crying loudly, as if demanding, Mommy, hug me too, I'm also cute. Amused, Lena looked towards the cradle. Is little 9 awake? Does little 9 want Mommy to hug you? Little 9 cried even louder, responding to his mother. Go get little 9, Lena gently laid Big Treasure down on the bed. Demi brought little 9 over, and Lena immediately wiped away his tears with a laugh. Lena chuckled helplessly. Our little 9 knows how to vie for attention at such a young age. What are you talking about that made you so happy? Jalmer came over with a fruit platter. Be good, eat some fruits. Lena, engrossed in playing with the baby, ignored the fruit platter. You put it down first, I'm playing with little 9. Following her request, Jalmer placed the fruit tray down and walked to the bed to pick up Big Treasure Pingin. Ouch, let me see which poor little baby hasn't been hugged by Mommy. Oh, it's our Big Treasure. Pingin, Pingin, if Mommy doesn't hug you, can Daddy do it instead? Lena glared at him. Don't talk nonsense in front of the baby. I just held Big Treasure. If you say this, the baby might think I favor someone. Jalmer held Big Treasure and laughed. How could that be? The baby is so young, not even fully grown, he can't understand. But now you're saying he doesn't understand? When the babies were still in my belly, who was it that told stories to them every day, saying they could understand? Jalmer rubbed his nose. I won't say things like that anymore. Vernani Demi and the masseuse exchanged glances and tactfully left the room. Jalmer and Lena each held a baby. Lena teased her child while asking, how's Sandra? Haven't you found the hit-and-run driver yet? Mentioning the hit-and-run driver made Jalmer frown. That driver has either been silenced or hidden away. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found nothing after all these days of searching with the police. Sandra, we can visit her in 2 more days. Lena lowered her eyes, seemingly lost in thought, only responding faintly with an, Jalmer glanced at her. Lena had been recovering well recently, with rosy complexion and a seemingly good mood. Should I tell her about Sandra becoming a vegetative state? Jalmer pondered with a furrowed brow, ultimately deciding not to tell her for now. She had finally started feeling better. Let her enjoy her good mood for as long as possible. Chapter 177, Baby's Full Moon Feast. 2 days later, Cassie was transferred to a regular ward, and Lena and Jalmer went to visit her. Slade sat beside the bed, his hair now mostly gray. In recent days, Slade had visited Lena twice. Each time he appeared more haggard than the last, with his hair growing grayer each visit. This time, all of his hair had turned white. Lena finally realized that the TV drama scenes of extreme grief turning one's hair white overnight weren't exaggerated at all. She walked lightly to the bedside, but the word Dad got stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. Slade looked up at her. Laverne is here. Lena nodded. I came to see Cassie. Behind her, Jalmer placed down a basket of fruits and some tonics. Though these items might not be of use to Cassie at present, basic etiquette was still essential. Lena sat on the other side of the bed, raising her eyes to look at the lying Cassie. Adeline's eyes were closed, with various tubes connected to her body. Lena asked, did the doctor say when Cassie will wake up? Slade cast her a strange glance before lowering his head again. Confused, Lena looked at him. What's wrong? Slade's voice was weary and filled with age. The doctor said that Ing has entered a persistent vegetative state. That means she has become a vegetable, and it's unknown when she'll wake up. Pain struck Lena's heart, her hand trembling as her eyes instantly reddened. How can this be? She turned to look at Jalmer. Roscoe, did you know about this? Jalmer nodded without saying a word. Why didn't you tell me? Jalmer's jaw tightened. Just as he was about to speak, Slade interjected. Laverne, don't blame Jean. Mariah did it for your sake. You've just given birth, and the baby was premature. You already have enough to worry about, no need to expend more energy. Lena looked at Adeline on the bed, her heart wrenching. Slade was right, she shouldn't blame Jalmer. Mariah hid this from her out of concern for her well-being. What could she do even if she knew? All she could do was worry. Tears fell unexpectedly, and Lena sobbed. How can this be? I was thinking of calling you Mom. Mom, can you wake up? Open your eyes and look at me. I'm Laverne, you're Laverne. Mom, please look at me. Please wake up if I call you Mom. Slade suddenly raised his head, emotions swirling in his eyes. Laverne, you are willing to change how you address me? Lena, crying with red eyes and a congested nose, replied, I just want Mom to wake up. Slade sighed deeply, holding Adeline's hand painfully. Ing, did you hear that? Laverne called you Mom. Wake up quickly. Laverne gave birth to a pair of twins. Aren't you always thinking of holding your grandchildren? Standing behind Lena, Jalmer reached out and embraced her silently, offering silent support. At this moment, the ward door opened. Eduardo and Kala walked in. Dad, I've come to see Mom. Kala walked over, her face stiffening upon seeing Lena. Leaning in Jalmer's arms, Lena cried breathlessly. Kala frowned slightly. Slade hummed in acknowledgement. Eduardo stood by, glancing at Jalmer and Lena without comment. Until now, he hadn't spoken a single word to his younger sister Lena. Kala spoke irritably, Mom needs a quiet environment, how can she rest with all this noise? Without naming anyone specifically. Everyone in the room knew who she was referring to. Jalmer's face darkened, if you can't say anything nice, then keep quiet. Lena stopped her crying, sniffed, and raised her head from Jalmer's embrace to look at Kala. I heard that you donated blood for Mom that night, thank you, Kala. Kala's face darkened, who asked you to thank me? It's my own mom, it's not your place to thank me. Lena curled her lips indifferently, she is my mom too, so of course I should thank you. Lena, remember this, you are a Cheen, I am a Aubrey, and I will always be a member of the Aubrey family. Lena stood up, giving Kala a cold glance, you saved Mom's life, I appreciate it, and I don't want to argue these trivial matters. You're right, Mom needs a quiet environment, let's not quarrel here. Then, Lena turned to look at Slade, Oscar, we're leaving first. She still couldn't call him, Dad. Changing how she addressed him needed time. Slade didn't mind, nodding, don't take what Kala said to heart. Ing is your mom, and I am your dad. If you want to come back, the doors of the Aubrey family will always be open for you. Dad. Kala stamped her foot. Slade spoke sternly, as an elder sister, don't be so harsh on your younger sister. Kala's face lit up immediately, her expression showing delight. Did this mean the Aubrey family acknowledged her? Lena didn't say anything further and left with Jalmer. Slade only turned to look at Kala after they left. Mom was saved because of your blood donation, and now that you're carrying Asian's child, you will be our Aubrey family's daughter-in-law. Kala's eyes sparkled with surprise. After a brief silence, Slade continued, I believe Ing wouldn't oppose it anymore once she wakes up. After all, you saved her life. Kala, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears. Dad, these words are enough for me. Asian and I will definitely treat you well. Eduardo put an arm around her shoulder. Slade added, Laverne is my daughter, Asian's own sister. As her elder sister or sister-in-law, you should treat her well and not make her uncomfortable anymore. Kala nodded vigorously, I'll follow your instructions. From now on, I'll definitely treat her well, as if she were my real sister. Slade grunted in acknowledgement. Alright, you two go down now. I want to stay alone with your mother for a while. Kala glanced at Adeline, wiped away her tears, okay, we'll leave then. Dad, call us if you need anything. Adeline and Lena were staying in the same hospital. One was in the general ward, the other in the convalescence department. Lena would visit Adeline in the general ward every couple of days. Each time, Slade was there. Since Adeline's incident, Slade's hair had turned white, his health declined, he looked 70 despite being in his 50s. Lena could only advise him to take care of himself, having nothing more to say. Soon, it was time for the baby's full moon feast. The Pedro family hosted a grand celebration for it. Since Lena was going back to college in September and didn't want to reveal her identity as the young madam of the Pedro family too early, she didn't attend the feast. In the large banquet hall, photos of the babies were displayed on the LED screen. Clara busily greeted friends and relatives. As the head of the Pedro Corporation, Jalmer sat there, receiving congratulations from various sectors. The patriarch and the old matriarch made a brief appearance but didn't stay long, given the patriarch's retirement and the matriarch's poor health. They went through the motions and returned to their residence. Lena stayed at the hospital with the twins. The full moon feast was held in the afternoon and dispersed by evening. Once the feast ended, Jalmer and Clara came straight to the hospital to take Lena and the babies back to the Pedro family mansion. The housekeeper had already prepared a lavish spread of dishes. The two babies were placed in cribs on either side of Lena. Tenley came home specially from school for the twins' full moon feast. Rufus also joined the celebration. Lena hadn't seen Rufus for quite some time. Mariah still sported a nonconformist style, with his red hair standing out. But despite his unconventional looks, Rufus doted on his nieces and nephews immensely. Mariah immediately gave them 2 large red envelopes. Sister-in-law, this is a gift for the little ones. You keep it for them. Rufus handed over 2 red envelopes, 5 million each, don't think it's little. Lena accepted the envelopes without hesitation. Feeling the bank cards inside, she smiled, thank you, Uncle Yiming, on behalf of the little ones. 5 million? Tenley gasped in surprise, you're a nouveau riche. Rufus's lips twitched, turning to Tenley, what? Nouveau riche? I am a legitimate Pedro family master. Humph, Tenley said disdainfully, only knows how to give money, when cousin and sister-in-law have plenty. So vulgar. Rufus laughed at Tenley, what did you bring then? Chapter 178 Joyful Nemesis. Vivian pointed at the cake on the table and raised her chin. A cake I made with my own hands, can you do that? Bliss examined the cake closely. It was quite creative. A 10-inch cake with a hand-drawn doll face on top, every line and stroke of color revealed Vivian's ingenuity and warmth. It was clear she had put in a lot of effort. Bliss inwardly appreciated it, but his words were infuriating. Mariah squinted his eyes disdainfully and said, "Just a lousy cake. How much can it be worth?" Vivian puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. "Money, money, all you care about is money. What else does someone like you have? Forget it, there's no point talking to someone as vulgar as you." Lena tried to smooth things over. "This cake is so exquisite, I almost don't want to eat it." "Shuryao, you've really put your heart into it." Vivian's expression softened somewhat. She handed Lena an intricately carved brocade box. "Sister-in-law, this is the gift I prepared for my little niece and nephew. It's a gold lock pendant that I designed myself and had crafted by a master craftsman. Open it and take a look." Lena smiled as she took it, opened the brocade box, and inside were two very cute baby dragon-shaped gold lock pendants. The dragon heads were lifelike, with small horns slightly raised and dotted with gemstones, sparkling like the brightest stars in the night sky, adding a touch of mystery and nobility to the pendants. The dragon eyes were wide open, shimmering with wisdom and benevolence, as if they could see through everything. The bodies of the pendants were delicately engraved with intricate patterns, clouds swirling and waves surging, showcasing the grandeur of dragons roaming the 4 seas and soaring through the 9 heavens. "This is too exquisite." Lena couldn't help but exclaim. The two pendants were mostly the same, but there were some differences between the one for the boy and the girl, making their genders instantly recognizable. "Melvin, their names are engraved on the back," Vivian pointed out. Lena turned the pendants around. "One read Benji, and the other read Whitney. One for each of our little buddies," Vivian remarked with a hint of pride, glancing sideways at Bliss. "How about that? Much better than just giving money, right?" Lena smiled helplessly yet affectionately, then looked at Bliss. Bliss acted indifferent, smirking lazily. Lena said with a smile, "Our Shuryao is truly talented, not only making cakes but also designing jewelry. These pendants are adorable. Thank you on behalf of Ping'an and Xiaojiu." Bliss snorted coldly. Vivian rolled her eyes at him and turned to Lena with a sweet smile. "Huh, as long as sister-in-law likes them." Bliss exchanged a few more sharp words with Vivian. Imelda hurried over carrying gifts. "Sorry, Laverne, I had classes this afternoon and only got off at 5:30. I'm late." Lena had specially sent a driver to pick up Imelda from her school. Imelda's school was not far from the old Pedro residence, about 10 kilometers away. However, the afternoon rush hour caused heavy traffic, and the 10-kilometer journey took over an hour. Lena replied with a smile, "Not late at all. I just got back not long ago myself." Imelda handed the gift to Lena. "Prepared for my godson and goddaughter." Lena accepted the gift. "Thank you, Yueshin." Imelda sat down at the dining table. "We're all family here, saying thank you for gifts for my godchildren isn't necessary." Lena introduced Imelda to Bliss and Vivian. Bliss joked, "Yueshin, you look really beautiful." Vivian tut-tuted twice and turned to Imelda. "Sister Yueshin, don't pay attention to him. Mariah's just a playboy who can't move when he sees a pretty girl." Imelda nodded but didn't take it seriously. Bliss laughed in spite of himself. "Vivian, don't spread rumors. Big brother doesn't even have a girlfriend, how can I be a playboy?" Vivian turned her head away, scoffing. "You don't have a girlfriend, but you have countless female companions. I get it, you're always single because you don't give women titles, so you can flirt with several girls at once." Bliss sneered, crossing his arms and looking at Vivian with amusement. "At your young age, you should learn to be better behaved and stop spreading rumors." As he spoke, he turned to ask Lena, "Sister-in-law, you studied law. Tell me, how many years would someone like Vivian get for slanderously defaming my reputation?" Jalmer had told Lena that Bliss and Vivian grew up together, practically childhood sweethearts. But unlike other childhood sweethearts, these two weren't innocently close. They were a pair of joyful nemesis, bickering since childhood, always arguing whenever they met. Lena jokingly replied, "Can't sentence her. Melvin, if it's a minor civil infringement, it doesn't break criminal law, so there's no question of sentencing. Melvin, if the court were willing to sentence, would you really be willing to sue?" Mariah hearing this, Rufus's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth twitched, showing an expression as if he had eaten a fly. Mariah raised his voice in a high-pitched manner and exclaimed, "I don't want to sue." "How can I not want to sue? What kind of joke are you making, sister-in-law?" Lena just smiled without saying anything. Rufus was indeed a sharp-tongued boy who loved to find faults, especially with Vivian, but deep down, he cared about her very much. Mariah was an immature boy, like a middle schooler, who would bully the person he liked. Last time when it was Shuryao's birthday, Yang Yang specially flew back from abroad to celebrate for Shuryao, yet upon seeing Shuryao, he claimed that he was bored abroad and came back to China just for fun and coincidentally attended her birthday party. Rufus and Vivian were too close to see clearly, one liked but didn't realize it, while the other couldn't understand the other's feelings. Lena saw it all clearly as an observer. Vivian became anxious at Lena's words. "What are you talking about, sister-in-law? I am enemies with him." Lena smiled, looking helpless. All right, enemies." Rufus hurried to agree, "Right. That's correct. We two are enemies. Humph. Vivian huffed and turned her face away. Lena chuckled. The two of them were like children. All guests had arrived, and the servants went to invite Jovan and the matriarch. Jovan, spirited and vigorous, entered the dining room in steady steps wearing well-fitted Tang-style clothing. Catherinetriarch Pedro, dressed in a dark green cheapao and leaning on a cane, was supported by servants and followed Jovan slowly. After taking their seats, the conversation began as usual with Jovan delivering a long pre-dinner speech, thanking Lena for bringing new great-grandchildren to the Pedro family. After the speech, everyone started eating. As the sun set, the old Pedro residence basked in the golden glow of the setting sun. Green trees cast dense shadows, and the scattered light through the branches and leaves created dappled patterns on the pebble path. Inside, the laughter and joy of the people seemed like a cheerful prelude, echoing between the carved beams and painted rafters. Chapter 179, College Roommate. In the blink of an eye, it was September. The start of the school year. Lena reported to Jingdu University of Political Science and Law. Jalmar originally wanted to come see her off, but Lena firmly refused. If he came, he would surely attract the attention of the school leadership. Then she would be specially taken care of by the school leadership and become a connection student, in the mouths of her classmates. She was admitted to university based on her strength and didn't want people to say she got in through backdoor connections because of her identity as the young madam of the Pedro family. Lena didn't plan to attend school under the title of young madam of the Pedro family, she only wanted to live an ordinary college life. She only called Amy and Lynn to help her move her luggage. During the registration days, outside vehicles could freely enter and exit the campus. A low-key black Porsche drove into Jingdu University of Political Science and Law, stopping at the building of freshman girls' dormitories. Lena got out of the car with her backpack. Amy opened the trunk and lifted down 2 pink suitcases. Lynn took Lena's sheets, quilts, and pillow from the back seat. The 3 of them went up to the dormitory building together. The dormitory was for 4 people, with bunk beds and desks below. Including the bathroom and balcony, it covered about 40 square meters. It was the first day of registration, and Lena arrived early. The other 3 girls in the dormitory hadn't come yet, so Lena could choose any bed freely. Lynn frowned, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. What's wrong, Lila? Lena put down her backpack and turned to ask her. Lynn put down the pillow and quilt in her hands. Young Catherine, damn, this place is so small. How can 4 people live here? Why don't you apply to live off campus? Didn't Catherine Stir buy you a fully furnished apartment opposite the school? Lena shook her head. No way. If others live in the dorms and I move out, isn't that special treatment? Besides, living in the dorm will help me make new friends. But this environment. Lynn couldn't seem to be satisfied no matter how she looked at it, thinking how such a small place could accommodate 4 people. I think this environment is pretty good. Lena smiled. There's air conditioning in summer and heating in winter. Each person has their own bunk and desk with independent wardrobes. Although it's small, it's like a sparrow, small but complete. Small is cozy. I think this environment is pretty good. Lena smiled. There's air conditioning in summer and heating in winter. Each person has their own bunk and desk with independent wardrobes. Although it's small, it's like a sparrow, small but complete. Small is cozy. Lynn still wanted to persuade her, but Lena had already chosen her bed and climbed up to wipe it down with a towel. Can you sweep the floor for me, Lila Lou? I'll make the bed. Amy, can you clean the table below and put the books I brought on the bookshelf? Sure. Although Amy also felt the dorm conditions weren't great, since Lena said she liked it, she didn't say anything more. Lena chose the bed on the right side of the door. Well, if young Catherine Dam wants to live in the dorm, then so be it. Lynn stopped persuading her, got up, and took the broom to sweep the floor. Lena wiped the bed frame clean, laid down the mattress and sheet, and placed the quilt and pillow on top. We're missing curtains for the bed. She hadn't bought bed curtains because she didn't know the bed size beforehand. I'll go buy them. Amy said. I might as well get daily necessities too. Lena got out of bed. I'll go with you, there's a lot to buy, and you won't be able to carry everything alone. Go ahead and have lunch after you finish cleaning, Lila Lou. Amy and I are going to the supermarket, Lena shouted to Lynn who was mopping the floor on the balcony. Okay. Lynn responded. Yasmin knew Lena was reporting today and sent a WeChat asking if she needed help moving in. Lena thanked her politely but declined. Yasmin suggested they have dinner together that night. Lena agreed. After buying the bed curtains and daily necessities at a nearby supermarket, Lena and Amy returned to the dormitory with several packages. Lynn had already left, probably to have lunch. In the dorm, a short-haired girl wearing a light pink dress was sitting on a stool playing with her phone while the air conditioner blew. Hi there. Lena put down her things and greeted the girl. My name is Lena. We'll be roommates from now on. Hi, I'm Allison. You came pretty early. Lena smiled. Yeah, since I live nearby, I thought I'd come early. Allison asked, are you a local from Jingdu? Lena thought about it. Technically, she grew up in Vernancheng, making her a Vernancheng native. But her home was now in Jingdu, and her biological parents were from Jingdu. Moreover, she had registered her marriage with Jalmer and transferred her hukou, household registration, here. So, she could consider herself a local of Jingdu now. She replied, yes. Wow. Allison expressed admiration tinged with envy. How envious I am. Isn't the college entrance exam in Jingdu very easy? I did practice problems for Jingdu students, and they were almost effortless. And the admission score for local students is much lower, right? Though laced with envy and dissatisfaction, it was true. Back in senior high, Lena had also practiced with Jingdu's college entrance exam questions, which were indeed very simple. She could get full marks on math and ace all the English questions except for the subjective essay. It's difficult to grade the Chinese and liberal arts comprehensive exams, but she almost got all the multiple choice questions right. The college entrance exam in Jingdu is not only simple but also has a lower score requirement for admission to top universities. Not just Allison, even Lena herself found it hard not to be envious. Marier national paper back then was several levels harder than the one used in Jingdu. She had struggled hard to get admitted to Jingdu University of Political Science and Law. Lena smiled. I transferred my hukou to Jingdu later. For the college entrance exam, I took the national paper from Vernancheng. Mariah hearing this, Allison looked at her differently, with admiration instead of jealousy. Wow. The national paper is so difficult. Moreover, isn't there a pair of nationally renowned devil schools in Vernancheng? They raise the first-tier university line for your city every year. To get into Jingdu University of Political Science and Law from Vernancheng, you are truly amazing. Devil schools? Of course, she knew about them. The high school she attended was one of the devil schools Allison mentioned. Calling it a devil school meant that the school had strict regulations, placing great emphasis on the admission rate, and teachers set high standards for students. However, as an outstanding and diligent student herself, Lena always met her teacher's expectations in every exam, so she didn't feel that her alma mater was particularly diabolical. Lena smiled and said, not really. Allison asked again, so, what was your college entrance exam score? Lena replied, 640 points. Admiration filled Allison's eyes even more. Wow. Sister, you're so impressive. I remember our school's admission score for your region is 620, right? You were 20 points above the admission line. I'm not as good as you, I came in at the cutoff. Lena took items out of the shopping bag one by one. You did great too to get in here. Allison still sighed with admiration. Straight A student. Sister, you're such a straight A student. Lena laughed. Don't be modest, Yang must be a straight A student too, otherwise, how could she get in? While arranging daily necessities, Lena learned through their chat that Allison was from northern Jincheng City, coming from an ordinary family and being an only child. Chapter 180 Handsome Guy. Allison chose the bed on the left side as she entered, opposite to Lena's. After arranging her daily necessities, Lena opened her suitcase. There were two suitcases, one for clothes and the other for shoes. Lena was quite low-key and did not take those luxury brand clothes and shoes that Clara had bought for her. The clothes and shoes in the suitcases were ordinary and affordable ones she bought with Imelda at the mall yesterday. The price of each piece of clothing was around 400 to 500 yuan, and the shoes were roughly the same. The most expensive pair of shoes was a Nike costing over 900 yuan, which was still within reach for an average family student. The bags were also around 400 to 500 yuan, from a girl's brand. Cosmetics and skincare products were all well-known brands, including lipsticks and foundations priced a few hundred yuan each, and essences and moisturizers costing about 1,000 yuan. In Allison's eyes, Lena's family conditions seemed acceptable, probably living a moderately comfortable life but not wealthy by any means. After all, those rich second generations are usually covered head to toe in luxury items. Lena still fell short compared to them. After packing up, Lena and Amy prepared to have lunch. Allison, would you like to join us for lunch? Allison was quick to socialize, a classic social magnet. Thinking they would be roommates in the future and seeing Lena so warm and enthusiastic, she didn't refuse. Lena was beautiful, excelled academically, and had a warm, outgoing personality. Allison got a good first impression of her. They quickly became close. Lena told Allison that Amy was her cousin, and Allison started calling Amy cousin too. The three of them went downstairs together and got into Amy's Porsche. Wow, your cousin must be really rich. She drives a Porsche despite being our age. Allison was straightforward, speaking her mind. Lena smiled and vaguely replied, it was bought by the family. Allison then asked, is your cousin a second-generation rich kid? Lena brushed it off and changed the subject. What do you want to eat? Allison said, anything is fine. Let's just grab something simple. Lena nodded. Let's go to a nearby Chinese restaurant. Okay. Amy drove, while Lena and Allison sat in the back. It was the start of the school term, and many students and parents were dining around this time. Restaurants near the school were nearly all full, with no available parking spaces. They tried several restaurants, but none had seats available. Amy had no choice but to drive 10 kilometers to a commercial area. Lena picked a Chinese restaurant, but just as she was about to enter, Allison stopped her. Lena, this place is quite expensive, averaging over 200 yuan per person. Oh. Lena halted, looking up at the sign. It doesn't seem particularly special. Is it really that expensive? Yeah, Allison nodded. Let's find somewhere else. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled. She chuckled awkwardly, her lips twitching. Lena looked at her warmly. We've been searching for almost an hour. You must be very hungry by now. Let's go here. I'll treat you. Allison scratched her head embarrassedly. That wouldn't be proper. It's okay, it's just a meal. Come on, Lena took Allison's arm and walked into the restaurant. The three found an empty seat by the window. Lena and Amy sat on one side, with Allison opposite them. Lena said, scan the code to order. Order whatever you like, Allison. Sure. Allison scanned the code. Although she knew it was expensive, she still gasped when she saw the prices. Tortoise, spicy and sour shredded potatoes for 48 yuan, crispy fried pork ribs for 138 yuan, geez. Allison muttered to herself. Lena poured tea, habitually rinsing the utensils with tea water. Don't worry, order whatever you want. I said I'd treat you. She added jokingly, I'm not worried about the cost. In the end, Allison still felt awkward about ordering expensive dishes and only picked the spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Lena also scanned the menu and casually asked, Allison, do you have any food restrictions? No, Allison shook her head. Lena's fingers slid across her phone screen. Do you eat sautéed beef? Yes. Do you eat crispy fried pork ribs? Yes. Do you eat crispy roast chicken? Allison swallowed hard. Yes. Lena ordered all these dishes and added a winter melon spare rib soup. Ordering so much, you're making me spend too much money. Allison sipped her tea, slightly embarrassed. Lena smiled. No problem, I'm hungry too and want to eat more. While waiting for the food, everyone played on their phones. Suddenly, Allison blinked wildly at Lena and whispered, handsome guy. Huh? Lena looked at her curiously. Where? Allison gestured with her chin toward a direction. Following her gaze, Lena locked eyes with the man. Indeed, he was quite handsome. With delicate features, fair skin, and sharp facial contours, he exuded an elegant demeanor. A clean white t-shirt draped over his body, making him the kind of guy that could make any girl fall in love at first sight. Their eyes met, and Lena felt a bit awkward, as if she had been caught peeking. To make it worse, after catching Lena's gaze, the guy actually smiled at her, his lips curling upward. And let's not even talk about how much more handsome he looked when he smiled. Lena immediately averted her gaze and cleared her throat, don't look anymore. Usually, guys this level already have girlfriends. Yeah, Allison also turned away, sighing, even if he doesn't have a girlfriend, I wouldn't dare to strike up a conversation with him. Seeing Allison looking dejected, Lena comforted her, I was just kidding. Who knows if he has a girlfriend or not? If you like someone, go for it. Why don't you ask him if he has a girlfriend later? Allison shook her head vigorously, no way, I'm too chicken. Amy, who hadn't spoken until now, interjected, Mariah is indeed very handsome. Lena teased, is Amy smitten? What about Glenn? Amy flinched, almost knocking over her teacup, Laverne. Don't be silly. Nothing between Glenn and me. Lena smiled, her eyes twinkling as she looked at her, oh? Hasn't Glenn confessed yet? The progress is quite slow. Amy visibly blushed. Mariah's like a log, he hasn't thought about anything like that. Lena laughed, I think he has. At this moment, the waiter brought out the dishes. Amy quickly changed the subject, okay, let's eat. I'm starving. After lunch, they returned to the dormitory. Lynn was chatting with another girl's mother enthusiastically. Seeing Lena come back, Lynn quickly sat up, mistress. The word mistress was cut off by Lena's glance, so Lynn hastily corrected herself, you're back. Lena breathed a sigh of relief, yeah. Lynn also sighed with relief, narrowly avoiding a slip of the tongue. Laverne, this girl is Vicky, from the south. I was just chatting with her mom, Lynn introduced Lena's new roommate with a smile. Vicky lived up to her name, with delicate features like jade and a gentle, pleasant demeanor. Mariah's eyes were bright and watery. Hi, I'm Lena. Nice to meet you. Vicky's smile was sweet, Moriallo, Lena. Allison introduced herself too, hi, Vicky, I'm Allison. Moriallo, Allison. Allison remarked, we're only missing one more roommate. Lena said, registration lasts 3 days. Classes start after that. Catherine, she won't come today. Allison agreed, yeah, it's possible. Just then, the dorm door opened. A girl dressed in a black short-sleeved top and dark blue jeans walked in. All eyes turned toward her. Chapter 181 Sensitive Roommate. Eva had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, with an ordinary appearance. Perhaps due to the scorching heat outside, sweat was trickling down her face, making her look oily and the pimples on her face appeared somewhat frightening. This was their last roommate. Allison couldn't hide her feelings, seeing the girl's pimple-ridden face, she couldn't help but shudder slightly. Cynthia was very sensitive. She caught Allison's reaction, and a trace of hurt flashed across her eyes. Lena didn't seem to mind at all, greeting her with a smile and introducing herself. Catherine eyed it was because of Lena's friendly attitude and lack of disdain in her eyes. Cynthia's expression softened considerably, and she managed to smile back at Lena. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Cynthia went to set up her bed. She was the last one to arrive, so only one bed was left. Seeing that she had many things, Lena took the initiative to help her pass items. Seeing Lena offer help, Amy naturally followed suit to lend a hand. Taken aback by their kindness, Cynthia said, "No need to trouble yourselves, I can do it myself." Lena smiled and said, "It's no trouble at all, we're all roommates, helping each other is what we should do." From the casual chats, Lena learned that Cynthia was also from South City, and her alma mater was exactly the other devil school mentioned by Allison. Upon hearing this, Allison couldn't help but be amazed, asking, "So how much did you score?" Cynthia pursed her lips. 639. This score ranked first in her class. Unfortunately, she missed the top university in the country, Tsinghua University, by 6 points. Thus, she could only settle for Kyoto Law University. Allison sighed, "You're a real straight-A student." Mariah hearing Allison praise her, Cynthia's competitive spirit was satisfied, making her more confident, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. However, the next moment, her smile froze. Allison said, "Only 1 point lower than Lena." Cynthia's hands paused while stuffing the quilt. What? There was someone with a higher score than hers? This girl named Lena looked so beautiful, clearly not a straight-A student. She thought Lena must have been admitted through an art special admission. How could Lena possibly have scored higher than her? It must not be the same exam paper. Perhaps Lena was from Kyoto where the exam might be easier, thus achieving a high score. Cynthia smiled, seeming nonchalant, and asked, "Is Lena from Kyoto?" Lena nodded, "Yes. Of course." A faint smile curled at Cynthia's lips again. As expected, it was impossible for her to score higher than me, so she must be from Kyoto. In her heart, Cynthia mocked, given the difficulty level of Kyoto's exam questions, even a dog passing by could get into the top-tier schools. But Lena took the exam from South City and moved her residence here afterward. So, Lena is really impressive. That sentence from Allison felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over her head. Cynthia froze. Lena hadn't noticed Cynthia's odd behavior and casually remarked, "I took the exam last year but took a year off due to health reasons, so I'm just reporting now." What? Cynthia suddenly raised her head, eyes wide open looking at Lena. "You actually scored 640 last year?" Lena nodded dumbly, "Yes, why?" Cynthia's hands trembled slightly. How could she be so good? Last year's exam was much harder than this year's. In her school's 3 liberal arts classes, only 2 students got into Tsinghua University out of over 100 people, but this year 20 students made it after the test became easier. She had taken a practice exam with last year's paper and only scored 590. Lena actually scored 640. Their scores seemed to differ by only 1 point, but in reality, it was far more than that. Cynthia lowered her eyes and stuffed the quilt silently, saying nothing. Allison chattered away, "Wow. You actually scored 640 last year. Little Di, you're amazing." The National College entrance exam that year was notoriously difficult, with a significantly lower first-year line than this year. Lena laughed lightly, "Really? I didn't pay attention to this year's exam, I didn't know." Cynthia tightened her grip on the quilt, her voice neutral, "Lena, thank you for your help, but I can manage now, no need to trouble you." "Okay then," Lena withdrew her hand. Initially, Lena wanted to stay in the dormitory until the official classes started, but Jalmer wouldn't agree. While chatting with her roommates, within minutes without checking her phone, there were already dozens of new messages from Jalmer urging her to come back. "Baby dear, everything still not settled?" Baby cries for mommy. Lena couldn't help but laugh. The baby was only 4 months old, how could it call mom? "Good girl, the babies miss you, when are you coming back?" "Good girl, aren't you really staying at school today?" "No way, good girl. You must come home tonight, I and the babies are waiting for you. Good girl. Why don't you reply to my messages, are you busy?" "Good girl, I miss you. Catherine damn wife, where are you? You promised me you would come back tonight." Lena couldn't help but laugh. Why was Jalmer acting like a neglected little wife? Mariah was getting more and more clingy. She replied with, "Coming right away." Jalmer immediately responded with, "Waiting for you." Lena put away her phone and lifted her head, "Everything is packed up, I'm going home. See you all in 3 days. Chuyue, who was lying on the bed scrolling through videos, hurriedly poked her head out from behind the curtain when she heard Lena was leaving. "Ah. Little Di, you won't be staying in the dorm these few days?" "Yeah, my family asked me to go back. I'll come again when classes officially start." Chuyue drooped her head and mumbled, "That's so boring, I'll miss having someone to chat with." Lena smiled at her, "Isn't Shuidi and Bingyu here?" Chuyue wanted to say that neither of them was as easygoing as Lena, but she held it back. She was straightforward, not stupid. Such words would offend people, her emotional intelligence wasn't that low. So Chuyue just lowered her head and said goodbye, before retreating into the curtain to continue watching her videos. Lena bid farewell to the other 2 roommates and left the dormitory. She had just sat in the car, preparing to head home, when she received a message from Yasmin. 7 o'clock tonight, Chelsea Road ZZ Barbecue Restaurant. Followed by a location. Almost forgot, she had promised senior sister Yasmin to have dinner together tonight. Chapter 182, finally, the bitterness ends and sweetness comes. During the meal, Lena and Amaya chatted casually. Through their conversation, Lena learned that Amaya was the president of the law school student union and was in her 3rd year. Amaya was very enthusiastic and outgoing. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. She first told stories about amusing things she encountered at school, then shifted the topic to the student union, strongly recommending Lena to join the law school student union. Amaya kept talking while cutting the roasted meat with her chopsticks. Joining the student union is really beneficial. You can earn credits, but more importantly, it will help you develop yourself. Being busy and tired occasionally isn't a big deal. Lena propped her chin on one hand, listening to Amaya talk about the student union. If you could get elected into the student union, would guide you step by step. Lena responded brightly, okay. Amaya finished roasting the meat and used the serving chopsticks to put 2 pieces on Lena's plate. I'll introduce a few friends to you soon so you can have some company at school. I originally planned to introduce you today, but thought it might be our first dinner together, so bringing others along might make you uncomfortable. Lena picked up her bowl to receive the roasted meat from Amaya. Thank you, Senior Shao. Sure, it's good to know more people. The friends introduced by you must be as excellent as you. Amaya looked up at her with a smile. I like hearing that. The meal lasted over an hour. When they returned to Guiyun Road apartment, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Jalmer was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding the child with one hand and changing TV channels with the other. Mariah hearing the door opening, Jalmer turned his head, looking resentful. You finally remembered to come back? I thought I would be alone tonight. Lena smiled warmly and walked to the sofa, sitting next to Jalmer. She reached out to play with Gil, who laughed joyfully when he saw his mother, waving his soft, white arms. Is DeBeo asleep? Jalmer gave her a seemingly unhappy glance. You only care about the kids and not me? Lena chuckled. I'm back now. Mr. Pedro doesn't need to stay alone tonight. Jalmer bent down to place Gil in the crib beside him, then pulled Lena into his arms. His warm breath made Lena feel tingling all over. She pushed against his chest, her voice gentle. I haven't taken a shower yet. Jalmer's lips brushed against her earlobe, his voice laced with amusement. I don't mind. No. Lena struggled to get up from his embrace. Let me take a shower first. Seeing the girl's flushed face, Jalmer's lips curled into a smile, letting out a deep laugh. What are you laughing at? Lena pouted. Jalmer leaned back on the sofa, looking up at her. What are you afraid of? The black eyes of Jalmer shimmered with mischief. Have I ever made you uncomfortable? You've had plenty of experiences. What do you fear? Lena blushed deeply, her cheeks almost dripping with redness. She bit her lip and scolded him softly. Jalmer, you're shameless. But she couldn't say it out loud. They were legally married. It was natural between husband and wife. Moreover, to be honest, Jalmer was very skilled, always making her feel comfortable each time. Yet, hearing him speak so frankly still made Lena blush and her heart race. I'm not talking anymore, I'm going to take a shower. Lena left the sentence hanging and fled. Jalmer's smile didn't fade. Mariah leaned back leisurely on the sofa, crossing his legs, tapping his foot in contentment. In the bathroom. Steam filled the air, creating a misty atmosphere. Lena recalled that night they were intimate for real. It was 2 months after the baby was born. It happened in this very bathroom. She was taking a shower. Jalmer pushed the door open. She usually just closed the door without locking it when showering at home. Everything had been fine before. Who knew Jalmer would suddenly push the door open that day? At that moment, she had just applied body wash, her body covered in white foam. She smelled fragrant and felt soft. Without saying a word, Jalmer pinned her against the wall, lifting her hands above her head, restraining her with his large hands. Lena couldn't move. Jalmer took the lead aggressively, showing various techniques. They went back and forth several times before leaving the bathroom. That was the first time Lena directly felt how much stamina Jalmer had. Hiss, Melvin now, recalling that night, Lena still unconsciously gasped. She remembered lying on the bed that night, being tossed and turned all night long until dawn when Jalmer finally let her sleep. The next day, she woke up in the afternoon, feeling limp and weak, every slight movement causing pain in her waist and back. As Lena stepped out of the bathroom in her pajamas after a shower, she saw Jalmer lying on the bed watching her with a mischievous look. Lena could immediately tell he was planning something naughty. Pretending to be calm, Lena asked, Are the babies asleep? Jalmer couldn't help but laugh at her feigned seriousness. Yes, they're all asleep. Now no one can disturb us. After the baby was born, the Pedro family hired another nanny specialized in postpartum care and childcare, who lived downstairs with the other housemaids. Newborns have different schedules from adults. They wake up to eat and sleep after eating, often crying for milk in the middle of the night. Jalmer, being considerate of Lena waking up in the middle of the night to feed the baby, would leave the child with the nanny during nighttime. This allowed him and Lena to enjoy their happy marital life. Finally, the bitterness ends and sweetness comes. Mariah had been holding back for too long. Recently, he almost wanted to every night. Catherine Ibit was too frequent, which made Lena wary of him just now. Jalmar used his ultimate move, saying pitifully, in 2 days, you'll be living on campus. Baby, have mercy on me tonight. I'll be gentle. Lena took a couple of steps back and picked up the hairdryer. I need to dry my hair. Baby. Jalmar's expression looked hurt. Is your stepping back 2 steps genuine? The sound of the dryer buzzed. Jalmar got up, put on slippers, and walked a few steps behind Lena, taking the hairdryer from her to blow dry her hair. Lena sat quietly, letting him handle her hair. A few minutes later, her hair was completely dry. Jalmar unplugged the dryer and tossed it aside. Then he lifted her into his arms in a Princess Carrie. Spring night is short, let's seize the joy. Lena puffed her cheeks. I still have school in 2 days. It's hot, and I wear short sleeves and skirts. Don't leave any marks this time. Jalmar gently placed her on the big soft bed, leaning down over her, his voice deep and husky. I know you have thin skin and are afraid people will see. Don't worry, if I do leave marks, it will only be where others can't see. Lena bit her lower lip. Can you not leave any at all? Jalmar chuckled softly but didn't answer. Mariah bent down to kiss her lips. That night was filled with romance and passion. Chapter 183, The Grass of the Economics College. These past 2 days at Guayan Road Apartments, Lena felt as if she had no strength to resist Jalmar's persistent advances. Lena looked at the dark red hickeys on her chest and inner thighs, feeling a sense of despair and frustration. These were the places he had meant when he said somewhere that no one could see. And it was true, no one would notice. The hickeys were extremely passionate and wild. Each mark reminded her of how crazy they had been over the past 2 days. Jalmar was full of energy, leaving Lena barely able to get out of bed these past couple of days. When eating, Jalmar fed her bite by bite right next to the bedside. It wasn't that she was lazy, it was just that she couldn't walk. Mariah's legs went weak the moment they touched the ground, with her whole body aching, making it impossible for her to stand up. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Lena leaned against his chest, taking small bites of food. After finishing a bowl of rice, a cold snort escaped from Lena's nose. She reached out to pinch his waist. I have school tomorrow. How can I attend classes in this condition? Putting down his chopsticks, Jalmar replied with a tender smile in his eyes, no classes tomorrow. Freshmen need to go through half a month of military training as per regulations. Military training? Lena frowned thoughtfully. Oh right, I forgot about that. I've already asked for leave on your behalf, so you don't need to participate in the military training. Therefore, wife, you can spend another half a month with me. Hiss. Lena shuddered. Half a month. She simply couldn't bear to think about it. Lena blushed slightly. Again? Jalmar, please be more restrained. Aren't you worried about draining oneself dry? What? Jalmar raised an eyebrow, his expression playful. No. Nothing. Lena stammered, muttering, I'm just saying be more careful. Melvin, if you don't feel tired, my body cannot take it. If this continues, how can I attend classes after half a month? Jalmar smiled warmly as he glanced at her. All right, we'll pay more attention in the future. Right, Lena put away her bashfulness and asked him seriously, how did you ask for leave? You didn't expose my identity, did you? You know I don't want others to know that I'm your wife, the young mistress of the Pedro family. University records are transferred from high school. On the family member information section of her file, Lena's parents were still listed as Ricky and Gwen. As long as she didn't mention it, even if teachers checked her data, they wouldn't find out her real identity. Jalmar replied, yes, I understand. I got the hospital to write a medical report under your name and send a text message along with photos to the counselor requesting leave on your behalf. Lena sighed in relief. Good. Jalmar stretched out his hand, his fingertips, slightly rough, gently pinched Lena's face. Don't worry. Your husband isn't a fool, this won't go wrong. On the first day of military training, Allison sent a WeChat message. Where are you, little Di? Why aren't you at school? Lena replied, I'm not feeling well, asked for leave. Allison, what? What's wrong with you? Lena hesitated, debating whether to lie to Allison. Sending Allison the photo Jalmar sent to the counselor, telling her that she couldn't attend military training due to health reasons, Allison probably wouldn't suspect anything. But lying wasn't her forte. After deliberating carefully, Lena replied, I'm just not feeling well and can't attend military training. I'll come back to school after it's over. Allison didn't press further since she knew Lena had taken a year off due to health issues previously. She simply replied with concern, then rest well, waiting for you to return. Okay. 5 days later, during dinner time, Allison excitedly sent 10 WeChat messages in a row. Just as Lena sat down at the dining table, her phone notifications kept going non-stop. Opening the WeChat interface made Lena freeze momentarily. Little Di, I saw that super handsome guy we encountered at the restaurant. Oh my god, do you believe it? Mariah is actually a student here, even in our grade. Mariah is called Demon, a financial engineering major, the grass of the economics college. At the moment, there seems to be no one handsomer than him in our school. I bet he will become our school's Prince Charming. I heard on the first day of military training, a girl confessed to him but was rejected. That girl cried, TSK TSK TSK, that handsome boy laughed brightly, yet when rejecting someone, he was merciless. Thankfully I had self-awareness that day and didn't dare approach him. A handsome man like him must have very high standards, average girls don't interest him. But little Di, you're so pretty, if you confess to him, he'd definitely accept. So far, I haven't seen any girl prettier than you in our school. If he's the prince, you'd be the princess. Lena smiled helplessly. Perhaps it was because Allison's outgoing, easygoing personality reminded her of Imelda. Lena felt a sense of closeness towards her. Girls with this kind of character are simple-minded, innocent, and straightforward, without any guile. Lena really enjoyed interacting with such girls. She replied, that's quite a coincidence. It's better to reject someone outright rather than string them along. If you don't like someone, just reject them, don't give false hope. Demon did the right thing. I'm off the table, I have no interest in him. You haven't seen any girl prettier than me? Or maybe you've seen too few girls. Ha ha ha, but I'm glad you like me so much. Lena didn't tell Allison that she was already married with a child. After all, they had only just met and weren't very familiar with each other, so there was no need to reveal everything all at once. The messages came back quickly from Allison, who should have just finished her military training and was having dinner. You make sense, outright rejection is good too. No, it's not that I've seen too few girls, it's that you are really, really beautiful, okay? You should have a clear understanding of your own beauty. Lena smiled helplessly. She knew she was pretty. She wasn't blind. But she wasn't vain enough to believe she was the most beautiful girl in school and deserved the title of campus flower. Lena didn't dwell on this topic with Allison. She changed the subject. How was the military training? Allison immediately sent several emoji pictures showing exhaustion, a panda face and a GU sprawl. Tired. So freaking tired. Physically exhausted, mentally drained. Even though I used sunscreen, I still got tanned. Last night when I video called my mom, she laughed at me and asked if I'd run away from a coal mine. Lena couldn't help laughing out loud. This girl was truly adorable. Lena replied, feel free to use the sunscreen and skincare products on my desk, don't be shy. Allison, no way, no way. How can I do that? Lena, what are you being formal for? We're roommates. Although I can't share in hardship, we can share in good times. Ha ha ha, I can't endure this military training ordeal with you, go for it. Allison, Lena, be good, go use them. Look at you getting sunburned, turning into a coal miner. Ha ha ha. Allison, bad Laverne teasing me, HMPF. Not friends anymore. Lena, wrong. The two exchanged memes and chatted happily over WeChat, Lena's smile never fading. Jalmer sat down opposite her and tapped the table lightly with his chopsticks. Eat your meal, the food is getting cold. Lena put her phone away. Coming. Jalmer pouted, his tone slightly sour. Who were you chatting with, laughing so happily? It couldn't be some male classmate, right? Lena grinned mischievously, how do you know? It's a super handsome guy, the campus heartthrob. Jalmer knew she was joking and looked at her with an ambiguous smile, playing along by asking, oh? They've already selected a campus heartthrob after just a few days? Are the students at Jingdu Law University that idle? Lena stopped there, smiling warmly at him, just joking around with my roommate, are you jealous of a girl too? She knew Jalmer trusted her and wouldn't really suspect her of chatting with a boy. But explanations were still necessary where needed. Jalmer curved his lips upward, alright, let's eat. Chapter 184, Unreasonable Roommate. The military training ended, and the day before classes officially started, Lena returned to school. Just as she entered the dormitory, Allison pulled Lena aside, Laverne, you're finally back. You have no idea what the freshmen have stirred up on the school forum, a beauty and hunk selection for our class. Allison sighed with regret, too bad you didn't participate. They chose Joyce from the next-door new media program as the campus beauty. I've seen her a few times, she's not as pretty as you. Vicky, who was applying a face mask, chimed in, I think Lena is more beautiful. If Lena had participated in that beauty selection, she would definitely have come first. Lena placed her backpack on the table and smiled nonchalantly, it's fine. I'm not interested in those things. Allison pursed her lips, Demon was chosen as the campus hunk. Do you know what people are saying on the school forum now? They say that Joyce and Demon are a perfect match, a couple of talents, handsome and beautiful. Every day, someone posts threads shipping them. Lena turned to look at her, amused, CP fans this quickly? Allison scoffed, yeah, like they have nothing better to do. Lena took out 2 boxes of fruit from her backpack and walked through the sliding door to the washroom to clean the fruit. Allison followed closely behind her like a little shadow. Are you feeling better, Laverne? Lena, cleaning a box of blueberries in her hand, said, yeah, I'm fine. Good. Lena smiled, how are you getting along with the roommates? Allison replied, okay, just Cynthia has a weird personality, which makes it a bit awkward to get along with her. Vicky is quite nice. Lena finished washing the fruit and extended the box towards Allison, Moriar, grab some. Mariahi, I love blueberries, so I won't be polite. Allison grabbed a handful of blueberries. Lena smiled and went through the sliding door to share the fruit with Vicky. Just then, Cynthia returned to the dormitory. Seeing Lena, Cynthia paused, then greeted her. Lena, you're back. Yep. Lena held out the fruit box to Cynthia. Sweetie, have some fruit. Cynthia glanced down and shook her head. Thanks, but I don't eat blueberries. How about these? Lena offered another box, containing cherry tomatoes. No thanks, Cynthia refused again. All right then. Lena smiled slightly and withdrew her hand. Ahem. Cynthia coughed twice and looked up at the air conditioner. I have a cold. Catherine, we shouldn't turn on the AC. Lena also looked up at the air conditioner. It was set to 26 degrees, just right, not too cold. Outside, the sun was scorching hot, over 30 degrees Celsius. In this weather, not turning on the air conditioner was almost impossible. Mariah hearing this, Allison blurted out, not turn on the air conditioner? Are you serious, Cynthia? It's nearly 40 outside, do you want to heat us to death? Cynthia frowned, but I have a cold. I can't handle the AC. Vicky couldn't stand it either, you could wear a jacket. Cynthia argued, Melvin, if I wear clothes, my head will still ache if it catches a cold breeze. Allison sneered, her tone sharp, can't you wear a hat? I don't have one, said Cynthia. Then buy one. Allison retorted. Why should I go through all that trouble when not turning on the AC works just fine? Cynthia insisted. Allison laughed bitterly, her voice growing sharper. Excuse me, miss? Because you have a cold, you think the whole dorm can't use the AC? Who do you think you are? Why don't you go rent your own place? Cynthia got angry. What are you trying to imply, Allison? I paid the accommodation fee. Why should I rent elsewhere? Allison rolled her eyes, because you're selfish and hard to please. Vicky added, I think Allison's suggestion is reasonable. Sweetie, you should consider renting somewhere else. Cynthia glared angrily at Allison and Vicky. What's this? Trying to exclude me? I'll tell the counselor. Allison smirked. Go ahead, let's see who's being unreasonable. Lena hadn't expected to encounter such an argument among roommates upon her return. It was only the start of the semester, and already tensions were surfacing. How would they manage in the future? She hurriedly intervened. Stop arguing, everyone. Lena opened the wardrobe, rummaged around, and found a hat. Sweetie, here's a hat. Borrow it. Cynthia shot a glare at Lena, lips pressed tightly together, without a word. Lena stood there awkwardly with the hat in hand. Allison interjected, don't bother with her. Let her talk to the counselor. Cynthia snorted and brushed past Lena into the bathroom. Embarrassed, Lena put the hat back in the wardrobe. Allison complained, look at her, what a person, acting entitled without the status. Lena comforted, all right, don't be upset. It's not worth getting angry over such a small matter. Lena picked up the air conditioner remote control and adjusted the fan speed to the lowest, asking everyone, is this wind speed okay? Do you feel too hot? Allison replied, it's fine. Vicky, it's okay. After using the bathroom, Cynthia came out, glanced at Lena, said nothing, and walked straight back to her seat, turning on her laptop. Cynthia started watching a TV drama and turned the volume up to the maximum. Allison could no longer tolerate it. Seriously, Cynthia, are you out of your mind? Who are you taking out your anger on? Cynthia ignored her. The TV volume remained unchanged. So Allison also turned the volume of her phone to the maximum, lying on the bed scrolling through short videos, occasionally bursting into shrill laughter. Vicky sat on the chair under the bed applying a face mask while reading a novel, choosing not to join their feud. Lena shook her head helplessly, letting them go as they wished. In the evening, Lena and Allison went to the cafeteria for dinner together. On the way, Allison complained about Cynthia. Look at her name, she must come from a family that values boys over girls, where daughters are less favored. Shuidi, that sounds like a very traditional name in Vernancheng, right? Allison continued, talking to herself, I often see online that many families in Vernancheng are extremely sexist. If they can't have a son, they keep having more children. Some families even have 3 or 4 kids, and some even 5 or 6. Lena nodded, that's true. In some families, they believe more children bring more blessings. Melvin, if the first child is a son, they still want more. Allison sneered, with a name like Cynthia, it's obvious her family doesn't favor girls. I remember when she mentioned before that she is the eldest, with a younger sister and brother. Mariah's sister's name is Lady, and her brother seems to be called Yaoyu. Speaking of families that value boys over girls made Lena feel a bit PTSD. She had previously lived in such a family. No one understood better than her what life was like in those families. Empathizing with Cynthia's background, Lena felt some sympathy for her at that moment. Chapter 185, Esports Club. The two arrived at the cafeteria. On Allison's strong recommendation, Lena bought a portion of bibimbap with grilled meat. They had barely started eating when a boy wearing a black short-sleeve shirt and glasses came over to ask for WeChat. Morialo classmate, can I add you on WeChat so we can get to know each other? Allison, sitting opposite Lena, winked at her with a mischievous smile. Lena frowned. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. She didn't mention that she was married, but generally, people would back off after hearing she had a boyfriend. Unexpectedly, this boy still had the nerve to stay, just making friends. What does it matter if you have a boyfriend? At these words, even Allison, who had been watching with curiosity and amusement, changed her expression. She clearly said no, didn't you hear her? The bespectacled boy said, I just want to meet you, not pursue you. What's wrong with having a boyfriend? Lena replied coldly, I don't want to meet you. The bespectacled boy had an arrogant look, in a condescending tone, introducing himself. My name is Keith, second-year student from the law department, vice president of the student union, top 10 grades in my year, received a national scholarship in my first year. Lena raised her eyes, looking at him with amusement. Oh, and then what? Keith said, let's be friends. I'm very generous to my friends, often treating them to bubble tea and meals. Lena laughed coldly. Do you think I can't afford food or bubble tea? Do I need your invitations? I've already politely declined you. Are you aware of what universal confidence means? Yeah, Allison added sarcastically, you won't leave even after being rejected. What thick skin you have. Keith's face darkened like a pot bottom. His mouth twitched, letting out a sneer from his nose. Just wanting to add WeChat and now putting on airs. Do you really think you're that beautiful? You're just average. I wouldn't want you even if you were chasing after me. Lena stood firm, retorting, classic, typical resentment due to embarrassment. Keith left with a grimace. Seriously, some men lack self-awareness. I've seen universal confidence men, but not one as delusional as him. Allison rolled her eyes towards where Keith had left. Lena stirred the rice in her dish with a spoon. Yeah, these days, who can't afford bubble tea? Who cares about his little treats? 3 days later, Saturday. It was the day for new club recruitment. Excitedly, Allison pulled Lena to the playground. Tents of various sizes were set up on the playground. Senior students shouted slogans, hung banners, handed out brochures, promoting their clubs. Curious, Allison wanted to see and ask about every club. Before they even walked halfway through, she already had more than 10 promotional posters and brochures. I think the Go Club looks cool. The senior sister said beginners are welcome, and they have seniors teaching them. I'm kind of interested. And this, look, the dance club. There are group training sessions every week. I learned hip-hop in high school. Joining might help me make friends with similar interests. I also like the literature club. New members receive gifts, such as Bei Dao's poetry collection. Pretty nice. Do you have any interest? Allison tilted her head and asked. Lena stopped, gazing at the banner beside her. Allison followed her gaze and looked up. Esports club? Lena remarked, didn't expect our school to have an esports club. Surprised, Allison asked, you play games? Lena nodded, sure, let me ask. Seeing Lena approaching, the senior students in charge of recruitment for the esports club greeted her warmly. The senior boy asked, freshman sister, interested in joining us? Come join the esports club, little freshman sister. We are a warm and loving big family. A senior girl with a high ponytail handed Lena a brochure. Thank you. Lena took the booklet and read it attentively. It described how the esports club had several game departments, each with its own team, recruiting new members annually. They participated in various competitions, including inter-university leagues and offline tournaments organized by live streaming platforms. Our school's teams are really good. Look, the LOL department has won 3 consecutive championships in the university league, said the senior boy. Lena nodded while reading, indeed, very impressive. I see here it says that joining a team requires a rank above waiver lister in the solo queue. Lena murmured to herself. A senior girl thought Lena was worried about not qualifying due to the high requirements, so she said, don't worry, you don't have to join a team to compete if you join the esports club. You can join the logistics department or the cheerleading squad, or even be a team leader. No matter which one you choose, you will have seniors guiding you. Lena raised her head with a calm gaze. I want to join the LOL divisions team. The senior girl was taken aback. Freshman sister, are you saying? Another senior boy exclaimed in surprise, holy shit. Freshman sister, your ranking has reached 400 points in Server 1 or Rift Catherinster. Lena nodded. When the last season ended, I had over 400 points. If I had more time, I could have played more games. The senior girl became excited as soon as she realized it, grabbing Lena's hand, big player. Freshman sister, you're amazing. What position do you play? Lena wasn't used to the senior girl's enthusiasm yet and replied awkwardly, ADC. Holy cow. It was that easily surprised senior boy again, a female master-level ADC player. With over 400 points. That's incredibly rare. Senior sister, is there a new member for our club? A female voice asked. Lena turned around and saw a guy and a girl walking towards them. The guy looked familiar. He was the handsome guy Eugene from the School of Economics whom she met at the restaurant on the first day of school. Eugene was wearing a loose gray patterned short-sleeved shirt and washed gray workwear jeans, with a silver chain around his neck, looking stylish and trendy. Eva had wavy hair, full makeup, big eyes, and a high nose bridge. She wore a fitted short dress, looking slender and beautiful. Allison nudged Lena with her elbow and whispered, Eugene and Joyce. Lena nodded and whispered back, they do look quite compatible. Yes, Jinghan's sister, this freshman sister plays ADC and wants to join our LOL team, the senior girl told Joyce and then introduced Lena warmly, freshman sister, Jinghan is in the same grade as you. She just joined our esports club and is a new member of our cheerleading squad. She plays support and is also very good, having a rank of Platinum 2 in Server 1. Lena smiled and greeted Joyce, hi, my name is Lena. Joyce smiled, but her tone was cold, hi. She didn't even bother to mention her name. Lena keenly sensed a hint of hostility from Joyce. The guy beside Joyce smiled at Lena, we meet again. I'm Eugene, and I just joined the esports club too. I just finished my evaluation and play jungle. Lena gave a slight nod. Joyce looked displeased and turned to ask Eugene, you two know each other? Afraid that Joyce might become hostile due to Eugene, Lena hastily answered, no, we don't. Eugene, feeling awkward, touched his nose, we've seen each other. The enthusiastic senior girl added, freshman sister, if you decide to join our team, I'll take you to the captain for evaluation. How is the evaluation conducted? Lena asked. The senior girl explained, use an account with over 400 points to play 3 solo or duo games. The captain and our senior ADC players will watch your gameplay throughout. Alright, Lena agreed without hesitation. Joyce glanced at Lena, seeming to ponder something. Eugene showed a slightly surprised expression. Ignoring their expressions, Lena said to the senior girl, let's go now. Chapter 186, Student Council Election. The senior said, the evaluation will be held at the internet cafe across from the school. Lena turned to Allison and said, Allison, why don't you go back to the dormitory first? I'll go with them for the evaluation. Allison nodded, alright, I'll head back then. Following the senior, Lena arrived at the internet cafe across the school. The two of them entered a private room designed for 5 people. In the room, there were 5 computers, 4 were already in use by gamers. Behind each gamer stood a boy. It looked like an ongoing evaluation. The senior addressed a boy around 6 feet tall with dyed yellow hair, saying, President, this is Lena, a new girl who has come today and wants to join our LOL team as an ADC player. I brought her here for the evaluation. The president glanced at Lena a few more times. Since the founding of the school's esports club 5 years ago, no girl had ever joined the team. There just happens to be an empty computer here, you can take the evaluation now, the president said, the other 4 are also being evaluated. Alright. Lena walked to the vacant computer and sat down. President, I haven't started ranking matches this season yet. My account last season settled at about 400 points. Should I use my own account or one provided by you for the evaluation? Lena asked after turning on the computer. The president replied, I'll find you a 400-point account, hold on. Mariah took out his phone and sent a voice message, whose account has reached 400 points this season. Can we use it for an evaluation? After a few minutes, the president said, the new season just started, most people haven't scored much yet. Wait, yes, the jungle player who just joined today has a 500-point account, he agreed to lend it. Is it Demon? The senior standing nearby asked. Yes, the president responded, Lena, add Demon's WeChat, send him the QR code for logging in. Okay. This is his WeChat QR code, add him, the president handed over his phone which showed a screenshot of a WeChat QR code. Lena scanned and added Demon. After adding him as a friend, Lena greeted. Moriallo, I'm Lena. I need to borrow your LOL account for the evaluation, thank you. Demon, the president already told me, no need to be so formal, just send the code. Lena, alright. Lena logged into Demon's game account and started a solo queue. An hour and a half later. 3 games ended, all of which Lena won, and each time she was MVP. Inside the private room, the president, the senior ADC player, and the senior who brought Lena here, all exchanged glances, stunned into silence. They hadn't recovered from the shock even after the games ended, their faces still frozen in amazement. Finally, the senior ADC player spoke up. Too strong. This is simply dimensional suppression. Junior sister, your skills and awareness are way beyond Catherine's level. I saw you making that opponent, a 200-point ADC in the same rank, not dare to leave the tower. You crushed him with 30 CS in 10 minutes. Your skill level must be a 1000-point challenger. The president nodded vigorously, right. You definitely have the strength of a challenger. Evaluation passed, welcome to the LOL team of the esports club. The senior felt both shocked and delighted, warmly welcoming her, Lena, welcome to our esports club. Nice to meet you, my name is Valerie. Lena sweetly responded, Moriallo Senior Zheng. The president handed over an application form. After filling out the club entry form, Lena returned to the dormitory. Demon congratulated her via WeChat. I've seen your record, winning every match with MVP status in 400 to 500 point ranked games, very impressive. Congratulations on passing the evaluation, we'll be teammates on the same team now. Lena replied politely but indifferently, thank you. Demon, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Lena, no need, I made plans with my roommates. Demon, alright then. Just as Lena was about to exit the WeChat interface, she received a message from Senior Amaya. Laverne, the law school student council election starts tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Did you see the information? Not yet. I joined a club today and didn't get to look at the student council info. Do you want to join the school council? Previously, while having dinner with Amaya, she strongly recommended Lena to join the school council. Lena thought joining the council wouldn't be bad, it could also help her improve herself. So she told Amaya she wanted to join. Alright, I'll send you an electronic application form, fill it out. I'll report your information, and please come to participate in the election on time tomorrow afternoon. Okay, thank you, Senior. Lena checked the application form and selected Vice President of the Student Council as her preferred position. The next afternoon at 4:30 p.m., in the large auditorium of the law school. Lena's speech was rhythmic and inspiring. Mariah's resume was also exceptionally impressive. With excellent academic performance and experience as a class officer during high school, Lena should have passed the election smoothly according to reason. However, Lena was eliminated. After the meeting dispersed, Amaya's expression was not good at all. Lena, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Amaya looked guilty and her mood was low. There were ulterior motives. The information I received is that the school student council put pressure on us, resulting in your elimination. Lena smiled indifferently. It's alright, Senior. You don't need to apologize to me, it's not your fault. Amaya frowned, but it was I who recommended you strongly for the campaign. Sigh, our faculty student council has always been very fair. I wonder why there would be ulterior motives this time. Lena, did you offend anyone from the school student council? Offended anyone? Lena thought about it, and it seemed like she really did. A few days ago, she rejected a self-proclaimed handsome guy in the cafeteria, and he mentioned being the vice president of the school student council. Lena replied, I previously rejected the school student council vice president, Keith. Mariah said some very unpleasant things, so I scolded him a little. This incident must be his doing. Keith. Amaya's brows furrowed tightly. I know this person, he's quite famous in our school. Mariah's 1 year younger than me. Mariah is indeed the vice president of the school student council, and his family seems to have relatives who are leaders in the school, plus they are very wealthy. Little Di, try to avoid him when you meet him next time, don't offend him again. I'm afraid he will target you. Lena laughed lightly, not caring. Target me? In broad daylight, in a society ruled by law, I'm not afraid. Amaya urged anxiously, Little Di, that's not how you should think. If your family doesn't have any strong background, you shouldn't confront such people head-on. Can we not provoke them and just avoid them? You'll only suffer if you fight with him. Your failure in this student council election is his warning to you. Lena sneered disdainfully, so what if I failed? Senior, you don't need to worry about me. Joining or not joining the student council has no real impact on me. Chapter 187 Rumors. In the evening, after Lena and Allison finished dinner and returned to their dormitory, they encountered Keith again at the foot of their dormitory building. It seemed like he was waiting for Lena specifically. When Keith saw Lena, he walked forward in 2 quick steps with a smirk. Lena, how about considering being with me? If you agree to be my girlfriend, not only can you become the vice president of the law school student union, but also the vice president of the university student union. A mocking smile curled on Lena's lips. Good dogs don't block the way. Pfft, Allison couldn't help but burst into laughter. Keith's face twitched and darkened significantly. Mariah gritted his teeth, saying, Lena, don't refuse when I'm showing respect. Lena let out a cold snort, narrowing her eyes at him. Showing respect? Are you talking about yourself? After being rejected for WeChat, you resort to underhanded tricks to exclude me. That's all you're capable of. You really think everyone is eager to be a student union president? Lena said disdainfully, if it weren't for the sake of my senior, I wouldn't even bother participating in the election. Now it's fortunate that I didn't join the student union. With someone like you as the vice president, you can imagine how corrupt the student union must be. Lena's fierce words left Keith completely exposed. His molars were almost ground down, fists clenched tightly as he glared angrily at Lena. You asked for punishment instead of respect, just wait and see. Lena laughed coldly, furious because you're ashamed and desperate. Keith shot a vicious glance at Lena before storming off. This guy really has no limits. Who knew law and politics university had such a weirdo? Allison commented. Lena sneered, I heard that he has relatives in the party leadership within the school and some money at home, so he acts superior and self-centered. Bah! Allison spat, an ugly and narcissistic ordinary man. It was an unremarkable Wednesday. No morning classes today, so Lena slept in. She was woken by Allison shaking her. Di, wake up, something big happened. Lena opened her drowsy eyes and mumbled, what's going on, you? Di, check our school's forum, someone is spreading rumors about you. Upon hearing rumors, Lena snapped to half awake instantly. She sat up in bed, rubbed her hair, picked up her phone next to her pillow, unlocked it and glanced at the time. 10:30 in the morning. What kind of rumor? Lena turned to ask Allison who was leaning over her bed. Allison handed her own phone to Lena. Look, this post claims that several female students at our school have extremely chaotic private lives. They often attend orgies and sell their bodies for money, written in graphic detail. Lena frowned, scrolling through Allison's phone. The post was titled, "The private lives of female college students from prestigious schools are shockingly inappropriate." First came a screenshot of a WeChat moments. 10 p.m., Highly Club, group activities, need some pretty sisters, paid daily, those who understand reply with 1. Below the comments, Lena's WeChat profile picture appeared prominently. Melvin, the nickname, matched hers exactly. Little butterfly flower, 1. Lena's heart skipped a beat as she murmured, "I never commented on such WeChat moments." "Of course you didn't. This is someone deliberately framing you," Allison said angrily. Further down was a screenshot of a WeChat chat. In a group chat called Law School Multiple Person Party, someone sent this message. "K, those who are coming, send photos. Several girls' photos followed. One was Lena's selfie. Lena's hands trembled slightly. Who is this person? How did they get her photo? This photo she had posted on WeChat before, meaning only people on her contact list had seen it. But, in her WeChat list, there was no one who bore a grudge against her. Suppressing her confusion, Lena continued scrolling down. Things got worse. There was actually a censored nude photo, only exposing above the shoulders. The part below the shoulders was blurred yellowish skin tone, vaguely showing that the person wasn't dressed, and the visible face looked nearly identical to hers. The post owner revealed the identity information of Lena and other girls in the top pinned comment, including names, majors, classes, student IDs, and phone numbers. Lena checked her phone, which indeed showed a screen full of read missed calls. The message notification also displayed over 30 unread messages. She usually switched her phone to silent mode while sleeping and didn't hear the harassment. Lena put her phone down and kept reading the post on Allison's phone. The comments section had already flooded to more than 1,000 floors. Most were unspeakably filthy insults. "I never expected that a top-tier university like Jingdu Law and Politics University would also have such prostitutes, truly eye-opening. Indeed, character has nothing to do with academic qualifications. No matter how high one's education is, there are still scums. I can hardly believe that our school has girls like this. I thought all girls were beautiful, but it turns out there really are girls like this, disgracing all of us. Normal, every university has girls who work as prostitutes for money. Otherwise, where would those girls get so much money? This Lena is from the law school, doesn't she know selling sex is illegal? Knowing the law yet breaking it. Nowadays, these women will do anything for money. It infuriates me, we even have one from our law school. I'm fighting at the front lines for feminism, yet there are actually bitches behind me. They don't deserve to be called girls. With such chaotic private lives, they should be afraid of contracting HIV. Catherine Ibe, they already have it. These girls are corrupting our school's morals and tarnishing our reputation. We strongly demand that the school expel them." I agree with the above comment. Strongly demand their expulsion. Absolutely, they must be expelled. This is a prestigious university, not a brothel. Without full knowledge of the situation, I withhold judgment. I feel this is strange. Everyone calm down, maybe there will be a twist later. The above commenter pretends to be neutral. What evidence could overturn this? Exactly, acting like he alone sees clearly. It's funny. The OP has solid proof, yet you don't believe it? Are you hired to defend them? What if this is a rumor? There's someone I know in here, she's a good person, doesn't seem like she'd do such things. Right, I think it might be malicious slander. Comments section filled with, licking dogs, little brother, they become prostitutes, yet you're still loyal? Aren't you embarrassed by it? Ha ha ha, poor people are called, licking dogs, rich ones are called sponsors. Keep licking for another 100 years, you'll never reach your goddess. Too disgusting, these girls should be expelled right away. Allison, thank you for telling me this, Lena said calmly, handing the phone back to Allison. Allison looked at her oddly. Laverne, are you dumbfounded by anger? Why are you so calm? Lena opened her own phone and logged into the school forum. No, this is slander, made up nonsense. Getting angry won't help. Now, I need to gather evidence. Lena took screenshots of the post and the poster's profile. She then went through the comments one by one, screenshotting the profiles of each commenter. This isn't my first time dealing with this. Ha, trifling tricks, stupid. Allison asked, what do you plan to do? Lena replied expressionlessly, report it to the police, hire a lawyer. None of them will escape. Chapter 188, the backlash came too quickly. Lena sent the evidence she had gathered to lawyer Carson and then reported it to the police. Within 3 days, they found the person who posted the message. As Lena had expected, the poster was Aaron. Inside the counselor's office. Aaron remained arrogant and showed no sign of repentance. So what if I did post it? The counselor frowned. Aaron apologized to classmate Lena. Aaron sneered and raised his eyebrows. Apologize? Is she even worthy? Lena's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. Whether you apologize or not doesn't matter anymore, Aaron. You don't need to attend this university anymore. As someone studying law, you should know that your actions constitute a crime. The last person who slandered me is now in prison. If you want to join him, be my guest. The counselor's expression turns difficult. Lena, Aaron has admitted his mistake. The school will give him a warning, and he will post an apology and clarification. You don't have to hold on to this any longer. Haha. Lena chuckled, her gaze coolly meeting the counselor's. Do you think Aaron looks like someone who knows they're wrong? Also, what do you mean by holding on? As the victim, why are you blaming me instead? Don't think I don't know you're trying to persuade me to let it go because he has connections. Aaron tapped his leg, looking nonchalant. So what? My connections can get me out of this. My uncle is the vice principal, and we have relatives in the police department. Do you really think reporting it will lock me up? The police station won't file a case for you. If you go against me, you won't know how you'll end up, so pack up and prepare to drop out. Lena's eyes filled with ridicule. I recorded everything you just said. Aaron lifted his chin, his nose pointing at Lena. What if I recorded it? Just watch, the police won't care. Lena crossed her arms, laughing mockingly. Bragging and bullying, relying on your connections. Let's see if you can still laugh after this. Just as she finished speaking, Aaron's phone rang. Mariah arrogantly held up his phone to show the caller ID to Lena. See this? It's my uncle calling. Mariah's probably going to tell me that he smoothed things over. Lena, you refused the peaceful way, so prepare to drop out. Lena smiled disdainfully. We'll see. Aaron answered the call. After hearing just a few sentences, his expression suddenly changed. Uncle, how could it be like this? Did you come here to study or to commit crimes? Aaron, this time you've messed with someone you shouldn't have. Neither your father nor I can protect you. Aaron panicked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Uncle, there must be some mistake. Lena doesn't have any background. No background? Did you know she's the daughter of Aubrey Group and the young lady of the Pedro family? Why did you mess with her? She hired Carson, the chief lawyer from Shingtong law firm. The Pedro family has already spoken. This time, no one can save you. Uncle. Uncle, please help me. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please, find a way to save me. Aaron's voice trembled, nearly crying. Begging me won't help. You might as well beg Lena. If she doesn't pursue legal action, the Pedro family will let it go. Aaron hung up the phone and knelt down with a thud. Lena, please, forgive me. I didn't know you were the daughter of the Aubrey family or the young lady of the Pedro family. I'll never do this again. Please forgive me. Humph, Lena looked at him coldly. So people without backgrounds deserve to be bullied by you? Aaron knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I'll post clarifications, I'll apologize to those girls, I'll never do this again. Please, forgive me. It's too late, Lena said coldly. I gave you a chance earlier. How did you respond? Telling me to prepare to drop out? Well, now you better prepare to go to jail. Aaron begged desperately. No, Lena. If I go to jail, I'll have a criminal record. I'm studying law, I can't be a lawyer or work in public service with a record. My whole life will be ruined. Lena remained unmoved. You brought this upon yourself, not me. The counselor stood aside, stunned by the scene. What did Aaron just say? Lena is the daughter of Aubrey Group and the young lady of the Pedro family? Is it the Aubrey family and Pedro family that he knows? Seeing how Aaron immediately changed his attitude after the vice principal's call, even kneeling to beg for mercy, it seems to be exactly those families he referred to. Mariah never imagined Lena had such strong connections. Just now, he accused Lena of holding on to this issue. Will she blame him too? Thinking this way, the counselor also started to become submissive. Lena, just now the teacher spoke improperly. Aaron should take responsibility for his mistake, and I shouldn't say you're holding on to this issue. Please don't blame me. Lena nodded. Teacher, rest assured, I am not an unreasonable person. Aaron. Lena glanced at him coldly. Write a confession letter and apologize to all the girls you slandered. This afternoon during dinner time, it will be broadcast repeatedly over the school's PA system. Okay, I'll write it right away. Aaron scrambled out of the room. At 5:30 p.m., Aaron was reading the confession letter over the school's PA system. The 1,000-word letter was written with utmost sincerity, and he read it tearfully. The school authorities had arranged for the radio station to record Aaron while he was reading the confession. The recording was played continuously over the campus PA system for more than 2 hours until evening study session began. Aaron thought that after apologizing, Lena would let him go. Mariah didn't expect that before the evening study session ended, he was taken away by the police. Sir, are you mistaken? I've already apologized. Why are you still arresting me? The policeman glanced at him coldly. You study law, don't you? A civil tort can also violate criminal law, constituting a criminal offense. Apologizing doesn't conflict with criminal liability. You must be mistaken. Lena isn't pursuing my responsibility anymore. You must be mistaken. Aaron shouted, drawing the attention of all the teachers and students in the classroom. Take him away. The leading policeman ordered, and 2 policemen took Aaron away from either side. Chapter 189 Happiness. Keith was arrested, and his uncle, Randall, the vice president of the Capital University of Political Science and Law, and Keith's acquaintance in the police department were also investigated. Soon after, it was found that Randall and Zhao's connections within the police had been involved in embezzlement and bribery, frequently abusing their power for personal gain. They were removed from office and sentenced. Only the top leadership of the Capital University of Political Science and Law knew about these events. The students of the Capital University of Political Science and Law were unaware of what happened. They also did not know that Lena was the heiress of the Aubrey group and the young mistress of the Pedro family. Lena led a simple yet wonderful college life. After joining the esports club, she led her team to win 2 collegiate league championships. She gained a multitude of fans and earned the title of Couple's Most Beautiful ADC. Catherine called her the campus beauty, which made Joyce envious. In the second semester of her freshman year, Joyce could no longer hold back and confessed her feelings to Demon. Demon turned her down. His reason was that he liked Lena. While at home, Lena became an unintended shield for Demon and Joyce's love rival without doing anything. Thus, Joyce started to target her in the esports club. Fortunately, the club president, Demon, and Lena's teammates all stood by her. Unable to tolerate this, Joyce eventually left the club quietly. At the end of her sophomore summer vacation, Lena visited Adeline at the hospital. As soon as she pushed open the door, she witnessed Kala removing Adeline's feeding tube. Kala, what are you doing? Startled, Kala turned around. Jalmer, who was right behind Lena, also saw this scene. Jalmer immediately informed Slade. Slade arrived quickly. Kala. Did you just pull out your mother's tube? With bloodshot eyes and uncontrollable rage, Slade raised his hand and slapped her hard. I didn't. Kala cried, covering her face. Father, how could I do such a thing? Jalmer calmly said, Uncle, we should report this to the police and let them interrogate Kala. Kala shouted through tears, Dad. Believe me, they're lying. How can I harm Mother? Don't listen to them. Lena looked coldly at Kala. 2 years ago, when Mother disapproved of you dating Eduardo, you were pregnant with his child. She wanted you to terminate the pregnancy, but you bore resentment and planned a car accident. Am I right? As she spoke, Lena pulled out a stack of documents from her bag and threw them in front of Kala. This is the evidence of your crime against Mother. Lena's voice trembled slightly. It took us 2 years to gather this evidence. You thought you were meticulous and covered everything up, but I tell you, if you want to hide something, you must never do it. Everything you did has left traces. Do you think it was coincidence that we saw you pulling the tube today? It was all part of our plan. We intentionally left Mother unattended to see if you would take the opportunity. As expected, whenever Mother is left alone, you try to harm her. For 2 years, you've been living in fear of Mother waking up, haven't you? Slap, another slap echoed. Eyes wide open with fury, Slade gritted his teeth and said, no matter how wrong your mother may have been, she raised you for 19 years. Just because she disagreed with your relationship with Eduardo and asked you to terminate the pregnancy, you tried to harm her? You really have a heart of a viper. Struck hard, Kala tilted her head. She covered half her face, her hair falling over her eyes, hiding her expression. After a long pause, Kala laughed, a manic laugh. Ha ha ha, a heart of a viper. She suddenly glared at Slade with indescribable hatred. Is my child's life any less important? She wanted to kill my child, so I killed her. Is there anything wrong with that? Driven mad with anger, Slade lunged at Kala. Fearing more violence, Jalmer restrained Slade. Uncle, calm down. I've already called the police, let them handle this. With irrefutable evidence of hiring someone to commit murder, Kala was arrested by the authorities. Eduardo learned the truth and divorced Kala. Slade continued to visit Adeline daily at the hospital. Lena often went to see Adeline too. 3 months later, the court issued its verdict. Kala was sentenced to 13 years for attempted murder. On the day of the verdict, as if fate intervened, Adeline woke up. Time flew, and before anyone knew it, Lena graduated from university. She joined the Xingtong law firm as an intern lawyer. Amy married Lawrence as wished. Zhou Yiming finally realized his true feelings and confessed to Dawn. However, Dawn rejected him and went abroad to study. 4 years ago, not long after their child was born, Lena and Jalmer moved into the villa that old Catherinster Pedro had bought for Lena. On this Saturday, Lena was lying on the sofa, resting her head on Jalmer's thighs as she scrolled through Weibo. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, like the squawk of a goose. Jalmer wore a faint smile and looked down at her with affection. What did you find so funny? Not far away, Gil, who was playing with building blocks, turned her head. Mommy, you laugh just like a big goose. Lena replied, then little Gio is a little goose, ha ha ha. Little Gio, already more than 4 years old, spoke clearly and correctly in a babyish voice. So big brother is also a little goose. Opposite them, Pedro Yuge was the mini version of Jalmer, his face expressionless and solemn. Mariah hearing his sister's words, Pedro Yuge remained impassive, focused on building his blocks. Lena smiled and turned to look at Jalmer, answering the question he had asked earlier. I saw on Weibo that for all these years you've had no scandals or any girlfriend sightings. They said either you have some hidden ailment or you're into men, ha ha ha. Jalmer's face darkened for a moment before he resumed normal. Mariah smirked and pinched Lena's cheek. Honey, don't you know well enough whether I have any ailments? Aren't you the one who knows how capable your husband is? Huh? Lena bit her lower lip, blushing, and hit him lightly. The kids are still here. Little Jo, hearing her mommy mentioning her, turned her head and said in her babyish voice, Mommy, I didn't hear anything, neither did Big Brother. Pedro Yuge nodded emotionlessly without turning his eyes away. Lena laughed. Jalmer, our two little treasures are really precocious. At only 4, they understand so much. Jalmer smiled. That's called being smart. Lena teased him a few more times before quietly going back to scrolling through Weibo. She thought it was just a small incident that would pass. Unexpectedly, that night the top trending topic on Weibo was, young Catherine Pedro got married. It wasn't until Imelda excitedly called Lena that she found out about it. Lena clicked into the trending post and saw that Jalmer, who rarely posted on Weibo, had shared a picture of a marriage certificate. The photo showed Lena and Jalmer's names, with the dates of birth and ID numbers blurred. The caption read, Catherine Reed, please don't mention me, love my wife very much. Below were over 1 million comments and retweets. Imelda said that right after he posted it, the entire Weibo system almost crashed. Lena checked the time, it was posted 3 hours ago. She walked up to Jalmer holding her phone and asked smilingly, young Catherine Pedro cares so much about what others think of you. So eager to clarify you don't have any ailments and aren't gay? Jalmer pulled her into his arms. We agreed to get married after you graduated. It seems you've forgotten this now. I'm not concerned about others' opinions, I'm reminding you there's still a big thing unfinished, to prevent you from reneging. Lena initially wanted to finish college peacefully and made an agreement with the Pedro family to register secretly first and hold the wedding after her graduation, then reveal her identity to the public. Now she had graduated, it was time to plan the wedding. I never thought of reneging. With the marriage certificate, how can I renege? Jalmer lightly tapped Lena's nose. Preparations for the wedding have already started at Mom's end. We need to focus on it too, choosing jewelry and wedding dresses. Let's book designers for custom designs. Okay. When Jalmer posted that Weibo, numerous elite ladies from prominent families in Beijing saw their dreams shattered. Speculations swirled around the identity of the new Pedro family young lady. One day, someone snapped a photo of young Catherine Pedro helping a young lady put on her shoes. Rumors spread that young Catherine Pedro had kept a golden songbird soon after his marriage, a female college student earning money by staying with him. Jalmer clarified again, posting personally on Weibo. She is my wife Lena, the young lady of the Pedro family. Beijing society exploded again. After clarifying, Jalmer embraced Lena, nuzzling her neck affectionately. Honey, how did I do? Give me a kiss as a reward. Lena kissed him briefly on the lips. Just a fleeting touch, barely tasting him. Jalmer's face darkened. You're fobbing me off? I see, our feelings have cooled. Lena looked at him amusedly. And you're understanding now? Regardless, it's not enough. I want more. Lena couldn't help but comply, leaning forward to press Jalmer onto the sofa and kissed him deeply. The sound of their intimate embrace was distinctly audible. Caden, elder treasure, Pedro Yuge and Xiao Bao, little treasure, Pedro Jinxia both covered their eyes simultaneously. They both then peeked through their fingers at their parents kissing. 3 months later, the Pedro family held a luxurious wedding of the century. Lena's identity as the young madam of the Pedro family was officially revealed to the public. The 2 children acted as little flower girls, scattering flowers behind their parents. After the wedding, Lena and Jalmer lived a happy and fulfilling life with their family of 4. The end.